This is the most ordinary purification handkerchief, and it seems that being casually discarded by people is its final destination. However, the moment I saw it, I performed a divine level forging on it. The people around me laughed at me for being a useless broken support, and even my own parents drove me out of the house. However, they did not know that I had awakened the divine level forger system. This system can not only create equipment with 100% success but also provide enchantments for the equipment, and has a chance to upgrade the equipment's level. At this moment, I looked at the system panel in front of me, recalling the invasion of hundreds of billions of monsters in my previous life, when the country vowed to protect the people of the Dragon Kingdom at all costs. Then Lin Dong decided to devote himself to the country and revitalize the Dragon Kingdom. To save the Dragon Kingdom, one must quickly rise to a high level and obtain enough growth resources. Even if a person grows to the level of a battle sovereign, they cannot kill many monsters, but now he is a divine level forger, and he can completely forge a large number of equipment to arm the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom to the teeth, allowing everyone to become a battle god. Before the monster tide arrives, possess the power to guard the Dragon Kingdom. With the memories of my previous life, I will surely be able to grow faster. Now he has an opportunity to step into the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. Others do not know that at this moment, Shin Jiangnan, the admissions director of the God of War Academy, is at their Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school. Shin Jiangnan is a level 68 holy warrior, a first-class God of War from the Dragon Kingdom's God of War Academy, who once single-handedly ventured into a level 65 legendary dungeon, successfully slaying the ultimate boss, the feared Demon King, and returning unscathed. He is a legendary figure among the gods of war in the Dragon Kingdom. However, this God of War level figure has a legendary weapon, the Wind and Thunder Pact, which is related to his life. It was contaminated by venom when he encountered a mutated poison dragon while defending the Dragon Kingdom against a monster attack. Now, the Wind and Thunder Pact has lost all its attributes and has become a piece of scrap metal. Lin Dong looked at the purification handkerchief forging book given by the system, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. It seems that in this life, old Shan will owe him another favor. In his previous life, he had helped this hot-tempered old man quite a bit. The purification handkerchief can eliminate all negative effects and has the ability to repair all equipment below legendary level. After purifying an item, it needs to rest for 24 hours to restore its purification ability. This purification handkerchief seems to be custom-made for Shin Jiangnan, as it can repair his weapon, the Wind Thunder Contract. Shin Jiangnan has lost his handy weapon, and now he finds it difficult to contend with even ordinary platinum-level beast lords. However, legendary-level weapons are extremely expensive, and even if he were to use all his assets, he wouldn't be able to buy one, so he has no choice but to inquire everywhere about methods to repair the Wind Thunder Contract. However, after searching for many blacksmiths, they were all powerless. He came to Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school this time to seek help from the school's old master Moyazi, hoping that Moyazi could repair his legendary weapon, the Wind Thunder Contract. This Moyazi is one of the few remaining legendary blacksmiths in the Dragon Kingdom, and this is Shin Jiangnan's last hope. If Moyazi cannot be repaired, he can only become a legendary warrior without combat power. But Lin Dong knew that Moyazi was helpless in this regard. In the end, Shin Jiangnan sold everything he had to repay a considerable amount of debt and bought a not-so-suitable legendary weapon, Judgment, but he could never unleash its full potential. However, this time, Lin Dong, who had the purification handkerchief, could just help. And this was also Lin Dong's opportunity to successfully appear in the eyes of the high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, he had to quickly make the purification handkerchief to gain Shin Jiangnan's favor. If the weapon repair failed, Shin Jiangnan might leave Jiangcheng at any time. The impact of this matter was enormous. Lin Dong remembered that in his previous life, Shin Jiangnan was forced to leave the southwest defense line due to this incident. Without Shin Jiangnan, the southwest defense line quickly collapsed under the fierce offensive of the monsters, resulting in the deaths of millions of people from the Dragon Kingdom. Time is of the essence. I must hurry to meet Shin Jiangnan and repair his weapon. Otherwise a catastrophe is inevitable. Saving him is equivalent to saving millions of compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Dong's mind stirred, and the crafting information of the forging book was laid bare. The purification handkerchief can remove all negative effects and has the ability to repair all equipment below legendary level. After purifying an item, it must rest for 24 hours to restore its purification ability. Required materials: purification handkerchief forging book plus cotton cloth plus 1 point of enchantment value. Removing all negative effects is a divine skill, although there is a 24-hour resting period after use. It is already powerful enough. Lin Dong believes that once he forges the purification handkerchief and takes it out, even the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom will be shaken. It is no exaggeration to say that this purification handkerchief is treated as a national treasure, because the warriors fighting on the front lines often have their weapons weakened by negative effects from monsters, such as poison gas, curses, evil spirits entangling, and seals, which greatly reduce the power of the weapons. Moreover, the production of restorative potions with purification abilities is extremely limited, far from meeting the demand. The most critical point is that restorative potions can only repair equipment of the corresponding level, and their repair effects on other levels are very poor. So every day a large number of damaged weapons are sent to the repair shop to be stored and slowly repaired. The purification handkerchief given to Lin Dong is different. It has purification abilities for all equipment below legendary level. Such an amazing item is actually rated as unranked, and even an ordinary forging apprentice can easily make it. The system is indeed very considerate. So Lin Dong found some cotton cloth, which he obtained from monsters when he was grinding in a level 1 dungeon. It is considered a common material. He already has the forging book and the cotton cloth, and he only needs to spend 1 point of enchanting value to guarantee a 100% success rate in forging. Level: Health, 150. Attack, 15. Defense, 15. Enchantment value. Stored experience, 100. Profession, blacksmith. Blacksmith level, novice blacksmith. God level forging technique, a forging technique with a success rate of 100%. Currently, the forging level can only forge equipment below bronze. God level enchantment technique, spending enchantment points to enchant equipment with attributes, with a chance to improve the quality level of the equipment and gain special attributes. I didn't expect that while improving proficiency, I could also level up personally. This is quite a pleasant surprise. Since I have already made the purification handkerchief, I can go find Xin Jiangnan, so he still needs to find a recommender. The class teacher Zhao Qingxue, today is your last class before graduation, and tomorrow is the day you awaken your professions. Before class ends, the teacher wants to share a few heartfelt words with you. Our blue star has been invaded by the game world for 300 years, with the monster invasion point right at the border of our dragon country, which is the main front line against the monsters. Compared to other countries, the sacrifices we have made are the most tragic. Over these 300 years, our dragon country has lost 101 battle lords, 1357 battle gods, 30219 battle kings, and over 200,000 great warriors. These people sacrificed not only for our dragon country but also for all of humanity on Blue Star. Our dragon country has paid such a great price, and now we are actually targeted again by the great powers. The great powers, having not faced the invasion of the monsters directly, can safely level up by grinding various dungeons, and now their overall strength in battle surpasses our dragon country. When our dragon country invited them to jointly resist the monsters and defend humanity, they actually took advantage of the situation, proposing unequal treaties and wanting to divide our dragon country. This is simply a disgrace for humanity. Classmates, listen carefully. Tomorrow, after you awaken your professions, you must strive to grow, serve the country, become the backbone of the nation, and defend our country well, not giving these great powers and monsters any opportunity. I wish everyone a good awakening in their careers tomorrow, and let us meet at the peak in the future. Suddenly, a wave of indignation erupted in the classroom. These Western powers are really outrageous. If the monsters were to descend in the West, our dragon nation would definitely not sit idly by, nor would we make unreasonable demands. Our dragon nation has contributed so much to all of humanity, and they still think about scheming against us. It would be satisfying to let the monsters deal with them. Teacher, we must work hard to grow and build our dragon nation into an impenetrable wall against the monsters. Zhao Qingxue looked at these children with appreciation. As Lin Dong listened outside the door, he could not help but clench his fists. When the magical remove all negative effects from equipment below legendary level? Associating it with Shen Warlord's gear info doesn't lie. Since it was shown that it could get rid of the negative effects of equipment below sky level, I really forged this myself. You forged it yourself? Zhao Xueqing looked at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, you're an honest student, you can't deceive your teacher? Lin Dong smiled faintly and knew that what just then, Lin Dong said, I have some more cotton cloth in my quarters, I'll go back and get it right away. It wasn't until Zhao Qingxue asked Lin Dong to turn around that Lin Dong was surprised to find that the shape of the cotton cloth was a little less elegant. Zhao Qingxue nodded, verifying the effect was a must. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if it did. Lin Dong regained his freedom and took a few deep breaths. Teacher, you can take me to see the Xinjiangnan war god. This Mo Shizi has an odd temper, especially the disciple of hers, Qingniu, who has a dead face, like. The sound of banging hammers was heard ringing out in the courtyard. And Mo Shizi's disciple, Qingniu. Saying that, the green ox pointed at Lin Dong and looked at people with his nostrils. Why? It was already unbelievable that a legendary level equipment could achieve a 25% success rate. Yes. Right at this moment, a clean-cut teenager crossed the crowd. It was precisely. With that, he shook the purified handkerchief in his hand. It was displayed in front of the crowd. Just the moment he wiped it with a purifying handkerchief. Suddenly, a flash of electricity arced out. Just as Moxizi was spinning his little mind, Xinjiangnan also spoke up. Lindong, he thought darkly in his mind. This Lindong's lion's den has caused the Jiangnan war god to resent him. Seeing Lindong's reluctant look, could it be that this purification handkerchief really wasn't forged by him? Lindong was moved to tears as he looked at such a generous green ox. Good man. Thinking of this, he looked towards Lindong with a smug smile. Seeing Lindong standing there with gulping. This is bronze-level equipment? His wind and thunder lance is only... Oh! Xinjiangnan's expression moved. Willingly, he handed over the wind thunder lance in his hand. Level 2 system store, obtain 1 forging book of less than gold quality every 24 hours. Wind and thunder winding, plus 100% attack speed, plus 20% damage deepening. 1. With the addition of another warzoner in Huaxia, we've hardened up a lot more when negotiating with Eagle Sauce, and if he could become the president of the Forgemasters Guild, he certainly wouldn't refuse. If there can be... You want proof, don't you? The corner of Xinjiangnan's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Well, otherwise, he would be sorry for the bull he had just blown. However, right at this moment, Xinjiangnan nodded. What Li Xinhou said was also somewhat reasonable. There's just really... Green Ox cursed in his mind. This Lindong was clearly pitting him. But at the moment, this time he didn't say anything. Just stood still and hemmed and hawed. This time, Li Xinhou no 011 who doesn't have a circle of friends these days. Objection? What's the objection? Li Xinhou still couldn't help but click on both and listen to them. Xinjiangnan cursed that unpleasantly. With this assurance from Xinjiangnan, Lindong could wave as much as he wanted during this period of time behind him. After Xinjiangnan arranged for Lindong, he couldn't help but take out his acceleration gloves once again, holding the Storm Thunder Hammer, and her intention was to encourage the upwardly mobile students. The attached screenshot is of a purified handkerchief. Lindong, you're on the phone. Do you want to answer it first? Lindong picked up the phone and, if he would build her a bronze set, I fear it would be the most exaggerated bronze set ever. Meng Qinshi, however, was surprisingly silent. She carefully reviewed all the things that had come in. However, Lindong was helping Zhao Qingxue study the forging book for the deerskin law boots at this time. Oh, it was Lindong who said so. Then there shouldn't be any problems, I'm going to look into it. Student Lindong is not stubborn, on the contrary he is the pride of his teacher, the pride of our school, and even the pride of... And is it right that Lin Yang, whom they have high hopes for, doesn't get the slightest praise from his teacher? Moreover, he had already chosen to sever the relationship to activate the system, and this body had already been promised to Huaxia. The buckskin law boots with the addition of tyrannical magic energy stones actually have this magical change. 014 Heaven does not give birth to Lindong, forging the ages as long as night. Elderly, I'm going to. Ever since Ancestor Mei passed away 100 years ago, we've never had a sky-level forger. Even a great war venerable like him couldn't help but be moved to want it for himself. Lindong glanced at the attributes and was very satisfied. Equipment, Devil's Hat bronze. Anyway, looking at it from the top down, one can only summarize it in 2 words, sick. And the Xinjiangnan battle exalt was also very surprised. Couldn't help but go through the motions with Zhao Qingxue. As a result, the two men fought furiously for nearly half an hour, and there was no winner. In the end, Zhao Qingxue only ended up losing the battle due to her physical strength. A bronze magical instructor who fought a battle exalt with a sky weapon for half an hour without losing, who would dare to believe that? This kind of terrifying increase equipment could only be created by a divine forge master like Lindong. Emoshizi, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, couldn't help but sigh. The sky doesn't give birth to Lindong, forging 10,000 years to be as long as the night. But just then, outside the door of Emoshizi's mansion, the naive voice of Green Ox has always looked at people through colored glasses. He saw that these 2 old men were dressed in... There was some complacency on Xingniuma's face. After all, the identity of Moizi's disciple was the only thing he had to show for it. Eyeless thing, hurry up and organize the materials used for forging. The Green Ox grayly ran to the... Li Shijun also kept his eyes watching towards the door and took Emoshizi's hand and headed for the door. Their 2 old men ran faster than the young man, instantly crossing over Lindong and surrounding Zhao Qingxue, spinning, but even so, she blushed. When he had taken off all his equipment, he fled and hid behind Lindong, but Lindong's sudden appearance let Marshal Shao completely see hope. It's time to make a god. It's a clear sign of disbelief. In the hearts of the 2 of them, they thought that sky-level forger must be an okay. Zhao Qingxue had given him a lot of help in his studies, and even his and among the bronze-level equipment, the armor with the strongest defensive power that Lin Dong knew of was the lockjaw armor. The flames of the system furnace suddenly went out. There's no way around it, the system forges it just that fast. His expression, which had been fervent, began to cool a bit. Perhaps this was the normal behavior. When this piece of equipment was taken out, it was bound to shock the entire Blue Star. Now what? He was very optimistic about Lin Dong, the rising star of China. I'm afraid that it wouldn't. Lin Dong understood in his heart. Unable to hold back the excitement in his heart, he lost his voice and shouted, "Old Pang, it's the two of us who are blind. On top of this equipment, there is an attribute deception phrase, we were all deceived just now. Lastly, I will be appointing you to be the Minister of Forging, and will be handing over the Forger Engineering Department of the Chinese." Facing such a powerful beast, the strongest human beings were dwarfed, unable to resist at all. "So sensei, you can give me the authority of the head of the Forgemaster's engineering department and help me forge equipment with all my might." Zhao Qingxue also couldn't help but flutter her eyelashes. Inside, it was full of excitement. She knew that after today, Lin Dong would surely soar into the heavens and become too expensive to speak of. However, Lin Dong, who was accustomed to seeing big scenes, only smiled slightly and respectfully looked at Marshal Xiao. "Go ahead, teacher." Marshal Xiao looked at the unassuming Lin Dong with satisfaction, feeling that the more he looked at this kid, the better he looked. He lightly twisted his fingers and unfolded a map of the current situation in mid-air before pointing at the location of Huaxia. "We, Huaxia, are suffering from the biggest crisis ever. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a matter of internal trouble and external trouble, and that it's a matter of life and death. Recently, a large number of high-grade magical beasts have appeared amongst quite a few ranked copies, and even sky-level magical beasts have appeared right here and now." Marshal Xiao suddenly put his hand on top of Lin Dong's shoulder. "And the conspiracy of the Western powers would have disintegrated. I'm afraid that only Marshal Xiao can come up." That was Shen Jiangnan's weapon, and it was highly likely that it had also been enchanted by Lin Dong. Lawbreaking, plus 180. Armor break, plus 300. A moderate sky-level. Equipment, Sun-Destroying Inferno Dragon Lance Legendary. Attack, 98,000. After saying that, Xiao Deshui rushed up into the sky and had already entered the sky-level copy near Jiang province through the teleportation stone. He had to hold back the onslaught of the wraiths for the hundreds of millions of Chinese people behind him. And the movement of Jiang Chang was quickly noticed by Huaxia and even the entire Blue Star. The Dharma Emperor in the Western Holy City slowly opened his cloudy eyes, his eyes filled with shock. The group of knights and Fa Zuns around behind him also looked solemn as if they were facing a great enemy. Legendary level ferocious beasts, this kind of movement is definitely a legendary level ferocious beast. Sure enough, this time the legendary great fierce beasts are still the first to descend on China. If Huaxia does not agree to our terms of division, Huaxia shall be destroyed. 021 Golden Horn, team morale increased by 10,000. The Holy City of the West, the French Emperor. It is a legendary archmage that the Western powers world. His fingers tapped on the golden seat, and the staff in his hand couldn't help but emit a gleam of golden light. The base level had risen 4 levels in a row and had reached level 16. I can't imagine. His gaze was always looking at the high sky in the southwest because he knew that Marshal Xiao could definitely return. Ding, the Golden Horn forging book has been issued. Golden Horn has a team bonus effect. Therefore, if the Golden Horn is forged at tomorrow's ceremony, it is bound to give the whole of China a great boost of confidence in resisting them. The accelerator gloves are critical to my plan, and I need to hit at least 8, no, 5 to come, no less. After all, she was only at level 13 now, while Lin Dong was already at level 16 after building the sun-destroying inferno. Because wearing the bronze suit and holding the force staff, her true battle power had reached the level of a war god. Huge fangs suddenly appeared in front of Lin Wan. Help! 023 brother is so. After recalling, she knew that this was Lin Dong's older sister, Lin Wan, who was not similar to her in age and was. Just this morning, he even peeped at me taking a bath. Mom and Dad just taught him a few words. He is going to cut ties with the. Having said that, Zhao Qingxue had already lost the pleasure of talking. With a cold face, he left to continue brushing the monsters. Although Zhao Qingxue's words were hard to hear, Lin Wan didn't dare to retort in the slightest. After all, the Zhao family's power in Jiangcheng was immense, and she didn't want to cause trouble for the Lin family because of his blabbering. But Zhao Qingxue's words also made Lin Wan unable to help but think seriously. By the way, Zhao Qingxue, as the young princess of the Zhao family, had no need to lie with her. Zhao Qingxue would definitely not say those words of defense for Lin Dong just because he was his student. That meant that what Zhao Qingxue had said was most likely true. Moreover, the outfit that Zhao Qingxue was wearing had exaggerated attributes to the extreme, and it was simply impossible for it to be an attribute that a bronze outfit could have. Didn't you see those monsters, basically all killed by her in one move? At this rate, Zhao Qingxue could brush up to level 20 in one night. If this was, however, Lin Dong had been behaving in a disciplined manner, so he did not let her catch a hold of him. However, in order to compensate Lin Dong for his silent contribution for so many years, she still decided. After doing all this, Lin Wanner finally stopped regretting. She felt that this was already enough to compensate Lin Dong. For her to be a sister, even if she had misunderstood Lin Dong in the past, did she have to apologize to Lin Dong? Su Runin made a face, then spat out her tongue towards Lin Dong. It was only then that he took out a Holy Warrior transformation card with a body fragrance in his arms and placed it in front of Lin Dong. There is still a considerable difference between the Warrior transfer card and the Holy Warrior transfer card. A Warrior transfer card was worth millions of Chinese coins, but the Awakened Warrior profession was randomized. The Holy Warrior transformation card, on the other hand, was worth 100 million Huaxia coins, and after owning it, it would inevitably awaken the Holy Warrior profession, which was also one of the most difficult professions to awaken. The warrior profession is divided into 6 main professions: Holy Warrior, Berserker, Shield Warrior, Assassin, Blade Frenzy, and Sword Saint. Among them, the Holy Warrior is the most comprehensive profession, also the most sought after, is the first of these 6 warrior professions. The Berserker, Blade Frenzy, and Sword Saint, on the other hand, were 1 point weaker. The Shield Warrior and Assassin, on the other hand, were considered. There were also people who awakened the professions of Magician, Mage, Taoist, and Dark Lord. But the other professions are so burnt out that they can only be niche. In China, because of the ravages of the magical beasts, people preferred to awaken the faster-growing warrior profession. Therefore, this Holy Warrior transformation card that Su Runin had given to Lin Dong could be considered to be of great value, making countless people's eyes glaze over. Even Lin Dong was taken aback by Su Runin's largesse. "Su Runin, what are you doing? Such an important thing, hurry up and put it away." Su Runin, however, smiled thievishly. The large eyes were always staring at Lin Dong. "It's for you. When we were swiping copies together, you said that your dream was to become a warrior, and today I'm helping you realize it." However, the image she was expecting didn't appear. Lin Dong cried and shook his head. "Thank you, Runin, it's just that I really don't need it right now. I've already awakened the Forge Master profession. This warrior transformation card is no longer useful to me." Su Runin only thought that Lin Dong was lying to her. Lin Dong had said verbally back then that he was definitely going to become a warrior to serve Huaxia. Moreover, the occupation awakening ceremony hadn't even started yet, so how could Lin Dong possibly awaken his occupation? Lin Dong must be lying to her, not wanting to receive her gift. Therefore, she pulled out another Holy Warrior transformation card in her arms and gestured it in front of Lin Dong. "Just take it, Lin Dong, I have another one here. We can all awaken into Holy Warriors today." In fact, in the last life, Lin Dong did accept Su Runin's Holy Warrior transformation card and successfully awakened the Holy Warrior profession, or else he wouldn't have succeeded in advancing to battle exalted within 3 years. So he was still grateful to Su Runin, and he also understood that Su Runin had this heart for her, and he regarded Su Runin as the most worthy friend in his life. "Runin, I'm not lying to you, I've really awakened the Forge Master profession, and I can't use the Warrior transformation card anymore. 025, I'm just giving you a gift. Why are you all breaking the defense?" Su Runin looked at Lin Dong's face full of seriousness as he spoke. His mouth opened wide in surprise. The large, soulful eyes were filled with incredulity. "Lin Dong, what you said can't be true, right? Forge Master is a very money-burning life profession, your family's condition." But halfway through the sentence, Su Runin then covered her mouth. Apparently, she was afraid that what she said would hurt Lin Dong's pride. Aren't all boys said to be very strong? She wouldn't make Lin Dong unhappy if she took Lin Dong short like this, would she? Su Runin was aware of Lin Dong's family conditions. Lin Dong's father was only a big warrior, barely considered a medium family. If you awakened a profession like Forge Master, even if you had tens or hundreds of billions of dollars of family wealth, you would burn it all up in the process of growing up. So for families with a low to middle income, awakening the Forge Master profession basically means that the future is bleak. Lin Dong blinked, knowing that Su Runin just cared about him and treated him as a true friend. He was still happy to have such a good friend. Although this Holy Warrior transformation card was useless to him, after all, it was Su Runin's heartfelt wish. I'm afraid Su Runin would be sad if she forcefully refused. So he gently put away this Holy Warrior transfer card. Smiling, he looked at Su Runen. I can't use it now, but it was a gift from you after all, and gifts I accept. But since you gave me a gift, I should have a gift for you too. As Su Runen watched Lin Dong put away the Holy Warrior transformation card, her large eyes instantly narrowed into crescent moons, obviously still very happy. Moreover, Lin Dong also prepared a gift for him, indicating that there was her existence in his heart. A sweet feeling swirled in Su Runen's heart. Lin Dong, are you serious? You prepared a gift for me too? To be honest, it was true that Lin Dong did not prepare a separate one for Su Runen, he was just borrowing a flower. Last night, he used the materials provided by Mo Shizi and the others, and he scored over 100 acceleration gloves. Of these, 100 acceleration gloves were given to Marshal Shao, which he used to build the Great Warrior Decapitation boss team. And the extra ones were put into his spatial ring, just in case. And now, in order to return a gift to Su Runen, it just happened to come in handy. However, seeing Su Runen's excited appearance, he was too embarrassed to tell the truth and could only pretend that he had prepared it for Su Runen alone. But as soon as this acceleration glove was taken out, it instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. Equipment: Acceleration Gloves Bronze. Attack plus 80. Attack speed plus 50. Defense plus 100. Avalanche Fist: every 10 seconds, unleash a 1500 damage avalanche fist that paralyzes the target for 3 seconds. After seeing this phrase, Mo Shizi, Pang Huarong, and Li Shijun, who were originally calm and relaxed on the side, suddenly became short of breath. This bronze level acceleration gloves phrase is just too sick. You can deal 9,000 points of damage a minute and even paralyze the target for 18 seconds. That's paralyzing the target for 18 seconds in 1 minute. In the whole of China, only Ouyang Battle Sky War God's legendary grade paralysis ring possessed a paralyzing effect. And it's still probabilistic, even if it triggers it only paralyzes the target for 3 seconds. Sometimes fighting for several minutes may not paralyze the target even once. After Su Runen saw this acceleration glove, it also couldn't help but be startled by the exaggerated attributes on its back. She suddenly reacted after a long time, pointing at the acceleration gloves Lin Tian took out from his hand, shocked and speechless. Lin Dong, you are saying that this acceleration glove is for me? Su Runen was insightful. This acceleration glove, if put into the equipment trading system, could be sold for at least $1 billion or more. Such a valuable thing, Lin Dong actually casually gave it to her? Lin Dong, isn't this a bit too expensive? Although that Holy Warrior transformation card of his was also worth a lot, it was still far worse than this acceleration glove. However, Lin Dong on the opposite side of the table waved his hand with a couldn't care less look. What's so valuable about it? I've got plenty of this crap. But these acceleration gloves, carrying one seems too thin, these things come in pairs, why don't I just give you a pair? Saying that, Lin Dong took out another acceleration glove in his spatial ring. Once again, the crowd's eyes were sucked in by this acceleration glove. Equipment: Acceleration Gloves Bronze. Attack plus 100. Attack speed plus 30. Explosive rate increase, plus 10%. Fighter's Fist: each punch delivered to the target will have a continuous burn effect, dealing 300 points of damage per second for 5 seconds, stackable. After seeing this accelerated glove phrase, the 3 old men around them could no longer remain calm. Pang Hualong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and exhorted from the side. Kid, this acceleration glove you gave to this Xiao Su so easily? Are you unaware of how valuable this acceleration glove is? I can clearly tell you that he is worth more than all the acceleration gloves you forged last night combined. Pang Huarong, this is not an exaggeration. Because of this Buster Fist phrase, the effect is just too horrible. Although it can only deal 300 points of damage per second for 5 seconds, which works out to a total of 1,500 points of damage, but its effects can be stacked up. Imagine if this acceleration glove was in the hands of a God of War level character, it could even swing hundreds of punches a minute. Each punch would have 1,500 points of sustained damage attached to it, which meant that 150,000 damage could be dealt in 1 minute alone. It wouldn't even take 10 minutes to kill a golden demon beast with millions of bloodstains. This can be even higher if you add some other attack speed outfits. In other words, even a legendary level Wraith Lord wouldn't be able to carry the output of a war god for a minute. Such an explosive output was enough to seal this bronze level acceleration glove. But now, Lin Dong actually gave it to Su Runen without a care in his soul, which couldn't help but make even Pang Huarong exclaim that he was a loser. Sinning. Kid, you're not looking at the Su family girl, are you? But the next second, They were then shocked by Lin Dong once again. This was because Lin Dong directly poured out a bunch of acceleration gloves amongst the spatial gloves, all piled up into a small mountain. Gee, I've got plenty of acceleration gloves, just a dozen or so with the Buster Fist phrase alone. Runen, don't worry about taking it. If you accidentally lose it and it's gone, just come back to me to replace it. Both of these acceleration gloves were actually carefully selected by Lin Dong for Su Runen. Su Runen didn't have an awakened profession yet, so she didn't have a rank. But these two acceleration gloves that he had taken out, both of them had no limitations on the level of use, and even if Su Runen didn't have a level, she could still wear them and use them directly. Seeing that Lin Dong had so many acceleration gloves, Su Runen joyfully took them over. She suddenly realized that Lin Dong's awakening as a forge master might not be a bad thing. If all of these acceleration gloves were forged by Lin Dong, then Lin Dong might be able to become the first person to make a fortune from forging. Thank you then, Lin Dong. I'm going to get ready for the career awakening ceremony, so I'll come back for you later. Lin Dong nodded, seeing Su Runen off. And at this moment, the eyes of Li Shijun on the side also looked straight. He rubbed his eyes incredulously, his eyes filled with horror. Not. Kid? What's with all the speed gloves? We only gave you 300 materials last night, though. I remember this morning you handed over more than 100 to Marshal Xiao, and this pile in front of you is nearly 200. That is to say, you didn't fail a single time in forging these 300 plus materials, and you succeeded in forging all of them? And they all have word attributes? That's a 100% success rate. Even if they, the legendary forge masters, were to make a move, it would be impossible for them to successfully forge all of these 300 plus materials, at least about 1/5 of them would be lost. But Lin Dong was able to achieve 100% success, and this success rate was just too terrifying. Look at Li Shijun shocked like this. Lin Dong originally wanted to be modest. But I didn't realize that the more you describe it, the darker it gets. I'm just going out on a slight limb. As for Lin Wan, who was standing not far away, she was also incomparably shocked as she watched Lin Dong and Imo Shizi Li Shijun and other great figures talk to each other. She realized that she knew so little about this brother of hers. After all, the people his brother was now associating with were beings they needed to look up to in their neighborhood. Lowering his head, he looked at the warrior transformation card in his hand, and then at the acceleration gloves on Lin Dong's desk, and an inexplicable color suddenly glowed within his pupils. 026 sitting on the ground and raising the price, who made you look down on me at the time? Look at the pile of accelerated gloves on the table. Pang Hualong and Li Shijun could no longer maintain their reserve. Pang Huarong was the first to speak. Lin Dong, can you sell some of these acceleration gloves of yours to our Peng family? Don't worry, old man, I'm definitely not taking advantage of you. I'll give you 2 billion apiece for these acceleration gloves of yours, as long as they have words, no matter what the base attributes are. Although the Peng family, where Peng Huarong was from, was a forging family, there were quite a few warriors present among the descendants. If you can purchase some acceleration gloves back, not only can you greatly increase the efficiency of your family members in brushing leveled copies, you can even pass them down as heirlooms. And Li Shijun held the same thought. The eyes became extremely passionate. Though he knew that these accelerated gloves were forged from the materials they were supplied with at the time. But who let Lin Dong have the ability to turn rottenness into magic? Hard to turn these ordinary materials into good equipment that can't be bought for thousands of dollars. Lin Dong, our Li family is also willing to purchase a batch of acceleration gloves from you at a price of 2 billion each. I am afraid that the only one who is doing the most calmly is Mo Shizi. This lonely old man had no children, and with just one disciple, Qingyao, it could be said that he was completely without desire. He watched Peng Huarong and Li Shijun with cold eyes, his heart laughing. I can't imagine that a hallowed legendary forge master actually has a day to buy equipment with others. There's nothing strange under the sun. With these words, both Peng Huarong and Li Shijun were a bit embarrassed. But in front of Lin Dong, they indeed had nothing to be proud of. After all, equipment with word attributes could be found but not sought. The most crucial thing was that these word attribute equipment could be worn by even ordinary warriors from level 10 to level 20, greatly reducing the level requirement for equipment. If one wore these accelerating gloves, it would allow family members to quickly rise to level 30, 40, or even 50, capable of creating a large number of young powerhouses to emerge. Is face important in the face of such temptation? Not at all. For them, family development is what matters. Even if you could just buy 2 acceleration gloves back, it would allow a family to rise quickly. After all, there had never been, in the Blue Star continent, an equipment with such a low grade and high attributes and with words. This kind of equipment, if it appears in a low-level copy, it is simply a second to the monster brush experience that is not too fast. Where is the need to grind the monsters bit by bit in a step-by-step manner as it is now? They had reason to believe that an ordinary person could helicopter up to level 20 in a day if they put on a pair of these acceleration gloves. And usually, if an ordinary person wanted to rise to level 20, it would take at least 2 to 3 years of work. This was also the reason why even figures like Manhwa and Li Shijun were salivating over the acceleration gloves forged by Lin Dong. This is not an acceleration glove? It's simply a batch manufacturing machine for strong people. Therefore, their attitude towards Lin Dong became even more humble. With a good thing to make money, Lin Dong of course would not let it go. But these two old men, they were sneering at him yesterday, so they need to give them some color. He, Lin Dong, was not the type of person who did not return a grudge, so how could he not punish them slightly? He raised his eyelids and smiled cheaply. Elder Pang and Elderly, you guys are making it a bit difficult for me. After all, I'm the one who's going to give priority to my teacher, Marshal Xiao. And the value of this acceleration glove, which I'm sure you know better than I do, is far more useful if given to the military than it could be if given to an individual family. The two old men looked at Lin Dong's thieving eyes, and their hearts instantly realized. Lin Dong, this brat, this is trying to take advantage of the opportunity to knock on the door. It was just that he didn't know how big Lin Dong's appetite was, and he still needed to test it out before doing so. So Pang Hualong pretended to sigh. Lin Dong, our family's descendant isn't angry, I'm a grandfather, but I've given him a lot of worry. Just sell me a wrist guard for the sake of my old man's love for his grandson. Li Shijun also sighed sardonically from the sidelines. It seems to be really emotional in general. Our family also has an untalented grandson, stuck at about level 10 and slow to move, spirit move on the kindness. I do not have much, as long as it has been. Just name a price, Lin Dong, as long as the price is reasonable, old Pang, and I can accept it. Lin Dong looked at the duo with a smile. The price was silently estimated in his mind. An acceleration glove, 2 billion Chinese coins, certainly counts as a lot of value. Normal platinum equipment, or even legendary equipment, couldn't reach such a price. But Lin Dong knew. He forged these acceleration gloves, which are nothing more than bronze equipment. The reason why it is different is solely because of the additional word properties. These word properties are something that can be found. As long as he didn't ship a lot of them, a lot of equipment could even become orphan items that could be speculated to unimaginable prices later. So it has been accelerating gloves, even if they are sold at 5 billion Chinese dollars, it is still considered a conscience price. Lin Dong, then, stretched out a finger and waved it in front of the two legendary forge masters. Elder Pang and Elderly, both of you are legendary forge masters, do you know how difficult it is to create the same such word equipment? This is the value of the acceleration glove, so I don't need to say more, you guys definitely know it in your hearts. Mr. Lin said this. Both old men couldn't help but despise it in their hearts. Is it hard to forge a 4-word piece of equipment like this? It might be hard for them, but for you, Lin Dong, isn't that something as simple as eating and drinking? One accelerated glove a minute is not too fast. And the next time Lin Dong's words turned, he began to show his cards. But I'm really touched by the second old man's desire to cultivate pockets of quick success. I've decided to make an exception and sell them to you two for $10 billion a pair. After all, these acceleration gloves, which are part of a set, have a 5% bonus to attack if you purchase a pair. Pang Huarong and Li Shijun both frowned. Did they buy the acceleration gloves for that 5% attack bonus? This accelerated glove, its pooch attack is only 100 points higher, and the 5% attack bonus is only 5 points, so it can only be said that it is better than nothing. Just when they wanted to bargain. Spirit's face suddenly slumped, deliberately feigning seriousness. You two, this price is already very conscientious, it's just that you two asked for it. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't have been able to agree to it. You know that these equipment in my hands are reserved for my master, Marshal Xiao, if you two want them? I can just put it away. After saying that, Mr. Lin took the mountain of acceleration gloves on the table Manus stripe by Manus stripe one by one and put them into the spatial ring. By now Pang Huarong and Li Shijun were thoroughly seeing it. This brat, Lin Dong, was definitely trying to avenge their actions of ignoring Lin Dong yesterday. Otherwise, how could Mr. Lin sell them this random gift of acceleration gloves at such a high price? But knowing this, they pinched their noses and admitted it. After all, this stuff isn't available to anyone who wants it. Just as they transferred the payment, one took a pair of acceleration gloves. Lin Dong suddenly realized that in front of him, there was an additional familiar figure. He couldn't help but raise his head and frown at the person in front of him. Lin Wan, what are you doing here? Being asked by Lin Dong, Lin Wan was somewhat at a loss for words and actually did not know what to say for a moment. After seeing Lin Dong take out the acceleration glove just now, Lin Wan was also greatly shocked. She, who was originally hesitant, unconsciously came to Lin Dong's side under the temptation of the accelerating gloves. Peng Huarong and Li Shijun were able to see the value of the acceleration glove. Lin Wan could certainly see it. It's such a waste to have this good stuff out in the open. If it was used to arm the family in its entirety, the Lin family then it would rise quickly and even become the top family in China. And these acceleration gloves were bound to become the Lin family's inherited treasures. This Lin Dong was still too young. How can such a good thing be casually sold for some money? There was no family concept at all. At that thought, she slapped her warrior conversion card down on the table and couldn't help but speak. Lin Dong, this is a warrior transformation card to compensate you. The family owes you nothing, you don't have to use this as an excuse to leave home anymore. These acceleration gloves of yours are very useful to our Lin family, they should be supplied to our Lin family as a priority before we consider selling them. 027 Lin Dong, do you really want to be so heartless? Lin Dong raised his eyelids. There was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Am I related to the Lin family? Who are you to talk to me like that? Lin Wanner had originally been habitually accusing Lin Dong, acting justifiably. After being choked by Lin Dong, he was instantly a bit enraged. When she was about to get angry, she suddenly glanced at Lin Dong's icy cold and emotionless eyes, and her heart jolted for no reason. Lin Dong wouldn't really want to sever ties with their Lin family, right? Lin Wan, who already knew that Lin Dong was wrongly accused, felt the kind of anger that was underneath Lin Dong's calmness. The entire family had misunderstood Lin Dong, so they really should properly apologize to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, what father and mother said before was all in anger, and sister was also in the wrong, she shouldn't have directly wronged you indiscriminately. Here my sister gives you a sincere apology, after all, in that situation at that time, everyone habitually thinks that you did it. However, before she could finish her words, Lin Dong had already waved his hand in displeasure. Enough! Stop with the hypocritical explanations, I don't need them. You Lin family members can do whatever you like, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Wan looked at the expressionless Lin Dong and bit her lip. She knew that Lin Dong was truly angry, and it was not something she could persuade with a few words. But she remained undeterred. Lin Dong, this matter is all caused by Lin Yang's naughtiness, you, who are a brother, have to act like a brother, you can't be so petty. Mom and Dad are coming over today, let's go over for a family reunion. However, Lin Dong raised his eyelids and scanned through the venue before finding the location of Lin Yang and Lin Sanxing and the others before his gaze paused. He squeezed his fingers hard, a sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth. I'm afraid that Lin Sanxing and Meng Qinshi have come over to see their good son Lin Yang awakening his profession, what does that have to do with me? Lin Wan, I hope you won't bother me again in the future. This is the podium, and idle people are not welcome. Security, see off the guests. In order to defend Lin Dong's safety, before Lin Dong arrived at the career awakening venue, Grand Marshal Xiao had personally equipped Lin Dong with a team of great warrior guards. With Lin Dong's order, behind him, 4 guards dressed in the costumes of the Huaxia Legion immediately appeared, blocking Lin Wan's body. The tall and powerful guards horrified Lin Wan's heart. The costume of the Huaxia Legion was not something that ordinary people could wear, they had to join the official Huaxia and then go through an examination to reach the level of a 40-50 level great warrior before being able to dress up. In other words, at this moment, in front of her, there were actually 4 great warrior level figures standing. She, a tiny bronze warrior, stood in front of a few people and felt a pang of trepidation within her. How could Lin Dong instruct to move 4 characters of this level? Could it be the bodyguards he hired? But I'm afraid that this level of bodyguard would cost a lot, Lin Dong was really too much of a loser. However, associating it with the fact that Lin Dong was now able to forge the acceleration gloves, it was true that he also had the financial power to do so, and it seemed that only this could explain it. After the 4 guards stopped Lin Wan, their gazes gazed at her coldly, carrying a solemn aura. Please get out of here right now. Lin Wan did not dare to lock eyes with the 4, but instead probed and shouted to Lin Dong at the back. Lin Dong, do you really have to be so desperate? I'm your sister, aren't you afraid of people pointing fingers behind my back if you treat me like this? When the 4 guards heard this, they all turned their heads to look at Lin Dong. If this was really Lin Dong's sister, it was a bit bad if they moved to rough up. Even Emoshizi and the others on the side, their faces were also odd. It was logical that Lin Dong wasn't such a desperate person. How could he have gotten into such a mess with his family? There must be something fishy in it. Lin Dong, however, still covered his face coldly and did not even look at Lin Wan. I've severed my relationship with the Lin family, she's not my sister. Throw her off the podium. She's not to take half a step into the podium without my order. After hearing Lin Dong's words, the 4 guards immediately stopped hesitating. All of a sudden, they took a step forward in unison, frightening Lin Wan into a hasty retreat. Miss Lin Wan, our Mr. Lin Dong has already ordered you to leave. Please don't make things difficult for us. Otherwise, we're going to have to rough you up. Lin Wan knew that now Lin Dong had already ironed out his heart, and she was also incomparably afraid of these 4 great warriors within her heart. After all, even her father, who was also a great warrior, couldn't possibly be a match for these 4 people. She somewhat unwillingly glanced at Lin Dong once more before she retreated from the podium with a complicated expression. If Lin Dong acted as coy and compliant as before, it would not make her care. But the immense talent Lin Dong had shown in forging at this time could no longer be ignored. It could even be said that the current Lin Dong had the potential to make their Lin family rise in China. Such a talented person, how could she, as a sister, not feel sorry for him? No, this matter must be told to father and mother. It was our mistake to let Lin Dong leave. Perhaps with his parents' retention, Lin Dong might come around. After thinking for a moment, she instantly turned around and walked towards where Lin Sangxing and the others were. At this moment, the 2 of them, Lin Sangxing and Meng Qinxi, were dotingly looking at Lin Yang, instructing him about his career awakening. Lin Sangxing touched the head of Lin Yang, who was a bit taller than himself, and said lovingly, Lin Yang, father has asked someone to find out that Xinjiangnan, the enrollment supervisor of the War God Academy, is at your Jiangqing First Middle School at this time. When you perform your awakening on the stage later, make sure to defeat the test puppets as quickly as possible and show your amazing talent. As long as you are able to defeat all the test puppets within a minute, Xinjiangnan, the God of War, will definitely specially recruit you into the God of War Academy. Lin Yang nodded. But there was a hint of doubt on his face. This was because ever since Lin Dong left the Lin family yesterday, the effect of the twin birth bond between him and Lin Dong seemed to have disappeared along with it. The double experience feedback that he would have harvested every day was not collected today, which was slowing down his growth progress a lot. If he didn't have Lin Dong's experience to feed him, he wouldn't be able to level up quickly even if he awakened as a warrior, and could only slowly grind monsters to upgrade. Seeing Lin Yang's odd expression, Lin Sangxing thought that he was a little worried about the talent test later. So he smiled and reassured him. Lin Yang, you don't have to worry too much, as long as you deal with those test puppets the way my father did, it won't be too difficult to enter for a minute. And this time, in order for you to pass the level quickly, father has spent a huge amount of money on an unranked battle knife, which possesses 2 points of attack power, allowing you to quickly decimate the test golem. Lin Yang skimmed his lips. I'm afraid that a battle knife with 2 points of added attack power wouldn't be very effective against a test puppet with amazing defense. However, just at that moment, Lin Wan came through the crowd. As soon as she saw a few of them, Lin Wan couldn't wait to yell out. Mom, Dad, brother, I found you. I'll tell you guys a surprising piece of news. Lin Dong has awakened his profession ahead of schedule, and it's still the Forge Master profession. Our family was wrong about him before, he actually has a remarkable talent. Hearing Lin Wan yell, Lin Sangxing immediately sank his face. Look at you, what kind of behavior is this, not even a little bit of a lady of the house. That awakening of the Forge Master profession is something we've known for a long time. What's all the fuss about? He's a thing that forgets his ancestors by counting his roots, I'll break both his legs sooner or later. Lin Yang took a fancy to a handkerchief he made, and not only did he not hurry to take it home, he hung up on me and your mother, it's outrageous. Lin Wan opened her mouth and rolled her throat for half a day, but no words came out. There was a time when she was just as full of misunderstandings about Lin Dong as her father was, but now it seemed that her father was also terribly wrong. Dad, you're really wrong this time. What? I'm wrong? How could I be wrong? 028 Career Awakening, Lin Yang emoed. Lin Sangxing plucked out his ears with his fingers, his tone impatient. It was now a critical moment for Lin Yang to awaken his profession, and he was simply not in the mood to hear any news from Lin Dong. This rebellious son, just by mentioning him, Lin Sangxing would feel his blood pressure spike. Her mother, Meng Qingxi, also gave Lin Wan a reproachful look, disliking Lin Wan for not being able to pick the right time. "Wanner, right now your father is teaching Lin Yang the secret technique to quickly pass the talent test puppet ordeal. Don't you disturb." Lin Wan, who had originally rushed over and wanted to explain things to Lin's father and mother, suddenly felt like a clown. This feeling of being ignored gave her an illusion. It felt like she was just like Lin Dong at this moment. Lin Dong at home should have always had this feeling of powerlessness. A tremor ran through her heart as she finally realized how aggrieved Lin Dong had been all these years. But this talent test was a big deal after all, it couldn't be sloppy, and she could only stand on the side and wait. Lin's father was acting more professional than the teacher on the stage at this time, gushing out relevant knowledge to Lin Yang. "Yan Yang, this is even though you now have the warrior transformation card, and the transformation into a warrior is on the cards. But after awakening the profession, the most important thing is still the talent test. If one is able to defeat the test goal and within a minute, it proves that the talent is able to reach the S rank, and is able to reach the qualification for admission to the War God Academy. Your father, I used to be a soldier under War God Xinjiangnan. As long as I am two identities, I believe that War God Xinjiangnan, mindful of the friendship in the military, will definitely give you a chance to enter the War God Academy. So the way you were taught how to deal with the test puppets just now, you must memorize it by heart and not be sloppy. After all, the Xinjiangnan War God has an iron face, and only if your grades can meet the standard, father, I will be able to get you a chance." Lin Wan looked at the chattering Lin Sangxing from the side and suddenly felt that she was all a bit tasty. Her father had treated Lin Yang really well, and when she had her career awakening last year, her father hadn't even instructed this with her. Now that Lin Dong had left, it was as if she had automatically leveled Lin Dong's position and began to be ignored by the family. Lin Sangxing was in the middle of his speech when a sudden burst of shock erupted from the surroundings. "The first genius has appeared. Xiao Yi from Class 5 Year 3. Awakened the Berserker profession and defeated the test puppet in only 49 seconds. Looks like there's hope to enter the War God Academy. Hee hee, that's something you don't know. This time, it's not just the War God Academy that's coming to enroll in our Jiangqing First Middle School. I heard that the Wanlong Academy has also sent someone this time. Maybe the two academies will snatch people at the same time. Alas, what do you guys say about how the two brothers Lin Dong and Lin Yang will perform this time? They're known as the Lin clan's twins, so I guess they can't be bad. Let's forget about Lin Dong, he works so hard, he can't even catch up with half of his brother Lin Yang. This thing called talent, there's no way to make up for it with acquired effort." Hearing the people around him discussing Lin Yang and Lin Dong, Lin Sangxing immediately strained his ears. It was true that these teachers and students were all knowledgeable, just that stupid bastard Lin Dong, how could he be compared to the heavenly pride Lin Yang? Lin Yang's talent, but he had witnessed it with his own eyes. What is it? At a glance, he knows it. Once he learns it, the only thing he lacks is effort. If Lin Yang had half the level of effort of Lin Dong, I'm afraid he would have taken off long ago. No matter what, their Lin family, under Lin Yang's leadership, was bound to take off completely and become one of the resounding families in China. Today, it was also just the right time to show the crowd how good his family's Lin Yang was. Ridiculous Lin Dong, that little cutie. He didn't know that he was sucking up to his brother Lin Yang, and today was a watershed moment. He would also understand the real gap between him and Lin Yang. With his chin cocked in triumph, Lin Sangxing looked at the list of tests on the stage and instructed Lin Yang. Yang, after this one named Su Runan finishes her test, you're next." Upon hearing Su Runan's name, Lin Yang's eyes immediately lit up. Su Runan, but the absolute school beauty of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. He had always had a soft spot for Su Runan, but this Su Runan never looked at him with a straight face. However, what made him strange was that Su Runan was very fond of Lin Dong, and often secretly sent things to Lin Dong's desk. But all of these things, without exception, were secretly intercepted by Lin Yang, and Lin Dong did not know about these things at all. He stared at Su Runan dead in the face from the stage, and his tongue couldn't help but lick his lips. This Yukai, sooner or later, is mine. In the next second, however, his gaze became grave. What, Su Runan actually has a Holy Warrior transformation card? Where did she get such an expensive item? This warrior transfer card, if only it were mine. That's a Holy Warrior transfer card. Precise career lock. Unlike the warrior transformation card in his hand, although he was able to awaken professions, the 6 warrior professions were randomized. In case he awakened an assassin like Lin Wan, he would have to suffer. Looking at the surprised Lin Yang, Lin Wan, who had been unable to find a chance to speak on the side, finally spoke out. Lin Yang, don't be overly ambitious. Su Runan is not something you can afford to climb. Their Su family is the hidden family among the 4 families and one hidden family in our Jiangchang. The family power is so huge that it's unimaginable, you'll die if you mess with him. Seeing Lin Wan lecturing Lin Yang, Lin father's face instantly became displeased. He looked at Lin Wan reproachfully and knocked on the armrest of his chair. Lin Wan, how are you talking to your brother? Your brother's talent is outstanding, even if he has his eyes on Su Runan of the Su family, it's not a big deal. The Su family is also a local power in Jiangchang. As long as your brother enters the War God Academy, I will personally go to the Su family to propose marriage. After teaching Lin Wan a lesson, Lin Songqing continued to place his gaze on Lin Yang's body, and his gaze became much softer. Yang, you don't have to worry. Although she got a Holy Warrior transformation card by relying on her family's financial power, the talent test won't be so good to pass. After all, unranked novice equipment can only add 2 or 3 points of attack at most, so if you want to defeat a test golem with 100 points of blood, you'll still have to rely on the experience of killing monsters that you usually exercise. Father, I dare to conclude that there is absolutely no way for her to kill the test golem in a minute. However, as soon as Lin Songqing's words fell, the scene once again erupted into a gasp of surprise. The exclamations were filled with disbelief. No way, what did I just see? Su Runan actually gave the monster a second. 1 second, not even 1 second, I'm afraid our Jiangcheng Middle School is going to be on the hot search. This kind of talent, I'm afraid it's comparable to the 3S level. I can't imagine that Su Runan, who usually doesn't show off her talent, is actually so powerful. Su Runan, who was bathed in praise, couldn't help but tighten her acceleration gloves with her hands. This acceleration glove had been camouflaged by Lin Dong, and on the outside it looked mediocre, it was just a normal glove with attack speed +2. But only she, the user, knew how terrifying the glove really was. Just now, she had only used 1 punch, and the talent test puppet was in pieces. Is this the effect brought about by the acceleration gloves? Lin Dong, you really gave me a big surprise. A high attribute weapon that did not require an occupational level to be worn. I really didn't know how Lin Dong had forged it. I'm afraid that in the entire history of mankind, there hadn't been such a weapon. In front of such a perverted weapon, talent became as ridiculous as a joke. Su Runan raised her head in surprise and looked toward the podium position. There, a big sunny boy was nodding slightly towards Su Runan, and it was none other than Lin Dong. On Lin's father's side, on the other hand, his face became as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. I can't imagine that I, as a great warrior, would actually look away. But you don't have to worry, Yang, although your talent may not be as good as hers, you'll definitely have no problem in actual combat. I have seen your experience in killing monsters, it has a full 40 points, it is already close to the level 1 level, it can be said that it is the highest within the testers present. Father believes in you, you can surely kill the test golem within a minute. Lin Yang's lips twitched. How could he have any experience in killing monsters? This 40 points of experience in killing monsters was something that he had gotten from Lin Ju by relying on the twin lifetime bond. In the novice copy, killing 2,500 monsters to get 10 points of experience, 40 points is to kill tens of thousands of novice monsters, he can't afford to spend this hard work. Although he had experience, it was a one-time battle against a monster in real life. Now that he was going to have a real battle with the test golem, it would definitely be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. But now it's his turn. The test officer on the stage also began to shout. Next tester, Lin Yang from the 5th year class. 029 Western powers too arrogant. Lin Yang's apprehensive heart finally died. He walked stiffly up to the testing table, somewhat bewildered. After not having Lin Dong's twin lifetime binding, he was now an ordinary person with a talent that was really unimpressive. He squeezed the warrior transfer card hard and slowly pulled it out of his sleeve, looking at the awakening apparatus in front of him. And this scene instantly made the people on the stage start talking. Oh my god, another warrior transfer card. Is everyone so rich today? It's already the 5th warrior transformation card that has appeared, something that cost millions of huaxia coins apiece, and now it's actually all rotten. I'm afraid that they all got the news in advance, and didn't spare such bloodshed until the War God Academy and the Dragon Transformation Academy came to enroll students in our Jiangcheng. Listening to the movement under the stage, Lin Yang finally put his heart on the line. I don't believe that without Lin Dong, I still can't get into the War God Academy. Boom! As the warrior transformation card was used directly by Lin Yang, a shake of the machine occurred. Ding! Awaken the holy warrior profession. As the machine beeps, Lin Yang's hanging heart was finally released, replaced by a burst of ecstasy. Holy warrior, I've awakened the holy warrior. one of the 3 top warrior professions, I'd become one. He bragged and circled around the test bench a few times, his entire body in ecstasy. Lin's father, who was off stage, had a pleased smile. I knew that with Lin Yang's talent, he would definitely awaken the super warrior profession, and sure enough, it's a holy warrior that is 1 in a million. Our Lin family is going to rise completely. And the audience off stage was in awe. Saint Warrior, this is a Saint Warrior. In one day, 2 new Saint Warriors have appeared in Zhangchang. It's too scary. You know, in the entire 300 years of Zhangchang, there are no more than 10 people who have awakened Saint Warriors. After all, something like a Holy Warrior transformation card could only be bought by a top-tier extended family. It wasn't even something that could be bought just by wanting it. For every great family, it takes about 50 years for a Holy Warrior to be born. After all, the growth of a Holy Warrior required a lot of resources. Once a clan gave birth to a Holy Warrior, it would devote its entire clan to cultivating it. It also means that for the next 50 years, the family won't be producing new Holy Warriors. Because of this, even if a Holy Warrior transformation card existed, these great families would not use it casually. For ordinary people, the probability of awakening a Holy Warrior is too low, which makes the Holy Warrior a 1 in a million profession. But becoming a profession like the Holy Warrior, with its explosive defense and output, was still a chance for many ordinary people to turn the tables. That's why ordinary people are also incredibly eager for this kind of career. And today, Lin Yang, relying on an ordinary transfer card, awakened the Holy Warrior profession, a simply monstrous fortune. In the next session against the test golem, Lin Yang also spent 48 seconds and managed to kill the test golem, once again causing a gasp of surprise. Lin Dong, who was on the podium, narrowed his eyes as he watched all of this, his heart calm. Sure enough, just like in his last life, Lin Yang had still awakened the Holy Warrior profession. However, he had already severed the dual life bond, and Lin Yang's growth in the future would definitely not be as rapid as in his last life. If he remembered well, Lin Yang would also enter the War God Academy and would enter the Black Iron Copy in the next few days to brush up on monsters and practice leveling. Lin Dong rubbed his hands together and his eyes suddenly lit up. Right now, he was very interested in getting back at Lin Yang. When the time came, he would find a way to clear out all the low-level monsters inside the Black Iron Copy of Zhangchang, so that Lin Yang would have no way to upgrade. And in the middle of a hidden booth on the podium, Chen Zhong, the principal of the first middle school of Zhangcheng, pushed his eyes and introduced the 2 old men in Chinese clothes beside him. Battle God Wei Mingyuan, Battle Exalt Shen Jiangnan, this student is called Lin Yang, a genius from our Zhangcheng middle school. With his qualifications, he should also have a chance to enter the 2 major academies. Wei Mingyuan was the enrollment supervisor of the Hualong Academy, and Shen Jiangnan was the enrollment supervisor of the Battle God Academy, and they both came to the Jiangcheng First Middle School today, making the principal, Chen Zhong, feel honored as well. However, at this time, Wei Mingyuan, but politely looked to the side of Shen Jiangnan, meaning to wait for Shen Jiangnan to speak. After all, Shen Jiangnan had already been promoted to Battle Exalt, and he, a battle god, still had to keep a low profile. There are a total of 7 colleges in Huaxia, known as the 7 Sons of National Defense. They were the Black Dragon Academy in the northwest, the Flying Dragon Academy in the northeast, the Tang Dragon Academy in the center, the Ao Dragon Academy in the southwest, the Divine Dragon Academy in the southeast, the War God Academy in Lizhou, the Transformation Dragon Academy in Liaoqing, and the Kyushu Academy in Fengdu. The rankings were in no particular order, and the principal of each academy was at the level of a battle exalted. Originally, with the addition of Grand Marshal Shao of the Chinese military, there were a total of 8 Grand Warlords in China. And now Shen Jiangnan of the War God Academy had preempted the other 6 academies by becoming a battle exalted, instantly allowing the strength of the War God Academy to override the other 6 academies. The current Shen Jiangnan had the strength to form his own school. So for Shen Jiangnan's tenure, even Marshal Shao showed great ambiguity and even wanted to add a new academy. But Shen Jiangnan refused without hesitation. He was willing to stay in the War God Academy, continue to be his enrollment supervisor, and by the way, guard the southwest border and fight against the rampaging magical beasts. Now that such a big Buddha was sitting right in front of him, it would be a lie for Wei Mingyuan to say that he wasn't nervous. He looked at Shen Jiangnan in a polite manner, his hands somewhat tied. War God Shen Jiangnan, look at this student, does your War God Academy intend to accept him? Shen Jiangnan bristled. He had already heard that this Lin Yang was Lin Dong's younger brother. He had investigated clearly what had happened to Lin Dong in the past few days, and he did not have any good feelings towards such a parasite. Even if this Lin Yang was incredibly talented, he wouldn't recruit him. After all, compared to Lin Dong, Lin Yang's value was far inferior. He naturally would not lose Lin Dong's friendship because of Lin Yang. So he shook his head, showing very little interest. Our War God Academy has already internalized Su Runan, this genius, leave it to Hualong Academy. After Wei Mingyuan, the head of admissions of Hualong Academy, heard Shen Jiangnan's words, he was immediately overjoyed. For a genius like Lin Yang, they, the Hierophant Academy, also valued him. Since Combatant Shen intends to make things happen, then I'll thank Combatant Shen on behalf of our Transformation Divine Academy. Shen Jiangnan nodded slightly and stopped speaking. His gaze looked toward Lin Dong on the stage. According to the list, the next one to take the test was Lin Dong. According to the plan, at that time, Grand Marshal Xiao would personally appear to accept the disciple and allow Lin Dong to build the Golden Horn, creating momentum for Lin Dong. Since then, there has been a new god, or even a spiritual leader, in Huaxia. And those warriors on the border who were afraid of war and timid of fighting would become valiant once again because of Lin Dong's appearance. The disturbance caused by this magical beast riot would also be completely pacified. Even the conspiracy of the Western powers to divide up China would be a complete failure. Unsurprisingly, Huaxia will have a great boom. But no surprises are coming. Far away in the capital of China, the military welcomed a group of uninvited guests. The visitors were the head of the Western Templars, Emperor O, who had come to negotiate with Huaxia, and a kind of disciple of his. In a tone of great impatience, he shouted with the Chinese official who greeted him. "Why hasn't your Grand Marshal Xiao come out to meet me? Do I still have to stand here waiting for him as a dignitary?" The Chinese official was displeased, but still responded with great restraint and politeness. "Our Marshal Xiao is dealing with some important matters in Jiangqing at the moment, so please wait for a few more days, Mr. O Huang." I think Xiao Zhini clearly doesn't put us Western powers in his eyes, and actually dares to slow me down like this. Simply outrageous. The European emperor violently slammed the teacup he was drinking from on the floor, splashing juice and debris that crashed into the Chinese official's face. Numerous Chinese officials, all of them were furious at the European emperor. This guy is really too unreasonable. But the Euromancer regarded their anger as invisible. His hallowed Knight Templar, a battle-exalted level figure, didn't need to reason at all in front of a group of Chinese battle goddesses. "Alright, since Xiao Zhini is in Jiangqing, I'll go to Jiangqing to look for him. See how long he can hide." 30 The wind direction has changed. Are forges so popular? Emperor O rushed directly to Jiangqing with his disciples. For them, a 1,000-mile journey is just a few hours. And Marshal Zhao's side also received the news. Marshal Xiao just smiled contemptuously and didn't put EU Huang in his eyes at all. This European emperor, relying on the Western powers behind him, wants to do whatever he wants in China, is really a bit overthinking. If he really dared to come to Jiangqing to cause trouble, he didn't mind giving O Huang a lesson to see. He who was in a separate luxurious hidden private room was playing with the spatial ring that Lin Dong had handed over to him in his hands. In the ring was the 100 acceleration gloves that Lin Dong had forged last night. Just what he didn't know was that Lin Dong had asked for 300 acceleration glove materials, and at this time, there were still nearly 200 acceleration gloves at Lin Dong's place. But for Marshal Zhao's plan, these 100 were enough for now. These acceleration gloves, although they were only bronze level, the exaggerated attributes and advanced words made these equipment even more precious than legendary equipment. Reporting to the Marshal, the 50 Great War Soldier Kings you summoned have arrived. Okay, let them in. Marshal Xiao waved his hand and asked the guards on the side to call the people in. These 50 great warriors, all of them were at level 49 or above, and could be considered peak great warriors, only one level short of being promoted to diamond warriors, or battle kings. Warrior classes are divided with customary designations. Gold warriors of levels 30-40 and above have the usual designation. For example, a platinum warrior of level 40 to 50 is customarily called a great warrior. Level 50-60 diamond warriors, customarily known as war kings. Level 60-70 legendary warrior, customarily known as the god of war. Level 70-80 sky warriors, customarily known as battle dignitaries. Level 80-90 legendary warrior, customarily known as battle saint. The reason why Emperor O dared to be arrogant towards Huaxia was because inside his consciousness, so far, in the entire history of mankind, there had only ever been one battle saint born, and that was the Dharma Emperor of the Holy City of the West. The Fa Huang was lucky enough to break through to level 80 or above to become a battle saint because he picked up a dying magical beast's inner potion by chance. But that was old history. The current Xiao de Shuai had also become a battle saint, and had even fought with the legendary great magical beast, the Great Wasteland Kuei Ox, and possessed actual combat experience. This is where martial Zhao's strength lies, in being so tough in the face of the Western powers. Looking at the 50 big warriors that fishtailed into the room, Marshal Zhao nodded with satisfaction. He directly poured out all the acceleration gloves in his spatial ring, forming a small mountain on the ground. A pair each. All dressed. These big warriors, all of whom were big warrior-level soldiers in the Huaxia military camps, were well trained in their actions. Inside less than half a minute, the crowd was dressed in good order. Looking at these great warriors who had performed brightly, Marshal Zhao once again spoke. You are the decapitation action team that I have set up. Specializing in decapitation operations against the special magical beasts that have mutated in the current platinum and below copies, in order to ensure that ordinary warriors won't encounter any danger when they brush their copies. The crowd was in high spirits at the words. Recently, the frequent appearance of mutant magical beasts in the major copies has caused many warriors practicing leveling to encounter misfortune. Even a character like the Xinjiangnan war god almost lost his life to a copy. For a time, the whole of China was on edge, all knowing that a new round of magical beast riots was coming. And during these months, the Chinese officials have never been able to take effective measures to purge these mutated magical beasts. As a result, many fighters on the front line now have a fear of battle, and are even afraid to go to the replica. It would be a good thing for the whole of China if all these incredibly powerful mutant magical beasts could really be removed. But can it really be done with these acceleration gloves on the floor? These warriors looked at the acceleration gloves on the ground suspiciously, and when they saw the exaggerated attributes of the acceleration gloves, all of them suddenly opened their mouths wide in surprise. My god, is this really a bronze-level acceleration glove? I'm afraid that even legendary equipment doesn't have this kind of attribute. You guys, all of these acceleration gloves have words present, and almost all of them are capable of hitting tens of thousands of attacks in a minute. A platinum demon beast lord is only 100,000 or so blood, which means that you can kill a mutated platinum lord demon beast in 10 minutes? It's too much. If I can really brush monsters at this speed, in less than 3 days, I'll be able to gather enough experience to advance to level 50 and become a war king. 3 months, become a war god. The many great warriors who were still skeptical originally became excited after seeing the exaggerated word attributes of the acceleration gloves. This is just heavenly. Marshal Zhao chose them to become the decapitation action team and equipped them with such good equipment, which was like directly opening the channel for them to quickly promote to the god of war. Looking at them cheering, Marshal Zhao boarded up his face. Don't be too happy, these equipments, I am going to recycle them after you guys are promoted to become war gods. A new batch of great warriors will succeed them, and these accelerated gloves will become a legacy item in the army. The many warriors nodded. They were already satisfied with being able to use it for a period of time. How would they dare to expect to have it all the time? After the instructions were finished, Marshal Zhao turned his gaze to the testing grounds. At this time, Lin Dong had officially taken the stage. Only to see Lin Dong standing in front of the testing instrument, not moving at all, triggering laughter in the room. Someone on stage even whistled and the scene became a bit chaotic. I think Lin Dong was scared by Lin Yang's achievement. It's right, after all, his younger brother is too much stronger than his older brother. It's also reasonable for him to suffer a blow in his heart and lose his mind. It's a pity. Usually this Lin Dong works very hard, but it's a pity that his father is biased and only bought a warrior transformation card, which can only be used first for the exceptionally talented Lin Yang, so I'm afraid there's no part for him. Upon hearing the students' uproar, Lin's father, who had a smile on his face, instantly curled his beard in anger. Listen to this, what a thing to say. How was he biased? It was clearly Lin Dong who was not competitive. What did it have to do with him being nice to Lin Yang? Humph, with goods like Lin Dong, giving him the warrior transformation card is a complete waste. His words made the students and parents, who had been clamoring, even more excited. This Lin family, father and son, looks like they have a big melon for them, the melon eaters, to gather around. The teacher in charge of test guidance on the testing platform also frowned at this moment as he looked at the motionless Lin Dong. Lin Dong, hurry up and awaken your profession, don't waste everyone's time. Lin Dong smiled faintly and turned to look at the instructor. Teacher, I've actually awakened my profession ahead of time, I don't need to awaken the instrument to awaken. Early career awakening? The instructor suspiciously sized up Lin Dong. Those who were able to awaken their professions ahead of time were those who had great chances, and he didn't look like Lin Dong no matter how he looked at him. And because Lin Dong had used his equipment to hide his personal level, he now looked like an ordinary student with no level. The instructor looked at Lin Dong unhappily and slapped the table. Lin Dong, this is a serious occasion, you'd better not fool around. You said you awakened a profession. What profession have you awakened? Why can't I tell? Seeing that the instructor's face was not favorable, Lin Dong then slightly retreated some of his concealment and revealed his forge master profession. I've awakened a forge master, and it's a god-level forge master. Pust. The instructor almost laughed out loud. Was there a rank division for forging masters? For the first time, he had heard that there was such a thing as a god-level forger. However, he could see that the current Lin Dong was indeed a forge master profession. According to the regulations, awakening the profession of a forger was to forge a piece of equipment out on the spot to test the forging talent. But it's usually just a walk in the park, and usually as soon as a forge master is awakened, the person is basically doomed. And today, because Lin Dong had already wasted a great deal of time, and because the instructor intended to curry favor with his younger brother Lin Yang, intending to use this opportunity to befriend Lin Yang, the pride of heaven, the instructor directly waved his hand. Now that you've awakened your profession, go straight down and have the next student take the stage. With that, the instructor was about to call the next student's name. This had caused the principal, Chen Zhong, who was inside the hidden private room, to become anxious. Asshole, this guy is really mixed up. Have you forgotten what I said just now? Every student must be taken seriously. Just when he was anxious, a loud voice suddenly resounded throughout the room. Slow down. The rules must not be abolished. Who says that forgers aren't worth valuing? It's the forge masters that are the soul of manhwa. This voice was deafening, causing all the people present, who couldn't help but look at the podium, where the voice came from, only to see a military armored Marshal Shao, clad in the Nine Dragons battle robe and bathed in the holy sunlight, walk out from the box. His gaze was always placed on Lin Mo, who was on the testing platform. I happen to have a newly acquired magical beast unicorn here, just in time to forge it for this Lin Dong student. 31 All Blue Star live, Lin Dong builds the golden horn. The voice came out of nowhere, with a sense of conviction that was impossible to resist. Everyone couldn't help but look at the man who had just stepped out of the podium with an urge to worship him. This. We've seen it wrong, haven't we? This is the Commander-in-Chief of China, Marshal Shao? How did he come to our tiny Jiangcheng? Mom, I've made my mark. I've been fortunate enough to see Marshal Shao with my own eyes, and at the moment he's less than 300 meters away from me. If Marshal Shao does this, there must be a deep meaning. It seems that this Lin Dong may be about to soar. Just as the opinions were diverging, the principal, Chen Zhong, had rushed out, replacing the instructor on the testing table and personally began to preside over the meeting. Teachers, classmates, today, Marshal Zhao's visit to our Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school is truly a 100-year honor for our school. Everyone salute Marshal Shao. With Chen Zhong's order, all the students and parents present stood up and saluted towards Marshal Shao. Even Lin Songxing couldn't help but fill his eyes with excitement, his eyes filled with respect. Marshal Shao. Ha ha ha. I never thought that I would actually be able to see Marshal Shao in my lifetime. Even if I were to be allowed to die now, it would be worth it. Lin's mother, Meng Qinqi, glanced at him, disliking his unlucky speech. Lin Songxing was self-conscious of his slip of the tongue and couldn't help but scratch his head. You don't know, Marshal Shao is the spiritual belief of us warriors. As long as Marshal Shao is around, our Huaxia will never fall. Lin Songxing was right. In the land of China, where heroes and sons and daughters abound, the name of Marshal Shao can be said to be a household name. It was he who led the people of China to resist the attack of the magical beasts and completely stabilized the defense line so that the magical beasts could not advance an inch. In the eyes of the Chinese warriors, Marshal Shao was a godlike existence, their spiritual belief. And now that this god and goddess who lived on earth had actually appeared before their eyes, how could they not go crazy with excitement? Marshal Shao looked at the excited crowd in the arena and waved his hand toward them with a smile. And then he cleared his throat. Today is the day of the career awakening of the first middle school of Jiangcheng, and I've specially come over to see if any teenage geniuses have come out of the woodwork. And in my opinion, professions do not distinguish between high and low. As long as they can utilize their strengths, they are all able to serve us in China. I know that everyone wants to be a warrior now. Today I just want to tell you that Forge Master is also one of our top professions in China. You must not ignore it. Alright, next, according to the process, it's time for student Lin Dong to take the forging talent test. As Marshal Zhao's words fell, the great desolate Kuei-Ox unicorn in his hand was sent to the talent testing ground. And from this moment on, countless top Chinese media outlets scrambled into the arena and began to live record every moment that followed. These media outlets have been authorized by the Chinese military to make sure to expand their propaganda so that all Chinese subjects can see this live broadcast. After all, if the golden horn were to come out, it would greatly inspire the confidence of the entire China to fight against the magical beasts. At this time of crisis in the survival of China, this live broadcast is particularly important. At the same time, all the venues in Huaxia that had electronic screens, the images were forcefully switched to the image of Lin Dong preparing to forge equipment. It's playing in restaurants, theaters, and on electronic screens in major shopping malls. The entire populace of China was captivated by this sudden turn of events. What's going on? How come the TV show I paid to order is suddenly forced to switch screens? Who is this teenager? How could he have so much energy to make the whole of Huaxia broadcast the forging test scene for him? Shoo, look, what's playing on that screen? The unicorn horn of the great desolate Kuei ox? That's the material of a legendary class magical beast, right? It's just that this teenager who forges equipment, I'm afraid he's just awakened to the profession of a forge master. Taking such precious materials to forge equipment, once it fails, it'll be a waste. It's a waste. Hey, since it was able to influence all of our Chinese media to broadcast live, I think this teenager must not be simple, maybe he can really forge successfully. The other countries of the blue planet that noticed the change in the Chinese movie and television news. Also realizing that this broadcast is not an ordinary one, I'm afraid, and have begun to broadcast it. The Western powers gathered in the conference room, looking at the big screen together, frowning and analyzing. What the hell is Huaxia up to? Why did they suddenly conduct such a live broadcast covering the whole of China? What exactly are their intentions? This time the magical beasts riot, a lot of high-grade mutated magical beasts have appeared. I see that Huaxia can't bear it any longer, and intends to use this opportunity to dissolve the country. With the character of the Chinese, they shouldn't do this, after all, their Grand Marshal Xiaozhini has the ability to call on the entire Chinese population. Speaking of this, Xiaozhini is angry. Our honorable Templar leader, Emperor O, went to sign a treaty with them and was actually pigeonholed by him, not taking the negotiation with us seriously at all. Do they want China to be completely wiped out by the magical beasts? Wait, you guys, look, that teenager called Lin Dong, there's something odd. Wacky? These Western powers were all watching the big screen intently for fear of missing a detail. This was because they realized that Lin Dong, who was in front of the camera, was behaving very calmly and did not look like a novice forger at all. The materials Lin hands were holding in his hand, on the other hand, directly caused their eyes to widen. What is this? The unicorn horn of the great desolate Kuei ox? Where did Huaxia get this legendary material? Using the great desolate Kuei ox's unicorn horn as a material is really a big deal. I'm afraid that the legendary grade magical beast that appeared in Huaxia yesterday was the great desolate Kuei ox. How could Huaxia possibly deal with a legendary level magical beast when they don't have a battle saint level of combat power? Could this be something they picked up inside a copy? Their luck is too good. The entire Blue Star had all sorts of speculations because of Lin Dong's actions. Lin Dong, who was in the vortex of events, was blissfully unaware of it and focused on starting his forging. He only saw that he took out the system forging furnace, prepared the materials on the test bench, and directly threw them into the forging furnace, and began to control the fire for forging. For gold-level equipment, it only took Lin Dong about 4 minutes to forge it. Just these 4 minutes, but let the entire Blue Star tens of billions of viewers are holding their breath to watch carefully, afraid to miss any detail. As soon as the 4 minutes arrived, Lin Dong directly opened the forging furnace without dragging his feet at all. But it was a move that left the audience dumbfounded. It's only been a few minutes and he can't wait to open the forge, he must have failed to forge. Huaxia is really hilarious, actually staging an all Blue Star live broadcast for this kind of trash forger? Disperse, nothing to see anymore, make a fool of yourself and go abroad. It's a disgrace. Even the students and parents in the room shook their heads and booed. Lin Dong was really too unsteady, not even a little bit of a forger. Lin Yang, on the other hand, laughed coldly. He had originally thought that Lin Dong had gotten lucky and had actually encountered Marshal Xiao on a whim, taking out materials for him to forge equipment. But I didn't expect to give Lin Dong the opportunity to be useless. Directly wasted such a precious material. Lin Yang had even fantasized about how Marshal Xiao would storm out. However, Lin Dong did not move and slowly took out a long curved horn from the forging furnace. Fortunately, Marshal Xiao, the golden horn has been forged. It's done? That was a statement that was a bit of a brain fart for everyone. This Lin Dong, at this point in time, still want to muddle through? What good equipment could be forged in 4 minutes? Even a legendary forger like Mo Shizi would need half an hour before he dared to open the furnace. That's why everyone's gazes were directed towards Marshal Xiao, capturing the change of expression on his face. Even the camera gave Xiao Deshuai a big close-up, wanting to see his reaction to Lin Dong. But surprisingly, Marshal Xiao wore a joyful face, and his entire person seemed incomparably excited. Good, good, good. Lin Dong, you really didn't let me down. This golden horn is just the thing to bolster the prestige of my Chinese warriors. Such a genius should be under my door. Lin Dong, would you like to become my Xiaozhen's disciple? Marshal Zhao's reaction made everyone's jaws drop. Marshal Xiao wants to take Lin Dong as his disciple? How heaven-defying must this golden horn forged by Lin Dong be to cause Marshal Xiao to have such thoughts? What these spectators didn't know was that this was actually a scene played out by Marshal Xiao and Lin Dong. It was also a good time to take this opportunity to make their master and disciple's name known to the world. I do. Lin moved his golden horn and responded loudly. Marshal Xiao and Lin Dong looked at each other and smiled. They knew that the good show was about to begin. 32. A godly artifact in a group battle? The Templars say no. The equipment, the golden horn. Because of Marshal Zhao's words, they also caught everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were placed on top of the golden horn in Lin's hand. Equipment, golden horn, no rank. Defense, 100,000. Battle spirit boiling. Within 5 minutes after blowing, team morale plus 10,000. For every additional person in the team, all members attack plus 1, defense plus 1, current team size cap 10,000, cooldown 1 hour. Plus 100,000 for defense? Seeing this value, everyone present swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How high an attack would have to be to break through such a defense? In other words, holding a golden horn is basically equivalent to having an immortal body. Attacks at the level of battle exalted or below were as good as scratching an itch when they hit the body, and they couldn't do any damage at all. The most crucial thing was that such an awesome equipment was actually classless and could be worn even by ordinary people. And that attribute phrase is way over the top. As long as the number of people in the team increases, everyone's defense and attack will follow. If you do manage to get 10,000 people together, you'll get 10,000 attack points each. Imagine 10,000 people with 10,000 attacks striking at the same time. That's hundreds of millions of damage. What kind of magical beast can withstand such damage? The bloodstain was directly dried up. If this kind of equipment was given to the warriors of the Chinese Frontiers Pathfinder Regiment, wouldn't they be able to level up magical beasts below the legendary level? The picture is too beautiful to contemplate. The Chinese people who were watching the live broadcast in front of various screens were also completely boiling at this time. Divine weapon. Divine weapon, ah. We have a divine weapon coming out of Huaxia. Huaxia is saved. We don't have to be afraid of the magical beasts anymore. Not bad. With this kind of equipment, even us ordinary people can exterminate sky-level magical beasts as long as we unite. It's really inspiring. The warriors who are at the border to resist the invasion of the beasts, looking at the black pressurized endless beasts, the original dead heart also suddenly glows with hope. There is salvation. If this golden horn can be sent to the front line in time, we, at the southwest border, will be able to completely exterminate this raging army of magical beasts. Quickly report to the Ministry of War, our southwest war zone, requesting that the golden horn be sent to the front line immediately to reduce the casualties of the warriors. At the same time, resist the attack of the magical beasts. The faces of the Western powers, however, were obviously not so good. The commanders of these powers were all wide-eyed, and they all felt a pang of panic. In the end, it was the Dharma Emperor of the Western Sacred City who spoke first, ending the deadly silence. This kind of artifact-like equipment was definitely not forged by that little guy. I guess it must be that Xiao Zhenyi gained some sort of chance and obtained this golden horn, and that's why he arranged to act out such a scene for a live broadcast, in order to stabilize the hearts of Huaxia's military. It's just a pity that that little guy's acting was too clumsy. Opening the forge in 4 minutes, anyone with eyes could see that this golden horn was definitely not forged by this little guy. He just took out the golden horn that he had prepared beforehand. The Dharma Emperor, after all, was the first figure in the West to reach the level of a battle saint. His words are tantamount to truth. Hearing him say this, the faces of the Western powers' commanders, only then, eased a bit. I told you, how could such a genius suddenly come out of China? It's simply out of the ordinary. This equipment must have been popped out by Xiao Zhenyi in the high-level copy. He thought that he had played the scene seamlessly, but he was still being seen by Lord Fa Huang, who was observant enough to see the clues. Now I even suspect that this equipment is a fake. The purpose is to boost their Chinese resistance confidence. This attribute must have been camouflaged in some way, otherwise how could such an unbelievable word attribute appear? The French emperor nodded slightly as he listened to the Western powers' commanders express their views. That's a good point. I'm afraid that this golden horn is a fake equipment. It just so happens that the Templar Knights leader, Huang, has already arrived in Zhangchang. I'll let him go and find out the truth. Emperor O, with his group of disciples, had already arrived at Zhangchang by now. Originally, he didn't care to participate in such a rudimentary elementary ceremony as the middle school student career awakening ceremony. But the Supreme Commander of China, Xiaozhini, was here, and he had no choice but to rush to Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, intending to raise an accusation against Xiaozhini. With a kind of Templar apprentice, he swaggered into the Jiangcheng First Middle School, not caring that someone was blocking him. The guards and security guards were simply driven aside by the Templars. Get out of the way. If you don't look at me, I'll kill you for nothing. Even your Marshal Xiao has to be courteous when he meets our leader. You're nothing. The appearance of Huang also instantly attracted the attention of the major news media, and they all aimed their cameras at Huang, wanting to see what this uninvited guest was trying to do. Emperor O had an untamed face, his blonde hair fluttering in the wind, looking wild. He raised his head and looked at Marshal Xiao on the podium, the corner of his mouth hooking out a cold smile. Xiaozhini, you think I won't be able to find you if you hide here? Our Western powers are kind enough to help your Huaxia. We want half of your Huaxia's land. What a good thing. You don't hurry up and sign the treaty on your knees, but you come here to participate in the vocational awakening ceremony of the middle school students. Is it because you want our powers to attack your Huaxia directly? As soon as Emperor O opened his mouth, he made all the Chinese in the room look at him angrily. This Westerner, he simply turned over a new leaf. To actually come into their Chinese hinterland and make a big deal out of it. However, after checking out Huang's strength, people sucked in a breath of cold air. This Emperor O is a battle exalted. No wonder he has such a big mouth. Everyone present, except for Marshal Xiao, I'm afraid no one is his opponent. Marshal Xiao's face sank as he looked at the toadying Huang. Huang, you're a guest from afar. I don't want to embarrass you. I hope you know what you're doing. Upon hearing this, the Yuan laughed, his blonde hair dancing in the wind. Self-knowledge? I think you're the one without self-knowledge. Huaxia is now on the verge of destruction. How much longer do you want to hide the situation of the magical beasts rioting and mutating? Think you can fool the people of your China by playing such a small trick? Stabilize the military? Now I'll expose you. The golden horn you had this student forge is a piece of junk. A proper fake. Otherwise, do you dare to use this golden horn and send someone to compete with me? Let's get this straight, I won't hold back. If I don't get it right, people will die. Emperor O looked at Xiaozhini with a disdainful face, wanting to see Xiaozhini make a fool of himself. He now also concluded that the golden horn was a fake, and must be an exaggerated attribute displayed by the Chinese military using some unknown means to hide the original attributes. If Xiaozhini, for the sake of face, really organized people to compete with him to verify the ability of the golden horn, he would not hesitate to step in and directly exterminate the people who were competing with him, piercing the lie and causing Xiaozhini to completely lose credibility with the people of Huaxia. After thinking up this poisonous plan, Huang felt that he was already on the verge of victory. Xiaozhini, I'm asking you. Dare or not? 33, 1,000 points, no one can defeat them. Marshal Xiao looked at the unstoppable Templar leader, Huang, and was happy out of the corner of his eye. He was worried that he had no way to establish his authority, and now it was just right, someone had come to his door. So Marshal Xiao looked at Huang with a smile, as if he was looking at an idiot. Why not? I hope you don't beg for mercy later. When Emperor O saw Marshal Xiao agree, he was overjoyed and couldn't help a cruel smile from the corner of his mouth. Beg for mercy. It's you Chinese who should be begging for mercy. The knight's greatsword in my hand can no longer resist drinking your Chinese blood to the fullest. The current emperor of Europe is still dreaming of playing the bully in China. How did he know that this golden horn was the real thing, as real as it gets? On the other hand, Marshal Xiao looked at the students and parents present with a calm expression and gave a direct order. As you can see, the Templar leader from the West, Emperor O, wants to test the power of our newly born divine weapon in China. I hope that we can all cooperate later and utilize the power of the golden horn. The students and parents present, combined, were feared to be 3,000 to 4,000 people, and although the vast majority were ordinary people, with the golden horn's enhancement, the attacks were also very terrifying. These students and parents, after hearing Marshal Xiao's words, were all incomparably cooperative and even shouted excitedly. Don't worry Marshal Xiao, we'll definitely give this Western bastard some color and won't dishonor our Chinese reputation. We Chinese have always refused to accept any humiliation. Later on, we must beat this laborious Knight Templar leader completely to the ground. Marshal shall start, we can't wait to teach this foul-mouthed fellow a lesson. Emperor O and his group of Templar disciples all looked disdainful after hearing the shouts of the Chinese teachers and students. For his part, Eugene spat on the ground, full of petulance. A bunch of rabble, the highest leveled one inside is just a little over level 40, and they still want to deal with me, a Templar Knight commander who has reached level 75? I'm afraid that all of you, combined, don't have as much leveling experience as I do alone. What an overrate! Career leveling is a very difficult process. At the back, each level up, the experience required was as much as twice as the previous level, increasing geometrically. So Emperor O's words weren't exaggerated at all. The 3,000 to 4,000 teachers and students present were all below level 40, and their experience really didn't add up to as much as his alone. He thought to himself that it would be no trouble at all to beat up this group of people. Marshal Xiao turned his gaze to Lin Dong on the testing platform, his lips lightly parted. Lin Dong, it's your turn to strike next. Lin Dong nodded and felt an invisible weight fall on top of his shoulders. I didn't expect that his first battle since his emergence would actually be against a battle-exalted level character, the thought of which made one's blood pound. But these Westerners, from marrow to pores, looked down on them Chinese. It was really time to teach them a lesson. He wanted to use his practical actions to prove that the Chinese were the optimal race on the blue planet. 100 times better than the so-called superior race of the West. So he rested his hand on his golden horn and scrutinized the man, Euron, carefully. Name, Europa. Level, 75. Life, 65,312. Attack, 2,800. Defense, 750. Magic defense, 750. Agility, 2. Attack speed, 5. Evasion, 7. As a sky-level battle-exalted character, O Huang's stats were already considered very bright. For a normal battle zone, it was difficult to reach the value of 2,800 for a normal attack, which was already the effect after the whole body equipment was added. For example, the Tempest Thunder Hammer that Lin Dong had helped Xinjiangnan to advance had an attack of only 1,600 points, all of which was already considered a high attack weapon. After all, as a battle exalted, with attack speed plus 5, it was already possible to deal several times the damage in a short period of time. Lin Dong carefully counted all the teachers, students, and parents present again, and there were a total of 3,912 people. In other words, as long as he blew the golden horn, he could increase everyone's attack by 3,912 points and defense by 3,912 points in an instant. With Ouyang's 2,800 attack, he couldn't even break through the crowd's defense. But a random person from the crowd would have a 3,912 attack, yet it could easily break through Euron's 750-point defense. Analyzing the Ouyang situation clearly, Lin Dong was ready to strike. He fiercely stomped his foot on the testing platform and bellowed under his breath. All the people of my Chinese nation, those whose bloodlines are connected, are commanded to form a group, gather sand into mounds, and pool water into oceans. Immediately after that, Lin Dong puffed out his cheeks and blew the golden horn. Woo! The loud and magnificent sound of a horn sounded instantly. A pale and hot-blooded wariness instantly began to burst out from the body of every Chinese person. Everyone seemed to be brought to the middle of the battlefield by the sound of this horn, their bodies surging with infinite wariness. Team size 3,912. Attack plus 1. Defense plus 1. Current morale value 3,912. Duration 5 minutes. As the golden horn boosted everyone's morale, all the teachers, students, and parents present couldn't help but look shocked. Oh my god, what kind of power is this? I feel so strong right now. I can even single-handedly take on this guy called O Huang. I can't believe that I, a scrappy baker profession, can actually have an attack power of 3,912. I'm just crying my eyes out. Can't stand it anymore, I want to tear something up and taste it. Families, let's go forward and tear this European emperor apart, so that they Western powers can completely get out of China. With a shout, all eyes turned to Ouyang. Just the eyes of these thousands of people alone had caused Emperor O to feel palpitations. In his senses, these people had become very different from before the horn was blown. On each of them, a layer of golden radiance was draped around their bodies, filling them with furious attack power and powerful defense. It was no exaggeration to say that at this moment, the 3,912 teachers, students, and parents present were equivalent to 3,912 battle exalts, or even battle exalts that were even more powerful than him. If these people attacked him at the same time, he had no doubt that in the next moment, he would not even have any dregs left. Grunting and gulping, Yuran had felt fear in this moment. And those battle-hardened Chinese, by now, had already rushed towards him with their fists clenched, wanting to launch an attack on him. Emperor O could no longer care about the honor of the Templars at this moment. He didn't even dare to put up a fight, and directly raised his hands in panic. I surrender. I concede defeat. Please don't attack me. He looked at these righteous indignation of the Chinese people with a face full of fear, fearing that if he moved slowly for a moment, he would not even have the opportunity to speak. He didn't think that he would be able to survive such a raging attack. And this scene had been thoroughly spread to all of Blue Star through the big screen. The originally arrogant and unbeatable O Huang actually conceded in an instant and was close to crying out. This heavy news, but it made the people of China completely boiled. Especially those warriors at the border, there was already a light inside their eyes at the moment. With the golden horn in place, Huaxia shall be invincible. These armies of mutated magical beasts would never harm them again. The Western powers, however, didn't look so good. The French emperor slammed the table heavily, his old face piled with wrinkles and looked hideous. This golden horn is real. He looked away. With such an artifact, China was afraid that it could wipe out the entire Blue Star. No, we absolutely can't let Huaxia have the golden horn. We must do everything we can to get the golden horn into our Western hands before we can feel at ease. Otherwise, with the way we've treated Huaxia in the past, they're bound to take a shot at us. The French emperor's words made the hearts of the commanders of the Western powers sink. Yes, if they let Huaxia get such an artifact, they were afraid that there would be no way for them to hang out in Blue Star. Lord Fa Huang, why don't we send someone to blend into China and quietly steal this golden horn? 34 challenging Lindong? You're making a fool of yourself. Steal it? That sounds like a bit of a dumb idea. But now, if one wants to curb the rise of China, this seems to be the only way. The corners of the French emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was seriously considering the feasibility of this opinion. Good, immediately notify Emperor O and tell him to do everything he can to get his hands on this golden horn. Definitely don't let Huaxia have it. In this moment, in his calculations, he completely disregarded the harm that the magical beasts would bring to the entire human race, and only counted on not being able to let Huaxia rise. And the Ouyang who received the wireless transmission, at this time the whole person was dumbfounded. Let him steal the golden horn? Wouldn't he be torn to shreds by the morale-boosting 3,000-odd people in front of him? Although he had begged for mercy, these people were still eyeing him and leaping forward, thinking of giving him a fatal blow. He couldn't help but spit out inwardly, "The French Emperor, you are an old man who is not on the scene, and he can't feel the pressure brought by the golden horn at all." These 3,000-plus people were now close to battle, exalted in output and defense, and even if a Dharma Emperor was personally present, they could be directly exterminated. But these words, he could only keep inside his stomach, not daring to say them. Eyes rolling for a moment, he plotted. He then tossed his long blonde hair back and looked at Marshal Shao on top of the podium. "Marshal Shao, why don't you let these unaware pariahs stop? Aren't you afraid that I'll be injured by these pariahs, which will lead to a war between your China and our Western powers?" Marshal Shao glanced at Ouyang. This jumping clown was arrogant just now and claimed that he wouldn't keep his hands off, and that he had proposed this duel himself, yet now he was backtracking. The so-called spirit of renunciation of the West has really been brought to its fullest extent. Although he disliked this kind of face of his, Marshal Shao did not intend to make a deadlock with the Western powers, so he intended to let him live. And there's no need to fall on deaf ears when there's an all-Blue Star broadcast going on right now. So Marshal Shao responded indifferently. "Oh? Now do you still think that the golden horn forged by our genius Lindong is a fake?" Yuran's eyes rolled. Associated with the task the French emperor had given him to get his hands on the golden horn, he began to use agitation. "Shao Zheni. Even if this golden horn isn't a fake, maybe it's a one-time use item. Do you dare to give the golden horn to our Templars to use once to verify the authenticity? Now that the whole of Blue Star is watching this livestream, you wouldn't be afraid to let me verify it, would you?" Lindong sniffed and glanced curiously at O Huang. He could be sure that this Yuran had no good intentions. However, their Templar Knights had only come with more than 100 people, and even if they blew the golden horn, it would only increase their attack and defense by hundreds per person, and with Marshal Shao, the battle saint, pressing on, they could not afford to make any big waves. It was just that he didn't know what the teacher, Shao Deshuai, was thinking about it, so Lindong looked at Shao Deshuai again. Marshal Xiao had obviously weighed the pros and cons as well, and at this point, he acted in a cloudy manner. Although this Huang's request was very unreasonable, his purpose today was to create a god and boost the combat morale of the entire population of Huaxia. In a way, what the Euromancer was doing also suited his purpose, so he wasn't going to reject it. In that case, I'll give you a chance to experience the Golden Horn. However, the Golden Horn has a 1-hour cooldown, so if you want to experience it, you should watch from the sidelines for an hour first, so as not to interfere with the career awakening ceremony at the first middle school of Zhangcheng. Seeing that Marshal Xiao was moved by his agitation, Emperor O's heart was overjoyed. He wasn't going to let Marshal Xiao off the hook so easily. He was certain that this Golden Horn was not forged by Lin Dong at all. The more Marshal Xiao emphasizes something, the more he tries to cover it up. This Golden Horn must have been swiped out by Marshal Xiao from a special copy and then published under the false pretense of Lin Dong's hand. A few moments later, he had once again thought of something to say. Since there is still more than an hour left in the cooldown, we might as well take this opportunity to see how your genius Lin Dong's forging talent is. I don't believe that a weapon like the Golden Horn would be forged by someone who just awakened his profession. I happen to have a piece of crystal core here that I obtained from a legendary class magical beast lord, and I'm curious to see what Lin Dong can build. This provocation by Emperor O also succeeded in stirring up the questions of many Chinese people. Although they were all on the same page just now, they held such thoughts in their hearts. How could Lin Dong, a small forger, forge such a divine weapon, not to mention the fact that he had only used 4 minutes? This was really too much. The first one to express his doubts was actually Lin Songxing. As Lin Dong's father, he simply did not believe that Lin Dong would have such a skill. He then directly stood out and pointed at Lin Dong's nose in question. Lin Dong, since you were a child, I've taught you to be an honest child and not to lie. Today, as a father, I am personally sending you a question, and you will answer it honestly. Whether you forge this Golden Horn or not, you have to figure it out, or else you'll have to make a fool of yourself if Mr. O Huang asks you to reforge a weapon later on. These words sounded like they were for Lin Dong's sake in every sentence, and they also portrayed his image of a strict father as incomparably tall. But only Lin Dong knew how shameless Lin Songxing's words were. If he was really so strict, could he teach the scum among Lin Yang who was full of lies and often falsely accused Lin Dong? As for Lin Yang, at this time, he also stood out and accused Lin Dong. Hello everyone, I am Lin Yang, Lin Dong's younger brother, and here, I must point out that all along, Lin Dong's talent has been extremely poor. I don't believe at all that this Golden Horn was forged by him. He's faking it, he's a liar. Seeing both the real father and the real brother come forward to point out the truth, for a while the parents of the teachers and students present became more suspicious. This Lin Dong, couldn't it be that Marshal Xiao had arranged for a drag? And at that moment, the youth was overjoyed to see this nesting scene. What's the old Chinese motto? It seems to be called, after entering the customs, there will be a great scholar to argue for me. Now isn't that just like the old adage? He laughed out loud and looked towards Marshal Xiao, with a hint of dejection at the corner of his mouth. Xiaozhini, see, even your own people in Huaxia think Lin Dong is faking it. If Lin Dong doesn't dare to accept my offer to forge equipment, then he's a liar and not a genius at all. Even the Chinese people watching the live broadcast were whispering at this time. Are you guys saying that this Golden Horn was forged by Lin Dong? Why don't I have any confidence at all? Although I'm unwilling to admit such a fact, I also think that all of this was arranged by Marshal Xiao, and Lin Dong was just a pawn carrying out orders. It will be a happy scene for all if O Huang doesn't show up, but... Alas, things in this world are afraid of this but... Apparently, even the Chinese people did not see Lin Dong. They all understood that this was Marshal Xiao's good intentions, treating Marshal Xiao as the protagonist of this matter and completely ignoring Lin Dong's power. In the middle of the Western sacred city, the Dharma Emperor also slapped the table and laughed. Eugene's performance pleased him greatly. As the saying goes, hit the snake, and O'Hare has clearly captured the essence of that saying. There was no doubt that Lin Dong was Marshal Zhao's 7 inches, and now that Emperor O had directly removed this piece of shaming cloth, regardless of whether Marshal Xiao agreed or not, he might end up being unable to get off the stage. O Huang is both wise and brave, and when he comes back from China on this trip, I'll consider making him one of my successors. The successor to the French Emperor. The French Emperor, however, was the recognized spiritual leader of the Western powers. If he becomes his successor, he will be able to override the regimes of the major powers. All the commanders of the powers, hearing this, cast envious glances at the European emperor in front of the screen. This guy, it's going to be a step up. At this time, Marshal Xiao, who has suffered many challenges, has acted in a light-hearted manner. He looked at Euron with a smirk and asked in a good-natured manner. Are you sure you want to do this? Of course. Oh Huang replied confidently, the wolf's ambition clearly revealed. Marshal Shao nodded and said no more. Well, since you want to humiliate yourself, I won't stop you. 35. Playing the big game. The Emperor's storage ring has been emptied. To make a fool of yourself? The Emperor almost laughed out loud when he heard that. By now, Marshal Shao still wants to rely on words to bring back the defeat? The more Marshal Shao said this, the more certain he was that the golden horn was not forged by Lin Dong. He then raised his long blonde hair, once again looking untamed. We Westerners have always believed that strength is truth, and that any words are worthless in the face of strength. Hurry up and let Lin Dong forge equipment for me, I want to expose your hypocritical face. Xiaoxini, let me tell you, the face of your Chinese people will be disgraced by you today. Marshal Shao couldn't help but feel fire in his heart when he was pointed at his nose and scolded like this. It's time to get educated on this OU. So he gave Lin Dong a look, signaling Lin Dong to let go and do it. Lin Dong received the authorization, and immediately the corners of his mouth hooked, and a bad smile covered his face. It's a good thing you don't take a loose boy who comes to your door. So he cleared his throat, put down the golden horn in his hand, and shouted toward the Euromancer. Your Excellency O Huang, since you don't believe that I'm capable of forging the golden horn, if you wait until I forge the equipment with the sky-class magical beast Lord Crystal Core you provided, you'll have to give it to me for nothing. Seeing that Lin Dong actually spoke with a strong bottom, O Huang disdainfully skimmed his mouth. This little guy, he also wants to use a provocative method to get him to back off? Simply delusional. The more Lin Dong said this, the more vain he was. Although a sky-class magical beast Lord Crystal Core was precious, it would be worth it if it could achieve the effect he was expecting. So he waved his hand full of concern and acted wealthy. It's just a small sky-level magical beast Lord Crystal Core, our holy temple has plenty of them, if you can really forge equipment, I'll just give it to you. But if you fail in forging, you can directly announce in front of the entire Blue Star broadcast that you are a drag arranged by Xiaoxini and a complete fraud. Lin Dong nodded and simply ignored O Huang's arrogant words, instead continuing to set O Huang up. Your Excellency O Huang, but I'm afraid that a single sky-class demon beast Lord's crystal core alone won't be able to forge the equipment. Later on I'll take out the forging book, and I'll need you to provide enough materials according to the forging book in order to do so. There was no disagreement about this from the Yuara Maidan. Forging equipment would have needed a large number of materials, sometimes even need dozens of materials, in order to forge successfully. This kind of consumption, O Huang, could still support it. After all, Lin Dong only had one chance, and he only needed to provide one material at most. Fine, I have plenty of materials, just forge them as you please. You won't be able to forge it anyway. Lin Dong heatedly smiled, he knew that the purpose had been accomplished. Yesterday, he had scavenged quite a few forging books from Mo Shizi and the others. There are everything from introductory unranked forging books to sky-level forging books. It had greatly enriched the variety of forging books in his system store. Now, he was going to find the right forging book among these forging books, and use the most wasteful way to consume O Huang's materials, making sure to make him hemorrhage money. However, Lin Dong had rummaged through sky-level forging books and only found a book on forging the frozen eyes that was able to utilize the crystal core of that one sky-level magical beast lord. It's a forging book for this frozen eye, and it's not like there are that many materials needed. That was a bit of a nagging thought for him. Seeing Lin Dong tangled up, O Huang became even more complacent. What's the matter, kid? I've promised you all the requirements, why don't you do it yet? It can't be that you can't forge it at all. I knew you were a little liar. Right at this moment, Lin Dong's eyes suddenly lit up. Ding, today's system store free forging book Godly Frozen Eyes has been released, free release cooldown time 24 hours. Lin Dong slapped his head. He almost forgot that every 24 hours, the system would issue a free forging book. Today's free forge book just arrived. Moreover, the system seemed to know his needs and directly gave an upgraded forge book for the frozen eye. Holding this forging book in his hand, Lin Dong burst out laughing then. Eugene, I'm afraid we're going to have to hemorrhage. Divine Frozen Eye Forging Book Unranked. Required materials: 1 crystal core of a sky-level magical beast lord, 1,000 cold ice grasses, 100 extremely cold magical dragon's eyes, 300 copies of the skin of the cold jade rabbit, 200 copies of the heart of tyranny, 3,000 copies of the skeleton of a half-human beast, 500 ice lotus plants, 800 copies of the salamander's touch, 10,000 copies of the cocoon of the golden threaded praying mantis, 100,000 copies of the magical energy stone. when Lin Dong took out the divine-grade frozen eye forging book. Emperor O felt his eyelids jump involuntarily, and his canopy protruded a few times. The forging materials for this god-grade frozen eye were available for what was inside his storage ring, right? Because these are materials that he just happens to have. If he handed over all these materials, he would only have some rags left inside his storage ring. He frowned, rather unkindly. Lin Dong, I've seen the frozen eye before. I've never heard that it requires so many forging materials. You're mistaken, aren't you? Lin Dong, however, firmly shook his head. Mistake? He won't make a mistake. It's all about the Europa. He looked at Euron with a wicked grin on his face, and did the same thing to him. Pointing his finger at the video cameras of the major media, Lin Dong shrugged. Your Excellency O Huang, this is a live broadcast from the entire Blue Star. Just now you promised to provide me with all the materials. You won't go back on your word, will you? After all, it's a divine-grade frozen eye forging book. It's different from ordinary forging books. That's normal, don't you think so? But you only have to admit that I forged the golden horn, and I can give you a chance to backtrack. The O Huang, who had originally been hesitant, made up his mind after hearing Lin Dong's last words. This Lin Dong must be trying to scare him off with the forging book. The more Lin Dong said this, the more he was convinced that Lin Dong was not a forge master at all. Today, he was trying to expose the deception set up by Xiao Zhini, so that Xiao Zhini would lose his faith in the Chinese people, thus achieving the goal of their Western powers to divide up China. So he endured the flesh pain and finally agreed to Lin Dong. I can still afford to give the materials in the district. Take it. Shivering, he took out the materials from the storage ring, and O Huang's face was more ugly than a dead mom. However, Lin Dong carefully examined the materials, then said to Ouyang with a straight face. Your Excellency the Euromancer, 1 extreme cold demon dragon eye is missing, and 10 ice plain snow lotus are missing. You wouldn't have intentionally given me less material so that I wouldn't be able to forge it successfully, would you? O Huang's face became even more ugly when Lin Dong said what was on his mind. He twisted his head around and pulled out 1 extreme cold demon dragon eye, and 10 ice plain snow lotus. No good spit. I was negligent just now, so now you can start forging, right? There's no other reason to procrastinate, is there? Lin Dong nodded and returned to the testing table, taking out the system forge. Throwing all the materials into the forging furnace with a brain, carefully controlling the fire. According to the system instructions, this forging, it would take about 15 minutes. Sky-level equipment, Lin Dong did not have the strength to forge it right now. But the system had thoughtfully transformed the divine-grade frozen eye into an unranked equipment, which gave Lin Dong the opportunity to forge it. During this gap in the forging, everyone watched with bated breath, afraid of missing the details of the forging. Marshal Xiao sat on top of his seat, becoming more and more satisfied with Lin Dong. Just now, Lin Dong deliberately fixed O Huang, obviously to take it out on him as a teacher. As the commander-in-chief of China, he was sometimes inconvenient to be directly angry, because his words and actions were related to the national character. But Lin Dong was different. He was just a student now and could do whatever he wanted. This slapped the Ouyang's face while maintaining his face as a teacher. What a fine-minded little fellow. And the Europhiles on the stage, now waiting impatiently to be let go. From time to time he looked at the time and prodded from the sidelines. I say kid, it's been 4 minutes now, why don't you come out of the oven? You're not trying to dilly-dally, are you? Lin Dong glared at him and nonchalantly returned the favor. Forging every piece of equipment takes a different amount of time, and everything comes out in 4 minutes? This god-grade frozen eye requires 15 minutes of forging time. What, you can't afford to wait these few minutes? Or are you trying to deliberately mess things up, trying to make my forging fail? Unable to speak after being choked by Lin Dong, O Huang could only stand aside resentfully, intending to give Lin Dong a good look later. For some reason, those 15 minutes had become incredibly torturous for him. A hint of uneasiness rose vaguely in his heart. This Lin Dong, it can't really be forged successfully. 36 building a god-grade frozen eye, Lin Dong is powerful. O Huang's heart grew more and more uneasy, and he always felt his eyelids jumping when he looked at the calm and collected Lin Dong. Never let him forge success. Never let him forge successfully. Never let him forge it successfully. While he was in the middle of his shattered thoughts, Lin Dong on the stage suddenly stopped. Only to see Lin Dong skillfully open the forging furnace, and immediately a white mist with a cold and chilling aura surged out from the forging furnace. Did it fail? Great! O Huang clenched his fists in excitement. Now he could finally expose Marshal Xiao. Haha, did you Chinese people see that? I told you that Lin Dong is a fraud who plays with metaphysics. Everything you saw today was planned and arranged by Xiaozhini. His purpose is to make you all believe that there is still salvation for Huaxia. Let me tell you, you've all been tricked by Xiaozhini. Your Huaxia is hopeless. If you don't turn to our Western powers for help, your Huaxia will inevitably be trampled through the mountains and rivers by the iron hooves of the magical beasts. However, before Emperor O could finish his words, a cool voice exploded like thunder. Who said I failed at forging? Lin Dong stood on the testing platform. The entire person's robe sleeves were windless, looking radiant. He gently stretched out his right hand and took out a flawless white treasure armor from the forge. Yes, the divine-grade frozen eye, a body armor. At that moment, a wave of terror with a whistling cold wind swept around the testing platform with Lin Dong as the center. Even on a hot summer day, that bone-chilling cold makes you shiver. As for Lin Dong's body, it was even directly covered with frost. It looked like an iceman. The divine-grade frozen eye that possessed the extreme cold attribute formally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Equipment, Divine Eye of Ice unranked. Life, plus 50,000. Armor, plus 10,000. Defense, plus 10,000. Magic defense, plus 10,000. Deceleration, within a range of 3,000 meters, all hostile target speed is reduced by 50%. Extreme cold shock, able to actively release a circular shockwave centered on the wearer. Hostile targets affected by the wave suffer 30,000 points of damage and are frozen and imprisoned for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Double word attribute equipment. And again, it's unranked wearable, which means it can be worn by ordinary people. It was just that with this piece of equipment on his body, even a battle exalt couldn't easily break through the defense. Even extreme cold shock would cause great damage to battle exalted. Horror. Truly horrible. Emperor O looked at the attributes and his eyes went straight. At this point, he had already disregarded propriety and shame and directly ate what he had just said. Lin Dong, since you forged it successfully, hurry up and hand the equipment back to me. After all, after wasting so many of my materials, the owner of this equipment is me. At this time, Lin Dong was already not surprised by Emperor O's shamelessness. Just now, he clearly said that the forged equipment belonged to Lin Dong, and just now, Emperor O also questioned Lin Dong's inability to forge successfully. As a result, he changed his face in the next second and wanted to snatch this divine-grade frozen heart. Lin Dong, on the other hand, looked at O Huang with a look like he was gently wagging his finger. Sorry, this equipment is mine. If you're capable, try coming over to get it. With that, Lin Dong put on this god-grade frozen eye and directly bound it. Seeing that the equipment was in an already bound state, Emperor O was furious. Kid, you seek death. Only to see O Huang rushing up to the sky, the knight's greatsword in his hand was aimed at Lin Dong and slashed down. The Chinese people present were all angry. This EU Huang is really to not put the Chinese people in the eyes, actually dared to commit murder in public. But now that the Golden Horn's morale boost was gone, they were no match for Ouyang. Xinjiang Nan and Wei Mingyuan, who were inside the hidden private room, were even more anxious, but now it was too late to stop them. Marshal Xia was also unable to sit still at this time. If he allowed Emperor O to injure Lin Dong, it would be a loss for the entire Huaxia. Just as Marshal Xia was about to make a move to stop O Huang, Lin Dong blinked at him before shaking his head, signaling Marshal Xia not to make a move. Marshal Xia was stunned. Could it be that Lin Dong had the confidence to take down this terrifying strike from Emperor O? It was important to know that O Huang was a battle exalted with attack speed plus 5, and each slash could deal 2,800 points of damage, and if he swung several slashes in an instant, it was highly likely that he would break the defense of the Divine Frozen Eye. Did Lin Dong really have the confidence to fight against Emperor O? Xia Deshuai's gaze was fixed dead on Lin Dong and O Huang. He decided that as long as Lin Dong appeared in danger, he would immediately step in and never let O Huang hurt Lin Dong in the slightest. While Lin Dong in the middle of the field was smiling as he once again put on the 2 acceleration gloves. One is the Shadowless Fist phrase, which can deal tens of thousands of damage a minute. The other is the Burst Flash phrase, which allows you to rip through space and jump within 50 meters. Looking at the O Huang who was wielding a large sword and slashing at him, Lin Dong gently raised his middle finger. Slow down. As Lin Dong lightly opened his lips, O Huang's speed suddenly slowed down by half. Just as Emperor O felt surprised, Lin Dong spoke once again. Extreme cold shock. In an instant, a circular wave of extreme cold that could almost solidify the air surged and tumbled out from Lin Ju, sweeping towards O Huang. This is an active skill that must be actively cast by the wearer to be effective, and it only does damage against locked targets, with no semblance of effect on friendly parties. In this instant, the entire Jiangqing No. 1 middle school was almost covered by this raging shock of extreme cold, and in the whiteness of the sky and earth, Lin Dong was like a god who dominated everything. Before Emperor O even had time to react, he was directly frozen into an ice sculpture by the ice seal confinement effect. The armor on his body even cracked, and the 30,000 points of damage value from the extreme cold shock directly took half of his life. If it wasn't for his 65,312 bloodstain value, he would have directly hung up just now. Taking advantage of this 5-second ice confinement time, Lin Dong used his acceleration gloves and arrived at Ouyang's side with a burst of flash. The shadowless fist of the other acceleration glove was also instantly activated. Hundreds of 100 attacks fist shadows directly slammed into the Euromancer's body. In a few moments, another 10,000 plus damage was inflicted on the Ouroboros. This silky smooth little combo directly knocked out 2/3 of the Ouroboros blood bar. Oh Huang was a battlezone, while Lin Dong was only a forge master who had just had his profession awakened. This huge contrast made the teachers, students and parents at the scene, as well as the audience in front of the screen, a little bit reactive. I've read it wrong, haven't I? A battle exalted being hung by a tiny forge master? If such a wave of damage comes again, I'm afraid that Oh Huang will die on the spot. Can the addition of equipment really be terrifying to this extent? I feel like my years of schooling have been in vain. This has broken my cognition. Have you guys overlooked one thing? This god-tier frozen eye forged by Lin Dong and the Golden Horn just now, both seem to be worn without a rank, which means that ordinary people can also rely on this kind of equipment to make a comeback. Unclassified wear. The word is seared into the hearts and minds of all. In the perception of the entire Blue Star human race, all good equipment, all have level requirements, and only by working hard to rise to a higher level, can they wear better equipment, utilizing a stronger battle power. But the equipment forged by Lin Dong completely shattered this perception. If Lin Dong could build this kind of equipment in large quantities, wouldn't ordinary people also have the strength to destroy top-tier magical beasts? What a fine thought. Even the Dharma Emperor of the Western Sacred City was somewhat unable to sit still. Without any hesitation, this divine-ranked frozen eye was a world-shattering divine artifact just like the Golden Horn. I can't believe that I also looked away. This Lin Dong is actually really a genius. Such a scourge must not be left behind. We must find a way to eradicate it. Otherwise, Huaxia is going to really rise. The commanders of the Western powers also became stony-faced one by one. The rise of China is not a good thing for them. Although the overall strength of their Western powers was much higher than that of China, if China had the rise of a forge master genius like Lin Dong, the advantage of their warlord would be gone, and they would even be crushed by China. Get rid of him. He must be gotten rid of. Otherwise Huaxia will turn against us. As for Emperor O, who was in the middle of the frozen confinement, a bitter smile spread across his face when he received this order. Ah, all the bigwigs of the holy city, you guys really look up to me. Oh Huang, in my current situation, where it's hard to protect myself, you guys are still asking me to finish off Lin Dong? As the time of the ice seal imprisonment was reached, Lin Dong instantly pushed it away in a hurry, and Oh Huang was able to move his body freely. Only to see that Oh Huang quickly opened his storage ring and drank a few bottles of blood-restoring pills to restore his blood bar before he twisted his neck back and forth and looked angrily at Lin Dong. Very well, boy, you've succeeded in provoking me. Below, I'm going to let you taste the taste of my Sanctuary Sword Saint's 3 consecutive slashes. 37 Lin Dong's undercard, battle against a battle exalt. Sanctuary Sword Saint triple slash. It is known as the untold secret of the Western Sanctuary. And it was because of his powerful Sword Saint triple slash that Oh Huang was able to become the head of the Templars. Yes, Oh Huang was the Sword Saint profession among the warrior professions. Although it was not comparable to holy warriors and berserkers in terms of ranking, it was also incredibly powerful if cultivated to the extreme. As for his Sword Saint triple slash, with each attack, he would forcefully increase it to more than twice the previous attack, and even have the probability to trigger triple the previous attack. The Emperor's pummel is around 2,800. Even though his first hit couldn't deal too much damage, the second hit could deal at least 5,600 points of damage, or even a triple damage of 8,400 points. Coming to the third hit, it was terrifying, and could deal between 11,200 and 25,200 points of damage. This kind of damage could directly break through Lin Dong's defense and inflict a large amount of damage on him. What was even more terrifying was that this Sword Saint triple slash had almost no cooldown and could be continuously cast. Even though Lin Dong was wearing the divine-grade frozen eyes, which increased his life value by 50,000, he still could not carry it for too long under Oh Huang's continuous attacks. Marshal Xiao on the podium, after hearing the Sword Saint's 3 consecutive slashes, his face immediately changed and he wanted to step forward to stop it. In the entire field, only he, a battle saint, could easily pin down Oh Huang, a battle exalt. But Lin Dong still waved his hands secretly in his direction. Marshal Zhao's footsteps stalled. A look of suspicion filled his face. Could it be that Lin Dong still had a backstroke? In fact, this was not Lin Dong being arrogant, but he really did have a backstroke. Lin Dong had previously refined a lock armor for himself, which he had been wearing, and at this moment, it was inside the divine level frozen eye. Equipment, locking armor bronze level. Life, plus 8,000. Defense, plus 500. Magic defense, plus 500. Magic resistance, plus 500. Attribute spoofing, hiding the true attributes and displaying the normal attributes of equipment of the same level. Invincible shield, after receiving an attack that far exceeds defense, inspire an invincible shield for 30 seconds, cooldown time 10 minutes. Scapegoat puppet, the moment the locking armor is shattered, it will randomly and instantly transfer the wearer 10 kilometers away, leaving a fake corpse in its place. This piece of locksmith armor is able to inspire an invincible shield, which lasts for 30 seconds. And by relying on the explosive flash of the acceleration gloves, as well as the slowing down and extreme cold shock effects of the divine frozen eye, he was confident that he could hold out for another minute at the hands of Emperor O. This minute was a valuable battle experience that Lin Dong did not want to waste easily. That's why he stopped Marshal Xiao from helping. Seeing Lin Dong's confidence, Marshal Xiao stopped his footsteps, but was always ready to go forward to rescue him. And Oh Huang was already attacking towards Lin Dong once again at this moment. Although his speed was slowed down by 50%, he still rushed to Lin Dong's nearness within 5 seconds. It was too late for Lin Dong to burst into flashes again. Had to turn back to fight the own. Without any nonsense, Oh Huang directly executed the Sword Saint triple slash. The first chop. 2,800 points of damage. Oh, the turtle shell is really hard enough. Second chop, triggered triple blast, 8,400 points of damage, boy, not far from breaking your turtle shell. Third chop, is your hand so good today, triple damage again, 25,200 points of damage, kid, you suffer. Oh Huang's 3 saber blade chi, almost within a second, all of them did not enter Lin Dong's body. The first 2 attacks were theoretically unable to break through Lin Dong's armor and defense. But the time between the 3 attacks was too short, and when stacked, the overall damage had reached 35,400 points. Even though the god-tier frozen eye had 1,000 plus armor and 10,000 plus defense. It was also easily broken through by Emperor O's Sword Saint triple slash. The class teacher, Zhao Qingxue, who had been concerned about the situation, had her heart in her throat at this moment. Oh no, Lin Dong is in danger. If it wasn't for the distance, Zhao Qingxue felt like she would have jumped forward and blocked Lin Dong's body. This was a student that she had personally handed over, and had also built her a body full of bronze equipment, and her mind was now, for some reason, on Lin Dong's body. On the other direction, the schoolgirl Su Runan stood up with a sudden surge, her entire body tense to the extreme. Father, can you save Lin Dong, please? If you promise to save him, I'll promise you to go on a blind date with Jiang Chuan of the Jiang family. Su Runan's father, the god of war Su Lingyun, looked at the situation in the arena and shook his head regretfully. In this situation, I'm afraid it's too late even if Marshal Xiao personally takes action. Seeing her father say this, Su Runan sat back in her seat in disappointment, closing her eyes tightly and even covering her eyes with both hands. She was able to guess that the scene that followed must have been disastrous. But what made her strange was that there were no gasps of surprise from the people around her, and the atmosphere of the scene was strangely quiet. What's wrong? What's going on? Why is there no movement at all? I'm so anxious. She snuck a crack through her fingertips and looked over at the duo on the testing table. In an instant, she rose to her feet in surprise. Lin Dong was unharmed. On the surface of Lin Dong's body, a layer of golden light swirled, wrapping Lin Dong like an egg. The invincible shield effect of the locked armor was triggered by the Sword Saint's 3 consecutive slashes. On the other hand, Oh Huang, who was in front of Lin Dong, frowned. He didn't expect that a small novice forger would actually have so much luxurious equipment. In an instant, a hint of greed rose in his heart. If he killed Lin Dong, then all these good equipment would be his. He then sped up his movements and once again executed the Sword Saint triple slash. Kid, all invincibility will have an effective time. I'd like to see how long your invincibility can last. Lin Dong blinked towards Oh Huang, and his words were filled with a provocative flavor. What bull sword saying triple slash, it's nothing more than that, go back and try harder, you can't break my defense at all. Thus, in the next 30 seconds, Oh Huang used all his strength, and never managed to break Lin Dong's invincible shield. It wasn't until the glow of the invincibility shield disappeared after 30 seconds that Oh Huang laughed out loud in madness. Lin Dong, your turtle shell has disappeared, let me see what else you can do to block my sword saying triple chop now. And Lin Dong did not suffer at all. Taking advantage of this opening, he directly used the burst flash function of the acceleration gloves and bared his soul to tear through space, running 50 meters away. Stupid, come after me. When Oh Huang saw Lin Dong fleeing, he immediately raised his sword and chased after him. However, Lin Dong was very slippery and kept using explosive flashes to tear through space, and the direction was not at all certain, allowing Oh Huang to never seize the opportunity to execute the sword saying triple slash. However, after a dozen seconds, Oh Huang finally bullied his way to Lin Dong's face. Kid, I've already figured out the pattern of your explosive flash, I'll see where you're going to run now. Saying that, the sword saying triple slash had been unleashed. Lin Dong, on the other hand, smiled cheekily, wagging his finger at the Euron. Who said I was running? Ice shock. Launch. In an instant, with Lin Dong as the center, a circular extreme cold shockwave crazily surged out, sweeping the biting blizzard to cover Oh Huang's body once again. At once, the Ouyang was once again imprisoned by ice. Growling, not that again. Emperor O's heart was on fire, he couldn't imagine that he had been counted twice by a tiny forger with the same trick. And the ice confinement was for at least 5 seconds that could be said to make him a living target. Just now, Oh Huang back to blood did not return to full. After all, blood restoration medicine is also very precious. Instantly back to blood can only return to 2/3, the rest need to slowly recover. That means that Ouroboros now has just over 43,000 points of blood. And Lin Dong didn't give up on the opportunity, he directly replaced the explosive flash's acceleration glove and took out another acceleration glove that possessed the attribute of Shadowless Fist. With 2 Shadowless Fist gloves, you can instantly explode 200 fist shadows, dealing 20,000 plus damage directly. Combined with the 30,000 points of damage from the extreme cold shock just now, a set of outputs hit with at least 50,000 damage. With this set of damage, you can even take the Ouyang away directly. Let him go to heaven to meet his 2 milk. Looking at Lin Dong had already bullied his way up. Emperor O instantly panicked. He's a warlord, he wouldn't die in the hands of such an unknown person, would he? That would be too humiliating. And Lin Dong's first 100 Shadowless Fist shadows had already smashed onto his body. In an instant, his blood level was down to just over 3,000 points, and his entire body turned pale. And watching Lin Dong's other acceleration glove about to unleash the Shadowless Fist again, Emperor O finally lowered his noble head. Lin Dong, Grandpa Lin Dong, spare my life. I admit defeat, I admit my mistake, don't kill me. 38. The War Sage strikes, shocking the Western powers. Oh Huang just couldn't move at this moment, otherwise, he could even kneel down for Lin Dong. After all, in the face of death, dignity and all that, doesn't matter at all. The French emperor, who was sitting in front of the screen, was furious at this moment. This European emperor has really disgraced all of our Western powers. Luckily, I wanted to train him as a successor just now, so it seems that it's me who's confused. Although he said so on his lips, the luxury and power of Lin Dong's equipment still deeply shocked him. He knew that if he didn't get rid of Lin Dong quickly, Huaxia might really rise because of Lin Dong. At that time, the Western powers that had insulted China, would be completely liquidated. But even a battle exalt like Emperor O could not defeat Lin Dong, which left him somewhat helpless. And Lin Dong, of course, would not let Ouyang go. This Uramaidan is a backstabbing villain, and he kills as many of such Western scum as come along. Anyway, he could be said to have missed the kill, not realizing that the warlord was so unbeatable. When the time came, the West couldn't do anything about him. So another Shadowless Fist's shadow also instantly descended on Ouyang's body. Boom! As Lin Dong's fist fell, the freezing effect of the ice seal confinement disappeared instantly. Oh Huang's face was pale as he looked at the shadow of the fist that was about to arrive, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed across his face. Kid, do you think you can really kill me? To tell you the truth, I have awakened the spirit cat fate and have 9 lives. Not only will you not be able to kill me, you'll make the resurrected me even stronger. Oking is right, he does have 9 lives. However, every life was incomparably precious, and Oh Huang did not want to waste this life on Lin Dong. So at this moment, he would rather expose his bottom card and keep this life. After all, even if he resurrected in place, he would only have 10% of his blood quantity in his heyday, and would still be easily killed by Lin Dong in seconds. And Lin Dong, who was on the opposite side, was also shaken. Numerology. This word caused Lin Dong to be somewhat moved. Characters above the level of warlord are given a chance to awaken a rare fate. I can't imagine that this Oh Huang actually awakened a rare spirit cat fate. If he couldn't kill Oh Huang, he would have to face Oh Huang's crazy revenge next. Lin Dong's fist lurched slightly in the air, seemingly hesitating whether or not to end this life of the heroine. Seeing that things had taken a turn for the worse, Emperor O began to intimidate Lin Dong. Kid, I advise you not to be ungrateful. As long as you stop right now and hand over the divine grade frozen eye to me again, I can forget about it. Otherwise, I promise, I'll let you die a horrible death in a while. It was fine if Oh Huang didn't say these words, but by saying so, he had in turn provoked Lin Dong's ferocity. Bull battle exalted, is that all you've got? I'll grind your life away first, said Lin Dong's shadowless fist shadow smashed down. It was a moment of life and death for the Uramaidan. But the dead Oh Huang, who seemed to have received the protection of some mysterious power, was instantly wrapped in a soft green glow that appeared to be very sacred. But even so, the audience in front of the screen was still shocked by Lin Dong's ruthlessness just now. Pass the order down, list this Lin Dong as a character that must never be messed with, his portrait must be handed over to the family's children to traverse, and he must not be easily offended. Too ruthless, knowing that there are 9 lives on the opposite side and that he will immediately encounter the crazy retaliation of the battle exalted, he still didn't hesitate to kill without hesitation. This kid is really too ruthless. Anyone who can be valued by Marshal Xiao is really not an ordinary character. I have a premonition, I'm afraid our China is about to change. Hee, far from it. Let's just say that for the upcoming practical training of the outstanding freshmen of all the major universities, this Lin Dong is bound to crush all the heavenly pride. As for Lin Dong in the scene, he did not know that his actions just now had already attracted the attention of countless Chinese great families. His attention was completely on top of the massive green light that wrapped around Oh Huang. This green light was amazing. He had tried it just now, his attacks couldn't penetrate the green light. It seemed that the Ouyang in this state was immune to all external damage, similar to his invincible shield. And a few seconds later, the green light on Oh Huang's body dispersed, and his entire body stood on the spot with a pale face. Seeing that Lin Dong seemed to be raising his fist again, Oh Huang instantly quickly dodged back. He only had over 6,000 blood now. If Lin Dong were to give him a set of shadowless fists, he could directly take him away. He frantically took blood recovery pills until his blood level came to about 43,000 before it began to stabilize. The rest of the blood will have to be recovered slowly. He opened his vicious eyes at this moment and looked at Lin Dong. Kid, you're not going to do anything until you've toasted and dared to disrespect the battle exalted. I can't keep you today. The sword Saint triple slash was instantly executed, and he was ready to rush towards Lin Dong. At this time, Lin Dong had used up a set of moves, and the cooldown time was too long. There was no way to resist another wave of attacks from Oh Huang. So he looked at Marshal Xiao for help and blinked. It was as if it meant, "Teacher, it's your turn." Marshal Xiao glanced at Lin Dong, who had just made a big splash, and skimmed his mouth. This brat, the win care of their own out, wiped the ass of things led him this teacher to do, really filial awe. But being heartbroken for Lin Dong, he definitely wouldn't stand idly by. He then took a direct step, as if he had crossed the distance between the mountains and the sea, and appeared directly in front of Emperor O. And this step just now had directly frightened everyone present and the viewers in front of the screen all. Shrinking. The legendary ability that only a battle saint can possess. I can't imagine that it was just cast by Marshal Xiao. Could it be that Marshal Xiao has become a battle saint? Why hasn't Huaxia announced this news to the public? Upon closer inspection, people realized that Marshal Xiao's level had actually reached a terrifying level 81. The Western Sacred Temple's Dharma Emperor, after seeing this scene, his dim old eyes suddenly glowed. This Xiao Zhini is hiding so deeply that he actually still secretly practiced up to the battle saint level. But it's a pity that a true battle saint must have a weapon that matches it in order to utilize its full power, otherwise, it's not much different from a battle exalt. Numerous Western powers, nodding their heads in agreement. The Fa Huang himself was at the level of a battle saint and had the most say in what he said, and his words were definitely right. After all, the Law Emperor had a legendary grade weapon, the Staff of Doom, with a mana strength of 89,500. Almost under a single attack, a large swath of magical beasts could be exterminated, definitely claiming to be the strongest battle force in Blue Star. Lord Fa Huang is right, What's the use of just leveling up to 81? Without a weapon it's just a toothless tiger, it's not enough at all. That little forger, although he forged a few pieces of unranked equipment, in the eyes of a battle-sane powerhouse, that kind of equipment is nothing at all, just child's play. There's still a long way to go before Huaxia can catch up with us, the French emperor, in terms of top-level combat power. However, before their words fell, Marshal Xiao, who was in front of the screen, pulled out his weapon from his spatial ring. Equipment, Sun-Destroying Inferno Dragon Lance Legendary. Attack, 98,000. Breaking Defense, plus 3,000. Law Breaking, plus 1,500. Armor Break, plus 3,800. Attack Speed, plus 100. Great Sun Fire Dragon Technique Enhanced. When attacking, summon 9 Great Sun Fire Dragons every 10 seconds, each dealing 200,000 points of damage to the opponent. Petrification, inflicts a 3-second petrification effect on the target, unable to move, cooldown 1 minute. In an instant, the entire blue star was suffocated. My mom, what do I see? A legendary weapon, the Inferno Dragon Sun Destruction Lance? 98,000 attacks? It's a legendary grade weapon alright, I can't imagine that he actually does possess a legendary grade weapon, how is this possible? With Xiao Zhini around, I'm afraid that Huaxia is now solid as a rock, and no one dares to hit Huaxia again. The entire sanctuary, including the French emperor, felt their faces burning. A bad premonition rose in all of their hearts. I'm afraid that the next days would not be easy. As for the all-seeing Xiao Deshuai, at this time, he was protecting Lin Dong's body, gazing at the Euroine with a mighty and domineering look. A small battle exulted. How dare you spread your wildness in Huaxia? Did Fish Liang give you the courage? Emperor O looked at Marshal Xiao with trepidation, and at this point, he already didn't know how to speak with that mouth. In the end, he chose to use the bottom one and pissed right out of his ass, oozing a fishy liquid. Marshal Xiao, I was just joking with Lin Dong, don't take it seriously. Marshal Xiao, however, smiled coldly. Joke? Then I'll joke with you too. Don't you have 9 lives? I'll give you a chance, let's see if you can escape from me when your 9 lives are used up. 39, you want to run away with the golden horn? Can you run away? Oh Huang, I solemnly warn you that no one can easily trample on the dignity of our Chinese people. We Chinese are a state of friendship, friends come with good wine, rich wolves come with shotguns. Unfortunately, you chose to be a rich wolf. You have repeatedly provoked the majesty of our Huaxia, and even killed my student Lin Dong. Do you really think that I would not dare to kill you in consideration of my feelings? Below you can try if your so-called 9 lives can escape me. When Marshal Xiao appeared, he came with his own aura special effects. With a wave of the sun-destroying Inferno Dragon Lance, the 9 Great Sun Fire Dragons flew up and down and circled, and even the space was vaguely twisted and distorted. The entire Chinese population that was guarding the front of the live broadcast became seething because of his domineering words. Marshal Zhao's majestic appearance has made our China completely raise its eyebrows. I have long looked at these Western powers with displeasure. Finish off this European emperor. We also have our own war saint in China. The Western Dharma emperor will no longer be able to bully others. From now on, we have our own say in China. With Marshal Xiao here, our Huaxia will stand proudly at the top of all the races, and from now on, we will never have to look at other people's eyes again. Over the years, China has been bullied too hard by the Western powers. More than half of Huaxia's top combatants had been consumed on the magical beast battlefield. And the Western powers, relying on Huaxia to be at the forefront and at ease, had developed several times as many war gods and warlords as Huaxia. Relying on a huge number of war god and war zone teams, they felt superior and always looked down on Huaxia. For the sake of the general situation of the Blue Star, for the past 100 years, China has tolerated this, but it has made the Western powers think that China is afraid of them and has become even more aggressive. But today, Marshal Xiao stood here and said the domineering words that Chinese people had been pent up for a long time, which instantly made many Chinese people in front of the screen burst into tears. As for O Huang, who had repeatedly provoked Marshal Xiao, he was already scared and bloodless at this time. It wasn't true that he was a battle exalted, but that had to be compared to whom? At this time, Xiao Deshuai that was a battle saint, the legendary great weapon in his hand only needed a slight stroke to take away one of his lives. With these 8 lives he had left, Marshal Xiao only had to swing his weapon 8 times. With the disparity in battle power, he obediently bowed his head and admitted his mistake, not daring to pursue Lin Dong any further. Xiao. Marshal Xiao, this is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Hearing that Emperor O wanted to use a light misunderstanding to cover up what had just happened, Xiao Deshuai was extremely angry and laughed back. This Huang, who had just jumped up and down and even called Marshal Xiao by his first name, was arrogant beyond belief. Now that he saw Marshal Xiao highlighting the identity of the war saint, he immediately conceded and softened, wanting to escape his responsibility. How in the world can there be such a cheap thing? No need to explain the extra words. I've already said that if you can rely on your so-called spirit cat fate to dodge my surefire strike today, I can let you leave China. Otherwise, even if I kill you today, your holy temple venerable emperor won't dare to say anything. The Western Sanctuary's venerable emperor, who was always concerned about the live broadcast's dynamics, directly slammed the table in anger after hearing Marshal Zhao's words, his eyes filled with fury. Arrogant. Just promoted to battle saint and you think you're invincible? He gripped the staff of doom in his hand, and a few wisps of essence shot across his old face. The other commanders of the powers sitting around the conference table also shouted out accusations. It seems that in the past few years, China has bided its time and secretly developed a lot of power. This is because China thinks it is capable of doing something, and it actually wants to arm wrestle with the Western powers. Oh, has China forgotten how the iron hooves of our powers stepped into their territory? Are they trying to make history repeat itself? You all are right. Now that the magical beasts are once again rioting, and the vast majority of China's combatants are on the front lines fighting against the magical beasts, it's the right time for us to move into this fertile land of China once again. These Western powers commanders, one by one, rubbed their fists and wanted to get a piece of the pie in China. Huaxia, that's a piece of fat meat that everyone covets. The Huaxia people occupied the most fertile land in the central continent of the Blue Planet, with abundant supplies that nurtured billions of living beings. Perhaps it was because China's location was too blessed that the heavens had descended upon the main battlefield of the magical beasts in China to inhibit their development. Such land should belong to them, the powers. The French emperor looked at the crowd of excited commanders of the many Western powers, and a frown stretched across his face. Chinese commander Xiao Zhini is perverse and actually tried to kill our Knight Templar leader, Emperor O. We have to help China and completely purge this tumor. Xiao Zhini didn't know anything about what happened in the Western Holy Temple. He looked down on the kneeling Ouyang without a trace of pity in his eyes. A lifetime of warlike military service had given him a ruthlessness that disregarded life. At this moment, he was looking at Emperor O as if he was looking at a mole cricket. And the Euromancer knew that he was now in a desperate situation. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and raised his head arduously, looking at Marshal Xiao. Marshal Xiao, I've already sincerely admitted my mistake. Do you really want to break the net with me? Marshal Xiao disdainfully glanced at Ouyang. This guy, really take it and leave it, now posture actually put so low, really a complete villain. But the more this kind of villain, the more you can't let go, or there will be endless consequences. There's no point in talking too much, let's see what happens under the hands. Saying that, he once again swung the sun-destroying Inferno Dragon Lance, and the infinite flames stirred hideously. Knowing that he couldn't escape, Huang simply stood up, intending to let go. His eyes were filled with malice, but he didn't completely lose his mind. Xiao Zhini. We had an agreement before, that golden horn needs to be handed over to me to verify its authenticity. You still remember this, don't you? As the Commander-in-Chief of China, you won't go back on your word and not keep it, right? The Yoramaidan is already playing the bright card, and it's a proper yang. It was now a live broadcast of the entire Blue Star, and as long as Marshal Xiao rejected him, it would appear that Marshal Xiao was not true to his word and affect his prestige. But if Marshal Xiao promised to give it to him, he might be able to kill his way out with the Golden Horn. After all, the Golden Horn had up to 100,000 points of defense and a team morale bonus effect. The people of China all know that Marshal Xiao valued commitment the most, and the reputation of 1,000 gold is easy to get, but Marshal Xiao's promise is hard to find, has been rumored. They were really afraid that Marshal Xiao, in his hot-headedness, would agree to this shameless villain's request, so they all raised their voices to remind him. Marshal Xiao, we mustn't agree to him. If we really hand over the Golden Horn to him, it's like letting a tiger return to the mountain with no end of trouble in sight. Marshal Xiao, even if you tear up your previous promises, we won't blame you. We Chinese subjects will always support you. When dealing with a villain, one should never use the way of a gentleman, one should use the way of a villain against a villain. And Huang was also afraid that Xiao Deshuai really rejected him, so he kept using agitation to stimulate Xiao Deshuai. Xiao Zhini, you don't have any personal principles at all, do you? You have to stick to your own position at this time. This is all what we agreed on before. As the Commander-in-Chief of China, you wouldn't have no sense of compulsion at all. Marshal Xiao did not move and glanced at him, shaking his head disdainfully. You think that, holding a golden horn, you can escape with your life? I can only say that you are too naive. Lin Dong, give him the golden horn, now I'll show him what it means to have a gap. Seeing that Marshal Xiao actually really wanted to fulfill his promise, many of the Chinese people in front of the screen were anxiously slapping their thighs. Many even cried out in stifled pain. Confused. Marshal, you're confused. What kind of credit is there to speak to such a villain? However, Lin Dong, who was beside Marshal Xiao, blinked and obediently handed over the golden horn. He knew that Marshal Xiao had another deep meaning in doing so. One was to show the world the powerful increase effect of the golden horn, and the other was to use his identity as a battle saint to announce to the entire Blue Star that Huaxia was not weak and vulnerable. And Ouyang, who had received the golden horn, perceived the way to use it in an instant. After realizing the power of the golden horn, he couldn't wait to blow it. Valiant Knights Templar members, now it's your turn to perform, give me a charge towards Xiaozhini. As the cool and ancient horn sounded, the increase effect was immediately apparent. Team size 121. All members attack plus 121. Defense plus 121. Current morale value 121. Duration 5 minutes. These members of the Templars were only at the level of great warriors, so the hundreds of points of increase in attack and defense instantly made them feel incredibly powerful. After they received the order from Emperor O, they bravely charged at Xiaozhini on the test bench. And Eugene took advantage of this opening to give a thievish grin. Xiaozhini, the head of this night order is gone. You fool really dared to give me the golden horn, regret it you. Saying that, with a single leap, he opened his storage ring and pulled out a space teleportation stone. He was trying to teleport directly back to the Western Holy Temple. Marshal Zhao's voice, however, rang out unhurriedly. You want to run away with the golden horn? Can you run? 40 Lin Yang is your own brother, how can you do this to him? Petrification. Launch. Marshal Zhao's words fell. The petrification spell of the sun-extinguishing Inferno Dragon Lance was unleashed, instantly causing the Ouyang holding the teleportation stone to freeze on the spot. The petrify spell had a 3-second effect time, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Deshan took a step out. The sun-destroying Inferno Dragon Lance in his hand made a light stroke in the direction that the O Huang had fled, and a brilliant pike sped away. Emperor O's figure was instantly submerged in the light of the sun-extinguishing Inferno Dragon Lance, and the 9 great sun fire dragons flew up and down, shuttling back and forth inside Emperor O's body, causing a crack to appear in Emperor O's figure, which ultimately crumbled apart like a stone. The golden horn in his hand also let out a muffled sound and fell to the ground. One move for a second battle exalted. That was a battle exalted. The top figures on the human pyramid, every single one of them on the list. I never thought that I would be killed by a single move by Marshal Xiao that killed a life. So powerful that all the teachers, students and parents at the career awakening ceremony were abuzz. However, O Huang possessed the spirit cat fate and now had 7 lives left, and his shattered limbs were wrapped in a strange green light that was healing at an astonishing speed. Although the 9 great sun fire dragons continued to impact the green light, there was no way to interrupt Emperor O's resurrection process. A few moments later, Emperor O reappeared in the field with a pale face. But now with only 10% of his blood level from his heyday, before he could react, the 9 great sun fire dragons devoured him once again. Moments later, Emperor O perished once again. Within the next minute, Oking was killed 6 times in quick succession. Eventually the green light stopped appearing, and it was finally dead through and through. As for those members of the Templars he brought with him, they were directly imprisoned by Marshal Xiao with a wave of his hand. A farce has come to an end, but those who have experienced today's turn of events have nothing but good things to say about it. After all, what happened today was enough to go down in the annals of Blue Star's history as something big that would affect the development of the entire Blue Star. Marshal Zhao's thunderous outbursts without regard for consequences will inevitably trigger the resentment of the Western powers, leading to even more tension between the two sides. As for Lin Dong, as one of the protagonists of this incident, he was also noticed by many people. Regardless of whether or not the 2 pieces of equipment, the Golden Horn and the Divine Frozen Heart, were built by him, just the identity of Xiao Deshuai's disciple was enough for him to rampage across China. However, at the scene of the career awakening ceremony, there was a pair of hateful eyes that stared at Lin Dong dead in the face, and it was none other than his younger brother, Lin Yang. Damn Lin Dong, how the hell did he cut off my twin lifetime bond effect? I was supposed to get double for everything he got, but now, I get nothing. Even the glorious limelight of my awakening as a holy warrior has been completely overshadowed by his exploits of building equipment to battle the European Emperor, Lin Dong. It's really too detestable. Lin Sanxing watched Lin Yang gnashing his teeth there, and also narrowed his eyes at the radiant Lin Dong on the stage. He admitted that all along, he had indeed overlooked Lin Dong's talent, and it was unthinkable that Lin Dong was actually able to uniquely display his talent in the area of forging masters, and had even gained the favor of Marshal Xiao. But in his opinion, it was because their ancestors' graves were smoking. Lin Yang, don't be discouraged, the reason Lin Dong is so accomplished is entirely because of the remaining shade of our Lin clan's ancestors, and it was only because of our luck against the heavens that he was able to create 2 pieces of magical equipment. If it wasn't for the blessings of our Lin family's ancestors, he wouldn't have been able to show his face like this, and in the end, it's still because of his status as a member of the Lin family that he has all of this. I'll have Lin Dong strike while the iron is hot and suggest to Marshal Xiao to take you in as a disciple as well, otherwise, he'll never want to set foot in our Lin family's door again. But Meng Qinqi, Lin's mother on the side, couldn't help but frown after hearing Lin Sanxing's words. She always felt that things were not what Lin Sanxing said. Everything Lin Dong had gotten now was probably from his own hard work, and what had too much to do with the Lin family. Lin Sanxing was so conceited that he was afraid that when he went to find Lin Dong in a while, he would be unable to get off the stage. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but advise, Songshang, I don't think we should go looking for Lin Dong at this juncture, you just quarreled with him a few days ago, I'm afraid it will be counterproductive. But Lin Sangshan waved his hand carelessly, displaying a mesmerizing confidence. Humph. Shouldn't the person who should be most thankful for his achievements be me, without me as his father? Where was he born? If he grasps onto that little conflict from before, beware that I'll really disown him as my son. Lin Yang also helped out and stood on Lin Sanxing's side. Mom, Dad is right, Lin Dong has hit the ground running, now it's time to contribute to the family has nurtured him for so many years, if he's not a white-eyed wolf, he'll definitely remember that the family has treated him well. Seeing that their father and son wore the same pants, Mother Meng Qinqi sighed and stopped talking. She always felt that Lin Dong was afraid that he would never look back again. After all, in this family, there had never been a place for him, and he had never even been allowed to come to the table when it was time to eat. As for Lin Wan, she was also worried and looked up at Lin Dong on the stage. Father and brother, they still didn't know until now that it was because of their attitude of ignoring Lin Dong's feelings that made Lin Dong completely break with his family. Lin Dong, what exactly will make you turn back? And at that moment, Lin Sanxing had already walked up to the testing platform with his head held high under the eyes of everyone. A security officer stopped him, but he glared his eyes out, his big warrior aura on display. Get out of the way, do you guys know who I am? I am Lin Dong's father. The father of that genius forger on stage. If you block me, you're not giving face to my son. If you don't give face to my son, you're not giving face to Marshal Xiao. If you don't give face to Marshal Xiao, do you still want to hang around in Huaxia? Under this flurry of curses, the security personnel, however, all endeavored to shake their heads. Their duty was to ensure that Marshal Xiao and Lin Dong were not disturbed. Looking at this aura of the other party, there was really a feeling of a dog fighting for power. But they dared to be angry but dared not say anything. After all, Lin Dong was now justly popular and no one could afford to mess with him. So no matter how much Lin Sanxing screamed and cursed, they just stood there motionless and didn't return the favor at all. Lin Sanxing was simply furious. He didn't expect these security personnel to be so faceless. One could only shout loudly towards Lin Dong on the stage. Lin Dong, hurry up and get your ass out here and teach these uneducated security personnel a lesson. And Marshal Xiao and Lin Dong also noticed the commotion over here. Marshal Xiao looked at Lin Dong thoughtfully, wanting to see exactly how he would handle this matter. Lin Dong arched his hand towards Marshal Xiao, his face filled with apologies. Teacher, there's some private family business that I'm going over to settle. Marshal Xiao nodded without moving and waved his hand towards Lin Dong, signaling him to go over. At the same time, Grand Marshal Zhao's gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Dong's back, filled with scrutiny. In China, Marshal Xiao expressly forbade the existence of a privileged class. What Lin Sanxing did just now made Marshal Xiao incomparably disgusted and loathsome. If Lin Dong handled it improperly, it would affect Lin Dong's rating in his heart. After all, no amount of talent can make up for personality flaws. Regarding Lin Dong, he liked him from the bottom of his heart and wanted to cultivate him seriously. Therefore, he paid special attention to Lin Dong's every word and action. Only to see Lin Dong walk quickly to Lin Sanxing's front with a flat expression. What is it that you want from me? Haven't we severed our ties? Lin Sanxing couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he looked at Lin Dong, who looked as if he was rejecting others. This idiot, shouldn't he give him face as a father in front of the security staff? What kind of attitude is he talking so coldly? After all, it was a request from Lin Dong. Lin Sanxing calmed down and said, Lin Dong, your achievements today are entirely due to the manifestation of our Lin family's ancestors, relying on the residual shade of our ancestors to achieve what you have now. If you cut ties with both of our families, how could you forge such amazing equipment? Also, since you've already gained Marshal Zhao's favor and become his disciple, think more about your brother and find a way to make Lin Yang a disciple of Marshal Zhao as well. It's your duty as an older brother, you know what you should do next. But Lin Dong on the opposite side did not show the kind of submissive expression he had imagined, but instead laughed with a slightly mocking smile. I'm sorry, I'm not obligated to help him, please return. After saying that, Lin Dong signaled the security personnel to rush Lin Sangxing outward, while he himself turned around and left. Lin Sangxing burst into a rage at that moment, and his voice became shrill. Lin Dong, Lin Yang is your younger brother, he is much better than you. If you are qualified to be Marshal Zhao's disciple, he is certainly qualified as well. You can't affect your brother's future. 41 Super Genius Special Training Camp. Hearing Lin Sangxing's roaring yell, Lin Dong calmly turned back to his body, not moving in anger at all, only gazing calmly at Lin Sangxing. Let me emphasize once again that I've severed all ties with the Lin family, so please don't refer to yourself as my father in the future and look as if we're very close. Secondly, if Lin Yang is so good, why should he beg for my help? A gold will always shine, let him be discovered by others by his own efforts. After saying that, Lin Dong left behind the dumbfounded Lin Sangxing and walked towards Marshal Zhao without looking back. He didn't have the slightest attachment to the Lin family. These vampires, lying on top of him and sucking his blood, had made him suffer in his last life, and he would never repeat that mistake in this one. And now that he had severed his twin bonds with Lin Yang, he thought that Lin Yang must be having a hard time seeing what he had accomplished now. Shaking his head, Lin Dong stopped thinking about these things. While Lin Sangxing looked at Lin Dong incredulously, he could not help but start cursing. Lin Dong, relying on the remaining shade of your ancestors, you are lucky today. If you do this, don't you want your ancestors to bless you? Without looking back, Lin Dong directly waved his sword to isolate the robe sleeve and threw it towards Lin Sangxing. Then I have no choice but to completely sever my ties with the Lin family and beg the ancestors of the Lin family not to bless me. The voice was decisive, not negotiable at all. Lin Sangxing stood in place, his face complex. For the first time in his life, he felt like he was such a failure as a father. He pointed at Lin Dong's back and opened his mouth vigorously, but he did not make half a sound and could only let Lin Dong leave. But in his mind, he was roaring. Lin Dong, you will definitely regret it. Marshal Zhao, who had been paying attention to their father and son, glanced deeply at Lin Sangxing, his gaze becoming flat. In his opinion, it was probably the best choice for Lin Dong to sever his relationship. Today's god-making was a complete success. Lin Dong, already remembered by the vast majority of the Chinese people. Marshal Zhao was also satisfied with the result of this rescue. Next, he would have to return to the dragon capital of China to deal with matters of relations with the Western powers. The Golden Horn, on the other hand, was given to a reliable assistant and sent to the front line of the fight against the Wraith in the southwest. Coupled with the decapitation team that had the acceleration glove, the southwest frontier shouldn't have any problems in a short period of time. Lin Dong was temporarily separated from Marshal Zhao because he had to follow Xing Jiangnan into the War God Academy. Along with Lin Dong, who had been accepted into the War God Academy, there was also the school beauty Su Runan as well as the Berserker Shaoi. Lin Yang, on the other hand, was recruited into the Hualong Academy, becoming the first student from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School to enter the Hualong Academy. The career awakening ceremony of the first middle school of Jiangcheng also came to a complete end. As soon as the ceremony ended, the school flower Su Runan found Lin Dong in a flurry of excitement. Lin Dong, have you heard that our War God Academy organizes a special training camp for super geniuses every year before the new students start school? Regarding the matter of the special training camp, Xing Jiangnan had mentioned it to Lin Dong once, and it seemed to be very important. Now that Su Runan had also mentioned it to him, he couldn't help but become interested. Oh, what's so special about this special camp? Seeing Lin Dong's posture of seeking advice with an open mind, Su Runan immediately narrowed her large eyes into crescent moons and joyfully explained to Lin Dong. Of course it's special, how else can it be called a special training camp? It's a long-standing tradition of the War God Academy that only super talented freshmen receive invitations to the special training camp. My father was once a member of the War God Academy and had the honor of attending that year's special training camp, so he knows some secrets about the camp. This special training camp is the cradle for our Chinese nation to select the reserve talents of the War God. Anyone who can participate in the special training camp and survive can achieve at least the level of War God in the future. Lin Dong blinked as his interest disappeared with the naked eye. The god of war might be unattainable in the eyes of others, but for him, a forger who could casually arm a person to the level of a god of war, it really didn't have much appeal. However, he didn't interrupt Su Runin when he saw how excited she was, and just gave a soft "oh." Su Runin obviously did not notice Lin Dong's subtle change in expression, and was still there gleefully comparing with Lin Dong. Because of the acceleration glove you gave me, I showed amazing talent in the Career Awakening vs Test Golem session and also qualified for the special training camp. Lin Dong, I've already heard from Teacher Shin that you're also a member of the special training camp, so we'll be able to brush copies together again. Oh. Lin Dong gave another soft oh. He now lacked interest in brushing copies. After all, he could just as well level up through forging as long as he had enough materials. There was no need to venture into copies. But Su Runin's next words completely ignited his interest. Lin Dong, this copy of the special training camp is not ordinary. Oh, I heard that it is a leftover place discovered by our Chinese military and was secretly created as a super advancement copy. The experience of brushing monsters inside is more than 3 times that of the outside world. And in the duplicates, there are also super magical beast remains, and high-grade special materials, which are beyond the highest realm currently known to mankind. However, this kind of copy has open limitations, can only be opened for a month each year, and can only be accessed by freshmen below level 30. What can be obtained inside depends on the individual's fortune. After hearing these words, Lin Dong's eyes immediately lit up. The remains of super magical beasts and high-grade special materials, and beyond the highest realm currently known to mankind, this was a treasure for him as a forger. Right now, the highest materials he could get would not exceed legendary grade, and even sky-grade materials were rare. If high-level materials beyond the legendary grade existed among the copies of the special training camp, he was confident that he could create even more powerful equipment. What's more, this was a level 3 experience copy. The experience gained from brushing monsters inside was 3 times that of the outside world, which was simply something that could not be found. At that thought, his heart couldn't help but itch, and he began to look forward to the special training camp. Su Runin couldn't help but pout her lips as she watched Lin Dong slightly lost in thought there, and shouted at Lin Dong with a puff of air. Hey, Lin Dong, are you listening to me again or not? Been listening. Then you remember well, when the time comes to enter the special training camp, the 2 of us will team up together. I have a special treasure map, yo. Surely I can get something better before anyone else. Su Runin tapped the forehead of Bring You Lin Dong with her finger and instructed uneasily. Lin Dong nodded slightly in agreement. Learning that Lin Dong was coming to the War God Academy, the freshman counselor, Li Shinho, knocked on the door of the president of the Forge Master Guild, Yan Linglong. President Yan, that freshman who stole your nephew's vice president position is coming to the special training camp tomorrow. Are you really not going to do anything about it? Yan Linglong lightly pursed her red lips, a hint of playfulness flashing in her eyes. I already know about this matter. For Lin Dong to want to get a foothold in the special training camp, it's simply a fool's dream. My niece, Chui Huna, is now in the special training camp. She is the eldest miss of the Chui family. Wanting to give Lin Dong some eye candy is as easy as a slap in the face. The next day, Lin Dong and Su Runin were secretly sent by Xinjiangnan to the War God Academy to the camp where the special training camp group was located. Upon entering the camp, an instructor issued each of them a slip of paper filled with the rules and guidelines of the special training camp, and also required that everyone must memorize them. In the middle of the camp, there were already 3 males and 2 females, obviously all talented freshmen who had come to participate in this session of the special training camp. There was a pretty girl with purple hair at the doorway, scowling disdainfully at the 2 of them. Su Runin took the lead in extending her small white hand in order to show her friendliness and began to greet them. Hello, I'm Su Runin from Jiangcheng Middle School. This is Lin Dong beside me. Nice to meet you. However, after this purple-haired beauty heard Jiangcheng Middle School, she instantly remembered her sister-in-law's instructions, and stood with a disdainful face holding her shoulders, not paying the slightest attention to the 2 of them, and seemed to despise and dislike the 2 of them. At that moment, a muscular man with a straw in his mouth next to him shouted towards the purple-haired young lady. Hey, Choi Hyuna, the new beauty is talking to you? Why are you ignoring people? The purple-haired beauty flicked her hair and responded nonchalantly. Shui Hong, if you want to pick her up, just go ahead and pick her up. Don't drag me on your back. I, Choi Hyuna, am not going to be friends with 2 guys from a trashy middle school. That muscular man, who was disliked by Choi Hyuna, rubbed the back of his head and walked towards Lin Dong and Su Runin with a smile on his face. Introduce myself. I'm Shield Warrior Shui Hong. I'm from Imperial High School. They're all my alumni. I serve as a meat shield tank inside the team. My blood is super thick. And I'm the freshman captain of this special training camp. Hey, you 2 newcomers, I'll tell you in advance, this collective isn't very good at integrating if you don't have a few tricks up your sleeve. You've already seen this one, Divine Archer Choi Hyuna, specializing in splitting arrows, which can attack more than 10 targets at once, bulletproof. And then he pointed to a double ponytailed Lolita-faced girl with big breasts. Dark Knight Priest Yao Cheng Nympho, an absolutely rare profession, our special training camp super big milkmaid. As Xue Hong's fingers moved, the professions and special skills of the other two boys were also pointed out by him. Blade Frenzy Song Tianzhou, don't look at him as a Blade Frenzy profession, he's awakened the special blade skill Heavenly Blade 13 styles, his output is explosive. Sword Saint by Xingxue, the only one on the team with a great move skill, the Jintian sword drawing technique, up to 100,000 damage with a single sword strike. Well, it's your two newcomers' turn to be introduced. Hearing that each of them has their own specialty, Su Runan instantly felt a tremendous amount of pressure. I'm a holy warrior by profession, and I don't have any special skills. Seeing that Su Runan was a bit shy, Xue Hang's eyes let out a brilliant light. This was exactly the one he liked. Holy warrior. A jack of all trades, the team is lacking such a position. Hey, that kid, what about you? Why do you keep hiding behind the girls like a mute? Lin Dong watched Xue Hong look at himself and slightly showed his teeth in a smile. Forge Master Lin Dong. 42, despised mercilessly. Forge Master? What's that put into a team? Xie Hong snapped his boogers and felt his brain go a little down. It wasn't true that they were all geniuses from various high schools selected by the War God Academy, but a forger simply couldn't play much of a role in battle. Did they need Lin Dong to carry a forging hammer up to fight monsters? The school administration had decided to let Lin Dong enter their special training camp. Were they sure they weren't coming over for a laugh? He was still considered polite, but the purple-haired beauty Choi Hyuna, who was on the side, directly opened her mouth. Trashy colleges, trashy careers, what kind of connections and backdoors did you have to take to get into the special training camp? I see that the special training camp of the War God Academy is really not as good as one session. If I had known that, I would have gone to attend the Kyushu Academy. Upon hearing Choi Hyuna's tirade, Blade Frenzy Song Tianxiu and Sword Saint by Shang Xue, both of them also frowned without a trace, feeling that the school administration had gone a bit too far this time. Song Tianxiu slung the larger-than-life greatsword across his shoulders while carrying it on his shoulders. Since you're a forge master, you shouldn't go to the legacy mysteries, so as not to cause trouble for the few of us when the time comes. Bai Xingxue also nodded, seemingly determining that Lin Dong was a liability to the team. Xue Hong spread his hands and looked helplessly at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, it's not that we're hostile to you, it's mainly because your occupation is just too chickenish. Being unable to fight, slow to grow, and requiring a lot of resources to cultivate, we just can't afford to take you in. Only the Dark Knight Priest, Yao Cheng Nympho, scrutinized Lin Dong quite seriously and finally exclaimed in shock. Look guys, isn't he the Lin Dong who was accepted as a disciple by Marshal Xiao yesterday, when he built the Golden Horn and the Divine Level Frozen Eye? Yao Cheng Nympho's words finally caused the crowd to be cautious and began to resize Lin Dong. Coming from Jiangchang, or a forger, it was really possible that Marshal Xiao recognized the disciple. But even so, the expressions on the faces of the crowd were very playful. Choi Hyuna, in particular, snorted out a laugh. Just him? To be able to build those two artifacts, do you believe it? Anyone with a discerning eye knows that he's the toe that Marshal Xiao has found, and has already arranged the equipment for him in advance, so I'll be fine if I'm allowed to go. Blade Frenzy Song Tianxiu also nodded. That's right, all of this was arranged by Marshal Xiao in order to solve the current internal and external problems of China, and he's just a lucky one who was chosen. Sword Saint Bai Xingxue shook his head and did not say anything, but from his expression, he could also tell that he also thought that Lin Dong was a clown who was clamoring for attention. Xie Hong shrugged as he snapped his nose. Lin Dong, for you to be able to come to the special training camp, you must have relied on the identity of Grand Marshal Zhao's disciple. Since you are now a disciple of Grand Marshal Xiao, it's all the more important that you don't risk your life. Just watch from the sidelines during the weekday training to avoid getting hurt. Seeing that the crowd doubted Lin Dong, Su Runan couldn't help but stand out to defend Lin Dong. You guys have really misunderstood, Lin Dong is really a genius forger, and those equipments were really created by him. But her words were obviously not believed by anyone. They would rather think that Marshal Xiao had arranged everything than admit Lin Dong's excellence. Choi Hyuna directly interrupted Su Runan with an impatient face. Alright, as for the genius forger bull, don't insult everyone's intelligence by telling it. Just because he's Marshal Zhao's disciple, we'll also give him a share of the treasures we obtain in the secret realm. Su Runan, you shouldn't cover up for him either. Anyone who can come here is not an ordinary person, who doesn't have some family background, just keep it in mind. Shui Hong was obviously the squad leader here, and he nodded in agreement. Let's settle the matter of Lin Dong. After everyone comes out of the legacy mysterious realm, divide 1/6 of their respective harvests and give it to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, you shouldn't enter the mysterious realm to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. As for Su Runan, together with Song Tianjiu by Xingxua, we have 6 people who just happen to have a tank, a nurse, a long range and an output, a perfect formation. From start to finish, these few people did not give Lin Dong a chance to speak. In response, Lin Dong also shrugged his shoulders. He had come into contact with characters like Xinjiang Xiao de Shui, and was not at all interested in this kind of childish squabbling. This group of people, in his eyes, were so childish that he wasn't even interested in arguing. Since the other party didn't want to bring him into action, he was happy to be free, and he would be able to obtain more treasures when he acted alone. Anyway, according to the information provided by Su Runan, this forsaken mysterious realm had good things inside that transcended the legend realm. At that time, he might be able to enter the deeper reaches of the secret realm without this group of people dragging him down. When the crowd saw that Lin Dong did not say anything, they just assumed that he had acquiesced. Shui Hong took the lead and said, since Lin Dong has agreed, then let's follow the plan we've made. However, Su Runan came to Lin Dong's side unconvincingly and distanced herself from a few people. How can you guys belittle Lin Dong? With Lin Dong around, we will definitely get more treasures and materials ahead of the other academy's teams. If you guys are so stubborn, I'd rather move in a group with Lin Dong. The crowd glanced at each other, clearly surprised by Su Runan's choice. But several of them seemed to have formed a team before and had a certain tacit understanding with each other, and actually didn't reject the proposal. The purple-haired beauty, Choi Hyun-ah, laughed kindly. When the time comes to encounter difficulties with him, don't cry to us for help. We won't help you even if you do. Shui Hong scat his mouth, obviously regretting that he couldn't travel with a beautiful woman like Su Runan, but he didn't stop it. After all, originally, allowing Su Runan to join the 5 of them was also something that needed to go through a reintegration process. Now that Su Runan had taken the initiative to quit, it saved them the time of grinding. Just as the atmosphere of the scene fell into awkwardness, the War God Academy's tactical instructor, War God Ding Taiqiu, called a few people to the classroom for the preliminaries of the special training camp. Today, there are 2 new students who have joined our special training camp, preparing to participate in this legacy mystery realm. I believe that just now you have all been acquainted with the fact that you should cooperate in friendship and never create internal conflicts. I'll explain some of the preparations before entering the legacy mystic realm. First of all, there is a strict level restriction to enter the secret realm of the lost. You can't be more than level 30 before entering. But if the rank is too low, it is likely to be targeted by participants from other academies. Therefore, it is recommended that you card level 29 to enter the Forsaken Mysteries to maintain a high level of combat and to be able to be safe from siege. Secondly, before entering the Lost Mysteries, be sure to prepare sufficient blood and blue recovery medicines, as well as 2 or more sets of equipment that can be replaced. Anything can be dangerous in the secret world, so be sure to be prepared. Lastly, no matter what time it comes to, you can't give up on your teammates. You're a whole, and only when you combine together can you maximize your combat effectiveness. The loss of any one of you could lead to the destruction of your entire army. Surprisingly, other than Lin Dong and Su Runan who were listening attentively, the other 5 people all looked impatient. It wasn't their fault with every newcomer. Ding Taiqiu would go over these rules. Shui Hong, who was the first to come here, had already heard this for the 5th time, and his ears were rubbed out. The purple-haired beauty, Choi Hyun-ah, on the other hand, was directly on the sidelines, muttering in dissatisfaction. Alright, don't nag me, I've memorized it all. Hurry up and end this boring meeting. Don't affect me from brushing monsters and leveling. Only 3 million experience short, I'll be able to brush up to the peak of level 29. Although it was rushed, but Ding Taiqiu is not angry. After all, the young people, some of the vigor and vitality is necessary. But next, he still droned on with his instructions, with no intention of stopping at all. From today onwards, you will learn to work as a team and strive to obtain better treasures in the copy of the Forsaken Mysteries that will open in half a month. Raise a higher level. This time, we're not the only ones who entered the Legacy Mystery Realm copy, but our War God Academy. Black Dragon Academy, Flying Dragon Academy, Tenlong Academy, Ao Dragon Academy, Divine Dragon Academy, Huanlong Academy, and the Kyushu Academy will all send talented new students into them as well, and the competition inside will become very intense. And this term, the newly added seeded players from the Hunters Guild entered the Forsaken Secret Realm. These people all have the ability to pass through the copies alone in the wild, and will be the biggest enemies you'll encounter. Sometimes, people are more dangerous than magical beasts. You must remember this from me. Alright, take advantage of this half-month's time. You guys seize the time to enter the leveled copies to practice. There shouldn't be any more newcomers reporting for duty. With the end of Ting Taicho's meeting, Shui Hong Choi Hyun Ah and the others immediately discussed how to enter the copy to hunt the boss and try to get more experience. Su Runan looked at Lin Dong somewhat helplessly and asked in a small voice, Lin Dong, what do we do now? Lin Dong smiled mysteriously and pulled Su Runan aside. Before entering a copy to level up, of course, you have to get some equipment while you can. 43 Sure enough, besides my mom, it's you, Lin Dong, who understands me the most. Seeing Lin Dong's thieving appearance, Su Runan suddenly felt much more settled in her heart. Since Lin Dong was certain, there was no need to worry about the next thing. When they were still in Jiangcheng Middle School before, Lin Dong had taken her countless times to brush up her novice copy and learn combat experience. Every time Lin Dong revealed this kind of thieving expression, it meant that Lin Dong already had a plan and could definitely solve the difficulties. Next, Lin Dong brought Su Runan back to his room and began to customize the equipment for the two of them. As for materials, Lin Dong had borrowed quite a few forging materials from Mo Shizi and the others before he came to the War God Academy, and there would be no shortage of primary materials at all. Even the forging books, he had scavenged quite a bit. Right now, his storage ring was full, enough for him to consume forging. After bringing Su Runan to the room, Lin Dong had a pair of eyes firmly fixed on her, pondering on what equipment to build for Su Runan. Equipment is something that has to match the profession in order to maximize combat power. No matter how good an inappropriate piece of equipment is, it won't be very effective when worn on an occupation that doesn't match. Studying Su Runan's personal attributes, Lin Dong slowly calculated in his mind. Name, Su Runan. Occupation, Holy Warrior. Life, 100. Level, 1. Attack, 10. Defense, 10. For someone who had just awakened his profession, this attribute was a perfectly normal attribute. As the level rises, so do the base attributes. For example, Shui Hong Choi Hyun Ah and the others, who were now as high as level 29, had obviously been brushing copies for a long time. After all, the other party came from the Imperial Capital High School, and their career awakening was a full half a year earlier than them, so there was plenty of time for them to grow and develop. It was no wonder that they said that Jiangcheng Middle School was a trash middle school. It really wasn't up to par compared to Imperial Capital Middle School. In the middle of the Imperial Capital Middle School, geniuses were like the secretaries of a river. Half of the students from the 7 academies came from the Imperial Capital Middle School. This time when they entered the Legacyland copy, they would all be strong competitors for Lin Dong and Su Runan. Therefore, even if Lin Dong was now a divine-level forge master, he could never take the enemy lightly, or else he would fall in the gutter. And to create equipment for Su Runan, it had to fit her occupational characteristics. The Holy Warrior is the combat defense of the oil profession, so the equipment should be able to achieve uniform attributes. Do not need a certain attribute is very prominent, so that you can play the role of the Holy Warrior. Just as Lin Dong was lost in thought, Su Runan couldn't help but squirm and twist her body. After all, being stared straight at by Lin Dong like this would be more or less embarrassing. She couldn't help her heart thumping up when she thought of the traditional Chinese holiday of Valentine's Day tomorrow. Lin Dong, why are you always looking at me like this? It can't be because you want to express with me. With a jolt, Lin Dong had detached himself from the state of contemplation he had just been in. He rubbed the back of his head and smiled, revealing white, straight teeth. I was thinking again about what would be the appropriate outfit to build for you. I got distracted by accident. After all, both of us are newbie white guys. I'm level 16 and you're level 1, the two of us going to brush the copy without a team will definitely have poor efficiency. The only way to make sure we're both foolproof is to get a few sets of proper equipment to wear. Hearing Lin Dong explain this, Su Runan could not help but feel slightly disappointed. She thought that Lin Dong was trying to say that kind of shameful words to her just now, but it turned out that she was happy for nothing. So she beamed and said, "So have you figured out what equipment you're going to build for me yet?" Ding, the system releases a temporary task, asking the host to customize the Valentine's Day gift equipment for Su Runan, rewarding experience plus 1000, proficiency plus 10, enchantment value plus 100. Black iron set, beach hat black iron, charming binding bracelet black iron, sexy skinny pleated skirt black iron, lace chest protector black iron, anti-wolf handbag black iron, hate heels black iron. Ding, the equipment forging books have all been issued, please complete the task within half an hour. Lin Dong, who saw the system mission, could not help but blacken his eyes and sip his teeth. These equipment names, the system is serious about this mission, right? Wearing such an outfit for a replica, is it to fight monsters or to go to a beauty pageant? Looking at Lin Dong with strange eyes, Su Runin once again beamed. Lin Dong, is it that my level is too low and my equipment isn't too good to build? Lin Dong shook his head and said stiffly. I've already figured out what equipment to build you, it's just a little special. Special? How special? Anyway, as long as you build the equipment, I'll like it. Su Runins patted her towering chest and blinked her eyes, seemingly very assured of Lin Dong. Lin Dong bared his teeth and smiled to hide his embarrassment. Love it, I hope you don't look at me funny later. Wiping his hands, Lin Dong was already ready to build it. Black iron set, the equipment worn by newbies at level 110. However, level 110 does not require much experience, so it will cross this stage quickly, and many people will not care too much about the black iron equipment, they are all transitioning and just making do. However, Lin Dong did not think so, the lower the grade, the more malleable the equipment was. A warrior wearing the black iron set could quickly clear level 110 leveled copies, which would at least save more than a week compared to a normal person. After all, their levels were very low, so if they wanted to catch up with Xue Hong and the others within half a month, it was a bit unrealistic. Therefore, they could only scramble to level up, and it was best not to have too much of a gap between them and Xue Hong and the others, in order to pray that they could defend themselves when they entered the land of the Forsaken. This was because according to Ding Taiqiu, people from other academies would also find a way to get stuck at level 30 to enter the Forsaken lands, and in this kind of copy, the most dangerous thing wasn't the magical beasts, but the people. If they were too low-leveled, they would easily be removed from the copies by the other academies as targets, which would not be conducive to their actions at that time. So the black iron set was the most suitable for Su Runin to practice leveling right now. As for what Su Runin would do after she rose to level 10, then she would build her another set of bronze equipment. For now, let's finish the system mission first. 6 minutes later, a brand new set of black iron equipment had been created by Lin Dong. Equipment, Beach Hat Black Iron. Life, plus 600. Attack, plus 30. Defense, plus 30. Magic Defense, plus 30. Blood Restoration, restores 30 points of blood per second. Equipment, Enchanted Binding Bracelet Black Iron Grade. Life, plus 100. Attack, plus 20. Defense, plus 20. Magic Defense, plus 20. Exorcism, immunity to 1000 points of magic damage every 3 seconds. Equipment, Sexy Skinny Pleated Skirt Black Iron Grade. Life, plus 500. Attack, plus 20. Defense, plus 20. Magic Defense, plus 20. Split, create an illusionary split that lasts 3 seconds and inherits 50% of the wearer's attributes to attack the target. Equipment, Lace Chest Protector Black Iron Grade. Life, plus 1000. Attack, plus 50. Defense, plus 50. Magic Defense, plus 50. Resistance Aura, counteracts 30 points of normal attack damage per second. Equipment, Wolf-Proof Handbag Black Iron Grade. Attack, plus 100. Defense, plus 100. Magic Defense, plus 100. Agility, plus 10. Attack Speed, plus 20. Sustained damage, 50 points of damage per hit for 5 seconds. Equipment, Hate Heals Black Iron. Attack, plus 10. Defense, plus 10. Magic Defense, plus 10. Move Speed, plus 10. Phase Shift, active skill, when on, movement speed plus 100, dodge plus 50, lasts 5 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. After the equipment was built, Lin Dong directly placed it in front of Su Runin's eyes. Here, try it on. However, Su Runin, who saw the equipment, ultimately had an odd look on her face. This sexy, hot outfit is still a challenge for the slightly conservative woman. She held her lace breast protector in one hand while sizing up Lin Dong with a strange look. Lin Dong, I hide it so well, how did you know the secret that I have 36D? Lin Dong thought that Su Runin hated such revealing clothing and scratched his head, not knowing how to explain. He couldn't say the system made him do it. But in the next second, Su Runin put it on beautifully and didn't seem to hate it at all. It's true that besides my mom, it's you, Lin Dong, who understands me the most. 44, armed to the teeth. Lin Dong had not yet reacted. Su Runin then gently pecked Lin Dong's face in a slapdash manner. Thank you, Lin Dong, this is the best Valentine's Day gift I've ever received. Su Runin fluttered and threw herself away like a butterfly, preparing to change into a full set of clothes to go. And Lin Dong wiped the lipstick on his face with his hand, blinking in confusion. How come Su Runin has the same problem as Ms. Zhao Qingxue? Loves to spit in other people's faces. It's not just building them a piece of equipment, why are you so excited? Ding, host successfully builds Valentine's Day gift equipment for Su Runin, rewarded with experience plus 1000, proficiency plus 10. Lin Dong nodded and once again examined his basic attributes. It was time to build himself a proper outfit. Name, Lin Dong. Rank, 16. Life, 1600. Attack, 100. Defense, 100. Enchanted value, 1087. Storage experience, 12,520,000. Profession, Forger, Forger level, Veteran Forger proficiency 840-1000. Divine Forging Technique, forging according to the material ratio of the forging book, success rate 100%, the current forging level can only forge gold and below equipment. Divine Enchantment, spend enchantment value to enchant the word for the equipment, and there is a chance to upgrade the equipment level quality and obtain special attributes. Level 2 System Store, obtain one forging book of less than gold quality every 24 hours. This attribute was one that he did not wear any equipment. The equipment he can now wear already are acceleration gloves and lock armor. As for the unranked Divine Great Frozen Eye, he had already given it to Marshal Xiao before coming here. Such equipment, only in the hands of Marshal Xiao, could be utilized to its fullest potential, and it was more or less a waste for him to use such equipment now. This was because bronze level equipment could already fulfill his needs of brushing monsters. Helmets, cloaks, boots, weapons, these he had yet to build. Before officially entering the copy, he was prepared to match all of this equipment. He was a forger, originally a living profession with a very low growth in basic attributes. For example, Su Runin, as a holy warrior, every time he rose a level, his base attack and defense would increase by 50 points. And he only had a pathetic 10 points, the difference was not normal. But as long as the equipment attributes are good enough, he can just as well have a strong combat power. So his requirement for equipment was that every attribute was high enough to be good. So Lin Dong, after going through all the forging books, was prepared to create a few pieces of the most luxurious top equipment within the bronze equipment. They are the King's Crown, embroidered Danish brocade cloak, golden jade boots, and weeping blood sword. These are flashy pieces of equipment in the eyes of others. Bronze level equipment, the whole fancy thing, doesn't have much real value. Moreover, building these types of equipment required the consumption of a large amount of materials, which was completely unproductive and not cost-effective. After all, the attributes of these equipments had been improved over ordinary equipments, but compared to the next level of silver equipments, the attributes would still be much worse. No one likes this kind of display unless they are a top rich kid. But in Lin Dong's eyes, it could be completely different. For each level of equipment, there is an attribute growth cap. Even if he was a god-level forger and built equipment that had a much higher ceiling than ordinary bronze equipment, it would still be difficult to make the base attributes of bronze equipment completely break the 100 threshold. But these few pieces of equipment can make the equipment limit of the bronze attribute easily break through the 200 mark. It was important to realize that a base attribute of 200 or more was an attribute that only gold equipment, or even platinum equipment, could have. Although he could occasionally build unranked high attribute equipment, that required great luck and a lot of forging to do so. Even he himself could not guarantee that he would be able to build that kind of equipment every time. While Lin Dong was only at level 16 now, according to reason he could only wear bronze equipment, these equipment could be said to be the best choice. After selecting the equipment, Lin Dong had already started to prepare the forging materials. With the forging book, it would only take him about 1 minute to forge bronze level equipment. So during this gap in Su Runin's change of clothes, Lin Dong had already forged these pieces of equipment. After carefully studying a few pieces of equipment, Lin Dong's confidence doubled. Equipment, King's Crown Bronze. Life, plus 3000. Attack, plus 200. Defense, plus 200. Magic defense, plus 200. Blood restoration, 200 points per second. Restores 200 blood per second, which is almost equivalent to fighting without blood loss in low-level fights. Even against a gold-level magical beast, he did not lose the battle. Equipment, embroidered Danjin cloak bronze level. Life, plus 2000. Attack, plus 600. Defense, plus 200. Magic defense, plus 200. Body protector, weakens targets below diamond level, reducing damage from opponents' attacks by 50%. The attribute phrase of this body protector is a bit of an exaggeration. Able to weaken the attacks of magical beasts and humans below diamond level and reduce damage by 50%. It was important to know that the diamond level was already a War King level existence, second only to the legendary level War God. It could be said that as long as he did not encounter the War God, Lin Dong now had the power to fight. Equipment: Golden Jade Boots Bronze. Life, plus 1000. Attack, plus 300. Defense, plus 300. Magic Defense, plus 300. Sonic Boom, 10% chance to inflict sonic boom damage, causing the opponent to become delirious and unable to lock onto the attack target for 3 seconds. Sonic Boom's Word, a control skill of sorts. Control skills were very precious, so this equipment, too, was very much in line with Lin Dong's intentions. Equipment: Blood-Shedding Sword Bronze level. Life, plus 2700. Attack, plus 2000. Bloodlust absorbs the target's blood, stacks its own attack power by 50 points, and can stack damage up to 50 times. The Sobbing Sword, which could actually stack damage. This made Lin Dong a bit surprised. If it could be stacked 50 times, it would be equivalent to adding an additional 2500 points of damage per attack, which could be called explosive output in level combat below War God. Looking at these pieces of equipment, Lin Dong had only one comment, and that was perfection. Taking out the acceleration gloves and locked armor, he couldn't wait to put them on his body. Lin Dong felt that he was now frighteningly strong. Now he was armed to the teeth. Name: Lin Dong. Rank: 16. Life: 18,000. Attack: 3,300. Defense: 1270. Magic Defense: 1270. Magic Resistance: plus 500. Attack Speed: 100. Enchanted Value: 74. Storage Experience: 5,000 8,000. Blood Restoration Crown of Kings: 200 points of blood restored per second. Body Protector Embroidered Danjin Cloak, weakens targets below diamond level, reducing damage from opponents' attacks by 50%. Sonic Boom Golden Jade Boots, 10% chance to inflict sonic boom damage, causing the opponent to become delirious and unable to lock onto the attack target for 3 seconds. Bloodlust Sobbing Blood Sword, absorbs blood from the target, stacks its own attack power by 50 points, and can stack damage up to 50 times. Shadowless Fist Acceleration Glove, every 60 seconds, release 100 fist shadows with plus 100 attack. Explosive Flash Acceleration Glove, every 10 seconds, you can make a 50-meter instant jump by tearing through space in front of your movement. Attribute Deception Locked Armor, hides true attributes and displays normal attributes of equipment of the same level. Invincible Shield Locked Armor, after receiving an attack that far exceeds defense, inspire an invincible shield for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Scapegoat Puppet Lockjaw Armor, the moment Lockjaw Armor is shattered, it will randomly and instantly transfer the wearer 10 kilometers away, leaving a fake corpse in its place. The rise in basic attributes made him more or less inflated, and he felt that if he were to encounter Xue Hong and the others, he would only need to move his little finger to knock them all down. Because of the effect of the lock armor attribute deception, Lin Dong in the eyes of others, just a 2 or 3,000 blood attack just over 100 ordinary bronze players, belonging to the street to catch a large number of that kind. This feeling of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger caused Lin Dong to feel a kind of stealing joy. Surprising someone when the time comes is a sure way to send them right off. To be on the safe side, Lin Dong created another attribute deception necklace, specifically for use in hiding attributes. The forging book for this attribute deception necklace was plucked from inside the system store. Before Lin Dong became a forger, there had never been attribute equipment with deceptive attributes on the Blue Star. And just then, Su Runin, who had changed her equipment, had walked back. Seeing Su Runin again made Lin Dong's eyes unable to resist lighting up. 45. You're going to amaze everyone. Name: Su Runin. Occupation: Holy Warrior. Level: 1. Life: 2,300. Attack: 330. Defense: 240. Magic Defense: 240. Agility: plus 10. Attack Speed: plus 20. Move Speed: plus 10. Blood Restoration Beach Hood, 30 points of blood restored per second. Exorcism Enchanted Binding Bracelet, immunity to 1,000 points of magic damage every 3 seconds. Doppelganger Sexy Skinny Ruffled Dress, creates an illusionary doppelganger that lasts for 3 seconds and inherits 50% of the wearer's attributes, attacking the target. Resistance Aura Lace Chest Protector, counteracts 30 points of normal attack damage per second. Sustained Damage Anti-Wolf Handbag, 50 points of sustained damage for 5 seconds each time the target is hit. phase shift hate heals, active skill, when on, movement speed plus 100, dodge plus 50, lasts 5 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Su Runin's basic attributes were no longer inferior to Xue Hong and the others. Although she was only level 1, she was already no better than a silver warrior like Xue Hong. After all, black iron equipment had an upper limit of attributes. There was no way that the attributes could be so exaggerated like Lin Dong's bronze equipment. But even so, it's like being in no man's land if you enter a leveled copy of level 110. Moreover, all of these equipment had attribute phrases, and the effect of the 6 phrase attributes allowed Su Runin's true battle power to surpass even that of a silver warrior and catch up with a gold warrior. Su Runin stood there playfully, looking at Lin Dong looking straight at her again. She couldn't help but pull the lace-similar breast protector with her hand. It had to be said that Su Runin in this outfit was just too charming. The tailored outfit outlined all of her luscious curves. With the exception of a few vital areas, large sections of snowy whiteness were exposed to the air, and one couldn't help but sink into it. Lin Dong's eyes were a little straight at this moment as he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and grunted and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Looking at Lin Dong's piggish appearance, Su Runin couldn't help but clench her long legs, a little embarrassed. Lin Dong, is this outfit of mine really suitable for leveled copies? I feel like if I dare to walk out of your room, I'll definitely be treated like a monster by others looking at Rare. Although she said so, Su Runin ruffled her long black hair and made a pose, looking at ease. The outfit, after a brief period of acclimatization, was completely manageable for her. Lin Dong feigned a cough and took out the attribute deception necklace. The necklace had no special ability, it was just for masking the attributes. Here, put it on, it's perfect. Su Runin obediently reached out and took the necklace, and when she touched Lin Jinshin, she couldn't help but feel her face burning, and her heart was once again in turmoil. Lin Dong, can you help me put it on? It's not too convenient for me on my own. While saying this, Su Runin's eyes kept sneaking glances at Lin Dong, fearing that the other party would discover her abnormality. Lin Dong did not doubt it and nodded slightly. When he stood behind Su Runin and saw the 2 large ripe papayas, he was suddenly a little dizzy. Ahem. Lin Dong couldn't help but cough twice in order to hide his embarrassment. Su Runin hung her head low, blushing from her face all the way to the base of her neck. What's wrong, Lin Dong, is it bad to wear? Nope. I just suddenly don't feel too good in my eyes, maybe I'm allergic to fruit. Huh? Fruit, there's no fruit in the room? Is it because of the perfume I sprayed? To avoid getting darker and darker. Lin Dong softly hummed. Sort of puts the embarrassment behind us. The 2 were fully dressed and finally ready to go for their leveled copies. However, as soon as they went out, they saw Xue Hong and the others who had also gone to brush their leveled copies. Seeing the attire of Lin Dong and Su Runin, the poisonous-mouthed Cui Hyana couldn't help but scoff at once. You 2 are a real laugh. Dressed so fashionably, are you planning to go shopping? Oh, with such qualities, how did you get mixed up inside the special training camp? Su Runin's face turned red at Choi Hyuna's mockery and she couldn't help but sneer back. Who said we went shopping? We went to brush up on our leveled copies to practice. Just wait, we'll catch up with you soon enough with our rank. Su Runin's words undoubtedly drew ridicule from Choi Hyuna. Even Xue Hong, who had other thoughts about Su Runin, couldn't help but shake his head. As we all know, leveling up requires more experience the further back you go. The current Su Runin was only at level 1, and under normal circumstances, it would take more than a week even to rise to level 10. It would take at least half a year to catch up to their level. And that was even with them marching in place, so Su Runin's attempt to catch up with them was a fool's errand. Student Su Runin, the special training camp is no place for big talk. It's already incredible that you've risen to level 3 tonight. If you want to catch up with us, I'm afraid you won't be able to do so until the end of the special training camp. If you really want to upgrade quickly, why don't you join our team so that you can upgrade faster? As Xue Hong spoke, he glanced at Lin Dong with the rest of his eyes. He was really a bit envious and jealous of Lin Dong. One really didn't know what kind of means this Lin Dong had used to make a great beauty like Su Runin follow him around without leaving her shadow. Su Runin, who had now changed her outfit, was really getting more and more attractive, even more beautiful than Choi Hyuna. Such a great beauty, even if she didn't have much combat power, it would be good to stay by her side and be a vase that shared the experience equally. However, Su Runin rejected him without hesitation and resolutely stood on Lin Dong's side. I'm sorry, it's best for me to team up with Lin Dong, thank you Captain Xue Hong for your kind words. Xue Hong shrugged his shoulders, apparently a bit helpless at Su Runin's choice. He was spontaneous by nature, and thick-skinned enough to see no hint of embarrassment. Choi Hyuna, on the other hand, had giggled out loud. "Shui Hong, I advise you not to waste your efforts. This kind of woman who is cold on the surface and Thai on the inside is not something that someone of your segment can pick up. And look at the clothes they are wearing, they don't even look like they are properly practicing leveling and brushing monsters, they are purely here for a vacation. This kind of people don't deserve to be in our company at all." Choi Hyuna's words were slightly heavier in tone. Su Runen's willowy eyebrows went up at that moment, and her face was filled with frost. "Choi Hyuna, what do you mean? Who are you calling inside? What does it have to do with you what we wear to brush and practice?" But unexpectedly, not only did Choi Hyuna not recognize her mistake, but instead, she held up her shoulders and laughed coldly, not giving Su Runen any face at all. "I told you, what can you do to me? A level 1 loser dares to call me a level 29 archer." Su Runen was, after all, the pearl of the Su family, where in her life had she suffered this kind of anger. She couldn't help but have her pretty face filled with anger, and with a swing of the wolf-proof handbag in her hand, she was about to pull off a fight with Choi Hyuna. Choi Hyuna, on the other hand, had a teasing look on her face, with a look that said, "Come and beat me up if you don't want to." On the surface, it would seem that a level 1 warrior fighting a level 29 archer would definitely be the level 1 warrior who suffered. But Su Runen had the equipment built by Lin Dong in her body, and she was not at all weak to Choi Hyuna. So the two sides have come to the point of making a big deal out of it. The smell of gunpowder on the scene was getting stronger, and as the captain, Shui Hong acted as a peacemaker. He tugged on Choi Hyuna's sleeve and looked at Su Runen somewhat apologetically. "Aya, we're all classmates, don't start a civil strife. Tactical instructor Ding has ordered us to be united and love each other, so give me face, each take a step back, don't argue anymore." Behind them, Blade Frenzy Song Tianshu, Sword Saint Bai Xingxue, and Shadow Priest Yao Qingyan also urged Choi Hyuna to calm down. "The punishment for infighting is severe. Hyuna, don't be a jerk. Let's hurry up and go to the leveling copy to practice. Time is running out." Seeing the crowd come to persuade her, Choi Hyuna reluctantly put away the bow and arrow in her hand and sneered towards Su Runen. "I was going to teach you a lesson, but if they hadn't stopped you, you'd be dead today." "Hee, but this girl put her words here today. On your outfit, you only deserve to be goods for men to have fun. As for brushing monsters and practicing leveling, it's better to save it." After saying that, Choi Hyuna raised her head and left, leaving behind Su Runen, who was trembling with anger at the spot. As for Shui Hong and the others, they gave Su Runen an apologetic look and left after Choi Hyuna. Looking at Su Runen, who had tears in her eyes, Lin Dong gently patted her shoulder. "Don't be angry, strength will prove everything. You'll eventually amaze everyone." 46 Unbelievable upgrade speed. Su Runen looked at Lin Dong, whose eyes were filled with encouragement. A serious nod. Today's shame, she must return it. This Choi Hyuna, looking down on her based on her level 29. Sooner or later, she would let the other party know that she, Su Runen, would eventually surpass them. "Lin Dong, I can't wait to enter the ranking copy to level up now, hurry up and take me there." In fact, the current Su Runen, with the equipment, was in no danger at all in the midst of the 110 Black Iron ranked copies. However, to be on the safe side, Lin Dong still decided to accompany her into it to increase her combat experience. The special training camp had a separate entrance for leveled copies, which was convenient for them to practice. In the special training camp, there are 4 levels of replicas: black iron, bronze, silver and gold, all arranged to facilitate their growth. But right now, the only thing Su Runen could enter was the black iron copy. The magical beasts among the black iron copies usually only had about 1 experience, and even at the mini-boss level, they only had 3 points of experience value. And level 1 to level 2 requires 50 experience points. To round up 50 experience points, you need to brush at least 50 mini-monsters. For newbies, even 50 monsters is still a hard thing to do. Many people spend an entire day's work and struggle to decimate 50 mini-monsters. Because of the small monsters with 200-500 blood, they also often appear in piles, making it difficult for newbies to output effectively. That's why leveling up has always been a headache for everyone. But for the current Su Runen, these small monsters were basically a matter of 1 to 2 slashes. Just relying on a boss with thousands of your blood is only 3 slashes at most. That's why just after entering the Black Iron ranked copy, Su Runen hacked and slashed his way to a big kill. And her rank, too, rubbed off. In just less than 10 minutes, Su Runen's level had already risen to level 2. Lin Dong gave a thumbs up towards her and praised with a smile. "Not bad, keep it up." Receiving Lin Dong's praise, Su Runen became even more energetic. Lindong, I have a feeling that the combat experience we accumulated from brushing up on our novice copies before can be utilized without reservation at this moment. I'm sure that in less than half a day, I'll be able to save up enough experience to level up to level 10 and go brush the bronze copies with you. Lindong stood on the side, smilingly watching Su Runen brush the monsters. He didn't make a move because the monsters inside this black iron grade copy, which wasn't much, wasn't enough for Su Runen to brush alone. Moreover, brushing such low experience magical beasts would not do much for his leveling up. His current experience was 5,000-8,000, which meant that he still needed 3,000 more experience to go from level 16 to level 17. The monsters in this black iron copy were simply not enough for him to kill. So he just stood there, watching Su Runen brush the monsters while calculating what kind of bronze equipment to build for Su Runen. But as soon as his thoughts rose, they were detected by the system. Ding, the system has released a temporary task, asking the host to create a bronze practicing set for Su Runen. The equipment forging book has been released. Bronze practicing set, deep sea pearl hairpin, exquisite phantom mask, summer cool nurse's dress, flared chest mirror, snow white printed ice sleeve, tied fishing net stockings, crystal height enhancing leather slippers. Forging reward, experience plus 10,000, proficiency plus 10, enchanting value plus 100. Ahem. Lindong rolled his eyes, completely thunderstruck by the system. What's the system up to? Is this for Su Runen to have a drag show? Associated with the beautiful sight of Su Runen wearing this, Lindong could not help but breathe heavily. System, I, Lindong, am a decent person, isn't it a bit unorthodox for you to do this? The system's icy cold beep slowly rang out, carrying a persuasive voice that could not be argued with. Ask the host to look straight into his heart and admit that you love looking at this kind of attire. The system is customizing the suit to the host's interests. Hearing the system dislike him so unflinchingly, Lindong's eyebrows stood up then. Listen to this. What kind of talk is this? It's a complete slander against him. Just when Lindong wanted to protest to the system again, the system directly threw out a reward. Ding, please complete the temporary forging task within half an hour, rewarding the host with experience plus 3,000 and proficiency plus 10. Hearing the reward given by the system, Lindong stopped his thoughts of asking questions. Touching his nose, Lindong emphasized in a fervent manner. I'm accepting this quest for the reward, not to see Su Runen wearing this, absolutely not. He consoled himself as he began to prepare the materials for the forge. The forging material for this bronze suit is very simple. Lindong only spent less than 10 minutes forging it. And at this time, Su Runen had successfully risen to level 3. After glancing at Su Runen's attributes, Lindong could not help but be staggered. It was only 2 levels up, and both base attack and defense had risen by 100 points. The rise in the base attributes of the holy warrior profession is just a bit too unreasonable. No wonder everyone wanted to become a holy warrior. This holy warrior's growth rate was a real aroma. Whereas he, the forger profession, only had a 10-point increase in attributes for 1 level up, it was simply not too miserable. And Su Runen's speed of brushing the monsters increased as she leveled up. Many of the smaller monsters had been completely unable to block her 1 wolf-proof handbag attack. At this rate, I'm afraid it won't take 2 hours for Su Runen to successfully level up to 10. In other words, that all black iron outfit, only 2 hours to complete its mission. Lindong guessed correctly, and 1 hour and 50 minutes later, Su Runen once again returned to him. She was seen wiping the sweat from her face, her eyes full of excitement. Lindong, I've risen to level 10. This kind of upgrading speed is truly terrifying. I really don't know how much effort it would take for me to level up to 10 without the help of your equipment. Lindong smiled faintly, backhandedly took out the bronze suit that he had just forged from his storage ring, and nuzzled it. Here, put this on and let's go brush the bronze copy. Su Runen looked down and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. This outfit was even hotter and sexier than the one she was in now. He really didn't know what kind of mind Lindong had planted, actually preparing such a costume for him in advance. Even if she didn't want to misunderstand it, she couldn't. She couldn't help but put her hands behind her back and squeeze hard. Humph, dead Lindong, pretending to be like a gentleman on the surface, but in reality, you're all flowery inside. I despise you. Slightly. But for some reason, a hint of sweetness rose within her. After all, it was a costume that Lindong had personally forged for her, giving one a sense of full security. After carefully placing the black iron set into his storage ring, Su Runen changed into the newly created bronze set. The attributes on his body, all of a sudden, skyrocketed with it. Name, Su Runen. Occupation, Holy Warrior. Level, 10. Life, 15,000. Attack, 2,650. Defense, 1,300. Magic defense, 1,300. Agility, 50. Attack speed, 70. Movement speed, 100. Dodge, 30. Blood restoration deep sea pearl hairpin, 100 points of blood restored per second. Exorcism exquisite phantom mask, immunity to 5,000 points of magic damage every 3 seconds. Doppelganger summer cool nurse costume, create an illusionary doppelganger that lasts for 3 seconds and inherits 50% of the wearer's attributes, attacking the target. Resistance aura expanded chest goggles, counteracts 150 points of damage per second from normal attacks. Sustained damage Snow White printed ice sleeve, each time it hits the target, it deals 300 points of sustained damage for 5 seconds. Phase shift crystal height enhancing leather slippers, active skill, when turned on, shift speed plus 200, dodge plus 100, lasts 5 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Fatal scissor kick tied rope fishing net stockings, when a target below diamond level is below 30% blood level, it can apply 720-degree rotating fatal blow damage to the target's head. There is an additional skill of life snatching scissor kick, which is a bit violent. Launch a direct fatal strike against a target with less than 30% blood. This was equivalent to increasing the speed of brushing monsters, once again, by a third. Regarding this skill, even Lin Dong was extremely envious. It was simply a divine skill for brushing monsters. What's wrong with you? Let's go brush the bronze copy. Su Runin shook Lin Dong's arm and said in a somewhat petulant manner. Today, Lin Dong had been in this piggish state, looking dumb and silly, and he didn't know if he was mesmerized by her attire. Lin Dong moved his wrists and hemmed and hawed. Let's go, before nightfall, let's brush directly to level 20. Tomorrow, we'll march straight into the silver copy. 47 mutated magical beasts. 3-tailed demon fox. Just as Lin Dong and the others were preparing to enter the bronze-ranked copy, Shui Hong and the others, who were frantically practicing, encountered a great change of heart. The hunting squad that had set up in formation was currently doing their best to capture a scarlet toad. And as the captain, Shui Hong was giving quick orders. By Xingxue, Song Tianxiu. You guys cope around me, I'll resist the damage, you two must pester this scarlet toad, don't let him escape the encirclement. Yao Qing Nympho, remember to refill everyone's blood, this scarlet toad has a blood-sucking skill, the three of us may have our blood sucked by it at any time, you must refill our blood in time. Choi Hyun Ah, your splinter arrow is vital, the explosion damage depends on you, don't let up. If we can kill this scarlet toad boss this time, each of us will be able to share at least about 20,000 experience equally, and will also be able to acquire a large amount of materials, it's quite cost-effective. Originally, according to Shui Hong's arrangement, there shouldn't be any problems. But just as they were almost done grinding the blood of this 200,000 blood boss, a change suddenly occurred. The blood-colored toad that was already dying suddenly had its body insanely grow larger and let out a deafening croak. Quack quack quack. Quack quack quack. Quack quack quack. Immediately after that, the head of the scarlet toad suddenly split in the middle and turned into 2 average-sized heads. And in the next second, the scarlet toad was directly full-blooded, and even its combat power soared to twice its previous level. Both heads kept sticking out and rolling their tongues, causing Shui Hong, who had fought hard to resist, to directly spit blood and fly out. The team that was originally able to defeat the scarlet toad became overwhelmed by the left and the right. Not good, this scarlet toad has mutated. Retreat quickly. But at this point, it was no longer possible for them to withdraw just because they wanted to. Just now, this scarlet toad almost died in their hands, and at this moment, it was ferocious and didn't want to spare any of them. Seeing that the situation was critical, Shui Hong immediately ignored the injuries on his body and stood up with a loud shout. Mutual Jerkwa battle technique. Get bigger. As he let out a loud shout, his entire body grew 3 times larger, a metallic luster flowed over his body, and his defense more than doubled. He used his battle technique, obviously ready to fight for his life. He would never utilize such a battle technique that consumed a great deal of energy until the moment of a special crisis. Seeing how serious Shui Hong was, Blade Frenzy Song Tianxiu's eyes also stared. 13 styles of Heavenly Blade. Chop. Bai Xingxue also sidestepped and lifted his white robe, making a fighting stance. Jintian sword drawing technique. Open. Everyone's nerves tensed to the breaking point. They knew that once one of their team was in danger, their entire team, all of them, could be wiped out. Chained back to blood. Divine Splitting Arrow. Everyone, who had used their lifelong mastery, prepared to battle the mutant Scarlet Toad. With everyone using their skills, the battle once again entered a stalemate. But this kind of consumption was huge. Even with Yao Qingyan helping to restore blood, everyone was still desperately taking blood restoration pills and blue restoration pills. The emergence of mutated magical beasts in the ranked copies must be reported back to tactical instructor Mr. Ding immediately. This is an extremely dangerous signal that the ranked copies are no longer safe. That's a mutated magical beast. Each level copy are strictly in accordance with the level of the establishment. In theory, as long as the level of compliance to enter is absolutely can guarantee the safety. But if in a ranked copy, once a mutated magical beast appeared, it was as if it would be contagious, making all the magical beasts follow and undergo mutation. After the mutation, the leveled copy would become extremely dangerous, and even if a warrior higher than this level entered it, there was just as much danger of falling. The reason why those Chinese warriors at the border had developed a fear of war was because of the appearance of these mutated magical beasts. Otherwise, Marshal Shao wouldn't have personally created a god to stabilize the military. I didn't expect that now, mutated magical beasts would also appear in the strictly guarded ranked copies of their special training camp, which was just too terrifying. While they were trying to find a way to escape from the copy, Lin Dong and the others swaggered into the bronze copy on the side. Bronze copy of the small monsters, basically 1000-2000 blood, experience 3-5 points. For a mini-boss, it's about 5,000,8,000 blood and 1050 experience points. For a big boss, it's about 10,000,30,000 blood and 100-300 experience points. Normal bronze copies didn't have big bosses, but the special training camp picked geniuses. That's why big bosses were added to the bronze copies. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the bronze copy was a bit weird. It was because all of the magical beasts in the bronze copy were heading in the direction of where a big boss was, prostrating and kneeling as if they were worshipping their king. In that direction, a fox with 3 tails was looking up to the sky. It made a chirping sound that sounded like a woman giggling. It was more than a little creepy to hear such a sound in the middle of an empty copy. Lin Dong's body was covered in goosebumps, and he muttered to himself in a somewhat puzzled manner. What is that sound? It sounds creepy. Su Runin also nodded timidly and hugged Lin Dong's arm tightly. Lin Dong, why do I feel that the monsters inside the bronze copy are so much stronger? We won't be able to beat them, right? Put. Lin Dong didn't hold back and directly burst out laughing. With the equipment the two of them were wearing, not to mention bronze copies, even gold copies would be brushed. Patting Su Runin's shoulder, Lin Dong looked confident. Don't worry, in this kind of copy, we're gods. Saying that, Lin Dong waved his weeping blood treasure blade and directly killed a desert pale wolf around him in seconds. With an attack power of over 3000, it's perfectly possible to kill all the little monsters in seconds. Even the mini-bosses, it's a matter of 2 hits. When Su Runin saw that Lin Dong was so valiant, she instantly also became bold. Hee, Lin Dong, let's see who kills faster. These gargoyles, however, were a little different from the usual mechanical mumbo-jumbo. After Lin Dong and Su Runin went on a killing spree, they all hurriedly fled in the direction of the 3-tailed demon fox. It was as if the only way to survive was to flee to wherever. While Lin Dong stopped the bloodshed treasure sword in his hand, there was a faint suspicion in his eyes. Strange, the movements of these little monsters are just too strange. It shouldn't be happening like this. Su Runin also hand-gassed Snow White printed ice sleeve, face with a strong incomprehension. When I was in the black iron copy, those little monsters were all humongous and rushed up to me. How come the magical beasts in this bronze copy all seem to have a spirit and directly throw away? Su Runin was right, these little monsters really seemed to have a spirit, actually became much more animated, and saw that they could not beat the duo and directly fled. Nodding his head, Lin Dong also discovered this anomaly. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the fast-fleeing gargoyles and scrutinized them, as if something was calling to them. Let's go, follow, and see what's going on. So the duo followed these little monsters, walking unhurriedly, trying to see what had changed. And ahead of their march, a great change of heart was taking place in the bronze level copy. The 3-tailed demon fox was gathering tens of thousands of demonic beasts' tribes, sitting on top of a high slope, looking unruffled. It has a natural skill called enlightened worship. Accepting worship, it can open up wisdom for the magical beasts that worship him, equivalent to the IQ level of a human 3-year-old child. And the more magical beasts that worshipped it, the stronger it was in battle. Gathering tens of thousands of magical beasts, it already had the IQ level of a human 10-year-old child, as well as 100,000 blood as well as an attack power of over 2000. This kind of combat power had already surpassed some ordinary gold-level magical beasts. At this moment, he looked at Lindong and Su Runin, who had come close without slowing down, and a trace of disdain flashed through his heavy pupils. Heh, humans! 48 silver weapon. Hades beast soul furnace. The three-tailed demon fox looked at Lindong and Su Runin with disdain, her heavy pupils filled with disdain. Two bronze human warriors were just that, he could easily exterminate them with a wave of his hand. Therefore, it did not have much interest in Lindong and Su Runin. It still kept sending out sound waves in an attempt to call more magical beasts over to become its slaves. The more slaves it had, the faster it grew, and it could even trigger a secondary mutation to completely dominate this class copy. Damned humans, actually imprisoning our noble magical beasts in this narrow-leveled copy. When I have the power to break the cocoon into a butterfly, I will definitely lead the army of magical beasts, break through the restrictions of leveled copies, and completely return to the vast heavens and earth. The three-tailed demon fox sent down the grandeur, instantly causing the tens of thousands of magical beasts in front of him to let out a whimpering roar. They were touched by the great dream of the three-tailed demon fox, and at the moment they were all thinking of repaying this newly born great mutant king with their lives. The three-tailed demon fox looked at these magical beasts that it had completely controlled with satisfaction, and the expression on its face became even more vivid. If it hadn't remained in its fox stance, it would have even been suspected of being a human. Lindong and Su Runin, who had arrived at the gathering point of the magical beasts, were also stunned by the crazy scene in front of them. Su Runin covered her mouth with her hand, her face filled with incredulity. Lindong, I'm not mistaken, that fox is actually standing there with its waist crossed like a human. Could it be that it has become an elf? It is said that after the founding of the country, animals are not allowed to become refined, and even if it is a high-ranking magical beast, its IQ is usually lower than that of a 3-year-old child. But this three-tailed fox in front of him was obviously different. It stood there alive and well, as alive as a human. Lindong also frowned and thought, he had a premonition that the world of Warcraft might have a big change in advance. I remembered that in my last life, the mutation of magical beasts was a very slow process, and the appearance of human IQ-level magical beasts was at least a year later. But now, the highly intelligent mutant magical beasts had actually appeared ahead of schedule, so it seemed that things were becoming more and more imminent. If he didn't raise his strength up early, once the mythical level mutant magical beasts appeared, the entire blue star would completely fall into the magical beast's food, and there would be no more turning back. Unranked, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, sky, legendary, epic, mythic, supreme, eternal. Each level of magical beasts was more than 10 times the battle power of the previous level of magical beasts. And starting from mythic level magical beasts, the battle power would even soar hundreds and thousands of times to the previous level. Although legendary level magical beasts only appeared now, no one could guarantee that the magical beasts wouldn't evolve again in a short period of time. After pondering for a long time, Lindong finally moved. This mutated three-tailed fox must be removed quickly. This kind of mutated magical beast with a high IQ evolves quickly. Although she has only entered the silver level now, it won't be long before she easily breaks through the level barrier and quickly evolves to the gold or above level. By that time, the two of us will be no match for it at all. Giving Su Runin a careful look, Lindong cautiously waved his weeping blood treasure blade and launched an offensive stance at the three-tailed fox. As for the three-tailed fox, its heavy pupils rotated for a moment, and its face was filled with a teasing expression. Two ordinary bronze humans, how dare they attack this king? Originally, I wanted you all to enjoy the majesty of this king's rise and be qualified spectators, but now that you've actually made a move towards this king, then I won't be able to keep you. Come forward, little ones, and tear them both to shreds, just take them both and beat them. With the three-tailed demon fox's order, a group of small monsters rushed towards Lindong and Su Runin as if they were crazy. Desert pale wolves, highly poisonous demonic scorpions, one-horned rhinoceroses, cave black snakes, and forest wild elephants, a black and heavy mass, ran wildly with their movements, causing the earth to send out violent tremors. But Lindong was not afraid of danger, and his entire essence was raised to the peak. The damage stacking effect of the Weeping Blood Sword has been stacked 50 times, and each attack can increase damage by 2,500 points. Moreover, the Weeping Blood Treasure Blade has a group attack effect that ensures that the attacks don't decay. So even though the number of magical beasts is large, it's not of much use to me. Saying that, Lindong waved his big hand and a scarlet-red pike chopped out, causing the first dozen or so magical beasts that rushed up to him to directly fall into a pool of blood. After the Weeping Blood Treasure Blade absorbed the blood of these magical beasts, the entire blade appeared even more demonic. Su Runin, on the other hand, also waved the snow-white printed ice sleeve in her hand and began to fiercely attack the magical beasts that rushed up. Because of the large number of killings, the snow-white ice sleeves were now covered with tiny blood mists like plum blossoms, which looked like a different kind of bizarre beauty. It had to be said that with their several thousand attack output, it was too easy to deal with these magical beasts that only had 1 or 2,000 blood. In just about 10 minutes, thousands of corpses of magical beasts fell on the ground, accumulating as high as small mountains. Those small monsters that had been frantically attacking the magical beasts had a look of fear in their eyes at this time, hesitantly not daring to go forward. It could only show its teeth at Lin Dong and Su Runin, but had nothing to actually attack. Even if Lin Dong took a step forward, they would frantically take dozens of steps back. Seeing that the demonic beast army was actually killed by the 2 humans and defeated, and even had a situation of collapsing, the eyes of the 3-tailed demon fox also showed a different color. These 2 humans are not ordinary bronze human warriors. Their weapons, which seem to have been specially forged, look very powerful. It seems that I must personally make a move to exterminate them, otherwise, the team I managed to pull together with great difficulty will be broken up by them. Having made up her mind, the 3-tailed demon fox made the demonic beasts move backward. It, on the other hand, strutted to the front of the line, looking divine with its 2 little paws on its back. Arriving 10 meters in front of Lin Dong, the 3-tailed demon fox stood still, looking very arrogant. "Damned human, actually daring to intrude into my Fox King's territory, I declare you dead." Looking at this fox actually spitting out human words, Lin Dong snorted and laughed. "Is trying to talk like us humans too?" Su Runin on the side blinked in some surprise and pulled Lin Dong's sleeve. "Lin Dong, this fox is so cute, it would be fun to keep one." Hearing Su Runin and Lin Dong's conversation, the 3-tailed demon fox immediately burst into a rage. "Bold human, actually trying to take this Fox King as a pet, how outrageous. Suffer death." As the 3-tailed demon fox's words fell, its small paw directly lifted up to the sky, and a white ball of essence gas formed in its hand. And it was clearly launching an attack as it mouthed the words. Lin Dong's face changed as he felt that the energy field around him was rapidly changing. A dangerous aura was converging towards him and Su Runin. "Not good, hurry up and take cover." Lin Dong pulled Su Runin to retreat quickly, and just as they left, a snake-shaped lightning bolt with crackling arcs of electricity drilled out of the ground from where they had just stood. Not only that, Lin Dong, who had just landed on the ground, immediately felt a tingling sensation coming from under his feet, which quickly spread throughout his body. "Lin Dong, I feel like I can't move my body, it seems to be paralyzed by lightning." Su Runin's voice came from next to Lin Dong, and there was a certain shock in her voice. Because they were already at least 50 meters away from that 3-tailed demon fox, they were actually directly electrified numb. Lin Dong struggled to control his body and brought Su Runin to jump out once again. If it wasn't for the fact that the lockjaw armor possessed superb magic resistance, he would probably have been directly paralyzed by electricity just like Su Runin. On the other hand, the 3-tailed demon fox on the opposite side revealed a hint of disdain. "A trivial skill, how dare you show off? This Fox King's step-by-step Thunder Divine technique is not something you can easily escape from." With that, the 3-tailed demon fox once again waved its hand and launched an attack in Lin Dong's direction. And the many magical beasts that stood behind it and watched revealed looks of adoration. Their new king is just too powerful. Not only did it possess the diluted bloodline of the ancient mythical magical beast, the 9-tailed demon fox, it was even born with exclusive skills. It was simply the idol of their magical beasts. And right at this moment, Lin Dong's system suddenly made a sound. "Ding, the rare and highly intelligent mutated magical beast 3-tailed demon fox has been detected." The system releases a forging task, asking the host to defeat the 3-tailed demon fox and use its soul to create a silver weapon, the underworld beast soul furnace. Mission reward, experience plus 5,000, proficiency plus 50. Hades beast soul furnace? It's unusual to hear the name. Lin Dong's spirit lifted as he searched for an opportunity to launch an attack on the 3-tailed demon fox. 49 upgrade. Silver warrior. In Lin Dong's eyes, this mutated 3-tailed demon fox had completely become his prey. Although its step-by-step thunder companion skill was not bad, in front of his powerful magic resistance, it was just an itch to scratch. Now, what Lin Dong had to do was how to achieve a one-strike kill on this 3-tailed demon fox. After all, this kind of highly intelligent magical beast would become extremely cautious once he let the other party know that he had the ability to exterminate it. If he couldn't kill it with a single blow, the 3-tailed demon fox would most likely hide, and with the speed at which the magical beast ran, it would be harder than hell for him to catch up. After moving his body several times again, Lin Dong had arrived at a place less than 30 meters away from the three-tailed demon fox. Lin Dong's eyes stared, and the weeping blood treasure sword in his hand was gripped even tighter. Runen, in a moment, you find a way to hold on for a while. I'm going to go up and kill this three-tailed demon fox. At this time, Su Runen was already electrified, and her pupils were somewhat confused. Be careful, this three-tailed demon fox's skills are just too perverse. Lin Dong nodded and activated the acceleration glove's explosive flash skill. Whoosh! Lin Dong directly appeared in front of the three-tailed demon fox. The sobbing blood sword in his hand was swung, followed by the shadowless fist skill being unleashed along with it. In an instant, Lin Dong dealt out nearly 20,000 plus damage. However, in the face of the three-tailed demon fox with a blood volume of 100,000, these damages were not enough to be fatal. The three-tailed demon fox was also startled, and her heavy pupils quickly rotated, immediately pulling away from Lin Dong. Kid, I can't imagine that you actually have the ability to fight back, but in the opinion of this Fox King, you're still far from it. Although her mouth screamed fiercely, the eyes of the three-tailed demon fox as she looked at Lin Dong were clearly wary. However, without waiting for it to finish its words, Lin Dong made another explosive flash, and the weeping blood treasure blade in his hand swung out one after another, wanting to directly take down the three-tailed demon fox. The three-tailed demon fox had experience from the last encounter and had become very slippery at this time. Lin Dong's three swings only hit once, only managing to deal 5,800 points of damage. There was still a considerable distance from killing this three-tailed demon fox. The three-tailed demon fox was successively won over by Lin Dong, and at this time, she also became furious. Human boy, you have successfully angered this Fox King, next this Fox King is going to get serious. Saying that, the three-tailed demon fox raised its hand once again, and the ball of essence in its hand coalesced into shape once again, and within 100 meters of its center, crackling arcs of electricity once again drilled out of the earth. Lin Dong rose up in the air to avoid being paralyzed by the lightning. And then unleashes the golden jade boots in an attempt to hit the sonic boom word effect. Sonic boom phrase has a 10% chance to inflict sonic boom damage, making the opponent delirious and unable to lock onto the target of the attack for 3 seconds. This was Lin Dong's only control skill, although there was a probability, but he had an attack speed of nearly 100, so as long as he attacked enough times, he would definitely trigger the sonic boom effect. At this time, the three-tailed demon fox had already been entangled by Lin Dong's explosive flash jump, and could barely pull away from Lin Dong, and could only tremble with him. As for Lin Dong, he was also attacking frantically, not giving the three-tailed demon fox any chance to catch his breath. Ding! Sonic boom phrase triggered. Target is delirious for 3 seconds and loses the target of attack. As the golden jade war boot sonic boom phrase took effect, Lin Dong instantly and quickly swung his weeping blood treasure sword and began to swing at the three-tailed demon fox. Within a short span of 3 seconds, Lin Dong directly swung out 10 attacks. In an instant, 58,000 points of damage were dealt to the three-tailed demon fox. The three-tailed demon fox's blood bar was only 1/5 left in an instant. As long as he triggered the sonic boom special effect once more, Lin Dong could directly kill the three-tailed demon fox. But the three-tailed demon fox, who had come to her senses, also realized how powerful Lin Dong was. It simply did not want to tangle with Lin Dong any longer, but quickly pulled away from Lin Dong in an attempt to escape. However, Lin Dong's acceleration gloves, which had the explosive flash phrase, could enter any location within a 50-meter range at any time, which made the three-tailed demon fox incomparably frantic. Damn human, why are you acting like a heel? This Fox King is completely furious. The three-tailed demon fox kept roaring under its breath, but it could not do anything with Lin Dong. Suddenly, it noticed Su Runen, who was standing on the side watching the battle, and a plan came to mind. If we control this human woman, this man will definitely throw in the towel and won't dare to attack this Fox King again. When this Fox King recovers his vitality, he must eat both of them to vent his anger. Having made up its mind, the three-tailed demon fox suddenly rushed towards Su Runen, wanting to take advantage of his defenses to make a sneak attack. Look out! Lin Dong instantly detected the three-tailed demon fox's plot and immediately issued a reminder to Su Runen. But to one's surprise, Su Runen looked a bit dumbfounded and didn't know how to dodge at all. However, Lin Dong detected that Su Runen's face carried a trace of undetectable surprise. Just as Lin Dong was suspicious, Su Runen, who had been bullied in front of her by the three-tailed demon fox, suddenly moved. Only a chirping sound was heard from her, and her whole body was majestic. Life-snatching scissor kick. Upon hearing Su Runen release the word skill, Lin Dong instantly lowered his heart, and his steps of rushing up slowed down. Killing scissor kick, a word skill for bondage fishing net stockings. When a target below diamond level is below 30% blood, you can apply a 720-degree rotating killing blow damage to the target's head. In other words, the three-tailed demon fox, which had less than 1/5 of its blood at this point, would be directly beheaded by Su Runin. As expected, the original also open teeth and claws of the three-tailed demon fox, at this time open heavy pupil eyes, straight down on the ground, some dead. It couldn't figure out until it died how this human woman, who looked very weak, was able to burst out with an attack that was even more powerful than that man. And Su Runin, who had experienced the power of the life-snatching scissor kick words, was still somewhat intent on wriggling her stocking long legs. Lin Dong, humph, don't offend me in the future. Oh, I have the life-snatching scissors leg divine skill now. If you dare to bully me in the future, I'll break your neck with the life-snatching scissors legs, just like this dead fox. Saying that, Su Runin gestured the clicking motion of breaking her neck, looking very pleased with herself. However, Lin Dong, who heard Su Runin's words, already had images in his mind. If you are such a pair of stockings long legs, wrapped around the neck then. Oops, can't think, my body is reacting. Lin Dong expelled the thoughts from his mind and began to examine the fruits of his victory. The soul of this three-tailed demon fox had not yet completely dissipated, and it was the critical moment for refining the underworld beast soul furnace. Lin Dong quickly dropped the corpse of the three-tailed demon fox into the forging furnace and refined it on the spot. A minute and a half later, a small black furnace with an eerie aura was taken out by Lin Dong from the system's forging furnace. What is it? Su Runin's eyes widened in surprise as she surveyed this new equipment. Equipment, Hades Beast Soul Furnace Silver Grade. Attack, 9,800. Step by step, within a 100-meter radius, unleash an earth-centered lightning damage that deals 500 points of damage to the target. Soul regeneration, for every corpse of a magical beast collected, attack increases by 1 point, with a cap of 10,000 points. A pure attack type weapon that looked a bit hot to Su Runin's eyes. Too bad, it's a silver level weapon, you can only wear it if you've risen to level 20. Otherwise, our speed of brushing monsters in the bronze copy can be increased quite a bit again. Hearing the words, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Level 20. Isn't that fast? Just now, he had decapitated so many magical beasts and the three-tailed demon fox. Both he and Su Runin had harvested over 30,000 experience points. At this point he was level 17 with 67,500 100,000 experience. Su Runin had also reached the top of level 15, 31,232,000, and would soon equal Lin Dong's level. According to the calculations, if you ascend to level 20, you still need 120,000 experience for level 18, 150,000 experience for level 19, and 200,000 experience for level 20. Almost 500,000 experience in total. According to the speed at which they were brushing monsters, they should be able to easily save enough before nightfall. After all, when they worked together, the speed of decimating the magical beasts was just too fast, with 1,000 plus experience credited every minute. At this terrifying rate, in 10 hours at the most, he would be promoted to level 20. Lin Dong flicked the bloodstains on his body, and his entire body became energized with essence. It's not too late, let's hurry up and kill monsters and practice. Su Runin nodded and cooperated with Lin Dong to start massively brushing the monsters. What they didn't know was that in the midst of the bronze copy, there was a corner shrouded in mist. In the corner, there was a hissing sound from the other dimension. Which damned human actually killed my three-tailed heavy pupil fox child? The moment my beast body descends on Blue Star, I will make all of you humans bury my son with me. 50. The golden horn is in full force. While Lin Dong and the others were working hard to brush monsters and upgrade, the entire planet, Blue Star, is undergoing drastic changes. The magical beasts of the ranked copies began to mutate, and it didn't just happen in the ranked copies of the special training camp. The whole of Huaxia, and even the whole of the Blue Planet, were rapidly experiencing similar things. The original copies that were suitable for humans to upgrade and brush monsters, at this time, the overall difficulty was raised by 3-5 times, and there were even individual copies where the intensity of the magical beasts had even risen by more than 10 times. Even the black iron copies that could be brushed by the warriors who had just had their careers awakened, at this point even the bronze warriors were struggling. Mutant magical beasts that exceeded the current copy level by 1 or even 2 levels appeared in every level of copy. This was still a more mature and safe-leveled copy, and the long warfront between magical beasts and humans had even more mutated magical beasts than humans could imagine. Even legendary-level magical beasts were appearing in large numbers in the border front areas. Not only did the pressure on the Chinese defense line multiply, but in the other directions of the Blue Planet, the Wraiths also tore open new descents and began to invade the Blue Planet in a big way. For a time, many teams and individuals who were brushing monsters were fiercely attacked by the mutated magical beasts, resulting in heavy deaths and injuries. This rapid mutation of magical beasts directly resulted in humans needing to face more powerful magical beasts, while eliminating them would take greater casualties. It made all of Blue Star's humans terrified. The entire Blue Star would quickly fall under the iron hooves of the magical beasts if they couldn't deal with the critical situation of the magical beast's mutation. The Pharaoh of the Western Temple, even because of this time, called a meeting of the powers to study how they could escape this sudden calamity. Originally, the magical beast descent points were mainly centered around China. Now how come magical beast descent points have appeared in our West as well? Although the scale of the magical beast descent point is not large now, the mutated magical beasts are very ferocious, and once they are allowed to expand their scale, our Western powers will surely pay a terrible price. Those attending powers looked at each other in dismay, all feeling a steep rise in pressure. It seems that after 300 years of peaceful struggle between humans and Wraiths, the Wraiths are going to invade Blue Star in a big way once again. Lord Fa Huang, there are sky-level mutated magical beasts infesting the vicinity of the Western magical beast descent point. I'm afraid that we'll have to gather the strength of our entire Western powers to be able to control the situation. A leader of the powers suggested, but his voice was a little shaky, and it was clear that he wasn't completely sure either. After all, the West had been safe for too long, and with China at the front, they had been developing at ease, and now that they were facing danger head-on, it would be a lie to say that they weren't nervous. The venerable emperor scanned the surrounding area, the staff of doom in his hand tapping the ground. What's the point of panicking? It may not be a great opportunity for the Devil Beast descent point to appear in our West. In the past, the descent points were concentrated near China, and it was difficult for us to get a handful of magical beast supplies, but now we finally have a chance. Listen to my arrangement. The matter of the land cession treaty on the Chinese side will be put on hold for a while. Let's focus on controlling the magical beast descent point. The Western powers were worriedly discussing about the matter of the Devil Beast's descent point, while the Chinese side had already begun the battle for the ages. Although the number of mutated magical beasts was several times that of the previous ones, and even a few new magical beast descents had appeared. But the soldiers on the defense line in southwest China appeared confident. It was because they had just received an amazing piece of equipment, the Golden Horn. This team combat equipment, they had seen the power with their own eyes during the live broadcast. And at this time, the deputy commander of the Southwest Defense Line, Ping Ren, was reverently holding this divine weapon, overflowing with excitement. Soldiers, our savior has arrived. With this equipment, it's finally possible to fight against the damned army of mutant magical beasts. Gather 10,000 warriors at once, let's go repel the mutated magical beasts besieging the defense line. Hearing the words of Vice Commander Ping Ren, all the warriors began to shout. War! 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 The warriors shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky, displaying a strong military might. But their gazes were firmly fixed on the golden horn in the hands of the Pingyu people. TGG was watching the miraculous changes brought about by this piece of equipment. The Pingyu man smiled crookedly, his powerful confidence invisibly outward. At my command, charge. The golden horn will only be in effect for 5 minutes. When that time is up, back off immediately. With that said, the Pangyons blew the golden horn. Woo woo. The cool and majestic sound suddenly resounded through the entire border defense line, causing the blood of every warrior who heard it to boil. Team morale plus 10,000, each member's attack plus 10,000, defense plus 10,000, current team members 10,000 10,000. The golden horn makes every warrior as powerful as a legendary level war god. At this moment, they were staring at the huge curtain of light, like a mass of circular scimitars, rapidly entering the battlefield to cut the lives of the mutated magical beasts. Along the way, the originally arrogant and unrivaled mutant magical beasts all perished directly, turning into a mass of blood mist and corpses. 10,000 war gods was just too terrifying. Even a legendary level mutant demonic beast was killed in a single move. It was only sky-level magical beasts that could barely resist a bit to escape. In a moment, the entire defense line above was filled with the corpses of magical beasts. This wave of 5 minutes of charging left behind tens of thousands of corpses of magical beasts. The results of the battle were outstanding. Around the defense line, however, at least tens and tens of billions of mutated magical beasts were gathered. This huge victory, again, paled into insignificance in the face of the overall number of wraiths. After a quick retreat, all the fighters had excitement and surprise on their faces. Within those 5 minutes just now, they experienced unprecedented power. If the Golden Horn had been in effect for more time, they could have even killed their way through these magical beast armies. Deputy Commander Pan Yuren nodded with satisfaction. At this rate, they could quickly clear out any magical beasts from Black Iron to legendary level. By then, the remaining sky-level legendary magical beasts would just slowly grind to death. And this time the harvest was huge. The corpses of those slain magical beasts were all good materials for forging equipment. Sending it to the rear would probably give birth to another batch of gear while it lasted. An hour later, the cooldown of the Golden Horn ended and the Pangyons once again organized a 10,000-man charge. This time, the harvest was huge, directly killing a sky-level mutated magical beast, and tens of thousands of other level magical beast armies. The magical beasts that had sensed the ferocity of the human camp, and their restlessness gradually settled down, began to carry out tentative attacks on the warriors of Huaxia in order to reduce the number of casualties. The perilous situation of the southwestern defenses was also completely relieved. Learning of this news, Marshal Xiao finally stretched the frown for days, and happily dried 3 big bowls of rice. Great, the Golden Horn is so much more than that. If there were more Golden Horns, also arranged to the southeast and northwest defense lines, our Chinese frontier would be completely stabilized. Rubbing his hands together, there was an unspeakable excitement in Marshal Xiao's eyes. For this newly accepted disciple Lin Dong, he was incomparably satisfied. The appearance of this god-level forger could simply be called the will of heaven, heaven favoring Huaxia. His gaze turned to the guardsmen on the sidelines. According to the itinerary, Lin Dong should have already arrived at the War God Academy special training camp. Is he still used to living over there? Guard Song Walker saluted and respectfully reported the news about Lin Dong. Grand Marshal, Lin Dong seems to have been ostracized in the special training camp. Those talented students who went to Imperial High School somewhat looked down on him. Even though he had the identity of your disciple from the Grand Marshal in place, he wasn't treated favorably. Also, the ranked copies over at the special training camp have also appeared with mutated magical beasts, so Lin Dong might encounter some trouble when he brushes his copies. Grand Marshal, do we need to send out our dark guards to help Lin Dong? After listening to the report from the guard, Songwalker, Marshal Xiao smiled faintly and didn't seem to care. My disciple, if he can't even solve this trouble, then he doesn't deserve to be my disciple. Don't worry, Lin Dong has enough ability to solve these things. Lin Dong, who had been pinned with high hopes by Marshal Xiao, would certainly not disappoint. Right now, he had worked hard to brush monsters to level 19, and was only 200,000 experience short of becoming a silver warrior. However, right at this moment, the underworld beast soul furnace in his storage ring suddenly experienced a strange movement. Chugging. Lin Dong, who felt the storage ring jumping, curiously released the underworld beast soul furnace, feeling a little surprised. After all, it was his weapon, and he could feel a certain emotion transmitted by the underworld beast soul furnace. Why do I get the feeling it's a little hungry? 51. 5 Thunders, Heart of Heaven Beast Soul Formation. Seeing Lin Dong suddenly stop his pace, Su Runan glanced toward him curiously. What's wrong, Lin Dong? We're about to level up to 20, why did you stop? Lin Dong pointed at the underworld beast soul furnace in his hand, pondering. Up ahead, there seems to be something that is attracting it, and I feel it becoming very excited. Oh? Su Runan curiously observed this underworld beast soul furnace, trying to see a clue. Suddenly, she pointed at a pattern on top of the beast soul furnace and said, Lin Dong, look, the totem pattern here seems to be glowing. Lin Dong rotated the beast soul furnace and looked at the glowing totem patterns and came to a realization. It was because just a moment ago, a message from the glowing ripples was transmitted into his mind. 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart Beast Soul Formation? It turned out that above this underworld beast soul furnace, there was also an addition formation skeletonized. As long as one collects 5 special thunder beasts, one can increase the skill of step-by-step thunder. The Step Thunder skill now releases 10 damage 500 points of geocentric lightning damage to the target within a 100-meter radius. A total of 5,000 points of damage. And after the 5 Thunders Heavenly Heart Beast Soul Formation had been increased, the power of step-by-step thunder was incomparable. 2 Thunder Beasts, with a 200% increase in power, could release 20 consecutive Earth-centered thunderbolts that dealt 500 points of damage, totaling up to 20,000 points of damage. 3 Thunder Beasts, with a 300% increase in power, can release 30 consecutive Earth-centered thunderbolts that deal 500 points of damage, totaling up to 45,000 points of damage. 4 Thunder Beasts, with a 400% increase in power, can release 40 consecutive Earth-centered thunderbolts that deal 500 points of damage, totaling up to 80,000 points of damage. 5 thunder beasts, whose power could be increased by 500%, could release 50 consecutive earth-centered thunderbolts that dealt 500 points of damage, totaling up to 125,000 points of damage. Moreover, there was no level restriction on the thunder beasts, and one only needed to gather all 5 types of thunder beasts on the inscription to activate the formation. The thunder beast tattoo that had lit up by now was in the shape of a fox all along. And the reason why the underworld beast soul furnace was throbbing was because of another egg-shaped pattern that also produced a faint glow. It seemed that somewhere in the direction ahead, there was an egg-shaped beast soul that the underworld beast soul furnace needed. After scrutinizing it carefully for a while, Lin Dong came to a realization. Runen, let's go, let's take a look in that direction. If my guess is good, there's a thunder liquid egg dragon beast in that direction. The thunder liquid egg dragon beast, one of the rare mutated magical beasts, could not have imagined that it would appear in the bronze copy. It seems that the speed of the magical beast's mutation has become faster and faster. However, Lin Dong was vaguely excited. This magical beast mutation was a danger to others, but it could be a good thing for him. Because of the mutant magical beasts, they were rare materials that could be used to forge equipment with special attribute phrases. For example, this thunder liquid egg dragon beast could increase the 5 thunders heavenly heart beast soul formation, allowing the damage of step-by-step thunder to reach 20,000 points. As long as he rose to level 20, wielding the underworld beast soul furnace, he could rely on the underworld beast soul furnace to deal 40,000 points of damage from a single attack. With this kind of damage, the small monsters are all 1 move seconds. Even if it's a silver boss, it's just 3 or 4 moves. Brush efficiency, it's a blast. This was still only the increase effect of the 2 thunder beasts. If he could gather all 5 thunder beasts together, even if it was a legendary boss or sky boss, he would dare to fight. With excitement in his heart, Lin Dong brought Su Runen and quickly moved in the direction of the thunder liquid egg dragon beast. On a cliff face, a huge bird egg standing on it was slowly cracking under the bombardment of thunder. Click! The top of the egg popped a piece of shell out. A small, furry head ghosted out from inside the jagged gap. Coo coo coo! It was a serpentine, furry creature with a very strange look. Originally, he was only the offspring of a thunder zephyr bird, but under the bombardment of thunder, he mutated and began to activate the thin thunder liquid egg dragon beast bloodline. At this moment, it was greedily sucking the lightning in the air, looking very enjoyable. And just then, footsteps suddenly came from the distance. The 2 male and female handsome humans actually walked up to it recklessly and surveyed it with unkind gazes. The little thunder liquid egg dragon beast immediately stretched out its neck and gave a warning to the provocative behavior of these intruders. These 2, on the other hand, were talking and laughing and clearly not taking it seriously. Lin Dong, look at how cute this little animal is, it's like keeping one around as a pet. Runen, I'm useful for this thunder liquid egg dragon beast, so let's first incorporate it into the underworld beast soul furnace, and if you want to keep it, I'll catch another one for you in the future. It was outrageous that these 2 damned humans had taken it for granted. The little thunder liquid egg dragon beast angrily stretched its neck, and at Lin Dong and Su Runen, it protruded a mouthful of thick, sticky, liquid like thunder pillars. Lin Dong protected Su Runen behind him, and a hint of a smile swept across his face. What a grumpy little fellow. But it's a shame that this amount of damage can't even break through my defense. With that, Lin Dong's bloodshed treasure sword was raised high in the air and traced a beautiful arc in the air. Put! The head of the little thunder liquid egg dragon beast directly drooped, its life breath rapidly dissipating. Su Runen on the side beamed and sighed. Such a cute little guy, Lin Dong, how could you lay your hands on him? You're just too ferocious. Lin Dong gave her a blank look and wondered where she got her motherly heart from. This was a mutated magical beast, the thunder liquid egg dragon beast. If it grew up, it could at least surpass the sky rank and become a legendary magical beast. At that point, the destruction it caused was too great to describe. Pity such a magical beast cub and wonder what she thinks. The body of the thunder liquid egg dragon beast was put away into the underworld beast soul furnace, and that egg-shaped totem pattern, too, lit up. Having collected 2 thunder beast souls, the underworld beast soul furnace at this point was already capable of delivering up to 20,000 points of step-by-step thunder damage. This would become Lin Dong's guarantee to enter the silver copy and brush up on his monsters. That kind of good fortune, though, doesn't come all the time. In the next few moments, Lin Dong brushed the bronze-ranked copies and no thunder beasts appeared again, causing him to have some small regrets. 2 hours of time had passed since they entered the bronze level copy, and it was now around 8 p.m. But the 2 didn't feel tired at all, instead they were in high spirits. Su Runen wiped the sweat from her face with a hint of unspeakable excitement. Lin Dong, I've finally risen to level 20, so we can go brush the silver copies below. However, Lin Dong shook his head, intending to rest for the night first. There's no rush to brush the silver copies, let's go back and rest for a good night, build a good set of silver equipment, and then it's not too late to brush it again. However, Su Runin was somewhat unfulfilled and looked at Lin Dong somewhat beggingly. Lin Dong, let's go take a look at the silver copy. The bronze equipment you built is so powerful, I feel that even if we reach a silver copy, we can still kill through it. There's no need for silver equipment at all. There was nothing wrong with Su Runin's words. After all, the silver copy of the small monsters, that is, 5,000 10,000 blood, her current output of 3 to 4,000, she can also do it in 2 clicks. However, in Lin Dong's opinion, if he couldn't swarm the monsters, the efficiency of brushing the monsters would still be too low, and entering the silver copy in such a hasty manner would be a pure waste of time. After all, if one wore a silver outfit, the output would be at least 10,000, and the efficiency of killing monsters would be at least 10 times more than what it was now. But now that Su Runin was on a roll, he couldn't refuse. Said just to go and have a look, must not get attached to the battle but also seize the time to go back to build silver equipment. We've been brushing monsters for a long time today, we should take a break, combine labor and rest to progress faster. Su Runin looked at Lin Dong, who was giving non-stop instructions to his mother-in-law, and spat out her little tongue, looking very playful. I know, I'm just curious. After arriving at the silver copy, the two clearly felt that this copy was even more vast than the bronze copy from before. Moreover, the magical beasts among the silver copies were much larger in size. They came in on this trip to familiarize themselves with the terrain, so they didn't kill a large number of monsters, but just quickly toured through it, choosing where to brush up for tomorrow. Just as they were walking and chatting, the sound of a fight in front of them attracted their attention. Shuahong, you have to hold on. Don't ever die. Be sure to wait for me to come back. Choi Hyun-ah, don't mind me, hurry up and report to Tactical Director Ding and ask him to hurry up and save us. If we're late, I'm afraid that several of us will be buried here. Lin Dong and Su Runin glanced at each other, both seeing the doubt in the other's eyes. It's Shuahong and the others, they seem to be in danger. Go over there. The two of them hid their forms from one of the bushes and looked out into the battlefield. 52 to save or not to save? With just a glance, Lin Dong was shaken. This was because in the middle of the field, there was a two-headed blood-colored toad with a crimson body that was making a great deal of noise. Although it only had less than half of its blood, it showed extreme combat power. The tongues flying around caused Lin Dong to be unable to stop the corners of his eyes from twitching. This toad, so strong. If Lin Dong was correct, this blood-colored toad was also a mutated magical beast. Judging from the strength of his attacks, he had at the very least reached the gold level, and belonged to an absolute big boss in this silver copy. With 500,000 blood, thousands of attacks and defenses, it was simply not something that a normal silver warrior could resist. And Shuahong and the others who fought against him, who were already considered to be a peak-ranked silver combat team, had already been beaten by it at this point without the ability to fight back. Shuahong stood up from the pool of blood and swallowed the last bottle of blood restoration pill, his eyes filled with despair. As for Dark Priest Yao Qingyan, he was already paralyzed with exhaustion and couldn't use a bit of magic. Blade Frenzy Song Tianxu was also leaning on the ground with a single blade, looking breathless. Only the Sword Saint by Xingxue still maintained the posture of drawing his sword to attack, but it looked like he was also at the end of his strength. At this moment, everyone's hopes were pinned on Choi Hyun-ah, who was about to flee the battle circle, hoping that he would be able to deliver the news of the mutated beasts so that the tactical guide, Ding Tae-cho, would come to their rescue. Su Runin was moved to compassion when she saw this miserable sight. Lin Dong, should we save them? Lin Dong tilted his head to look at her, not knowing why she had asked this question. Why should we save them? We don't know them very well. Su Runin, however, clearly had her own opinion as she looked seriously into Lin Dong's eyes. Lin Dong, I know you're still angry with them, but I think we should go help them. Su Runin's expression was very serious, and it was clear that she wasn't simply overflowing with a motherly heart. And then she justified her reasons to Lin Dong, which surprisingly made Lin Dong feel greatly justified. You're a disciple of Marshal Shao, you can't do things based solely on your personal good or bad, you have to learn to consider the big picture. Now that the situation in Huaxia is precarious, every teenage genius will grow to be the main force against the demonic beast army, we should think about the general situation in Huaxia. And the tactical instructor, Mr. Ding, has 3 orders for us to be united in love, we should take the lead and set an example. More importantly, these few of them will become our classmates who will spend time with us in the future, their potentials are also considered good, and they do things in a genuine manner. If you take them under your wing, they might become your right-hand man in the future. After hearing Su Runen's words, Lin Dong unconsciously stroked his chin. Truth be told, what Su Runen was considering hadn't really occurred to him before. On closer analysis, though, it makes quite a bit of sense. Although Lin Dong was a powerful forger and could arm a powerful army at any time. But if you don't have people around you who know what you're doing, you're going to be stretched to the limit later on. The temper of these Shuihong people was foul, but the good thing was that they were all genuine, so if they could really be cultivated into one of their own, it would be a good choice. After all, going it alone is definitely not as good as having your own reliable team. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Dong decided to give these few people a chance. Thinking of this, Lin Dong stood up and decided to step in to rescue a few of them. It was also at this moment that the changes in the field rose steeply. Choi Hyun-ah, who was already about to escape, caught the attention of the two-headed scarlet toad. Only one of its heads twisted quickly, its mouth opened, and a long, blood-red tongue rolled directly toward Choi Hyun-ah. Choi Hyun-ah was caught off guard and was directly rolled backward by the scarlet toad, and looked to become the scarlet toad's morsel. Shuihong and the others were also shocked, and their only hope wore away. No! Hyun-ah! As Shuihong lost his voice, the sword saint by Xingxue on the side suddenly moved. His long sword, which was originally hidden in the scabbard, was violently pulled out and flashed with a snowy light. With a brilliant pillar of light, it chopped at the scarlet toad's tongue. Pust! The scarlet toad's tongue was chopped off in the air, and the huge blood mist exploded into a ball that looked incomparably tragic. Choi Hyun-ah freed herself from her broken tongue and fell heavily to the ground, her eyes a little hollow for a moment, still not free from the shadow of death. And Bai Xingxue also used up all her strength and directly fell to the ground with a plop. But the scarlet toad, whose tongue had been chopped off, was aroused to ferocity and croaked out in pain. It aimed at Bai Xingxue, who had just attacked it, and the tongue of its other head poked out, ready to take him in the teeth first. The 5 people who had already completely lost their fighting strength couldn't help but close their eyes. Done. They'll all be buried here today. But the scene they expected didn't appear, and after half a day, they didn't feel any movement from the scarlet toad. Shuihong was the first to open his eyes and curiously peered around. Only to see the scarlet toad, who was vigilantly looking at the 2 young men not far away in a defensive stance. To be able to make the scarlet toad so scornful, could it be that the tactical instructor Ding Taichio War God was here? Shuihong looked back with anticipation, but in the next second, he turned into a bitter face. The people who came were not the Ding Taichio War God, but the 2 students who came from that trash middle school, Lin Dong and Su Runen. One could only see Lin Han standing majestically at the back with the weeping blood treasure sword, the tip of the sword pointing in the direction of one of the scarlet toad's heads. In Su Runen's hand, on the other hand, was the blood-stained printed ice sleeve, floating like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Shuihong shook his head. These 2 people must have realized that they were injured and intended to come over to save them. But this scarlet toad was too powerful, they definitely wouldn't be a match, and would even give up their lives for nothing. Shuihong then couldn't help but raise his voice and shouted, "You two, hurry up and go, don't give up your lives in vain. This scarlet toad is too powerful, hurry up and find tactical guide Ding to avenge the few of us." However, he didn't think for a moment about how exactly Lin Dong and the others had entered the silver copy. One should know that when they separated in the morning, Lin Dong was only level 16 and Su Runen was only level 1. And now, both are level 20. This kind of terrifying upgrade speed was absolutely unheard of for him. But right now, his mind was filled with telling Lin Dong and the 2 of them to hurry up and run for their lives, completely ignoring this crucial point. Lin Dong heard Shuihong shout and looked deeply at him. Well, this Shuihong's nature is not bad, so he can be cultivated. With a slight sigh of admiration in his heart, Lin Dong began to calculate how he could quickly resolve this blood-colored toad. But Choi Hyun-ah, who was lying on the ground, had once again taught Lin Dong a lesson. She could only be seen straightening her messy purple hair, and she couldn't help the sneer that escaped from the corner of her mouth. Shuihong, if people want to play the hero, you let them play the hero, the person who rushes to his death, it's useless for you to persuade him, this kind of person doesn't deserve pity. Lin Dong's eyebrows furrowed. What's wrong with this woman? She's on her deathbed and she's still being sarcastic? You're not so cynical because you've been dumped by some guy, are you? And when Choi Hyun-ah saw Lin Dong's look of disdain for him, she couldn't help but intensify her efforts. Lin Dong, what kind of look is that? This girl just looks down on people like you who don't know what they're doing. The 5 of us can't defeat this scarlet toad, can you, a trash forger, be better than the 5 of us? But in the next second, she was swept by Lin Dong's icy cold eyes and was too scared to speak. That look, incomparably terrifying, icy cold, not containing a trace of human emotion, even with a certain vicissitude of years. This kind of terrifying look, she had only seen it in the eyes of a higher power like her father. How could it appear in the body of a teenager like Lin Dong? Before she could react, Lin Dong at the back had already taken a step out, stirring up a whirlwind in place. Choi Hyuna, I told you I was saving a few of them, and as for you, you're just a white spared. After saying that, Lin Dong gave Su Runin a wink. Later, after I finish a set of combos, you'll directly use the life-snatching scissor kick. Never let him have a chance to attack us. Su Runin nodded, her eyes full of solemnity. After all, the first time he faced a gold-level boss, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. She and Lin Dong were silver warriors who had just been promoted to level 20. This kind of battle across levels, the gap was just too much. Lin Dong, be careful. As for Lin Dong, who was on the side, he had already rushed straight up with the Weeping Blood Treasure sword in his left hand and the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace in his right hand. Chop! 53 killing the Scarlet Toad, forging the Miaozhong 10,000 Poison Cup. Lin Dong, too, rushed up with the intention of fighting for his life. He was still in the bronze set, and although his attributes were still okay, it was a bit of a stretch to use it to deal with this kind of mutant gold-level boss. According to Lin Dong's calculations, the Weeping Blood Sword could deal 5,800 points of damage, the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace attack plus skill 39,800 points of damage, the Dual Acceleration Glove's Shadowless Fist had 20,000 points of damage, plus its own 3,300 points of push attack. He could now top out at about 70,000 damage with a set of combos. The Scarlet Toad, on the other hand, probably had less than half of its blood, or 200,000 bloodstains. After one of his combo bursts, Scarlet Toad's blood will be knocked right below 30% blood. With proper coordination, this amount of blood could be directly decimated by Su Runin's life-snatching scissor kick. However, this kind of Scarlet Toad was extremely prone to bursting back into blood when it was running low, directly returning to its peak state or even generating a new mutation. So the time difference had to be grasped, and if they missed, it would inevitably put the two of them in danger as well. As the Scarlet Toad saw Lin Dong rushing over, its two bulging eyes instantly changed from grayish-white to black as it opened its bloody mouth. Quack quack quack. A fishy odor instantly swept over Lin Dong's body, and the crimson tongue arrived instantly, as if Lin Dong would be struck and become torn apart in the next second. Xue Hong shook his head from below and closed his eyes. This Lin Dongi's heart was good, but it was just too reckless, even burying a few of their last chances for survival. If he hadn't been so reckless and gone to find War God Ding Taichou to come to his rescue, there might have been a chance of survival. A few other people, too, showed unwillingness on their faces, feeling sorry for Lin Dong. Only Choi Hyuna spat softly on the ground, looking very cathartic. Good words are hard to persuade a damn ghost. He's got it coming. What they didn't know, however, was that in the shadows, there were two pairs of eyes, watching the place closely. Seeing Lin Dong rushing up, the duo were actually still talking leisurely. Jiangnan Battlezone, if you don't make a move, Lin Dong might be in danger of losing his lifeline. At that time, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain to Marshal Xiao. The one who spoke was none other than Special Training Camp Tactical Instructor Ding Taichou, and beside him was Xinjiangnan, who had just been promoted to Battlezone. For the new students of the Special Training Camp, they are very important, and will never let them die easily, and will definitely step in to rescue them at the critical moment. But these moments of life and death on the battlefield are invaluable experiences, and they very much want these students to be able to experience that feeling. Moreover, this level of battle was completely trivial in their eyes. Even if it was only 0.01 seconds, they could still free the person. That's why they seemed so laid back. Xinjiangnan was high on melon seeds and spat out a few melon shells as he gave Lin Dong and the Scarlet Toad a nonchalant look. What's the hurry? Isn't this still alive? Moreover, this Lin Dong kid is full of treasures. I'm afraid that I don't even need me to make a move to get rid of the Scarlet Toad. Seeing how nervous Xinjiangnan was, Ding Taichou couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. Marshal Xiao had sent him to protect Lin Dong, and he didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. This person was about to lie down on the board, and he was still here getting high. He didn't believe that Lin Dong had the strength to decapitate the Scarlet Toad. Fighting across the ranks was not something that an ordinary person could do, not to mention that Lin Dong was also a forge master. But the next second, his mouth dropped open in surprise. How is this possible? What am I seeing? A set output of 70,000 points of damage? Ding Taichou stood up boldly at this moment, no longer able to remain calm. No way. Absolutely impossible. Even if he was a god of war, it would be difficult to deal damage higher than tens of thousands of points at once. This Lin Dong, how did he do it? With this kind of exaggerated damage, even Xinjiangnan, who was on the side, stopped his stone movements and looked extremely unsettled. 70,000 points of instant output? He's a warlord, he doesn't even have this kind of ability, does he? Although he was a battle exalted and had the terrifying professional attack bonus of a holy warrior, even if all of his equipment was added up, his total attack wouldn't exceed 30,000 points. Lin Dong, he really could bring people surprises, or even shock. With this full bronze equipment, can the output really explode to this extent? And what shocked them even more was yet to come. Right after Lin Dong had dealt a set of damage, in order to prevent the Scarlet Toad from bursting back to life, he suddenly shouted out, "Runen, it's your turn." When Su Runen heard Lin Dong's shout, she immediately unleashed the tied rope fishing net stockings life-snatching scissor legs word skill, directly decimating the Scarlet Toad whose blood quantity was only about 130,000 left. Rumble. The huge body of the two-headed Scarlet Toad was directly chopped empty of blood by the life-snatching scissor legs phrase, and collapsed to the ground as a corpse. Xinjiangnan and Ding Taiqiu, at this moment, were both shocked. Straight-up decapitation? Below 30% blood level direct decapitation of the word. It's just horrible. I'm afraid that this kind of divine word equipment could only be forged by Lin Dong. Ding Taiqiu grunted and swallowed, gripping his storage ring tightly. If we ask Lin Dong to forge a piece of equipment, how much would be more appropriate to spend? I'm not asking for much, bronze equipment is fine. Xinjiangnan blankly glanced at him, the corner of his mouth slightly curling up. Look at Ding Taiqiu's unseen appearance, it really disgraced the god of war. His hands, however, rubbed gently over his two bronze accelerated gloves, looking very much in love with them. Luckily, he had met Lin Dong earlier and obtained 2 acceleration gloves, becoming the best amongst the battlezoons. But then again, if Lin Dong could build him an outfit, he could also become stronger, right? His requirements were not too high, as long as he could deal 70,000 points of damage in one go like Lin Dong. While the two bigwigs were secretly having small thoughts, Lin Dong, who was in the middle of the field, gently put away the corpse of the double-headed blood-colored toad, and put it away. Because just a moment ago, the system had once again released a temporary mission. Ding, the corpse of the mutated magical beast two-headed blood-colored toad has been detected. The system releases a temporary task, asking the host to build a silver-level weapon, the Miaozhong 10,000 Poison Cup. Miaozhong 10,000 Poison Seed Forging Book has been issued. Please complete the forging task within half an hour, reward experience plus 10,000, proficiency plus 10. Lin Dong's heart was delighted. This Miaozhong 10,000 Poison Cup, by its name, was a good weapon. Now that he already had the underworld beast soul furnace, this Miaozhong 10,000 Poison Cup could just be a weapon for Su Runen. After tidying up the blood mist on his body, he intended to leave with Su Runen. After all, they had only intended to come to the silver copy to wander around and familiarize themselves with the terrain, and hadn't intended to brush up on the monsters today. As for saving Xue Hong and the others, it was completely in passing. As for whether the other party appreciated it or not, whether it was worth Lin Dong's cultivation or not, it was still necessary to slowly observe it. Tonight, he was going to go back and have a good rest, and in the meantime, he and Su Runen were going to build a silver equipment, and tomorrow, they were going to officially start brushing, trying to upgrade to level 29, or even level 30 in one day. Seeing Lin Dong and Su Runen leave directly, Xue Hong stood straight in shame and bowed deeply towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong, thank you for saving us. If it wasn't for you, we would have all been wiped out today. However, Lin Dong smiled and waved his hand, as if he had done something insignificant. We're all classmates, solidarity is the right thing to do. Tactical instructor Ding didn't teach us much. Lin Dong put on a small 13, but it made Xue Hong and the others even more ashamed. Sword Saint by Xingxuet, Blade Frenzy Song Tianshu, and Dark Knight Priest Yao Qingyan all struggled to stand up and saluted towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong, compared to you, we are really too narrow-minded. Thanks for saving us. From now on, if you need any help, just order us directly. Of those present, only Choi Hyuna twisted her head, looking very unconvinced. What's the point of being godly? Aren't we just coming over to pick up a bargain? If we had held on a little longer, maybe the Scarlet Toad would have been worn down by us. She muttered there in a small but somewhat heartfelt voice. Because several of his teammates were glaring at him. Especially the captain, Xue Hong, directly ironed his face, very unhappy. Choi Hyuna, watch your words. If it wasn't for Lin Dong this time, we would have died long ago. How can you be ungrateful? Apologize to Lin Dong immediately. What, make me apologize to him? He deserves it? Choi Hyuna jumped to her feet like a snake with its tail pinched. How could she apologize to a guy from such a small county when she came from a noble battle-exalted family? But just as they were arguing, Lin Dong had already drifted away with Su Runan. In Lin Dong's heart, he had already put a big cross on Choi Hyuna. As for the other four, it was possible to cultivate them. This kind of person who knew how to return favors, Lin Dong still preferred. After returning to his room, Lin Dong could not wait to take out the corpse of the Scarlet Toad and prepare to forge the Miuzhong 10,000 Poison Cup. 54. Battle power rises, build up a team of forces. The materials required for the Miuzhong 10,000 Poison Cup, Lin Dong's storage ring had all of them. But forging equipment one after another was also extremely consuming. It had only been one day since he had arrived at the special training camp, and he had consumed a full third of the materials in his storage ring. It was really spending money like water, which made Lin Dong couldn't help but be staggered. No wonder it's said that Forge Master is a profession that burns money. Ordinary people simply can't afford to play. The materials scavenged from his ring were worth at least tens of billions of Chinese coins. Even if he had a 100% success rate, he was consuming it so quickly that it was a bit overwhelming. Not to mention that those forges with single-digit success rates can really burn through a family's savings. It's so hard to think about the average person living in this world. After the materials were properly prepared, Lin Dong threw them into the system's forging furnace with a brain. 2 minutes later, a cup that was black in color but fluoresced with green light was directly taken out by him. Equipment, Nyali Poison Cup Silver Level. Life, plus 10,000. Attack, plus 9,100. Poisoning, inflicts continuous poisoning damage to the target, 1,000 points of damage per second for 15 seconds. Damage deepening, increase the damage of poison spells by 100% against targets with blood level higher than 70%. After fiddling with it in his hands, Lin Dong was very satisfied. With this equipment, Su Runan's overall attack had almost caught up to him with the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace. Here, this weapon, it's yours. This was said very casually, as if the Miuzhong 10,000 Poison Cup was just an ordinary toy. Another new outfit. Reaching out and taking it over to play with it for a moment, Su Runan directly made the binding. Perhaps it was because she had been with Lin Dong for a long time, Su Runan didn't feel that this piece of equipment was so stunning. Only Shin Jiangnan, who was secretly protecting Lin Dong outside the door, knew how precious this weapon was. He was high on melon and full of envy. TSK, this little girl has hugged the right thigh. As long as she stays by Lin Dong's side, her achievements in the future will be unlimited. Lin Dong's side of the forging did not stop. The reward for forging the Miuzhong 10,000 Poison Cup just now had already been issued to him by the system. However, the system then issued a new temporary quest, which was to create a set of silver equipment for Su Runan. Ding, the system has released a temporary task, asking the host to create a silver leveling set for Su Runan. The equipment forging book has been released. Silver practicing set, cloudy glazed hairpin, silver phantom mask, slimming stewardess suit, outer cup corset, gold silk hydration shawl, forbidden sister stockings, thigh-high white deer boots. Forging reward, experience plus 10,000, proficiency plus 10, enchanting value plus 100. Lin Dong gave Su Runan a strange look, and a strange thought suddenly rose within him. Every time Su Runan upgraded, she was able to trigger the system's temporary quests, which were simply experience brushing monsters placed by her side. It didn't give much experience or proficiency, but the enchantment value was a good thing. All of Lin Dong's equipment, if he wanted to activate the word equipment, they all had to have an enchantment value to do so. Forging equipment for Su Runan 3 times in a row, Lin Dong's enchantment value had already broken through more than 300 points, and he could buy quite a few special forging books in the system store. Seeing Lin Dong looking at her, Su Runan's face slightly revealed a hint of redness. "What's wrong, Lin Dong? Why are you looking at me with such strange eyes again?" Lin Dong rubbed his sore neck with his hand and smiled heatedly. "Nothing, just thought, it's time to forge you new gear again." The materials used to forge silver equipment were consumed several times more than bronze equipment. The materials in Lin Dong's storage ring once again burned nearly 1/5. The rapid depletion of materials made him a bit worried. At this rate, I'm afraid that these materials would only be enough for him to finish building gold leveling equipment. As for those ordinary magical beast materials harvested from the copies, they were basically not of much use. It looks like we'll have to find a big one and scavenge again for future needs. 10 minutes later, Su Runan's silver set forging was completed. I don't know if the system was intentional or not, the new sets basically inherited the words of the bronze set, but the overall word attributes all had been greatly improved. Su Runin, who had put on her new equipment, saw her battle power soar several times. Just a silver suit alone gave her the backbone to fight against a battle exalt. Name, Su Runin. Occupation, Holy Warrior. Level, 20. Life, 23,000. Attack, 15,500. Defense, 3,100. Magic defense, 3,100. Agility, 80. Attack speed, 200. Movement speed, 100. Dodge, 30. Blood recovery cloud temples and blazed hairpin, 200 points of blood recovery per second. Exorcism silver mask of charm, immunity to 8,000 points of magic damage every 3 seconds. Doppelganger slim flight attendant set, create an illusionary doppelganger that lasts 3 seconds and inherits 50% of the wearer's attributes to attack the target. Aura of resistance exterior cup corset, 150 points of damage per second against normal attacks. Sustained damage gold silk hydration shawl, each time it hits the target, it inflicts 800 points of sustained damage for 5 seconds. Phase shift tall white deer boots, active skill, when on, movement speed plus 200, dodge plus 100 for 5 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Fatal scissor kick forbidden sister stockings, when a target below sky rank is below 30% blood, it can apply a 720-degree rotating fatal blow damage to the target's head. Poisoning technique Miaozheng 10,000 poison cup, inflicts continuous poisoning damage on the target, 1,000 points of damage per second for 15 seconds. Damage deepening Miaozheng 1 poison cup, increase the damage of poison spells by 100% against targets with blood level higher than 70%. Aside from the fact that the basic life was quite a bit lower than that of a battle exalt, the basic battle power and defense were already comparable to that of a battle exalt. As for the god of war, I'm afraid that none of them could beat the current Su Runin. With this equipment, tomorrow's trip to the silver copy was basically a sure thing. As for Lin Dong's own equipment, the system did not recommend it, so Lin Dong had to search carefully inside the vast library of forging books, causing the forging to also stop temporarily. However, Lin Dong was not in a hurry. Anyway, he now had the underworld beast soul furnace in his hand, and even if he didn't update his equipment, he could still walk horizontally in the silver copies. And it was already too late in the night to get a good night's sleep first. The next day when Lin Dong woke up and pushed open the door of his room, he was stunned by the sight in front of him. Only Xue Hong, with a few other team members, was standing respectfully outside the door, seemingly waiting for Lin Dong to get up. As soon as he saw Lin Dong walk out of the room, Xue Hong immediately cupped his fists at Lin Dong in surprise. Casually, he gave a wink towards the few people behind him. Instantly, with the exception of Cui Huna's reluctant muttering, the other three, all of them, heartily shouted at Lin Dong, "Good morning, Captain." Lin Dong blinked as he looked at Xue Hong and the others suspiciously. What's the deal? How come he woke up as a captain? Seeing that Lin Dong was a bit confused, Xue Hong hurriedly explained. Lin Dong, a few of us had a meeting last night and decided to make you our captain, leading us to brush up monsters and upgrade together, and we'll all obey your command when we enter the land of oblivion. Oh? Lin Dong's heart snickered with joy. It seemed that these few people were about to become his horsemen. But now it was also difficult to tell if these people were really following his orders. It was better to let them have a triple look first. This would satisfy his need to pretend and test the sincerity of these people. Therefore, Lin Dong did not move on the surface, and opened his mouth to directly refuse. If you guys ask me to be it, I'll be it. It seems like I'm too casual. No, I have business to attend to. I don't have time to be your captain. Looking at Lin Dong's look of being tongue-tied, Xue Hong immediately greeted him with a hefty smile. Captain, don't be so hasty to refuse. This is a small token of appreciation from the brothers. You mustn't refuse. Only Xue Hong pulled out a storage ring and forced it into Lin Dong's hand. Lin Dong's eyes narrowed. Yo-ho, what is this? Wanting to test the cadres? Let's see what's inside the ring before we do anything else. Therefore, Lin Dong's mind moved and began to probe the things inside his storage ring too. It was better not to look at it, but it was a direct shock. It's really good stuff. This storage ring was filled with materials that were above the gold level, and there were even so much as 1 or 2 of the legendary and sky level ones. The value of the materials in the storage ring was conservatively estimated to be worth 200 billion Chinese coins. This could be considered a great fortune for Lin Dong, who lacked forging materials. The sons of these big families are really bold in their outbursts. With such sincerity, how could Lin Dong bear to reject it? Grunting and swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Lin Dong's face instantly became kind. This. Aya, why are you guys so polite? Is this captain that greedy for money? Don't be like this next time. Seeing Lin Dong's insatiable look, the purple-haired beauty, Cui Hyun-ah, immediately had a look of disgust. Humph, little man. Mouth full. Really? The others, however, were relieved. They were really afraid that Lin Dong would not agree. After all, Lin Dong was Xiao Deshuai's disciple. As long as he opened his mouth, what kind of good things could not be obtained? Watching the bribe work, Shui Hong also accompanied Lin Dong and smiled. Captain, in fact, the brothers have another unfavorable request. What, invite or not, we're all brothers in our own family, so let's get to the point. Lin Dong waved his big hand, looking magnificent. After all, after receiving such a heavy gift from someone, it was still necessary to show it. Shui Hong also followed the snake and came to Lin Dong's ear. Captain, the brothers would like to ask you to build some handy weaponry for everyone. Don't worry, we'll pay for the forging materials, and we'll pay for every penny. We're brothers, we'll settle our accounts. Oh? Business is coming your way? It seemed that these few people, too, had completely recognized Lin Dong's level of forging and had begun to hit on the idea of equipment. However, this was just right, facilitating Lin Dong to establish an image of personal greatness in their hearts. If that's the case, then I'm flattered. 55. The third Thunder Beast has appeared. Lin Dong stroked his chin, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. There's no reason to turn down business that comes to your door. But if you agree to them easily, will it show that you are too casual? Should you be reserved? After all, if he was too nice, it was not easy to cause others to respect him, and he still understood this principle. Thinking for a moment, Lin Dong's face deliberately revealed a look of difficulty. Forging equipment is a time-consuming and laborious thing. It also requires burning a large amount of my essence blood, and I also have to bathe and pray before each forging before I can do it. There must be a solemn ceremony in order to enhance the success rate of forging, so the equipment can't be forged casually. Su Runin, who was on the side, opened her eyes wide in surprise. She didn't even believe the punctuation marks of what Lin Dong said. She had seen with her own eyes that Lin Dong was able to forge a piece of equipment in a minute, or was it as difficult as he described? But Lin Dong seemed to be addicted to pretending, and was still raising his price there. As you all know, the ones who look for me to forge equipment are all Xiao Deshuai and of unusual significance. Xinjiangnan battles Zun such a character, so in order not to degrade myself, I usually do not make it easy. It wasn't really bragging, after all, both of these two had really let him forge equipment. But hearing the years of Shui Hong and the others, it could be of unusual significance. Marshal Xiao that was the commander-in-chief of Huaxia, a battle saint-level figure. Xinjiangnan was also a battle Zun, one of the top 9 warlords in Huaxia. With these two people as his endorsement, Lin Dong's value had risen. When dealing with this kind of person who had seen the world, the offer definitely couldn't be too shabby, so they all re-evaluated their budgets, pondering whether they could afford to hire Lin Dong to make their equipment. Even the secretly hidden tactical instructor Ding Taiqiu and Battle Exalt Xinjiangnan were drumming in their hearts. It seemed like it must have cost a lot to ask Lin Dong to build equipment. Seeing that the crowd was showing signs of contemplation, Lin Dong added more fuel to the fire. Moreover, the equipment I forged is too shocking. If I give it to you, it will make you rely too much on external objects, instead affecting your growth. Just when the crowd thought that Lin Dong was not wanting to make a move, Lin Dong suddenly made a 360-degree turn in his words. But well, I have a pair of bronze acceleration gloves here that have been built to fit your current leveling stage. This is the same equipment of the decapitation task force formed by Marshal Xiao, and it's not yet in circulation on the market. But you guys are so sincere today, so I'll bear the pain and give it to you. Saying that, Lin Dong was filled with a look of reluctance as he took out a pair of acceleration gloves from inside his storage ring. Su Runin, who had seen how many acceleration gloves were inside Lin Dong's storage ring, looked at Lin Dong suspiciously, wondering what kind of medicine he was selling inside his gourd. What she didn't know was that Lin Dong was playing the long game. Only by giving enough temptation could they make Shui Hong and the others itch to pay a higher reward. As for Shui Hong and the others, their eyes lit up when they saw the pair of acceleration gloves. Equipment, acceleration gloves. Attack, plus 100. Defense, plus 50. Attack speed, plus 50. Avalanche fist, when fighting at a distance of less than 1 meter from the target, add 100 to the attack speed and 500 to the attack. Equipment, acceleration gloves. Attack, plus 30. Defense, plus 30. Attack speed, plus 100. Split tendon and bone hand, causes damage to the target's meridians, reducing attack by 1% and defense by 1% for each hit. The basic attributes of the bronze acceleration gloves were already beyond exaggerated. But it actually comes with 2 special skill phrases. Avalanche Fist can be considered a melee-only fighter, perfect for a shield warrior like Shui Hong. And the Split Tendon Hand is a divine skill for brushing the field without injury. As long as the number of attacks is sufficient, it is possible to weaken the wraith to the point where it has no attack or defense, and then just slowly grind the blood to kill the wraith. And for Lin Dong to actually be willing to give them such a powerful equipment really made them overjoyed. Shui Hong stretched out his hand somewhat uncertainly, his voice already trembling a bit with excitement. "Captain, are you serious? You're giving this to us?" Lin Dong deliberately glared, pretending to be displeased with Shui Hong's questioning. "What this captain says can still be false. Shui Hong, I'm appointing you as the vice captain now, and these 2 acceleration gloves will be yours to keep. Alright, I still have things to finish, so you guys can team up and go brush the field first. I believe that with these 2 acceleration gloves in place, you won't encounter any more dangers like yesterday." Lin Dong's purpose had already been achieved, and any further acting would be too much. Only if he let these people experience the power of the equipment he had forged would they be willing to pay a higher reward for the equipment, so he had to let the bullets fly for a while first, and he couldn't be too hasty. In the next few moments, he was going to continue picking out forging books to build himself suitable silver equipment. Lin Dong had already given an expulsion order, so Shui Hong and the others naturally I would not have the cheek to stay here. After leaving with 1,000 thanks, Choi Hyun-ah finally couldn't help but spit. "Shui Hong, look at your humble appearance just now, it's really disgusting. In the future, don't ever say that you're a student out of Imperial High School. I can't afford to lose this person by being a classmate with you." Siehan fiddled with the acceleration gloves in his hands, not angry. He was already used to Choi Hyun-ah's messy temper. After all, the person's grandfather was a warzone, and he couldn't afford to mess with him. But that didn't mean he wouldn't counterattack, only to see his face square up and get serious. "Choi Hyun-ah, I suspect that you are jealous of Lin Dong, but let me tell you, such a genius is simply not something we can compare to. You'd better let go of your preconceived notions early and hug Lin Dong's thigh, otherwise you'll regret it sooner or later if you miss your chance." In contrast, several others thought deeply. Lin Dong was now the disciple of Marshal Xiao, and his status was definitely the highest amongst the crowd. Moreover, they had already seen Lin Dong's skills and knew that everything Lin Dong possessed was what he deserved. If one chose to go against Ringo now, unless one's head was in the sand. Choi Hyun-ah stomped her foot as she got up, but there was no one to comfort her at all. For the first time, she felt that she was actually isolated from her own team. She did not understand why a person of such a lowly origin like Lin Dong would suddenly ride on the head of a proud daughter of heaven like her. But she had overlooked the problem that it had always been her who had been comparing her highs and lows with Lin Dong, while Lin Dong had never treated her as a rival. "It's all because of you, Lin Dong. Sooner or later, this girl will have to teach you a lesson before it's too late." Resentfully, she followed the team, but she couldn't lift her spirits. And as she was grinding away, she was surprised to find that Shui Hong, who had put on the acceleration gloves, was as helpful as a god today, and was actually fiercer than Knife Frenzy Song Tianshu and Sword Saint by Xingxue, the proper MVP. Several bosses were killed by Shui Hong alone, which even included a mutated magical beast in metamorphosis. And Shui Hong was also combative, and his entire body carried a powerful confidence. "Let's go, we have to hunt a real mutated boss today, preferably one of the same level as yesterday's 2-headed Scarlet Toad." Song Tianshu and Bai Xingxue looked enviously at the acceleration gloves on Shui Hong's arms, their eyes burning. Is this the effect brought about by a divine word equipment? It was really too powerful. Today, their efficiency in brushing experience was at least 5 times higher than usual, and at this rate, they could completely rush to level 30 within half a month, or even faster. It seemed that they had to contact Captain Lin Dong more in private before they could do so. No matter how much it cost, they had to get a piece of equipment from him. Even if it was bronze level, it would still be enough for them to grow up to a war god. Even the auxiliary milkmaid, darkness goddess Xiao Qingyan, had her eyes shining. She surreptitiously grabbed a small mirror and scrutinized her appearance. My old lady's posture is no less than that Su Runan's. What she can do, I can do just as well. If I take the initiative, maybe Lin Dong will be mine alone in the future. At that time, if you want any equipment, won't you receive it? Several people had their own thoughts, but they coincidentally wanted to approach Lin Dong's side. Just then, Choi Hyun-ah, who had been mentally wandering all the way, was suddenly in danger. It turned out that she had inadvertently broken a purple vine, but she was suddenly wrapped up by hundreds of tentacle-like vines, and there was even a trace of purple arcs of electricity that swam over her body. The people who realized something was wrong immediately tried to come forward to rescue her, but they were quickly forced back by the purple vines. Shuai Hong frowned with a grave expression. He had guessed what the vines in front of him were. Thunder-type mutated magical beast purple sky divine thunder squid. This purple sky divine thunder squid is very good at camouflage and can change into many forms. The vines just now were its camouflage. Looking at the squid, it seemed to have completed a mutation and become a rare pro-level boss in the silver copies. Shuai Hong, who was trying to hunt a gold boss, became excited. Just in time, let's let you try the power of my splitting hand and avalanche fist. He blended his body forward, and at once the brother Violet Sky Divine Thunder Squid fought together. Song Tianxiu, Bai Xingxue, and Yao Qingyan were all looking at Shuai Hong with unblinking eyes. They wanted to know if Shuai Hong, who wore the acceleration gloves, could really fight across the ranks. If that was possible, then the matter of finding Lin Dong to forge equipment must be stepped up on the agenda. 56. All of you stay out of this, I'm going to try out the power of this acceleration glove today. Shuai Hong was so excited to fight that he actually planned to single-handedly challenge this purple heavenly divine thunder squid. Only to see him close in on the purple heavenly divine thunder squid, his collapsing fist struck out directly. Punch after punch, the attack speed was incredibly fast. The tendon-splitting hand was even launched at the same time, keeping the squid in a weakened state. The purple heavenly divine thunder squid, which originally had thousands of points of attack and defense, actually quickly revealed a look of horror under his attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shuai Hong freed Choi Hyuna straight away and threw her to a few other people for protection. This acceleration glove, is it so powerful? Choi Hyuna's eyes were filled with incredulity. She felt that she would have to properly assess the value of Lin Dong's room. She couldn't be clearer about Shuai Hang's battle power, but after having accelerated Premier, it was more than 10 times braver. Blade Frenzy Song Tianxiu, Sword Saint Bai Xingxue, and Dark Knight Priest Yao Qingyan were also watching with rapt attention. They know that it is time to make a choice. Several people had moved on, even Choi Hyuna, who had always hated Lin Dong, was no exception. The pair of acceleration gloves that Lin Dong gave Shuai Hong were just too exaggerated. Normally, when they fought against a silver-level boss, it would take the entire team to work together and spend hours before they could grind them down. And now, Shuai Hong was actually fighting a gold-level mutant boss one-on-one and not losing. Even as time passed, it had slowly begun to suppress that purple sky divine thunder squid. Shuai Hong, who had fought soundly, couldn't help but laugh. Stinking squid, look at my splitting tendon hand, now your attack and defense are reduced to 0, you can't do any damage to me at all, scream. It's useless even if you scream, I'm standing here and you hit me. Since you don't dare to do it, then I'll do it, avalanche fist. Haha, close range fighting, attack speed is increased by 100, attack is increased by 500, I feel like my fists are hitting stumps. Xiahon yelled as he fought and chattered. But the more he did, the more envious a few of the others became. Just ask who wouldn't want to have a pair of accelerated gloves with exaggerated attributes like this and with the skill sweat. The one who reacted first was Dark Knight Priest Yao Qingyan, who was after all a girl with a delicate mind. She secretly called home. Mom, hurry up and prepare a batch of high-grade materials above gold level for me, and prepare hundreds of billions of Chinese coins for me, I have a big use for them, don't worry, this time in the land of oblivion, I'm sure to surpass my several older sisters and brothers. Hearing her speak so solemnly, Yao mother couldn't help but ask curiously. What are you in a hurry for these things for? Didn't you prepare a ring full of materials for you before you went to the War God Academy special training camp? Mom, this time is different, I've met Xiao Deshuai's disciple Lin Dong this time, as long as I can purchase a few pieces of word equipment from him, I'll definitely be able to buck the trend and become the #1 person in the younger generation of the Yao family. Yao Qing Nympho spoke with conviction, causing Yao mother to be unable to help but be moved. You're saying that you met that Lin Dong who forged the golden horn inside the All Blue Star livestream a few days ago? The Yao family was well informed, and she had heard all about the golden horn's great success in the southwestern defense line. If Yao Cheng Nympho really met Lin Dong, that would be a great opportunity. Daughter, if it's really him, you must get on good terms with him, even if you have to offer yourself to him, it's worth it. Opportunities don't always come all the time, you know what I mean, right? I'll have someone prepare the materials and Chinese coins for you now, and by nightfall, at the latest, they'll be delivered to you. After getting Yao mother's approval, Yao Qingyan was relieved, it seemed she made the right move. When her Huaxia coins and materials arrived, she would feel her way into Lin Dong's room tonight and try to gain Lin Dong's favor. She wouldn't mind presenting herself if Lin Dong wanted to get her. Dark Knight Priest Yao Qing Nympho, the second miss of the first family in Zhaozhou. The Yao family was powerful in the East Sea war zone of China, and was one of the main forces in the battlefront against the magical beasts. All 17 of the Yao family's warlords held important positions in China, and although she was a concubine, no one dared to underestimate her. In fact, these few people are not of low origin, and their family lineage is extremely distinguished. Blade Frenzy Song Tianzhou, the eldest son of the Song family in Lingnan. Although the Song family didn't have any battle exalted, from his grandfather's generation, 10 battle gods had been born in the family. In the Lingnan area, it was definitely an overlord-level existence. Sword Saint Bai Xingxue, the youngest master of the Bai family in Tongzhou. The Bai family had once produced a battle exalted who died because he was surrounded by sky-level magical beasts while protecting Marshal Xiao. Therefore, the Bai family can be said to be the benefactor of Marshal Xiao, and is treated quite favorably. Even today, the Bai family still had 3 war god-level figures, and their position was extremely solid. The archer, Choi Hyun-ah, is even more unusual. Her grandfather was Cui Taixing, one of the 9 great warlords of China. She was also the highest of the few. So despite her usual condescending attitude and spirited speech, no one wanted to touch her. After all, to provoke such an aunt was to cause pain to one's own clan. If there was a real conflict, the family might not even choose to protect them. Instead of that, we should just go along with this aunt. At this time, Song Tianxu's brother, Bai Xingxue, had also reacted and went to secretly find the family to discuss the matter of raising money. For the word equipment forged by Lin Dong, they were determined to obtain it. But Cui Huna thought differently. Although she also realized Lin Dong's value, it didn't change her Missy's temper. Lin Dong is actually really a forger. I underestimated him before. But he doesn't know how to go against me, so this girl can't easily spare him. When I go back in a while, I'll bring out my grandfather's identity as a battle exalt, and I'm sure he'll obediently forge me a pair of acceleration gloves if he's sensible. Her grandfather's status as a battle exalted, this was the base for her to be proud of her peers. A few people had their own little agenda and seemed a little distracted. Even Shui Hong's killing of that purple heavenly divine thunder squid didn't make them budge. Shui Hong gave a few people an odd look and rubbed the back of his head. I say, what's wrong with you guys? I defeated a gold-level mutant demonic beast in single combat, and none of you are going to give me a round of applause? Really, you can't have been scared silly by my divine bravery. Alas, what an unseemly thing to do. Looking at the pretentious Shui Hong, several people revealed a look of contempt. If it weren't for the powerful words of the acceleration glove, what would you, Shui Hong, have done to defeat this purple heavenly thunder squid? They can do it on if you give them the acceleration gloves. After all, this kind of subversive equipment has completely broken the rule of high-level dry low-level low combat power. Directly did low-level high combat power. Seeing that a few people looked unusual, Shui Hong also knew that he had committed a public anger, so he made a big phone call and hailed in an attempt to cover up the embarrassment. But he had the acceleration glove tied rigidly to his arm and refused to hand it over again. Captain Lin Dong said that this acceleration glove is for me to keep, so don't be envious, you guys, who let me hug my thighs fast. It's not too early today, let's end our practicing here. The experience is more than 3 times the usual amount, and there's also this mutated golden demonic beast purple sky divine thunder squid corpse. It's simply a bumper harvest, ah yes. By the way, this squid we're going to dedicate to the captain as a sign of our sincerity. Everyone has no problem with that. The crowd shook their heads to indicate that they had no opinion. Right now, their minds were on how to find Lin Dong to get a pair of acceleration gloves. Who cared about these details? What they didn't know, though, was that there was someone who moved faster than they did. That's the special training camp tactical guide war god Ding Taichou. He had been secretly protecting these geniuses, and when he saw Shui Hong directly put down this purple heavenly divine thunder squid, he could no longer hold back his tumultuous heart. Returning directly to the special training camp, he came to find Lin Dong. At this moment, Lin Dong was in the process of selecting a suitable silver equipment forging book for himself. Because you will stay in the silver stage for a while, and the upgrades are not as fast as the previous ones, you must build the most suitable silver equipment for the job. Su Runan sat beside him resting her chin and kept dozing off. Seeing that it was almost noon and Lin Dong had no intention of making a move, she couldn't help but urge, Lin Dong, when exactly are you going to start forging? I can't wait to go to the leveled copy and brush the monsters. Lin Dong smiled faintly, don't be in a hurry, sharpen your sword. Su Runan beamed with a bored look. Seemingly remembering something, he couldn't help but ask Lin Dong. What do you mean you lied to a couple of them this morning? You obviously have quite a few more of those acceleration gloves. Shoo! Beware of ears through the walls. Before she could finish her words, her mouth was covered by Lin Dong. I call it a desire to get out of the way, you'll understand later. As he said this, Lin Dong's ears shrugged. He knew that someone was coming at the door. As expected, Ding Taiqiu, who had heard their conversation, knocked on Lin Dong's door in joy. Lin Dong, it's me, I've come to bring you warmth. Of course Lin Dong knew what he had come for, it was just that Lin Dong didn't expect that the first one to come would be Ding Taiqiu instead of Xue Hong and the others. Opening the door, Lin Dong welcomed him out with a smile, while giving Su Runan a color to evade. Instructor Ding, what are you doing here? I'll get right to the point. Lin Dong, do you still have your acceleration gloves? I'm willing to make a purchase for 10 billion huaxia coins a pair. Ding Taiqiu concluded that Lin Dong still had stock, so he directly threw out a price. Instructor Ding, there really isn't any more. 20 billion. No, Ding. 30 billion. The price is 40 billion. I need to think this over carefully. 50 billion. 57, this is really the last one. Ding Taiqiu stretched out his 5 fingers, his mid-air no longer as full as it had been a moment ago. Although he was prepared to hemorrhage money, the current price of $50 billion was still out of his expectation. He had already decided that if Lin Dong still didn't agree, he would simply turn his head and leave. After all, for him, a war god, 50 billion was close to dumping his family. Lin Dong was also good at observing words. He had already heard a trace of imperceptible trembling in Ding Taiqiu's voice, and knew that the fire was almost ready. So he put on a look of determination, and from his storage ring, he took out a bunch of acceleration gloves. Tactical Guide Ding, my teacher, Marshal Xiao, has instructed me to not hand over such a national weapon to someone else at will. It must be the kind of person who regards the safety and security of China as his own responsibility. Through the contact just now, I already know the warmth of tactical instructor Ding's heart to serve the country with your fists. I, Lin Dong, had to endure the pain and give you this last pair of acceleration gloves. If anyone asks about you, you must say that this is the last pair. After all, this kind of divine weapon, if it falls into the hands of people with an improper mind, it may instead be a scourge for China. Seeing that Lin Dong finally agreed, Ding Taiqiu's hanging heart was finally released. Definitely. He said as he took the pair of accelerated gloves to view them, and at just one glance, he couldn't help but rejoice. Equipment, acceleration gloves bronze. Attack, plus 120. Attack speed, plus 50. Defense, plus 50. Shock, causes the target to fall into a state of unconsciousness for 3 seconds, doubling the damage taken. Acceleration glove on the left hand with a control skill. Control skills are extremely rare, and can even be the difference between victory and defeat. So Ding Taiqiu was instantly overjoyed and wore it directly on his hand. The right-hand acceleration glove, on the other hand, is an output skill. Equipment, acceleration gloves bronze. Attack, plus 80. Attack speed, plus 100. Defense, plus 30. Move speed, plus 100. Rudraksh Palm, for every 100 attacks on the target, a palm can be summoned from the sky, dealing 10,000 points of damage. When he saw the words, Ding Taiqiu's eyes directly widened. Divine technique. For a god of war like him, after wearing these 2 acceleration gloves and having his attack speed increased, it would only take about 10 seconds to attack 100 times. In other words, by wearing this acceleration glove, you can deal an additional 10,000 points of Rudraksh damage every 10 seconds. If you add in the poke, that means he's now outputting over 200,000 per minute. A whole lot higher than his previous output, twice as high. He grunted and gulped, his whole body in ecstasy. 50 billion for a kid like this is a great deal. Ding Taiqiu couldn't wait to go around the legendary copy and try out the power of these acceleration gloves. Lin Dong, don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. I will use this pair of gloves to make a greater contribution to huaxia, and even if Marshal Xiao finds out about it in the future, I promise I won't be angry. Now I'm going to go amongst the leveled copies and remove those mutated magical beasts, so that you won't suffer any dangers while you're practicing. After Ding Taiqiu politely said a few words, he transferred the money to Lin Dong and left in a hurry. Lin Dong smiled as he watched him leave, his heart had long been happy. This acceleration glove, when he was in Jiangcheng, he only sold 10 billion huaxia coins for a pair, now he directly doubled the price 5 times, it really made a fortune. With sufficient funds, he could sweep the virtual trading market and buy some items for forging equipment. He already had the silver forge book ready for himself, but he was still missing a few key materials and was in need of funds to sweep up. This 50 billion Chinese dollars coming in is so timely for him. There are still 30 copies of the White Ape Skull, a gold-level magical beast material, 100 copies of the Claw of the Flame God Eagle, a platinum-level magical beast material, 99 copies of the legendary-level magical beast material Adamantine Armadillo Shell, 10 copies of the legendary-level magical beast material Mutant Poison Dragon Demon Saliva, and 30 copies of the legendary-level magical beast material Blasted Wine Demon Wolf Pelt. Lin Dong crossed his fingers and counted. The materials consumed in order to create his preferred silver equipment were really a bit expensive. If you wanted to buy all these things in the virtual trading market, you would need at least 130 billion Chinese coins. Today he only has $70 billion on hand, leaving him more than $60 billion short, which makes him smack his lips. This divine-grade silver armor crimson armor is also too expensive. This one piece of equipment alone will cost me all my savings and it's not enough. Why don't I settle for the next best thing and forge some other equipment to make up for it? The silver forging book for this crimson armor was bought by Lin Dong from the Systems Forging bookstore. After all, silver leveling was dozens of times slower than the first 20 levels, and there was a gap of nearly 100 million experience. Even if he could brush 3 million experience in a day, it would still take more than a month to level up to level 30. But there was still half a month to go before entering the Lost Lands, and in order to be able to enter the hidden copy in the middle of the Lost Lands, he had to quickly rise to level 30 before he could do so. So the crimson armor, which had the effect of multiplying his experience, was his best choice at the moment. Just as he was torn, Lin Dong's door was knocked on once again. "Captain, I'm Shui Hong. We've just hunted down some magical beast materials and have specially come over for you to distribute them." Lin Dong was now elected as the captain, and had the right to distribute all the supplies obtained by the team. So there was no excuse for Shui Hong to come back and ask for his advice. However, in Lin Dong's opinion, Shui Hong and the others would at most be able to swipe some silver-level materials. This kind of material wasn't too useful for the equipment he was forging right now. But after all, it was the first time that materials were distributed. Lin Dong still had to do something to save them from growing up in the future and brushing any good things without knowing to turn them in. Lin Dong then smiled faintly and let the few people inside. After receiving the storage ring in Shui Hong's hand, he, who originally didn't hold much hope, suddenly had a movement in his heart. The corpse of a mutated magical beast, the purple sky divine thunder squid? Isn't this one of the totem beasts in my underworld beast soul furnace's 5 thunders heavenly heart formation? There's this kind of unexpected joy? According to the instructions of the 5 thunders heavenly heart formation, if another thunder beast was added, launching the step-by-step thunder skill could inflict 45,000 points of damage in a single pass. This damage was already higher than even battle exalted damage. He couldn't let go of such a good thing. So he had a cheeky, hefty grin. "You guys didn't have a big harvest this time out, you got so many silver materials. This purple sky divine thunder squid's corpse is useful to me, so I'll take it first. Take the rest of the materials and divide them up. It just so happens that I have some silver materials inside my ring, so I'll give them to you all together as well." Regarding Lin Dong's decision, none of these people had any objections. After the distribution was completed, these people all left Lin Dong's room in a thoughtful manner. However, just as Lin Dong was about to close the door, a fragrant breeze suddenly fell softly into his arms. "Captain Lin Dong, I'm suddenly a little thirsty, can I ask for a glass of water from you?" Dark Knight Priest Yao Qing Nympho blinked her large Kaziran eyes at him, her long eyelashes almost poking Lin Dong's mouth. Lin Dong blinked and looked doubtfully at Yao Qing Nympho, who had a fawning face, his heart drumming. "This little ninny has spring in her brow, she can't be thinking of me, can she? Boys must protect themselves when they go out, otherwise it's too dangerous." Lin Dong did not move and pushed Yao Qingyan away, and even took a step backward. "The kettle is on top of the table, you can just pour it yourself if you want." Sensing Lin Dong's attitude of rejecting others, Yao Qing Nympho's eyes darkened. She thought that her posture was not worse than Su Runan's, but just now she was so active, how could Lin Dong not be moved? Could it be that she was in too much of a hurry, causing Lin Dong to become suspicious of her purpose? Yao Qing Nympho secretly competed in her heart and knew that taking down Lin Dong was not something that could be rushed. It seemed that Lin Dong was a slow burner, so he had to take his time to get in touch with him. But it's better this way, when the old lady walks into his heart, the position is rather more solid. After making up her mind, Yao Qingyan changed her seductive look from earlier and became playful and cute. She came to the table with a bounce and directly took the cup Lin Dong had used and poured herself a cup of water. Lin Dong looked at Yao Qingyan with some embarrassment and was about to tell her that it was the cup he had used. But Yao Qing Nympho tilted her neck and drank that glass of water in one go. Wiping her mouth, Yao Qing Nympho acted innocently, completely different from her slightly seductive expression just now. Brother Lindong, are you very short of money? What do you mean by that? Lindong touched his nose and wondered how Yao Qingnian could tell. Yao Qing Nympho smiled cheekily, her two wine swirls were exceptionally cute. You were browsing the items in the virtual trading center when we were coming in, and that blasted demon wolf pelt just happened to be the one I put up. I've seen you browse through it many times, and it's obvious that you're eager to buy it, so I guess you're short on funds. If Brother Lindong is looking to forge equipment, our Yao family can provide funds for you to buy the materials you need to your heart's content. Even our Yao family's material vault can be opened up to you for you to pick from. 58 Olive Branch from the Yao family. Yao Qingnian's expression didn't look like she was faking, and it was obvious that she was saying these words with true feelings. Lindong silently observed the expression on Yao Qingnian's face. Lindong was not a little cutie. He certainly knew that the other party was willing to put down such a large amount of money on him, and definitely had something to ask for as well. So he didn't rush to accept Yao Qingnian's kindness, but asked in a light tone. No merit, no reward, Miss Yao is so generous, please also tell us your true purpose. If you ask for something I, Lin, can't do, I can't accept some promises from the Yao family. Looking at Lindong's stern face and businesslike demeanor, Yao Qingnian's big eyes turned around before she snorted out a laugh. Her voice was soft and sticky, taking the word wine to the extreme. Brother Lindong, you're also too cautious, people just think that you're the pride of heaven and want to come ahead to hug your thighs and hang out with you, can you not always be so cold and icy, this will scare people. As expected, any man had a soft spot, and Lindong was no exception. Seeing Yao Qing Nympho pampering him, Lindong held his forehead and could no longer keep a stern face. After all, we don't know each other well, and it's not surprising that I'm a bit wary of you suddenly taking out such a big battle. I came to bring you warmth, but you treat me like a bad person, Brother Lindong, you're so annoying. Yao Qing Nympho pouted and acted very cute, and it was not clear if she was really like this or if she was pretending on purpose. If that's her nature, it means she's as silly, sweet, softy as a person. If this is all pretend, this woman's heart is a bit deep. But with such a cute face like hers, there was indeed no way for Lindong to get angry and Yao Qing Nympho obviously had no malice towards him and really wanted to come and hug his thighs. Only this attitude, it shows a little too intimate, Lindong could not help but voice a reminder. Geez, okay, can you stop hugging my arm and rubbing me with those two little hills? Let's get down to business, tell us what you're up to, it'll be good for all of us to build trust in each other. Seeing that Lindong was still acting like a businessman, Yao Qingnian knew that it was not easy to gain Lindong's trust, so it was better to make things clear. So he let go of Lindong's arm and looked at Lindong with a smile, the two small tiger teeth looked very cute. Brother Lindong, my mom gave my Yao family the permission to use 200 billion Chinese coins, just take it and use it. The materials you need can also be taken from within the Yao family's material storehouse of our lineage, as long as you need what our Yao family has again, it can be gifted to you free of charge. Except that. Hearing Yao Qing Nympho's words turn, Lindong immediately stretched his ears, wanting to hear what the Yao family wanted from him. And Yao Qing Nympho didn't ask for a lion's share of the money and said it very politely. It's just that my younger sister I'm not favored in the Yao family, so I can only take out so much for Brother Lindong. Brother Lindong, if you think that sister is still sincere, you can give sister some equipment that you replace don't want, of course if you don't have it sister doesn't ask for it, only that Brother Lindong can remember sister's goodness, and in the future, when our Yao family is in trouble, you can help our Yao family. Lindong slowly removed his defenses. He could tell that this Yao Qingnian was a very sensible girl. At least it doesn't show too much greed and carries enough sincerity. After pondering for a while, Lindong felt that it was better to give the other party something sweet. So he replaced the bronze-level embroidered regalia cloak, king's crown, and golden jade battle boots on his body and gave them to Yao Qingnian. Yao Qing Nympho received the two pieces of equipment into her hands and was immediately shocked by the powerful attributes. Equipment, embroidered Danjin cloak bronze level. Life, plus 2000. Attack, plus 600. Defense, plus 200. Magic defense, plus 200. Body protector, weakens targets below diamond level, reducing damage from opponents' attacks by 50%. Equipment, golden jade boots bronze. Life, plus 1000. Attack, plus 300. Defense, plus 300. Magic defense, plus 300. Sonic Boom, 10% chance to inflict sonic boom damage, causing the opponent to become delirious and unable to lock onto the attack target for 3 seconds. Equipment, King's Crown Bronze. Life, plus 3000. Attack, plus 200. Defense, plus 200. Magic defense, plus 200. Brother Lin Dong, are you saying that all these pieces of equipment can be given to me? Yao Qingyan's large Kazran eyes were bulging out. She also could not have imagined that Lin Dong would actually be so generous. And as Lin Dong looked at Yao Qing Nympho's shocked expression that was beyond words, the corner of his mouth slightly sketched an arc. This was exactly the effect he wanted. These pieces of equipment, which are unisex, I can't use them now, so I can give them to you. On top of that, I can give you another pair of acceleration gloves as a token of your Yao family's gratitude for my help. With that, Lin Dong took out 2 acceleration gloves from his spatial ring once again. Yao Qingyan's gaze lit up once again. However, Lin Dong did not rush to hand over the equipment to him, but instead stared tightly into Yao Qingyan's eyes. Miss Yao, I'm a person who always likes equal exchange and doesn't like to owe others things. I hope that after these things are given to you, your Yao family can do what they say they will do. Because I'm really short of funds and materials right now, a lot of the materials are rather special, I'm afraid your Yao family can't come up with all of them, and I need a lot of money to buy them, so it'll depend on your performance at that time. Yao Qing Nympho nodded her head vigorously as earnestly as a chicken pecking at rice. She was afraid that Lin Dong did not have a need. As long as there was a need, she would be considered to have boarded Lin Dong's ship. When Lin Dong rose to power, she would also be able to enjoy the great influence that Lin Dong brought. Don't worry, brother Lin Dong, as long as you have a need, even if I risk being chastised, I'll ask my mom and dad and them to use the Yao family's power to give you help. As for the materials you need, you can make me a list first, and I'll help you find them according to the list. Lin Dong nodded and handed the acceleration glove to Yao Qingyan, and the deal between the two parties was considered concluded. In the past 2 days, the silver equipment had caused him a lot of worry. Because the equipment he was going to build was just too special, and used a lot of special materials that he didn't have inside his ring, so he could only go and buy them. Just one crimson armor with double experience effects would cost 130 billion huaxia coins. The cost of several other silver equipment, Eye of Punishment, Lightspeed Flowing Cloud Boots, Taiji Yin Yang Robe, and Dragon Elephant Bonanza Belt, wouldn't be too much lower than the crimson armor. Such a huge consumption was the reason why Lin Dong had been fretting for the past 2 days. Now with Yao Qingyan's help, it might be possible for him to have his silver set completely built. As for Yao Qingyan, at this moment, he was still immersed in the joy of obtaining the equipment. I can't imagine that just bronze equipment has such exaggerated attributes and words, it's simply unimaginable to subvert cognition. Equipment, acceleration gloves bronze. Attack, plus 50. Attack speed, plus 100. Defense, plus 30. 8 Extremes Fist, 3% probability of releasing 8 Extremes Fist strength, causing internal injuries to the target, suffering 10,000 points of damage. Equipment, acceleration gloves bronze. Attack, plus 100. Attack speed, plus 80. Defense, plus 20. Snapping Fingers, attacks a target, 100% activates Snapping Fingers, generates 1000 points of jumping damage when hitting the target, up to 5 targets can be attacked by jumping. Yao Qingyan was only level 29, and any word equipment that gave her a boost would be in leaps and bounds. So with such equipment in her hands, she could no longer maintain her composure. Even directly in front of Lin Dong, he began to change his clothes. Her behavior as if no one else was there made Lin Dong's mouth a little dry. This. Not so good. That exquisite curve made Lin Dong unable to resist looking at it a few more times. Lin Dong swallowed his saliva vigorously, his body was very honest. After all, he's still very cooperative when it doesn't cost him anything to watch. I can't imagine that this girl is not very old, but her body is actually so material, no wonder when she rubbed his arm just now, so powerful, TSK. And right at this moment, Su Runin, who was hiding in the inner room, walked out and gently knocked on Lin Dong's head. What are you two doing here? 59. The Yao family's shock. Yao Qing Nympho turned her large Kaziran eyes, her heart suddenly tightening. No wonder Lin Dong has been cold to him, so Su Runin is hiding in the inner room. However, Yao Qingyan was not the least bit flustered, but rather demonstratively straightened her proud capital and smiled faintly towards Su Runin. Originally it was Sister Runin. Brother Lin Dong gave me the equipment he wore, I'm changing here, Brother Lin Dong, don't you think so? Yao Qing Nympho bit the words worn very heavily, obviously proud of getting the equipment worn by Lin Dong, and at the same time, secretly declaring her sovereignty with Su Runin. She believed that with her status as the second daughter of the Yao family, she could definitely press Su Runin, the first lady of the local family. Su Runin narrowed her large eyes slightly, her eyelashes involuntarily fluttering. She felt a threat between Yao Qingyan's words. This woman, trying to steal Brother Lin Dong from me. Her chest is so bulging, brother Lindong won't be mesmerized by her. Su Runin peeked her eyes to watch Lindong, only to find that Lindong was also looking at her with eyes full of favor, but it filled her heart with courage. Hee, brother Lindong and I have been accompanying each other for so long, going down copies together, skipping classes together, selling equipment together, eating food stalls together, we have long since shared the same mind, brother Lindong will never abandon me. Secretly cheering herself up, Su Runin also stood up, her chest unwillingly and unconsciously came to Lindong's side, standing side by side with Lindong. She gazed straight at Yao Qingyan and gently hugged Lindong's arm. So it's the Yao family's sister, you are truly blessed to be able to wear equipment forged by brother Lindong. But those of you are eliminated, brother Lindong has forged me a customized silver full set of equipment, a style that is unparalleled on the market. Su Runin was issuing a retort to Yao Qingyan's provocation. And Yao Qing Nympho couldn't help but envy Su Runin after seeing the sexy and powerful equipment on her body. Put her in a godly mood. Isn't it just that she knew brother Lindong earlier? Sooner or later, one day, brother Lindong will forge me a full set of equipment as well. Yao Qingyan secretly clenched her small fists, but her mouth was sweet and tight. Sister said yes, but my sister wouldn't dare to ask for so much, I just need the equipment that brother Lindong eliminated, and the equipment has brother's body fragrance on it, it's very comfortable. What? Body odor? Lindong couldn't help but be shocked. It's supposed to be body odor. He was sweating like hell in that bronze outfit. But looking at Yao Qing Nympho's joyful appearance, Lindong could not help but scratch his head. Even if Lindong did not understand the small minds of women, he could tell that the two women were secretly exchanging fireworks. So he coughed softly, ready to change the subject. That's right, Yao Qing Nympho, I'm trying to build a top-grade silver suit. I'll write you a list of the materials needed, so hurry up and do it for me. Okay, brother Lindong. Yao Qing Nympho joyfully revealed her two small tiger teeth. Being able to be entrusted by Lindong, she felt the value of being here in Lindong. It seems that brother Lindong is a very pragmatic person, I'll have to act more capable in the future as well. Yao Qing Nympho took the list of materials written by Lindong and left Lindong's room with a bounce. Before leaving, he even made a face towards Su Runin, making Su Runin angry that her female nihirts, both of them. Su Runin watched her walk away, puffed out her cheeks and twisted Lindong's arm. Brother Lindong, this Yao Qing Nympho is not a pure girl at first glance, I think she is just plotting against you with ulterior motives, even craving for your body. Lindong looked at the jealous Su Runin and laughed as he patted the back of her hand. You're overthinking it, between me and her, it's all business. Hearing Lindong say this, Su Runin tilted her head and locked eyes with Lindong. She bit her lip and couldn't help but ask. Then is it all business between brother Lindong and me as well? Lindong blinked, not expecting Su Runin to be so sensitive. All along, he had treated Su Runin as a ghostly sister, and really hadn't thought about anything utilitarian. Thinking back, Su Runin and he brushed rookie copies together to accumulate experience in killing monsters, skipped class together to go to a show, went to a roadside stand together to eat 3 yuan a night of iced porridge. There was absolutely no rich girl look, there was just a little birdie girl image. All that goodness was engraved in his memory, one of the few good memories he had of the previous 18 years. Even in his last life when he was seriously injured and dying, only Su Runin stood up to organize his wounds. Such a good girl, he heartily wants to be good to her for the rest of his life. He then rubbed his hand to mess up Su Runin's silky hair, his eyes filled with a doting smile inside. What are you thinking about? Silly girl, brother has never been utilitarian towards you, he is looking at you as the closest person to him. Receiving Lindong's reply, Su Runin's heart was so sweet that her eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. I knew that you were the best to me, brother Lindong. Saying that, again like a butterfly fluttering, while Lindong was not paying attention, he gently gave a light shallow peck on Lindong's face, and then fled in a deer-like panic. Lindong shook his head blushingly. This girl, who did she learn all this stuff from? Hey! After Su Runin left, Lindong opened the virtual trading market. Yao Qingyan's 200 billion reserve had arrived, and he was going to add some of the things he was going to use to his shopping cart first. This virtual trading market is the trading system for the entire Blue Star Commons. Ever since the game came down to reality, there has been this trading system. This system is very powerful. He not only allows everyone to buy items at auction anytime, anywhere, but also able to ship directly through the virtual transit station. In other words, after someone lists an item on the virtual marketplace, the item is locked in the virtual marketplace. As soon as a buyer makes a purchase, it will instantly go through the virtual marketplace and reach the buyer. This saves the hassle of shipping, is very convenient, and keeps everyone's money safe. However, Lin Dong did not rush to buy these shopping cart items as he was waiting for Yao Qingnian's reply. If it was a material item that Yao Qingnian was able to provide directly, he wouldn't have to bother buying it, and he would still be able to save some funds. On the other side, Yao Qingnian was conversing with her parents. Mom, see, the attributes of these 5 pieces of bronze equipment, how exaggerated they are, and the most terrifying thing is that they all come with word skills, I'm not lying to you guys. Yao mother looked at the picture Yao Qingnian sent over. The expression on her face was as exaggerated as it could be. Even if she was a war god, she was incomparably moved by these equipments. Is this really an equipment forged by Lin Dong? The attributes of bronze equipment are even more exaggerated than gold and platinum equipment. Every piece of equipment has a word skill. It's simply unbelievable. If Lin Dong is really this powerful, no matter how huge the investment in him is, it's cost-effective. Moreover, he is the disciple of Marshal Xiao, his future achievements are unlimited. Our Yao family must seize this opportunity before we can do so. With 2 streams of brilliant light jetting out from her eyes, Yao mother had completely made up her mind. Their lineage, in the Yao family is not favored. The old master who was in charge of the Yao family favors the big house, and they and the big house do not get along. Sooner or later they will be completely separated from the Yao family. By that time, they would be completely lost if they had nothing to fall back on. And Lin Dong's appearance allowed Yao mother to see the hope that their lineage would continue to prosper. Xing Nympho, you must seize this opportunity, you must not miss it, no matter what price you pay, you must take Lin Dong. Yao Qingnian nodded and closed the conversation with her mother. With her mother's support, she was now doubly confident. Although their lineage didn't do well in the Yao family, they could still call on trillions of dollars, proper gentry. With these funds, she felt that getting close to Lin Dong was a breeze. According to the list provided by Lin Dong, Yao Qingnian counted all the materials in the material storehouse, and then put all the ones Lin Dong needed in his storage ring. About 2 hours later, Yao Qingnian went and returned, reappearing in Lin Dong's room. Brother Lin Dong, all the materials our Yao family has are in this ring. But there's still a third of the materials on your list to come together. Lin Dong nodded and took the storage ring in his hand while he scrutinized Yao Qingnian. I've seen all your efforts, I'll just buy the rest of the materials at the virtual trading center. After a pause, Lin moved his hand and twisted his fingers, a handful of forging books, which he cupped in his hand. Your profession is dark priest, right? I'm going to forge equipment later. Here are some weapon forging books for you. You can pick a weapon of your choice and I'll forge it for you all together later. 60 damn Lin Dong, actually treating me like this? Brother Lin Dong, you're going to build me a weapon? Yao Qingnian was overjoyed. Her dedication had finally gotten a response from Lin Dong. The attributes of the bronze equipment forged by Lin Dong were so exaggerated. If it was silver equipment, then to what extent would it be exaggerated? She couldn't hide her excitement, and instantly came forward to hug Lin Dong. Her proud capital pressed Lin Dong's chest a little breathless. That wasn't all, she even wanted to scribble on Lin Dong's face. Lin Dong coughed and gently pushed her away. For a girl like Yao Qingnian, it would be good to maintain a cooperative concern. He didn't want to be affected by this girl with lust in her eyes. However, Yao Qingnian's capital was indeed too much, and within the people he knew, he was afraid that only the homeroom teacher, Zhao Qingxue, would be able to match it. Awkwardly, he reached over, but his fingertips still retained their amazing touch. In order to hide his embarrassment, Lin Dong once again coughed gently. Alright, Qingnian, hurry up and pick your favorite weapon. Yao Qingnian smiled wryly and pretended to go pick out an equipment forging book. But she had just keenly captured that Lin Dong seemed to be enjoying the contact just now. You say you don't want to, but your body is very honest. I've never taken the initiative with a man before, so I don't believe I can't get you. There's a long way to go. Sooner or later I'll let you fall under my pomegranate skirt. These weapon forging books are all suitable for the dark cleric profession. Yao Qingnian simply picked her eyes. Each piece of equipment had its own characteristics, some even directly possessed special skill effects. She held her chin up for half a day, unsure of what to choose. Brother Lin Dong, these forging books of yours, why are they different from others? Our Yao family has asked other forgers to build equipment, but above their forging books, it's simply impossible to write so exhaustive, and some of the ones you have in this forging book directly have special effects. It's simply unbelievable. Lin Dong smiled indifferently. He loved to see this kind of unseen appearance of others. Those high and mighty sons of men had all become dirtbags in his eyes at this point. Don't waste your time, hurry up and pick. I finished buying all my materials at the virtual trading center. I'm just waiting for you. Yao Qingnian spat out her tongue and hurriedly made her selection. But each of these forged books was so tightly loved that she really had trouble making a choice. This mentality of wanting it all, and wanting it all, and wanting it all, is shown by her. In the end, she simply closed her eyes and made no choice. Brother Lin Dong, these forging books are all too good. I really don't know which one to choose. Why don't you help me choose one? She returned the power of choice back to Lin Dong's hands. At the same time, she was secretly delighted. In that case, she could say that the equipment was personally selected and built for her by Lin Dong, and she could envy others to death in the future. Lin Dong blinked helplessly and casually drew out a forging book and put away the others. Here, let's have this one, an elven staff. Yao Qingnian nodded in agreement. These forging books, in Lin Dong's case, weren't even considered anything good, and the gap between them and those equipment he was going to build for himself was literally a day's difference. But the system produces, must be a fine product, on this kind of elf staff forging book, put in the eyes of ordinary people, is already difficult to find on Earth. As for Lin Dong, he also intended to let Yao Qingnian leave in a hurry, so he immediately made a move to forge her up. 2 minutes later, he took out the elven staff from the system forge and placed it in front of Yao Qingnian. Alright, go ahead and familiarize yourself with how to use it. I'm going to close my eyes and forge equipment next. Hearing that Lin Dong had given an expulsion order, Yao Chang Nympho left Lin Dong's room in a sensible manner. After closing the door to Lin Dong's room, she couldn't help but cover her heart and took a few deep breaths, no longer able to suppress her excitement. She leaned directly on top of one of the doorposts and carefully pulled out her weapon. This elven staff. It's so powerful. Equipment, elven staff silver grade. Attack, plus 1,500. Mana strength, plus 9,700. Magic value, plus 5,000. Life restore, teammates within 100 meters recover 300 points of blood per second. Elf self-detonation, summons 5 elves every 60 seconds to self-detonate against the target of an attack, with each explosion dealing 2,500 points of damage. It was no exaggeration to say that this weapon had more explosive attributes than the war god weapon, the Moonwatch Scythe, in her mother's hands. Moreover, it was a weapon with a double word attribute. Just by virtue of these 2 words, she believed that she could even sell the price of this weapon, up to 100 billion huaxia coins. Of course, she wouldn't sell it even if she was given more. This kind of weapon was the key to her rise to power. Even if Lin Dong stopped building weapons for her, this one weapon would be enough for her to use it at the level of a war god or above. Beautifully, she looked at it a few more times before she carefully put away her weapon and walked back to her room with her head held high. This scene, however, was seen by Choi Hyun-ah, who was secretly observing. Choi Hyun-ah had come over on this trip specifically to find Lin Dong to extort weapons from him. She thought that with their Choi family's position, Lin Dong would inevitably compromise. I didn't realize that Yao Chang Nympho had actually gotten there first. She narrowed her eyes and scrutinized Yao Qingnian's back as she left, her silver teeth gritting. What a Yao Chang Nympho, usually acting like a silly white sweet. I didn't expect to actually be so calculating, coming even earlier than me. This Lin Dong's good things wouldn't have all been scavenged by her. I need to hurry up before I can act. If there are no more of them, I'll force Lin Dong to reforge a few for me. Choi Hyun-ah withdrew her gaze and strutted towards Lin Dong's room, her purple hair flying in the wind with a hint of flair and dominance. The door was ajar, and she pushed right through it. While Lin Dong was sitting on the ground, his eyes were slightly closed as he waited for the system forging furnace to create the top-tier silver equipment, the crimson armor. Hearing the door being pushed open, Lin Dong slowly opened his eyes and could not help but frown. Choi Hyun-ah was someone he had blacklisted, and he didn't like this woman even if she was beautiful. Could it be that she also wants to follow Yao Qingnian's example and use the beauty trick to get close to me, then use the family's financial power to help me take off? This Choi Hyun-ah is really uninviting. If she really throws me an olive branch, should I reject it or accept it? Lin Dong's gaze condensed slightly, feeling a hint of difficulty. However, it turned out that Lin Dong had overthought it. Choi Hyun-ah had no intention of trying to flatter Lin Dong at all. On the contrary, she directly crossed her arms with her waist up, in a manner of a big lady bossing around. Lin Dong, to tell you the truth, I'm the Choi family's first miss. The Choi family, you know, right? One of the 9 great warlords of China is my grandfather, Choi Taixing. I can forget about what you provoked this young lady in front of you, but if you want to gain my forgiveness, you must forge me a few pieces of equipment before you can do so. You still have the acceleration gloves that Shui Hong used, don't you? Hurry up and bring me a pair over first in case of emergency. Lin Dong raised his eyebrows. He had thought of countless possibilities, and he single-handedly did not think that Choi Hyun-ah would actually talk to him like this. Choi Hyun-ah did this to him. Was he, Lin Dong, the Choi family's dog? It seems that he was blinded by Yao Chang Nympho's friendly attitude, and just now he thought that Choi Hyuna was also here to hug his thighs. Now it looks like it's just a guy who's here to cause trouble. So Lin Dong directly slammed his face and waved his palm a few times towards Choi Hyuna. You've already upset me by trespassing into my private room without my permission, so please leave my room now or I'll be rude to you. Choi Hyuna never expected that Lin Dong would dare to talk like this after she had blown her own identity. Her face, instantly red with anger, pointed a finger at Lin Dong, gritting her teeth with hatred. Lin Dong, do you know who you are talking to? Aren't you afraid I'll tell my grandfather and tear you to pieces? Unexpectedly, Lin Dong gave a disdainful smile and did not give her a good face at all. When it comes to things you only bring up your ancestors, you're really a guy who can't get on the stage. The equipment that I, Lin Dong, forged, even your grandfather can't afford it, so hurry up and leave this place. You are not welcome here. With that, Lin Dong directly lifted Choi Hyuna with one hand and threw her out of the door before slamming it shut with a bang. Choi Hyuna's butt hit the ground hard and she wailed in pain, her expensive clothes dirty with dust. She truly did not expect that Lin Dong would directly make a move and throw her out like a piece of trash. Damn Lin Dong, you actually dared to do this to me, I'm telling you, you're dead. Choi Hyuna jumped in anger outside and slapped the door, but it didn't help at all. Lin Dong had already unlocked the door, so she couldn't even enter. Staring hatefully at Lin Dong's room door, Choi Hyuna's face became slightly distorted. You're bullish, aren't you? It's just that you know how to forge a few pieces of equipment, what's so great about it? When 3 days from now, my brother, Choi Wufei, will come to the special training camp to see me, and see if I won't let him teach you a lesson then. 61 Recruitment of juniors, I like to convince people with weapons. As for what Choi Hyuna thought, Lin Dong didn't care at all. The fact that the other party wanted to use his family background to force him into submission was a real laugh. In terms of the power of his background, who now had the power of his Lin Dong's background? Behind him stood Xiao Zhini, the #1 commander of the entire Chinese nation. That's why he didn't give a damn about Choi Hyuna's threat. After kicking Choi Hyuna out the door, the system forge was already moving, and it was clear that the crimson armor was close to being forged. For this equipment, Lin Dong was still very much looking forward to it. After all, equipment that could provide an increase in experience was inherently rare. Even if he was a god-level forger, it would be difficult for him to forge such equipment. This was the top-tier silver equipment that he had carefully selected before choosing it, and even the average sky-level weapon didn't cost as much as this equipment. Patiently pinching the time, Lin Dong had held his breath. According to the system's instructions, this crimson armor is already considered the top equipment inside the silver series. I'm really looking forward to how extraordinary he really is. Gently opening the system forge, Lin Dong could not wait to take out the crimson armor. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't help but light up before his eyes. Equipment, red armor silver grade. Life, plus 22,000. Attack, plus 1,500. Defense, plus 10,000. Magic defense, plus 10,000. Magic resistance, plus 10,000. Anti-armor, 30% chance of rebounding all types of damage. Invincibility, active skill, invincible for 60 seconds after activation, immune to any damage. Rejuvenation, when blood level is below 30%, there is a 50% chance to raise blood level to full at once. Double experience, when brushing monsters, you can get twice the normal experience value. The 4 attribute word equipment was not a waste of the 3 points of enchantment value he had spent. Overall, it seemed that this crimson armor, which could be considered a super upgraded version of the lockjaw armor, was much stronger than the lockjaw armor. Now that we have this equipment, the locking armor can be leveled out, and we might even be able to sell it for a good price when the time comes. Even if you don't sell it, it's good to use it to buy people's hearts. Lin Dong rested his chin, a hint of a smile already spreading at the corners of his mouth. Now that Yao Cheng Nympho had joined Lin Dong's camp, and Shui Hong also regarded him as his boss, he just didn't know how the two people, Blade Frenzy Song Tianxu and Sword Saint Bai Xingxue, would choose. However, there were still 10 days before the Lost Lands officially opened, so he was in no hurry. The priority now is still to make the silver set first and quickly upgrade and brush the monsters is the right thing to do. After putting the crimson armor on, Lin Dong began to prepare the materials again, intending to build the Eye of Punishment. This piece of equipment was a great killing weapon for both offense and defense, and its killing power wasn't even weaker than the underworld beast soul furnace he was currently holding. Building it out would allow him to explode instantly and climb to a new peak. The time it took to forge these top-tier silver equipment was much longer than ordinary silver equipment. For each piece of equipment, it would take half an hour or more, whereas for normal silver equipment, it would only take a minute or two. Therefore, after Lin Dong put the materials into the system's forging furnace, he once again entered a state of false sleep, quietly waiting for the eye of punishment to be forged successfully. It was this same emptiness that brought another knock at the door. A smile crossed the corners of Lin Dong's mouth as he knew that business had once again arrived at his door. So he opened the door and acted all high and mighty with his hands behind his back. Standing outside the door was Song Tianqiu of the Song family. He had come over on this trip to beg for the acceleration glove. Moreover, he had also received authorization from his family that he had to strike a good relationship with Lin Dong, a dragon and phoenix among such people, even if it meant becoming the other party's junior brother. However, Song Tianqiu didn't think so. He still had pride and categorically didn't want to become someone else's little brother. Moreover, he felt that if he possessed the same equipment as Lin Dong, he would be able to completely beat the hell out of Lin Dong. But he also knew that Lin Dong could not be offended and had to be befriended. Therefore, when he saw Lin Dong open the door, Song Tianqiu immediately arched his hand and acted in an unassuming manner. "Student Lin Dong, oh, Captain, can I come in and sit down for a moment? There are some things that I would like to discuss with you." "Oh? Come in then." Lin Dong laughed and let Song Tianqiu in. For Song Tianqiu, Lin Dong was still relatively valued. After all, the other party was the main output. In the team, it was an extremely important role. After taking his seat, Song Tianqiu owed his body and gave a slightly coy smile. "Captain Lin Dong, I'm very interested in the acceleration gloves you forged. Can you sell me a few pairs?" "Don't worry, although our Song family is not considered a top-tier family, we are also wealthy and willing to purchase it at the market price." The price of the acceleration gloves, Song Tianqiu had already inquired about. Tactical Director, Ting Taichou, spent 50 billion huaxia coins on a pair of acceleration gloves. The acceleration gloves are superb and fully justify the price. Because the acceleration gloves can be worn at the bronze level, it can completely allow the younger generation of the family to quickly upgrade and rise. It is a divine weapon that can be used as a family legacy. That was why Song Tianqiu intended to represent the Song family this time and buy 5 pairs of acceleration gloves. However, Lin Dong gave a playful smile and acted in a breezy manner. "My teacher, Marshal Xiao, had instructed me many times before I came to the special training camp that the acceleration glove is a weapon of the state, and that it must not fall into the hands of people with evil intentions. I don't know the Song family very well either. I don't dare to do this business openly, lest I be chastised by the teacher in the future. Song students should please return first." Song Tianqiu, who was originally victorious, couldn't help but stand up from his seat, without his previous composure. He didn't expect Lin Dong to actually reject it outright, leaving no room for maneuver at all. This could make all the words he had thought of before, all of them didn't come in handy, and for a moment he stayed there, not knowing what to say. Lin. Student Lin Dong, do you want to reconsider? We are willing to offer $50 billion per pair of acceleration gloves for 5 pairs of acceleration gloves. That's $250 billion when you do the math. Enough to nurture a family to rise. Song Tianqiu gave Lin Dong a powerful pose, fearing that it was because he hadn't made it clear enough that Lin Dong had refused. But no matter what he said, Lin Dong gently shook his head. "Student Song, do you think I would be someone who lacks money? As long as I'm willing to offer the equipment I forged, there will be a large number of top-tier clans coming over to line up. It would have been incredibly easy for me to earn money, but why I didn't do it, don't you want to think about that?" Lin Dong walked over and patted Song Tianqiu's shoulder, displaying a rigid face. This confused Song Tianqiu and felt that he couldn't understand Lin Dong. That's not right. When he took Shui Hong's ring in the morning, he had an insatiable look on his face. Why is he reasoning now instead? Could it be that he thinks I gave less? Song Tianqiu pondered slightly and said at once. Opposite to the acceleration gloves, our Song family is in great need of them, so feel free to set a price, Mr. Lin, as long as it's acceptable, we'll definitely buy them. But Lin Dong's reflection still disappointed him. Only to see that Lin Dong was still gently wagging his right index finger in an elegant and tranquil manner. He gently poured 2 cups of tea and pushed a cup on top of the table to Song Tianqiu. And then from inside his storage ring, he took out the sobbing blood treasure sword and played with it in his hands. What about me, Lin Dong? I like to make friends. To my own people, I'm exceptionally generous, but to strangers, I'm stingy as hell. I just don't know Song, do you want to be my friend? Or do you want to be a stranger? Saying that, Lin Dong took the sobbing blood treasure sword and pushed it towards Song Tianqiu, then made an invitation gesture with his hand. How could a genius figure like Song Tianqiu not understand the meaning of Lin Dong's words? As soon as Lin Dong's words fell, he knew that Lin Dong was trying to make him a junior brother. But what kind of person is he? Song Tianqiu? How can he be subordinate? However, in the next second, Song Tianqiu's eyes went straight. He was a connoisseur of the sword and had a great love for it. Treasure knives that can enter his eyes are very rare, but this sobbing treasure knife is really stunning. His heart, which he had originally preferred to die, suddenly beat hard. There was also a bit of a lump in his throat, and he wanted to say something. 62. The strongest silver team is emerging. Equipment, blood-shedding sword bronze level. Life, plus 2,700. Attack, plus 2,000. Bloodlust, absorbs the target's blood, stacks its own attack power by 50 points, and can stack damage up to 50 times. Bloodlust. This word skill, it's just too sick. With a full 50 stacks, the blade's attack could reach 4,500 points, and it also increased its life by 2,700. You know, his total bloodstain right now, it's just over 3,000. A 2,700 life increase, almost double. He flipped his hand and took out the chopper that had been with him for half a year and sighed softly. Equipment, chopper silver grade. Attack, plus 1,300. Defense, plus 3. Attack speed, plus 1. This kind of attribute was completely incomparable to the weeping blood treasure sword in front of him. A silver equipment that was actually no match for a bronze equipment was somewhat unacceptable in his mind. But it also inspired a desire for this sobbing sword. If this blade was in his hands, he was afraid that his Heavenly Blade 13 style could deal more than 10 times more damage than it did now. His throat shrugged and his demeanor shifted sharply. He knew that if he refused Lin Dong, this chance might be lost to him. But did he really want to become someone else's little brother just for such a piece of equipment? Then where should he put his pride and self-respect? Just as he was hesitating, Lin Dong suddenly took the sobbing blood treasure sword back. This caused a wave of disappointment to pass over Song Tianqiu's face, his outstretched hand hanging in midair, wanting to stop but unable to say anything. After all, this was Lin Dong's weapon and Lin Dong had dominion over it, so he could only helplessly lower his hand and droop his head. Lin Dong had been observing Song Tianqiu's demeanor and already had a plan in his heart. He knew that geniuses like Song Tianqiu had pride and could not just give in to others. But this kind of person, once he recognizes a truth, will also stick to it for the rest of his life. However, this was not hard for Lin Dong. In his opinion, this was because the temptation he had given was not big enough. As long as he increased the temptation, Song Tianqiu would definitely fall in line. After all, for Song Tianqiu to be able to come here, their family must have explained everything to Song Tianqiu long ago. The reason why Song Tianqiu refused to lower his head was entirely due to his pride. But he, Lin Dong, was also a celestial pride, or even a hangman. Recognizing a hangdog like him as his big brother wasn't at all condescending to Song Tianqiu. It could even be said that it was an honor for him. Lin Dong then gently picked up the sobbing blood treasure sword and gently wiped it with a handkerchief. He intended to use the enchantment value to upgrade the quality of the weeping blood sword. It was also to show his hand in front of Song Tianqiu, so that the other party would completely honor him. Ding, this enchantment requires 2 points of enchantment value. Is it enchanted? Possessed. Ding, quality enhancement failed. Will you continue enchanting? Go on. Ding, quality enhancement failed. Will you continue enchanting? Ding, quality enhancement failed. Will you continue enchanting? Go on. After 5 consecutive failed enchantments, Lin Dong's face turned green. Damn, dropping the chain at this time, isn't this a waste of my enchantment value? With 10 points of enchantment value, I could have bought a few top-tier forging books. If I fail again this time, I'll give up enchanting to improve my quality. It seemed that Lin Dong's trolling had worked, and this time, the enchantment finally succeeded. Ding, the enchantment was successful. The quality of the weeping blood sword has been raised to silver grade. Reward the host with plus 100 experience and plus 10 proficiency. Lin Dong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This point of reward had no real effect on him now. It could only be said that it was better than nothing. Looking at the silver grade bloodshed treasure blade in his hand, Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction and placed it back on the table, pushing it in front of Song Tianqiu. Elder brother Song, opportunities don't wait for anyone. Song Tianqiu shook his head and let out a bitter smile when he saw that the sobbing blood treasure sword was once again in front of him. He really didn't have the means to put aside his pride to become someone else's little brother. Student Lin Dong, I'm a stubborn person, I'm afraid. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refuse, his eyes suddenly widened a few inches. This. This. Is this still the same blood-shedding sword from earlier? How did it take only a moment for so much to change? Equipment, blood-shedding sword silver grade. Life, plus 5,800. Attack, plus 8,000. Bloodlust, absorbs the target's blood, stacks its own attack power by 100 points, and can stack damage up to 100 times. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, his gaze filled with doubt. In a matter of seconds, a piece of equipment actually upgraded its quality, and its overall attributes were even more drastically changed. If it hadn't happened right in front of him, he would have dismissed it as a pipe dream. But now, he couldn't help but raise his head in shock and look towards Lin Dong, whose spring breeze and warmth shone as radiantly as the sun. He shrugged the knot in his throat, and his whole being became humbled. What could be more shocking to him than upgrading the quality of a piece of equipment on the spot? Song Tianxiu's eyes were staring at the sobbing blood treasure sword on top of the table for a long time, unable to speak. Silver-level equipment, after stacking a full number of times of bloodlust, can directly inflict 18,000 points of damage in a single pass. This blade, if he held it in his hands, he was all but confident to fight a war god-level figure. Without any hesitation, this knife completely subverted his understanding and knowledge of equipment. Silver-level equipment, god of war-level attributes, and even a heaven-defying phrase. Totally a boon for low-level geniuses like him. Lin Dong directly made a pleased gesture towards him before comfortably plunging himself inside the rocking chair. A precious sword for a hero, old brother Tianzhou, you go well with this blood-sobbing treasure sword, won't you pick it up and try its power? Trembling, he received the sobbing blood treasure sword, and his entire being became agitated. Dignity? Bull dignity. In front of Lin Dong, this so-called genius of mine is even worse. With this godlike ability of his to forge equipment, he can create a god of war-level army anytime, anywhere, and it's already a blessing for a small grasshopper like me to cross paths with him. If Lin Dong wasn't still interested in me, in another year, no, 3 months at the most, I wouldn't even be worthy of lifting his shoes. Such an unrivaled heavenly pride wants to take me as a junior brother, and I'm actually still hesitating. It's really ridiculous. Thinking of this, Song Tianxiu finally put down all his pride and bowed deeply towards Lin Dong. Big brother Lin Dong is above, receive a bow from little brother. Big brother's kindness to little brother is like a new creation. Little brother is willing to saddle up for big brother and run errands and follow orders. Lin Dong looked at Song Tianxiu with satisfaction and hurriedly stood up, helping him up. Old brother Tianzhou, ever since the first time I saw you, I knew you were a chivalrous and heroic man. It is truly an honor for me, Lin Dong, to have this destiny with you, old brother, today. This blood-sobbing treasure sword, following me around completely fails to fulfill its role, so consider it as a meet-and-greet gift to you, old brother. Song Tianzhou's head rumbled, unable to believe his ears. He had originally planned to spend a large amount of money to buy this knife, but Lin Dong actually gave it to him directly with a wave of his hand, which was also too generous. Recognize such atmospheric people as big brother, he did little brother, what reason not to go to the fire? Big brother, this is too expensive, little brother Tianzhou old brother, you don't have to be polite, this is a token of appreciation from me as an older brother, you mustn't reject it, rejecting it would be to look down on me as an older brother. However, friendship is friendship, business is business, don't you want to buy acceleration gloves, that I have to charge? When he heard Lin Dong mention the matter of the acceleration gloves, Song Tianxiu was just too busy to concur. Of course, charging is the right thing to do. It's just that I don't know what kind of price your pair intends to charge, big brother? Let's just go with 50 billion a pair. Good, then I'll take 5 pairs. The family clan elders specifically instructed me to purchase a minimum of 5 pairs only. Song Tianxiu and Lin Dong hit it off right away, and the money and goods were cleared immediately. Just as the two of them completed their transaction, there was another knock at the door. Is Captain Lin Dong in? I'm by Xingxue, is it convenient to come in? Lin Dong and Song Tianxiu glanced at each other. Song Tianxiu stroked his palm and laughed. I can't imagine that he's also here, big brother, should I evade for a while? Lin Dong smiled faintly. It's not necessary. With that, Lin Dong opened the door to the room. Standing outside the door was the white-clothed Bai Xingxue. 63 The team returns to its heart, the strongest silver team is born. As Bai Xingxue looked towards the house, she was dismayed to find that Song Tianxiu was also inside. Moreover, Song Tianxiu was one body position behind Lin Dong, looking like he was looking after Lin Dong. He suspiciously looked at Song Tianxiu and then at Lin Dong, wondering what kind of foul play was going on between these two. Lin Dong let him in with a smile on his face. Because he had collected a tiger general like Song Tianqiu, Lin Dong was in a good mood, so when he faced Bai Xingxue, he did not feel that he carried a hint of joy. Elder brother Bai, what is the purpose of your visit to my humble abode? Bai Xingxue shook the white robe on his body, and the whole person sat squarely on top of the chair, looking cold and arrogant and lonely, without a trace of earthly vulgarity. But the next thing he wanted to talk to Lin Dong about could not be exempted. Student Lin Dong, the acceleration gloves you forged are exquisite. Our Bai family intends to purchase a batch of them. I wonder if we can part with them? Bai Xingxue took her eyes and glanced at Song Tianqiu next to her, her words stuttering. Obviously saying these words in front of Song Tianqiu made him feel a bit disgraced. But having come, it was inappropriate not to finish the job, so he stammered. However, this time, before Lin Dong had even spoken, Song Tianqiu had already begun to play the role on behalf of his character. Old Bai, Big Brother Lin Dong's character is bold and spontaneous, but it's limited to treating his friends. I'm afraid it's difficult to get what you want until you become a friend recognized by Big Brother Lin Dong. Bai Xingxue looked at Song Tianqiu in surprise, her face filled with incredulity. Inside his impression, Song Tianqiu was a person who was incredibly proud, and very few people would convince him. But now look at the appearance of Song Tianqiu, a mouth of Big Brother, called very intimate, her to go does not seem to be faking, and even have a kind of convinced feeling in it, which makes him have to be surprised. They, the geniuses, didn't pay much attention to their respective backgrounds, and the only thing that could win their admiration was their personal strength. At this moment, Song Tianqiu's performance had sidestepped Lin Dong's extraordinary natural talent. Could it be that this Lin Dong was a super genius who was even more powerful than Song Tianqiu? Moreover, Song Tianqiu's words were rather intriguing, causing Bai Xingxue to start weighing up the implications for a while. A friend recognized by Lin Dong? What does that mean? Song Tianqiu laughed and gave Bai Xingxue some pointers. Old Bai, you've always been smart, how come you're acting so confused when it comes to this kind of thing? Truth be told, I have now recognized Lin Dong as my elder brother, and have willingly become his pawn. Bai Xingxue became even more alarmed when she heard Song Tianqiu being so frank. He shook his head in disbelief, his face full of incredulity. Old Song, don't joke with me like this, you're so proud. To what extent does this Lin Dong have to be a demon to convince you so much? But to Bai Xingxue's surprise, Song Tianqiu didn't seem to feel ashamed, but instead spoke to him as if showing off. In front of a genius figure like Lin Dong, we are like a firefly and a white moon competing for glory. We are simply not on the same order of magnitude. Old Bai, in the past, we were all frogs in the bottom of a well and hadn't seen the world. Only after you had deeper contact with Big Brother Lin Dong did you realize that we, the so-called geniuses, were in fact nothing but dog. Saying that, Song Tianqiu took out the blood-sobbing treasure sword he had just acquired and waved it in front of Bai Xingxue's eyes. See, this is a gift from Big Brother Lin Dong. Song Tianqiu had a complacent look on his face, but he could not straighten Bai Xingxue out. A knife is just a knife. And that's all it takes for Song Tianqiu to directly recognize Lin Action as his big brother? This Song Tianqiu was too cheap. When Bai Xingxue was about to shake his head again, his eyes suddenly swept over the attributes of the Weeping Blood treasure sword, and he was suddenly shocked into a cold sweat, his entire body froze on the spot, and his breathing became heavy. Artifacts. Bai Xingxue looked at the blood-sobbing treasure sword in Song Tianqiu's hand with unblinking eyes, and was nothing but shocked. This kind of divine weapon, was it really given to Song Tianqiu by Lin Dong? At first, he thought that Song Tianqiu was ridiculous, willing to be Lin Dong's junior brother for the sake of a sword, but when he looked at the attributes of the Weeping Blood treasure sword, he realized that the one who was ridiculous was actually himself. Even if he was using a sword, giving him a blood-sobbing sword like this and letting him recognize Lin Dong as his big brother would be willing ah. Bai Xingxue felt her lips drying up a bit, and that out-of-the-world aura, too, tightened up. He looked at Lin Dong somewhat nervously and asked cautiously. Big Brother Lin Dong, can you see if I am qualified to be your friend? Lin Dong smilingly looked at Bai Xingxue, whose attitude had changed rapidly, and gently nodded. I, Lin Dong, am a person who likes to make friends. Your character, which I, Lin Dong, recognize, can certainly be my friend. Hearing Lin Dong say this, Song Tianqiu squeezed his eyes towards Bai Xingxue. It was as if it meant, Old White, you have to thank me for reminding you. After all, when Song Tianqiu first started to get in touch with Lin Dong, it was a series of twists and turns that were not as smooth as Bai Xingxue's at all. Bai Xingxue is also a person who can afford to let go. He also believes in Song Tianqiu's vision. Since Song Tianqiu has recognized Lin Dong as his big brother, what does he have to be reserved? So he immediately gave Lin Dong a big salute, calling Big Brother under his breath, looking very respectful. Lin Dong hurriedly took his hand up and made him return to his seat. From now on, you're all my Lindong's brothers, so of course I won't favor one over the other. Shangshui, this is a forging book for silver-level sword-type weapons. Pick one you like and I'll forge one for you on the spot. With that, Lin Dong took out a dozen of forging books from his storage ring and placed them in front of Bai Xingxue. Bai Xingxue could not have imagined that Lin Dong was so generous that he would actually forge equipment for him on the spot, and excitedly thanked him repeatedly. Of course, he didn't make any pretenses, and quickly began picking out the forging books. After all, with this kind of opportunity in front of you, it would be a cutie pie to turn it down. He, Bai Xingxue, was not stupid and knew how to seize opportunities. Big brother, I'll take this one. Bai Xingxue picked out a Heavenly Abyss Swords forging book inside a pile of forging books and looked at Lin Dong with apprehension in her heart. This Heaven's Abyss sword, with its deceleration effect, could effectively control the enemy's output, and his heart was moved at the first sight he saw it. Lin Dong took a look at it and nodded, casually holding it in his hand. It just so happens that I've finished forging my Eye of Punishment, so I'll get the Eye of Punishment out of the oven first, and then I'll help you forge the Heavenly Abyss sword for you, brother. With that, Lin Dong opened the system forge, and an evil beam of light blossomed out of it. The crowd fixed their eyes and saw a soulful eye darting back and forth with a hint of a creepy aura. The beam of light filled with evil just now was emitted from this eye. This Eye of Punishment, it's also too terrifying. Bai Xingxue looked at the Eye of Punishment with some palpitations, and for some reason, a sense of fear grew in her heart. Song Tianqiu also took 2 steps backwards, as if the aura emanating from above these eyes made him extremely uncomfortable. Lin Dong laughed and put away the outward breath of the Eye of Punishment before the room returned to normal. He examined the Eye of Punishment and was very pleased with it. Equipment, Eye of Punishment Silver. Attack, plus 7,900. Life, plus 10,000. Evil Gaze, the target of the gaze is plunged into fear, and all attributes are reduced by 50%. Corrosive Beam, active skill, when irradiated by the light of the eye, the body rots, causing 3,000 points of damage for 15 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. Time Stasis, active skill, make the target in time stasis state for 10 seconds, during which the damage suffered is calculated cumulatively. After the end of the effect, the target directly suffers all the cumulative damage within 10 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. It was actually a 3-attribute phrase equipment, and each phrase possessed incredible power. This Eye of Punishment caused Bai Xingxue and Song Tianqiu's eyes to look straight. It's true that its big brother, casually striking out with this kind of astounding equipment, it can simply be called the #1 person in the forging world. I finally realized that I was a frog at the bottom of the well, so a forger can be powerful to this extent. Lin Dong gave them a blank look. It was unexpected that these two people who were so proud of themselves would be so fleshy in their ass-kissing. He gently planted the Eye of Punishment on top of the Crimson Armor Siamese helmet, and instantly, the Eye of Punishment was hidden within it, only appearing at the center of Lin Dong's eyebrows when he summoned it. Next, he began to help Bai Xingxue forge the Heavenly Abyss sword. The sword, compared to his silver set of equipment, was more than a notch lower, so it was forged quickly, and after only 2 minutes, it was out. But even so, Bai Xingxue still covered her mouth and was almost moved to tears. Equipment, Tian Yuan Sword Silver Grade. Attack, plus 9,800. Life, plus 3,000. Defense, plus 1,000. Spatial stagnation, the space around the attack target's body becomes sticky, and the attack speed is reduced by 30%. Shocking Slash, a top-level sword drawing technique that, when released, explodes into a slash that triples one's own attack. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Double attribute word equipment especially the stunning chop, as the personal attack power increases, the outburst also becomes more and more fierce, can be said to be a divine skill without limit. Bai Xingxue held it in her hands, and had the urge to leap into action. His long black hair was windless, and his spirited appearance was like that of a sword god. Lin Dong was interested in trying out how effective his crimson armor was, so he patted his chest. Come, cut me if you're a brother. 64. A small test of the bull's blade, the first glimpses of invincible style. Go cut him if you're a brother? Bai Xingxue felt like her brain wasn't enough. Is that something a mature person could say? He was the sword saint Bai Xingxue. A hand of Jintian drawing sword technique was almost an unrivaled existence at the same level. This Lin Dong actually asked him to chop with his hands. Wasn't it a bit too much to put him in his eyes? Although he had recognized Lin Dong as his elder brother, the arrogance within him was not something that could be sunk so easily. So he said with a slight frown, holding back his displeasure. Since you want to spar, big brother, then I'll use 30% of my power and attack you. However, my Jintian sword drawing technique is very fierce, big brother, you have to be careful in dealing with it. If you feel in danger, you must make me stop in time. However, Lin Dong was full of concern and patted his chest with confidence. Don't worry, come on, use 10% of your full strength, I'm just in time to try out the power of my freshly forged crimson armor. Hearing Lin Dong being so boastful, Bai Xingxue was suddenly a bit embarrassed. If he really used his full strength, what if he injured Lin Dong? Lin Dong, after all, was only a forger, all his strength came from his equipment, and his own strength was not at all a match for these warriors of theirs. I'm not afraid of anything. But just as he hesitated, Song Tianqiu, who was on the side, laughed out loud, and his entire person appeared spirited. Old Bai, you're also too distrustful of Big Brother's strength. If he tells you to cut, feel free to do so. If you don't do it, I'll go first. Saying that, Song Tianqiu directly jumped up in one long stride, swinging the bloodshed treasure knife in his hand, and slashed towards Lin Ju. Big Brother, catch it! I'm going to use our Song family's 13 styles of Heavenly Blade. Each strike will stack 30% of the power of the previous strike, and now with the Weeping Blood Treasure Blade's base attack, the last strike can even hit 50,000 points of attack, so you have to be careful. However, Lin Dong laughed out loud, with a kind of wariness that was eager to try. Good coming, that's right. Come on, let's have a sound battle. Lin Dong set up his stance, intending to take this blade from Song Tianqiu hard. On the side, Bai Xingxue's eyes were condensed. Inwardly, he was incomparably horrified. He was really afraid that Song Tianqiu, this asshole, would accidentally injure Lin Dong. You have to know that the head of their family has personally ordered, Lin Dong, this person, must be provided for, absolutely cannot let him suffer any failure, but now. Old Song, Big Brother is fooling around, how can you accompany him to fool around, alas? Just as Bai Xingxue secretly shook her head, Song Tianqiu's first blade had already knifed Lin Dong's body. Ripening. The sound of metal clashing instantly shook the eardrums, causing Bai Xingxue, who was on the sidelines, to be unable to stop her eyes from narrowing even tighter. Only to see Song Tianqiu's Weeping Blood Treasure Blade bouncing high, this first strike, surprisingly, did not break through Lin Dong's defense at all. An attack of up to 10,000 points didn't even break through Big Brother's defense? This time, Bai Xingxue was completely stunned. Even if it was a mutated magical beast, I'm afraid it wouldn't have such a high defense. This kind of defense, if he were to attack, if he didn't use the family heirloom mastery, Jintian's sword drawing technique, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to injure Lin Dong in the slightest. And Song Tianqiu, who had failed to land a single blow, became excited. His entire body stood poised, his eyes on fire. Big Brother, catch it, my second strike is coming again, this time the attack can be a full 3,000 points higher than just now. Said. Song Tianqiu once again rubbed his body while. This blade, with great force and a heavy blade, carried an unbeatable ferocity. His entire body, with its hair, flew upside down. However, Lin Dong on the opposite side was still standing with a smile on his face, appearing to be lighthearted. Duong. This time the Weeping Blood Treasure Blade slashed at Lin Dong's body, once again emitting a deafeningly loud sound. But while Lin Dong did not react in the slightest, Song Tianqiu let out a loud cry and frantically retreated, the corner of his mouth even carrying a trace of blood. Big Brother, what means did you, just now, utilize? How come my attack would feed back to my own body? Song Tianqiu, who had lost most of his bloodstain, looked distraught. If his attack had been a few thousand higher just now, I'm afraid that he would have simply died just now. However, Lin Dong smiled faintly and lifted his jacket, revealing the crimson armor he wore inside. At this moment, Song Tianqiu and Bai Xingxue's eyes looked straight. Equipment, red armor silver grade. Life, plus 22,000. Attack, plus 1,500. Defense, plus 10,000. Magic defense, plus 10,000. Magic resistance, plus 10,000. Anti-armor, 30% chance of rebounding all types of damage. Invincibility, active skill, invincible for 60 seconds after activation, immune to any damage. Rejuvenation, when blood level is below 30%, there is a 50% chance to raise blood level to full at once. Double experience, when brushing monsters, you can get twice the normal experience value. Is this a silver level equipment? Even if it's a sky level equipment, I'm afraid this is the only attribute it has. This is also too exaggerated. The main thing was that above the equipment, there were actually 4 skill phrases that were against the odds. Each word is a skill that can save your life on the battlefield. So many stacked together, is simply stacking bugs. It was the anti-armor phrase that had caused Song Tianqiu to receive backlash damage just now, and this phrase, just now, had played a role in rebounding all of Song Tianqiu's damage. Song Tianqiu bitterly licked his lips and looked towards Lindong with a bit of fear. Big brother, my blood stripe is only less than 20,000, unlike you, who has 50,000 to 60,000 blood stripes so thick. If I were to use Heavenly Sword 13 style to slash you again, I'm afraid that if your anti-armor phrase comes into effect again, I'll be directly bounced to death. Lindong nodded. Indeed, there was this possibility that Song Tianqiu said was present. But he hadn't had a good time fighting just now, and didn't want to end the sparring session so hastily. After stroking his chin and pondering for a while, Lindong directly took out the lock armor he had replaced from his ring and placed it in front of Song Tianqiu. If you put this on, your life won't be in danger. Perform your 13 styles of the Heavenly Blade to your heart's content, and let me experience the joy of battle. Song Tianqiu reached out and took the lock armor. Even though he already had an extremely strong acceptance ability, he still couldn't stop his breath from shortening and his eyes from burning. On the side, Bai Xingxue also couldn't help but pull out her neck and marveled. Treasure armor. A real treasure armor. Equipment, locking armor bronze level. Life, plus 8,000. Defense, plus 500. Magic defense, plus 500. Magic resistance, plus 500. Attribute spoofing, hiding the true attributes and displaying the normal attributes of equipment of the same level. Invincible shield, after receiving an attack that far exceeds defense, inspire an invincible shield for 30 seconds, cooldown time 10 minutes. Scapegoat puppet, the moment the locking armor is shattered, it will randomly and instantly transfer the wearer 10 kilometers away, leaving a fake corpse in its place. With this precious armor on your body, it can be said to be 2 more lives. Invincibility shield can save a life, as can scapegoat golem. This kind of treasure, Lindong actually gave up to take it out for the two of them to get a better understanding. This big brother is really bold. Unconsciously, the psyche of the two of them changed once again, and the way they looked at Lindong became even more awe-inspiring. Big leg. Lindong is a proper thigh. If they could seize the opportunity to hold onto Lindong's thighs, they would have many more chances to save their lives in the future. This kind of golden equipment, which they, the big families, could not hope for. After all, before Lindong appeared, no such equipment had ever appeared in the entire Blue Star. Song Tianqiu also became doubly confident after putting on his locked armor. He shook the blood-sobbing treasure sword in his hand and bellowed once again. Big brother, I'm coming. Look at my Heavenly Sword 3rd style. Lindong smiled faintly and hooked his hand towards Song Tianqiu, as if the meaning was saying, come on. At this time, Song Tianqiu's attack, which had reached around 16,000 points, could already break through Lindong's defense. But for Lindong, whose blood slot was more than 3 times the length of Song Tianqiu's, this strike did not even drop a tenth of his blood. Next, Song Tianqiu's attacked 5 times again, finally cutting Lindong's blood level to 30,000 points left. However, on the 6th slash, Lindong's anti-armor phrase came into effect once again, directly allowing Song Tianqiu's locked armor's invincible shield to take effect. Looking at the golden-colored light wrapped around the mix, Song Tianqiu knew that if it wasn't for the lockjaw armor, he might have died after being bounced that way just now. But it also fueled his ferocity. Big brother, watch this slash of mine has more than 30,000 points of damage. Catch the knife. Bai Xingxue, who was on the side, was a bit unable to sit still. Lindong is only less than 30,000 blood. If this knife goes down, it will not cut Lindong to death? He just wanted to stand up to stop it, but Song Tianqiu's Heavenly Blade 10th style had already knifed Lindong's body. As for Bai Xingxue's heart, it was also directly in his throat, because he saw that Lindong's blood bar directly bottomed out, and his entire face was also pale, looking critical. Bad. 65, the pride of the heavens? It's not worth mentioning in front of him. Bai Xingxue was completely flustered at this moment. Inside, even greater anger rose. Song Tianqiu, you bastard, don't you know how to stop in time? Your Heavenly Sword 13 styles have been empowered by the Weeping Blood Treasure Sword, and their power has long since been incomparable. How can you be so reckless? In case Big Brother is hacked to death by you, both of us will have to suffer. However, Song Tianqiu, who stood opposite Lindong, was not in a hurry at all, but instead used his finger to point at Lindong, whose face was as white as a sheet of paper, and smiled. Don't worry, Big Brother has plenty of means to save his life. There's no need for us to worry at all. Big Brother didn't take the initiative to unleash the invincible word. There must be a purpose for him. All we have to do is choose to believe Big Brother. In some ways, Song Tianqiu was a bit more fanatical than Bai Xingxue. He now had an almost worshipful trust in Lindong. That was the belief that everything Lindong did was right. Bai Xingxue, on the other hand, appeared to be a bit of a gap, but it was also true that he cared about Lindong. Just as the two of them were fighting a war of words, Lin Dong, whose life was close to exhaustion, had a mysterious smile on his face. This was because he had already sensed that a huge force of life was enveloping his surroundings and began to rapidly restore his dried-up bloodstains. Spring back. When blood level is below 30%, there is a 50% chance to raise blood level to full at once. A 50% probability was already a fairly high probability, and it could be said that there was a 1 in 2 chance of being inspired when attacked. However, this skill couldn't meet Su Runen's life-snatching scissor kick, as she could do a 30% 1 blood spike. So this attribute phrase is also very interesting in that there may be additions or restraints to each other. Lin Dong carefully sensed the gains in his mind and felt that his understanding of words had reached a new level. And in this very instant just now, the massive life force enveloped him and had completely filled his blood bar back up. However, Lin Dong was not satisfied. He wanted to try out the attribute of spring return, if it could be effective all the time, so he rushed at Song Tianqiu and hooked his finger once again. Come on, Skylac, step up your attack again. Song Tianqiu rubbed the back of his head and grinned. Well, big brother, you can catch good. I immediately below the actual combat heavenly sword 11th style, this knife attack, can be nearly 39,000 points, you have to be careful. Lin Dong smiled faintly, this was the effect he wanted. It was only after directly beating the blood level to below 30% that he could witness the true effect of the rejuvenation phrase. So he nodded at Song Tianwei, already prepared. While Bai Xingxua on the side wanted to say something, she could only stand there stomping her feet and shaking her head. These two people, in his opinion, were really bold, a pair of crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. After all, swords have no eyes, so wouldn't it be a tragedy if the rejuvenation phrase didn't take effect? The probability of this word inspired is not 100%. There will always be the possibility of missing. But in this regard, Lin Dong was not worried. As soon as he was threatened with life, he would immediately activate the invincibility word to ensure that he wouldn't be cut down outright. However, out of Lin Dong's expectation, this 50% probability of triggering was ridiculously high. Song Tianqiu's next 3 slashes almost all triggered the rejuvenation word effect. Looking at Lin Dong, whose blood quantity kept returning to full, Song Tian lacked tiredness and directly stuck his weeping blood treasure sword on the ground and yelled. Big brother, you are simply playing tricks. This kind of attribute of returning blood is simply more resistant than a turtle. How can I fight with you? The invincibility shield of my locked armor is gone now. In case it gets bounced around a bit, you'll be fine and I'll be directly teleported away by the scapegoat puppet. Seeing Song Tianqiu's puffed up and full of complaints, Lin Dong laughed out loud. The combat effect of the crimson armor he had tested out was quite strong. Moreover, Song Tianqiu, who possessed the weeping blood treasure sword, the power of the last few attacks of the 13 styles of the heavenly sword when he executed them was already no less than the power of a battle exalt's attack. With such a powerful output, in the silver stage, it was completely unmatched. As for Bai Xingxua on the side, although she did not make a move, she also had the heavenly abyss sword forged by Lin Dong, so she thought that her fighting strength would not be weaker than Song Tianqiu. With the existence of such two left and right arms, he, Lin Dong, was already considered to have the beginnings of his own force. Alright, let's end today's sparring session here. I have a clear judgment of the strength of the two of us by and large, and we, as a team, will surely shine in the future amongst the competition of the Forsaken Lands. There's nothing else going on now, so you guys go back first. I'm going to continue forging equipment. When Song Tianqiu saw Lin Dong give his expulsion order, he immediately became wriggly, seemingly unable to give up. Lin Dong looked at him and asked strangely. Why is a big man squirming? Is there anything else going on? Song Tianqiu heatedly smiled and pointed to the lock armor on his body. Big brother, this precious armor, can you lend it to me to wear for 2 days? I want to wear it to go out and be awesome. So that's what this is about. Lin Dong smiled faintly. It's just a piece of obsolete equipment, I'll give it to you directly. With a wave of Lin Dong's hand, he directly unbound this locked armor, and this locked armor became a free equipment. Song Tianqiu's mouth didn't even know which way to grin as he laughed one after another. Thank you, big brother, it's great to have a big brother like you. But, big brother, if you have other equipment that you can't use, can you also lend it to me for safekeeping first? I'm very fond of it, you know. At this scene, the eyes of Bai Xingxue, who was watching from the side, were on fire. At this moment, he couldn't help but ponder if he was being too reserved. If he also let himself go directly like Song Tianqiu, would he also be able to receive Lin Dong's reward? After all, face these are false, get the equipment is real. Thinking about it, he stopped keeping his reserve and tried to let his cheeks thicken. That big brother, about the acceleration gloves, we haven't made a deal yet? Let me go after the deal. If the big brother has a temporary use of equipment, you can also lend me, well, what I'll want, I do not mind. Lin Dong. It is true that money moves the heart. Who would have thought that the too high and cold heavenly pride, at this time in front of Lin Dong would be this face, say it out and no one will believe. Seeing the burning eyes of the two, Lin Dong helplessly smiled. Replacement equipment, for the time being, there are no more, they have all been taken by Yao Qing Nympho. When I am free, I will open the furnace and build them for you. I haven't finished building my own equipment yet, I don't have the time to forge it for you guys right now. Hearing Lin Dong say this, both of them had some regrets, they were late. Sentimentally, this Yao Qing Nympho started earlier than them, it couldn't be that she used some beauty trick, right? However, looking at Lin Dong's neutral appearance, it did not look like a premature ejaculation of Yuan Yang, so it seemed that Yao Qing Nympho had not yet gotten the better of him. Bai Xingxue bought 5 sets of acceleration gloves as he wished before he bumblingly followed Song Tianxiu out of Lin Dong's room. On the way back, Bai Xingxue couldn't wait to pull out the acceleration glove and fondle it lovingly. This thing, he finally has it too. Song Tianxiu, who was on the side, couldn't help but help him pick and choose. Old Bai, you use this is good, explosive flash, you can jump randomly within 50 meters, and with your sword skills, you can become a godly assassin. And then there's this, the burning sky finger. It can attach a 15% attack increase to the equipment in your hand. It takes effect every time you attack, it's a divine weapon. Bai Xingxue looked at so many acceleration gloves in his hands and also picked his eyes, and in the end, he picked the 2 acceleration gloves with the explosive flash and burning sky finger phrases according to Song Tianxiu's advice. The rest of the equipment, through the virtual trading platform, was sent back within the White family by operating a designated person trade. As for the Bai family's family head, Bai Jianfeng, the moment he saw these acceleration gloves, he excitedly stood up from his seat at that moment. These acceleration gloves, they're unbelievable, bronze-level equipment is even more coveted than war god-level equipment. Her youngest daughter, Bai Ji, on the other hand, looked with burning eyes at the accelerated gloves on the table. Father, these acceleration gloves, can I have a pair? Many of our Divine Dragon Academy's heavenly prides have secretly obtained some powerful equipment, said to have been burst out from hunting mutated magical beasts at the southwest border. With their strength increasing greatly, this time, I might lose my spot to enter the land of the Forsaken. Bai Jianfeng, the head of the Bai family, doted on his youngest daughter, Bai Ji, and lovingly touched her head. The quota to enter the land of the Forsaken was very important, and was the key to cultivating the next generation of their great clans. The reason why he had arranged for Bai Xingxue and Bai Ji to enter the War God Academy and the Divine Dragon Academy, respectively, was that he wanted them both to have spots to enter the land of the Forsaken. He had also heard about the Divine Dragon Academy obtaining many strange equipment. It was said that with the application of the Golden Horn on the battlefield, the border decimated a large number of mutated magical beasts. Not only did they obtain a large amount of mutated magical beast materials, but they also exploded a lot of rare equipment, which, by chance, also appeared with words. However, these equipment, instead of being handed over along with the mutant magical beast materials, were intercepted by some of the big clans and secretly distributed for use by the clan's children. This kind of equipment, none of them in the White family were qualified to obtain. It was unexpected that some of those heavenly pride of the Divine Dragon Academy had actually obtained these equipments. After all, those equipments were very rare, the elders didn't have enough to actually distribute them to the younger generation, it was obvious that these heavenly prides were not small in origin. But then he looked at those acceleration gloves on the table and suddenly relieved. Those so-called heavenly prides are not worth mentioning in front of Lin Dong. Your brother, Bai Xingxue, is now Lin Dong's little brother, our Bai family, what kind of good equipment can't we get in the future? Here, take this pair of acceleration gloves. Bai Ji received the acceleration gloves in her ass, and the whole person was excited with little stars in front of her eyes. Just as Bai Ji was about to walk out of the room, Bai Jianfeng seemed to remember something and shouted at her background. Oh, in the future, if you meet Lin Dong in the land of the Forsaken, you must treat him respectfully, do you know that? Got it. Bai Shi spat out her little tongue and popped out of the room like a rabbit. But the young girl's heart couldn't help but flutter. 66 rare word equipment appears. Lin Dong. Bai Ji gently mumbled the name in her mind, as if she wanted to brand him in her heart. Ever since she had seen Lin Dong's figure during the live broadcast at All Blue Star, she had become deeply infatuated with this young man with a clear appearance. A sentiment unique to teenage girls spread and festered in her heart. Her heart couldn't help but thump at the thought of seeing Lin Dong in the land of the Forsaken. Moreover, what she was holding in her arms at this moment was still the acceleration gloves forged by Lin Dong, which further made her face slightly hotter. Returning to the Divine Dragon Academy's special training camp, he was soon discovered to be abnormal by his teammate, pyromancer Cui Bingbing. "Bai Shi, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like you have a fever?" "You're the one with the fever, I'm fine." Bai Shi pouted and started to bicker with Cui Bingbing. Cui Bingbing giggled as she looked at Bai Shi's squirming demeanor. "Ha, you little ninny is afraid that you're really flirting with the scent of spring on your face." "I'm not, you're bolting me," said Bai Shi. Then she and Cui Bingbing playfully hugged each other. The two of them, in the special training camp of the Divine Dragon Academy, were the best girlfriends. This Cui Bingbing's origin was not small. It was a celestial pride of the Cui family's sideline, and the Cui family had become one of the most enormous families in China because of the existence of Elder Cui, a battle exalted. At this point, though, both of them are at risk of being scrubbed from the special team's camp. This was because many of the special training camp's pride had obtained rare equipment that had been popped out of the Southwest Defense Line, and there were even some that had words on them. The appearance of these equipments instantly gave many people who were originally inferior to them a leading edge, and their rankings were quickly brushed aside. The two bantered for a while before Cui Bingbing let out a ghostly sigh. "Alas, I see that the two of us are completely hopeless. You said that these equipments don't show up early, don't show up late, they have to show up at this time. It's not clear that they are robbing us of the quota to go into the land of the lost. I heard that our Cui clan's main veins pride, Cui Wufei, obtained a Wufei stick with a berserk word. I'm really envious. It's a pity that I'm a collateral of our Cui family, so I'm afraid I won't have the chance to obtain such a good thing. By the way, Bai Shi, you left the special training camp tonight. Where on earth did you go, making it look secretive and sneaky?" Hearing Cui Bingbing inquire, Bai Shi playfully spat out her tongue. Then from inside the storage ring, he took out the pair of acceleration gloves and whispered with an excited face. "Dang it! I'll show you a treasure, look what it is. Oh my god, it's the acceleration glove. Where did you get it? I heard that only Lin Dong can forge this." Cui Bingbing covered her mouth in surprise, and her large breasts couldn't help but begin to shake with her body due to her excitement. Even if Bai Shi was a girl, she saw a burst of fascination. "Hee, to tell you the truth, my brother Bai Xingxue has recognized Lin Dong as a big brother. Have Lin Dong cover him, get some equipment back is not casual." Bai Shi proudly raised her head. The mention of Lin Dong filled her with essence. Not everyone doubted Lin Dong's strength. She and Cui Bingbing, for example, often got together to discuss Lin Dynamics' retreat from the Western Powers' Templar Knights leader, Oh Huang. They felt that the Lin Dong inside the live broadcast was simply too handsome, and such a person was worth chasing after backwards. As expected, when Cui Bingbing heard that Bai Shi's brother actually had a relationship with Lin Dong, her eyes instantly glowed as well. "Heavens, your brother is really lucky to be able to climb into a relationship with Lin Dong. He is really envious. If I could meet Lin Dong once, it would really be worth dying for." Her pair of Wei Chun's Polaroid, then let just got to Hurika, also can't be stronger. Instead, Bai Shi knocked her forehead as hard as an imp. "Humph, less flirting here, let me tell you, Song Tianyi from our special training camp, that wooden lump, his brother Song Tianyi also recognized Lin Dong as his big brother, and I think that he also obtained the same acceleration gloves as me. It's really a fool's errand." Bai Shi skimmed her mouth, clearly having a strong opinion of this Song Tianyi. However, Cui Bingbing on the side was quiet and appeared to be in a melancholic mood. Bai Shi looked at Cui Bingbing, who didn't say a word and blinked her eyes, somewhat confused as to what she was suddenly sad about. "What's wrong, Ice? Why are you suddenly so sad?" "Oh, you all have word equipments now, while I can't have any at all. It seems like I'll definitely be brushed out of our Divine Dragon Academy's special training camp. After all, it's just too hard for a dozen or so people to compete for 9 spots now." It turned out that this little ninny was sad because of this matter. Bai Shi looked at the acceleration glove in her hand, hesitated, and handed the acceleration glove in her left hand to Cui Bingbing. "Bingbing, don't be sad, we are good sisters, I will never see you quit the special training camp. This one acceleration glove, you take it, it will be yours from now on." Cui Bingbing looked at Bai Shi incredulously, her eyes opening wide in surprise. She couldn't help but run her eyes over the accelerated gloves. With this kind of artifact, she wasn't afraid of being brushed out of the special training camp. After all, the attributes of the word equipment popped out by the mutant magical beasts were very low, and were not even comparable to those forged by Lin Dong. But these acceleration gloves are so valuable, how can I thank you, Bai Shi?" Bai Shi looked at her good best friend who had come through the storm with her all the way and cocked her head with a cheeky smile. Hurry up and take it. If there's one for me, there'll be one for you. After all, we both took a vow to marry one man. Geez, why do you bring up something so shy? It's so annoying. Chui Bingbing wrinkled his nose and squirmed as he put the acceleration gloves away. As she touched the acceleration gloves, her heart, unable to resist, fluttered gently. This acceleration glove, it was forged by Lin Dong. If the two of them really had to marry someone, how they wished it was someone like Lin Dong. Unfortunately, the laws of China require monogamy, so this kind of thing can only be thought about and cannot become a reality. Watching Chui Bingbing carefully put on the acceleration gloves, Bai Ji giggled. Look at you, you're not secretly in love with Lin Dong, are you? Chui Bingbing hurriedly hid her true thoughts and made up an excuse out of it. No. I was just wondering if I could beat our Choi family's first lady, Choi Hyun-ah, or even the first genius, Choi Invincible, now that I have the acceleration glove. Choi Invincible? That's the guy from your Choi family who obtained the rare word equipment that popped out of the southwest battlefield? I guarantee that you can beat the crap out of him right now. After all, the equipment forged by our Lin Dong is not comparable to his trash phrase equipment. Bai Ji shook her head and gave Chui Bingbing some pointers, which made Chui Bingbing laugh. It's also true that his 1% probability of inspiring 10% berserk damage words can't be compared to our avalanche fist acceleration gloves. What the two of them didn't know was that Chui Wuxi, who had been reduced to nothing by them, was sneezing vigorously at the moment. He rubbed his itchy nose and looked suspiciously at the sky. Damn, what's with this damn weather? I'm not going to catch a cold. As the captain of the special training camp of the Hualong Academy, he would carry out brutal corporal punishment on every new member of the team. Unlike the Divine Dragon Academy Battle God Academy, the quota for them to enter the land of the remnant was entirely decided by the captain of the special training camp, and was solely for the purpose of honing teamwork and cultivating combat potential. So this also gave Chui Wuxi, the captain, a great deal of power. And he was, at that moment, physically punishing the new players. Holy warrior Lin Yang, right? With this much endurance, how can you adapt to the combat needs of our team if you can't finish decomposing these 30 tons of magical beast corpses before nightfall? Don't even think about stepping into the special training camp dormitory to sleep. He looked at the new team member, Lin Yang, with undisguised contempt in his eyes. A holy warrior from a small city, really think you can make a splash? In the eyes of us truly great family prides, it's still just trash, only worthy of doing odd jobs for us. He was right. If it wasn't for the fact that they were still one short of a team member slot in the Hualong Academy, it definitely wouldn't have been Lin Yang's turn to come here. But even when Lin Yang came to the special training camp, he could only be assigned to do some work of cleaning up the corpses of magical beasts' fur, not giving him the chance to train and grow at all. In this regard, Lin Yang could only dare to be angry, and could only do these inferior jobs in an aggravated manner. Looking at Lin Yang, who was ordered around like a dog, the other team members laughed. Captain Invincible, look at him like a dog, eh? I heard that his brother, is that genius forger Lin Dong, would it not be too good for him? Ha, you're talking about that Lin Dong the equipment he forged, it looks like it was given to him secretly by Marshal Xiao, he's just making a show of it during the live broadcast. You guys don't really think that a forger with a newly awakened profession has this kind of horrifying ability, do you? That's true, since his brother is a liar, all of them in the Lin family must be of poor character, we must be stricter with Lin Yang. Come on, Lin Yang, come here. Go clean up the mutated bronze demonic beasts I just hunted. Being called around by these people, Lin Yang had become a bit numb. Like a dog, he took the storage ring of one of the team members, laid out the dozens of mutated magical beasts inside, and proceeded to start cleaning up the corpses and pelts. These were things that could be sold for money, but he didn't dare to get his hands on them. Alas, I really miss the days when Lin Dong made me a cow and a horse. How good it would have been if Lin Dong hadn't lifted the twin lives bond with me. But just as the crowd was laughing at the empty block, he was like his hand, which was deep in the corpse of the magical beast, suddenly trembled violently. Because he touched a hidden explosive equipment. Equipment, wind stabilizing beads bronze level. Attack, plus 15. Defense, plus 1. Stasis, 1% probability, inflicts a 3-second, 100 damage value stasis effect on the target. He glanced back at the team members who were speaking down, nervously, his heart in his throat. The hand, clenched tighter. 67 humiliated, Lin Yang regrets it. Lin Yang was nervous at this point. He knew that any piece of equipment with word attributes was worth a lot of money. At this time, this wind-stabilizing bead in his hand was still a kind of control-type skill equipment that could be sold for at least a few 100 million huaxia coins. Labor has endured this for days, and the opportunity has finally come. Taking advantage of the fact that the bystander wasn't paying attention, Lin Yang put the wind stabilizing bead inside the storage ring. He decided to covet the wind stabilizing bead and keep it for his own use. Cui Wuxie and the others did not discover the wind stabilizing bead. But when they saw Lin Yang's sneaky appearance, they suddenly began to loudly reprimand him once again. "Damn, what are you looking at? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Stinking fish and shrimp-like things, don't know how to make progress at all, don't hurry up and help us clean up the corpses of the magical beasts. Yeah, don't even think about going back to bed if you don't clean up before dark." Oh! Lin Yang's heart burst with contempt. He was now the one with the word weapon, and he believed that the level would soon catch up with the rest of them. They have a mixed strength of special training camps at Chemtrail Academy, and this year's enrollment is far worse than in previous years. For example, the highest-ranked Cui Wufei, who was already level 30, could wear gold equipment. As for the other 7 players, there were 4 level 29s, 1 level 26, 1 level 23, and 1 level 15. And of course, there was Lin Yang who was only level 1. However, Lin Yang entering this place could only be described as lucky because he was the 9th-ranked existence among the students enrolled in the Hualong Academy this year, so even though he wasn't very good, he still entered this place. It was indeed quite a bit worse than the pomp and circumstance of the Divine Dragon Academy's heavenly pride piling up. These 9 slots to enter the land of the remnant had been put together. But Cui Wuxie, from the bottom of his heart, couldn't look at Lin Yang, who came from a small place like Zhangchang. Because the other 8 people, all of them were from great families with powerful backgrounds, befriending them would be beneficial to each of them. As for Lin Yang, he was completely unqualified to stand with them and was only worthy of doing odd jobs. Even Cui Wuxie was already prepared to let Lin Yang fend for himself after entering the land of the lost. However, they didn't know that at this time, Lin Yang's heart had already planted the seeds of hatred. He hid it well, burying that coldness deep in his heart and pretending to be serious about cleaning up the corpses of the magical beasts. "You guys, wait for me. When I, Lin Yang, use the wind stabilizing bead to quickly rise to power, I will definitely trample you under my feet. The shame you gave me today, I will definitely return it 100 times 1,000 times. Lin Yang cursed a few times in his mind, but he couldn't help but recall the time before high school. When he was in high school, no matter how much trouble he caused at school, Lin Dong would always stand up for him and beat up the bullies. I remember once he fought with a classmate over a piece of color-changing cotton cloth. The other side called more than 30 people, ready to block him in the corner and break his third leg. However, Lin Dong came in time and would rather take the beating himself instead of Lin Yang. However, when Lin Yang returned home, he falsely accused Lin Dong of fighting with wild children outside, causing Lin Dong to go home and receive another severe beating. And at that time, he only felt that this was fun, and that it was only natural for Lin Dong to take care of him. But now, when he was alone and helpless, he suddenly remembered just how good it was to have Lin Dong by his side. Lin Dong, wasn't I just a little naughty since I was little, although I was a little bad to you, but I am your own brother how can you be so angry with me and even cut off relations with your family? Lin Yang looked at the wind stabilizing bead inside his storage ring and felt a pang of chagrin in his heart. Although this was also a piece of word equipment, it was simply a piece of trash compared to the word equipment forged by Lin Dong. If he hadn't treated Lin Dong like that in the past, perhaps he could have a pair of acceleration gloves like Su Runan. With a casual avalanche fist strike, which of these lineage kids would dare to yell at him? Except that there's simply no do-over for everything. Unconsciously, the aggrieved Lin Yang actually shed tears of remorse. "Lin Dong, if I admit my mistake with you, will you forgive me? Now that I'm out on my own, I realize how well I was protected by you at school. I'm really in the middle of a blessing. I don't know what's good for me. If I had you forging equipment for me, I would never have suffered this shame today. I was wrong." This was like a small mountain of magical beast corpses, not to mention one night, even 3 days would not be able to clean it up. So Cui Wuxie and the others didn't even fight to let Lin Yang go and rest. When dinner was over, they left Lin Yang here and went to bed. But Lin Yang continued to labor diligently under the moonlight. But after realizing that no one was around, he suddenly stood up with a determined look on his face. "I'm afraid these guys don't even know that I enter the copy every night to secretly practice. With this wind stabilizing bead today, I think I can break through level 2 very quickly." Lin Yang's figure quietly entered the black iron copy. He took the 60-point attack cold iron hammer that he had bought at a cost of millions and began to draw monsters and fight them in the copy. It used to take him hours to kill a monster every night. But now, with the weapon, the wind stabilizing bead, he had actually killed a small monster in 2 hours. Throughout the night, he had killed 3 small monsters. managed to gain 10 points of experience. Together with the previous accumulation, he managed to break through the second level. He was a holy warrior after all, and every time he rose a level, there was a terrifying attribute bonus. After level 2, his attack and defense both increased by 50 points, allowing his battle power to instantly skyrocket. He even managed to kill a Black Iron boss before leaving the Black Iron copy, which made him happy. Leveling up in one night is just too swift. I think I can level up to 10 before entering the land of the Forsaken, so I'll have more power to defend myself. I don't know how fast Lin Dong, who can build super word equipment, has to brush monsters. Alas. After Lin Yang left the copy, he began to clean up those magical beast corpses again. However, the early risers, such as Chui Wuxi, looked at him with astonishment, feeling like they had seen a ghost. What's the situation? Can you upgrade even if you clean up the corpses of magical beasts? Maybe, but level 1 to level 2, only need 50 points of experience. It's not strange to rise up, whereas we are now, casually rising a level requires tens of millions of experience. That said, it would make sense to upgrade with so little experience needed. The crowd didn't take Lin Yang seriously, so they continued to enter the silver and bronze copies to practice while Lin Yang continued to clean up the corpses and skins of the magical beasts. However, this night, Lin Dong, who was far away from the special training camp of the War God Academy, had a huge increase in strength. The Lightspeed Flowing Cloud Boots, Taiji Yin Yang Robe, and Dragon Elephant Prajna Belt were all forged by him, but the consumption of these top-tier silver equipment given by the system was also huge. Those materials that Yao Qingyan had given Lin Dong, and the $200 billion of reserve funds, were all squandered by him. If he didn't still have the financial assistance from selling the acceleration gloves to Song Tianqiu and the others, these pieces of equipment, he really didn't see how they could be completely forged. In response, Lin Dong also felt quite a lot of pressure. Alas, just silver equipment, the consumption is so great. Later on, when we reach the gold level, where can we still afford to burn it? Just as Lin Dong was fretting, on Marshal Zhao's side, he was given good news. It turned out that a large number of corpses of magical beasts and mutated magical beasts that had been killed at the southwestern border had been sorted into materials and sent to Lin Dong here. Marshal Zhao's intention was for Lin Dong to forge another batch of basic black iron and bronze equipment out for more young people to use, so that the young people of Huaxia could grow up quickly. However, Marshal Zhao only needed one half of the finished product, and the remaining materials were given to Lin Dong to distribute freely. This could make Lin Dong a little excited. On the southwestern front, but every day, tens of thousands of high-grade magical beasts and mutated magical beasts were hunted and killed, and the amount of materials obtained was also huge. This should alleviate his lack of forging materials. However, Marshal Zhao also mentioned one more thing, and that was the huge role of the Warhorn. The southwest front with the Golden Horn was the only war zone that could fight the mutant demon beasts to a standstill. The three major theaters, the southeast, northeast, and northwest, were not so optimistic. That was why Marshal Zhao was now searching for a new legendary grade mutated Great Desolate Kueox, wanting to obtain another Great Desolate Kueox horn for Lin Dong to forge into a regimental battle artifact like the Golden Horn. In response, Lin Dong had no objections. As long as he could help the war situation in Huaxia, Marshal Zhao would let him do whatever he wanted. However, it would take some time for the magical beast materials to be shipped over, so he was, today, planning to go to the silver copy to practice first. After all, the equipment had been built, so how could it be better to shine? 68 It's broken, there aren't enough monsters. By the time Lin Dong gathered the rest of the team in front of him, the expressions on these people's faces all became incomparably wonderful. No one had expected that in just one night, everyone's overall battle power had changed drastically. The one who was most surprised was Shui Hong. His eyes went straight. What's going on here? How come you all have a pair of acceleration gloves, and you even all have silver-level word weapons? This huge change could make Shui Hong crave for more. It was unthinkable that they were all such people, actually going behind his back to secretly contact Captain Lin Dong. Lin Dong gave Shui Hong a smiling look and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, the corpse of the purple sky divine thunder mutant squid you gave me yesterday is very useful. When I have time, I'll forge you a weapon too. That thunder beast's corpse had already been put into the underworld beast soul furnace by Lin Dong, and upgrading the 5 thunder heavenly heart beast soul formation to level 3 was quite helpful to Lin Dong. His overall attributes now had even surpassed that of a battle exalt. Name, Lin Dong. Rank, 21. Life, 91,000. Attack, 37,900. Defense, 21,000. Magic defense, 21,000. Magic resistance, 15,000. Attack speed, 500. Moving speed, 300. Dodge, 200. Evil Gaze Eye of Punishment. The target of the gaze is plunged into fear and all attributes are reduced by 50%. Corrosive Beam Eye of Punishment. Active skill. When illuminated by the light of the eye, the body rots, inflicting 3000 points of damage for a duration of 15 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. Time Stasis Eye of Discipline. Active skill. Causes the target to stand still for 10 seconds, during which time the damage suffered is calculated cumulatively, and at the end of the effect, the target directly suffers all the cumulative damage within 10 seconds, with a cooldown time of 60 seconds. Anti-Armor Crimson Armor. 30% chance of rebounding all types of damage. Invincibility Red Armor. Active skill. Invincible for 60 seconds after activation, immune to any damage. Rejuvenation Crimson Armor. When blood level is below 30%, there is a 50% chance of raising blood level to full at once. Double Experience Crimson Armor. When brushing monsters, you can gain twice the normal experience value. 1000-mile sprinting steps Light Speed Streaming Cloud Boots. Active skill. Movement speed plus 1000, lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. Sonic Boom Lightspeed Streaming Cloud Boots. 10% chance to inflict sonic boom damage, causing the opponent to become delirious and unable to lock onto the target of the attack for 3 seconds. Taiji 2 Embers Formation Taiji Yin Yang Robe. Produces a suppression effect on the attacking target, causing the target to sustain a blood reduction of 3000 points per second. Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu Dragon Elephant Prajna Belt. For every 10,000 points reduction in one's blood, add 10,000 to one's defense. Shadowless Fist Silver Blast Gloves. Every 60 seconds, unleash 100 fist shadows with plus 500 attack. Explosive Flash Silver Blast Gloves. Every 3 seconds, can rip through space in front of the movement for a 300-meter instant jump. Step-by-Step Thunder Level 3 Underworld Beast Soul Furnace. Within a 100-meter radius, release 30 consecutive Earth-centered thunderbolts that deal 1,500 points of damage to the target. Soul Regeneration Underworld Beast Soul Furnace. For every corpse of a magical beast collected, attack increases by 1 point, with a cap of 10,000 points. The current Lin Dong was covered in word buffs. Standing still in time and having all the players together didn't seem to impress him. Even if Marshal Shao, the Chinese battle saint himself, were to take action, he wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat him easily. As for the warlord? Oh, the current Lin Dong was no longer in his eyes. Of course, it was impossible for Lin Dong to let other people see this kind of attribute, and he used the attribute deception necklace to hide his true attributes. That's why others couldn't see his reality at all, and even felt that he was incomparably ordinary. Only Song Tianxiu and the others who were in deep contact with Lin Dong knew that Lin Dong was not at all as simple as he appeared to be. As for Xue Hong, who was the only one who did not go to make a deal with Lin Dong last night, he could not help but feel a little anxious when he saw that he was already far behind at this point. Captain, this is what you said, you must help me forge a weapon, and I will pay for the expenses and materials for forging the weapon myself. You can speak freely about the expenses that should be charged, as long as you can help me forge it. Xue Hong's reaction caused Yao Qingyan, Song Tianjiu, Bai Xingxue, and the others to cover their mouths and laugh. It seems that this Xue Hong's brain is not stupid, and his reaction is not too slow. Only Choi Hyuna, puffed up, stood at a distance, unwilling to approach the crowd. Because she felt as if she was isolated amongst the group. Obviously, 2 days ago, everyone was just like her, looking down on Lin Dong. Why are they all like lapdogs now, 1 by 2 to flatter Lin Dong, really without principles? Humph, it's not just word equipment, last night my grandfather also sent me a handful of them over via designated trade, who doesn't have them? The word equipment that Choi Hyuna had obtained was a silver-ranked recovery ring that had exploded on the southwest battlefield. By his grandfather, Chui Taixing, he got his hands on it and gave it to her through a secretive way. This recovery ring, which could restore 30 points of blood per second, could be said to be the very best of the equipment popped out by the mutant beasts. However, Choi Hyuna, who was holding the recovery rings, couldn't help but feel a bit lost as she looked at the bronze equipment on her other teammates. Are all their equipment and attributes that exaggerated? Compared to them, this recovery ring, it's trashy as hell. It's too embarrassing to take it out. But what surprised Choi Hyuna was yet to come. After entering the silver copy, today the guys were all like chicken blood, going up and slashing a small monster, and the normal bosses were just a few more slashes. Knowing that these ordinary silver bosses, before their entire team had to grind for hours to kill now become so easy to write? It's just like swimming in the mountains. She didn't even put in a bit of effort, just watched from the side, and all through the morning, she had shared hundreds of thousands of experience. However, at this time, among the silver copies, mutated magical beasts also appear frequently, and some of them even reached the gold boss level, which is not much better than yesterday's purple heavenly thunder mutated squid. But just such a mutated magical beast wouldn't be able to stop the attacks of Bai Xingxue, Song Tianjiu, Yao Qingnian and the others at all. Su Runan, in particular, was also able to easily single-handedly take down a gold-level mutant demonic beast. This scared Choi Hyuna. Just 2 days ago, she was laughing at Su Runan, but now the other party was so fierce, if she were to retaliate against her, she wouldn't be a match at all. In this way, throughout the process of brushing the copy, Choi Hyuna was constantly on edge, afraid that Su Runan would notice her. But the gang was so raw, and the harvest of experience and materials was huge, and she couldn't afford to break away from the group, so she could only follow the group with a stiff upper lip. However, as the day went on, the way she looked at Lin Dong had changed, and she was even a little intimidated. This Lin Dong is simply a treasure-making machine. Arming these people to this extent overnight is simply incredible. That Yao Qing nympho, she used to be a support. Where would she go up to fight monsters? But now, she can actually single-handedly fight a gold mutant boss as well. And that newbie Su Runan, simply explosive in output, even more powerful than Bai Xingxue and Song Tianqiu. And all of this is made possible by Lin Dong. I really have some regrets for treating him like that before, but why didn't he take the initiative to apologize and explain to me? This isn't intentionally letting me offend him. Choi Hyuna secretly stomped her foot, knowing that she had lost her best chance to contact Lin Dong. Especially last night, what she said to Lin Dong was tantamount to completely pushing her and Lin Dong to the opposite side. A moment later, though, her expression, again, stabilized. Humph, no matter how powerful he is, he's still a silver-level shrimp now. I have my grandfather, Choi Taexing, a battle exalted backing me up, and Rio he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. I'll try to fix things with him tonight, and if he doesn't know any better, I don't mind finding someone to fix him up a bit. Choi Hyuna, who had made up her mind, once again had a confident gleam in her eyes. However, right at this moment, the team suddenly stopped, and everyone looked at me and me at you, all of them showing odd expressions. Choi Hyuna looked up in surprise, not knowing what was happening. Only to hear Xue Hong grumble up there, seemingly very unimpressed. The monsters inside this silver copy refresh too slowly. It's been half a day and I can't find a single monster, it's just too boring. Choi Hyuna almost had her jaw dropped in shock. What? These guys emptied the silver copies of monsters? It was the first time I heard that the refreshing speed of the copy monsters couldn't keep up with the brushing speed. On the other hand, Lin Dong, who was the captain of the team, laughed out loud and appeared calm. It's very normal that a copy's monsters are limited. Our harvest today is not bad. We brushed nearly 8 million experience. I see that several of you have successfully broken through to level 30. But rising to level 31 only requires 20 billion experience. You guys don't want to brush yourselves over the top and exceed level 31, you won't be able to enter the land of the Forsaken by then. The crowd all nodded their heads heartily, clearly already treating Lin Dong as the backbone of the team. Choi Hyuna was already slightly cowed by the sight. This Lin Dong, after only 3 days, he had completely established his prestige. It was too terrifying. 69, mutated sky-ranked magical beast, six-tailed fox. Just as Lin Dong and the others were preparing to leave the silver copy, a shallow crack was suddenly torn open in the sky of the silver-ranked copy. An extremely ferocious and powerful magical beast aura emanated from it. A magical beast capable of tearing through space would have to be a sky-level magical beast at worst. For a while, everyone, including Lin Dong, could not help but raise their heads towards the vision in the sky. Yao Qingnian, who had seen a lot of things, had a hint of worry appearing in her brows at this moment. It's said that leveled copies are the connecting point between our Blue Star world and the world of Warcraft, and that every time a Warcraft descends, it's chosen to be among the major leveled copies. Looking at this situation now, the silver copy we're in will most likely become the descending point of the magical beast army. As soon as Yao Qingnian's speculation was spoken, all the people present instantly became gloomy. If an army of magical beasts really descended on this copy, then the people of China in this area would definitely be affected, and it might be a land of devastation. Because every time a magical beast descent point appeared, an army of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of magical beasts would follow, and sky-level magical beasts were endless. Even legendary class magical beasts would appear. It's simply not something the general public can fight against. Xue Hong licked his lips painstakingly, and his entire body became nervous. If I remember correctly, the Wraith descent points almost always appear in the border areas, and the special training camp leveled copy we're in is the hinterland of China. If a magical beast descent point appears here, I'm afraid the damage caused will be countless times greater than the destruction of the border area. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, Lin Dong also frowned. He looked at the crack in the sky that was becoming clearer and clearer and felt a hint of pressure. Even if his current strength wasn't weaker than that of a battle exalt, if he suddenly faced a large number of magical beasts, he would not be a match at all. However, looking at the length and scale of the cracks that appeared, it didn't look like a large-scale magical beast had descended, which made him a bit strange. At this time, Xinjiangnan and Ding Taiqiu, who were hiding in the back and observing from afar, could not help but glance at each other and followed the speculation. We belong to the hinterland of China here, and the replica boundary wall is incredibly hard, so it's not at all suitable to be a descent point for magical beasts. If I'm not mistaken, this is a magical beast that is proficient in spatial supernatural ability, trying to forcefully descend here to explore the way, not a large-scale magical beast descending. When Ding Taiqiu heard Xinjiangnan analyze the situation in this way, the pressure on his heart eased slightly. Because if a real magical beast descent point appeared here, I'm afraid it would gradually evolve into a war zone hundreds of kilometers in circumference. At that time, the environment for human survival will be further compressed. He stared at the cracks in the sky that were becoming clearer and clearer, and slowly spat out a sentence. Let's hope so. I don't want a new wraith advent here either. The two of them were closely watching the developments in the sky, but Lin Dong, who was standing below the rift, sensed a familiar aura. Even the underworld beast soul furnace inside his storage ring became agitated once again. Lin Dong looked doubtfully at the figure that gradually appeared in the rift, and a bold guess came to his mind. Could it be that this magical beast that was about to descend was a thunder beast? It was because only a thunder beast would trigger the 5 thunders heavenly heart beast soul formation inscribed on the underworld beast soul furnace to stir. If it was just a space system thunder beast alone, he really wasn't afraid. Therefore, Lin Dong unconsciously crossed the crowd and came to the front of the crowd, looking at the crack in the sky of the replica and squinting his eyes. Su Runin watched Lin Dong go forward and instantly couldn't help but pull on his arm. Lin Dong, danger. However, Lin Dong turned around with a faint smile and patted the back of her hand, signaling her not to panic. It's okay, I'm just going over there. Looking at the scale, it shouldn't be a large-scale magical beast descending, it's just a spatial system thunder beast descending. If it's a single magical beast, even if it's at the sky level, I'm not afraid. Lin Dong spoke these words with great bravado, but Cui Hiana in the back skimmed her mouth. Blowing smoke, sky-level magical beasts, even my grandfather, a battle exalted, has to treat them solemnly. He actually said he wasn't afraid, it's simply laughable. Choi Hyuna didn't lower her voice when she spoke, and everyone present heard her. Although they were all Lin Dong's juniors, no one spoke out against Hyuna Chui at this moment. Because a silver level going up against a sky-level magical beast was really like the sky. After all, this is the difference between gold, platinum, diamond, legend, sky 5 levels, the gap is really too big. Even Song Tianxiu, who had a blind admiration for Lin Dong, thought at this moment that Lin Dong was really too much of a trustworthy person. And just then, the rift in the sky suddenly clicked and crunched like a mirror. A hole about 2 meters in diameter violently appeared from the sky. A fluffy, gorgeous tail poked down from the sky, followed by another tail. A few seconds later, a full 6 huge fluffy tails poked down. In the end, a dark golden fox that was 3 to 4 meters tall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. With the appearance of this fox, the hole in the sky, too, was rapidly healing, and in the blink of an eye, all the cracks disappeared. And that dark golden fox, standing upright in mid-air as if it were a human, scanned around towards the crowd and finally locked its gaze on Lin Dong's body. You have my son's 3-tailed demon fox's scent on you, you must have killed my son, I want to avenge him. This fox is actually spitting out human words, so it's obviously highly intelligent. Magical beasts that were able to give birth to spiritual intelligence were the top tier of magical beasts, and the origin of this 6-tailed dark golden fox was definitely not ordinary. Lin Dong looked at the 6-tailed demon fox that was charging towards him, and a shallow smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's good. This fox, at the very least, was a sky-level magical beast, and it was also a rare mutated breed. For Lin Dong, this was a rare material for forging equipment, and it was also a trial stone for him to test his strength. The 6-tailed demon fox looked at Lin Dong standing there happily unmoving, and at that moment, it let out a cruel shrill whistling sound. Oh, reckless human, scared silly. I risked being disciplined by the mythic lords and forcefully descended here to avenge my child, and now, I'm going to use your life to sacrifice my son. As the distance between the 6-tailed demon fox and Lin Dong narrowed down to 300 meters, a burst of electric arc suddenly appeared in midair. This arc of electricity attacked targets within a range of 300 meters, indiscriminately, each with thousands of points of damage. As he and Lin Dong's team grew closer, an arc of electricity as thick as an arm began to linger in the middle of the field, attacking Lin Dong as well as the team behind him. Although the damage of a single arc of electricity was limited, the time between these arcs was extremely short, and it could even be said that it was continuous damage, instantly causing everyone to rapidly drop blood. For a time, Song Tianxiu and the others, all of them couldn't help but quickly retreat, pulling away from the six-tailed demon fox. But Lin Dong, whose defense was as high as 30,000 points, stood there expressionlessly and even compared a middle finger towards the six-tailed demon fox. This level of electric shock is just too weak. Even if it's 30 thunderbolts together, they won't be able to break through my defense. Seeing that Lin Dong was unharmed, Shen Jiangnan, who originally wanted to strike, also re-hit his figure. Lin Dong has always been steady, let me see what he has to overcome the enemy first. As expected, in the next second, Lin Dong began to move. Only to see him step out and take out an ancient black furnace, the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace. The moment the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace appeared, the six-tailed demon fox instantly let out an angry shrill whistle. "You damned human, you actually forged my son into equipment, I'm going to skin you." Lin Dong, however, laughed, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "Don't be in a hurry, in a moment you'll come in and join your son for company. Watch me, step by step." With Lin Dong's broken cry, the step-by-step thunder skill phrase of the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace was activated. A thunderbolt even thicker than the one inspired by the six-tailed demon fox immediately fell towards the six-tailed demon fox. In just a split second, it was 30 thunderfalls that directly knocked down the six-tailed demon fox's 45,000 blood. These amounts of blood were nothing more than an itch to the six-tailed demon fox that had 15 million blood. But being injured by a silver-level human was something he simply couldn't stand. "Kid, the fact that you can hurt me is enough for you to be proud of yourself. But next, I will make your life worse than death." With that, a vertical eye suddenly opened in the center of the six-tailed demon fox's brow. Suddenly, a spherical lightning with a diameter of more than 1 meter appeared within a range of 300 meters around him, carrying a huge and terrifying energy as it rapidly rushed towards Lin Dong. These ball lightning bolts, each of which could deal at least 5,000 points of damage or more, were incomparably terrifying. "Kid, die." 70 beheading the six-tailed sky fox, surpassing the strength of a battle exalted. The 6 tails of the six-tailed sky fox waved at the same time, like a peacock opening its screen, looking domineering. The vertical eye in the center kept creating spherical lightning, almost drowning Lin Dong inside the sea of lightning. Due to the enormous light emitted by the lightning, the area where the battle was taking place became incomparably dazzling, even as the surrounding sky appeared to darken down. One of them, a fox, became the center of attention. "Hee, human boy, to be able to make me use my lightning eyes, you're proud enough of yourself." But Lin Dong, who was opposite him, still stood firm, and could even be said to have a look of contempt. "Very good, but still too weak for me. Do you think there's just a third eye? Here's to show you what the real third eye is. Come forth, Eye of Punishment." As Lin Dong summoned the Eye of Punishment, a blood-red demonic eye appeared in the center of the Crimson Armor's conjoined helmet, carrying an incomparably evil aura that permeated out. The evilness of this aura was even more like a demon than the six-tailed sky fox in front. The six-tailed sky fox that was enveloped by this aura couldn't help but be slightly stunned. "What? How is that possible? How could a silver-ranked brat make me, a sky-ranked mutant demonic beast, feel afraid? This must be an illusion." But the next second, something even more incredible happened. Because he was surprised to find that his defense, blood quantity, and even attributes such as attack shift speed were all falling, by about half. How is it possible? What has changed? Why is my blood bar only 7.5 million blood? I clearly had 15 million blood? This scene also caused Qin Jiangnan in the rear to be astonished. This is too much. Before even making a move, he had directly cut the six-tailed sky fox's various attributes in half. It was simply unimaginable. The crowd present, and only Lin Dong himself, understood that this was the first skill of the Eye of Undertaking's evil gaze taking effect. Evil gaze, the target of the gaze is plunged into fear, and all attributes are reduced by 50%. However, immediately after that, Lin Dong quickly struck out a dazzling set of large continuous moves. The abundance of skills made the crowd watching the battle from the back look dumbfounded. Only to see Lin Dong first let out a loud roar. Time stands still. Time stasis is an active skill of the Eye of Punishment, which enables the target to be in a time stasis state for 10 seconds, during which the damage suffered is calculated cumulatively, and at the end of the effect, the target directly suffers all the cumulative damage within 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. As Lin Dong used the special effect of time standing still, the six-tailed skyfox directly froze on the spot, and even those spherical lightning bolts he released were in a state of stillness. Lin Dong's eyes were glued. He had to seize the opportunity to utilize this 10 seconds of static time and strive to inflict more damage on the six-tailed skyfox. After all, the damage was cumulative in a split second, and if utilized well, it could be enough to deal hundreds of thousands of points of damage value. Next skill, Corrosive Beam. Corrosive Beam is also the active skill of the Eye of Punishment. After being irradiated by the light of the eye, the body rots. Inflicting 3,000 points of damage that lasts for 15 seconds can inflict 45,000 points of sustained damage. But that's just the beginning. Taiji 2 Embodied Formation, Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu, and Step-by-Step Thunder. With the activation of these three skills, the damage directly soared to 120,000 points. After the release of the active skill, Lin Dong instantly used the Silver Blizzard Glove in a burst of flash and arrived beside the six-tailed skyfox. The Silver Level Blast Glove, which can jump 300 meters in space every 3 seconds, is truly divine. But the other Blast Glove's Shadowless Fist was Lin Dong's true killing move. His current attack speed, but it was as high as 500%, he could output at least 5 hits per second, and 10 seconds was enough for him to output 50 hits. And his attack had broken through to 37,900 points with the various enchantments. 10 seconds was enough time for him to deal nearly 2 million points of damage. Therefore, in front of the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong was as if he was high on drugs as he began his crazy output on the six-tailed skyfox. Xue Hong, who was at the back, was the first to react and shook the flag for Lin Dong. "Oh my god, look guys, the sky-level magical beasts can't even withstand our captain's output. This fox's blood bar is dropping too fast too. I reckon it won't take more than a minute for this fox to be completely killed by our captain." Xue Hong's words caused a sense of powerlessness to well up in the hearts of everyone present. That was a sky-level magical beast. Not only did Lin Dong dare to go up to challenge it, but it only took a few seconds to directly make the six-tailed skyfox's blood bar come to less than half of its level. It was simply too exaggerated. Song Tianxiu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Lin Dong with even more admiration. Sure enough, Boss Lin Dong already has the strength to challenge a sky-level magical beast. Thanks to me doubting what Big Brother said just now, it's really too much. Bai Xingxue also let out a bitter laugh, completely becoming Lin Dong's little fan brother. I originally thought that I could challenge a golden demonic beast across the ranks, and that I was already not too far away from Big Brother Lin Dong, but it turns out that this is Big Brother Lin Dong's true strength, and I'm just too far away from him. Su Runan and Yao Qingyan, both of them, also revealed mesmerized gazes as they kept on discharging electricity at Lin Dong. The only one who had a constipated look on her face was Choi Hyun-ah. The stronger Lin Dong was, the more fearful she was. Of all the people present, she was the only one who had offended Lin Dong to death. Originally, she still wanted to rely on her grandfather to deter Lin Dong, but at this moment, Lin Dong's display of battle power was no longer inferior to that of a battle exalted, and her almost had to be completely shattered. Maru Spice, if this guy seeks revenge on me, I'm afraid my grandfather won't be able to protect me. Thinking of this, she could not help but start cursing Lin Dong. Lin Dong is merely relying on external forces, it's not like it's his real skill. I guess the six-tailed skyfox must not have utilized his full strength. At this moment, Lin Dong has only struck a head start. I guess it won't take a while for the six-tailed skyfox to burst and recover his blood, and at that time, Lin Dong's end will come. Shut your crow's mouth. No one cares if you don't talk, and if you talk any more nonsense, you'll be asked to leave our group. Song Tianzhou scanned Choi Hyun cross-eyed, looking nonchalant. At the same time the others glared at Choi Hyun-ah, clearly she had just committed an offense with what she had just said. Choi Hyun-ah opened her mouth, but didn't dare to make another sound. Seeing what these people were saying, as long as she kept talking nonsense, she might actually be expelled. And that Lin Dong, who was on the side, had already finished a set of combos, and the control time of time stasis had arrived, instantly bursting out with cumulative damage. All of the 2.2 million points of damage that Lin Dong had dealt in those 10 seconds exploded, causing the six-tailed skyfox's blood bar to fall directly to 4.3 million points. The six-tailed skyfox was, after all, a hallowed sky-level magical beast, and having been caught and beaten up like this by Lin Dong, it had completely gone berserk. Damn human, how dare you humiliate me like this, I'm going to make you pay the price completely. Oh, impotent rage. Saying that, Lin Dong left the six-tailed sky fox's proximity with a burst of flash, 1,000-mile sprint steps was launched, and his movement speed directly increased by 1,000, and he was gone in an instant. But the six-tailed sky fox shrilled in place, and he was about to start bursting back to life. To just at this moment, Lin Dong's voice sounded once again. Runen, it's up to you. Without Lin Dong's reminder, Su Runen was already prepared. At this moment, six-tailed sky fox's blood bar was just at 4.3 million points, which was below 30% of the entire day's blood level. It was just the right time for her to use her life-snatching scissor kick. One must know that her life-snatching scissor kick also had a direct decapitating effect on sky-level magical beasts. So just at the moment when the six-tailed sky fox exploded back to blood, Su Runen's life-snatching scissor kick had been instantly unleashed. Look at my lady's life-threatening scissor kick. Humph. Die. The six-tailed sky fox only felt a heavenly rotation, and his blood bar was instantly drained. Oh god, what's going on here? I haven't used my big move yet? I haven't even played it yet. How did I just hang up like this? As it let out a sad whimper, it fell straight to the ground, dead. The heavily grade magical beast, under the cooperation of Lin Dong and Su Runen, actually only lasted for 10 seconds without having the time to use its skills before it directly hung up. Everyone who saw the scene suddenly fell silent. Silence. The scene was deathly quiet. No one would think that they could really be able to decapitate this six-tailed heavenly fox. Even if the facts were in front of them, it was still hard to believe. Even the battle exalt Shin Jiangnan, who had been watching attentively from the rear, couldn't help but have his eyelids jump. I didn't see it wrong, did I? These two silver-level dolls actually killed a sky-level mutated magical beast? And it only took 10 seconds? Then wouldn't this battle exalt of mine simply not last 10 seconds in front of the two of them? Looking here at Lin Dong and Su Runen's figures in horror, Shin Jiangnan realized for the first time how terrifying the matching of word attributes really was. 71 hidden copy of the Lost Land. The strength of Lin Dong and Su Runen working together had already made Shin Jiangnan, a battle exalt, jealous. He even felt that these two could easily finish him off. However, the stronger Lin Dong was, the more gratified he was. After all, he was the one who had unearthed Lin Dong, and now that Lin Dong was ridiculously strong, he was also honored with it. Looks like it's time to tell him something about the hidden copies of the Forsaken Lands. This land of the lost is a very strange place, as if it has natural rules. Anyone with a level higher than 30 could not enter it, and so far, no one had been able to enter it while being beyond level 30. But there are many mysterious copies remaining in the Forsaken Lands, copies that can only be opened at level 50, 60, or even 70. Even if the Forsaken Land had a triple experience bonus, many people entered it and were unable to upgrade to level 40 in a month and a half, so those high-level copies were never opened by anyone. But just the 30-something and 40-something copies alone are very rewarding. Moreover, there were still some high-level magical beasts remains and scattered high-level equipment in the wilderness, all of which could be brought out of the land of the Forsaken now. Once one obtains the chances in it, all of them will give one the ability to pass through to the war god or above, and it is an important cradle for Huaxia to cultivate talents. This was also the reason why the major academies paid so much attention to the land of the remnant. After all, only by rising to level 40 before the age of 20 was it possible to ask for a level above war god. Otherwise, the ultimate achievement would only stop at a war god. And the land of the Forsaken has been open for almost 300 years, only Xiaozhini Xiaodishuai, a person who has entered one of the level 50 hidden copies. That's why only one battle saint was born in Huaxia, him. But now, Lin Dong's superb performance allowed him to see the possibility of another battle saint being born. Shin Jiangnan stroked his chin, his eyes becoming more and more determined. It seems that I need to go find Headmaster Xiao Beizhou and topographically print a copy of the map of the Forsaken Land over to Lin Dong. This will save Lin Dong a lot of time in searching for a copy, making it easier for him to quickly upgrade and enter a high-level copy to explore. So that night, Shin Jiangnan brought the map to Lin Dong's room. Lin Dong also felt a little surprised at the arrival of the Shin Jiangnan battle exalt. Although he knew that Shin Jiangnan had been secretly protecting him, after he arrived at the special training camp, Shin Jiangnan had never appeared in front of him, and today was the first time. Mr. Shin, is there something you want to see me about? Shin Jiangnan grinned a big grin and slapped the map of the left-behind land in front of Lin Dong. Check it out, it'll work for you. Oh? Lin Dong curiously glanced at this map made of parchment scrolls and slowly opened it. Inside the map depicted a landmass of roughly 1 million square kilometers in circumference, but inside this landmass, only 1/3 of the map was labeled with information, and the rest of it was labeled as an unknown land. Scratching his head, Lin Dong somewhat did not quite understand as he looked at Shin Jiangnan. "Mr. Shin, this map, what is it for?" Shin Jiangnan pointed at the map with his finger, his voice booming. "There are still 10 days to go before you all enter the Land of the Forsaken. This is the most detailed map of the Land of the Forsaken that I have prepared for you so far. Those that are labeled are the areas that were jointly explored by Marshal Xiao and Dean Xiao Beizhou back in the day. As for those unknown lands that have no standards, they are areas that cannot be explored because the requirements for entry are too high." Hearing Shin Jiangnan say this, Lin Dong was also curious. Requirements for entry into the replica? Shin Jiangnan nodded and began to explain for Lin Dong. "Not bad, the hidden copies inside the Land of the Remnant are very different from the leveled copies in our outside world. All the copies in the Land of the Forsaken can only be entered once by each person. And not only do they have level requirements to enter the copies, they also need to sacrifice some special materials to enter. For example, Dragon King Skulls, Crystal Demon Spirit Stones, and so on, to name a few. Each copy has different requirements. When you, your teacher, Xiao de Shui, can only rise to level 50 in the Land of the Forsaken and enter some elementary level 50 hidden copies." After listening to Shin Jiangnan's description, Lin Dong had a brand new perception of the Land of the Forsaken. This lost land is actually so big, and there are countless hidden copies inside, and there are many special restrictions on the entry of the copies. In order to avoid forgetting, Lin Dong had memorized all the key points of the Land of the Forsaken on top of a small book. During this time, he also asked Shin Jiangnan quite a few questions, and Shin Jiangnan answered them all for him. The Land of the Forsaken, entry to the Land of the Forsaken requires a level of 30 or less, and cannot be entered at a level higher than 30. Replica features 3 times the experience of brushing monsters, hidden inside the hidden copies of many special requirements level, can produce the current beyond the highest level of human special materials and equipment, while extremely dangerous, hidden copies of the existence of many super magical beasts. Hidden copy feature, each person can only enter once, and after leaving, they cannot enter again for life. Replica open time, September middle school to early November each year, for a total of 50 days. Leaving a copy, when the time is up, all participants in the middle of the Land of the Lost will be forcibly transported back to the point of entry. This information was very useful to Lin Dong. After entering the Forsaken Lands, he could clear many copies a step faster. However, he also extracted an even more crucial piece of information, and that was that in this copy, the only way to explore farther areas was to level up faster. Stroking his chin, Lin Dong thought of a new idea. Upgrading in the middle of a copy was obviously much easier than upgrading in the outside world. He had now reached a level of total control over the special training camp team. If they were able to forge some experience-increasing equipment, perhaps they could raise the entire team, by then, to level 50 or above. Saying that he would do it, Lin Dong began to look for experience-added forging books among the vast sea of forging books in the system store. But to his disappointment, the equipment regarding experience bonus was few and far between. The crimson armor he had forged before was considered a piece, but the cost of forging this kind of equipment was too high, and there was no guarantee that the experience bonus words would appear every time. After some searching, Lin Dong was disappointed to find that below the legendary realm, there was actually no experience word equipment in existence. At the moment, it seems that only the legendary grade gold experience books have an experience bonus effect. But legendary grade equipment is not something I can forge right now with a forge master who can only forge gold grade. Even if I was able to forge it, I would be completely unable to use it now that I'm only a 20-something level silver warrior. Just as Lin Dong was in trouble, a yellow exclamation mark suddenly lit up above his system store. Ding, today's free forging book has been issued, do you want to receive it? The system would issue a free forging book every day, and after it was issued, it would be included in Lin Dong's forgeable equipment. However, the free forging books of the last few days were of little use, so Lin Dong put them on the back burner. After seeing the exclamation mark, he tapped it out of habit, intending to drop it inside the system space. But the next second, his eyes twitched. This is Peach Blossom Brew Forging Book with double experience bonus effect? Peach Blossom Brew was a replenishing potion for consumptive use, and it was unexpected that it would actually appear inside an equipment forging book. However, this also opened up new thoughts for Lin Dong. Yeah, why do I have to forge equipment with long-term experience bonus effects? I can forge consumable potions too. Once his thoughts opened up, Lin Dong felt that he instantly found a new direction. So he rummaged through the system's forge bookstore and resumed searching for a potion forge book. Under this search, it really did give him a new discovery. 6 flavored Imperial Pill, triple experience bonus for 2 hours can be stacked with other potions. Jioding Deer Antler Cream, quadruple experience bonus for 2 hours can be stacked with other potions. 10 Perfect Pills, 5 times experience bonus, lasts for 2 hours can be stacked with other potions. As for those that could not be stacked with other potions, they had been directly abandoned by Lin Dong. These 3 potions, if used at the same time, combined with the triple experience bonus effect of the Forsaken Lands themselves, could reach a terrifying 15 times experience bonus. This terrifying bonus effect caused Lin Dong to be shocked as well. The potion forging book given by the system is simply open and shut. 72. Purchase of pharmaceutical materials in a big way. The paper is expensive. However, the materials used to forge these potions were all very rare as well, and Lin Dong himself could only provide a portion of them. For example, this 6 flavors Emperor Pill required 6 ingredients, namely magical purple gold chrysanthemum, cherry dragon eye, extremely cold ice jade silkworm, mutated gold Jiao dragon tendon, mutated platinum 10,000 feet earth dragon armor, and mutated diamond iron beetle. And the 9 tripod antler cream is even more outrageous, although he only needs mutant diamond colorful elk antlers a kind of only to come but the diamond magical beasts are not so good to hunt. The materials needed for the 10 perfection pill were also expensive beyond words, starting with legendary level magical beast materials. It was really extravagant. Even if Marshal Xiao had someone send in the materials of the magical beasts that had been decimated in the Southwest War Zone, Lin Dong had not been able to round up the portion of potions that he himself would use for a month. If you want everyone to keep up with their experience and not fall behind, you can only buy it through the Blue Star virtual trading system. So Lin Dong called Song Tianshu, a few people, over and asked them to help look for and purchase these materials. Upon hearing that Lin Dong was actually able to forge an experience-enhancing potion, these people immediately became excited. "Captain, you're just too good. I've never heard of a potion that can also have an experience bonus effect. If it can really be forged, our War God Academy special training camp, I'm afraid that we're the first batch of teams to enter a copy of level 50 or above, and we can leave a name for ourselves in Huaxia. Yes, big brother, you're willing to share this kind of good thing out. The brothers are really too touched. How do you need to go about it next? Just talk to us directly, even if it means scattering our family's wealth. We have to seize this opportunity. Brother Lin Dong, don't worry, as long as you give the order, all of us in the Yao family will look for and purchase these materials for you, and we, the Yao family, will be your most loyal backing." They were talking about it, but Su Runan sneaked up to Lin Dong's ear and said something unexpected to Lin Dong. "Lin Dong, it's just that I'm afraid the expenses will be huge if you buy materials like this. Since you're able to forge equipment, could you find a way to forge equipment that can replicate materials? If the materials purchased can be duplicated, wouldn't we have a constant supply of experience potions?" Su Runan's reminder caused Lin Dong to open up new thoughts once again. He couldn't help but sigh. It's true that there are so many people with big brains, and I don't know how Su Runan came up with such an outrageous brainchild. But after Lin Dong looked up in the system's forging bookstore, he almost spat out his rice. Equipment that duplicates materials actually does. Divine Magnificence multiplying polytunnels? It's true that the system has all sorts of weird and wonderful things. The system had a wide variety of forging books. One could even say that it was a vast ocean, so it would be difficult to find the right forging book if one was not looking in the right direction. But as long as there are no bottlenecks in the thought process, there will be unexpected rewards. Who would have thought that there was actually equipment in this world that replicated materials? In response, Lin Dong even expressed his astonishment. However, there are some conditions for material replication. For example, this Divine Magnificence multiplier gathering pot can only put in 100 copies of the material at once, and it takes 2 hours to duplicate 100 copies out of it. That works out to only 1,200 copies a day. A single potion, on the other hand, often requires the consumption of hundreds or thousands of ingredients, so it's a bit of a drop in the bucket. But when brainstorming, it's clear that there's no end to brainstorming. After Lin Dong spoke of the effect of the Divine Magnificence multiplying treasure pot, Yao Qingyan immediately thought of a possibility. "Brother Lin Dong, if we have thousands of Divine Magnificence multiplying treasure pots, wouldn't we be able to replicate tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of materials every day? That way we can truly live without a lack of experience potions." Scratching the tip of his nose, Lin Dong suddenly felt that human imagination was truly boundless. But this argument has a certain degree of feasibility. After all, the Divine Magnificence multiplying spotter is just a piece of equipment that can be produced in a steady stream as long as there are enough forging materials. If it really reached a certain scale, the materials for experience potions might not really be in short supply anymore. Thinking of this, Lin Dong finally made a decision. The comments everyone has made are very helpful, but in order to save time and be well prepared before we enter the land of the lost, we're going to have to do both at the same time. Shui Hong, Song Tianxiu, Bai Xingxue, Yao Qingnian, and Runan's sister, the 5 of you use your greatest financial resources to buy all the materials on the market that can forge experience potions. Oh, all of them. As for me, I'm going to speed up the forging of the Divine Magnificence multiplying treasure basin, and try to duplicate the most materials out at the fastest speed possible. Try to fulfill our consumption for our trip to the Forsaken Lands this time. After Lin Dong finished arranging, everyone moved quickly. Choi Hyun-ah, who was isolated, still didn't know what was going on, but just felt that Shui Hong and the others had suddenly become kooky, as if they were doing something behind her back. Curious, she followed the crowd, wanting to see what these people wanted to do. Instead, they were surprised to find that they were actually squandering their money mercilessly, acquiring large quantities of materials that no one would normally want. And they're complaining about it while they're buying it. I only heard Shui Hong say, these materials that the captain wants are really too cold, the usual trading volume is very small, and now that we're on a buying spree, it's surprising that some speculators have started to raise the price. Song Tianxiu also rubbed his forehead, appearing to have an extreme headache. Yes, who would have thought that the materials that usually fall on the ground and don't want to pick up, the boss will actually use it. If I had known, I would have let the people at home go to the copy specifically to collect these materials, but now the time is too tight, it's simply too late. Hearing their conversation, Choi Hyun-ah pulled out her cell phone and secretly watched their transaction records and couldn't help but be puzzled. Strange, what do they want to demonize such trash materials as purple gold chrysanthemums and sherry dragon eyes for? Mutated diamond colorful elk antlers are somewhat useful, but they are so toxic that the average forger is too lazy to use this material. But this kind of material is plentiful inside our Choi family's warehouse. Hey, since they're not taking me along for the ride, I'm going to give them a good pit stop. Thinking of this, Choi Hyun-ah secretly contacted their Choi family's warehouse manager. Big head Choi, hurry up and double the price of these materials for me. Our family is going to make a fortune. Double the price? Missy, these things you sent me, no one usually wants them, they're complete trash among trash, can anyone take them with a doubling of the price increase? Where's all this nonsense? If I tell you to raise the price and set it up, you raise the price and set it up. If you miss the timing, you'll see how I'll clean you up. After some intimidation from Choi Hyun-ah, the warehouse keeper, Choi Big Head, had no choice but to set up all those materials. These materials, their Choi family's warehouse was full of them. After all, they were one of the top big families in China, and they had collected countless materials over the years. Even for this kind of trash material, the warehouse had a staggering amount of it. But what surprised him was that those materials he had placed up, even after doubling the price, were instantly swept away. He disbelievingly placed some more into the virtual trading market, and the result was the same as just now, it was instantly snatched up again. Big Head Choi, who originally thought that Missy Choi Hyun-ah was fooling around, finally took this matter seriously. What kind of ingrate is hoarding all this junk? I've heard of garlic hoarding and ginger hoarding before, but this is the first time I've heard of hoarding this stuff. I guess it's which speculative businessman who thinks it's profitable to hoard this kind of garbage, but he's playing the wrong game. It's totally clearing out the goods for our Choi family. First let our Choi family greatly gathers a sum of wool before saying so. Big Head Choi directly raised the prices of all the materials, directly to more than 3 times, and some materials, even directly placed to 10 times the price. But as it was just now, whenever these types of materials were placed, they were quickly swept away. The financial power is not small. To actually dare to play like this, then I'll be polite. Conservative estimate, tonight will bring our Choi family trillions of dollars of wealth, rich. Big Head Choi was so excited that he jumped straight to his feet as he directly placed the price of the materials at 50 times. What he didn't expect, however, was that a few months later, their Choi family, which had gained the qualification to purchase experience potions, ended up spending nearly 1,000 times the price to buy back some experience potions. If he knew that those experience potions were made from the materials they sold, I wonder if he would vomit blood. But both he and Choi Hyun-ah, who was now smiling from ear to ear, had made this huge fortune simply too easily. Choi Hyun-ah wiggled her cell phone wryly as her long purple hair flew in the wind behind the Shui Hong guys. I told you guys not to take me for a ride, let's see if I don't pitch you all against the bitter teas. Lin Dong, did you ever think that this young lady has ruthlessly pitted you guys? It's really good. 73 experience potion shows its power, leveling up to 30 in one day. Choi Hyun-ah's delicate face was filled with smugness, like an imp. After being suppressed by Lin Dong for so long, she felt that this time she could finally get back in the game. Lindong Lindong, this is called the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow at the back. Compared to this young lady, you're still tender, slightly. She beautifully checked the day's intake and was simply overjoyed. That was trillions of dollars, almost equal to their Chui family's income for half a year. It was thought that after this time, her grandfather would be even more impressed with her. After all, there were not many business minds like hers in the entire Chui family. Yawning, she prepared to go back to sleep comfortably. On his way out, he did not forget to give a contemptuous glance towards Lindong's room. After she left, the stock on the virtual trading market was not replenished and quickly became priced out. Song Tianqiu and the others were no longer able to acquire the relevant materials on the virtual trading market before they completely stopped their large-scale acquisition. After the crowd reappeared in Lindong's room, Shui Hong was the first to step forward and took out a storage ring. "Captain, the materials acquired this time are all here, please check them." Lindong nodded and took it to check it out. There were roughly 9,000 copies of the various ingredients for the 6-flavored Emperor Pill, roughly 5,000 copies for the Jioding Deer Antler Paste, and less than 2,000 copies for the 10-hole Great Mending Pill. The materials weren't much, and at 2 hours of material consumption, the 6 of them would consume roughly 72 potions of each potion per day. Over 50 days, roughly 3,600 servings of each potion were consumed. So in terms of the material gap, the number of servings of the 10 perfect mending pills was still more than half, and the other materials, barely enough. Of course, the effect of the 10 perfect pills was also the most powerful, with a full 5 times the experience bonus effect. After calculating for a few moments, Lindong took out the hundreds of divine magnificence multiplying treasure pots that he had forged today, and allowed the crowd to first multiply the various ingredients of the 10 perfect mending pills. There were 10 types of materials for the 10 perfect mending pills potion, and the number of each material needed ranged from a few dozen to a few hundred copies, and these divine magnificent doubling gathering basins could probably multiply about 200 copies of 10 perfect mending pills materials out every day, which should be enough before entering the land of the Forsaken. Now that the materials were in hand, Lindong followed suit and became excited. Although he was a bit tired after forging equipment for a day, but with the rapid upgrade potion right in front of him, he didn't care about the labor and quickly purchased the forging book to forge. In the course of an afternoon, all 3 types of potions were forged by him in hundreds of portions, and equally distributed to everyone. After doing this, Lindong stretched his back. "Alright, let's call it a day. I'm going to go brush the monsters and practice leveling with Su Runin. Several of you have already risen to level 30, so don't go brushing the monsters. In case you go over the experience limit, you won't be able to enter the land of the Forsaken." Shui Hong and the others nodded their heads. They were now practically enshrining what Lindong said. Yes. What Big Brother said is right. The few of us will wait for the arrival of the time to enter the Forsaken land with peace of mind, and we will never act easily. Lindong nodded with satisfaction and took Su Runin along to go leveling up the silver copy. After entering the copy, Lindong directly took out 3 experience potions and smiled towards Su Runin. "Hurry up and swallow the potions. These 3 potions combined have 12 times the experience bonus. Maybe we can just level up to 30 today." Although Su Runin had known about the effects of the experience potion for a long time, she still couldn't help but be excited when it came time to actually use it. That's a 12x experience bonus. If it's the same as yesterday, if you can brush 8 million experience today, it'll multiply to 96 million experience, and you'll properly be able to rise to level 30. Good, I'll swallow the potion now. It really feels like a dream. Lindong, you really can turn all the impossible into possible. Su Runin looked at Lindong adoringly, feeling that this man was becoming more and more impenetrable, but because of this, he was filled with a mesmerizing mystery. Lindong smiled faintly and held her small hand as he began to travel back and forth inside the silver copy. To be honest, Lindong's current general attacks all had nearly 40,000 points, plus the various instantaneous skills. The damage in a split second was more than 200,000 points. With this kind of damage, ordinary 10,000 blood monsters couldn't carry it at all, and even small bosses with hundreds of thousands of blood basically couldn't last for more than 2 hits. Not to mention that Lindong also had a group attack skill like step-by-step thunder, so killing monsters in the middle of a silver copy was just like swimming in the mountains. Along the way, the two were talking and laughing, not like they were brushing monsters at all, but like they were trekking. Su Runin just held Lindong's arm and giggled non-stop along the way, a bright smile floating on her face all the time. "Lindong, if only we could go on like this forever, carefree and without having to think about anything." Lindong's gaze sank into the distant horizon, but his heart was filled with infinite emotions. If possible, he also wanted to continue like this. After all, in his last life, he owed Su Runin too much. But can it really go on like this? In this life, because of his early rise to power, he had learned more confidence in advance, knowing that the magical beasts had actually mutated long ago. That means that war, 3 years from now, is just the final, ultimate battle, and bits and pieces of it are being fought right now. At that time, once the mythic-level magical beasts appeared, they would be destructive in nature to the entire blue star. What's more, above the mythic-level magical beasts, there were even higher-level supreme magical beasts and eternal magical beasts. If we didn't quickly improve the overall fighting ability of the human race, 3 years later, in that ultimate battle, the human side would still lose. And he, Lin Dong, is the key person to change the direction of this ultimate battle. So this kind of leisurely and carefree days, I am afraid that simply cannot enjoy a few days. Sighing, Lin Dong shook his head helplessly. Runin, if you really like this kind of life, we can't slack off. We must grow up fast and drive the magical beasts out of China completely before we can say anything else, otherwise, with the accelerated mutation of the magical beasts, we will have no more Pure Land. Su Runin looked at the suddenly deep Lin Dong, and her adoring gaze became even more scorching. She saw a great mission in Lin Dong's body. Perhaps only such a man was worthy of her, Su Runin. Su Runin nodded firmly, seemingly infected by Lin Dong's emotions. Lin Dong, you're right, we have to drive the magical beasts out of our Chinese homeland first. Don't worry, I will definitely follow your lead and never be left behind by you. After saying that, the two of them smiled at each other. The speed of practicing became more rapid. It was also an afternoon's time, and inside the entire silver copy, there were once again no monsters. The speed at which the monsters were refreshing was completely unable to catch up with the speed at which the duo was killing the monsters. Looking at the empty copy, Lin Dong shrugged. Alright, looks like it's time to go back and rest. I've swiped a total of 90 million experience today, although it's a little less than expected, but it's barely level 30. Below, we just need to temper our spirits and quietly wait to enter the land of the Forsaken. Su Runin nodded. Whatever Lin Dong said now felt right to her. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Dong realized that the entire dormitory camp revealed an eerie silence. Strange, where are all those guys? Spitting out a sentence, Lin Dong felt that it was a little less normal. These guys were usually diligent and tight, although they didn't need to continue upgrading, they weren't lazy enough to go out and play. What Lin Dong didn't know was that all of these guys had taken a leave of absence to return to the family. Zhaozhou's first family, the Yao family. Yao Cheng Nympho snuggled into Yao Mother's arms like a spoiled child and took out more than 20 experience potions. Mom, you and Dad have been stuck at level 69 for a long time, and it's really hard to cross this tens of billions of experience. But now with the acceleration gloves and the experience potion, it might be possible to get your experience up quickly. Once one of the two of you becomes a battle exalted, our Yao family will rise to the top, including our lineage, which will become the complete main lineage. Hearing Yao Cheng Nympho's words, Yao Mother was incomparably moved. The acceleration gloves, the experience potion, each one of them individually was something that shocked the world, and it was unexpected that their Yao family had gotten all of them. Take the acceleration gloves for example, these two acceleration gloves could increase her attack speed by 200%, which was a full 2 times faster than her previous attack speed. With an overall attack speed equal to 3 times that of the previous one, brushing monsters is 3 times faster. That is, 3 times more experience. Multiplied by the 12 times experience bonus effect of the experience potion, the overall efficiency of brushing monsters could be as much as 36 times faster. That's 36 times. That's more experience in one day than in a month normally. Even if Mother Yao was well informed, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The speed at which this experience improves is terrifying. But this is just a theoretical value, you still need to go and brush up on your experience before you can say anything. With trepidation, Yao Mother entered the legendary copy and put on the acceleration gloves while swallowing all 3 experience potions at the same time. She found a small legendary monster with 300,000 blood and struck directly. Phew! Shadowless Fist. Avalanche Fist. Phew! A few seconds later, the legendary gargoyle fell to the ground with a thud. This. How come you're killing monsters faster than expected? Yao's mother looked at the little strange corpse in front of her with horror and surprise in her eyes. It turns out that after the attack speed is increased, it can also inhibit the monster's blood return, making it easier to kill monsters. If so, Yao Mother's eyes lit up. Perhaps, in 10 days at the most, she would be able to rely on the acceleration gloves and the experience potion to become the first female battle exalted in Huaxia. 74. The violent repercussions of the experience potion. After returning from the legendary copy, Yao mother could hardly hide the excitement on her face. She took Yao Qingnian's hand and became speechless. Qingjin, this experience potion, can you get 10 days worth of usage over for the current time? Yao Chang Nympho nodded without hesitation, a smile on her face. Mom, why are you still being cautious when talking to me? It's just a 10-day experience potion, I'll take care of it. Seeing Yao Qingnian's easily written expression, Yao mother couldn't help but slate her face. Qingwei, you have to pay some attention, this is not a child's play. We usually have so many things to do that it's impossible for us to go out and brush monsters and practice leveling every day, so even if I give Mother and I another 5 years, I don't think I'll be able to rise to battle exalt. But now the speed of mutation of the magical beasts is increasingly accelerated. Against the magical beasts, it becomes more and more difficult. If you do not take advantage of the magical beasts or not completely mutated to upgrade quickly, I'm afraid that in the future, upgrading will become more and more difficult, in case of injuries in the middle of the road, perhaps lifelong hopelessness of the battle dharma. But this experience potion has given me an unimaginably huge opportunity. As long as I have 10 days worth, I can upgrade to level 70 without any obstacles and become the first female battle exalt in China. And you, my daughter, will rise in stature, you must understand that. Hearing Yao mother say such words in a heartfelt manner, Yao Qingnian realized how uncomplicated this experience potion was. It might seem like a simple boost of a dozen times the experience, but the real significance was far more than that. Just like what her mother had said, according to the experience difference, her mother might only need a year to upgrade to a warlord. However, characters at their level had too many things to do to be able to spend all day brushing monsters and upgrading, so in reality, 5 years might not be enough to advance to battle exalted. Not to mention the fact that the magical beasts have mutated now, and upgrading the battle exalted will only become more and more difficult. But now, with both the acceleration gloves and the experience potion. 10 days. Just 10 days. It would allow Mother Yao to be promoted to battle exalted. When he thought of the great benefits brought about by his mother's promotion to battle exalted, Yao Qing Nympho couldn't help but be moved. Mom, I'll contact Lin Dong and try to find a way to get her to prioritize the forged experience potions to our Yao family. Yao Qing Nympho hurriedly took out her phone and was ready to call Lin Dong. However, Yao's mother grabbed the phone and stopped it directly. Silly girl, do you know how important this experience potion is? If it's used properly, it can even be called a national fortune equalizer. You don't know how important he is. Lin Dong definitely knows. You must not speak to Lin Dong in a commanding tone, you must be respectful and treat him like a subordinate treating a superior before you can, okay? Yao Qing Nympho spat out her little tongue, not expecting her mom to react so strongly when she just casually said something. I know, daughter, I'm a good girl, I've always been gentle and soft when treating Lin Dong, I'll pay attention to the tone of my words. Seeing that Yao Qing Nympho was so well behaved and understanding, Yao mother let go of her heart. But on her lips, she continued to command uneasily. Just remember, never make Lin Dong angry, and only coax Lin Dong in every way. His future achievements are absolutely limitless. Also, you are not too young, it is time to talk about marriage. I see Lin Dong is good. Sometimes, girls need to take the initiative. There is a man chasing you across a mountain, women chasing men, across a veil, you know? Hearing this, Yao Qingnian rolled her eyes. How could she not have used the beauty trick? But nah, Lin Dong did not eat this It seemed like Lin Dong was only slightly better to that Su Runin, and was not interested in other women at all. For example, Cui Huna, that was a top-notch beauty Lin Dong almost never looked at her squarely. As for her, Yao Qingnian, she was only treated as a friend by Lin Dong on the basis of showing her goodwill to Lin Dong in advance, but if she wanted to go further, I'm afraid there wasn't much possibility. But there was no way for her to go to her mother with these words. Alright, I know, I'll get the experience potion for you first. With that, Yao Qingnian dialed Lin Dong's number. Lin Dong, who was planning to rest, was suddenly startled by the ringing of the phone. This was already the third call he had received. Before Yao Qingnian's call arrived, Song Tianzhou and Bai Xingxue had both called him. In fact, when they came to call, they all meant one thing, that is, they hoped that they could get about 10 days or so of experience potions in advance. The reason was also very uniform, that is, the elders inside the family, who had been stuck at level 69 for a long time, but only needed 10 days worth of experience potion usage to break through to battle exalted. Glancing at the phone, Lin Dong knew that Yao Qingnian's meaning was probably not too far off, so he directly connected it. Before Yao Qing Nympho could speak, Lin Dong directly asked. Say, how many daily portions of experience potions do you want? Yao Qingnian did not expect Lin Dong to be so direct and actually knew her purpose. However, on second thought, he was relieved. Song Tianqiu and the others had no shortage of peak war god existences in their homes, and must have said similar words to Lin Dong, which was why Lin Dong guessed her purpose. So she said in a petulant manner, "Brother Lin Dong, I only need 10 days worth of experience potions. Have pity on me, my mother really needs it. After all, having one more battle exalted is good for our Huaxia." This whiny voice entered his ears, crispy and tingling, electrifying Lin Dong on the outside. Coughing softly, Lin Dong made her rush to stop. Alright, 10 days is 10 days, in a moment you bind your account in the virtual trading market with me for a trade, and I'll send you the newly forged potion. Hearing Lin Dong's agreement, Yao Cheng Nympho instantly cheered. Thank you, brother Lin Dong, I knew you were the best to me, I thank you on behalf of our Yao family, Moa. Does your family live on the beach? Lin Dong touched his nose and asked with some embarrassment. The sound was too much for him to bear, and his belly got a little hot. How did you know that, brother Lin Dong? I don't remember telling you. Yao Qingyan stared at her large Kaziran eyes, feeling a little surprised, wondering how Lin Dong had guessed it. Lin Dong smiled with a blush. Isn't that easy, because I hear the waves. After saying that, Lin Dong hung up the phone. However, their conversations were all heard by Yao Mother, who had been listening with her ears stretched out beside Yao Qingyan. After listening to the duo's conversation again, Yao's mother snorted with laughter. This Lin Dong, it's a bit interesting. It's said that if a man isn't bad, a woman won't love him. I'm afraid that this kind of boy who is a bit bad will be chased by a lot of people. Circumstances, you have to make good use of it. I heard him chatting with you, he doesn't seem to hate you, he even jokes with you, which means you still have a good chance. Got it. Yao Qing Nympho left her mother's room as if she had fled, she really couldn't stand her mother's nagging. After Lin Dong hung up the phone, the door of the room suddenly rang with another thud. Come in. The door's unlocked. As the words fell, a fragrant breeze rushed in from outside the door. Who was it if not Su Runin? At this moment, Su Runin clearly had something on her mind. The way she looked at Lin Dong was somewhat evasive. What's wrong, Wakana? Why do you look weird today? Lin Dong looked at her warmly and unhurriedly. Su Runin slightly lowered her head, like a child who had made a mistake, her voice thin and mosquito fly. Lin Dong, there's something I want to beg you for. Oh? Lin Dong looked at the shy Su Runin and could not help but laugh in his heart. He was able to guess that it must be that the matter of the experience potion was known by Su Runin's family, which made her come to beg for the potion. However, Su Runin's look of icy pity was heartbreaking to him. So he directly opened his palm and took out a storage ring. You must have come to me for an experience potion for your father. No, here's a 30-day portion of experience potion I forged before I went to bed, it's for you. Su Runin looked at Lin Dong in surprise, not realizing that matters of the heart were actually seen through by Lin Dong so easily, which saved her a lot of trouble. But she waved her hand up in a huff. Lin Dong, I know that experience potions are precious, my father only needs a 15-day portion and that's enough, he can't use that much, besides our Su family can't afford it. Haha, how vulgar to talk about money between you and I. Take it, and just take the extra as a gift from me to your father. Seeing Lin Dong's persistent and determined eyes, Su Runin no longer pushed back, but nodded blushingly. Lin Dong, no matter what point you grow to in the future, we, the Su family, will be your strongest backing. Lin Dong smiled faintly and waved his hand. Hurry up and send it to your father, I'm also very much looking forward to your father's promotion to Battle Exalted. After all, our Jiang city has yet to produce a Battle Exalted. 75 Huaxia Battle Honors Cultivation Program. Su Runin looked up at Lin Dong with some embarrassment, only to find Lin Dong winking towards her. Hurry up! Feeling Lin Dong's trust in her, Su Runin's heart was warm. Lin Dong had already given her enough, and she really didn't want to get something for nothing like that. Lin Dong, in fact, our Su family still has some assets, I really can't take something so valuable from you for nothing. However, before she could finish her words, Lin Dong covered her mouth with his hand. Alright, based on our friendship, let's not make it so personal. If you talk about money again, I won't give you any of this experience potion. Hearing this, Su Runin's heart once again felt joyful. It could be heard that she had a high position in Lin Dong's heart. This kind of treatment was simply impossible for others to enjoy here at Lin Dong. Biting her lip, Su Runin somewhat coyly gave Lin Dong a guarantee. Lin Dong, thank you for taking such good care of me, don't worry, our Su family will be your staunchest ally in the future. I personally will also support you well. Lin Dong smiled and said in his heart, with the understanding from his last life, Su Runin was definitely a trustworthy little girl. When he and Su Runin were together, they didn't have to use mind games to hook up and got along very well and comfortably. Go on, don't keep your father waiting. Su Runin sent a month's portion of experience potions to her father, Su Lingyun, in a bound transaction through the virtual trading market. Jiangcheng, Su family. Su Lingyun instantly stood up from his seat in excitement when he received the experience potion. Because of his overexcitement, he couldn't help but tremble a little at the corners of his mouth. It's finally here, I'm on track to advance to Battle Exalt. Holding the experience potion in his hand, Su Lingyun couldn't wait to take it. As a veteran warcaster, he had felt the crazy changes that had happened to the Wraith in recent years. If he couldn't be promoted to Battle Exalted in the near future, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to promote to Battle Exalted in his entire life as the magical beasts mutated and became stronger. And the experience potion that gave him great hope. This was coupled with the high attack speed acceleration gloves that Su Runin had specially selected for him. Originally, it would take more than a year to brush up enough experience, but now, he only needed about a week to brush it all up. From now on, their Su family, too, would be the family that stood at the pinnacle of China. Come to think of it, it's really a soap slip that messes with people. Back then, I even strictly forbade Runin from associating with people from poor families like Lin Dong. Fortunately, Runin didn't listen to me, otherwise our Su family would have completely missed this shortcut to heaven. I even have a premonition that in less than a year, this Lin Dong will inevitably rise up to the heavens to become the number 2 person in Huaxia, second only to Marshal Shao. There was no way to quell the shocking waves that had risen in his heart for a while. As the god of war, he had a certain amount of foresight about the future development of China. Now that Lin Dong had risen strongly, their Su family had already seized the first opportunity before everyone else, and all they had to do below was to consolidate their relationship with Lin Dong. The day I become a battle zune, I must announce to the entire China that our Su family is Lin Dong's loyal ally strong backing. One must always stand unswervingly on Lin Dong's side, only then can one be completely tied to Lin Dong on top of a chariot. However, all of this was an afterthought, and the priority now was that he had to become the 10th battle sovereign of Huaxia before everyone else. Only the battle Jin that ranked in the front had a gold content that was different from those who came after them. By the time Battle Exalted appeared like a rainbow, people would be completely numb and wouldn't even know what the names of those newly promoted Battle Exalted were anymore. This was because Su Lingyun knew that the members of the special training camp that Lin Dong was in were all masters who were close to the water. If he was able to get the experience potion, then the clans of those special training camp members might have gotten the experience potion as well. At that time, if he upgraded slowly, he would be surpassed by others, and then he would not be able to compete for the 10th warlord position in Huaxia. He quickly entered the diamond level ranked copy and began to engage in a killing frenzy. Su Lingyun was originally a strong holy warrior, and now that he had the acceleration gloves and the experience potion, ordinary mutated magical beasts were no match for him. In just one day's time, he had seized 1.3 billion experience, causing his originally slow progress bar to directly advance by about 1/8. This crazy rate of improvement made him unable to hold back the ecstasy in his heart. One must know that Su Runin had given him a potion to beg for, not just an 8-day portion, but an entire month. If he upgraded at this efficiency, he was confident that he would continue to soar high after breaking through to battle dignity. By the time these experience potions were used up, the minimum level that could be raised would be around 74. To be able to reach this level, one was almost already no better than those veteran battle exalts. Excitedly stroking the beard on his chin, Su Lingyun laughed out loud. What a good daughter for my father, I can't catch up with you, a stinky girl, in the area of recognizing people. But after I'm promoted to Battle Exalted, I'm still missing a weapon to take advantage of, so when the time comes, I'll inevitably let Runin blow off some more steam with Lin Dong. Not only Su Lingyun, but several of the top battle spirits of the Song, Bai, and Yao families were frantically brushing up their experience and upgrading, wanting to vie for the position of the 10th Battle Exalt of Huaxia. An invisible competition that begins to pull back the curtain. As for Lin Dong, the originator of all of this, he was living in deep seclusion, and every day, he would hide inside his room to forge experience potions and divine magnitude multiplying treasure pots. Su Runin, who was guarding her room, held her fragrant cheeks in her hands, and her head kept sinking down without stopping. Lin Dong smiled helplessly as he watched her harumphing. Runin, you don't have to stay here with me, go to sleep if you're sleepy. Su Runin beamed, she couldn't figure out why Lin Dong was working so hard. Did outstanding people have to work so hard? Lin Dong, you've already finished forging the experience potions required for several of us to enter the Forgotten Lands, why are you still frantically forging them? Lin Dong stopped the movements in his hands, stretched and smiled towards Su Runin. I forged the experience potion to plan for the future. The crisis of Huaxia is getting closer and closer. If the magical beasts always accelerate their mutation like now, it can be foreseen that in less than a few months, the battle zoons and even the battle saints will not be able to resist the attack of the magical beasts. If we can create more battle exalted, battle saints, or even battle emperors out in bulk in a short period of time, then we will have a force to contend with in the next demonic beast frenzy. Lin Dong said what was on his mind, but Su Runin, who was on the opposite side of the table, could not help but be puzzled for a while. Demonic beast frenzy? Lin Dong, this word you said is so novel, why haven't I heard it before? Oh, no! Spoke out. Lin Dong was too focused on forging the experience potion just now, accidentally substituting himself 3 years later again, so he completely ignored the fact that Su Runin did not know about the future at all. But looking at Su Runin's clear and foolish eyes, his heart eased back down. It could be seen that Su Runin was only curious about the word, and wasn't aware of the horrifying meanings contained in the 4 words, magical beast frenzy. Therefore, Lin Dong also played a sloppy game and demonstrated it with a smile. It's not the right time to tell the crowd to avoid unnecessary panic. But the preparations that need to be made still need to be made. For example, a large-scale forging of experience potions is a very good way to improve the overall strength of China. Anyway, forging more experience potions is a good idea to be prepared. It's greatly beneficial to our Huaxia. Su Runin nodded with seeming understanding. Anyway, in her heart, whatever Lin Dong said was right, she only needed to support it unconditionally. The next period of time was still long and boring. Lin Dong was even forging day and night, 2 dark halos even surfaced under his eyes, looking very tired. Su Runin kept on urging him, telling him not to be so anxious. However, Lin Dong firmly shook his head. He had to take advantage of the 10 days or so before entering the land of the Forsaken to forge as many experience potions as he could. Because this trip into the land of the lost was a full 50 days. If these 50 days were utilized well, the whole of Huaxia could, perhaps, produce thousands more battle exalted. That amount is horrifying to think about. There were more than 200 countries in the entire blue planet, with some countries having more war honors and some having fewer, and the total number of war honors never exceeded 1,000. If Huaxia's battle exalted reached thousands, Huaxia's power would even surpass the sum of the other countries of the blue planet. This was Lin Dong's Huaxia Battle Zone cultivation program. And right now, he's waiting for an opportunity. That was the moment when the several heads of the Su, Song, Bai, and Yao families were promoted to battle exalted. 76. Offended the warlord? Lin Songqing is taking a risk. Soon the happy news came. Su Lingyun of the Su family in Jiangchang was the first to break through level 70, becoming the 10th battle zone in Huaxia. Compared to Shen Jiangnan's character that didn't care about floating fame, Su Lingyun made a big fuss this time and held a vast and grand ceremony, making the whole of Huaxia stir up once again. Countless Chinese celebrities realized that a new prestigious family had risen. From the beginning of the magical beast invasion of China's founding, the number of battle exalted alive in China during the same period of time had never exceeded 10. Because Huaxia was at the forefront of combat for the entire blue planet human race, the deaths and injuries were dozens or hundreds of times that of other countries. Even battle exalted, news of their fall would come from time to time. But now, from the moment Su Lingyun became a battle sovereign, China finally had 10 living battle sovereigns during the same period of time. This can simply be called the most prosperous moment in China, surpassing any previous period. There are already people who vaguely realize that the national fortunes of China are about to rise, and perhaps a great era is about to be ushered in. Even when Marshal Xiao heard about this, he said that he would personally descend to Jiangcheng to celebrate Su Lingyun, which for a time made the statement of the Jiangcheng Su family resonate throughout the whole of China. During the Su family's celebration ceremony, all the guests were mingling with envious faces. What you guys don't know yet, right? I heard that even Marshal Xiao will be here today to conduct the celebration. This ceremony can be said to be the highest profile ceremony in Huaxia at the moment. I can't imagine that Su Lingyun was actually able to break through to battle exalted. It really was a stroke of luck. The Su family is truly developed this time. Shorty, you kid should be careful. The old license is not a good person. If this reaches his ears, do you still want to live or not? All keep your voices down. Battle exalted Su is out on the stage. Everyone hurry and catch a glimpse of him. At once, the atmosphere in the arena became quiet as everyone looked up at the high platform, hoping to get a little closer and climb into a relationship with Su Lingyun, who was about to appear. Among them were the 3 members of the Lin family, Father Lin Songqing, Mother Meng Qinqi, and Sister Lin Wan. Lin Sangxing muttered in a small voice there, and it was evident that he was also very envious. This Su Lingyun was even a classmate of mine back then. I can't imagine that he actually grew to such a point today. If I had known that, our Lin family should have cast themselves under his door earlier. It's a pity that our outstanding Lin Yang went to Hualong Academy and didn't catch this grand ceremony that happens once in a decade. It's really too bad. Lin Wan listened to Lin Sangxing sighing there, and for some reason, her nose soured for no reason. Why was it that the only thing that was always on his father's lips was his younger brother Lin Yang? No wonder Lin Dong left the family. Father was really too biased. Although Lin Dong was at fault for leaving her, she was now truly repentant. She was determined to create a harmonious family atmosphere for Lin Dong to return to his family. It wasn't likely that Lin Dong's unwillingness to come back was the main factor, that his father was the main factor. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but open her mouth and say, "Dad, Lin Dong went to the War God Academy and is also very good. He's also your son, so why are you just silent about his accomplishments?" When Lin Sangxing heard Lin Wan actually mention Lin Dong, he immediately coldly lowered his face. "Less mentioning this rebellious son to me. That day during the occupational awakening ceremony, he actually didn't give me the slightest bit of face, causing your younger brother to lose the opportunity to become a disciple of Marshal Xiao. You say this Lin Dong is not hateful? If you want me to mention him, no way. And you, Lin Wan, it's been a few years since your career awakening and you're still at level 11, are you ashamed of yourself? When you go out in the future, don't say that you're my Lin Sangxing's daughter. I can't afford to be ashamed of myself." Lin Sangxing was in the middle of his anger and forgot to collect his voice, splitting his head at Lin Wan, which instantly dumbfounded her. This was the celebration ceremony of Su Lingyun's battle exalt, and his father was so loud that he didn't know if he would cause public anger. Sure enough, in the next second, the guests in the arena who had come to the celebration ceremony all looked sideways. Some even pulled away from Lin Sangxing to avoid getting into trouble. A great warrior who dares to shout and make a scene at a battle-exalted celebration ceremony, this person must be crazy. Hee, I've heard that this Master Su's temper isn't particularly good. This Lin family is afraid that they'll have to suffer. Everyone stay away from him and never say you know him to avoid being implicated by him. For a moment, everyone took a few steps backward, and around the Lin family, a circular open space suddenly appeared, appearing very abrupt in the middle of the field. At this moment, it was the moment when Su Lingyun stepped out from behind the stage to receive the crowd's congratulations, and when he saw this commotion, he immediately frowned in displeasure. The steward beside him immediately understood and called his guards over to inquire. "Send someone to check. What's going on over there? Dare to make trouble on our Su family's territory. Do you not want to live?" If they can't tell the reason, they will all be treated as if they had come to cause trouble, disarming all their equipment and driving them out of the venue. The people below, hearing the steward's command, immediately came here to check the news. Some people wanted to flatter the Su family and immediately began to add fuel to the fire. "I'm reporting that the Lin family is causing trouble at the venue. Big brother Su family guards, you guys hurry up and kick the family out." When these guards heard these words, they immediately rushed towards Lin Sangxing and the others in a ferocious manner. These guards, all of them at the level of great warriors, numbered a dozen. Lin Sangxing's face immediately changed, knowing that he had just confiscated his voice and made a big trouble. It was too late now even if he regretted it, so Lin Sangxing simply put his heart on the line and stood on the spot with pleasure and no fear. "What do you want? Do you know that I'm your family head Su Lingyun's elementary school classmate? How dare you rough me up? You've got the guts of a bear." Looking at the somewhat unkind gazes of those guards, Lin Sangxing continued to yell heartily. "What? You guys don't believe me? If you don't believe me, you can ask your family head Su Lingyun if he borrowed a piece of rubber from me when he was a kid and didn't return it to me." Lin Sangxing was completely going out on a limb. He wanted to gamble that Su Lingyun would still be able to recognize him. After all, Su Lingyun had literally been his classmate for half a day before he transferred to another school. Seeing how Lin Sangxing spoke with such conviction, those guards were a bit uncertain for a while. Is there really such a layer in there? When these guards heard Lin Sangxing's words, they stopped and hesitated, not daring to step forward. The other guests, however, looked at Lin Sangxing gloatingly. By now, in this situation, he actually doesn't immediately admit his fault and still wants to play the big-tail wolf. He's really bold. A great warrior who actually says he's a classmate of the battle exalted. He's really crazy for wanting to flatter people, only I'm afraid it'll backfire instead, causing him to completely lose the chance to flatter the Su family. I'm now getting more and more interested in what happens next. You guys guess this Lin Sangxing, how will it end up later? These guests, all of them were the great families of Jiangchang, and some of them were even powerful families from other cities that came over for a special visit. At this moment, they coincidentally laughed at Lin Sangxing, all thinking that Lin Sangxing had played a bad game. Just then, those guards told the Su family's housekeeper the information. The butler frowned, but decided to ask Su Lingyun for some advice. Family master, the one causing trouble is a small family in our Jiang city, Lin Sangxing of the Lin family. He claimed to be your elementary school classmate. What do you think about dealing with him? Elementary school classmates? Su Lingyun thought for half a day, but did not recall the name of this person, Lin Sangxing, feeling unfamiliar. I can't remember, but it's a good day for me to celebrate, so don't give him a hard time, just tell him to get the hell out of the venue. The butler nodded and was about to go down to deal with the Lin family. But all of a sudden, an aura of light suddenly broke into Su Lingyun's brain. Wait, butler, don't go yet, you just said that he's a member of the Lin family in our Jiang city? Immediately go and check for me, what is his relationship with Lin Dong? Su Lingyun vaguely remembered that Lin Dong was born from a small family in Jiangcheng, and at that time, he even went to check, only that there were too many things, and he had forgotten what the specific Lin family members were called. Now that I think about it, I have a vague feeling in my mind that something is right. A few minutes later, the butler hurried back and whispered in his ear. Family master, this Lin Sangxing, is none other than the father of that Lin Dong that Missy often mentions, but according to the rumors, it seems that the relationship between their father and son is not too cordial. He didn't know about the fact that Lin Dong had already severed his relationship with Lin Sangxing, he only understood that all people related to Lin Dong could not be offended. Even if Lin Sangxing did not have a good relationship with Lin Dong's father and son, it was not something he could afford to offend. What if one day Lin Dong and Lin Sangxing's relationship was restored and Lin Dong knew that he had offended Lin Sangxing and blamed it on him? So it would be prudent to go over there and see for yourself, or at least not offend the other party. Su Lingyun then straightened his flashy clothes and walked towards Lin Sangxing. Aya, so it's an old classmate, what have you been busy with all these years? It's really been a long time. Su Lingyun had an enthusiastic expression on his face, as if he really thought of Lin Sangxing as an old classmate. This stunned the other guests, and for a while, the gazes of the people looking at Lin Sangxing became cautious. 77 Old Su, you want a son-in-law but not a son-in-law. The guests, who were present, began to eat their melons. No wonder this Lin Sangxing is so arrogant, daring to make a scene at the celebration ceremony, so he really does know battle exalt Su Lingyun. My god, looking at the expression of battle exalt Su Lingyun, it seems that his relationship with Lin Sangxing is quite good. This time, their Lin family is considered to have climbed onto a high branch. For the Lin family to reap the friendship of Su Lingyun's battle exalted with just an eraser, this is simply heavenly. Why didn't I lend Su Lingyun an eraser when I was a child? What a pity, I was sitting right next to Lin Sangxing just now. If I had known that battle exalt Su Lingyun was so friendly to him, I would have just made a friendship with Lin Sangxing just now. These guests, seeing Su Lingyun being so friendly and polite to Lin Sangxing, were instantly chagrined. Just now they were in a hurry to draw a line with the Lin family, but they didn't expect the Lin family to actually have this relationship. It was really a painful lost opportunity. Su Lingyun, however, had no eyes for the other guests, not even looking at them. His eyes were on Lin Sangxing's body, sizing him up carefully. This Lin Sangxing, just an ordinary and no longer ordinary platinum-level great warrior, I'm afraid that in this lifetime, he would stop at this achievement. To be honest, if he normally encountered this kind of person, he wouldn't even look at him more than once. But at this moment, after learning that he was Lin Dong's father, Su Lingyun was as enthusiastic as he could be. He even reprimanded a group of his own guards who were also great warriors for the sake of Lin Sangxing's face. What did I usually teach you guys? Our Su family is a family of etiquette. We should never do anything to bully the weak. Remember, don't act on the good and don't act on the bad. What's more, Lin Sangxing is my old classmate, so all of you go down and be punished. This gesture was enough to make Lin Sangxing instantly divine, and he had already felt the burning gazes cast by the other guests. The moment he was recognized by Su Lingyun, he had become the center of attention in the room. But just before Su Lingyun's arrival just now, he had even decided to move out of the identity of Lin Dong's teacher, Grand Marshal Xiao, to avoid this section. But the current situation was something he had never anticipated. But this was good. It was a good opportunity to take advantage of this opportunity to boost the prestige of their Lin family in a fox-like manner. He smiled a scornful smile mid-sentence toward the guests around him. Hee, just now, who was the one who said that he wanted to draw a clear line with our Lin family? Old Sua, in my opinion, these guests, many of them are fish in troubled waters with no eyes. When you make friends, you have to look carefully. If Lin Sangxing had said this a minute ago, he would have been sprayed all over the place. But now, everyone dared to be angry. After all, Su Lingyun's attitude was just too ambiguous. Everyone knows that Su Lingyun was a very protective person when he was at the front line of the border, and his soldiers were all babies who couldn't be scolded at all. But now, for the sake of Lin Sangxing, he had scolded all of his guards, so it could be seen how extraordinary the status of this Lin Sangxing was in Su Lingyun's heart. This was one thing that was questionable was, how did a character like Su Lingyun put down his stature to befriend a profit-oriented little man like Lin Sangxing? Look at how godly this guy is. Battle Zun Su is really something too. How can he consider this kind of villain as a friend? Or is it that the previous rumors were all false, and that Battle Exalt Su is actually a person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside? Rumors can't be trusted, but one thing is for sure, Su Zhanzuan is really paying attention to Lin Sangxing. After all, quite a few people on the scene are Su Zhanzuan's classmates, and I haven't seen Su Zhanzuan he's given him more than a passing glance. Or maybe it's because Battle Exalt Su has reached the top of China and has had a change of heart? Maybe he's releasing a signal to the outside world and just happened to show it through Lin Sangxing. Countless speculative voices rang out. But Su Lingyun's gesture was not yet done. Right under the gaze of countless guests, he actually invited Lin Sangxing onto the high platform and stood side by side with him, which was a great honor for Lin Sangxing. Meng Qinqi, Lin Dong's mother, stood on the stage with honor. She felt that her husband had really come out on top. She glanced at Lin Wan if she felt something, and spoke in a comforting tone. "Silly girl, don't be angry with your father, he taught you a lesson, perhaps for your own good." Including the way he treated Lin Dong, it was also for Lin Dong's good. In fact, there are times when your father does everything that we simply can't understand or see. After all, it's not above a level, even I look away from time to time. For example, today, he's finally willing to expose a little bit of his strength, and look at that, didn't it shock the whole room right away? All the guests in the room started to flatter our mothers. So, let's try to understand what your father did for a change. Maybe we're wrong too. Lin Wan felt as if things weren't that simple, but she couldn't find a reason to refute it, so she had to keep her mouth shut. But at this time, Lin Sangxing on the stage had become even more inflated. He stood with Su Lingyun, but whispered inquiries from the sidelines. "Old Su, you've raised my eyebrows today, I don't even know how to repay you." "Old Lin, you're out of line to say that, we're classmates, it's only right that I do these things." Su Lingyun smiled faintly on the surface, but inside his heart, he looked down on Lin Sangxing. This kind of villain who went wild when he gained power, he didn't know how he managed to give birth to such an outstanding son as Lin Dong. However, his humility caused Lin Sangxing to recognize his position even more, and he began to gain an inch. "Old Su, since you say so, I'll be out of line. I've heard that you have a daughter, or the previous schoolgirl of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, who is as long as a heavenly fairy. Is there such a thing?" Su Lingyun's heart fluttered as he concurred. "Yes, this year is just 18, and by a fluke I entered the War God Academy." Lin Sangxing slapped his thighs from the side and exclaimed in excitement. "Haha, that's right, truth be told, your girl, she's really nice. Old Su, let me ask you one more thing, do you lack a son-in-law?" "I, Lin Sangxing, also have a son with great talent, and your daughter is a perfect match. Why don't we organize a marriage for them, just so we can add to their marriage?" "Oh? Is that a good thing?" Su Lingyun was also vaguely agitated upon hearing this. He subconsciously assumed that the son Lin Sangxing was talking about was Lin Dong. He peeked at Lin Sangxing and realized that Lin Sangxing was full of pride when he mentioned his son, as if he loved him very much, so he was also a bit unsure. Didn't the housekeeper just say that the rumor is that this Lin Sangxing is not on bad terms with Lin Dong? Could it be that the rumors are all false? Looking at Lin Sangxing's expression, they should be in a father-son loving situation at home. But if we can really go through Lin Sangxing and finalize the marriage between Su Runan and Lin Dong, our Su family will truly be tied to the top of Lin Dong's chariot. Su Lingyun pondered slightly for a moment, countless thoughts already turning within his heart. The way he looked at Lin Sangxing now became even more affectionate. So he grabbed Lin Sangxing's hand and couldn't help but be excitedly polite. "Old Lin, I can't imagine that you think so highly of me, Su Lingyun. This marriage, it's our Su family that has climbed high. It's just that I don't know, this marriage, is your son willing?" Su Lingyun spoke with sincerity, without the slightest expression of hypocrisy. And the respect that was revealed from the words, even more so, made the guests present feel incomparably shocked. Heavens, I've seen it wrong, haven't I? Warlord Su is actually vaguely flattering Lin Sangxing? Why do I feel like I can't understand a bit? I see, this Lin Sangxing should be the father's son. Seeing what Battle Exalt Su means, he seems to respect Lin Sangxing's son very much, rather than honoring Lin Sangxing. I remember, at the career awakening ceremony of the first middle school of Jiangqing a few days ago, Marshal Xiao had personally appeared and accepted a genius forger named Lin Dong as a disciple. This Lin Dong couldn't be Lin Songqing's son, right? These guests, each with a keen sense of smell, instantly associated a lot of key information. At the same time, the gaze that looked at Lin Songqing became somewhat fearful. Lin Songqing's son, Lin Dong, was a disciple of Grand Marshal Xiao, so wouldn't Lin Songqing and Grand Marshal Xiao be of the same generation? Deduced by this logic, it made complete sense for Warfather Su Lingyun to treat Lin Songqing, a great warrior, so politely. The more the crowd thought about it, the more likely it was, because recently, the golden horn forged by Lin Dong had been a repeated success in the Southwest Defense Line, and Lin Dong's name had begun to become hot. There was even internal news coming out that the acceleration gloves forged by Lin Dong had been speculated to 50 billion huaxia coins for a pair, and the demand exceeded the supply, and it was impossible to get them without an overly hard relationship. These acceleration gloves can increase the speed of upgrading by more than 3 times. A divine artifact that countless great clans wanted to get their hands on. If Lin Songqing was really Lin Dong's father, it was really a step up, absolute father by son. Just as the entire room's cognizance, once again, reached a new climax. Lin Wan's heart, however, had clenched out sweat. This was because he knew that the son with outstanding natural talent that Lin Songqing had spoken of was not Lin Dong at all, but his younger brother Lin Yang. She couldn't even imagine what kind of embarrassing scene she was facing if it wore off in a moment. If Su Lingyun discovers the secret, he won't be so enraged that he removes our Lin family, right? 78 This is a big game. Lin Wan looked at her father on the high platform with anxiety, her heart worried to the extreme. But Lin Songqing was completely bloated at this point and didn't even realize that he was dancing on top of the tip of the knife. He even thought that Su Lingyun was acting so formal because he valued his son Lin Yang's talent. That's why he couldn't help but pat his own chest and give Su Lingyun a pat on the back. Ha, old Su, although my canine son is a bit more outstanding, I, as a father, am still able to make decisions for him. Don't worry, this marriage, as long as we 2 old guys agree, even if that bastard kid has a problem with it, I'll still obediently make him listen. Su Lingyun, who was the listener, couldn't help but become even more excited. One of his purposes for organizing this celebration ceremony today was to stand up for Lin Dong. This was because he understood from his daughter's words that Lin Dong wanted to cultivate more battle exalts out for huaxia, which was a groundbreakingly great thing. However, he who had experienced the magical abilities of experience potions knew that Lin Dong was not bragging, but really had the ability. Therefore, he had to utilize this rare opportunity today to establish an unbreakable alliance with Lin Dong and take the initiative to lean on Lin Dong. And now, in his mind, an even bigger olive branch appeared. That was to facilitate this marriage between Su Runan and Lin Dong. So after hearing Lin Songqing's statement, Su Lingyun was immediately shocked. I can't imagine that this Lin Songqing has such a high prestige in the Lin family. This father has been too successful in his endeavors. Actually, it's also true that the order of parents and the words of matchmakers, the rules that all Chinese people must follow. I think Lin Dong will not be an exception. Su Lingyun was on a roll right now, and there were many details that he had overlooked. He then held Lin Songqing's hand even tighter, as if he was about to be in-laws. In that case, old Lin, why don't we strike while the iron is hot and make a marriage contract for the children? How could Lin Songqing not agree? It's a marriage contract made by the warfather. In the whole of China, how many people could have such an honor? He had come here today to climb up the ladder with the Su family, not realizing that he had actually become the Su family's in-laws in a confused manner. Such a great gain. He himself couldn't even believe it. So at this moment, Lin Songqing was also smiling, and his entire body was like a spring breeze. What a double happiness. Guests at this time has completely looked dumbfounded, who did not expect, originally as if the polite things, actually evolved into the truth. Next, a new marriage contract signing ceremony was added to the celebrations, which was incredibly grand. Just as the steward had pen, ink, paper and inkstone there, and had even prepared offerings, he was planning to sign the marriage contract. Su Lingyun's wife, Zhao Mingmei, suddenly walked up from the stage with an unpleasant face. She shot a look at the butler, causing him to stop what he was doing. And only then did he turn back to Su Lingyun. Lingyun, this matter, I think it's a bit too hasty. I know what you want to do, but if you are so hasty, it will be counterproductive in case it causes Lin Dong to resent you. Plus, marriage is a lifelong affair, we have to consult Runan herself before we do that. Zhao Mingmei's appearance instantly caused the originally heated atmosphere to cool down somewhat. Everyone looked at the suddenly appearing Zhao Mingmei to see what she was trying to pull off. As for Su Lingyun, who was the protagonist of the day, after being spoken to so much by Mrs. Zhao Mingmei, his mind cleared up a bit and he felt as if he had been a bit reckless. However, right at this moment, Lin Sanxing licked his big face and came between the two of them. "Ha, old Su, you really have a golden house to hide your favorite this is the younger sibling, right, grows like an 18-year-old girl, well maintained." However, what my younger sibling said just now was completely overanalyzing. Where is the turn for this rebellious son Lin Dong to say anything about our Lin family's matters? If he dares to get involved in this matter, I will break his legs. Speaking later, both of Lin Sanxing's eyebrows stood up vaguely. Obviously, with regards to Lin Dong, he had no small amount of resentment. Su Lingyun, who saw the scene, also noticed that something was wrong. This Lin Sanxing, how come he has a different face for a while? How is it that just a moment ago you were acting like a father and son, but now you've become bitter and hateful? Would his words really be useful to Lin Dong? Or was this Lin family's relationship not as simple as it seemed? But before things were clarified, he still had to give Lin Sanxing some face now. Su Lingyun then laughed and reassured both sides. "Oops. Old Lin don't be so angry. In fact, what bitch inside said makes some sense. Why don't you ask your son for his opinion, and I'll ask my daughter for hers, and if both sides agree, we'll go ahead with the ceremony, and everyone will be happy." In fact, in Su Lingyun's opinion, this was just going through a formality. His family Su Runin's attitude towards Lin Dong, how could he as a father not know that? So Su Runin here did not have any difficulty at all. The problem was still on Lin Dong's side. He didn't know if Lin Dong would be able to accept Su Runin. In case Lin Dong said no, he would immediately stop the current marriage ceremony. After all, there are some people who are destined to be the dragon in the sky, not something he can climb as high as he wants to. But if Lin Dong agreed, he just really could wake up laughing in his dreams. Lin Sanxing, on the other hand, had completely run off the rails, and he thought it was completely superfluous. Lin Yang, what character he still does not understand, then monkeys are all smart, can climb up to the war zone, this kind of good thing, Lin Yang is sure not to miss. So he wasn't worried at all that Lin Yang would disagree. What he was worried about now was only Su Runin's side. If Su Runin didn't agree, his beautiful dream would be in vain, so he was also vaguely a bit nervous. So he picked up the phone first and dialed Lin Yang. "Son of a. Dad has found a marriage for you. It's the eldest Miss Su Runin of the Su family in Jiangcheng, the schoolgirl you've been pining for. Let me tell you, his father has now become a battle exalted. This marriage, you must have agreed to it." Lin Yang, who was handling the corpses of the magical beasts, jumped up with excitement. "This kind of good thing, there's still a delivery. Dad is really reliable." I agree. However, as soon as his words fell, he was given a fat beating by Cui Wuxia and the others. "Damn, what's the point of jumping around if you're not going to do your job? You guys dare to hit me, let me tell you, I'm now the female of the battle zone. Gag him, damn it, it's distracting to hear him scream. If we don't beat him up today, we won't have this kind of fun when we enter the copy." Lin Yang immediately let out a mournful wail, but his father, Lin Sanxing, had long since hung up the phone and didn't hear a peep. Only Lin Sanxing made a pleased gesture towards Su Lingyun, his face somewhat apprehensive. "My son agreed and said there was no problem. Now please ask your missy, Lao Su." Su Lingyun was also overjoyed as he began to frantically hiss inwardly. "Lin Dong has agreed. Ha, Lin Dong has agreed. Our Su family, this time it really is stable. As Lin Dong takes off, it's bound to rise and become one of the top great families in China." With such excitement, Su Lingyun dialed Su Runin's phone. For Su Runin's side, he was confident. Lin Dong had agreed. Su Runin should not even have any reserve anymore. After all, the two people were together every day, they must have been tight in their ears. After waiting for the phone to connect, Su Lingyun directly laughed out loud, very brightly. "Good daughter, just now the matter of the marriage contract, Lin Dong has told you everything, right, and you shouldn't have any opinions about the contract, right?" Su Runin, who was watching Lin Dong crazily forge experience potions, was confused by his father's question. "Dad, what are you talking about? When did Lin Dong talk to me about the marriage contract?" "Silly girl, don't pretend. What's the point of being reserved? Can I as a father not understand your heart? Lin Dong has agreed, so hurry up." "No? Dad, you've confused me. What did Lin Dong agree to? He's been with me all this time. Apart from being in the forge experience potion, he hasn't done anything. He hasn't spoken to me at all." "Been forging experience potions?" The smile on Su Lingyun's face slowly solidified as he peeked down at the apprehensive Lin Sanxing, always feeling that something seemed to be a bit out of the ordinary. So he asked towards Su Runan undeterred, he's really been forging experience potions all this time? Didn't even pick up the phone? No. Absolutely not, I watched every move he made. And what you said about the marriage contract and whatnot, I'm not considering it right now for the time being. Lin Dong said that his goal right now is to save Huaxia. He doesn't have time to do all these things that waste time. I'm just like him. This. Su Lingyun snapped to mind that when he had looked into the Lin family's information in the past, it had shown that the Lin family seemed to have another son, who seemed to be called Lin Yang. This Lin Songqing, it can't be that he said half a day, talking about that same Lin Yang, right? Lin Songqing narrowed his eyes, feeling as if something had gone terribly wrong. 79 sent to the frontier, Lin Songqing cries out. Su Lingyun rubbed his forehead, feeling that he had been really careless just now. In case what Lin Songqing said was really Lin Yang's words, then he would never agree. And right now, with so many guests watching, he couldn't afford to directly lash out towards Lin Songqing. A more important point was that he had to determine the relationship between Lin Dong and Lin Songqing before making his next step. Su Lingyun once again lowered his voice to inquire about his daughter. Runan, are you telling the truth? Didn't deceive father me, did you? Lin Dong's father, Lin Songqing, but he swore that he could make decisions for Lin Dong. Su Runan snorted, amused by her father. He can make decisions for Lin Dong? Don't kid yourself, Lin Dong has long since severed his ties with the Lin family. Are you sure? Su Lingyun narrowed his eyes and used his afterglow to look at Lin Songqing, who was wiping away his cold sweat, and there was an invisible and powerful aura that was gradually being released from his body. Su Runan gave a soft on the other end of the phone, and then asked Lin Dong, who was concentrating on forging experience potions. Lin Dong, have you severed your ties with the Lin family? Lin Dong put down his hands and smiled slightly on his sunny face. Yeah, it's not like it's a secret, why do you ask? Su Runan gave a cheeky look and shook the phone in her hand at Lin Dong. Dad, you heard it all, Lin Dong said it himself. Su Lingyun let out a deep breath, and his gaze toward Lin Songqing became even more dangerous. Alright, daughter, I know, I just want to ask one thing, if I make a move against the Lin family, Lin Dong won't have a problem with it, right? Su Runan pressed the phone on the speakerphone, allowing Lin Dong, who was on the side, to hear clearly. Although Lin Dong did not know what had happened, he could probably guess that the Lin family seemed to have provoked this newly promoted battle exalt. What had happened to the Lin family, Lin Dong was not interested at all. As for what Su Lingyun wanted to do, he didn't bother asking. In his opinion, the Lin family's character was so paranoid and well-behaved that sooner or later things would have to happen. Being fixed up a bit wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, people can't teach people, things can be taught once. Let's hope the Lin family can set themselves straight after this one. Thinking of this, Lin Dong slowly said into the phone. Uncle Su, you just do things according to your own behavioral principles of handling things, you don't have to worry about my feelings. The Lin family, indeed, does not have the slightest relationship with me. Hearing Lin Dong's assurance, Su Lingyun finally had a stone fall to the ground in his heart, no longer needing to remain hypocritical in front of Lin Songqing. But in order not to affect today's celebration ceremony, he still patiently said towards Lin Songqing. Lin Songqing, I was a bit tongue-tied just now, this marriage matter, the child is not quite agreeable, I see that the engagement ceremony for this marriage contract today, let's stop here first. Su Lingyun waved his hand, but a hint of sternness flashed out of the corner of his eye. This Lin Songqing dared to play mind games with him. After the celebration ceremony was over, he had to clean him up a bit. However, Su Lingyun still underestimated Lin Songqing's shamelessness, and Lin Songqing's next words instantly put him on the verge of going berserk. Old Su, you're being unkind, how can you say you're backing out on something you've agreed to? You're a battle exalted, how can you speak as if it's child's play? Lin Songqing's words had just fallen. The Su family's butler then stepped forward and gave Lin Songqing a mouth with a loud sound that directly spread throughout the entire room. The butler of the Su family, who was good at reading people, knew that Su Lingyun was afraid that he was going to make a move against Lin Songqing when he saw that Su Lingyun's face was not looking good. But today was Su Lingyun's big day to celebrate his promotion to Battle Exalt, and this kind of thing that undermined the prestige of a Battle Exalt naturally couldn't be allowed to be done by Su Lingyun himself, so he stepped forward all of a sudden. How dare you? Lin Songqing, our family master is also someone you can accuse? What kind of onion are you? Our family master has already given you super specialized courtesy on account of you being his classmate, and you actually dared to step out of line. Today, even if I risk being punished, I will still teach you a good lesson. After saying that, the butler once again swung his palm round and snapped it towards Lin Songqing's other cheek. 2 slaps went down, and Lin Songqing's face immediately swelled up like a pig's head. You dare to take a shot at me? Hee, why don't I dare to take a shot at you? I'm a diamond warrior, but I still can't take a shot at you, a platinum warrior. The butler looked at Lin Songqing with a sardonic smile on his face, rubbing his fists together, clearly prepared for Lin Songqing's resistance. But Lin Songqing simply didn't have the guts to make a move against the butler. He had already wimped out. This was because when he peeked in to watch Su Lingyun, he realized that the other party had completely lost his enthusiasm for him, and even looked on with cold eyes, not intending to intervene at all. However, the external strength of his whole body, he was left with a stiff upper lip. By this time, he was still thinking of pulling the tiger's skin over his head to keep the butler's aura down. Butler Su, my son Lindong's teacher, is the current commander-in-chief of China, Marshal Xiao. Do you know that this slap of yours has taken Marshal Zhao's face, too? Moving Marshal Xiao out was his last resort, but he was sure that this golden sign could definitely do the trick. As expected, Butler Su couldn't help but change his expression slightly even after hearing Marshal Zhao's name. He was aware of Lindong's information, and even more so, he knew that Grand Marshal Xiao was Lindong's teacher, and although Lindong and Lin Sangxing had already severed their relationship, if Grand Marshal Zhao's face was involved, it would be really difficult for him to resist the pressure. Just then, Su Lingyun finally spoke. Alright, Butler Su, step back, today's matter ends here, let Lin Sangxing take their Lin family members and leave the venue. Watching the change in the scene, the guests were silenced, all of them not daring to speak. In this moment's work, the field was changing, and it was completely unknown what was happening. That's why it's important to be clear. But just when everyone thought that this farce was finally over, a majestic voice that enveloped the entire venue came from the direction of the entrance of the venue with a majestic sound. Wait, the Lin family crowd can't leave yet. Just by listening to the voice, it already made one's insides tremble. One could conclude that this person who spoke was definitely a big shot. Everyone's gazes were directed towards the direction of the venue's entrance. One could only see Marshal Xiao striding into the venue in a dragon's stride, with a hint of sulking on his face. His gaze, fixed on Lin Songqing's body, was not angry. Lin Songqing, what I, Xiao, am most tired of in my life is when someone uses my name to woo and deceive people with their power. You violated my major taboo today. Although Lindong is my student, I am quite strict with him. If he doesn't try to grow on his own and instead pulls the tiger's skin to make a big banner, I will behead him with my own hands all the same. You were once Lindong's father, and even more so, you can't be easily spared. Right now, I'll sentence you to go to the southwest border to engage in combat with the magical beasts, and until the legions of magical beasts are wiped out, you'll never be allowed to return to Jiangchang. What? Sentenced to the southwest border to fight the Wraith? What's the difference between that and being sent to your death? Lin Songqing's knees went weak at that moment and he directly fell to the ground. Marshal Xiao, I was just confused and said the wrong thing. But Marshal Xiao, however, simply ignored him and instead ascended the high platform, standing in front of Su Lingyun. He scanned the guests present, his gaze as sharp as a falcon's. Fellow Chinese, today, I, Xiao Zhini, announce to the world that we, the Chinese, are the Chinese of fairness. It is the China of all people. No one can be a privileged class. If anyone dares to be like Lin Songqing and get something for nothing, wanting to take a shortcut through privilege, then I can only tell him that this path will not work. I hope that all of you can deeply understand and implement everything I said today, and do things according to your ability to show your skills, and hold up a sky of equality and freedom for our China. Marshal Zhao's words immediately caused the entire room to applaud, and countless people couldn't help but burst into tears. With such a commander-in-chief, why worry that Huaxiao will not prosper? If there was the only depressed person in the arena, I'm afraid it would be Lin Songqing. He has, today, been nailed to the pillar of shame in China, and anyone who mentions him is afraid that they won't be able to resist laughing at him. Even his wife, Meng Qinqi, and daughter, Lin Wan, couldn't help but cover their faces for fear of being recognized by others. And after Grand Marshal Xiao announced all of this, he immediately followed up by celebrating Su Lingyun, congratulating him on becoming the 10th battle sovereign of Huaxia. The atmosphere in the arena, once again, reached a climax. Even Marshal Xiao was personally present to celebrate, and the glory of the Su family was at its peak. Su Lingyun stood on the stage with a red face, his entire body looking joyful. After accepting the congratulations of all the guests, he picked up the microphone and began to solemnly announce the other big event of the day. Friends and family, I, Su Lingyun, owe my achievements today to Lindong. So I solemnly declare today that I, Su Lingyun, am Lindong's #1 fan loyal friend. As long as I'm around for a day, I, Su Lingyun, can die 9 deaths for Lindong without any regrets. And I'm going to reveal a message to all of you. Lin Dong will surely bring China to a time of prosperity that has not been seen in the past 1,000 years. Please wait and see. Su Lingyun's words caused all those present to be shaken. This Lin Dong actually had this kind of terrifying energy? Even Marshal Xiao couldn't help but touch his chin and thought, "Good boy, how many great things is this hiding from me? It seems like I'm going to find time to ask this little guy in person." 80. What's going on? Warlord blowout? After the celebration ceremony, Su Lingyun and Marshal Xiao briefly drank tea for a while. Marshal Xiao asked in a rather puzzled manner, "Lingyun, you mentioned during the celebration ceremony that your ability to become a battle exalt had something to do with Lin Dong. What's going on?" This sentence confused Su Lingyun. Marshal Xiao was Lin Dong's teacher. He actually didn't know about Lin Dong being able to forge experience potions? Why had Lin Dong not told Marshal Xiao about this matter? If he said it outright, would it cause Marshal Xiao to have a prejudice against Lin Dong? Su Lingyun's mind raced, and for a moment, he was a little uncertain. But Marshal Xiao saw his worries and said with a loud laugh, "But there's no harm in saying it, I just want to hear what surprises this kid has brought me again. There are some favorites that can't be faked." Su Lingyun noticed the words and knew that Marshal Xiao really favored Lin Dong and did not mean to be suspicious, so he immediately let go of his heart. "Marshal, look at this thing." With that, Su Lingyun took out 3 experience potions and placed them on top of the table in front of Marshal Xiao and gave a careful introduction. This one, the 6 flavors Emperor Pill, triple experience bonus, lasts for 2 hours, can be stacked with other potions. This one is the Jioding Deer Antler Cream, quadruple experience bonus, lasts for 2 hours, can be stacked with other potions. This one is the 10 Perfect Pill, 5 times experience bonus, lasts for 2 hours, can be stacked with other potions. These 3 experience potions, all of which were forged by Lin Dong, coupled with the acceleration gloves to speed up the killing of monsters, the actual experience multiplier can reach a terrifying 30-60 times. It was because of this that I saved nearly 2 years of effort and managed to advance to Battle Exalt in 8 days. These words were like throwing a stone in the middle of a puddle of stagnant water, which immediately stirred up a huge wave. Shocked, Marshal Xiao picked up the experience potion on the table and looked it up and down, almost ecstatic. A potion that can raise the experience multiplier. A divine artifact that has never been heard of before. With this thing, there was no longer any need to upgrade step by step, just need to find a place with no danger to seriously brush the monsters, and it wouldn't take long to pull up to an unbelievable level. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as the experience multiplier was high enough, the efficiency of 1 month could even exceed 10 years of hard day and night leveling. Thinking of this, Marshal Xiao couldn't help but clap his hands, his excitement overflowing. Divine artifact, divine artifact. With this, our young generation of Huaxia will be able to rise quickly, and successfully rise to a higher level and impact a higher level before our qi and blood decay. The future of our Huaxia will definitely be an unimaginable heyday. Su Lingyun stood beside Marshal Xiao, and at this moment, he couldn't help but be a little moved. Because he saw a light of conviction in Marshal Xiao's eyes. Marshal Xiao, devoting his entire life to China, every minute and every second, thinking about how to make China stronger. He humbly said to Marshal Xiao, "Marshal, this time you believe what I'm saying, Lin Dong, it's really too important to our Huaxia." Marshal Xiao nodded, and a feeling of grandeur stirred within him. "No, I can't wait, I have to go see this brat Lin Dong immediately. Such a big thing, this brat actually didn't say anything to me in advance, it's really lawless." Ha ha ha. Although his mouth said so, Marshal Xiao was not angry at all. He boarded a special airplane and soon arrived at the special training camp compound of the War God Academy where Lin Dong was. He was once again shocked several times along the way, and even the guards, who followed, went a little numb. Reporting to the Marshal, Yao Miaoyin of the Yao family, promoted to level 70, becoming our 11th battle zone of Huaxia. Reporting to the Grand Marshal, Song Batian of the Song family, has been promoted to level 70, becoming our 12th battle zone in China. Reporting to the Marshal, Bai Jianfeng of the Bai clan, has been promoted to level 70, becoming our 13th battle zone in China. Marshal Xiao looked at the report he received, and his entire body was a bit confused. In the past, it was only possible for a battle exalt to be born in 5-10 years in Huaxia. Although there are a lot of level 69 warlords, there are very few that can actually get to level 70. Although there was only a difference of 1 level, it was like a gap in the sky, stopping everyone in front of them. This level, which was sufficient to require around 10 billion experience, required brushing a large number of diamond-level magical beasts in order to raise it, as magical beasts below the diamond level were no longer able to provide them with experience. Diamond-level magical beasts were all quite powerful, and countless war gods had fallen into the mouths of magical beasts in order to gain experience. This was the reason why there were not 1 in 10 war gods that could be promoted to the level of a warfather. Another factor that affects this is the issue of chi and blood decay. A person, no matter how powerful, only lives to be about 100 years old. Even powerful war gods, warzoons, and war saints were no exception, and only the legendary war emperors were able to extend their lifespan by several decades. So once a war god was over 50 years old and his chi and blood started to go downhill, to the point where even monsters of the same rank were difficult to fight against, there was even less hope of being promoted to war elder. With these two constraints in place, it was only with these two constraints in place that the Battle Exalt became the topmost existence in Huaxia, and even in the entire Blue Star, at the very top of the hierarchy. But now, Lin Dong actually created Battle Exalts out in bulk with his own strength, which was really believable. If this experience potion could be fully popularized, I'm afraid that in the near future, a 20-year-old Battle Exalted or even a Battle Saint would not be anything new. At that time, the demonic beast army would no longer have an impact on China. The entire world, perhaps, would usher in true peace. Marshal Xiao was in a stirring mood along the way, and without realizing it, he had already arrived at the special training campsite. Arriving in the middle of the compound, the two instructors, Xinjiang Nan and Ding Taiqiu, rushed over to greet them. But Grand Marshal Xiao could not care about pleasantries, and after asking about Lin Dong's dormitory, he hurriedly rushed to Lin Dong's dormitory. Just by walking to the outside of the house, he felt a heat wave filled with the aroma of pills, coming from inside the house. I was about to knock on the door when I heard a girl's voice inside, talking. Brother Lin Dong, my mother Yao Miaoyin's successful promotion to Battle Exalted is all because of you. Please be sure to go to our Yao family to attend the celebration ceremony. No sooner had this girl's words fallen than two more boys grabbed the floor. Big brother, if you want to go, you should also go to our Song family first. My father, Song Badian, is a fan of yours. He said that if you don't go, he will personally come to pay his respects to you. Big brother, my father, White Jianfeng, also especially worship you. This time my father, White Jianfeng promoted to the Warzone, but also led our white family a leap into the first-class forces. You even just go over to drink a glass of water. My father will be happy for a lifetime. These people were none other than Yao Qingyan, Song Tianxu, and Bai Xingxuet, whose elders had been promoted to Battle Exalted, so they were sent over to invite Lin Dong to participate in the celebration ceremony. As for why there were no Shui Hong's elders, it was because Shui Hong had grown up in an orphanage, where one person was fed and the whole family was not hungry, so he never participated in these things. Marshal Xiao was outside the door when he heard the commotion inside and raised his hand, but then gently lowered it. He also wanted to know what kind of choice Lin Dong would make. Only to hear Lin Dong clear his throat inside the room, his tone very firm. Don't talk to me again about the celebration ceremony, I'm definitely not going. And I forged the experience potion for the sake of our Huaxia, to have more battle dignitaries appear and guard our Huaxia from being trampled by the rampaging magical beasts. It's not intended to fulfill my personal reputation. Also, there's only so much experience potions I can distribute to you all. Even if you have more money, I can't sell more to you. The rest of these experience potions, I'm going to give them to my teacher, Marshal Xiao. Only he can find the most suitable person to distribute the experience potions. Moreover, I believe that my teacher will become the first battle emperor in our Huaxia, an existence that surpasses the battle saint. Lin Dong's words were tantamount to blocking out what everyone was going to say next. Moreover, Lin Dong had also allocated quite a lot of shares to them as well as their clans. They had nothing to complain about. If they got so much and then got greedy, I was afraid that it would cause Lin Dong's resentment, so they also took what they could get. A trace of pride could not help but appear on Xiao Deshuai's face after he heard Lin Dong's reply outside the door. Lin Dong, this kid, really hadn't been wrong, doing things ever so tightly, making people indescribably fond of him. With that thought in mind, he pushed right through the door. His appearance immediately filled the room with a look of horror. Although they all admired Xiao Deshuai, when Xiao Deshuai truly stood in front of their eyes, only then could they truly feel the endless pressure and kingly aura that emanated from Xiao Deshuai's body. Even though Marshal Xiao had a smile on his face, this group of people were still too nervous to speak. Within everyone, I'm afraid that Lin Dong was the only one who was still able to remain clouded. Looking at the crowd who did not dare to utter a single breath, Lin Dong smiled at them. Well, my teacher is here, and there's something we need to talk about alone and privately, so you guys should excuse yourselves for a while. With Lin Dong's command, Song Tianxu's few people all hurriedly fled out of Lin Dong's room as if they had been granted amnesty. It wasn't until after closing the door to the room and walking out a few dozen meters that everyone took a deep breath at the same time, all seeing the horror in each other's eyes. I can't imagine that even Marshal Xiao personally came to look for Big Brother's face. It's really too much. More than that, look at Big Brother's calm demeanor when facing Marshal Xiao. On this realm, I'm afraid we won't be able to learn it even if we learn it for the rest of our lives. Humph, who is my brother Lin Dong, he is not immortal, this is a true heavenly pride, more than 10,000 times stronger than these so-called geniuses of ours. While several people were whispering outside, Marshal Xiao had already sat down in front of Lin Dong. However, he deliberately kept a stern, unsmiling face. Brat, why didn't you tell me in advance about something as big as you forging an experience potion? This kind of national weapon, once the hostile forces know about it, do you know how dangerous you will be? 81. Provocation from the Hunters Guild. Marshal Zhao's words were stern. However, to Lin Dong's ears, it was full of concern. This Xiao Shui is a person with a knife's mouth and a tofu heart. What he said is not at all lethal. Lin Dong hemmed and hawed, spat out his tongue, and took out 5 storage rings from his bosom. Teacher, among these 5 rings, inside each ring, there are 4,420 servings of the 3 experience potions, enough for 1 person for a year. Of course, for those top-tier war gods, it would only take at most a month's portion to be fully promoted to a war deity. These experience potions, you old man, see to it that they are distributed and used. It is considered a great thing that the disciple did for Huaxia before entering the land of oblivion. Lin Dong's words moved Marshal Xiao to tears. Xiao Shui originally thought, he is used to seeing the world of change, life and death has long been put aside, the heart has long been as hard as ice, there is nothing that can make his heart waves. But today, he had finally found someone whose heart, like his, was loaded with the future of Huaxia. A feeling of having a successor made him unable to hold back his heart in tears. His hand, resting on Lin Dong's shoulder, had a kind of ironic tenderness in his pupils, in which it flowed. Fine, the good things you have done, teacher has remembered them all in his heart. Lin Dong, enter the land of the Forsaken at ease, teacher awaits your triumphant return. After saying that, the master and disciple looked at each other with a heartfelt smile. Next, Marshal Xiao gave Lin Dong a personal account of the hidden copy clearance techniques and entry methods in the land of the Forsaken, which benefited Lin Dong greatly. For example, there are 5 gold hidden copies to enter level 30-40, which are Jingo Sands, Night Demon Forest, Red Water Abyss, Flame Kingdom, and Underground Ruins. To enter the Golden Golem battlefield, one needed to pay 10,000 golden sacred grasses at the temple, and the golden sacred grasses, in the Phoenix Valley in the southwest of the land of the Remnant, the golden sacred grasses, matured every 3 days, and if they were harvested out, one could only wait for 3 days if they wanted to enter the Golden Golem battlefield. However, in the Jingo battlefield, the material output is extremely rich. Not only is there a gold elemental spirit stone that must be obtained from the forging of high-level equipment, but there is also an entry ticket for the 40-50 level Vice Holy Gladiator Arena, which can only be accessed through the hidden portal inside the Jingo battlefield, and there is no other entry channel. The copies of such and such, Xiao Shui gave Lin Dong all a lecture, and it took 6 hours of work before Lin Dong finished organizing all the useful information. It had to be said that the information provided by Marshal Xiao was too crucial. This way, he would at least spend several times less time than others. If he was able to quickly and successfully clear all the copies, he could take all the treasures in the land of the Remnant, within the entire 50 days of the calendar. When he thought of the corpses of magical beasts above the legendary level and various high-grade materials that existed in the Forsaken lands, his heart was on fire. These are all things that are not available in the outside world, at all. So, this land of the Forsaken, which was equivalent to a place to brush up on bugs given to Huaxia by the heavens, was just too useful. In the next few days, Lin Dong was still forging experience potions and divine magnitude multiplying treasure pots without stopping. Because the amount of forging was too great, it caused his forging proficiency to reach 500, and he managed to become a master forger a few times over, able to forge platinum-level equipment. This was an unexpected joy. His proficiency as a forger was not necessarily related to his rank. As long as the proficiency can reach the system requirements, it can be promoted to the next level and forge higher-level equipment, which is much stronger than those forging masters who can only become qualified accordingly if their experience is reached. After tightly preparing some experience potions, the day of the opening of the Forsaken Lands finally came. On this day, Lin Dong and his team members boarded a transportation plane and arrived at the top of Kunlun, the roof of the world, where they were going to enter the land of the lost. On the Legacy, the archer, Choi Hyun-ah, had been sitting crouched in the corner, not communicating with Lin Dong and the others, as if she was an isolated ugly duckling. Her purple hair covered her face and no one could see her expression. Underneath her hair was a face that looked slightly distorted from awe. Because of Lin Dong, she had been completely abandoned by her team. Although Lin Dong hadn't accused her of anything, completely treating her like air, this was even worse than accusing her, because Lin Dong was completely ignoring her, never treating her as an opponent. This kind of humiliation made her feel incredibly angry every time she saw Lin Dong. But Lin Dong's strength was also known to her, it was simply not something she could fight against. So she had already decided that after entering the land of the Forsaken, she would break away from the Battle God Academy's team and join the special training team of the Chemical Dragon Academy. Because her brother, Chui Waoxia, was the captain of the Huanlong Academy, with her brother Chui Waoxia in the presence, this trip to the land of the Forsaken would become incredibly nourishing. One could even trip Lin Dong and the others at certain critical times. When she thought of Lin Dong's infuriated appearance because he was teased by her, she couldn't help but feel a sense of joy in her heart. Lin Dong, just wait, this young lady has the most detailed map of the land of the Forsaken. I guarantee that after I enter, I will collect all the materials, so that you won't be able to enter any of the copies. Dare to offend this young lady. After entering the land of the remnant, I must let you taste this young lady's power. The journey was uneventful, and after arriving at the top of Kunlun, all the teams needed to create their own campsites. They had to wait for all the teams from the 7 academies to come together before they could open the Forgotten Land. However, the first team to reach the top of Kunlun was actually not the 7 academies' special training camps, but a team that had never appeared before the Hunters and Killers Guild. Their banner, incomparably flaunting, a blood-red skull, filled with a heavy aura of fury. As they watched the War God Academy's transports arrive, the 9 members of the Hunters and Killers Guild, all of whom stood under the Hunters and Killers unfurled flags, turned their heads to look at them. These 9 people, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were armed to the teeth, and even on their faces, they were wearing goggles and gas masks, so that their real faces could not be seen. But from the subtle movements of their elbow bending, they are all well-trained experts. All battle strength is strong and terrifying. It was rumored that all of them had the strength to challenge a golden warrior across the ranks. Although they were only at the peak of level 30, even a peak level 40 golden warrior wouldn't necessarily be able to take advantage of their hands. After all, a guild that could stand alongside the 7 great academies also had an extremely deep heritage. Throughout the Hunters and Killers Union, there had been 3 battle exalted, and although they had all later died in the midst of the journey's mission, it was enough to see how powerful they were. After Lin Dong and the others disembarked from the transporter, Ding Taiqiu led them to find an open space next to the Hunters Guild's campsite and began to create a campsite. However, Yu He, the leading teacher of the Hunters and Killers Guild, couldn't help but sneer. Ding Taiqiu, you defeated man, you wouldn't want these few flowers inside a greenhouse to enter the land of the Forsaken to seek death, would you? After all, after entering the Forgotten Land, everything is based on strength. Our Hunters Guild are all elites. We don't care if you're Chinese or not. As long as you hinder our team members from carrying out their mission, they'll all carry out merciless killings. As for you greenhouse flowers, I'm afraid you won't survive past the first day. On the side of the War God Academy, whether it was the Blade Frenzy Song Tianqiu or the Sword Saint by Xingxue, all of them were amongst the heavenly prides of their contemporaries, and at this moment, being insulted in such a manner, they instantly became enraged. This Hunters Guild's people are just too arrogant, as if no one's blade has ever been stained with blood. Give me a chance to fight one-on-one, I'm going to use the Heavenly Abyss sword in my hand to let them know what it means to cast off. Even Su Runin, with a fury if any on her face, glared angrily at Yu He, the leading teacher of the Hunters Guild. Obviously we're all Chinese, why are these people hostile to us as soon as they come up? They're just bad to the bone. Only Lin Dong, with a slight smile on his face, had not spoken. Ding Taiqiu looked at his blood-filled teammates, smiled slightly, and reached out to stop in front of them. The strength of the other side should not be underestimated, whether it's the strength of a single soldier or teamwork, it's all been baptized with countless wars, you mustn't belittle them. After all, the opponents you faced in the past were only magical beasts with limited intelligence. While they, the Hunters and Killers Guild, are targeting various human organizations to carry out killings, the degree of danger is incomparable. It can be said that they are the true battlefield elites. After entering the land of the lost, you guys mustn't start a conflict with them. Listening to Ding Taiqiu grow others' ambition and destroy his own, Song Tianqiu by Xingxue and the others, their faces were all puffed up, obviously not quite convinced. While seeing this situation, Yu He from the opposite side of the Hunters Guild frowned. This Ding Taiqiu has grown in skill, not as reckless as when he was younger, he actually wasn't angered by my words. Well, that skinny teenager among his team, who also showed a steady temperament, should be a character, perhaps the #1 enemy of our Hunter-Killer squad. After a moment's analysis, Yu He decided to feel out the strength of the War God Academy side, so he opened his mouth to provoke again. What's the matter, Ding Taiqiu, want to be a shrunken head turtle? Not a bit of manly bloodlust, look at that, those few students of yours are better than you and know to glare at me. Still, it's still a bunch of brains, and I've heard that there's actually a forge master of little use mixed in with your team. Is it that you can't recruit any more students? It's really one term worse than the other. Believe it or not, our Hunters Guild's captain, Wang Rulong, can single-handedly take on your entire team by himself? 82 Happy Beady Doodle, come and fight. Hubris. He had simply taken the arrogance of having no one in sight to the extreme. As his words fell, Wang Rulong, the leader of the hunter-killer squad, immediately stood out and pointed his finger at all of them one by one. Our instructor Yuhi is right, I'm alone, let all of you go together, if you hold out for a minute, count me as a loser. The situation in the arena immediately became tense. None of Lin Dong and the others had ever thought that as soon as they stepped off the airplane, they would encounter such a serious provocation. However, at this moment, Lin Dong's face was a bit odd. Because right at this moment, the system, which hadn't moved for a long time, suddenly released a temporary mission. Ding, detected that the host has received provocation, issued a temporary task, asking the host to forge equipment happy big than the pocket. Forging book has been issued. Equipped with hidden talent phrase, 100% strike before the opponent, give the opponent a Dobby Doodle to the face. For each Dobby Doodle given to the target, 1 point of enchantment value is rewarded, up to a maximum of 10 times per day. Forging quest reward, experience plus 10,000, proficiency plus 10, enchanting value plus 100. The moment he heard the system beep, Lin Dong's eyes lit up at that moment. When he forged equipment, he had to use enchantment values in order to increase his word attributes, so it was the enchantment values that were the key to limiting him from forging a large amount of word equipment. And the only way to get the enchantment value was by completing the temporary quests issued by the system. Therefore, the enchantment value had become very valuable, which was one of the reasons why Lin Dong had not dared to forge equipment in large quantities. The person who could trigger the system to release a temporary mission, Lin Dong had only encountered Su Runin before, and as long as Su Runin upgraded and needed to replace her equipment, the system would release a temporary mission. So the reason why Lin Dong was so nice to Su Runin, there was also the reason why he wanted to trigger a system quest from her. After all, a natural-born sacred body of brush system quests wasn't that easy to find. But now, Lin Dong had found a new target in the form of Wang Rulong, the leader of the hunter-killer squad who had all his skin wrapped in equipment. Because the moment she appeared, the system triggered the temporary mission. This was simply a rare talent for triggering system missions. With this layer of relationship, Lin Dong decided to properly cultivate the relationship between the two sides. As for what to cultivate it with, of course it's with Happy Big B Pocket. According to the system tip, this Happy Big Biker, as long as you interact with the target in a friendly manner every day, you can brush up to 10 points of enchantment value every day, so why not? After all, silver equipment, at most 3 points of enchantment value is needed to appear words, 10 points of enchantment value, but can be forged 3 silver level words equipment, cost effective. So right after Wang Rulong finished saying these provocative words, Lin Dong, who had been breezing along, suddenly moved. Only to see him cross the crowd and come to the front of Song Tianjiu and the others, looking at Wang Rulong with a smile on his face. Since you, the Hunters Guild, look down on our War God Academy so much, then I, the weakest forge master of the War God Academy, will have to learn some of your masterstrokes. Do you believe that if I forge a piece of equipment out on the spot, I can beat you to the punch? And every time we fight, I can give you a head start and make sure you don't even touch the corner of my coat. Although Lin Dong spoke in a small voice, even with some lazy elements in it, his arrogant stance was not at all worse than that Wang Rulong. Seeing Lin Dong so valiant, the gazes of Su Runin and the others suddenly lit up. Lin Dong is planning to make a move, then this battle, there is no suspense at all. Big brother, teach them to behave. Yes, big brother, beat the morale of our War God Academy. Brother Lin Dong, worthy of being you, the most powerful man in my heart. Song Tianjiu, Bai Xingxue, and Yao Qingyan, the 3 people who were usually the proudest, competed to be the first to kiss Lin Dong's ass, making Lin Dong appear with a full deck of cards. Xue Hong also hurried up and rubbed Lin Dong's shoulders. Captain, is the force still appropriate? I'll help you relax your muscles and bones, and then we'll kick that kid's ass later. The purple-haired beauty, Choi Hyun-ah, looked at these former team members with a constipated face, and inwardly she was powerless to vomit. These people, mouths are really. Hey! Disgraceful to their Empire High School, in the future can no longer say that it is and they are out of a school. Choi Hyun-ah shook her head and hid behind the crowd, she really didn't care to be in Lin Dong's company. Ding Taichio, who had originally wanted to dissuade the crowd, actually hugged his shoulders as well after seeing Lin Dong stand up for himself, in an attitude of watching the show. Lin Dong he understood too well, there was no need for him to worry at all, and the one who needed to worry was that Wang Rulong. Wang Rulong was obviously also provoked by Lin Dong's arrogance, and immediately did a half-possessed sprint, with half of the scimitar in his hand already unsheathed, and swept across the entire field with a stern and austere aura. Even the wind and snow were rolled backward by his aura of the blade. You're that trashy forger? Don't think that just because someone is backing you up for a show, you're really something. You're just a toolman under someone else's command. I, on the other hand, am a true warrior who can take your life with just one slash. From the moment Wang Rulong made a move to prepare for the attack, Song Tianqiu collected his playfulness and became incredibly solemn. This is an expert with a sword, and I'm afraid there are also powerful battle techniques on the side. I guess I'll fight him and win or lose between 50-50. It was evident from Song Tianqiu's look as if he was on the verge of an enemy, that he took this Wang Rulong as a true opponent. One must know that the current Song Tianqiu, but he had the equipment Lin Dong gave him to strengthen his battle power, and his battle power had increased by more than 10 times. But even so, he still couldn't ignore the Wang Rulong in front of him, and even placed the other party on a par with him just by virtue of one of his movements, showing how extraordinary Wang Rulong was. Lin Dong, on the other hand, guffawed and waved his finger at Wang Rulong, who was about to prepare to launch an attack. Settle down less, the equipment on me is too powerful, I'm afraid I'll disable you, wait until I forge a less damaging equipment first. It had to be said that Lin Dong's words were not very hurtful and extremely insulting. It made Wang Rulong, who is usually unusually calm and collected, unable to resist storming out. Kid, you will pay for your arrogance. I must let you know today that the warrior profession is also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, and I am the topmost super warrior. His words, spoken through gritted teeth, but they did not seem to have any threatening effect on Lin Dong at all. It looked like Lin Dong had completely turned a deaf ear to his words. Only to see Lin Dong take out the systematic forging furnace on his own, and then take out the forging book and some materials and put them in, before wiping his palms with a purifying handkerchief. Weird, little dragon, don't be in a hurry, it'll only take a minute. Actually, you don't have to be in such a hurry to get beaten up at all. If you apologize and admit your mistake to our Battle God Academy now, I can also choose to let you off the hook. Put. Wang Rulong was almost infuriated by Lin Dong. Listen to me. Is that human? He, Lin Dong, a forger only, actually said such big words to him, a super warrior of the Hunters and Killers Guild. Really, the longevity of the old man suspected that his life was long. Only Wang Rulong coldly grunted, always maintaining the posture of drawing his sword. You should be glad that you haven't entered the land of the remnant yet, or else you'd be a headless corpse a minute from now. Yeah? Lin Dong had a playful look on his face as he gestured a you can't do a gesture at Wang Rulong. How did you get to be a captain when you're so grumpy? You have to be a captain all the time, just like me to be one. You. Wang Rulong realized that he simply could not speak to Lin Dong, so he simply chose not to say anything and began to look down at his watch to read the seconds, always ready to give Lin Dong a violent blow. However, Yuhi, the mentor of the Hunters and Killers Guild, gave Lin Dong a glance without a trace. This little fellow, who had managed to provoke Wang Rulong, was clearly not a simple character. It was just that he didn't know if Lin Dong was really capable. Otherwise, if he angered this human nature Tyrannosaurus Rex, Wang Rulong, Lin Dong would definitely have a hard time. Just in the moment when Yuhi was secretly pondering in his mind, Lin Dong's side had already opened the system forging furnace and took out a weapon like an arm from it. The weapon, like an enlarged version of a hand, was compared to the shape of a palm, and came to life. But when he saw the equipment's basic attributes, an odd look suddenly appeared on Yui's face. Equipment, Happy Dobby Doodle no rank. Attack, 0. Defense, 0. Lin Dong spent a minute just to forge an unranked piece of trash equipment? Did he want to use this equipment to challenge Wang Rulong, who had the title of King of Killers? 83 Don't worry about whether I'm quick or not, just ask if you feel good. However, the equipment attributes Yuhi saw were only the basic attributes. The word attributes of the Happy Dobby Doodle were all in a hidden state, and only Lin Dong himself could view them. Equipment, Happy Dobby Doodle no rank. Attack, 0. Defense, 0. Absolute first strike, 100% strikes before the opponent, giving the opponent a big BB pocket to the face, causing the opponent to fly backwards 50-100 meters, 10 times of first strikes. After the first strike effect comes into effect, rebound the opponent's attack, causing the opponent's attack 1.5 times the coefficient of damage. Enchantment bonus, 1 point of enchantment value for every Obito pocket given to the target, up to 10 times per day. Cool, after hitting the target will yell with the loudest voice in his life, cool. Looking at the 3 words of Happy Bigby Pocket, Lin Dong unconsciously stroked his chin. Other than the second enchantment bonus which seems like so-so, the rest of the words, how are they kind of oddly middle of the road? However, since the system rewards had already arrived anyway, Lin Dong did not pursue these minor issues. He raised his head and looked at Wang Rulong, who had been preparing to storm out, and gently hooked his finger. 1 minute, just right. Come on, little dragon. Shut thee up and don't you dare call me little dragon. Okay, little dragon. Wang Rulong almost lost his breath at Lin Dong's anger, and the knife in his hand almost fell to the ground. If he was in a fight against an enemy, such an obvious break in his game would definitely be caught by the other party and cause great damage to him. But Lin Dong on the opposite side clearly had no intention of making a move. This caused Wang Rulong to not be able to help but despise Lin Dong a little more. Hee, not knowing how to grasp such a good time, you really are a rookie. A player like you, when you go into battle, you'll turn into a corpse in minutes. Wang Rulong had already launched a charge towards Lin Dong as he spoke with his mouth. He wasn't going to be polite, and as a powerful hunter, he would use every opportunity to inflict damage on his target. Even if Lin Dong was just a forger that he looked down on, he would still treat him with his full strength. So for the first slash, he directly danced the scimitar into the shape of a full moon, cutting towards Lin Dong. Hunting and killing blade technique, full moon like a wheel. Lin Dong looked at Wang Rulong, who had rushed closer like a bolt of lightning. There was no rush, leisurely as if he was watching a play. It was not that Lin Dong was arrogant, but the damage of this knife, at most, was just over 10,000 points, and could not break his defense at all. Even if Lin Dong stood here and let Wang Rulong chop, it did not hurt. The other members of the Hunters Guild on Yuhi's side, on the other hand, snorted. Oh, this forger, I'm afraid that our captain was scared silly, actually emotionless. Hey, really, no strength, don't pretend to be struck by lightning. The War God Academy is still considered to be inside the 7 great academies, the strength ranked at the top, but I can't imagine that it's also so trashy, which makes me have no expectations for the students of the 7 great academies anymore. Just as they were laughing at Lin Dong, their mentor, Yuhi, vaguely sensed a hint of something wrong. It was because Lin Dong was not at all like what they said, that he was scared silly. On the contrary, the feeling Lin Dong gave him was a performance as steady as Mount Taishan. It seemed that in Lin Dong's eyes, Wang Rulong was a child while Lin Dong himself was an adult. These two were not fighting at the same level at all, which was why Lin Dong was so relaxed. But Lin Dong's level was only 30. How could it cause him, Yuhi, to have such a ridiculous feeling? Yuhi looked at Lin Dong strangely, trying to find out where the real reason for the birth of this feeling was. After all, Lin Dong, who was wielding a zero-attack weapon, how could he look at it? He did not look like he had the ability to defeat Wang Rulong. Su Runin, who was standing behind Lin Dong, couldn't help but have her heart in her throat when she saw Wang Rulong's blade, almost close to Lin Dong's neck. Oh no, the neck is the weakest part of the body's protection. Why hasn't Lin Dong made his move yet? At this moment, Su Runin was a bit anxious and couldn't stand on her feet, itching to go forward to help Lin Dong block this strike, because this strike looked, really, too menacing. Sister-in-law, trust Big Brother doesn't fight battles he's not sure of. The one who said this was Blade Frenzy Song Tianshu, who had a very good handle on the details of the battle, and he could also see that Lin Dong was calm and relaxed, and was obviously very sure of himself. However, this cry of his subconscious sister-in-law made Su Runin's little face turn red and her speech become coy. 8 words haven't even begun yet, Xiao Song, don't talk nonsense. It was obvious that although Su Runin was determined on her lips, she was very happy in her heart. If you don't say so sometimes, the man's straight talk doesn't always offend, and there's a chance that he'll get his ass handed to him. However, these words made Yao Qing Nympho a little jealous, and with her beaming mouth, she looked towards Lin Dong, who was as steady as a mountain, and couldn't help but swear secretly in her heart. Brother Lin Dong is mine. Brother Lin Dong is mine. Brother Lin Dong is mine. Just then, the situation in the field suddenly changed. Wang Rulong, who had originally looked victorious and whose blade had almost slipped into the sweaty hairs on Lin Dong's neck, suddenly let out a strange cry, cool. And then straight as a cannonball, it flew directly into a snow on top of the mountain, so fast that the snow only left a hole. A moment later, there was a dull crashing sound, and the piece of snow swished and slid down, becoming scattered and flying in all directions with the howling cold wind at the top of Kunlun. After a long time, a man covered in snowflake debris stumbled out of the snow, his gaze filled with incredulity. This person was none other than Wang Rulong. At this moment, his entire body was in a daze, completely unaware of what exactly happened at that moment just now. He looked at Lin Dong, who was holding a happy Bigby pocket and stood smiling at him, and questioned loudly. How did you do it just now? My knife had already cut into your neck. Even if you were a platinum warrior, it would be impossible for you to react so quickly in that instant. Not only was Wang Rulong puzzled, even their mentor Yuhi. Ding Taichio, the tactical instructor of the War God Academy, did not see exactly how Lin Dong had struck just now. Just now, Lin Dong's movement of striking out was really too fast, so fast that the eyes could not distinguish his trajectory at all. However, Lin Dong just lazily stood wherever he was, seemingly not caring at all about the crowd stouts, with an expression that was as indebted as it could be. Only to see Lin Dong lazily pick up a grass root from the ground and hold it in his mouth, while then looking at Wang Rulong in a manner. Is it really cool? That one sentence froze everyone in their tracks. Just now, everyone's focus was on how Lin Dong instantly struck out, ignoring the other details. After Lin Dong reminded him of this, everyone remembered that just now, at the moment when Wang Rulong flew out, he seemed to have shouted an earth-shattering word of coolness. When Wang Rulong recalled the moment of shame just now, he suddenly stormed out once again and drew his sword and rushed towards Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong still did not dodge and looked at Wang Rulong in a manner, teasing him with words. Did you not get enough just now and want more? Wang Rulong's charging movements were all stalled. This Lin Dong was just too infuriating. He now only wanted to go up and tear this mouth of Lin Dong's, then cut out Lin Dong's tongue and find a lost woman to properly insult him. You. Simply pissed off. Look at the knife. The hunting blade technique. The bright moon shines on the river. Lin Dong looked at Wang Rulong, who had lost his mind, and shook his head helplessly as he slowly raised his happy Bigby pocket. It wasn't me who had to earn this one attachment value, it was you who brought your face to me for me to hit. With that, Lin Dong lightly waved his happy Bigby doodle and swept it towards Wang Rulong's face. At that very instant, everyone felt a sudden and intense discomfort in their eyes. Wang Rulong was as powerful as a rainbow, his movements were as fast as lightning, and Lin Dong was slow and leisurely, like a snail basking in the sun. However, Lin Dong's movements were clearly as slow as a snail's, but it seemed that he was faster than Wang Rulong, whose sword was fierce and ferocious. This strong visual contrast caused all the people present, who could not help but straighten their eyes, to follow Lin Dong's blade as it rotated. No one was caring about the winners and losers of the two men's match, everyone just wanted to figure out why the trajectory of Lin Dong's running of this happy big BB pocket was so arcane. Suddenly, Yuhi, the mentor of the Hunters and Killers Guild, slammed his thigh. I see, Lin Dong must have mastered a time-related battle skill. He is able to control the time and space around his body. That's why he was emboldened to challenge Wang Rulong. At this moment, this veteran god of war had a hint of hidden fear in his gaze when he looked at Lin Dong. Being able to control time and space within his circumference, this Lin Dong was already invincible, and even if it was him, I was afraid that he would not be able to take any advantage of Lin Dong. Just as he wanted to make a sound to stop Wang Rulong's attack, Lin Dong's happy Bigby pocket had already struck Wang Rulong's face. Only a crisp snap was heard. Immediately afterward, Wang Rulong laughed out loud. Cool. So good. What did you do to me, and why am I screaming uncontrollably for a good time? But no one answered Wang Rulong, and in the next second, he was like a cannonball, directly rushing up into the sky and flying towards an icy boulder on the top of Kunlun. No. 84? Lin Dong, go easy on him. Rumble. Ice and snow debris flew, and Wang Rulong's body was directly set on top of the thick ice and snow condensed on the surface of the boulder. Because the force was too great, it made the ice spread in all directions like a spider web with him at the center. From a distance, Wang Rulong looked like fly medicine hanging on top of a spider's web. Wang Rulong couldn't help but cough twice, and crimson blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. How could he have never imagined that Lin Dong's seemingly light strike would cause so much damage to him? However, the strike that he had infused his entire body with, an attack that dealt a whopping 15,000 damage, actually did not cause a single bit of damage to Lin Dong at all. This one made Wang Rulong a bit skeptical. He was frantically getting high to regain blood, but inside he was overwhelmed with shock. Because twice in a row, he hadn't even seen how Lin Dong actually struck. How in the world did Lin Dong do it? Could it be true that Lin Dong had mastered time and space, just like what Mentor Yui had said? He staggered out of the stone again, his entire breath shriveled. He had special equipment to support his blood and had nearly 30,000 points of blood. But just now, Lin Dong's strike had triggered the absolute first strike phrase, directly feeding back 1.5 times the damage of his own attack, directly reducing his blood level by 22,500 points. That's why he was almost killed by his own blow. But Wang Rulong never dreamed that there would be such an odd word skill in the world. He thought that Lin Dong had been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, deliberately paralyzing him. Could you, Lin Dong? Just now it was my carelessness that allowed you to take advantage of the situation. Now, I'm finally going to get serious. Even if you've comprehended some of the mysteries of time and space, you definitely won't be able to block the strongest strike of mine. Only Wang Rulong saw several jumps in the air, like a nimble ape, and then a leap into the long sky, his buttocks puckered high, his feet and arms parallel, focusing all of his strength into the long blade. This strange posture immediately caused Yu He, the mentor of the Hunters Guild, to have his pupils contract. Greatly marveled. Could be that move. How could it be? It's a blade technique that I haven't even gotten a glimpse of after so many years of study. I can't imagine that among the last 3 styles in this hunting and killing blade technique, the Fai Xing chopping moon has actually been learned by Wang Rulong. It's really too shocking to me. Wang Rulong, truly the #1 heavenly pride of our Hunters Guild, I am ashamed to be inferior to this enlightenment. This move, Fai Xing chopping the moon, was created by the first president of their Hunters and Slayers Guild, which was a great warzone who was incomparably close to the Battle Saint realm and was incredibly powerful. Cloak and Dagger has the special ability to briefly lock space and time. Although this lock is only 0.5 seconds long, it's more than enough to kill a person. And if Lin Dong's reliance was on time and space abilities, this move could be considered Lin Dong's nemesis. Seeing Wang Rulong make this move, the other members of the Hunters Guild began to boil over. It's actually this move, no matter how powerful Lin Dong is, in front of Captain Wang who makes this move, there's only one thing that can happen, and that's death. Although Lin Dong doesn't know what despicable means, he used to gain the first 2 first strike victories, but we, the Hunters Guild, have always only looked at the end result, not the middle process, and he, Lin Dong, will ultimately have to die under Captain Wang's sword. Not bad, our Captain Wang can definitely become the #1 person of the younger generation with this blade move. I already foresee the rise of a new battle saint. It was no wonder that they were so excited, because this move, Fai Xing Zhanyu, was one of the 3 most difficult sword techniques for their Hunters Guild to learn, and it was heard that for more than 30 years, not a single person had been able to realize the essence of it, and it was unexpected that it had been performed by Wang Rulong today, which was really an eye-opener for the people. Lin Dong lifted his eyelids and yawned loudly as he looked at Wang Rulong, who was holding his sword from the sky. Who would have guessed that this yawn would actually offend the public again? The members of the Hunters Guild had already begun to physically attack him. What kind of attitude is this from Lin Dong? In the face of such a powerful strike, he actually doesn't go on full alert. Giving him this move, Fai Xing Zhanyu, to use, is completely like playing a cow to a cow. He can't bounce around for much longer anyway. I think he's broken. After all, facing such a powerful strike, anyone would feel despair. It's not strange for him to do so. But he's just so infuriating. I really can't swallow this. I'll have to go up there and whip the corpse in a while before I can do it. At this moment, they had all forgotten the rule that one could not kill their fellow countrymen outside of the land of the remnant. Completely and totally treating Lin Dong as someone who should be killed. However, this did not matter at all to Lin Dong. These silver-level hunters had long since failed to enter his eyes. If he hadn't stayed his hand, all he had to do was activate the Eye of Undertaking and a wave of skill words would have gone down, and these people would have been either dead or crippled. However, these people did not know that Lin Dong was so powerful and only thought that Lin Dong was deliberately mocking them, hence the atmosphere. Wang Rulong, who had fallen from the sky and was already less than a meter away from Lin Dong, could not help but laugh coldly at this moment. Lin Dong, being able to force me to use this move is enough for you to be proud of yourself. You suffer. Cool. Before Wang Rulong could finish his words, he was suddenly smacked directly in the face by Lin Dong with a big BB pocket. A shocking sharp resounded through the sky, causing everyone to be a bit dumbfounded. The other members of the Hunters and Killers Guild, who were still clamoring just now, were a bit unable to accept the reality, and one by one, they all dropped to the ground. No? Isn't the Fai Xing Zhanyu able to briefly lock time and space? How did Lin Dong make that slap again? The captain is still shouting for pleasure after being beaten. It can't be that Lin Dong has cast some demonic spell, right? It's not demonic magic. I've heard that all the equipment he forges has word skills. Could it be that weird arm weapon of his that makes people shout for pleasure? I feel like my faith is a bit shaken. Is this Lin Dong really a forger? Why do I feel like he's been playing cat and mouse, teasing our captain? I can't imagine that even the #1 heavenly pride of our Hunters Guild has lost so completely. This line of the land of the Forsaken, I'm about to lose my confidence. However, Lin Dong, at this moment, was somewhat embarrassed. The moment that Big BB Pocket was drawn out, he immediately felt bad, and secretly said a bad word. Because Wang Rulong's attack this time was just too high, it was 20,000 points, and after the damage was rebounded by Happy Dobby Dobby Doodle's absolute first strike's words, the damage had reached 30,000 points. For Wang Rulong, whose blood had just reached 30,000 points, this strike was enough to kill him. Therefore, Lin Dong hurriedly ran after Wang Rulong, using the acceleration glove's explosive flash skill to directly arrive at Wang Rulong's side. Looking at the breathless Wang Rulong, Lin Dong frowned. Because at this moment, Wang Rulong only had 2 drops of blood left. He's in critical condition. He poked Wang Rulong's body with his happy Bigby pocket and realized that it had slowly started to become stiff. The centaur was about to die. This could make Lin Dong anxious. This Wang Rulong, but a trigger system task spare tire, if really killed, where to find such a good spare tire? However, just in this moment when Lin Dong pondered, the happy Dobby doodle in his hand, which had been automatically taking effect skills, Wang Rulong's face was a wild slap. Ding! The absolute first strike phrase is in effect, hit the target. Ding! The enchantment bonus word is in effect, awarding 1 point of enchantment value. Ding! The word awesome comes into effect, and the target yells awesome. Ding! The absolute first strike phrase is in effect, hit the target. Ding! The enchantment bonus word is in effect, awarding 1 point of enchantment value. Ding! The word awesome comes into effect, and the target yells awesome. Ding! The enchantment reward word is in effect, awarding 1 point of enchantment value. The limit of 10 rewards for this day has been reached. Ding! The word awesome comes into effect, and the target yells awesome. With Wang Rulong not actively launching an attack, Happy Bigby Doodle had no rebound effect, so it did 0 damage. Although the attack was 0, but under such a wild fan, it still made Wang Rulong cool sound again and again, and finally Wang Rulong was so angry that he directly fainted, and the original 2 points of blood once again dropped 1 point. This can't be done, don't really give it to death. Where did I put my blood restoring potion? How come I can't find it at the critical moment? It's really urgent. Lin Dong looked at Wang Rulong, whose gas mask had been slapped off, and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. You mustn't die. If you die, where can I find the spare tire that triggers the system quest? But why is this Wang Rulong still wearing lipstick and fine skin like a pussy? Strange, strange. It seemed that Lin Dong's mental activities had worked, and the system voice sounded once again. Ding! The system released a temporary task. During the task, all the host's blood recovery drugs have been locked by the system cannot be used. Please host immediately use artificial respiration and CPR to help Wang Rulong recover to full blood. For every artificial respiration, recover 1,000 points of the other party's blood. For every CPR, 500 points of blood will be restored. Ha! System, are you a little big sick in the head, asking me to give artificial respiration to a guy? Lin Dong frantically spat. There was something wrong with this system. Locking all of his blood recovery potions was actually for him to give artificial respiration and CPR to Wang Rulong? Playing with too many flowers. But the system didn't even do the slightest bit of explaining and just coldly opened the selection mode. Ding! Please ask the host to choose whether or not to abandon this mission. Option 1, abandon temporary mission, reward 100 enchantment points. Option 2, accept the temporary mission, reward 100 points of enchantment value. This damn system, actually threatening him with the attachment value. Lin Dong sighed. The attachment value was too golden, he had to give in. But artificial respiration is still exempted. Do a little CPR first, although the return is less, but the same can return blood. When Lin Dong's hand pressed on Wang Rulong's body, he immediately cursed again. What's wrong with this Wang Rulong? He's bulging like a pussy, he can't even feel where his heart is. But this scene made the other members of the Hunters Guild look dumbfounded. What is Lin Dong doing? It can't be whipping a corpse. But the movement of this corpse whipping is so strange. He's not going to find out the fact that the captain is a girl and then plan to violate the captain's corpse. Wang Rulong, who was a first-hand witness, couldn't help but flutter her long eyelashes underneath her eye mask. She naturally knew that it was Lin Dong who had brought her back to life. But for Lin Dong to sit on her like this was just too humiliating for her. She couldn't help but curse angrily, Lin Dong, you beast, lighten your hand for me, oh no, get up for me. 85, this Tyrannosaurus Rex is a woman? Lin Dong, did you hear what I said? Hurry up and get off my body. Pissed off, how dare you pinch? Wang Rulong looked at Lin Dong, who was riding on top of her and helping her with CPR, in shame and indignation, and her entire body once again fell into a violent state. In the past 20 years, she had never let any man get close to her, and Lin Dong had simply violated her major taboo. Lin Dong absently looked at her and sipped his teeth. He had saved the other party's life, but it looked like the other party did not appreciate it. If I hadn't given you CPR, you'd have died a long time ago and wouldn't have had the strength to wah-wah with me. While Lin moved his mouth to make a counterattack, the movements in his hands didn't stop at all. This caused Wang Rulong to have the illusion of being forcibly violated, and she was completely unable to endure anymore, as a slap came towards Lin Dong's face. But in the next second, Lin Dong pulled out the happy Bigby pocket. Pop! Ah, Lin Dong yum! After a crisp sound, Wang Rulong dragged a long trailing sound and once again flew out like a cannonball. Just now, when Wang Rulong tried to slap him, it didn't do much damage, so the damage bounced back from Lin Dong's Dobby Doodle was also very low, and wouldn't cause too much damage to Wang Rulong. Of course, this kind of damage referred to the physical. As for the damage suffered by the mind, Lin Dong was not very good at math and could not calculate how big the shadow area was. Ding, the host has successfully completed the temporary mission of helping Wang Rulong recover to full blood, rewarded with 100 enchantment values. Hearing the system's beep, Lin Dong patted the dust on his hands, stood up from the ground, and shook his head in the direction where Wang Rulong had flown away. It was almost a foregone conclusion, but luckily I was able to help this guy get back to full blood at the last second. But how does this Wang Rulong look a bit perverted? A big man, what's the point of spraying so much perfume on his body? It makes my hands smell. Smelling the fragrance left in his hand, Lin Dong frowned and even felt a little nauseous. However, when Lin Dong returned to this side of the War God Academy's camp, Su Runin was there with her mouth agape, grunting, obviously a bit jealous. Lin Dong, how does that woman's hand feel? It looks to me like you're obsessed. Lin Dong touched the back of his head, not knowing why Su Runin suddenly asked him this. What woman? Isn't Wang Rulong a man? If he were a woman, I would have just given her artificial respiration. Fine, Lin Dong, you're actually such a person, humph, I'm ignoring you. Su Runin twisted her head angrily and clutched her shoulders, obviously not too satisfied with Lin Dong's answer. Lin Dong blinked, feeling somewhat puzzled. However, Song Tianqiu hurriedly stabbed Lin Dong's waist with his finger and whispered towards him. Big brother, you just touched another woman in front of sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is upset, hurry up and coax her, girls are meant to be spoiled. You mean, Wang Rulong is a woman? Lin Dong's eyes widened in surprise, he really didn't quite believe it. Song Tianqiu covered his mouth and smiled wickedly with a heave. Brother, just now that Wang Rulong, but a straight cool, you do things in broad daylight, will not dare to admit it? Hearing that Lin Dong actually threatened him with an experience potion, Song Tianqiu immediately put away his smile and stood there in a proper and abnormal manner, just like a child who had made a mistake. Brother, I was wrong, you must not cut off my experience potion But what I said is true, don't believe me, that Wang Rulong is really a female, and looks, well, pretty good. Oh? Lin Dong looked in the direction of Song Tianqiu's finger and realized that Wang Rulong, cloaked in his hair and heading in his direction, had rushed over again. The helmet, eye patch, and gas mask on her head had all flown off to who knows where by the happy Bigby Doodle fan. So, having lost her cover, she had revealed her astonishingly beautiful face under the blazing sun, wind, and snow at the top of Kunlun. Although her face was full of anger, and her eyebrows were even full of fury, but in the midst of the wind and snow, it carried a different flavor. Even someone like Lin Dong, whose mind was already ancient, could not help but look twice more. Tisk, just now I lost my mouth. If I had known that this guy is so beautiful, I should have listened to the system's advice to do artificial respiration. While Lin Dong was talking to himself, Su Runin, at some point, had already come to his side as if she was eavesdropping on what he was saying. Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle after noticing Su Runin's puffed-up appearance, and his tone changed. It's just a pity that no matter how beautiful she is, she can't catch up with our Runin. In my heart, Su Runin is the most beautiful woman in China. Lin Dong's voice was not loud, but it was just loud enough for Su Runin to hear. Only when she heard Lin Dong say this, a hint of redness surfaced on Su Runin's pretty face, and the anger on her face instantly dissipated. In the midst of this wind and snow, Su Runin displayed a smile that was even better than the snow lotus that bloomed in the midst of the ice and snow. She beamed and moved closer to Lin Dong's ear. Brother Lin Dong, the women out here are dangerous, you must not be mesmerized by them. Otherwise they. What happens to them? Being asked such a rhetorical question by Lin Dong, Su Runin stammered and didn't know how to answer, so she could only tilt her neck and make up a reason. They'll cheat you out of your heart, and they'll cheat you out of your body, and they'll make you lose both your money and your people. Oh? You see your Lin Dong brother me, would I be such a person? I have said that as long as there is no peace in Huaxia, I will not care about the private affairs of men and women. Runin, have you forgotten? Lin Dong smiled towards Su Runin, his face as warm as the spring breeze, causing the ice and snow to move. And right at this moment, Wang Rulong once again rushed to his front, like a crazy shrew, punching and kicking at Lin Dong, completely without any rules or attacking power. Damned Lindong, you have returned my innocence, I will skin you and eat your flesh. Lindong, you shall not die. Lindong, you. However, before Wang Rulong could finish his sentence, Lindong once again gently waved his happy Bigby pocket. Go you. Ah, Lindong, can you change your move? Let's see. Wang Rulong was once again like a cannonball, cutting a beautiful trajectory through the wind and snow and flying into a snowy area. At this moment, Yuhi, the mentor of the Hunters and Killers Guild, and those team members behind him were already numb to the scene. Originally thought that after the identity of Wang Rulong's daughter was exposed, Lindong might pity some, but did not think that Lindong actually had no compassion at all, and remained a big BB pocket. These team members then shook their heads, feeling that Lindong had gone too far. Lindong, this single dog, deserves to be single for the rest of his life. Captain Wang is as beautiful as a heavenly fairy and I feel sorry for her, how could he bear to lay his hands on her? Brothers, we can't let Lindong bully Captain Wang anymore, let's go up together and use our Hunters Guild's combined attack formation to take down Lindong and make him kowtow to Captain Wang and apologize. That's exactly what I want, let's go over there and show Lindong a color. The remaining 8 members of the Hunters and Slayers Guild instantly took action, forming an offensive and defensive formation, and surrounded towards Lindong. Seeing this scene, Yui gratifyingly stroked the beard above his chin. Ah, well done, we, the Hunters Guild, should share honor and disgrace, if one can't do it, let's go together, never let our own people suffer. But on the side of the War God Academy, tactical instructor Ding Taicho's face was a bit unsightly. The Huntress Guild's Huntress formation was known as one of the strongest combined attack formations in China. There was once a team of hunters and killers that utilized this formation to cross 3 levels and kill a War God level expert, becoming famous in one battle. He looked towards Lindong with worry and couldn't help but take a step forward, wanting to protect Lindong. Lindong, be careful of the danger, hurry and retreat. However, Lindong raised the happy Bigby pocket in his hand and did not look back. Teacher Ding, just stand back and watch. Today, I'm going to let everyone know that the majesty of our War God Academy is not to be provoked. Saying that, Lindong unleashed the explosive flash skill of the silver level acceleration gloves and directly came to the side of this group of Hunters and Killers Union members, slowly raising the happy Bigby pocket in his hand. At the same time, Lindong recited words under his breath. Come on, keep up with me, I'll yell 1, 2, you guys yell cool. 86 I, Chui Wao Mei of Hualong College, am also Chui Wao Mei. I'll yell 1, 2, you guys yell cool. 1, 2. Lin Hans held the happy Dobby pocket in his hand, walking idly in the middle of these 8 Hunters Guild members without setting up a bit of defense at all. But wherever he went, all the members of the Hunters Guild left the ground like cannonballs, with the closest ones flying out more than 50 meters. And accompanying their departure was a word of cool that trailed off in a long tail. Cool. 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 After 8 earth-shattering loud cool sounds, Lindong's side was already empty. He was bored and looked at one of the large carrots planted inside the snow, and seemed to feel that it wasn't enjoyable enough, so he turned his gaze towards Yuhi, the mentor of the Hunters and Slayers Guild. Hey, I remember just now, you were the one who mocked our War God Academy as the meanest. Now that your teammates have all turned into little sprawling vegetables, do you want to come over and give it a try? Saying that, Lindong raised the happy Dobby doodle in his hand and pointed in Yuhi's direction. At this time, Yuhi, how could he still not understand that there was something odd about the happy Bigby pocket in Lin Zhan's hand? This happy Bigby pocket can always forehand someone and have the person who gets slapped around, screaming about how cool it is. It doesn't do much damage, but it's extremely insulting. But he was, after all, a top-tier war god, and at this moment, being provoked by Lindong in such a way, it was impossible for him to be indifferent. But exasperated as he was, he couldn't tell now if he would be able to defend himself against Happy Dobby Doodle's preemptive role. Thus, he could only be outwardly strong and angrily rebuke Lindong there. Lindong, don't think that just because you opportunistically won over a few of your peers, you can be reckless with me, a war god. The majesty of a war god cannot be lightly insulted. You have to know, any equipment, there are breakage exist, your weapon is a bit evil, but in front of me, it's still as ridiculous as a child's toy. Yui's mouth was full of air, as if he had an absolute advantage over Lindong. However, Lindong knew that Yui already had a weak heart, otherwise, Yui would have definitely rushed up and attacked him at the first opportunity. However, right at this moment, Wang Rulong staggered back once again, and this time, she no longer recklessly rushed towards Lindong, but rather, she had regained her senses after repeated lessons. She gently tied up her loose hair with a leather band, revealing a face as clear as a lotus flower, and came to Yui's side. Mentor, you're right, there's a break in any weapon. I found the break in that weird weapon in Lin's hand. Oh? Tell me about it. Yui's eyes lit up. If he knew about the weapon breakage in Lin's hands, he wouldn't need to be careful anymore. Wang Rulong nodded and spoke her judgment. When I performed the hunting and killing blade technique just now, the stronger my attacks were, the more damage I received. But when I later attacked Lin Dong casually without any damage, the attack I received was very tiny. So I concluded. This weapon of Lin Dong's has the effect of rebounding damage. The stronger the attack on him, the stronger the damage he rebounds. So if we want to break the threat of this weapon, we can't perform a powerful attack, we can only use a gentle method to take his weapon over. Wang Rulong actually judged the attributes of the happy big BD pockets words in Lin Dong's hand through a few attacks, which made Lin Dong unable to help but be impressed. He gazed at the valiant Wang Rulong from afar and gave him a thumbs up. TSK, I was the one who underestimated this Wang Rulong just now, so it turns out she's not busty and brainless. While muttering in a small voice, Lin Dong once again looked at the hands that had performed CPR just now, and that delicate touch surfaced once again. Even that refreshing body odor isn't so offensive anymore. Next time the system releases another temporary mission, you can't be conservative and miss out on a great opportunity. While Lin Dong's thumbs up was taken by Wang Rulong as a provocation to her, it instantly caused Wang Rulong to break her defense once again. Lin Dong, don't be so complacent. When I find a way to crack that evil weapon of yours, I won't spare you lightly. In the face of this kind of stress-free Weibo, Lin Dong indifferently shrugged his shoulders before turning the spearhead, once again, on Yuhi, the mentor of the Hunters and Killers Guild. Yuhi, you already know the breakage of my weapon, do you dare to fight me? I'm now curious to know where you, the so-called God of War, got the courage to provoke our God of War Academy. Yui's face sank like water, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Lin Dong, who was blabbering at him. But a trace of powerlessness rose in his heart. The weapon in Lin Dong's hand had a first strike skill. If you unleashed a high attack move on Lin Dong, you would be doubled by the weapon in Lin Dong's hand to rebound the damage, and have to scream out in pleasure. It would be better not to attack Lin Dong, as the point of attacking him would be lost if he did not unleash a high attacking move on him. He was a war god. If he was slapped out by Dabadoo and still screamed that he was cool, it wouldn't be long before the entire war god circle of Huaxia would spread his laughingstock, and he would no longer be able to throw his weight around in the war god circle of Huaxia. No, absolutely cannot fall for this kid Lin Dong's tricks. After making up his mind, Yui shifted his conflict and looked at the War God Academy's tactical instructor, Ding Taichio. Ding Taichio, don't you care about your student? He's provoking me so much, it's not good if I make a move and hurt him. Hearing his words, Ding Taichio instantly understood, Yui was asking for mercy. However, Yui couldn't let go of his identity, and now he was being held by Lin Dong's agitation, so he begged him to come and relieve him. Although Yui provoked first, but we are all the mainstay of China's fight against the Wraith forces, there is no need to get into a sword fight. Moreover, Ding Taichio also intended to take advantage of this opportunity to pull in the Hunters Guild and become an ally of the War God Academy, so that the War God Academy's ranking amongst the 7 great academies of Huaxia would move forward by one more position. Therefore, Ding Taichio smiled faintly and began to console Lin Dong. Lin Dong, Mr. Yui, after all, is also your elder. You more or less give the other side a face. After all, we are all in Huaxia. Head up, don't see the head down, don't do things to death. And just now, Teacher Yui also wanted to take the opportunity of everyone coming to the top of Kunlun, thinking of letting you juniors compete, to give you some added motivation to work hard. Don't you think so, Teacher Yui? Ding Taichio shot Yui a look, and Yui immediately went down the slope, and his tone became very humble. Yes, just now it was nothing more than a joke with you, Teacher Ding, to let the juniors get to know each other in the meantime, and now that the purpose has been achieved, I still have to apologize to you, Teacher Ding, for my recklessness just now. Yui had already backed down, so the next step would need to depend on Lin Dong's stance. Ding Taichio came to Lin Dong's side with some sweat and patted Lin Dong's shoulder. Truth be told, he was inwardly drumming. After all, Lin Dong was so strong now, in case he didn't give him face, he wouldn't be able to get down. He could only whisper and say to Lin Dong, give the teacher face, this time today is first so unveiled, entering the land of the remnant is the main thing. Lin Dong nodded and retreated back to his own group, and the storm was considered to have come to an end. But the trees wanted to be quiet, and they had just built their camp when another transport plane descended on the top of Kunlun, where the wind and snow were raging. The team that came this time was the team from the Hualong Academy. No sooner had their transport come to a stop than they heard a violent yelling and cursing come out. Damn, Lin Yang, do you have no eyes? Pouring a cup of water actually made the captain's pants wet. Do you not want to enter the land of the lost? Lin Yang? Hearing this name, Lin Dong was a bit surprised. With Lin Yang's qualifications, could he also mix inside the special training camp of the Hualong Academy? It seemed that the overall level of the Hualong Academy was not good this time around. His eyes could not help but turn around in the team of the Hualong Academy, and Lin Dong found that Lin Yang was lugging a huge pile of luggage in a sorry state, just like a horseman walking around, as miserable as he could be. As for Lin Yang's level, it was only a pitiful 7. I don't know how he practiced leveling these days, the speed actually progressed so slowly. After all, the experience of level 110 was particularly low, usually at most 1 month, one could reach level 10. However, he had already severed his relationship with the Lin family, and he didn't care whether Lin Yang was doing well or badly. So he just looked at it and withdrew his gaze. But Lin Yang, who had seen Lin Dong again, suddenly became agitated. "Brother, I'm your brother Lin Yang. I've heard that you've become the captain of the special training camp at the War God Academy. You're on the same level as our captain, so hurry up and plead for me so that they don't torture me anymore." Lin Dong faintly turned back and glanced at Lin Yang. "Oh, now you remember he's a brother? How could you be so cruel when you falsely accused him in the past?" Lin Dong was trying to stay out of it, but unexpectedly, a tower-like man violently grabbed Lin Yang's hair and directly picked him up and slammed him to the ground. And then the tower-like man raised his head and extended his thumb towards Lin Dong, and then slowly pointed his finger downward. "You're Lin Dong, aren't you? You dared to bully my sister, Cui Hyuna, at the War God Academy, so I'll teach your brother, Lin Yang, a lesson at the Hualong Academy." What? Heartbroken? Not satisfied? "Oh, I'm standing right here, come and hit me. Let me tell you, I am the symbol of invincibility Hualong Academy Cui Invincible. 87, I'll take this revenge." Cui Wuxia looked at Lin Dong with a provocative look, his eyes filled with disdain. He even directly stepped 1 foot on Lin Yang's face and rubbed it back and forth vigorously a few times, causing Lin Yang's face to instantly show a bruise. "Lin Dong, right now your brother is at my feet, if you want to save him, unless you beat me. Otherwise, kneel down and kowtow and beg for forgiveness, and if I'm in a good mood, I might let your brother off the hook." His bravado caused all those present to break into a cold sweat for him. Wang Rulong, the captain of the Hunters and Killers Guild, straightened his messy hair, looked askance, and laughed coldly towards Cui Wuhu. Lin Dong's power, she had already learned. With that happy big BB toad in hand, Lin Dong was equivalent to being invincible. Whoever went over would have to be slapped and still yell out a cool. This Cui Wuxi, I'm afraid he'll soon follow in her footsteps. On the other hand, on the side of the War God Academy, Su Runen, Song Tianshu, Bai Xingxue, Yao Qingnian, and the others were looking wonderful, each taking out their melons and preparing to watch a good show. Blade Frenzy Song Tianshu carried his greatsword on his shoulder and heartily marveled. I now realize how outstanding Big Brother is. Big Brother is so low-key, but look at these people directly ignoring us, almost coming up and pointing their spears at Big Brother, showing that Big Brother is the most dazzling one amongst our group. Sword Saint Bai Xingxue nodded, deeply agreeing with Song Tianshu's silent horse's ass. "Who says it isn't? Big Brother is like a star amongst the gravel, even if he hides his light, he still shines brightly. It's just a pity that some people chose the wrong person to be jealous of, and I'm afraid that they'll be in for a world of trouble next." Dark Priest Yao Qingnian, on the other hand, first swept aside Su Runen, who was closely following the situation, and opened his mouth in a somewhat more meaningful manner. "Brother Lin Dong, but in my mind the most handsome, the most excellent and the most pulling man, these people have eyes but no pearls, in a while the suffering is also their own fault. Only the purple-haired beauty, Cui Hyuna, was giving her brother, Cui Invincible, a strong hint with her eyes. Just now, Lin Dong was so powerful that he had pressed a group of Heaven's Pride children of the Hunters and Killers Guild to rub on the ground. Even their mentor, the god of war, Yui, did not dare to touch Lin Dong's brow. This stupid brother of hers, after landing, he started twisting Lin Dong's tiger's whiskers. This is really a longevity old man who suspects that his life is long. So Cui Hyuna stood out stiffly from inside the Battle Spirit Academy's group and coughed softly. "Brother, things are not the way you think. Lin Dong did not bully me. You quickly release Lin Dong's brother Lin Yang." But before she could finish her words, she was forcefully interrupted by Cui Wuxia. "Damned Lin Dong, not only did you bully my sister, you even forcefully pull my sister, causing her to suffer from Eskimo syndrome. It's simply outrageous." Cui Hyuna covered her face in embarrassment. This brother, really uneducated, she had to help correct it. "Brother, that's called Stockholm syndrome, not Eskimo syndrome." Trey Wunderkind dug his hand into his nostrils and let out an "oh." "No matter what disorder it is, anyway, it's not right if he Lin Dompwa you, he bullied you, so I'll beat up his brother Lin Yang. See if I don't beat your brother into a vegetable." Lin Yang, who had been stepped on, had his pupils constricted. He's really laying it on the line here. Inwardly, he began to vomit madly. Lin Dong bullied your sister, why are you punching me? You go beat up Lin Dong. However, Cui Wuxie didn't care what Lin Yang thought, his feet directly transported enough strength and skillfully lifted into mid-air. Lin Yang closed his eyes in fear and let out a direct heartbreaking wail. Cui Wuxie spat a mouthful of phlegm on Lin Yang's face, looking displeased. Damn, this young man hasn't kicked yet, what's your dog barking at? Saying that, Cui Wuxie directly kicked Lin Yang on top of his stomach. Seeing this, Choi Hyuna directly covered her eyes with her hands. She had an intuition that the odds were that Choi Invincible was going to suffer. Lin Yang was hit by a kick and curled up on the ground, rolling and wailing. Lin Dong, my good brother, hurry up and kneel down and beg for mercy for Captain Cui, or else he'll really keep beating me. Hearing his words, Lin Dong's nose suddenly wrinkled a little on his originally ancient face. What does this mean? This Lin Yang, he really doesn't have any remorse at all. He, Lin Dong, had already severed his relationship with the Lin family, how could he still be commanded around by Lin Yang? The stupid bird really couldn't move his brain at all. Lin Dong then shrugged his shoulders with incomparable ease and made an invitation gesture towards Cui Wuxie. Please use a little more force, Lin Yang is a bit of a, if you have less force, he might not feel too comfortable. Lin Dong's words caused everyone present to be shocked. Originally, they all thought that Lin Dong would be furious and directly start a dragon fight with Cui Wuxie. But now it seemed that this Lin Dong did not seem to have the slightest intention of trying to save his brother, which was really strange. Seemingly thinking of something, Yuhi, the president of the Hunters Guild, couldn't help but bow his head in thought at this moment. Could that rumor be true? Lin Dong severed all ties with his Lin family, that's why he saw his brother dead. They, the Hunters and Killers Guild, were not only the cradle of assassin killers, but also a first-class intelligence organization. Therefore, they had also gathered the matter of Lin Dong severing ties with the Lin family, only that at that time, they did not realize Lin Dong's potential, so they did not care much about this piece of news. But now well, this news is a bit more intriguing. Yui then stroked his chin and gazed at the two brothers, Lin Dong and Lin Yang. This Lin family, really has eyes but no pearls, actually giving up a genius like Lin Dong for such a waste of a young son, ridiculous, ridiculous. Wang Rulong was a girl after all, and had an innate sensitivity to this kind of gossip. After hearing Yui's self-talk, she couldn't help but prick up her ears and came to Yui's side. Tutor, do you know any secrets about Lin Dong? Yui lowered his head and swept a glance at Wang Rulong, whose face was full of curiosity, and his face sank. Rulong, do you have thoughts about this Lin Dong? Why are you inquiring about him? Wang Rulong's heart was flabbergasted. There was a rule in their Hunters Guild that they could not inquire about things outside of their duties. This was a very dangerous thing for them assassins. So Wang Rulong lowered his head with a look of humble acceptance. Mentor, you've misunderstood, I'm not thinking about Lin Dong, it's just that this Lin Dong is indeed a formidable enemy, and after entering the land of the remnant, it's inevitable that there will be encounters, so inquiring about Lin Dong's situation will be of some help to our next actions. Yuhi listened and nodded. This Wang Rulong has always been the best amongst the Hunters and Killers Union, and has never encountered a formidable enemy of the same rank, and this time he suffered a defeat at the hands of the Lin Hands, stirring up a belligerent mind, and that was unavoidable. However, a monster like Lin Dong was no longer something that could be described with the words heavenly pride. He could completely crush all the contemporary young jungles of the same rank. It was not even a matter of fighting across ranks, so Wang Rulong wanting to compare himself to Lin Dong was not a good choice in Yuhi's opinion. Oh Rulong, don't have a comparative mind with Lin Dong, the potential he has shown has already surpassed the experts of the entire era. You must remember that after entering the land of the remnant, don't make an enemy of him. In response to Yui's earnest words, Wang Rulong only nodded superficially. But within her heart, a defiant mind existed. Humph, Lin Dong, you scum, stinking pervert, I haven't forgotten a single thing you did to this girl just now. I'll take this revenge. You wait for me, after entering the land of the Forsaken, I will definitely make you look good. Secretly gritting his silver teeth, Wang Rulong's entire body was like an upright pine, and at the top of the windy and snowy Kunlun, his eyes shot out two streams of refined light. On the other side, Lin Yang was already foaming at the mouth and spitting out blood furiously from Cui Wuxie's beating. Cui Wuxie shouted towards Lin Dong as he fought. Lin Dong, you are truly a waste of space, watching your own brother being humiliated and actually doing nothing about it, loser, a true loser. If you are still considered a male, do you dare to rush up now and fight with this young man? Oh, if you dare to come over, I'll show you in a minute what it means to be invincible. Ah, cool. Cui Wuxie was originally chattering and provoking towards Lin Dong, but in the next second, his body suddenly flew out, just like a discharged cannonball. His speed was incredibly fast. And stretching his voice and screaming out loud the whole time he was flying, he was having a great time. While at the location where Cui Wuxia had just stood, a figure appeared, and it was none other than Lin Dong, who was holding the happy Grand BB tout. Lin Dong looked at Lin Yang on the ground with an expressionless face and could not help but frown. Lin Yang, on the other hand, raised his head with a miserable face, looking at Lin Dong with fear. Brother. Don't call me brother, I've severed all ties with the Lin family. If I ever hear you call me brother again in the future, I guarantee that I'll strike even harder than Cui Wuxia. Lin Yang, who had seen how powerful Lin Dong was, could not help but feel remorse. If he hadn't treated Lin Dong like that in the first place, perhaps now he would be able to live under Lin Dong's wings and grow up quickly and peacefully. However, Lin Dong had just stepped in to save him. Wouldn't that show that Lin Dong still had him as his younger brother in his heart? Thinking of this, Lin Yang opened his mouth in a hard voice. Brother, you obviously made a move to save me just now. You must still want to return to our Lin family, right? As long as you nod your head, I'll go beg father to let you come back. You know, father listens to me the most. Lin Yang's words caused Lin Dong's frown to deepen. He dug one hand into his ear hole, as if trying to dig out the obscenities he'd just heard. Stop, hurry up and stop. I just made a move, and it wasn't to save you, it's really because that guy is too noisy, and like a crow, he can't stop cawing. Lin Yang, however, did not even know Lin Dong's mentality at this moment, and was still trying to get close to Lin Dong. Brother, don't pretend, I know you want to save face, don't worry, I'll take care of your return to the Lin family. I'll let you return to the Lin family, so get your brother a few more of the equipment you forged, such as the acceleration gloves. Brother, yes. Whoosh! Lin Yang turned into a stream of light and rushed into the snow on top of the mountain. Lin Dong, on the other hand, stood in place, staring blankly at the happy Bigby pocket in his hand. Hey, some people, how come they just can't get through to him? 88 The 7 colleges have gathered, and the land of the lost is opened. As Lin Dong secretly shook his head, Cui Wao enemy, who had just been slapped away by him, had already stood up angrily and rushed towards him. Damn Lin Dong, no martial virtues at all, actually sneaking up on me. Now I'll let you taste the power of this young master. Ha, you don't know it yet, but a batch of powerful word equipment has been popped out from the southwest battlefield, and this young man is the recipient of the powerful word equipment challenge turban. Next, enjoy the fear of being dominated by this young man. With that, Cui Wuxi pulled out a blood-red bandana and displayed it in front of the crowd, deigning to put it on his head. After he put on the turban, his entire person became domineering, as if all the young prides present were not in his eyes. At once, everyone present focused their eyes on Cui Wuxi's challenge turban. Equipment, challenge hood. Attack, plus 30. Defense, plus 25. Bestialized Berserk, 1% chance of inspiring 10% Berserk damage. The moment this equipment came out, it immediately caused the group of people from the Dragon Transformation Academy behind him to reveal envious looks. This was word equipment that was hard to find with hundreds of millions of dollars on the black market, and it was also a rare Berserk attribute, which was really heartwarming. Even the group of players from the Hunters and Killers Guild had their eyes lit up. After all, they didn't own word equipment either, so their eyes revealed a hint of hunger. For a waste like Cui Wuxia to be able to possess a word equipment, it seems like we can find a way to take it from him after we reach the land of the Forsaken. Unbeknownst to Cui Wufei, from the moment he took out his challenge bandana, he had become the prey of the Hunters Guild. At this point, he was still smug, thinking he was winning. But he suspiciously realized that everyone in the War God Academy on Lin Dong's side, including his sister Cui Haiyunya, were all looking at him with a look posture. He rubbed his head, feeling that he had misread the situation, and couldn't help but ask out loud. What kind of expressions are you guys wearing, especially you Lin Dong? Are you scared silly by this young master's powerful equipment? Not bad, this challenge turban was exactly the capital for his bragging rights and the place where he challenged his opponents of the same rank's backbone. He looked at Lin Dong with his nostrils turned skyward and gently shrugged his nostrils, waiting for Lin Dong to give a reaction, preferably that envious and jealous expression. However, Lin Dong's reaction clearly disappointed Cui Wuxia, and he even saw a hint of pity in Lin Dong's eyes. Lin Dong, you speak, hurry up and envy this young man. What kind of eyes do you have? However, Lin Dong was still smilingly watching him, his gaze full of contempt. Seeing that Lin Dong remained silent, Cui Wuxia could no longer endure it. Lin Dong, this young man is talking to you, do you hear me or not? This young man is most annoyed with people like you who speak without response. See how powerful this young challenge turban is. If you kneel and apologize to me now, I'll give you a more decent death. Otherwise cool. Whoosh. Chui Wuxi once again flew out like a cannonball, this time he flew faster and farther. Lin Dong, on the other hand, blinked his eyes with an odd expression on his face. In his heart, he said, "What's wrong with this Chui Wuxi, challenging such trashy equipment as the turban is worth showing off?" People nowadays are really short-sighted, treating any trashy thing as a treasure. Just as Lin Dong secretly shook his head, another airplane landed on the tarmac, and a team of spirited young men walked down from it. Among them, there were two stunning young girls who were curiously glancing towards Lin Dong's side. Bai Ji's sister, look, that's Lin Dong and, wow, seeing the love bean himself, really excited. Sister Bing Bing, should we go over and ask for an autograph? My brother Bai Xingxue is Lin Dong's little brother, so I think it's not difficult to ask for an autograph. The team that came was none other than the Divine Dragon Academy Special Training Camp. Meng Fuzi, the leading teacher, warmly greeted Ding Taiqiu, the tutor of the War God Academy, and Yu He, the tutor of the Hunters Guild, after getting off the plane. However, he hadn't paid attention to the fact that the two most highly regarded genius girls in their special training camp had sneaked into the middle of the War God Academy's camp. The two little fangirls, Bai Ji and Chui Bing Bing, were looking at Lin Dong with little stars in their eyes at this moment, indescribably adoring. Wow, Lin Dong, you're just too handsome. You'll definitely be the greatest forger in the entire Blue Star in this century. I just adore you so much. Can you write me an autograph? Oh, Lin Dongge, I brought you bear cookies. Do you want to try a bite? The weather at the top of the mountain is so harsh. Why don't I give you my warm baby to warm up your hands? The enthusiasm of these two sisters made Lin Dong a bit overwhelmed, and he waved his hand vigorously, wanting to politely reject the good intentions of the two. Bai Ji's brother, Bai Xingxue, on the other hand, stood at the back of the group with a hold on his forehead, feeling a bit ashamed to see others. This Bai Ji at least is also there by family's big girl at this time with a little sister like, surrounded by Lin Dong, if it is spread out, really let the face of the Bai family shame However, it was good that Lin Dong was worth it for them to do so, and Bai Xingxue did not make a sound to stop them. But Su Runan and Yao Qingnian's faces weren't as good. The appearance of two more superbly beautiful and powerful enemies out of nowhere could not help but make the two of them raise their guard. Lin Dong was simply too excellent. Even if he didn't take the initiative to dabble in womanizing, there were wild bees and butterflies rushing upwards However, right at this moment, Su Runan suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Lin Dong, be careful, Chui Wuxi he sneak attacked you. Yes, while Lin Dong was being pestered by Bai Ji and Chui Bing Bing, Chui Wao enemy had already touched up from the side and back, intending to sneak attack Lin Dong. It was fortunate that Su Runan was sharp-eyed, otherwise, there was a real possibility that Chui Wuxi would have succeeded in his sneak attack. Before Lin Dong had even made a move, the two women, Bai Ji and Chui Bing Bing, had already raised their willow eyebrows and, with two whooshes, jumped out to block Lin Dong's body. Ice, are we going to use that move? Yes, let's double the swords. Okay, watch my shadowless fist. Avalanche fist. As the words fell, Chui Bing Bing and Bai Ji rushed up, cooperating with each other to meet Chui Wu. The two of them looked like nerdy girls with big boobs just now, but at this moment, they were displaying strong fighting strength. Before Chui Wuxi could even land, he was sent flying out by Bai Ji and Chui Bing Bing with two direct punches, spinning the wind and fire wheel in the air. Damn it! Chui Bing Bing, you traitor of the Chui sect, actually kneeling and licking Lin Dong, you are simply the scum of the Chui family. Just you wait, I'll be back. However, at this time, Chui Wuxi was already seriously injured. Shadowless Fist and Avalanche Fist, both of which are word skills of the Acceleration Glove, can even reach 10,000 points of instant damage. Just now, under the joint attack by Bai Ji and Chui Bing Bing, his blood bar directly fluttered red, and if it wasn't for the playful swallowing of blood-restoring pills, at this point he would have already hung up. But even so, he was coughing up blood and his face was like gold paper, having suffered a heavy blow. Today's Chui Wuxi was defeated in succession, the high-minded and proud of him, cited as a great insult in his life, under the anger, directly spit out a large mouth of blood. Wei Mingyuan, the mentor of the Hualong Academy, sighed and directly rushed up into the sky to catch Chui Wuxi, who was flying in the air like a wind and fire wheel. Enough! Stop disgracing our Hualong Academy. Our Hualong Academy's face is about to be disgraced by you. Invincible Chui stubbornly twisted his body, but under the pressure of the God of War's might, his little skills couldn't turn the tide at all. So a storm was directly suppressed by tutor Wei Mingyuan. It wasn't long before the sound of rolling propellers came from the sky again, and several helicopters slowly landed on the ground. Under the blizzard at the top of Kunlun, a few gallant parties showed themselves. Lin Dong's eyes could not help but light up as he carefully scanned over. Black Dragon Academy, Flying Dragon Academy, Tenlong Academy, AO Dragon Academy, and Kyushu Academy. Together with the Battle God Academy, the Transformation Dragon Academy, the Divine Dragon Academy, and the Hunters and Killers Guild that we reached earlier, all 9 teams are here this time. It seems that this land of the Forsaken is about to open. As expected, the appearance of the 2 old men soon confirmed Lin Dong's suspicions. These 2 old men, one was the dean of the War God Academy, Xiao Beizhou, and the other was the head of the Chui family, Chui Taixing. There were a total of 13 battle exalted in Huaxia nowadays, 5 of them were newly promoted, and these 2 were one of those veteran 8 battle exalted. The 2 of them, this time, were authorized by Marshal Xiao to be in charge of the opening ceremony of the Land of the Remnant. This opening of the Land of the Forsaken meant that a new batch of war gods might appear in Huaxia. These young bloods will be the backbone of China's fight against the invasion of the magical beasts. However, after Chui Taixing showed up, he glared at Lin Dong with an unfavorable expression. "Humph, you're Lin Dong? If you're young and you think you're nobody just because you have some strange and lewd skills, sooner or later you'll suffer a great loss." Lin Dong turned to look at this battle zone, his eyes narrowing slightly. Admittedly, he was very powerful now, but he still lacked a certain chance of winning against a battle exalt. After all, the other party's combat experience could be countless times richer than his. And right at this moment, another battle exalt, Xiao Beizhou, laughed and patted Chui Taixing's shoulder. "All of you are a handful of years old and still so protective. What's the point of bothering with a junior? It's important to do business first. You and I will join forces and hurry to open up the Land of the Remnant. 89 Give up the alliance? Don't regret it later." Xiao Beizhou gently blocked Chui Taixing and defused the trouble for Lin Dong. However, even if Xiao Beizhou did not resolve the trouble for Lin Dong was still happily unafraid. Although he didn't have as much combat experience as his opponent, with the advantage of his equipment, he was confident that he could also fight with Chui Taixing. However, now was not the time to get sideways. It was still important to enter the Land of the Remnant first. After all, the Land of the Remnant had all kinds of high-grade materials that he was bound to get. Sinking his mind, Lin Dong returned to his camp and quietly waited for the opening of the Land of the Forsaken. Taking advantage of this gap, the captains of these 9 teams had begun to communicate, and many of them had made alliances in an attempt to gain a favorable position in the Land of the Forsaken. For example, the captain of Black Dragon Academy, Qiu Wenlong, and the captain of Huanlong Academy, Chui Wawo, had formed an offensive and defensive alliance, intending to give the Battle God Academy some color in the Land of the Forsaken. On the other hand, the 3 families of Tang Long Academy, Fei Long Academy, and Ao Long Academy had temporarily reached a cooperation, wanting to dominate the primary resources among the leftover lands. The Kyushu Academy, the most powerful academy in China, was self-contained and didn't bother to make alliances with other academies. The Hunters Guild, too, was more solitary, plus it had no acquaintances with the other academies, so it was idiosyncratic. As for Lin Dong and his War God Academy, under the facilitation of the siblings by Xingxue and Bai Ji, and the team from the Divine Dragon Academy, they had temporarily formed an alliance. However, those proud sons of heaven from the Divine Dragon Academy, each and every one of them acted arrogantly, obviously somewhat disdainful of the strength of the War God Academy. After all, the War God Academy only had 7 members, and it didn't even reach the full quota of 9. As for their Divine Dragon Academy, in order to compete for these 9 entry slots, they had already fought for their lives, and it could be said that the people who stayed now were all selected from one layer to another, and their strength could not be underestimated. That was why those members of the Divine Dragon Academy, towards the War God Academy, more or less, looked down on them. Bai Ji, as the new captain of the Divine Dragon Academy, looked at her teammates with a look of defiance and instantly crossed her arms in anger. "What kind of expressions are you all making? To be able to cooperate with the War God Academy is the wisest choice for our Divine Dragon Academy, and it even says that we've directly hitched a ride on the fast lane of leveling. Such a good thing, and you're actually making faces?" These members of the Divine Dragon Academy were all secretly shaking their heads, while Shield Warrior Hua Tianying directly retorted in dissatisfaction. "Just them? Oh, I see that working with them is a drag on our Divine Dragon Academy." His words had just fallen, and the other team members began to retort in a chorus of voices, seemingly having great opinions about Bai Ji's choice to cooperate with the War God Academy. Their team, but within our 9 teams, is the only one that doesn't have a full complement of people, and their strength is more than a step behind the other teams. After all, in a team, the more people there are, the stronger the fighting power is. What fighting power can they have with a team that can't even get enough people together? Bai Ji, a person like you is really not suitable to be a captain. Although you have the highest combat power amongst us by virtue of the acceleration glove, you have no experience in managing a team at all. Not to mention that you can't judge the situation. In my opinion, it's best for us to choose to cooperate with the Kyushu Academy or the Hunters Guild. After all, these two teams of theirs are the strongest within our 9 teams. Listening to the objections of her teammates, Bai Ji's face turned red as she held her tongue. After all, it was her first time to be a captain as well, and she really couldn't find any favorable reasons to refute these team members. But her bestie pyromancer Chui Bingbing was not happy. She directly stood beside Bai Ji with her waist crossed and sprayed each other with those players. You guys simply have no eyes. Do you know who the captain of the War God Academy, Lin Dong, is? Lin Dong is a divine forge master who forged the golden horn and the acceleration gloves. Even Marshal Shao personally accepted him as his disciple. To be able to form an alliance with his team, what is that if not a lying win? It's outrageous that you guys don't know the blessings when you're in the midst of them. She fought for Bai Ji with a spirited look, a one-woman tongue twister who scolded the rest of the team. But the prejudices of men are not to be persuaded by a few words. These members of the team hadn't seen Lin Dong's power with their own eyes, so they didn't take Chui Bingbing's words seriously. It's just a forger. Can a forger still go into battle and forge equipment while fighting? I'm afraid that he'll be killed before he finishes forging his equipment. We admit that this Lin Dong may have some skills in equipment forging, but in the land of the remnant, there are no rules to speak of. Everything relies on strength. All I can say is that when he arrives in the land of the remnant, he's one of the biggest burdensome people out there. Shield warrior Hua Tianying was the vice captain of their Divine Dragon Academy. At this moment, seeing that the team members all disobeyed Bai Ji's management, he secretly sneered. A little girl like Bai Ji who has never seen the world was played by me in 3 words. Now she should know who is in charge of this Divine Dragon Academy special training camp. With that thought in mind, he slowly re-stepped out of his form and began to round up the two sides of the argument. Alright, let's not argue. Since we've reached an alliance now, let's take them with us first, but if they slow us down in our leveling speed, don't blame us for leaving them behind when the time comes. However, his words displeased the War God Academy's side. Bai Xingxue stood up with a cold face and looked at Hua Tianying unhappily. At the same time, he pulled over his own sister Bai Ji, shielded her behind him, and began to spray each other with the members of the Divine Dragon Academy. Giving you Divine Dragon Academy a chance to hug your thighs, you actually stomped on your noses. Do you really think that our God of War Academy likes to take a bunch of your rice buckets? As soon as Song Tianqiu saw that his good brother was going to do battle with the Divine Dragon Academy, he immediately also carried his battle sword and battled aside in a domineering manner, even unclasping his top directly, revealing his robust chest. These people from the God of War Academy were incomparably united. Shui Hong, Yao Qingnian followed closely behind, each with high fighting spirit, wanting to give the people from the Divine Dragon Academy some lessons to see. The atmosphere of the scene, for a while, became tinderbox. Lin Dong, on the other hand, shook his head helplessly and came to the center of the two teams. It was just a collaboration. Who would have thought it would come to this? Everyone from Divine Dragon Academy, in fact, you don't have to force yourselves. Those who want to cooperate with our War God Academy can stay. Those who don't want to cooperate can go and choose another academy to cooperate with. The land of the remnant will open soon. It's best that we don't start a conflict that will displease the two lords of battle exalted. Lin Dong kindly came over to urge a fight, but was taken by the people of the Divine Dragon Academy, as a sign of weakness. This is the captain elected by the War God Academy, no will to fight at all, thinking of seeking peace when in trouble, really not useful. That's right, with this kind of captain, it's in vain for these battle-minded players of theirs. I see that the War God Academy's trip to the Forsaken Land this time, I'm afraid it's the earliest team to be eliminated. Hua Tianying, the vice-captain of the Divine Dragon Academy, looked at Lin Dong playfully at this moment. This was the best time for him to regain the team's right to speak. He then also took a step forward, his tiger's eyes containing authority, and Lin Dong locked eyes with him. Being scolded for being bloodless, you don't even dare to return the favor. We, Divine Dragon Academy, won't choose an ally as wimpy as you. If Bai Ji and Chui Bingbing want to join your team, we won't oppose it, but we, Divine Dragon Academy, will never ally with the weak. With a simple sentence, he completely excluded Bai Ji and Chui Bingbing from the Divine Dragon Academy, as if what choices the two of them made had nothing to do with their Divine Dragon Academy. As for Bai Ji, she didn't have much experience in commanding, and when she heard Hua Tianying's words, she exasperatedly pulled Chui Bingbing and came into the ranks of the War God Academy. Hua Tianying, don't you just want to be the captain? Fine, I'll let you have this captain now, but you'll regret it sooner or later if you give up your chance to ally with Lin Dong. Regret? What a joke. I think the one who should regret is him. Let's go, brothers, let's go make an alliance with the Black Dragon Academy Hualong Academy. Their captains, Chui Wufei and Xiao Wenlong, are both close friends of mine. I believe we'll definitely have a good cooperation. Hua Tianying took the other 6 members of the Divine Dragon Academy and went directly to defect to the teams of the Black Dragon Academy and the Chemical Dragon Academy. But there was a purple-haired figure that also quietly crashed behind them, and it was none other than Choi Hyuna. She couldn't find a single bit of belonging in the War God Academy at the moment, and was a completely marginalized figure. As opposed to that, it would be better to go under the shelter of her brother, Choi Wuxi, so that it would still be favorable. The people of War God Academy, who watched her leave, didn't stop her, so they could only say that Choi Hyuna had missed an opportunity for a quick upgrade. It was also at this moment that the top of Kunlun suddenly trembled violently, and the wind and snow all over the mountain began to fly wildly. A huge light gate with a diameter of tens of meters suddenly appeared in mid-air at the top of Kunlun. Immediately afterward, an old voice began to announce. The Land of the Forsaken, officially opened. All teams prepare to enter. 90, wait for the beacons to appear. With Xiao Beizhou's battle exalts loud and clear pronouncement, the special training camp teams from the major academies entered the light gate one after another in an attempt to seize a favorable position and be one step ahead of the others. Watching a team enter it, Shuaihong, Song Tianxiu and the others became eager to try. After all, it's been waiting so long for this moment. It could be said that the opening of the Land of the Forsaken was a major opportunity for each of them to take off for the first time in their lives, so there was no one who didn't care. However, Lin Dong had been unhurriedly watching the other teams enter it, seemingly in no hurry at all. Shuaihong asked somewhat stifled, Captain, they've all gone in, when are we going to go in? If we don't go in we won't be able to take advantage of the situation. Shuaihong's words resonated with the others. They are all young people, and it is a rare honor to seize the opportunity to get the lead, but if they are lagging behind everywhere, they will be incredibly stifled. Therefore, Song Tianzhou, Bai Xingxue, Bai Ji, Cui Bingbing, Yao Qingnian, and the others also looked at Lin Dong with anticipation, waiting for him to give the order to enter the light curtain. However, Lin Dong was always as calm as water, with an appearance of sitting steadily on a mountain. Only Su Runan, looking at Lin Dong thoughtfully, knew that Lin Dong must have some special intention. Lin Dong, are you waiting for something? Lin Dong smiled faintly. Sure enough, it was still Su Runan who understood him the most. I'm waiting for the Land of the Lost Beacon to show up. Beacon? Everyone looked at Lin Dong in confusion, not knowing what this beacon meant. It seemed that Lin Dong knew a little more about the Land of the Forsaken than they did. Seeing that the crowd was puzzled, Lin Dong took out a map in his bosom that the others had never seen at all, and gently pointed with his hand on it. This is the map of the Forsaken Lands drawn by my teacher, Xiao Deshuai, as the first battle Sate-level figure in China. His map is arguably the most accurate map available. According to the records, in addition to the basic copies, there are 5 gold hidden copies for levels 30-40, namely the Jingo Sands, the Night Demon Forest, the Red Water Abyss, the Flame Kingdom, and the Underground Ruins. Among these replicas, there is also access to higher-level replicas. And these copies all have different opening times. Every time the Forsaken Land beacon appears, it represents that a certain copy is about to open. Only by following the beacon into these hidden copies can we thoroughly occupy the first opportunity and avoid wasting time. If it wasn't for Lin Dong's explanation, they were afraid that they would never know about the beacons in their entire lives, or even about these hidden copies. It was true that having a big tree at his back was a good thing, and with Xiao Deshuai, the teacher, behind Lin Mo, he was able to open quite a few small stoves individually. However, regarding the hidden copy, the other teams also knew about it, they just didn't know it in as much detail as Lin Dong. Much less did they know that the exact start time was determined by some sort of beacon. For example, Wang Rulong, the captain of the Hunter-Slayer Guild, was leading their Hunter-Slayer squad team at this moment, quickly rushing to the Flame Kingdom hidden copy. She squeezed a mutilated map tightly in her hand, her expression full of gravity. According to the previous president's records, 20 kilometers southeast of the Forsaken Lands, there exists a super hidden copy, and if you can obtain the flame crystals therein, you can directly swallow them and rapidly increase your experience. I'm going to lead the team to be the first to enter this hidden copy before everyone discovers it, and collect all of the flame crystals that have accumulated in the hidden copy over the past year. As for the captain of the Kyushu Academy, In Jedi, he hurriedly led his team to the location where the hidden copy of the underground relic appeared. In his hand, he likewise held a tattered map. Looking around and seeing that there were no other teams following them, In Jia laughed out loud. According to the records of our Kyushu Academy, this copy of the underground relics is a producer of 7 colored magic mushrooms, which, when taken, can stimulate the potential of the human body and increase one's attack power by more than half over a long period of time. On the other hand, the teams from Tang Long Academy, Fei Long Academy, and Ao Long Academy rushed to the location of the Red Water Abyss hidden map. According to their map, in the Red Water Abyss, one could search for the 10,000 Years Night Pearl. This 10,000 Years Night Pearl can be marvelous. He can increase a person's lucky value by 100%, so that the probability of the wraiths bursting out of rare equipment is greatly increased. Cui Wufei and the others from Hualong Academy, on the other hand, headed to the location of the hidden copy of the Jingo battlefield. Xiao Wenlong, the captain of the Black Dragon Academy, and Hua Tianying, the captain of the Divine Dragon Academy, who were traveling with him, asked questions with some confusion. Brother Invincible, why don't we head to the hidden map of the Night Demon Forest ahead of time? According to our Academy's records, in the Night Demon Forest, it can produce healing mana, which can restore 101,000 random blood points per second for a short period of time after taking it, so if we get our hands on it, we can brush the field almost without any injuries. Yes, each academy has its own individual hidden copy map recorded, and several of their academies, which have been developing the Night Demon Forest for a long time, so every time they enter the Forsaken Lands, they will go and brush the Night Demon Forest hidden copy first. However, Cui Wuxia was arrogant and raised the map in his hand. That's all old history. According to our Cui family's records, this Jingo battlefield is the most golden copy among the several copies. Her sister, Cui Hyuna, also helped out at the right time. That's right, in the middle of this Jingo battlefield, a divine temple exists, and it was Marshal Xiao himself who told my grandfather about it. This temple, called the Temple of Prayer, if one is able to enter it to pray for blessings, one will obtain all sorts of unimaginable items and abilities. Marshal Xiao was the one who successfully prayed for blessings back then and directly jumped from level 35 to level 45, a whole 10 levels up. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Marshal Xiao to become the first battle saint level character in China. But to enter the prayer temple of the battlefield of the Golden Golem, one must first pay 10,000 golden sacred herbs, so our top priority right now is to head to the Golden Valley first and collect more golden sacred herbs. You should know that once this golden sacred grass is harvested out, it must go through 3 days before it can grow up again, so we have to collect as much golden sacred grass as possible before we can do so. Cui Hyuna's words caused Xiao Wenlong, Hua Tianying, and the others to be energized. The prayer temple could actually directly level people up. This ability was truly terrifying. In the past, many people did not have the means to enter the divine temple because the golden sacred grass grew slowly and it was difficult to collect all 10,000 of them, which was why they were unable to enter it. This was also the reason why Marshal Xiao didn't reveal the news even though he knew that the prayer temple existed. After all, this lost land opened only 50 days or so, every 3 days to mature a batch of golden holy grass. Full counting can only produce less than 50,000 plants, simply not enough for all people to enter the prayer god temple. So this hidden benefit will only be available to those who are lucky enough to get it. But Cui Hyuna and the others who learned of this news didn't know that the golden sacred grass was so rare and difficult to harvest, so they rushed to the location of the hidden copy of the Jingo battlefield with great excitement. And right at this moment, a golden meteor suddenly crossed the sky of the land of the remnant, with a golden burning color that looked very eye-catching. Lin Dong, who had been waiting outside the light door, fiercely lit up his eyes. Beacons have appeared. The first hidden copy to open is the Jingo battlefield. Let's go, brothers, head to the Jingo battlefield together. With Lin Dong's order, the many heavenly prides of the War God Academy rose up into the air to enter the light gate and landed towards the coordinates of the Jingo battlefield. The first time they entered it, they were able to choose the landing coordinates, and Lin Dong's map was more precise, so he brought the crowd to land with him, saving them a lot of time in catching up. And where they landed was none other than the Golden Valley. In the Golden Valley, a breeze blew by, and the golden sacred grass that grew in patches like ears of wheat presented a magnificent landscape of undulating waves. Lin Dong pointed at the golden sacred grass and said, "These golden sacred grasses, they are very important to us, we have to collect as much as possible before we can do so." Golden sacred grass is a scarce item. Not only can it be used to enhance the attributes of equipment when forging equipment, it is also the ticket to enter the hidden copy of the Jingo battlefield. Even the prayer temple has to be used in large quantities, so in Lin Dong's opinion, collect as much as you can. Upon receiving Lin Dong's command, Shui Hong, Song Tianxu, Bai Xingxue, and the others all acted one after another. "Just sit back and relax, ladies, leave the dirty work to us." Song Tianxu's weeping blood treasure sword in his hand was swung violently. Bai Xingxue was also flashing with the sword light of the heavenly abyss sword, and Shui Hong was even raising both his fists in a wide open manner. But the expected fall of the golden sacred grass in pieces did not occur. Their attacks, it seemed, were all limited, and they could only deal 100 points of damage each time. Seeing this situation, Lin Dong's eyelids fluttered. These golden sacred grasses, although they only have a maximum of 10,000 points of life, can suppress the damage they take each time to 100 or less. It's true that there's nothing strange in the world. This land of the Forsaken was filled with all sorts of weird rules. This golden sacred herb, for one, has the odd rule of not taking more than a maximum of 100 damage in a single hit. So no matter how high one's output was, cutting up the golden sacred grass had to be done one at a time, without any semblance of an advantage to speak of. And right at this moment, Cui Wuxie and the others, with the teams from the Transformation Dragon Academy, Black Dragon Academy, and Divine Dragon Academy, also arrived at the Golden Valley. After seeing Lin Dong and the others gathering the golden sacred grass, Cui Hyuna immediately heated up and sneered. Lin Dong and the others want to collect the golden sacred grass, we must not let them succeed. With so many of us, we can definitely catch up with them and collect more golden sacred grass. 91 gold sacred herb is hard to harvest? I'll forge a harvester. Cui Wuxie, however, skimmed his mouth with a look of arrogance. Sister, why bother, just drive Lin Dong and the others away, and these golden sacred herbs won't all be ours. But Cui Hyuna took hold of Cui Invincible's arm and shook her head towards him. Brother, you mustn't provoke Lin Dong. Lin Dong has a super amount of weird equipment on him, so many of us might not be his opponent. But according to my observation, Lin moves towards people who don't offend me and I don't offend them. As long as we don't provoke him, he definitely won't take the initiative to make trouble towards us. So, we can utilize our advantage of being outnumbered to collect more golden sacred grass in our hands. Cui Wuxie's eyes rolled, recalling that he had been slapped away by the happy Dobby Dobby Doodle in Lin Dong's hand several times before. He also knew that Lin Dong was not one to be messed with. Alright, then listen to your sister, Humph. This golden sacred grass has a cap damage restriction, we are outnumbered, we can definitely collect more golden sacred grass than them. In response, Xiu Wenlong of the Black Dragon Academy, and Hua Tianying of the Divine Dragon Academy didn't have any objections. The Forsaken Lands had a limited opening time, and they had to scramble to upgrade, not wasting this great time of triple experience growth. So if they didn't have to, they wouldn't want to get into an easy fight with another team. And the only way to have a crushing advantage over others is to rise to a higher level. So they quickly began to harvest the golden sacred grass, and with such a large group of people, the speed of collection was 3 times faster than Lin Dong and the others. Su Runin and the others, upon discovering their group, immediately frowned. Su Runin came to Lin Dong's side and gently pulled his sleeve. Lin Dong, someone has come to compete for the golden sacred grass. There are many of them and their collection speed is much faster than ours. If this continues, I'm afraid that 3/4 of the golden sacred grass will be collected by them. Lin Dong naturally also discovered the figures of Cui Wuxie and the others, but they kept their distance from Lin Dong and the others in a regimented manner, so Lin Dong didn't bother to make a move to expel them. Right at this moment, the system beep sounded violently. Ding, the system has issued a temporary mission, asking the host to forge a 10,000 times faster attack speed reaper. 10,000 times attack speed harvester, grass cutting artifact, tens of thousands of blades working simultaneously, cutting tens of thousands of times a second, 100 points of damage each time. Ding, after successful forging, reward experience plus 10,000, proficiency plus 10, enchantment value plus 100. Dwarf oil. Lin Dong's heart was violently refreshed. The system was so understanding that it actually sent such a big gift over at this time. Therefore, Lin Dong turned his gaze to Su Runin, who was filled with worry, and gave her a hand-me-down look. Only to see him take out his system forging furnace and quickly put in his materials to forge. At the same time, he waved towards Xuehong and the others. Stop it all, don't bother, when I forge a piece of equipment out, I'll just bag the golden sacred grass. Xuehong Song Tianzhu and the others were convinced of Lin Dong's words, so one by one, they stopped their attacks and all came to Lin Dong's side. On the other hand, Cui Wuxie could not help but grin widely and scoff when he saw Lin Dong and the others stop their movements. Haha, Lin Dong and the others see our collection speed, is this a direct attempt to give up? Hua Tianying, from the Divine Dragon Academy, also skimmed his lips and cut. I've long seen that Lin Dong is a loser, Bai Xi and Cui Bingbing, who actually joined his team, simply have eyes without pearls. Xiu Wenlong from the Black Dragon Academy didn't say anything, but he also secretly shook his head. As the saying goes, a soldier is a coward, a general is a coward. This Lin Dong, it seems that he is not a material to be a commander. However, Cui Hyuna looked towards Lin Dong's side, her eyes filled with doubt. Through her observation and understanding of Lin Dong these days, Lin Dong was not a master who gave up easily. He must have his purpose for stopping to gather the golden sacred grass. What exactly does Lin Dong he want? Someone who can make this young lady treat him as an enemy, surely he won't disappoint, right? Just as she was muttering to herself, suddenly, Lin Dong's side finally moved. Only to see Lin Dong take out a huge object directly from the systematic forging furnace and place it on the ground. What is it? Choi Hyuna's eyes widened in surprise. Large machinery up to 10 meters tall with 3 rows of sharp, huge churning gear blades. The sense of oppression brought about by this behemoth made one feel a sense of indescribable insignificance. This couldn't be the reaper that people used to harvest crops hundreds of years ago, could it? It's just that this harvester, does it really work on a plant like the golden sacred grass, which restricts attacks? Just as she was wondering, the harvester suddenly moved. The loud mechanical roar was deafening. The 3 rows of gear blades that were flying and spinning were rapidly devouring the golden sacred grass like a beast that chose to eat. In just an instant, dozens of golden sacred grasses were harvested by the 10,000 times attack speed reaper. This horrifying efficiency made the people on Chui Wuxie's side unable to stop their eyes from jumping straight up. Damn, what kind of monster is this? How can it break the magic spell of the golden sacred herbs attack cap of 100? No, it didn't break, it's because the gear blade's attack speed is just too fast, able to launch hundreds or thousands of attacks on the golden sacred grass in a short period of time. That's why it was able to make the golden sacred grass get harvested quickly. Then what should we do? Although we have many people, our speed is not at all in the same level compared to this harvester. What else can we do? Just go up and drive Lin Dong and the others out of the Golden Valley. Definitely can't let Lin Dong and the others collect all the golden sacred grass. We can't wait 3 days for these golden sacred grass to grow again. Chui Wufei, Xiao Wenlong, and Hua Tianying, the captains of the 3 academies, instantly reached an agreement and led their teams, charging right towards Lin Dong and the others. Chui Hyuna had the intention to stop her, but it was already too late, and looking at Lin Dong, who had a playful smile on his face, Chui Hyuna couldn't help but cover her eyes with both hands. Bad, Lin Dong is going to make a move. Sure enough, in the next second, the Chui Wuxie and the others who had rushed up, one by one, were like cannonballs, flying in all directions towards the various parts of the Golden Valley. It was accompanied by a loud refreshing sound with a long drawn-out tone. Cool. 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 Lin Dong, on the other hand, waved his happy Bigby pocket in his hand and sighed helplessly. Hey, it's a shame that the number of times to increase the enchantment value has run out today, or else I could have collected another wave of enchantment value. It looks like we'll just have to go find Wang Rulong tomorrow to exchange feelings. After all, 10 points of enchantment value a day is still very tempting. After being taught a lesson by Lin Dong, Chui Wuxie and the others no longer dared to come forward to provoke, so they could only silently harvest some golden sacred grass in the marginal areas. But compared to the efficiency of the harvesters, their harvest gathering was slow as a snail. Chui Wuxie watched in grief as the harvester roared past his eyes, and a large area of golden sacred grass, in front of him, was harvested. Exasperated, the cluster of golden sacred grass he was holding in his hand also fell to the ground. Damn it, Lin Dong! You're too deceitful. But what infuriated him even more was yet to come. Only to see that on top of the harvester, a mechanical arm suddenly reached down and clamped the tuft of golden holy grass that he had just dropped, and put it into the warehouse in a dignified manner. And then, the harvester swung past him and continued to harvest the golden sacred grass. Chui Wuxie looked at the back of the harvester with tears in his eyes, waving his arms behind him with a face full of bitter melancholy. Grass! Grass! My grass! On the other hand, Vengeance Wenlong and Hua Tianying both looked at Chui Wuyu suspiciously. This guy. It's not like he's got an abnormal orientation, is it, or does he have a fetish? Why else would he talk to a machine like that? What they don't know is that Invincible Chui is really asking for grass with the Reaper. The golden sacred grass that he had worked so hard to harvest had all been snatched by the harvester just now. Facing this kind of steel behemoth, he couldn't even fight or chase after it. There was simply no place to reason. That's why he crumbled so much. Until the harvester finished harvesting all of the nearly 5,000 odd golden sacred grasses in the Golden Valley, Chui Wuxie was unable to catch up with the harvester. He sat paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily and looking at Lin Dong with eyes filled with indignation. Lin Dong! Lin Dong! I'll take this revenge. Let's go to the surrounding ordinary copies to upgrade first, and then come back to harvest the golden sacred grass 3 days later. As for Lin Dong and the others, they had a full harvest this time. Nearly 5,000 golden sacred herbs were enough for all of them to enter the Jingo battlefield. The remaining golden sacred grass could also be placed into the Divine Magnitude Multiplying Treasure Pot, allowing the Divine Magnitude Multiplying Treasure Pot to quickly replicate more golden sacred grass. In this way, he could ensure that everyone on their team would be able to enter the Praying God's Temple. 92 Golden Wind Formation, caught in the siege. The Golden Golem battlefield, for each person to enter, only requires them to reach level 30 and pay 100 golden sacred herbs. The Jingo battlefield was rich in gold elemental spirit stones, which were essential materials for forging high-grade weapons and equipment, but they were difficult to find outside of the Forsaken Lands. The scarcity of gold elemental spirit stones also made high-level weapons very expensive. After all, just relying on the time of year when the Forsaken Lands opened to enter the Jingo battlefield to score some goods was definitely not enough. Therefore, the price of gold elemental spirit stone is high in the outside world and hard to find. If they were able to pocket all of this gold elemental spirit stones that had been accumulated for a year, they could definitely make a huge profit. After all, it was an open level 30-40 gold hidden copy, and the benefits of being able to enter it in the first place were obvious. Before entering, Lin Dong took out the characteristics of the copy summarized earlier and read it carefully. Jingo Battlefield, 30-40 level hidden copy, entry requires payment of 100 golden sacred grass, higher than level 30 cannot enter. Place of entry, the ancient stone statue of the Flying General in the Golden Valley of the Forsaken Lands. Replica features 3 times the experience of brushing monsters, hidden inside the hidden copies of many special requirements level, can produce the current beyond the highest level of human special materials and equipment, while extremely dangerous, hidden copies of the existence of many super magical beasts. Hidden copy feature, each person can only enter once, and after leaving, they cannot enter again for life. Duplicate opening time, mid-September to early November each year, for a total of 50 days. Leaving a copy, after the closure of the Land of the Lost, all participants in the Land of the Lost will be forcibly transported back to the point of entry. Once again, after knowing the rules, Lin Dong led the team and found the stone statue of the Flying General that was covered in moss and vines. This ancient stone statue, although it had been smoothed out of its carvings by the years, still looked lifelike. The stone statue of the Flying General leaned on his sword with both hands, gazing into the distance, looking extremely domineering, but with a sense of desolation. Even the cloak behind him had a sense of solemnity that hunted with the wind. Lin Dong looked at the Flying General in remembrance and could not help but sigh a little in his heart. This general, who doesn't look like a modern person at all, seems to have existed in a very long time ago. I really don't know what kind of civilization this world of magical beasts that invaded the Blue Star had before. Su Runin and the others, too, looked at the stone statue of the Flying General with respect and solemnity. It was certain that this Flying General, who was not a person from the Blue Star, might be a great character that once existed in the history of the world of Warcraft, or else he wouldn't have become one of the NPCs of this copy. The crowd sighed for a while, after paying the golden sacred herb. Lin Dong led the team from the War God Academy and successfully entered the Jingo battlefield. As soon as he entered the copy, a sharp aura greeted him. Even in the same wind, there was a chilling sense of sharpness. It was indeed a Jingo battlefield, and the abundant metallicity made it as if one was being bombarded by swords at all times. And the various magical beasts that flourished and survived in the replica all glowed with hatred in their eyes after seeing the strange humans that had intruded into the replica. These damn humans, they actually appeared again. Our great mutant demonic beast Golden Wind Beast King has been born. This Jingo battlefield is already our Golden Wind Beast's world, and we absolutely cannot allow humans to get their hands on it anymore. These magical beasts, unlike the magical beasts in the outside world, had actually given birth to a certain amount of spiritual intelligence. As for the mutated demonic beast they were talking about, the king of the Golden Wind Beast, it was a lion-like demonic beast with extremely exaggerated hair all over its body. At this moment, this Golden Wind Beast King was wagging his tail, driving away mosquitoes and insects, lazily lying in the cave and sleeping. Hearing the messenger little demon come in to report, he couldn't help but let out a kind smile. It's just a few humans, just use the Golden Wind Grand Formation that I passed down and directly strangled them. It's not worth this king's hand at all. By the way, if these humans are carrying the golden sacred grass, make sure to bring it back to this king. As long as we can gather 10,000 plants, this king will be able to enter the praying god's temple for blessings once again. After saying that, the Golden Wind Beast King continued to close his eyes and began to recuperate. As for Lin Dong and the others, they did not realize that they had been targeted by the Golden Wind Beast and were still trying to adapt to the environment. Su Runin lifted her foot with difficulty and couldn't help but complain a little. Lin Dong, why are these legs as heavy as lead, countless times heavier than before? It's so laborious to walk. Yao Qingnian also grunted and pouted, and touched the sweat on her forehead. That's right, this Jingo battlefield is too horrible, breathing with swallowing iron like, the first time I feel the air or pulling throat, simply difficult to swallow. Bai Xingshui and Song Tianzhou, the males, also frowned deeply because the feeling Su Runin and Yao Qingnian spoke of, they also felt it. Bai Ji came to Lin Dong's side and looked at him with a look of adoration. Lin Dong Geizhai, you must have a way, right? The sound was so sugary it was more comforting than drinking tons of little sweet water. The moment she spoke, she immediately drew hostile looks from Su Runan and Yao Qingnian. In their opinion, this Bai Ji, and that BFF of hers, Shui Bingbing, were all potential contenders. Although the current Lin Dong didn't have any feelings for them, these two guys were pretty and spoke in a whiny manner. They were simply like little goblins. Even Su Runan was vaguely afraid that her position in Lin Dong's heart would be threatened by these two guys. Lin Dong also had a look of deep thought at this moment. According to the records of my teacher, Marshal Xiao, this Jingo battlefield, it shouldn't be like this. Under normal circumstances, although the Jingo battlefield was full of metallic elements, it definitely wouldn't make people feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, it would make people feel soothed all over. But now, not only were they struggling to move, even their breathing was like swallowing razor blades, which was a bit unusual. Could it be that during this year's time, the Jingo battlefield had seen some kind of change? Ding, the host has been detected to be caught in the Golden Wind formation. The host is requested to forge the equipment Yuan Magnet Pin Gene Bead, and the forging book has been released to the system space. Yuan Magnetism Pinning Gold Bead ignores the body load caused by level 30-40 metallic grade formations, and is able to freely travel through any level 30-40 metallic grade formations. Forging reward, experience plus 10,000, proficiency plus 10. The system is really getting more and more powerful. With a flip of his hand, Lin Dong took out the system forging furnace and placed it in front of him. Taking out the forging book of the Yuan Magnetism Pinning Gold Bead, according to the materials recorded on it, he brainlessly threw it into the system forging furnace. At the same time, Lin Dong could not help but ponder. In the middle of this Jingo battlefield, it was actually set up with a Golden Wind Grand Formation. It was just not known whether the one who left this Grand Formation behind was a human or a magical beast. If they were magical beasts, I'm afraid that mutated magical beasts with extremely high IQs have also appeared in the middle of this Jingo battlefield. If that was the case, I'm afraid that the level of this magical beast would be quite a bit higher than the other magical beasts in this copy, and it should be at least level 40 or above, reaching the platinum level. A few kilometers away from Lin Dong, a group of Golden Wind beasts were looking at Lin Dong and his side with unblinking eyes. The Golden Wind formation has already taken effect. In less than 10 minutes, these humans will be crushed to pieces by the powerful metallic aura in the Golden Wind formation. Hee, I've heard that the blood and flesh of humans is incomparably delicious. I really want to take a bite of it more often. After all, it's a good thing that only appears once a year. All of you, be sharp, stop chatting and hurry up to put the metallic spirit stones into the formation. If the operation of the formation fails due to insufficient spirit stones and these few humans escape, I will eat you two first. Under the angry roar of one of the Golden Wind Beast stewards, the two whispering Golden Wind Beast little demons immediately began to quickly carry the metallic spirit stones into the formation with fearful hearts, not daring to slack off a bit. After a few minutes, the group of Golden Wind Beasts all became a bit agitated. It was because Lin Dong and the others actually did not get crushed by the gradually increasing Golden Wind Grand formation, and it looked like actually became more and more relaxed. The Golden Wind Beast steward huffed, a feeling of uneasiness rising up in his heart. What's going on? How come these few humans haven't collapsed yet? It shouldn't be. Is it because you few have been lazy and didn't supply the spirit stones adequately? Injustice, Lord Steward, we really did place all the metallic spirit stones, enough for the grand formation to run for an hour. Those Golden Wind Beast lesser demons began to kowtow and argue when they saw the steward get angry. The steward suspiciously swept the spirit stones in the eye of the formation, and that feeling of uneasiness became more and more obvious. Since there's no problem with the Golden Wind Grand formation, why do these few humans, then, seem to be unaffected in the slightest? What it didn't know was that at this time, Lin Dong had already forged Yuan magnetic pinning gold beads, one for each person, and all of them were worn on his body. Bai Ji and Shui Bingbing joyfully took the Yuan magnet pin gold bead and played with it, all of them turning into nymphomaniacs. Hee, this is the equipment that my favorite being personally forged for me. I couldn't be happier. I have one too. This one of mine is better looking than the one you have, slightly. Lin Dong Gigi is obviously a bit better for me. Bai Xingxue shook his head and looked at his flamboyant sister, not knowing what to say. He raised his head to look at Lin Dong, asking for instructions on what to do next. Big brother, what are we going to do next? Lin Dong stroked his chin and stated his guess. The reason why we felt hard-pressed just now was entirely due to entering the Golden Wind formation. This Jingo battlefield, there must have been a change. We have to be more careful, after all, from the time we entered this place, in addition to the bare earth and mountain peaks, but we haven't seen a single demonic beast. Hearing Lin Dong say this, everyone began to be alert. Yes, it was too strange to see no magical beasts in the middle of a copy. And just as they were wondering, the earth in the distance suddenly shook as an army of golden wind beasts rushed towards them. Little ones, these humans are evil, they can actually resist our golden wind formation, we can't let them breathe over, we have to destroy them immediately. 93 Teamwork, I'm a ruthless killing machine. Rumble. The great commotion of 10,000 beasts running around caused the earth to tremble with them. The black pressurized group of golden wind beasts rolled up dust and smoke all over the sky, and the metallic astral wind stirred up, giving it a vestigial feeling of invulnerability. Lin Dong and the others could not help but raise their heads, gazing in horror at the roaring group of golden wind beasts. These golden wind beasts, their size and strength, are obviously a few different from what my teacher told me, and it's obvious that the magical beast mutation has also affected these magical beasts in the land of the lost. With just a quick glance, Lin Dong's heart had a judgment. Because Marshal Xiao had told him personally that golden wind beasts were generally smaller in size. Moreover, it can swallow metallic spirit stones raw, and its claws are incomparably sharp and more terrifying than ordinary swords. However, it had a fatal drawback, which was its low defense, and if it used a high break weapon, it could easily kill the golden wind beast. But now it seemed that these golden wind beasts were not only huge in size, but also had extremely high spiritual intelligence, could spit out human words, and even grew exoskeleton armor, and their defense had been greatly improved. Just in the few moments of effort he spent pondering, the golden wind beasts had already arrived a few dozen meters ahead of them. The golden wind beast steward, who was in the lead, stood upright and waved his hand towards the golden wind beast lesser demons in the rear, causing the beasts to stop. And then this golden wind beast steward, staring with triangular eyes, looked condescendingly at Lin Dong, his mouth unconsciously dripping down a large amount of saliva. It wiped a handful of saliva and stretched out its huge fingers with sharp claws, pointing at Lin Dong. Humans! You are strange, tell me, what vile methods were used to break free from the golden wind formation? If you give an honest account, we can give you a quick death today and won't torture you bit by bit. It was no wonder that this golden wind beast took it so seriously, because ever since the rise of their golden wind beast group, the golden wind grand formation had never failed. Relying on the golden wind formation, they had enslaved most of the races in the Jingo battlefield. But today, Lin Dong's appearance and their appearance had easily broken through the golden wind grand formation's restraints, which made it completely realize the crisis. It was determined to report this matter to their golden wind demon king after finding out about it, and use it to perfect the golden wind grand formation. However, it had never thought that Lin Dong was an enlightened forger, and if it was a different person who came along, it would not have the same skill as Lin Dong. What made it feel even more puzzled was that these humans on the opposite side, after seeing it, instead of being afraid, all of them had bright eyes. This kind of look, it couldn't be more familiar, it was the look of a hunter seeing his prey. Because it often looked at magical beasts of other races with this kind of look. You guys, dare to look at me with such eyes? Seek death. The golden wind beast steward roared, and the group of golden wind beasts behind it immediately became dumbfounded, each with golden eyes that seemed to want to come forward and tear them apart. Seeing that the golden wind beast was about to attack, Lin Dong took the lead and blocked in front of the people of the War God Academy, at the same time taking out the underworld beast's soul furnace and resting it in his palm, and the crimson armor cracked a slit at the center of the eyebrow, revealing the eye of punishment, and assumed a battle stance. However, before he could strike, two figures fiercely stepped forward and half-kneeled and clasped their fists, blocking Lin Dong's body, and it was none other than Song Tianshu and Bai Xingxue. Song Tianshu grinned a big, hefty grin. Big brother, there's no need to use a bull's knife to kill a chicken, just leave this group of minions to us, you've shielded us from the wind and rain along the way, it's time for us to put in some effort. Bai Xingxue also threw off his white robe, his face sincere. Big brother, give a chance to perform, my heavenly abyss sword is getting rusty from this journey. Seeing these two people's eagerness to fight, Lin Dong could not help but smile. These two were also celestial pride and wanted a chance to perform and prove themselves. Thinking of this, Lin Dong took a step back and vacated the battlefield for them. Good, then these golden wind beasts will be yours. But be quick, we have a temple to pray to. Upon receiving Lin Dong's approval, the duo was overjoyed and stood up, blowing. Between them, Song Tianshu waved the one-person tall weeping blood treasure sword in his hand, and the crimson blade glowed with a demonic light. Little master must kill through today. Haha, look at the sword, the first of the 13 styles of the heavenly sword. After saying that, a sword slashed out, wide open, and the huge blade on extended out hundreds of meters. The golden wind beast steward saw the ferocity of this blade and was so scared that he hurriedly dodged to the side, but he couldn't dodge in time and was still chopped off one of his ears by the weeping blood treasure blade. As for the golden wind beast lesser demons behind it, this was a blood-colored channel of hundreds of meters that was directly cleared out by this slash, killing and injuring a full several hundred heads. So fierce? Is this really a level 30 human warrior who was only in the early gold stage? I'm afraid that the power of this slash is stronger than many level 40 plus platinum warriors. The golden wind beast steward was scared out of his wits, covering his bloodied ear, some timidity surfacing in his eyes. But not before it retreated. Bai Xingxue, who was standing side by side with Song Tianqiu, suddenly had her snow-white robe sleeves automatically without any wind, and her bulging clothes hunted. And he, too, assumed the posture of drawing his sword. A trace of coldness crossed his handsome face. Jintian's sword drawing technique first style. As his words fell, a brilliant pike appeared in a shocking manner, directly piercing through the golden wind beast's group. The golden wind beast steward was directly beheaded by this sword, and the many golden wind beast lesser demons behind it were also transformed into limbs and splattered around. Seeing this scene, Bai Xingxue lovingly stroked the heavenly abyss sword in her hand. This sword, combined with his Jintian sword drawing technique, was simply incredibly powerful. Rawly, it increased the damage by 300%. Bai Xingxue twisted her head and Song Tianqiu glanced at each other, and directly Song Tianqiu licked his lips and twisted his head with a smile. Today, it's fun to kill. Can't disgrace Big Brother. Good, I'll also prove that there are no weak soldiers under a strong general, and that we can just as well overpower the entire field without Big Brother's hand. After saying that, the two of them rushed straight into the midst of the golden wind beasts. Although their size looked much smaller than the golden wind beasts, they were like fierce tigers killing their way into the flock, and wherever they went, corpses were everywhere. These golden wind beast lesser demons, without the command of the golden wind beast steward, were already unmotivated to fight at this point, and then seeing the two of them being so ferocious, they immediately scattered and fled. Seeing this expression, Yao Qingyan, who was at the back, couldn't hold back any longer. Having also obtained a weapon from Lin Dong, she couldn't show too much mediocrity and had to reveal her means before Lin Dong. So she shook the elven staff in her hand and mouthed the words. Elf summoning. Self-explosion. As her words fell, the elven staff glowed fiercely, and the word skill was unleashed. The 5 little elves suddenly appeared in several directions of the golden wind beasts group, and like a balloon that was blown up, they instantly expanded dozens of times, violently expanding and exploding, raising a small mushroom cloud in its place. The golden wind beasts that were close to the area where the elf blew itself up were immediately blown up with their limbs rising into the sky. On the other hand, Yao Qing Nympho's eyes lit up. The power of this elf's self-detonation was beyond her imagination. If Lin Dong hadn't forged the elven staff for her, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to strike such a powerful attack in her entire life. Revitalizing her spirit, Yao Qing Nympho shouted towards Bai Xingxue, Song Tianqiu and the two of them. I'll give you guys control over the range of the golden wind beast swarm and prevent them from escaping, so you guys just kill as much as you want. The elf blew himself up. Self-destruct. Blast. These words were spoken with great bravado, making Bai Ji and Shui Bingbing behind them envious. Wow, Lindong Geizhai, your team members all have word weapons, it's just too happy, I'm envious. Lindong Edu, when will you give Luanjia to also forge some weapons? What you want Luanjia will give you. Hearing this whiny voice, Su Runan couldn't help but frown. She was really afraid that Lin Dong would be seduced away by these two vixens. But peeking his eyes, Lin Dong just shrugged his shoulders and looked at Bai Ji Duo with a clear gaze. There will be bread, but our priority right now is to quickly upgrade to enter the Temple of Prayer. These golden wind beasts aren't much, but you guys shouldn't waste them. Hurry up and swallow the experience potions to let the experience fly. Don't drag your feet for the team. With that, Lin Dong put several experience potions into the hands of the two of them, signaling them to swallow them. Hearing Lin Dong's words, Bai Shi rolled her eyes. These golden wind beasts aren't much? That's tens of thousands of heads. If all of them were killed, with the help of the experience potion, I'm afraid they could all be helicoptered to level 31. The opportunity was rare, so Bai Ji's duo didn't push back and took the experience potion and swallowed it directly. At once, the team's experience was suddenly boosted to more than 10 times, and for every monster Bai Xingxue and the others killed, their experience dawdled up, just as if they were hung up. The shock in Bai Ji's eyes flickered. No wonder her father could quickly become a battle exalted after swallowing the experience potion. This experience enhancement was also too terrifying, saving a person more than 10 times the time of hard training. And at that moment, the battle came to an end. Yao Qingyan utilized the elf self-detonation to keep controlling the fleeing range of the golden wind beasts, making these golden wind beasts the dish of Bai Xingxue and Song Tianqiu. It wasn't a battle, it was a simple one-sided massacre. After absorbing the blood of the golden wind beast, the blood-sobbing treasure blade in Song Tianshu's hand appeared even more crimson and demonic. And above Bai Shengshue's originally snow-white robe sleeves, plum blossoms also appeared, adding a touch of charm to his handsomeness. Seeing that there weren't many golden wind beasts left, Bai Shengshue seemed to be a bit unfulfilled. These golden wind beasts are just too weak. Not challenging at all. Yeah, the experience is only one level up, it doesn't feel like too much. Just as the two of them were spitting, a sudden angry roar came from the sky. Damned humans, actually using my children as toys to brush up their experience, I will tear you apart. Looking along with the voice, one could only see that above the sky, at some point, there was an additional golden-furred lion with wings on its ribs, and it was none other than the Golden Wind Demon King. And as soon as it appeared, Lin Dong's mind suddenly dinged. Ding, the system has detected a rare creature, the Golden Wind Beast Demon King, issuing a temporary forging quest. Please ask the host to utilize the Golden Wind Beast Demon King's wings to create a gold-level weapon, the Wind and Thunder Twin Wings. The forging book has been issued to the system space. Successful forging rewards experience plus 10,000, proficiency plus 10, opens hidden collection quests. 94. Did you ask me when you touched my brother? A hidden mission? This was the first time Lin Dong had encountered a hidden mission, and a hint of anticipation could not help but rise within him. System, what is a hidden mission? Ding, the host will naturally know after completing the forging task, the system can't dramatize in advance. Oh, Lin Dong rolled his eyes, this is not hanging his appetite. It looks like we have to take this Golden Wind Demon King. He raised his head and looked at the Golden Wind Demon King that kept waving its wings in mid-air, assessing his opponent's strength Venus. To be honest, this Golden Wind Demon King was not a bad strength. It had already completed 2 mutations and its level was around 55, a proper Diamond Leader level magical beast. A magical beast of this level, appearing in this kind of replica, was by all accounts simply an unbeatable existence, with a strength that was a bit too over the top. But unfortunately, it met Lin Dong today. Lin Dong shook his head from side to side, making clicking noises, ready to take this Golden Wind Demon King and move his muscles. However, this Golden Wind Demon King flew very high, and for the Wind Demon Beast, if the other party did not fall down and actively attack Lin Dong and the others, Lin Dong did not have any particularly good way to deal with it. After all, none of them could fly right now, they couldn't hit this Golden Wind Demon King at all, now they had to find a way to make the other party land on the ground first. Hey, you're the king of this group of Golden Wind Beasts, aren't you going to tear us apart? Hurry down, we're waiting for you. Lin Dong provocatively looked at the Golden Wind Demon King and attempted to make it fly down from the air. To the point where the Golden Wind Demon King didn't fall for it at all, and flew a little higher very vigilantly. Despicable human, don't think I can't see through your tricks. On all of you, there are oddities that can suppress the metallic nature in my body, especially you, this brat, who gives me an aura of danger. The Golden Wind Demon King turned his eyes and looked Lin Dong up and down. Not bad, this person although looks human and animal without injury, but is indeed among these people, the most dangerous. It was, after all, a twice mutated Demon King with a keen eye for danger. This human in front of him definitely had the ability to threaten its life, so it simply didn't take the move and wouldn't go down even if it was killed. When Lin Dong saw that the Golden Wind Demon King did not fall for it, he could only tilt his face and heave a laugh. Didn't you just say that you want to tear us apart? How can you tear us apart if you don't come down? You're a great king, you don't have any bearing at all. Upon hearing Lin Dong's mockery, the Golden Wind Demon King actually did not get angry, and instead, his emotions stabilized a bit. You can recruit more if you don't have any more henchmen, I'm not stupid enough to risk my life for these guys. But if I want to deal with you, I don't even need to do it myself, I only need to upgrade the Golden Wind Formation, and you'll have no way to escape just the same. Upgrading the Golden Wind Formation? Lin Dong, who heard these words, could not help but touch his eyebrows. The Yuan magnetism pinning gold bead that the system allowed him to forge could only counteract the power of a level 30-40 Grand Formation. If this Golden Wind Demon King was able to raise the Golden Wind Formation to level 40 or above, he was afraid that the effect of his Yuan magnetism pinning gold bead would be lost. Thinking of the pain caused by the Golden Wind Formation before there was no Yuan magnet gold pinning bead, and the pain caused by the Golden Wind Formation that made it difficult to walk and swallow as if it was iron and full of knives, Lin Dong's face, too, became grave. The Golden Wind Demon King couldn't help but let out a kind smile as he looked at Lin Dong, whose complexion had slightly changed. It seemed that it had guessed right, these humans were just too tender, and it had tested out the truth with just a little bit of testing. Sure enough, you guys just broke its Golden Wind Formation by a fluke, so I'm relieved. The Golden Wind Demon King laughed out loud. As long as it reinforced the enhanced Golden Wind Grand Formation, it could definitely put this group of humans to death. It then continued to ascend, pulling away from Lin Dong and the others to avoid being sneak attacked. And then the light in his palm flashed as he began to upgrade and modify the Golden Wind Grand Formation. To tell you the truth, despicable human, this King's Golden Wind Formation can reach up to level 50. Countless mutant magical beasts in the Jingo battlefield fell into my Golden Wind Formation, including Diamond Lord class mutant magical beasts above level 50. Do you think to yourselves that you will be stronger than a Diamond level Lord magical beast? Ha, when this king succeeds in upgrading, there will only be one path left for you, death. As the Golden Wind Demon King's words fell, changes clearly appeared in Lin Dong's Golden Wind Grand Formation. The Golden Phoenix Grand Formation had completed its initial upgrade, crossing directly from level 30 to level 40. The effect of the Yuan magnetism pinning gold bead clearly began to weaken at this moment. That feeling of having difficulty breathing and walking with difficulty reappeared. It made the other members of the War God Academy couldn't help but change their faces. No, we absolutely can't let it continue to raise the power of the Golden Wind Grand Formation, or else we'll all die. At this moment, everyone felt the threat of death, even Lin Dong was no exception. Only Bai Xingxue, with a brilliant light flashing in her eyes. He once again made a gesture of drawing his sword, his gaze fixed firmly on the Golden Wind Demon King high in the air. Song Tianzhou glanced at Bai Xingxue, who was bowed over, and understood. Looks like we're going to have to use our swords together against it. Bai Xingxue nodded and began to build up her strength. Airborne flying magical beasts were one of the most difficult magical beasts to deal with. This was because they had the advantage of airborne flight, making it impossible to do anything on the ground. However, Bai Xingxue utilized the combined sword and sword stance with Song Tianzhou to surprise and kill flying magical beasts many times. Today, he intends to do the same trick again. As for Song Tianzhou, he also understood his thoughts in a flash and was already prepared. Only Song Tianzhou saw the bloodshed sword in his hand crossing in the air. The entire person's face was suffocating red from the exertion. Song's mastery, the flying dagger technique. As he let out a loud shout, the blood-sobbing treasure blade in his hand instantly turned into a stream of light that shot up into the sky. Bai Xingxue also jumped on top of the weeping blood treasure sword at this moment, her feet smoothly stepping on the blade. Along with the weeping blood treasure blade, they flew towards the Golden Wind Demon King. Old Bai, my flying dagger technique, the limit is only 300 meters in height, next, I'll leave it to you. Bai Xingxue nodded vigorously, her face a stony one. The Golden Wind Demon King was at least 500 meters away from the ground. If he wanted to attack, his sword would have to cut out 200 meters of sword chi to do so. With such a long distance, it would be almost impossible to keep the power from decaying. Unless he moves that move. Bai Xingxue clenched her teeth as a scowl surfaced on her face. Just as the weeping blood treasure sword reached the limit of its ascension and began to fall, he violently stomped his feet and continued to charge up into the sky. The ninth stance of the Jintian sword drawing technique wins extreme? All is silent. It was also at this instant that his entire body coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Such a move was simply not something that he, at this stage, could fully grasp. But now that the team is on the brink of life and death, he must throw in the towel and stop holding back. As he shouted, his entire body was wrapped in white sword awnings, holding the sword in both hands, and in a posture of human sword unity, he killed the Golden Wind Demon King straight away. Die. The Golden Wind Demon King naturally I sensed that something was wrong. From the moment Song Tianzhou started to throw the knife, it had watched the two of them with unblinking eyes, wanting to see what kind of trick they were trying to play. Right at the moment the weeping blood treasure sword descended, it couldn't help but pull the corners of its mouth to sneer. At this distance, it can't hurt it at all. But Bai Xingxue's next stunning maneuver made it a bit unsettled as well. Because this move wins extreme? All is silent, and it does have the potential to kill it. So it didn't care about upgrading the Golden Wind Grand Formation and quickly continued to pull up its height in the air. Want to kill me? No way. Bai Xingxue watched as the Golden Wind Demon King flew high into the sky, some of his eyes bared. Accelerate! Accelerate! Don't let it get away! A shrill whistling sound came out of his mouth, and with an unrelenting stance and determination to die with him, he once again increased his speed. On the ground, Lin Dong, Shui Hong, Song Tianzhou, Su Runan, Yao Qingnin, Bai Ji, and Cui Bingbing all nervously tilted their heads and looked at Bai Xingxue with unblinking eyes. Close, just a little bit closer to hitting the Golden Wind Demon King. Bai Ji was secretly clenching her small fists from below, her face suffocating red as she cheered her brother Bai Xingxue on. The others yelled along with them. Come on, it's not even close. But only Lin Dong silently shook his head. He could see that Bai Xingxue was at the end of his rope at the moment. He was already exhausted. I'm afraid he won't be able to maintain this charging stance for another second. As expected, the next second, just as Bai Xingxue was getting close to the Golden Wind Demon King, he brushed shoulders with the Golden Wind Demon King and had no way to reach it. However, the powerful sword chi still caused the Golden Wind Demon King to drop a large amount of hair and turn into a bald lion. The Golden Wind Demon King escaped and began to laugh. Foolish human, the air is my home turf, trying to hurt me in the air? Simply delusional. With that, he descended at breakneck speed, attempting to attack Bai Xingxue who was descending. Bai Xingxue looked at the wildly unstoppable Zhang, and a trace of regret flashed in her eyes. Just a little bit closer, he could have killed the Golden Wind Demon King. But now that he had used up all his strength, there was no way to resist, and there was only one way to wait for death. However, right at this moment, an amazingly chilling evil aura suddenly rushed straight from the ground. Immediately after that, Lin Dong's voice rang out leisurely like a demonic god asking for his life. If you want to touch my little brother, have you asked me? Look at my eye of punishment. 95 Golden Wind Formation Flag, mutant beasts explode good stuff. The eye of punishment. The crimson armored one-piece helmet on Lin Mo's body squirmed, and a blood-red demonic pupil appeared in the center of his brow. The moment this pupil appeared, an evil, heart-chilling aura filled the four fields. On the other hand, the Golden Wind Demon King, who was being watched closely by Lin Dong, was trembling like sifting chaff, his fear reaching the peak. How is this possible? This is even more terrifying than the sky-level magical beast lords I've seen in my dreams. Just when the Golden Wind Demon King wanted to give up attacking Bai Xingxue and flee for his life, Lin Dong's lips suddenly trembled gently, and his words, like a magic spell, exuded endless coldness. Time stands still. Evil gaze. Corrosive beam. Eye of punishment trifecta. Released all at once. Time stasis, which can make the target stand still for 10 seconds, taking all the damage taken in those 10 seconds at once at the end. Evil gaze puts the target in fear while reducing the target's attributes, including blood, by 50%. A corrosive beam that accomplishes 45,000 points of sustained damage in a single pass. Half cripple the target at once. The current Golden Wind Demon King, after being fixed by time stasis, had a surprised idea mouth, and his eyes were filled with fear inside. He never expected this human kid, who was only level 31, to have such a terrifying output. But that's just the beginning. Only to hear Lin Dong command. Song Tianzhou, you catch Bai Xingxue, don't let him get hurt. Runin, take my hand, when we get close to the Golden Wind Demon King, you can directly use the life-snatching scissor kick. Song Tianzhou and Su Runin nodded their heads. Only to see Lin Dong pull Su Runin's hand and swing the white-silver blast glove in a straightforward manner. Explosive flash. Explosive flash. Explosive flash. With each flash, you can jump 300 meters in space. The Golden Wind Demon King was only about 600 meters away from the ground. After two explosive flashes, Lin Dong and Su Runin had appeared beside the Golden Wind Demon King. But bursts of lightning are different from flying, and as soon as they are no longer used they immediately go down like crazy. For Lin Dong to use flash so frantically, there was actually a great risk. Flashing was extremely stamina draining, and once he ran out of stamina, he would fall to mush. But right now, he couldn't care less. If they didn't kill this Golden Wind Demon King, all of them would be crushed to pieces by the Golden Wind Grand Formation. Therefore, as soon as Lin Dong appeared beside the Golden Wind Demon King, he took out the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace. Thunder at every step. Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu. The two glyphs and four elephants formation. All of the word skills, a brainstorm smashed into the Golden Wind Demon King. Su Runin was also not willing to show weakness, and directly opened the Miaojiang 10,000 poison cup in her hand, and immediately a green smoke floated towards the Golden Wind Demon King, causing a layer of bizarre green light to appear on the entire body of the Golden Wind Demon King. The poor generation of Heaven's Pride, the Golden Wind Demon King, who had experienced 2 mutations, hadn't even had the chance to show his hand before his blood level was directly beaten down to 3 million points left, less than 20% of his heyday. Ka-ching! As the effect of time stasis ended, the Golden Wind Demon King charged out of the time barrier in a rage. Its mane was as erect as steel needles, and it had obviously been moved to true anger. Kid! You're still the first one to force this king to use his mastery. But before it could finish its words, Surunin, who was on the side, had already let out a delicate cry and struck out a masterstroke. Life-snatching scissor kick. Killing scissor kick, 30% or less blood, direct KO. Before the Golden Wind Demon King could finish his words, his blood bar was directly exploded. Its gigantic corpse fell directly from a high altitude and hit the ground heavily. Lin Dong also pulled Su Runin's hand, and after 2 explosive flashes, he appeared beside the Golden Wind Demon King. As soon as he landed on the ground, the feeling of having difficulty breathing and lifting his steps appeared again. However, without the maintenance of the Golden Wind Demon King, the Golden Wind Grand Formation's power continued to diminish. Lin Dong put the corpse of the Golden Wind Demon King into the system forge furnace, intending to follow the forging book and forge the gold-grade martial equipment Wind Thunder Twin Wings. To his surprise, underneath the corpse of the Golden Wind Demon King, there was actually a small flag that flashed with colorful light. Explosive equipment. It looks good, it's still a word equipment. Lin Dong reached out his hand and took the small flag and carefully observed it. Equipment, Golden Wind Formation Flag. Flexible formation. Using a formation flag, you can directly create a Golden Wind formation that lasts for 24 hours and has a radius of 3 kilometers. The initial level of the Grand Formation is 30, each use consumes 1000 metallic spirit stones, and has an absolute suppression effect on level 30-40 beings. Every time you raise the level of a Grand Formation, the number of metallic spirit stones consumed is 10 times that of the previous level, and the power is increased by 10 times. Example, level 40 Golden Wind Grand Formation, consumes 10,000 metallic spirit stones, level 50 Golden Wind Grand Formation, consumes 100,000 metallic spirit stones. It was important to know that the likelihood of a magical beast bursting its armor was very low, and Lin Dong had killed countless monsters without ever bursting into something good. Killing this mutant demonic beast today actually exploded a piece of word equipment, which was a bit of a surprise to him. Stroking his chin, Lin Dong felt that he had earned a lot this time. He had already experienced the power of the Golden Wind Formation. It was definitely a group battle weapon, not even inferior to the Golden Horn he had forged before. Theoretically, as long as there were enough metallic spirit stones, one could infinitely raise the level of the Golden Wind Grand Formation, which had a suppressive destructive effect on all beings within that level. Carefully putting away the Golden Wind Grand Formation flag, Lin Dong knew that he possessed another super weapon to surprise and win. After all, not everyone had a system like he did, so others simply couldn't forge the Yuan Magnet Pin Gold Bead. And just then, the gold-level equipment, Wind Thunder Twin Wings, had been forged successfully. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successful forging, the hidden mission is officially open. Hidden quest, collect all the 10 Prayer Temple's soul stones, reward proficiency plus 10,000, enchanting value plus 10,000. Proficiency plus 10,000. Enchantment value plus 10,000. Hearing these 2 generous rewards, Lin Dong's heart began to pound. From awakening as a forge master until now, Lin Dong's forging proficiency was only just over 800, which belonged to the level of a forging master, and was only able to create gold-level weapons at the highest. If the proficiency directly reaches 10,000, he will directly cross the 3 levels of Platinum Forge Master 2000 proficiency, Diamond Forge Master 5000 proficiency, and Legendary Forge Master 10,000 proficiency, and can build all equipment below the legendary level. This was a heavenly reward. Saving countless hours of forging hard training. The value of the enchantment value, not to mention the need to say more, although Lin Dong has saved more than 300 enchantment value by saving money, but this thing who is too much only have more enchantment value, can be forged in large quantities of weapons and equipment to equip the army. So for these 2 rewards, Lin Dong was determined to get them. He kept the task of collecting the soul stones in mind and planned to ransack all the prayer temples. However, after he took out the map, he frowned deeply. Even on top of the map given to him by Marshal Shao, there was only the location of 1 praying god temple in the Jingo battlefield, so where were the remaining 9 praying god temples? Seeing Lin Dong frown and fall into deep thought, Su Runin asked softly. What's wrong, Lin Dong? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Now that this Golden Wind Formation has been in effect, we need to hurry up and get out of here before we can do so, or else it will be a huge drain on our physical strength. Song Tianshu by Xingxue and the others also nodded their heads, believing that it was inappropriate to stay here. Yes, big brother, let's hurry up and get out of here. Inside this Golden Wind Formation, it's not a good place. Big brother, old Bai has a point, let's hurry up and leave. Lin Dong returned to his senses amidst the words of the crowd. He looked at the exposed metallic spirit stone ore on the ground and mountains around him, and the corners of his mouth smiled slightly. With so many metallic spirit stone ores, wouldn't we be losing out by leaving? Let's empty these mines first. Lin Dong's words caused the crowd's jaws to drop. Song Tianzhou didn't control his mouth for a moment and accidentally muttered. No? Boss, are you so desperate for money? But in the next second, he covered his mouth as Lin Dong took out a small flag gently in his arms. Only Lin Dong gently waved it around and mouthed the words. The golden wind stops. The great formation subsides. Close the formation. With Lin Dong's broken cry, the feeling of discomfort that the golden wind formation had acted upon them immediately disappeared without a trace. This hand was the envy of the group of minions behind him. Song Tianzhou licked a big face and instantly came over, curiously surveying it. Big brother, what's this good stuff? Lend it to me. Watch it my ass, you still haven't returned the lock armor you borrowed from me last time. Lin Dong skimmed his lips and put away the golden wind grand formation flag. This kind of treasure, it was better to use it yourself first without using it. It was not time to give it to his little brothers. As he watched Lin Dong put away the golden wind grand formation flag, Song Tianzhou's eyes went straight with gluttony. Brother, I'll just touch it, don't be so petty. With that, he touched his hand to Lin Dong's chest, intending to take the formation flag into his hands. Scram, hurry up and go collect metallic spirit stones for me. If you don't collect 1 million metallic spirit stones, I won't even touch them for you. 96 metallic spirit stone veins, we're rich this time. The Jingo battlefield didn't have much else, but it had a lot of metallic spirit stones. Even if you kicked a random unimpressive stone on the ground, it would be a pure and incomparable metallic spirit stone. This kind of spirit stone, but whenever it was added to a weapon a little bit, it would make the weapon incomparably sharp and give a huge boost to the attack power. The most terrifying thing was that metallic spirit stones could also be directly absorbed by weapons and directly transformed into attacks. In the outside world, this was a good thing that countless bigwigs from powerful families competed for. The price skyrockets from time to time. And now, the valuable metallic spirit stones were lying all over the ground like worthless rags. Lin Dong and the members of the War God Academy were frantically collecting metallic spirit stones, and wherever they passed, even the ground was turned over. Bai Xingxue gently picked up a metallic spirit stone and placed it on top of his Tian Yuan sword, and the metallic spirit stone, shrinking with the naked eye, divinely merged into the Tian Yuan sword. This is worthy of being a supreme spirit stone that increases attack power. Just such a small piece has actually increased the attack power of the Heavenly Abyss sword by 20 points, and the sword chi that the Heavenly Abyss sword swings out seems to have become sharper as well. Seeing this, Song Tianzhou hurriedly took out a piece as well and placed it on top of his Weeping Blood treasure blade. That metallic spirit stone, after sensing the attraction of the overpowering chi in the Weeping Blood treasure sword, instantly turned into a molten state and quickly fused into the Weeping Blood treasure sword. When the fusion was complete, Song Tianzhou swung his sword and felt it. The weight of the blade, it seems to be a bit heavier than before, and the attack power has increased. This metallic spirit stone, it's really perverse. This maneuver of the two of them had made Xue Hong and Bai Ji, those who didn't have good weapons, greedy. They also took out their broken weapons to test the effects of the metallic spirit stones. Only Xue Hong took out his own shield and directly covered it with a layer of metallic spirit stones. At the same time his hands were folded together and he mouthed what appeared to be a prayer. Great auntie, second auntie, marrying a wife and forgetting my mother, please bless me and let the metallic spirit stones turn my shield into the strongest shield with the strongest attack power ever. Bai Ji and Shui Bingbing, the two new sisters, also fiddled with their weapons, wanting to open up what amazing effects metallic spirit stones could bring. Sure enough, a few moments later, Bai Ji's long sword completely absorbed a few metallic spirit stones. Wow, my sword attack power has increased by 100 points, I've gotten good again. However, for some reason, she picked up the long sword, and before she could even wait to swing it a few times, the long sword in her hand was like cracked porcelain, directly shattering into dozens of pieces. Looking at the bright remains of the longsword all over the ground, Bai Ji's big bright eyes suddenly darkened. How could this happen? I paid 20 million Chinese dollars for my longsword, my heart is killing me. At the same time, the fire staff in Shui Bingbing's hand suddenly burst into flames, turning into a field of useless rags. Shui Bingbing shook her small, blasted, and charred hands, her eyes filled with incredulity. This? How did my staff energy crystal suddenly explode? What's going on? Seeing that both of their weapons had problems, Xue Hong instantly understood what was going on, and he quickly tried to remove the metallic spirit stone from the top of his beloved shield. But it was too late. When the layer of metallic spirit stones covering the shield was removed, the shattered shield, like a tortoise shell, was displayed in front of his eyes. Xue Hong looked at his beloved shield that had accompanied him in battle for several years, but now it had actually become like this, and he suddenly howled with sadness. Heavens, Earth, why are you doing this to me? I just want to become stronger, is that even wrong? Lin Dong, who was frantically collecting metallic spirit stones, heard the rear of the group in disarray and instantly looked back. Seeing the miserable state of a few people became a bit of a crying shame. He shook his head as he pointed to the pieces of the weapons that were shattered on the ground. You guys, hey, what can I say about you guys? The sharpness of this metallic spirit stone is too prevalent. If it is not forged and polished to remove the impurities in it, it will easily cause damage to the weapon, and the material of your weapon is too poor to withstand such sharpness, that's why it shattered. And by doing so, you are also completely wasting the bonus effect of the metallic spirit stones. If you were to use the forging technique, a single metallic spirit stone could increase the attack power by at least 5,100 points. Hearing Lin Dong's words, Bai Ji playfully spat out her tongue. She also did not know that metallic spirit stones actually had such a function. But she looked at the shattered longsword on the ground and beamed, still somewhat aggrieved. Lin Dong Geijai, people really just want to have a good weapon while they're at it. How did they think it would be like this? There's no way for me to output from now on, it's just like a waste. When Bai Ji cried, Shui Bingbing also cried along with her, and she cried with pear blossoms and looked pitiful. Lin Dong Adu, can you help us forge a weapon? We're out of weapons and you're the only one who can help us. Shui Bingbing's words seemed to have started a chain reaction as Bai Ji and Shui Hong both reacted and also looked at Lin Dong with begging eyes. Yes, Captain, help us forge a weapon, we're willing to pay whatever price, as long as you can forge us a weapon. Lin Dong Geishai, please, you kindly help, have pity on us. Lin Dong's head was pounding from their noise, so he could only wave his hand, signaling them to stop first. Fine, you guys stop bickering for now and help me collect metallic spirit stones first. Whoever collects enough 1 million metallic spirit stones first, I'll help whoever forges first. The reason why Lin Dong did this was because the formation flag of the Golden Wind Grand Formation had to be supplied with a sufficient amount of metallic spirit stones in order to maximize its effect. However, once they were out of the Jingo battlefield, in the outside world there was simply not such an abundance of metallic spirit stones present, then the effect of the Golden Wind Grand Formation would be completely diminished. So now, he had to collect as many metallic spirit stones as possible, just in case. As for Shui Hong, Bai Ji and the others, after receiving Lin Dong's assurance that he could forge weapons for them, they also acted as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, frantically collecting metallic spirit stones. Wherever they went, it was like the transit of locusts, and even the hills were next to them by dozens of meters. However, the metallic aura inside the Jingo battlefield was rich. Even if it was scavenged this time, it wouldn't take long for new metallic spirit stones to be produced, so there was no need to worry about the depletion of metallic spirit stones. Of course, there were still some remnants of Golden Wind Beast lesser demons on the road, all of which were resolved by the crowd in passing. The crowd gradually separated as they searched for metallic spirit stones in different directions. Lin Dong had been paying close attention to the direction in which the team members had left, and once there was danger, he would immediately strike. Suddenly, in the direction that Shui Hong had left, there was a sudden shout, and amidst the horror of that voice, there was more or less a hint of surprise and exuberance mixed in. Lin Dong was afraid that Shui Hong would be in danger, so he immediately stepped on the lightspeed flowing cloud boots and used the 1,000-mile sprinting steps to rush towards Shui Hong's direction. However, Lin Dong couldn't help but frown when he arrived at the place where the sound came from. This was because in front of him was a wide hole, and within the hole, the metallic aura was stirring, more than dozens of times denser than the metallic aura outside. What kind of place is this? These metallic auras are so thick, Shui Hong is afraid that he might be in danger. Lin Dong frowned and carefully stepped into the cave entrance. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the entrance of the cave, the fierce metallic aura made him feel heavy breathing, as if he had once again stepped into the Golden Wind Formation. To know that he had Yuan magnetism pinning gold bead to defend himself, even he would feel such pressure, indicating that the metallic aura here was enough to cause damage to beings above level 40. The more this happened, the more it proved that Shui Hong would be in danger. Thinking of this, Lin Dong accelerated his steps. However, he didn't make any noise. After all, it was dark inside this cave. He didn't know if there were any magical beasts hiding in it. In case they suddenly came out and gave him a blow, it would be a gutter. To his surprise, he did not encounter any danger until he reached the end of the cave. At the end of the cavern was a huge indescribable abyss, and the path went here and broke off completely. As for Shui Hong, he stood dumbfounded at the edge of the abyss, his entire face filled with an unbelievable expression. Lin Dong suspiciously stepped forward and patted Shui Hong's shoulder. Shui Hong, what's wrong? The metallic aura here is too dense, it's dangerous for all of us, let's hurry and exit. But Shui Hong shook his head and pointed towards the front of the abyss. Brother, look. Following the direction of Shui Hong's finger, Lin Dong was also shocked speechless. This was because at the crags opposite the abyss, there was a huge vein of metallic spirit stone stretched across. And it was the strong metallic aura that emanated from this vein. Conservatively estimating this vein, there were at least hundreds of millions of metallic spirit stones. Just as Lin Dong was too surprised to speak, Shui Hong had already begun to analyze it. Captain, on the cliff on the opposite bank, there is a stone throne that is obviously the seat of that Golden Wind Demon King just now. It flew out of this hole just now. Maybe it's precisely because the metallic nature is so dense here that the Golden Wind Demon King producer Hong has mutated and become so powerful. And then, Shui Hong suddenly hemmed and hawed and looked towards Lin Dong with a flattering face. Big brother, I've discovered such a large vein of ore, are you showing the same to my brother and building a decent shield out for him? 97. The Dark Contest. Shui Hong's small eyes darted around, and his abacus beads crumbled into Lin Dong's face. However, Lin Dong didn't care as he gently nodded his head in agreement. After all, a shield warrior without a shield was almost tantamount to being wasted, which was why Shui Hong would not hesitate to take a risk and enter this cave in search of metallic spirit stones. First collect these metallic spirit stones, then I'll help you forge a shield. Upon receiving Lin Dong's affirmation, Shui Hong's eyes instantly lit up. But the next moment, he began to have a hard time. That metallic spirit stone vein, on the opposite side of the abyss. But how do you cross over this bottomless abyss at your feet? Shui Hong tentatively picked up a small stone and threw it into the abyss. After a long time, there was no sound of the stone landing. Grunting and gulping, Shui Hong's face turned a saucy purple color. He looked at Lin Dong, wanting to speak. Big brother, this abyss is too deep, it can't be crossed at all. At this time, Shui Hong's heart was incomparably entangled. It was clear that the metallic vein was right in front of him, but he just couldn't get it. If he couldn't get this metallic vein, he wouldn't be able to get Lin Dong to help him forge a new shield, and this nagging feeling caused him to scratch his ears, living like a monkey. Lin Dong stifled a smile and blinked as he looked at his monkey-like appearance. If it was half an hour ago, Lin Dong would not have had the means to cross this thousands of meters of abyss. Although his silver blast gloves could burst flash instantly, it was particularly draining. If you lose your strength in the middle of the day, you're in for a world of hurt. But now, with the wind and thunder wings, he can fly freely in the sky, and the consumption of physical strength is almost zero. So after seeing Shui Hong's appearance, he waved his hand without any concern. Isn't it just a tiny abyss of a few thousand meters? I'll just fly you directly over it. Fly over? Shui Hong's eyes widened in surprise, feeling that Lin Dong, the captain, was more or less blowing smoke. If Lin Dong could fly, he would not have used the silver blast glove, which consumed a great deal of physical strength, to perform a burst flash when he fought against the Golden Wind Demon King just now. But before he could question it, Lin Dong had already taken out his wind and thunder twin wings and put them on his body. Above that pair of wings, the aura of wind and thunder was draped around them, with a stream of grayish wind and a tiny arc of electricity entwined around them, making it intimidating to look at. With just a gentle flap, the 3-meter wingspan made Shui Hong stand unsteadily, with a feeling of losing his balance. Captain, this. What's this? Silly, can't you see these are wings? Lin Dong narrowed his eyes and smiled, feeling very satisfied with Shui Hong's world-unseen appearance. Without waiting for Shui Hong to make a move, he directly grabbed Shui Hong, shaking his wind and thunder wings, and directly pulled himself up. The tremendous sound of wind and thunder immediately dazzled the cave, causing the entire abyss to emit a dull echo, carrying a palpitating fear. A few moments later, the two of them crossed a few thousand meters of the abyss and landed smoothly on the opposite side of the abyss. Lin Dong collected his wind and thunder twin wings and appeared calm and relaxed. But inside, a hint of ecstasy welled up. This wind and thunder twin wings was just too good to use. Since then, the air had also become his main battlefield. If he encountered danger, as long as he wanted to leave, I'm afraid no one could keep him. Shui Hong, on the other hand, looked at Lin Dong with incomparable admiration, practically treating Lin Dong as an idol. Big brother, my big brother, you were really cool just now. Flying through the air. That was flying through the air. Something that only a great person above the sky level can do. I can't imagine that you can actually do it too, big brother, it's really enviable. If there is a day, I can also like big brother you like soaring in the sky, that would be how good. Big brother, let's discuss a thing, this big wings can you lend me a cool, rest assured, I am a person is ethical, borrowed things will certainly return. Shui Hong rubbed his palms together, his entire body showing a look of greed. This expression, compared to Song Tianqiu, was no better. Lin Dong knew that showing his wealth in front of these guys would have such an effect. So as soon as Shui Hong said borrow, Lin Dong knew that they were holding back some kind of good fart. He kicked Shui Hong in the ass and scolded him with a laugh, "Hurry up and go collect metallic spirit stones, if you keep nagging, the shield won't be forged for you." Shui Hong also knew that Lin Dong would not lend it to him, so he left with a flourish, sighing as he walked. "Big brother, when you get tired of playing with these wings one day, you must remember brother what rags brothers want, do not mind." Lin Dong of course ignored Shui Hong's words. However, the matter of promising a few people to forge weapons was not forgotten by Lin Dong. Inside the system's forging book mall, he briefly browsed through it and selected a few upper-middle range gold weapon forging books to start forging. Now that they were all level 31, they could use gold-level weapons, so they were facing another equipment update. Lin Dong would of course prioritize arming Shui Hong, Bai Ji, and Shui Bingbing who did not have much equipment. And Shui Hong is a shield warrior, which in layman's terms is a big meat shield with high blood and thick defense that resists damage in the front. Therefore, the equipment Lin Dong chose for him was the Vanguard shield. High defense, high blood bonus. And as Bai Ji was a sword saint, what she needed was a high output weapon. This land of Jingo was a good place to forge weapons. The rich metallic aura, coupled with the addition of metallic spirit stones, could allow weapons to have a higher attack power. Therefore, the weapon Lin Dong chose for her was the gold-grade medium weapon Moon Rainbow Sword. As for Cui Bingbing, she was a fire mage who specialized in long-range attacks. That was why Lin Dong had prepared a gold-level weapon, the Raging Fire Thunder Staff, for her. These three pieces of equipment, all of which were more moderate weapons in the gold-level weapons, so they wouldn't consume too many materials. Coupled with having an ample supply of metallic spirit stones, it could also grant these weapons even stronger attack attributes. However, the more metallic spirit stones were not the better. Adding too many of them would help increase the attack power, but it would also make the material of the weapon too brittle and easy to damage. So anything that is added must be done in moderation. After Lin Dong silently forged for 10 minutes, the three pieces of equipment were completely formed. Equipment, Vanguard Shield. Attack, plus 9,100. Life, plus 27,000. Defense, plus 16,000. Magic defense, plus 16,000. Magic resistance, plus 8,000. Xuanwu essence, every 60 seconds, summon a Xuanwu essence to protect yourself, which can resist 30,000 points of damage. Equipment, Moon Rainbow Sword. Attack, plus 21,000. Life, plus 8,000. Moonlight Pact, summons a 5,000 damage moonlight to attack the target every 10 seconds. At night, the moonlight attack doubles. Equipment, Fury Timber Staff. Attack, plus 1,600. Mana Strength, plus 13,000. Magic Value, plus 7,000. Burning Flames, create a flaming battlefield with a diameter of 100. Within the battlefield, the target's defense is weakened by 50%, its own attack is increased by 50%, and the target caught in it will be disoriented and unable to find the caster. Looking at these pieces of equipment, Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. Even for medium gold equipment, the attributes were actually not much better than top-tier silver equipment. It seems that this equipment replacement and upgrade is imperative. He gathered all the team members into this cave and distributed the equipment, which made Shui Hong, Bai Ji, and Shui Bingbing envious. Even Song Tianjiu, Bai Xingxue, Yao Qingyan, and the others were looking at Lin Dong with bated breath. After all, the newcomers all had gold weapons, and it was a bit of a stretch for a few of them to still be using silver weapons. Therefore, Lin Dong had no choice but to enchant their weapons, using the enchantment value, with the intention of upgrading the quality of the equipment. But there is a probability that exists with enchanting, and it doesn't work every time. This enchantment to enhance the quality directly consumed nearly 100 points of Lin Dong's enchantment value, which could make Lin Dong's flesh hurt. This enchantment value is a treasure use a little less, so wasteful as not thrifty Lin Dong can accept. He couldn't help but play with the weapon, happy-dabby pocket, thinking about when he would see Wang Rulong again and have a friendly exchange. That's 10 points of enchantment value a day, take it or leave it. Lin Dong's thoughts seemed to react in the underworld. Wang Rulong, who was far away from the hidden copy of the Flame Kingdom dodging the attacks of the magical beasts, suddenly felt a coldness in his back, and an unpleasant feeling lingered in his heart. Damn it, why is my heart always in turmoil? As soon as I think of that Lin Dong, I hate him so much that I gnash my teeth. The humiliation at the top of Kunlun, sooner or later, I'll have to return it. She stood up and slashed over a magical beast, her eyes filled with anger. It seemed that these magical beasts in front of her were all Lin Dong in general, and had to be dismantled to make her heart feel slightly better. All members of the Hunters and Slayers Guild, listen to my orders, form formations, eliminate small teams of magical beasts. Once a mutated magical beast approaches, you must immediately withdraw, and strive to use the fastest time to level up to level 40 and crush the other teams. Yes. The members of the Hunters and Killers Guild replied neatly, filled with high fighting spirit. And at the same time, Lin Dong also gave an order. After the metallic spirit stone veins are collected, immediately search for magical beasts in the Jingo battlefield, swallow experience potions, and upgrade with all your might. We, War God Academy, must be the first team to reach level 40, and preempt all level 40 plus copies. 98 sweeping across the Jingo battlefield, Angela Baiji in danger. Lin Dong gave an order, and everyone said yes in unison. Even Baiji and Shui Bingbing, the two of them thought of themselves as part of the War God Academy. Lin Dong, the captain, was giving forged weapons and experience potions, completely treating them as his own. They had completely taken Lin Dong as their captain in their hearts, willing to follow Lin Dong's orders and do everything they could for him. After Lin Dong armed the team, each and every one of them, almost all of them possessed the strength to single-handedly challenge a mutated magical beast. What's more, mutated magical beasts were, after all, a minority, and the vast majority were still those ordinary magical beasts. So inside the next 2 days, after the crowd packed away this metallic spirit stone vein, they began the path of rapid upgrading. These people were like killing gods, killing the entire Jingo battlefield in pairs, and any demonic beasts that showed their heads were directly destroyed by Lin Dong and the others. With their frantic leveling, the magical beasts in the entire Jingo battlefield began to boil over, even circulating legends of human demons. In the hinterland of the Jingo battlefield, the lair of the two-headed Vajra, a two-headed Vajra lesser demon panically barged in from outside the cave, panic written all over his face. Reporting to the king, that group of human demons have killed our territory, the king should hurry and take the little ones to run for their lives. The two-headed Vajra king, also a second mutation magical beast, its level was as high as level 59, and it was already considered a quasi-lord level magical beast. But after hearing this little demon's report, the hand that was groping Mother Vajra's plump buttocks still couldn't help but tremble a little. What? How can this group of human demons be so fast? An hour ago, wasn't it said that they were still in the territory of the Golden Ring Poison Scorpion? That Golden Ring Poison Scorpion is also a second mutation demonic beast king. How could it not even carry on for an hour? The two-headed Vajra king stood up anxiously and began to walk around inside the cave, trying to find a way to deal with Lin Dong and the others. But before he could think of his solution, the voices of several humans rang out from outside the cave. Bing Bing, do you think this two-headed Vajra king, can it resist our wave of attacks? Little Whitey, you're looking down on him too much. I think it might just be a little bit stronger than that waste of a scorpion. It's even worse than that scorpion. These two conversations, less than 50 meters from the entrance of its cave, scared the two-headed Vajra king to death. These human demons, they are also too arrogant. Even though it grimaced in dissatisfaction, it knew that it wasn't much better than the Golden-Ringed Poison Scorpion King. The Golden-Ringed Poison Scorpion King was known as one of the strongest combatants amongst the Jingo battlefield, and even it was defeated, and it was feared that its two-headed Vajra King would not be a match for these human demons. So it was in this instant that the two-headed Vajra King developed a desire to retreat. It was also at this moment that a fiery wall of fire outside the cave entrance suddenly spread in. The speed was so fast that the two-headed Vajra King couldn't even dodge in time. The mane on its body actually burned uncontrollably along with it. This caused the two-headed Vajra King to be incomparably horrified. One must know that the fur on its body was like its weapon, which was normally invulnerable to fire and water, and what kind of fire was the flame rushing in now that could actually ignite its mane? The moment the two-headed Vajra King hesitated, the huge wall of fire had already filled the entire cavern, and the sizzling heat made its body so hot that the surface of its skin was flushed with red spots. As for those two-headed Vajra lesser demons, the moment they were swept by this flame, they had already turned into charred corpses. The two-headed Vajra transported its gaze to its eyes, and two white streams of air spewed out from its nostrils, surprisingly causing the flames around it to follow and extinguish some of them. It looked out of the cave with angry eyes, pounding its chest with both arms in a loud rage. Damn human demon, stop pretending here, come in and fight me if you can. No sooner had its words fallen than two delicate female voices outside giggled. Bing Bing, what about this Vajra that wants to challenge the two of us, should we give it that chance? Tisk, little white, are you stupid? Obviously you can do remote grilling, why bother to do it? Let's just stay here for a long time, we can gain experience just as easily. That's a good point, then I'll listen to you ice. The two people outside the cave entrance were none other than Bai Ji and Shui Bingbing. The wall of fire that burned everything just now was created by Cui Bingbing using the raging fire timber staff. After all, she was a mage and was able to release her skills remotely, so she didn't bother to fight up close. As for Bai Ji, as a powerful sword saint, she had been helping her to clean up the magical beasts that were close to her side, and the two of them worked together seamlessly, burning down quite a few powerful magical beasts. Moreover, within the range of the flaming battlefield created by the raging fire timber staff, it could also weaken the Wraith's defense by 50% and increase their team's attack power by 50%, which made the two of them work together with an even greater advantage. For example, that golden ringed poison scorpion king was killed by the two of them in cooperation. This kind of terrifying combat power made both of them, Song Tianxiu by Xingxue, feel astonished. The strength was so strong that the two of them were qualified to fight alone. The experience each of them gained was eventually going to add up to the team experience anyway, and everyone gained experience that was scored. Spreading out and brushing the wilds helps to gain more experience. For example, Song Tianxiu and Bai Xingxue and Xue Hong had also formed a brushing squad. Lin Dong, Su Runan, and Yao Qingnian were another brushing squad. Everyone moves forward in a different direction in order to level up to 40 more quickly. And now, Lin Dong's entire team's level, after a sleepless day of brushing the field and upgrading, had all come to level 36, with a little bit of experience left to break through to level 37. Bai Ji looked at the upgrade progress bar and realized that the progress bar had suddenly boosted another 3% of experience, and the overall upgrade progress had reached 98.7%. She pouted at once, clearly in a more aggressive mood. Ice, my brother and the others have killed another secondary mutation demonic beast boss. Their experience contribution to the team has surpassed ours again. We need to step up our game. Cui Bingbing nodded, controlling the flaming battlefield a little more delicately. Don't worry, when we kill this two-headed Vidra king, our experience will once again overtake your brother by Xingxue and the others. Anyway, this time, we're definitely going to win. The two-headed Vidra king could clearly hear the voices of Cui Bingbing and Bai Ji, but he couldn't find where they were. After hissing a bit, the two-headed Vidra king also calmed down completely. It knew that there must be something odd about this flaming battlefield that would disorient it. If you want to break out, you have to charge hard in one direction to escape. Moreover, this two-headed Vidra king also had a hidden means, which was the earth escape technique. Even though the earth escape technique was extremely exhausting, there was nothing better it could do now. After all, there's no way to fight this kind of battle when you can't even see the enemy. After confirming that it couldn't resist the flames of the flame battlefield, it could only use this crushing skill, intending to use the earth escape technique to escape. Only to see it violently stick its head into the hard stone floor of the cave, and in a moment it disappeared into it, leaving no trace at all. Not being able to hear any more movement within the cave, Bai Ji and Cui Bingbing glanced at each other suspiciously. Bingbing, this two-headed Vidra king can't be so useless, right? How come it didn't move after only 2 minutes? Little Bai, this is where you're more innocent. It must be trying to lure the two of us over there on purpose, so it's playing dead, and as long as we go in, it's definitely going to go on a rampage against us. But the conversation between the two of them was all overheard by the two-headed Vidra king. Just two little girls, relying on a powerful magic treasure. You want to kill this great king? Let's see if this great king doesn't capture you too and make this great king's suppressed wives. The two-headed Vidra king quietly poked his head out from a hidden place outside the cave entrance, and after checking that there was no danger, he drilled his entire body out of the stone. The two of them, Bai Ji and Cui Bingbing, were still yawning in boredom, sitting at the entrance of the cave lazily basking in the sun. Bingbing, another 5 minutes have passed, and there is still no movement. Do you think that head of the two-headed Vidra king, is it dead or not? What's the hurry? It's safer to wait a little longer. Anyway, the flame battlefield is my home turf. Even if something pops out, others can't take it. Cui Bingbing was giving Bai Ji a wide berth when she suddenly realized that the sky had suddenly darkened. Hey, why is it suddenly dark? The sun was fine just now? But Bai Ji, who was on the opposite side of the table, opened her mouth wide in horror and pointed behind Cui Bingbing, even intending to stand up and pull out the moon rainbow sword. Before she could react, she and Cui Bingbing were grabbed by a pair of big furry hands, directly into their hands. The two-headed Vidra king was red and scorched black, and at this time, it had completely lost its handsome and dashing monkey-like appearance, and looked incomparably hideous and horrible. It opened its mouth to reveal huge fangs with saliva, looking viciously at Bai Ji and Cui Bingbing, who were clutched in the palm of its hand. Damned humans, I didn't go to destroy you, and you actually came to actively provoke this great king. Today, I will let you all taste what the consequences of messing with this great king are. Saying that, its hand slightly exerted force, instantly causing both Cui Bingbing and Bai Ji's skeletons to cackle, as if they would fall apart at any moment. A trace of blood spilled out of both people's mouths, and it was clear that this exertion by the two-headed Vajra king had directly broken through the duo's defense. Bai Shi struggled for a bit and realized that there was no way to take out the moon rainbow sword, so she could only be at the mercy of the two-headed Vajra king. Still want to resist, don't do it in vain, in front of this king, all means are vain. As for Lin Dong, who was engaged in brushing monsters and practicing leveling, he secretly frowned as he looked at the accumulated experience value of Bai Ji and the others that had not moved for a long time. These two little girls, nothing is going to happen to them, is it? 99, running so fast? The two-headed Vajra king was not in a hurry to kill painfully. Although it looks like a silly goofball, it is actually exceptionally thoughtful. It looked at Bai Ji and Shui Bingbing in its hands and exhaled a mouthful of fishy gas. This king will give you the chance to live, as long as you tell us how many of you have come, your battle power stats and what attack methods you specialize in. This king will make an exception and let you two humans be this king's squeeze. The two-headed Vajra king had heard that there were 8 human demons in the group. But the only ones that appeared in front of it now were these two little girlies, so it was also looking around vigilantly for fear of being suddenly attacked by the other humans. Moreover, keeping the lives of these two human women might even be a bargaining chip for it to negotiate with, which was why it was engaged in condescension with the Bai Ji duo. However, Bai Ji was dead set on sticking her chest out, looking like she was ready to die. Want me to divulge the news of Lin Dong Geijai? Don't even think about it. To the death, I won't disclose the secret that Lin Dong Geijai is a divine grade forge master with you. Bing Bing, I can't say it, and neither can you. Shui Bingbing glanced at Bai Ji in astonishment, suspecting that Bai Ji was suffering from a lack of oxygen in her brain, or else how could she say such middle-of-the-road words? Say I'm sure I won't say anything, I just hope you won't say anything, little whitey. Bing Bing, do you still not believe me? How could I possibly say anything about Lin Dong Geijai being full of word equipment? Bai Ji stubbornly lifted her chin, both of her eyes filled with the light of faith. Obviously, she didn't think that she was leaking information in the slightest. Shui Bingbing sighed. She knew that it was better for Bai Ji, this kind of stupid white sweetness, to talk to her less, or else she wouldn't even need to be asked. She would have told everything herself. The two-headed Vajra king was also listening with his side ears, a look of suspicion on his face. Word equipment? Word equipment it knows that is equipped with a special skill effect attached to it. However, word equipment should be very rare. Even a human at the peak of his full strength wouldn't be able to put together a few pieces, let alone a low-ranked human who was new to the Jingo battlefield. Therefore, the two-headed Vajra king thought that this Bai Ji must be lying to make it feel fear, thus releasing the duo. Human girl, it is really naive of you to presume to use such childish words to make me fall for it. I am a two-headed Vajra king, a high-grade intelligent creature that has undergone 2 mutations. Your little trick can't fool me at all. After saying that, the two-headed Vajra king glared triumphantly at Bai Ji, thinking that it had seen through everything. Bai Ji's little face was red with anger, and if she hadn't been unable to move her hands, she would have definitely pointed at the two-headed Vajra king's nose and cursed. Stinking monkey, it's fine for you to question me. How can you question my Lin Dong Geijai? You put me down. I'm going to take out my moon rainbow sword and fight you. My moon rainbow sword is the equipment that brother Lin Dong forged for me. Believe it or not, I can chop your head off with just one sword. Bai Ji's words made Shui Bingbing helplessly shake her head. Was this the legendary love brain? As soon as Lin Dong's matter was involved, Bai Ji would become stupid. But to her surprise, the two-headed Vajra king blinked and actually agreed. If you can really cut off this head on the right side of my head, I can really let you down. I've long been dissatisfied with this cerebellar atrophy head on the right. It simply detracts from my handsome image. The head on the left side of the two-headed Vajra king twisted a bit and said to Bai Ji. The head on the right side of it, though, was instantly dissatisfied. You're the one with a microcephaly, your whole family has a microcephaly, you look at me in a bad light, and I still look at you in a bad light. This body only needs me as a master, the one who should be cut is you. Human girl, if you cut off the left side of your head, I can make you the first press lady, and that woman who plays with fire can only come second. The head on the left was not to be outdone, and wiggled a little pinpoint. Its IQ, though, was still clearly a bit higher than the head on the right. It was able to tell that Bai Ji and the others were powerful. These human demons simply could not be offended, or else they would surely stir up fire. Human girl, you mustn't be at squeeze, it's a rice bucket full of mother Vajra ass, not a great pioneer like me. As long as you can help me cut off this guy's head, I promise that I can let you all go, and even refrain from interfering with what you humans are doing in the land of Jingo, and we'll all coexist peacefully. At this moment, both Chui Bingbing and Bai Ji were dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that the two heads of the two-headed Vajra king actually quarreled on their own. It was really an unprecedented spectacle. But right at this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded above the two-headed Vajra king's head. Put her down first before you're in a position to negotiate, otherwise, there's only death. Immediately afterward, a huge shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. There was even the sound of wind and thunder faintly resounding. The person who came was none other than Lin Dong, and at this moment, his gaze was blazing, clearly moving to kill the two-headed Vajra king. Su Runin and Yao Qingyan, the two of them tightly grasping Lin Dong's wind and thunder twin wings, looked at the two-headed Vajra king with the same cold expression. After all, Bai Ji and Chui Bingbing were on their team, and they wouldn't allow one of their own to be bullied. Lin Dong came here for a reason. Because he had noticed the abnormality in the accumulated experience value of Bai Ji's two people, he had come over to check it out and didn't expect to actually see this scene. Their team, in total, was divided into 3 small teams of monster brushing, and although the total experience of killing monsters would automatically go into the team's distribution, Lin Dong could see the cumulative value of each team's experience. When Bai Ji and the girl's accumulated experience value did not change for half a day, Lin Dong knew that the two of them must have encountered a situation. That was why he came over to check. I didn't expect that these two actually fell into the hands of the two-headed Vajra king. That was why he ordered the two-headed Vajra king in a bad tone, and as long as the two-headed Vajra king moved, he would immediately use the time stasis ability of the Eye of Punishment to directly obliterate the two-headed Vajra king. The two-headed Vajra king's heart fluttered when he sensed Lin Dong's substantial killing intent. This human is simply a pervert. I have a feeling that he only needs one move to kill me. It had an extremely keen sense of danger, and it could conclude that this human man in front of it could easily end its life. Especially the eye on his brow that was wrapped in armor, it was simply more intimidating than a sky-level demonic beast lord. This human, moreover, could actually fly, which caused it to completely lose its advantage in ground combat. Weighing the pros and cons, the two-headed Vajra king once again tried to slip away. It has been on the battlefield of Dingo for so long, relying on judging the situation and knowing when to advance and retreat. Now that Lin Dong's side was clearly strong, it would not stay and wait to be hammered by Lin Dong. Therefore, while Lin Dong had yet to make a move, the two-headed Vajra king directly used the earth escape technique and once again entered the hard rock. Human, this king smells the scent of the golden sacred herb on you. If you want to save both of their lives, go to the temple of prayer and exchange with this king. Remember, at least 10,000 golden sacred grasses before you can exchange them, otherwise, the king might tear the ticket. The words came from within the hard rock, and then there was no trace of the two-headed Vajra king anymore. Lin Dong brought Su Runin and Yao Qingyan with him as they landed on the ground from the air and looked at the flat and smooth rocks, and could not help but frown. This two-headed Vajra king was just too slippery. Before he could strike, the other party escaped. It was also the first time he had encountered a mutated magical beast with such a small guts, and without paying attention, he was actually run away by the other party. But this two-headed Vajra king had the earth escape technique, so it was very difficult to chase after him. Ding, the appearance of a potential magical beast has been detected. The system releases a temporary mission to take in the two-headed Vajra king. Quest reward, Forging Book of the Sea God Needle, Forging Book of the Curse of Tightening the Hoop. A pin in the sea? Tightrope? Lin Dong fiercely moved in his heart. Could it be that this two-headed Vajra king had the potential to be on par with the great sage of Chi Tian? If this was really the case, the system was giving him another extremely powerful booster. But how can you subdue the two-headed Vajra king? Lin Dong looked at the endless Jingo battlefield and pondered silently. That two-headed Vajra king had just mentioned the golden sacred grass when he left. It wanted the golden sacred grass, and it obviously also wanted to enter the praying god temple for blessings. When he thought of this, Lin Dong's eyes suddenly lit up. Right, let's go to the prayer temple and find this two-headed Vajra king. The prayer temple is a special place, equivalent to a separate world. In the middle of the prayer temple, he can't use the transportation technique, a good opportunity to subdue the two-headed Vajra king. Thinking of this, Lin Dong brought Su Runin and Yao Qingyan with him and once again rose up from the ground, flying towards the location of the prayer temple in the central lot of the Jingo battlefield. At the same time, he also sent a message to Bai Xingxue and the three of them, telling them to rush to the praying god temple at a rapid pace. At the top of a mountain range in the very center of the Jingo battlefield, there was a huge and wide platform. On top of the platform sits a radiant temple full of heavy history. On the periphery of the temple, there was a faint curtain of light that looked fragile, but could not be broken no matter how violent the means were used. Only by paying 10,000 golden sacred herbs at the stone statue of the flying general at the entrance of the temple can you enter it. The two-headed Vajra king, on the other hand, was already waiting here at this time. Its two pairs of eyes, however, were always alertly glancing around, and whenever an unfavorable situation arose, it would immediately hide underground. After a long time, it finally saw the small black dot flying in the sky, carrying a dazzling aura of wind and thunder. But from this distant distance, it already sensed an evil aura. This aura came from the vertical eye on the brow of the man waving his wings. No good, there's danger. Just as it wanted to enter the underground, it suddenly felt its body stiffen, and a bad feeling arose from the bottom of its heart. Crap, why can't I move? 100 blessing, Vajra demon ape is born. That extremely evil aura made the two-headed Vajra king, a diamond peak magical beast, feel extremely uncomfortable. Especially the beam of light that could freeze it, pinning him directly in place as if he was waiting for his fate. Just as the two-headed Vajra king's mind was spinning, Lin Dong, with Su Runin and Yao Qingyan in tow, had already arrived beside the flying general's stone statue in a whirlwind. This stone statue of a flying general, and the one outside the Jingo battlefield, had almost the exact same look and posture, both with both hands leaning on a large sword, looking into the distance with their heads held high. Arching his hand towards the stone statue of the flying general, Lin Dong collected his wind and thunder wings and landed beside the two-headed Vajra king. Just now, he directly utilized the time stasis ability of the Eye of Punishment in order to prevent the two-headed Vajra king from escaping. However, time stood still for only 10 seconds, he had to take this opportunity to save Bai Ji and Shui Bingbing first. Su Runin and Yao Qingyan naturally understood what Lin Dong meant. Without waiting for Lin Dong's command, the two of them transformed into streams of light and directly rescued Bai Ji and Shui Bingbing from the two-headed Vajra king's great hands before retreating behind Lin Dong. And instead of rushing to make a move, Lin Dong spread his wings and flew above the head of the two-headed Vajra king. The two-headed Vajra king was over 10 meters tall, and his head alone was even taller than Lin Dong. Lin Dong looked at the head on the left side of the two-headed Vajra king with a cynical smile and stroked his chin. I feel that your IQ seems a bit higher than the one on the right, we can make a deal. And then he took the initiative to withdraw the time stasis effect, allowing the two-headed Vajra king to regain his free body. The two-headed Vajra king twisted his body alertly, wanting to directly burrow into the ground, but Lin Dong reached out his hand and made a pause gesture. Don't panic, I have no intention of killing you, as I said, I'm just making a deal with you, as long as you agree to my conditions, I guarantee that I can let you walk out of the Jingo battlefield and become the most powerful magical beast ever. Out of the Jingo battlefield? The two-headed Vajra king, who had originally planned to escape by borrowing the earth escape technique, violently slowed down his movements after hearing Lin Dong's words and turned back to look at Lin Dong in shock. Walking out of the Jingo battlefield was the dream of every one of their magical beasts, so even the two-headed Vajra king was somewhat moved. Its gaze, however, was still full of vigilance, it was a little less convinced that a human would have such kindness, after all, magical beasts and humans had an unshared hatred. Lin Dong let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the two-headed Vajra king was not in a hurry to escape. If the two-headed Vajra king directly escaped, I'm afraid that his task of subjugation wouldn't be very accomplished. So he continued to follow the good advice and analyze the pros and cons with the two-headed Vajra king. You've seen my ability, as long as I want to kill you, you have no possibility of escaping at all, and even if you escape this time, do you think you'll still be able to return in one piece next time? But now, there is an opportunity in front of you, I can give you the golden sacred grass you need, as well as help you leave the Jingo battlefield, and even help you undergo multiple mutations to become a more powerful magical beast. And all you have to do is agree to my one condition to get everything I said above. The two-headed Vajra king looked at Lin Dong suspiciously, but it did not rush to escape, and even straightened its chest, carefully analyzing the potential meaning in Lin Dong's words. However, the temptation given by Lin Dong was just too sufficient, causing it to have a bit of a heartbeat. Golden sacred grass, but to be able to enter the praying god temple to pray for blessings, think back to the year, he is to kill a few human beings, gathered 10,000 golden sacred grass, only to be able to be born in the praying god temple's help of the ultra-high spiritual wisdom, have the opportunity to carry out the mutation. So the golden sacred herb, it is imperative. And the temptation to walk out of the Jingo battlefield is likewise no less than the temptation to enter the temple of prayer for blessings. Outside, that's a much wider world. The best amongst the magical beasts like him could surely stir up a storm in the outside world. The only thing he doubted now was the intentions of the human in front of him. I've heard that human beings are all bad to the marrow of their bones, with tricks hidden in their stomachs to trap and cheat monkeys, and none of them are good. But the situation was stronger than the human. This human was indeed strong and terrifying. if it refused to trade with this human, even if it had the earth escape technique in its body, it would be difficult to escape the other party's pursuit day and night. After all, that eye of punishment, it was just too evil, and it didn't have confidence that it would be able to dodge the eye's attack. Therefore, the two-headed Vajra king intended to make a false pretense with Lin Dong first to see what Lin Dong's true purpose was. "What's the deal, you tell me first?" Lin Dong saw that the two-headed Vajra king had already taken the bait, so he narrowed his eyes and smiled. He lightly twisted his fingers and took out a golden sacred grass from his ring. "I want you to be my slave and do my bidding." "What? You're asking me, the titular king of Vajra, to be your slave?" Although the two-headed Vajra king was flexible and versatile and not very bold, but when he heard Lin Dong's words, he still laughed out loud with his two heads tilted, as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. Although the golden sacred grass in Lin's hand made it salivate, it was far from enough to pray for a blessing, and wouldn't make its heart flutter at all. Therefore, it displayed an impassioned appearance, revealing its mouth full of fangs and venting its dissatisfaction at Lin Dong. "Kid, do you know that a beast can be killed but not humiliated? Vajra will never be a slave." The two-headed Vajra king beat its chest with both fists, erupting with a powerful battle intent as the majestic muscles on its back slowly shrugged, making its figure even taller and more hideous. It seemed to be demonstrating at Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong only smiled faintly and took out another large handful of golden sacred grass in his ring, which amounted to tens of thousands of plants. Golden sacred grass, Lin Dong did not lack it at all. After the duplication of the divine magnitude multiplying treasure pot, he now had hundreds of thousands of golden sacred grasses. He couldn't use them up in any way. Taking out these golden holy herbs is just gross. Lin Dong shook the golden sacred grass in his hand and once again looked at the two-headed Vajra king with a cynical smile. "Agree to my conditions, and these golden sacred herbs are yours." I've heard of an old saying that says a beastman is never a slave unless he is packaged with food and shelter. I'll package your golden sacred grass. How about it? Can this deal continue? The two-headed Vajra king looked at the golden sacred grass in Lin's hand, and the left side of his head involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This was something that he had been longing for far too long, and he never imagined that it would actually appear before his eyes. If he was able to successfully pray for blessings, he might experience a third mutation and become a powerful legendary class magical beast. By that time, this human, perhaps, would be no match for him. Why don't I pretend to submit to him first and trick him into holding the golden sacred grass? That's why the left side of the two-headed Vajra king's head was dripping and spinning, his mind constantly changing thoughts. The head on the right, on the other hand, laughed out loud in a silly way. "What's so good about this grass? If you find me a dozen female Vajra with big asses, I might even be able to oblige you. With just a handful of grass in your hand, you still want me to be your slave? Dream on." When the head on the right says that, the head on the left breaks right through the defense. "Is this guy of yours sick? All you think about every day inside your head is Mother Kong? Is that an ordinary grass? That's a golden holy grass, a good thing to perform prayers with. What's the use of praying for blessings? There's always someone stronger. You become stronger, you will also meet stronger enemies. It's better to have fun with Mother Vajra every day. You unthinking fellow, I should just eat you up and save myself the embarrassment of being out there. Oh, it's not certain who will eat who, but my IQ is higher than yours." This scene caused Lin Dong to be a little jaw-dropped. He had never thought that if he grew two heads, he could still quarrel with himself. This kind of skill, ordinary people can't do it. In the end, the head on the left felt that there was no way to communicate with the brainwashed one, the head on the right, and turned his gaze towards Lin Dong. "I can agree to your deal, but I also have one request. Give me the golden sacred grass first and help me cut down this idiot on my right." "Deal." Lin Dong snapped his fingers, indicating that there was no problem. "Well then, I'll help you control this body, and you cut this guy on the right side in a hurry, otherwise, he'll fight for the dominance of this body of mine at any time." The two-headed Vajra king's body suddenly stood still and stopped speaking. Apparently the head on the left is fighting the head on the right for dominance of the body. Lin Dong understood, and the underworld beast soul furnace in his hand was raised high and smashed down directly on the right side of the head. He applied all of his attacks to this one attack, with a total output of upwards of 100,000 points. Boom! A furnace went down, and the right side of the head was suddenly smashed and his head drooped. "Bai Shi, lend me the moon rainbow sword." Lin Dong Geizhai, catch the sword. Bai Shi threw the moon rainbow sword towards Lin Dong, while Lin Dong directly utilized his power in his hand and took the long sword and directly chopped off the right side of the two-headed Vajra king's head. The head on the right side landed with a thud, stirring up a large cloud of dust on the ground. And the head on the left side of the two-headed Vajra king laughed out loud, and his body began to change amazingly. The right side of the head, where it had been severed, healed instantly, while the left side of the head moved to the center of the shoulder, taking full control of the body. Finally, I don't have to be bound by this brainiac. Yes. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes at the two-headed Vajra king and reminded him at the right time. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. With that, he shook the golden sacred grass in his hand. King Vajra's eyelids jumped a few times, but in the end, he didn't retort because the golden sacred grass hadn't arrived yet, and it wasn't the time to turn the tables with Lin Dong. It's a monkey that can bend and stretch, and knows how to maximize benefits for itself. Face is worth a few bucks, and benefits are the best smelling. So it dropped to one leg and made a submissive gesture. I, King Vajra, would like to serve you as my master. Please master, give me the golden sacred grass. Ding, the host's task of subduing the two-headed Vajra king has been completed, and the rewards of the sea-setting needle forging book and the tightrope spell forging book have been issued to the system space. Reward in hand. Lin Dong was overjoyed in his heart. He directly threw the golden sacred grass to the king of Vajra, and didn't seem to be worried at all that this fellow would turn against him. And after the king of Vajra got the golden sacred grass, his demeanor changed drastically, and he directly paid the flying general's stone statue and entered the praying god's temple, no longer looking at Lin Dong at all. But Lin Dong was not in a hurry. Instead, he took out the sea-fixing needle and the tightrope forging book and began to forge them seriously. Su Running glanced at Lin Dong worriedly, feeling as if Lin Dong was too nervous. Lin Dong, you don't even sign a slave contract with it. Aren't you afraid that he will turn against you? Her words had just fallen when she heard a loud, shrill whistling sound suddenly come from within the temple. It shook the heavens and moved the earth. Ha ha ha, I've finally achieved Vajra Demon Ape. I've stepped over the threshold of legend. Human, you'll pay the price for your arrogance just now. 101 Goddess of Blessings, Epic Gift Box. Big Brother, urgently summoning us over. Is something happening? Yeah, Big Brother, it's going to be level 38 soon. This experience brush is really cool, I can't even stop. Bai Xingxue and Song Tianqiu joined forces and Xue Hong was huffing and puffing and gasping for breath as he chased after them. He was a shield warrior and wasn't very good at speed, so it was a bit of a struggle to chase after these two. When Lin Dong saw a few people arriving, he handed out the golden sacred grass replicated from the divine magnificence multiplying treasure pot in a portion of 10,000 plants per person, and then instructed a few words. After I finish forging my equipment, let's go directly into the prayer temple to perform the blessing. Right at this moment, within the prayer blessing divine temple, there was a faint sound of vibration, and it was obvious that the head of the Vajra King prayer blessing had gained a great benefit. It seemed that the Vajra King was undergoing a huge metamorphosis, and the process appeared to be extremely painful, otherwise it wouldn't have kept hissing. But the hissing was mixed with arrogant shouts. It seemed that the increase in strength brought it great confidence. Ha ha ha. Upgraded again. I, the Vajra Demon Ape, am indeed the pride of the heavens. Damn human, I'll turn you into my servant later. Make you completely regret it. Xue Hong was startled by the commotion coming from within the temple, the golden sacred grass in his hands scattered all over the place, and he said with some horror. What's going on? Why is there such a big tremor happening inside the temple? Is there some hidden big boss inside? After all, the hissing sound that came from within it was just too fierce. But Song Tianqiu crossed his weeping blood treasure sword with great bravado. He, I'm getting itchy. If Big Brother hadn't told us to wait for him to forge equipment, I'd want to rush in and fight that big boss right now. Bai Xingxue's eyes were also filled with wariness. Ever since his heavenly abyss sword had been upgraded to the gold level, he felt that the magical beasts inside the Jingo battlefield had become vegetables, and was in desperate need of a powerful opponent to verify his strength. Old Song, leave this guy to me, I want to see where my limits are. Bai Xi saw her brother in Song Tianqiu's leaping appearance and spat out her little tongue, walking over and explaining what had happened. When Bai Xingxue and Song Tianqiu heard that Lin Dong wanted to take in that Diamond King, both of them revealed a look of regret. Hey, I had thought that there was a decent boss that I could painfully kill, but I didn't expect to be seen by Big Brother. Bummer. It seems that the only way to verify the true meaning in my sword is to enter a higher level copy. The crowd chattered away while the commotion in the temple continued. But Lin Dong didn't even raise his eyelids, still concentrating on forging equipment there. In his opinion, not to mention that this Vajra King had only broken through to the legendary level, even if it had broken through to the sky level, he wouldn't put it in his eyes. He had beheaded all the sky level 6-tailed demon foxes, so he had a clear perception of his own strength. After about 5 minutes, the sea-fixing needle and the tightrope curse were both successfully forged, and although they were only at the gold level, they were already the top equipment at the gold level. Coupled with the terrifying metallic bonus effect of the Jingo battlefield, the base attack power of the sea-defining needle reached an extremely terrifying level. Equipments, sea setting needle gold level. Attack, plus 36,000. Golden increased damage, plus 12,000 restrains wooden attributes, doubles damage to all wooden attributes. Armor break, plus 8,000. Indestructible, weighing 108 million kilograms, equipment below the weight of the Tinghai God's needle has a 1% probability of being directly shattered. At the first sight of the sea-defining needle, Lin Dong could not help but marvel for a moment. Not only was this sea-setting needle's attack ridiculously high, it even had a 12,000-point gold damage increase. Even more outrageous was the ability to restrain all wood attributes, whether it was feats and equipment or character targets, all possessing the effect of double damage. And that's not all, the fixed sea needle also has a shattering effect on all equipment below its weight, although the probability is only 1%, but as long as the attack speed goes up, it can damage the opponent's equipment just as fast. To know the weight of the sea-defining needle, that is a full 800,000 pounds in this world, can reach this weight of the weapon, almost no. Even if someone could wield it, it would be extremely physically exhausting, so no one would even attempt to use the Dinghai Divine Needle as a weapon. But for the King of Vajra, who could tear apart mountains with his bare hands, this weapon could not be more handy. With a satisfied glance at his equipment, Lin Dong stood up straight and scanned the team members who were expecting him to make arrangements. Alright, pay the golden sacred grass at the stone statue of the flying general and let's enter the temple of prayer for blessings. The crowd took the prepared golden sacred grass and threw it into the teleportation portal. There was a smooth flash of light, and everyone was brought into the middle of a large hall filled with a magical atmosphere. Above the great hall, whether it was the pillars or the walls, there were countless paintings of gods and magical beasts engraved. There seemed to be a buried civilization that was showing them its former glory. And right in front of the main hall was a statue of a goddess whose face could not be seen. This goddess, with her staff raised to the sky and her entire being covered in a sarong, is solemn and divine. Below the 100-meter-high statue of the goddess lay prostrated devout being. It was that head of the king of Vajra. No, now it should be called the Vajra demon ape. At this moment, a 7-colored light was slowly fading from its body, and the Vajra demon ape was hissing loudly with blood all over its body under the effect of this 7-colored light. Apparently, the 7-colored light was the real reason for bringing about its metamorphosis. Just as Lin Dong and the others were observing, a grand voice suddenly rang out. Lin Dong, meeting the conditions of God's blessing, obtaining a volume of the Epic Forge Master's Manual. Level up to 10. Su Runan, meeting the conditions of God's blessing, obtains a volume of the Epic Holy War Emperor's Heart Method. Leveling up to 10. By Xingxue, meeting the conditions of God's blessing, obtaining a volume of the Epic Sword Emperor's Sword Dao Sense. Level up to 10. Song Tianxiu, meeting the conditions of God's blessing, obtaining a volume of the Epic Blade Emperor's Absolute Blade Technique. Level up to 10. Yao Qing Nympho, meets the conditions of God's blessing and obtains a volume of Epic Dark Priest Technique. Level up to 10. Shui Bingbing, meeting the conditions of God's blessing, obtaining an Epic Phoenix True Spirit Fire Seed. Level 10. Bai Shi, meeting the conditions of God's blessing, obtaining a volume of the Epic Sword Emperor's Sword Dao Technique. Level up to 10. Shui Hong, meeting the conditions of God's blessing, obtaining a volume of the Epic Shield Warrior Emperor Technique. Level up to 10. Above the staff held by the goddess, the crowd was wrapped in a 7-colored glow as a. I have to say, it's really amazing what this blessing gives. Not only did they make everyone level up by 10 levels, but they were even all bestowed with epic feats or epiphanies. It was simply too much. In this world, the platinum level corresponds to the Great Warrior, the diamond level corresponds to the Battle King, the legendary level corresponds to the Battle God, the sky level corresponds to the Battle Zune, the legendary level corresponds to the Battle Saint, the epic level corresponds to the Battle Emperor, the mythological level corresponds to the Great Battle Emperor, and then further up, it is said that there are also supreme and eternal levels of these levels that exist, but there is no way to find out. And the fact that epic level techniques were being handed out like cabbages in this praying god's temple still left the crowd feeling incredulous. That was epic level, it was beyond the current highest level of humans and magical beasts in Blue Star. One must know that even Marshal Shao and the Law Emperor of the Western Sacred City, who were called the highest human combatants, were only at the legendary level. So it could be imagined how precious epic level items were in Blue Star. Even Lin Dong was shocked by the greatness of the blessing bestowed. The Epic Level Forge Master's Manual, which not only recorded the uses and properties of various rare materials, but also had many unheard of improvements to the forge book. This made people like him, who only knew how to buy forging books in the system store, feel as if they had opened the door to a new world. Even in this one manual, this epic forge master made some sort of speculation, such as how to forge equipment with word skills from characteristic materials. The word equipment was not Lin Dong's original creation. In fact, it had existed in the world for a long time, it was just that it was relatively rare. And the civilization system that the prayer temple belonged to had given birth to countless great forges, who had vomited their blood to summarize their methods, and had also uniquely found some techniques to be able to forge word equipment. However, this technique has a low success rate and needs to be tested many times before it succeeds once by chance. Although the success rate was low, it gave Lin Dong a thought. He could only rely on the enchantment value generated from doing system quests to forge word equipment now. Although it was also able to forge quite a bit of equipment out, it was limited by the enchantment value and could never be forged in large quantities to arm the troops of China. If this epic forge master's guess was right, he could verify it for this epic forge master. At that point, it might be possible to produce a large amount of word equipment without relying on enchantment values. Therefore, the surprise brought to Lin Dong by this volume of Epic Level Forger's Manual was far greater than the surprise brought by the Helicopter Level 10. After all, Lin Dong had a large amount of experience potions in his hands, and upgrading was not a difficult task for him at all. But this valuable forging experience could not be obtained through other channels. Waiting for the 7-colored light on his body to dissipate, Lin Dong slowly opened his eyes and retreated from the harvest. The others slowly opened their eyes as well, obviously all of them having gained a considerable amount just now. As for that Vajra demon ape, when he saw the 7-colored light on the crowd recede, he stood up with an unfriendly gaze. Its body at this time, more than twice as tall as before, stood in front of the crowd like a small mountain, its majestic chest muscles flared out, and its green-colored fangs were extremely appalling. Human. I have been blessed by the gods and have the potential to become an epic-level magical beast, and you actually presume to be my master? Oh, now I'm going to make you regret what you did in the first place. With that, the Vajra demon ape was about to make his move. However, Lin Dong looked at it unperturbed and blinked with a smile. Monkey, I've got a treasure, do you want to see it? 102 Whoever lifts it up, the C pin will be his. Baby? The Vajra demon ape glanced at Lin Dong suspiciously, not knowing what kind of medicine Lin Dong was selling inside his gourd. It was about to open its bloody mouth ready to eat Lin Dong, and the other party was actually planning to show it a treasure, not knowing if its brain was broken. However, Lin Dong's words still caused the Vajra demon ape to retract its movements and surveyed Lin Dong vigilantly. Only to see Lin Dong unhurriedly take out the C-fixing needle from the system space and place it on the ground. Rumble. As the C-pin landed on the ground, the entire ground of the prayer temple was shaken as if an earthquake had occurred, and the dust on the ground even flew up, causing the entire temple to be coated with a layer of gray color. To be honest, just taking out the C-stabilizing needle almost caused Lin Dong to vomit blood. This C-defining needle was simply too heavy. Even if he had the added strength of his equipment, it was still incomparably laborious to try to wield something so heavy. When the smoke and dust cleared and the C-fixing needle appeared in front of the crowd, everyone was surprised by the powerful attributes of the C-fixing needle. Equipments: C-setting needle gold level. Attack, plus 36,000. Golden increased damage, plus 12,000 restrains wooden attributes, doubles damage to all wooden attributes. Armor break, plus 8,000. Indestructible, weighing 108 million kilograms, equipment below the weight of the Tinghai God's needle has a 1% probability of being directly shattered. Xuehong gulped at the back with little stars inside his eyes. Big brother, this C-fixing needle of yours, it won't be intended for this Vajra demon ape, such a good equipment, it's just right for me. I'm missing such a rod, you know, our shield warrior is the main output. Song Tianqiu also saw that his eyes were glazed over. He pushed Xuehong aside and rubbed his hands together as he went forward, wanting to touch the Dinghai divine needle. Big brother, in fact, I have a secret that I have never told you. In fact, I don't like to dance with swords, my favorite is still to get a stick. This C-defining needle, no matter the size or color, is my dream love stick. Even Bai Xingxue's mouth trembled, wanting to say something, only his skin wasn't as thick as these two's and he didn't say anything in the end. Lin Dong knew that as long as there was something good to take out, these guys would definitely not be able to hold on to it. So he smiled slightly, pointed to the pin in front of him, and said seriously. This C-fixing needle, I intend to give it to my pet monkey, if you guys want it, as long as you can carry it, I can also let you take it, but if you can't, don't say that big brother is being generous. When the Vajra demon ape heard Lin Dong call it a pet monkey, its eyebrows instantly raised, and the anger in its eyes was even more undisguised. He even wanted to go forward and snatch the pin from the sea. However, the crimson armor on Lin Ju violently shook and squirmed, and in the center of his eyebrows, an eye that emitted an evil aura appeared. The Eye of Punishment again. Although the Vajra demon ape had already completed its third mutation, it still felt a kind of heartfelt frisson towards this eye. So it took a step back and held still, wanting to see what tricks Lin Dong was selling. As for Shui Hong and Song Tianxiu, when they heard Lin Dong's words, they also became eager to try. Although that Vajra demon ape wasn't very strong, Song Tianxiu and Shui Hong, who were wielding golden word weapons, didn't think that they couldn't defeat it, and were even thinking of having a fight with the Vajra demon ape. So the two of them didn't even care about the murderous gaze of the Vajra demon ape, and came straight to the front of the sea-defining needle. You first or me? Shui Hong rolled up his sleeves and glanced at Song Tianxiu. Of course I'll go first, what if you pick it up? Song Tianxiu cast a sidelong glance at Shui Hong, the meaning in his eyes self-evident. Fireproof against teammates, as soon as you Shui Hong pouted your ass, I knew there was nothing good farting about. Shui Hong, however, cackled and didn't seem to care at all about Song Tianxiu's mockery. He graciously made a gesture of invitation while holding his shoulders. Hey, old Song, don't say I look down on you, your small body, carrying a broken sword is the limit, even my vanguard shield, you're struggling to hold it, this stick, I'm sure you can't lift it. You're not like me, I, Shui Hong, am a Hercules, and holding this Ding Haishan needle is just like holding chopsticks, lifting weights like they're light. So this sea-defining needle definitely belongs to me today. Song Tianxiu darkened his face and glanced at Shui Hong. But what Shui Hong said was kind of the thing. The vanguard shield that Lin Dong had forged for Shui Hong had an overall weight of a terrifying 2,160 pounds, and he had been unable to lift it after trying for a long time that day. However, Song Tianxiu was a tenacious breed, he would not give up the opportunity to be able to pull wool over Lin Dong's eyes, so he still decided to give it a try. However, when his arms environmentally protected the Ding Haishan needle, using the strength of his milk could not move, he realized that this Ding Haishan needle was really not something he could get his hands on. Shui Hong, who was on the side, laughed loudly and patted Song Tianxiu's sweat-drenched shoulder. Old Song, don't waste your efforts, this kind of treasure is only suitable for a divine and invincible Hercules like me. With that, Shui Hong pulled away Song Tianxiu and straightened his chest as he came in front of the sea-defining needle. Hey! Ha! Hi! Shui Hong pouted his buttocks positively and negatively hugged for half a day. The fixed sea god pin is as if it has taken root on the ground, without a trace of signs of shaking. This time, Shui Hong was also confused. He was a famous Hercules and could lift objects weighing up to 30,000 pounds at the maximum if he used his full strength. But this sea-defining needle in front of him, he actually can't even shake it, so how heavy is this sea-defining needle in the end? Song Tianxiu, who was on the side, finally found an opportunity and began to dig at Shui Hong. Hey, I said old Shui, who said he was Hercules just now? How come in the blink of an eye, you can't even pick up chopsticks? Shui Hong glared back at Song Tianxiu in defiance, his mouth opening and closing to gasp for air. I was just warming up, and down here, I'm going to get serious. Saying that, Shui Hong once again set up his horse stance and transported his chi, preparing to pull the willow upside down. Zip! Shui Hong exerted himself so much that his battle robe was ripped open, revealing the large flowery underwear inside. Bai Shichui Bing Bing and the others, who were originally watching attentively from the back, all shrieked and covered their eyes. Shui Hong also awkwardly withdrew his hand and hurriedly took out a piece of clothing inside his storage ring to change into. This time, Shui Hong was truly honest as he pouted and looked at Lin Dong incredulously. Big brother, just how heavy is this sea-defining needle? Why can't I even move it? Lin Dong smiled faintly. 180,000 pounds. 180,000 pounds? Everyone sucked in a cold breath. With this weight, I'm afraid a single stick could flatten a mountain. But the Vajra demon ape on the opposite side couldn't help but have his eyes light up. They are all born Hercules, but without a weapon, they can't utilize their true strength. If this sea pin could fall into its hands, it would really shake the heavens and shake the earth. What's more, the indestructible word attribute of this sea-setting needle is a perfect complement to this weight. Thinking of this, the Vajra demon ape's eyes became 1 point hotter. However, Lin Dong's methods were incomparably mysterious, and it was not certain that it would definitely be able to take it from Lin Dong. I can't imagine that even though I've reached the legendary level, I would still be suppressed by this human's eyes. It seems that the only way to finish him off is to sneak out and finish him off while he's not being The pupils of the Vajra demon ape slowly rotated, and an implementable plan was brewing in his mind. However, right at this moment, Lin Dong suddenly beckoned towards it. "Come on, monkey, it's your turn. If you can lift it, this sea pin will be yours from now on." Ha! Ha! The Vajra demon ape felt that its ears had misheard. This human was really going to give it the sea-setting needle. He wouldn't really think that with its Vajra demon ape strength, it would not even be able to pick up a 800,000 pound stick, right? The Vajra demon ape used a huge finger and pointed at his nose, looking at Lin Dong in confusion. "Are you serious? You're not afraid I'm going to pick it up and beat you to death with a stick?" Lin Dong smiled faintly, appearing lighthearted, and his words were filled with powerful confidence. "If you have that strength, you can try it too." Lin Dong watched the Vajra demon ape take a few steps back vigilantly, and then burst out laughing once again. "What, you're a legendary level boss and you're actually timid to this extent? Unfortunately, in the middle of the temple, you can't use the earth escape technique, there's no escape. The opportunity to have a super weapon like the sea-setting needle is right in front of you, you actually don't dare to come over and take it, it's really a bit too useless. If I had known, I would have left the right side of my head and not chosen you. You've been living in hiding for so many years, even though you have a heavenly strength, what's the use? Have you been living so timidly like a rat? I don't mind you resisting me, I just want to see how much courage you really have." When the Vajra demon ape heard Lin Dong's sarcasm, it instantly roared with both of its arms slapping its chest. Both eyes shot out two snowy beams of light. His mountain-like body took a heavy step forward, as if he had made up his mind. It had been told by Lin Dong what was in his heart, and although he had a superb ambition, every time things came to a head, he would choose to retreat, never daring to fight for his life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have landed the title of runner's champion in the Jingo battlefield. Now that he had heavenly strength, he was still timid as a mouse because of his habits, and even when he wanted to retaliate against Lin Dong, he was afraid to do so. Wanting to get the sea-defining needle, but not daring to go forward. He had really had enough of such days. It intends to let go of the past and make a complete break for it. It put its heart in the right place and directly grabbed the sea pin with one hand. 103 Monkey, this master gives you the name Ape Hung. Up! The Vajra demon ape waved one arm, only to see the sea-defining needle begin to tremble violently. Above the ground, a great deal of dust rolled up again, showing Tyndall's phenomenon in the light coming through the doors and windows. The sea-defining needle, held effortlessly in its hands, swung a circle of stick shadows. However, the target of the Vajra demon ape was Lin Dong. Only to see him jumping up on both feet, the sea-fixing god needle was held by both of its hands, rising up into the air ready to give Lin Dong a headbutt into a meat cake. Seeing that the Vajra demon ape was so impatient, Lin Dong took out another equipment from the system space without any panic and held it up in his hand and shook it. "Hey, don't worry about it yet, I've got another gem here, do you want to take a look before you do? And baby?" Vajra devil ape is ready to smash down a stick, but the attack was stopped, after jumping out dozens of meters, fixed eyes to see. Only Lin Dong's hand was seen holding a silver glittering hairband. Equipment, tightrope. Attack, plus 13,000. Defense, plus 21,000. Gold system increased damage, plus 19,000 restrains wood attributes, doubles damage to all wood attributes. Reverse enlightenment, wear it on your head, and your spiritual wisdom will grow indefinitely, you can realize the great Tao of heaven and earth, grow without any obstacles, listen to the teachings, and you will understand it at a single point, and it will be instantly enriched to your own body. Truth be told, the word attribute of the tightrope curse once again made the Vajra demon ape's heart flutter. I thought I wouldn't be heartbroken again without Mother Vajra's ass, but I can't imagine that within this one day, I've been heartbroken twice more, once by the sea-fixing needle, and the other time by the tightening curse in front of me. For magical beasts, the biggest difference between them and humans is the spiritual underground. Even though the Vajra demon ape had completed 3 mutations at this point, its IQ was equivalent to that of a 10-year-old human child. If he was able to enhance his own enlightenment, his intelligence might be able to reach the level of a top human strategist, completely freeing himself from the comfort of his magical beast habits and becoming the greatest monarch of the Vajra clan. Therefore, it stared deeply at Lin Dong and asked with some stuttering. "You mean, this treasure, too, is for me?" "Of course." Lin Dong gave a thieving smile. This treasure, it was the pit that Lin Dong had dug up. For in the words of reverse gnosis, there is this phrase, listen to the teaching, a little bit of it, and instantly add to your own body. And the subtext of this sentence was that as long as the Vajra demon ape wore the tight band incantation, when Lin Dong gave orders to it, the Vajra demon ape had to carry them out, or else it would be revolted. Lin Dong knew that it was because he was a forger, but others didn't know. Including Shui Hong and the others, when they saw Lin Dong take out the tight hoop curse, they all had greedy eyes. Big brother, my enlightenment is also poor. You give me also add enlightenment. You have already given that stinking monkey a treasure. This treasure do you not consider the brothers? Yes, big brother, that stinking monkey is a white-eyed wolf that can't be bred. How is it like the brothers, who are sincere to you, you give this treasure just to the brothers? It wasn't just Shui Hong and Song Tianqiu who looked at them with eager eyes. Even Yao Qingyan, Bai Ji, and Cui Bingbing felt that Lin Dong was really a bit of a waste. Lin Dong Gigi, we have explicit rules in China that do not allow the keeping of beast pets, because there is currently no effective contract that can bind beast pets from devouring their masters, and they tend to threaten their master's safety when they are strong. Yes, my love beans, really afraid that you sincerely wrong payment. The basket is empty. In fact, I also relatively love to wear jewelry. This hairband is exactly the style I like it. Brother Lin Dong, people can wash your feet and make the bed for you and rub your shoulders. Can you build a hairband for your sister as well? Obviously, the equipment that could enhance enlightenment was incomparably heartwarming for them as well. Even Su Runin couldn't help but pull Lin Dong's sleeve and give Lin Dong a wink, seemingly imploring Lin Dong not to lose the heart of the army for the sake of a monkey. Lin Dong turned around and smiled faintly, glancing at Su Runin with eyes full of tenderness. What, Wakana, don't even you trust me anymore? Su Runin shook her head with a firm face. I'll support whatever you do, I'm just afraid that the great things you've managed to build will be lost to paranoia. Hearing Su Runin's concern, Lin Dong laughed out loud. He twisted back around to look at the fire-filled crowd. What's due to you will never be less, I'm doing my job now, so don't give me any trouble. At Lin Dong's command, the crowd immediately tightened their posture. Okay, big brother, the brothers will never cause you any trouble. Hey, big brother, in the future you'll have to get one of these for your brother too. Lin Dong Geijai, we will always support you. Never interfere with you doing your business. Whoever interrupts you doing your business, I'll be the first to say no. After resolving these guys, Lin Dong turned back to look at the Vajra demon ape. What, aren't you coming over to get it? The Vajra demon ape's nose twitched as his mind raced. He really couldn't figure out what this human in front of him was trying to do now. Is this human really not afraid of its growing strength? It only needed to get this tightrope curse, find someone unoccupied place to hide, and quickly grow to sky level or even legendary level, or even epic level, and at that time, it would definitely be able to sweep everything and turn around to kill Lin Dong. But the fact that the other party just wanted to give him something in such a big way really made it a bit incomprehensible. But there are benefits, and it won't turn them down. It stretched out its massive fingers and twisted the tightrope from the forest hand. Human, don't think that just because you gave me a few treasures, I'll be grateful to you. We Vajra clan stand on top of the heavens and the earth, we will never submit to humans. But you gave me two things. I can promise you that when I achieve monarch in the future and see you on the battlefield, I can spare your life. With that said, the Vajra demon ape's mind moved, and the tight band curse instantly enlarged a dozen times. The Vajra demon ape couldn't wait to put the tightrope curse on its head, and immediately a cool sensation entered its mind, and countless stunning thoughts came and went, so that the realm it had just consolidated actually had the possibility of loosening up once again. Sure is good stuff. The most lacking enlightenment of the magical beast race was sort of made up for by it. With this, I will definitely become the greatest monarch of the Vajra clan in the future. The Vajra demon ape's heart was ecstatic, and the way it looked at Lin Dong was a little bit smoother. Human, did you hear what I said just now? If you hear me clearly, hurry up and get out of here and we'll be at peace with each other. Otherwise, I'll go berserk and kill you all on the spot. Although your eyes are very evil, our Vajra clan has means you can't imagine. Once you can't kill me in one blow, I will directly tear you all apart. Lin Dong laughed, without the slightest bit of nervousness. He was now victorious. Pretending to carelessly dust off his shoulders, Lin Dong tilted his head to look at the Vajra demon ape that was dozens of times taller than him. Monkey, remember, you are this young master's servant, and you must unconditionally obey everything this young master says. Like, right now, I'm making you kneel. The Vajra demon ape had originally planned to let Lin Dong off the hook, but he didn't expect Lin Dong to actually want to enslave it. It was instantly furious, intending to teach Lin Dong a lesson. Only to see it bend both knees and directly kneel on the ground. HM? How could I kneel? How could I kneel? What have you done to me? The Vajra demon ape looked at its legs unbelievably and realized that it simply did not listen to its commands. No matter how heavenly it was, it could not stand up. Lin Dong, however, did not intend to end it. Right now, he had to train this monkey properly, otherwise, it would definitely not honestly do things for him in the future. On my command, get smaller, to normal human size. Dream on. The Vajra demon ape's neck twisted with a look of sworn insubordination. But the next second, its body, which was as high as 20 or so meters, shrank and trembled, becoming smaller with the naked eye, and eventually turning into a monkey of about 1 meter 6. Lin Dong looked at the Vajra demon ape with satisfaction, seemingly pleased with its current form. Good, from now on you will follow me like this, don't run around, and if you dare to commit any offense and injure other team members, you can just kill yourself on the spot. The Vajra demon ape gave a disdainful cut, his heart hating to kill all the humans in front of him. But no sooner had that thought risen than it was overwhelmed by a strong suicidal impulse. This suicidal thought only slowly disappeared after it gave up its killing intent. It was only until this moment that it was shocked to realize that every word that Lin Dong said was like a golden rule, and that it had no possibility of resisting at all, and could only unconditionally do as it was told. You. What the hell did you do to me? Didn't do anything. Put on the tight band, you'll be my monkey from now on. Be a good boy and resign yourself to your fate, otherwise, you'll die a horrible death, and by following me, I can at least give you unlimited cultivation resources. Vajra demon ape struggled for half a day, and even tried to take off the tight band spell, but it was no help at all. This thing, put it on, and it can never be taken off. In the end, the Vajra demon ape lowered its head, sort of resigning itself to its fate. Lin Dong, on the other hand, smiled faintly. Now, this master gives you the name, Ape Hong. From now on, this will be your identity as you walk the world. Yes. Sarahan bowed his head in acknowledgement. This infinite potential Vajra king had finally become Lin Dong's beast pet. However, the task of blessing the temple is not over. This was because in the hidden quest that Lin Dong had obtained, he was asked to collect the soul stones of 10 temples. The soul stone, where the hell is it? Lin Dong looked at the empty prayer god temple and fell into deep thought. 104 Cleave the puppet, the spirit appears. This tightrope is also too terrifying. It can actually control one's mind. After Xue Hong saw that the tightrope curse actually had this kind of effect, he had a moment of fear. That, big brother. I suddenly realized that this tightrope curse doesn't match my 8 characters very well. If you forge it for us, I won't forge my share, so as not to waste the materials. Song Tianqiu also looked blushing as he scratched his nose with his fingers. Big brother, I also think that this kind of good stuff should all be reserved for your beast pets, we're wasting it with this. Lin Dong simply ignored these 2 living treasures and instead stared at the Vajra demon ape with a serious gaze. Saro Hong, you've been in and out of the prayer temple many times, have you ever noticed any hidden spaces or anything like that? I need to find the soul stone now. Truth be told, there was no place to hide anything in this empty prayer temple. If there was a soul stone, it must have been hidden in some hidden space. Therefore, Lin Dong concluded that there must still be some special space in this prayer god temple. And Lin Dong's words also evoked Ape Hong, some special memories. It vaguely remembered that when it was still a little monkey, it had once heard old Vajra tell that there were mysterious treasures in the praying god's temple. Later, on its way to growth, it stole from humans many times to obtain the golden sacred grass and gather enough to enter the temple of prayer. Because it was particularly reckless back then, it accidentally knocked over an incense burner, and was brought to a special room by the vast smoke and breath. Inside the room, it went through life and death ordeals before it barely survived the room's manifestation and retreated from it. It was from that time that it was born with a spirit and even became the leader of the Vajra clan in the Jingo battlefield. Decades passed, and during this great change of heaven and earth, he relied on his spiritual intelligence that was superior to that of other magical beasts and managed to undergo mutation, becoming the powerful 2-headed Vajra king. These experiences, if not for Lin Dong's reminder, it would have long forgotten all about them. But under Lin Dong's questioning, that terrifying experience surfaced once again. However, its current strength was incomparable to that of back then, and it also intended to enter to explore some more. So Sarahan pointed to the 3 incense burners below the stone statue of the goddess and said with some uncertainty. These 3 incense burners, perhaps they are the organs to enter the special space. I had mistakenly entered one back then, but whether it's specifically the master you want to find something or not, I don't know. Lin moved and nodded after hearing this. It was better to have clues than no clues at all. So he came to the side of the incense burner and examined it carefully. To Ape Hong, this might be an incense burner, but to Lin Dong, this was just like a tripod, with just one leg taller than others. Lin Dong skimmed his mouth, feeling that Ape Hong had used the wrong words. He gestured toward the Ape Hong, signaling it to repeat the operation it had done back then. Sarahan surged forward, and his strong, powerful arms instantly embraced one of the incense burner's legs. Up! With Ape Hong's roar, this incense burner, at once, was shaken by it madly. A burst of incense ash rose from it, creating a scene of smoke and breath. After these faint smokes appeared, Lin Dong only felt a heavenly rotation, as if space had shifted. When he was able to see what was in front of him again, he found that he and Ape Hong were already inside a small room that was 10 meters square. Instead of a room, this is a hallway. At the end of the corridor, two golem beasts with stone axes in their hands were guarding a bronze-colored coffin. This coffin was surrounded by several long, gray lamps that were pulsing with faint flames, pressing the huge projection of the coffin against the two of them. Ape Hong pointed at the coffin, as well as the two puppet beasts, and said to Lin Dong, "Back in my day, I accidentally triggered the mechanism and came here. I don't know whose coffin this is, it's wickedly evil, as long as it's close, those two puppet beasts are just as crazy slashing people. More than half of the reason I'm so timid now is caused by being chased by these two puppet beasts. But well, today I become a legendary demonic beast, so I'd like to see if these two puppet beasts are still as formidable as they were back then." After saying that, Ape Hong then dragged his Ding Haishan needle, drawing a spark on the shadow-heavy stone tiles, and striding towards those two puppet beasts, the Ding Haishan needle rubbing against the ground, producing a piercing sound that made it sound a little less comfortable. As for Lin Dong, he was not in a hurry to make a move, he also wanted to see how strong these two puppet beasts were. Lin Dong understood the strength of Ape Hong very well. If Lin moved without using the Eye of Punishment, Ape Hong, who possessed the sea-defining needle, could definitely beat him until he threw himself into the ground. It was just that I didn't know if these two puppet beasts would be able to carry Ape Hong's stick. Sure enough, Sarahan was right. Before it could even get close to the bronze-colored coffin, the two puppet beasts ferociously rushed towards Ape Hong. The stone axe in that hand was at least tens of thousands of pounds, and just the sound of the wind generated when it was wielded caused Lin Dong to feel a strong sense of oppression. So strong. These two puppet beasts are at least sky level. With just this strike, Lin Dong had a judgment on the strength of these two puppet beasts. I'm afraid that a tomb owner who can use its sky-level puppet beast must be a legendary-level battle saint no matter how bad it is. Or even an epic-level war emperor. Don't look at the fact that Ape Hong was only at the legendary level, a big rank lower than these two puppet beasts. Monofilament Ape Hong exchanged blows with these two puppet beasts, yet he did not lose at all. It wielded the sea-fixing needle with a heavy weight and fought the two puppet beasts back and forth, and every time the weapons intersected, huge sparks would erupt. These two puppet beasts were the very nightmare in Ape Hong's heart, and at this moment, when enemies met, Ape Hong couldn't wait to tear these two sky-level puppets apart immediately. Suddenly, the invulnerability took effect directly after Sarahan slammed down his rod. Only the stone axe in the puppet beast's hand could be heard rumbling and turning into debris all over the ground. The puppet beast that had lost its stone axe had its battle power reduced by more than half, and was no longer a threat to Ape Hong. Ape Hong also roared madly in delight, his battle intent rising once again. "Ha, this King Sea-fixing needle can crush so weapons that weigh less than it, your broken stone axes are just dirt." Perhaps it was Ape Hong's luck that exploded. As soon as its words fell, the invulnerable word effect took effect once again, shattering the stone axe in the hands of the other golem beast into smithereens as well. This wasn't the end of it, and it wasn't known if Ape Hong was the chosen one or not. With the next strike, invulnerability came into effect once again, directly shattering the stone armor on one of the golem beasts. Immediately after that, invulnerability took effect once again, and the stone armor of the other golem beast was also shattered. This scene could have left Lin Dong dumbfounded. He suspiciously checked the words of the sea-defining needle again, and his brows were difficult to stretch. Equipment that is below the weight of the pin has a 1% chance of being shattered outright. Only 1% probability. How can you inspire the word effect 4 times in a row? This is too incredible. Could this monkey really be the favored one of the fixed sea god's needle, which can invisibly boost the trigger probability? Lin Dong stroked his chin, puzzled. And Ape Hong, who was in the mood to kill, began to kill the two puppet beasts that had already lost their ability to resist. A moment later, the two puppet beasts were turned into stone blocks all over the ground, and the energy cores on their bodies were all dismantled by Ape Hong. At this moment, Ape Hong could not help but look back at Lin Dong, a hint of killing intent sprouting in his heart. However, the very moment its killing intent was born, its hands uncontrollably raised the sea-setting needle and slapped it down towards its own head. Dang! If it wasn't for the fact that its head was hard enough, I'm afraid that this blow would have killed it. Ape Hong immediately woke up and collected his killing intent. Its hands, at that point, stopped moving. With a helpless sigh of relief, Ape Hong completely gave up the idea of resisting Lin Dong. What Lin Dong said seemed to be some sort of implanted program command that would activate a self-destruct program whenever it was slightly offended. It wasn't stupid, it knew it was useless to resist, so it had to resign itself to its fate. As for Lin Dong, he naturally detected the thoughts in Ape Hong's mind and knew that this monkey had not yet been truly tamed. But how it thinks, Lin Dong does not care. Anyway, as long as Ape Hong is not honest, there will be its bitter to eat. This tight ban curse is not a joke, really can want Ape Hong's life. Lin Dong swept a glance at Ape Hong and said indifferently, "You'd better be honest, or you'll only be dead once I lose interest in you. Below, help me open that bronze ancient coffin to see what goodies are inside." Ape Hong walked to the front of the bronze ancient coffin with his head hanging low and pushed the lid with force. But to its surprise, the lid of the coffin actually remained intact. Sarahan's twin eyebrows raised then. This bronze ancient coffin, it's actually so heavy? It immediately exerted itself on both arms, using the greatest strength in its life, before it could barely push the lid of the bronze ancient coffin by a corner. But just this one corner of it gave off a heavenly glow. Within the bronze ancient coffin, there was a transparent blazing figure that drilled out from that corner slit with endless fury. Who is it? Who is disturbing my slumber? Seeing this figure appear, Lin Dong was then in a state of flux. Ding, the appearance of a British soul has been detected, please sensitize the soul and get the stone of the British soul. 105, the souls of heroes don't know they're dead, but they still defend the world with their hearts. Lin Dong's gaze was deep as he gazed closely at this Ing's soul. The system told him to sensitize the soul and get the soul stone. This is something that seems to be a little difficult to do. This was because the bright light shadow that got drilled out from the bronze ancient coffin was in a state of furious roaring at that moment. Damn it, you actually killed my loyal slaves. Are humans in cahoots with the magical beasts even now? Only to see get the light shadow swinging his fist directly towards Sarahan. Ape Hong was not afraid, and raised the sea-setting needle, then smashed it down towards the radiant light. But strangely enough, the sea-fixing needle passed through the body of the light shadow and did not cause a single bit of damage. But the fist of the radiant light shadow's punch slammed solidly into Ape Hong's body. Strong as Sarahan, he was also directly smashed out by this punch, hitting the top of the wall of the corridor, causing the entire tomb to shake. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong's eyes suddenly flinched. Energy body. This Ing's soul is an energy body, physical attacks can't do any damage to it at all. But he can convert his energy attacks into physical attacks and cause substantial damage to Sarahan. This kind of energy-turned-substance attack is at least one level higher than our current purely physical attack. Just through this simple hand of attack, Lin Dong could conclude that this Ing's soul, in his lifetime, was at least a powerful character of epic level or above. Even if there was only a remnant soul left now, it was still powerful and terrifying. Facing the Ing's soul, even if he used all his means, it was impossible for him to cause the slightest damage to the other party. Because all of his attacks, including the Eye of Punishment, were ineffective against the Inferno. That's why he can only take a beating and can't strike the opponent at all. Thinking of this, Lin Dong let out a bitter smile. Looks like the system had a point in letting me sensitize the Ing's soul. There's no way to fight against this Ing's soul. Although Lin Dong saw through all of this, Ape Hong was galvanized into ferocity. It rose from the ground and wiped the blood from the corners of its mouth, its green fangs showing once again. Ow! Sarahan raised the sea-fixing needle and once again rushed towards Ing's soul's radiant light. This stick went down, shaking the bronze ancient coffin a few bounces from the ground, visible force. However, such a ferocious attack still only passed through the Ing's soul's radiant light and shadow, unable to cause the slightest damage to it. That Ing's soul-like shadow, looking at Ape Hong's attack with disdain, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I can't imagine that I'm actually a descendant of the tongue-armed demon ape, and that I actually have a trace of a returning ancestor's bloodline. If your distant ancestor had arrived here, perhaps I would still be afraid for 3 points. It's a pity that the current you is still too weak. With that said, one of Ing's soul's fingers pointed down, hitting Ape Hong squarely in the center of his brow, directly knocking Ape Hong backwards again. Sarahan was directly knocked backwards by Yingling's finger, and flew out, setting himself into the corridor's wall in a large formation. It struggled hard for half a day, but all the bones in its body were about to be broken and it couldn't move at all. All of you beasts who betrayed your masters and committed the following offense deserve to die. Ing's soul looked at Sarahan with rage and approached step by step, as if he wanted to end Sarahan's life. Listening to the words of the Ying soul, it seemed that the world the Ying soul had previously been in had previously undergone a huge change. Lin Dong secretly guessed that the world of magical beasts was also originally a world ruled by humans. It was only later when the magical beasts became powerful and competed with humans for the right to rule the world that a war broke out, and in the end, the humans were driven out of the historical stage by the magical beasts, and it was not known if this was the root cause of the formation of the world of magical beasts. However, seeing that Ying soul was going to kill Sarahan, he couldn't possibly be indifferent, so he had no choice but to stiffly step forward and block Sarahan's body. "Senior, be merciful, can you listen to me?" Lin Dong's words caused the severely injured Ape Hong, powerless, to slowly open his eyes. It really didn't expect that this human would actually step forward to stand in front of it at such a critical moment. Wasn't it said that all humans were devious and cunning without the slightest bit of love? How could they stand up for it and stand in front of it? Ape Hong's heart had a flutter in this moment. Its current IQ was not low, and it was able to sense that Lin Dong really wanted to save it. It was unthinkable that such a person really existed in the world, so it seemed that recognizing Lin Dong as his master was not a losing deal. What Ape Hong thought in his heart, Lin Dong had no intention to know at this moment. He was now calculating in his heart how he could convince the Ying soul. And it was fine if he didn't speak, but when he did, the light that pulsed from the Ying soul's body became even more fiery. Even the light and shadow expanded by a few points. Ying soul looked at Lin Dong angrily, the outline of his vaguely visible face filled with disappointment. "You're a human, you're actually in cahoots with a magical beast. Have all the human races, nowadays, fallen to such a state? No, you don't have a God-given identity brand on your body. You are not a human subject of the central continent. Oh, it must be you who colluded with the demonic beasts to cause this through-and-through scourge. Today, I'm going to use this last energy of mine to write the source and eliminate the roots." With that, Ying soul raised his palm once again. It slapped down towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong's heart was just beating wildly at that moment. Although he did not feel any threat in his palm, he knew that as long as he was slapped, he would definitely be in a bad way. After all, the way the energy attacked, it was no longer possible to speculate with physical sensations at all. Anyway, it was already impossible to dodge, so Lin Dong simply opened all the defensive means on his body to see if he could attenuate the strike. Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu, activate. Taiji 2-year formation, activate. Anti-armor, activate. Invincible, activate. Rejuvenate, activate. Time stasis, activate. Corrosive beam, activate. Evil gaze, activate. Right at the moment when the Yingling's palm fell, Lin Dong used almost all of his strength, intending to fight to the death. After all, in the middle of this narrow corridor, the lightspeed flowing cloud boots couldn't play a role at all. There was no escape, only hard resistance was a good way to go. But other than the invincibility that works a little bit, the other means, they are almost ineffective against Yingling. Even though invincibility only isolated the physical damage of energy conversion, the trauma inflicted on the mind still caused Lin Dong to be a little unsteady. Moreover, this was the result of the Yingling attacking halfway through and withdrawing in time. Lin Dong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, twitching as he looked at the Yingling with an odd face. Only the Yingling's gaze towards Lin Dong was complicated and confused. Someone who can be chosen by the Eye of Morrow shouldn't be a traitor to the human race. What kind of secret is hidden in your body? The Eye of Morrow? Lin Dong was a bit puzzled. Could it be that the Eye of Morrow that Yingling was talking about was the Eye of Punishment that he had forged? At this moment, Lin Dong's mind turned electrically as he guessed a possibility. That is, certain equipment inside the system arcade might be related to some big names that once existed in a certain world. Because this Eye of Punishment, inside the system mall, there was only one copy of the forging book, which meant that the Eye of Punishment could only be forged once, and as soon as it was forged, it could not be forged again. At that time, when Lin Dong forged it, he was still curious. This is because the vast majority of forging books can be purchased over and over again using enchantment values. However, this Eye of Punishment, which could only be purchased once, was an out-of-print piece of equipment, and was somewhat ridiculously strong when it came to combat. Now, combining what the Yingling had said, Lin Dong was roughly able to surmise that this Eye of Punishment seemed to have come from a great figure named Moloch. By the looks of it, this Moloch, in the world where the Yingling was, his status wasn't low, at least he was a leader-level figure. Just as Lin Dong was thinking out loud, the Yingling seemed to have given up on the idea of killing Lin Dong and stopped his hand movements. He stared tightly at the Eye of Punishment in Lin Dong's brow, seemingly enjoying the evil aura emanating from it. To think that years ago, I served under Lord Moloch, what a glorious time that was. It's only a pity that AI Tell me about your world's past. Why did you join with the Wraith? The tone of the Yingling's voice became much softer, even wanting to understand the past of the Blue Star world that Lin Dong was in. With a turnaround appearing, Lin Dong naturally would not give up the opportunity. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and straightened his chest. Senior, you may have misunderstood, our Blue Star world has never been in the same boat as the magical beasts, and has always fought them. This monkey is my battle pet, that's why I'm protecting it, please don't misunderstand Senior. Lin Dong told Yingling everything he knew about what happened after the fusion of the Blue Star world and the world of magical beasts in its original form. Yingling was also incomparably shocked after hearing this. He was moved by the tenacious fighting spirit of the Blue Star world, and at the same time marveled at the rapid development of the world of Warcraft. I can't imagine that these magical beasts have already begun to invade other worlds. In that case, it seems that our central continent may have fallen a long time ago. After a long sigh of sighing tersely, the Yingling's eyes that looked at Lin Dong softened a few more points. At the same time, his light, too, was slowly becoming dimmer, not at all as bright and dazzling as before. Young man, I misunderstood you just now. Although we belong to different worlds of the human race, I hope that you can fight for a line of upgrading and survival space for the human race, and stretch the human race out completely. I hope, more than anything, that you can completely defeat the magical beasts and allow humanity to return home. I don't have much time left, but I'll use my remaining energy to perform a blessing and abate the calamity for you. Yingling spoke with almost old tears. In the end, he resolutely turned into a beam of light and all but disappeared into a crystal-clear round stone. When he saw the stone, Lin Dong's eyes just shook at that moment. 106 Goddess Speaks, Sacred Arena. Equipment, Spirit Stone Epic. Turning risks into opportunities, boosts the wearer's luck value by 100, counteracting potential calamities, increasing the burst rate of monsters, and influencing things in the direction favorable to the wearer. The reason why Lin Dong's pupils contracted to vibrate for it was precisely because the words of the Soul Stone were too heaven-defying. Ordinary people, almost no lucky value existed, even Lin Dong. Even a small increase in luck value would make one's luck explode, and the burst rate while brushing monsters would skyrocket. But now, this Yingling stone, which directly increased the luck value by 100, was just too unbelievable. Moreover, the Stone of the Spirit of Valor could also allow Lin Dong to dodge potential calamities and influence the trajectory of things, all towards a place that was favorable to Lin Dong. Play a very simple analogy, for example, someone wants to sneak attack Lin Dong, has come behind Lin Dong. At this time, some magical accidents will happen, such as suddenly cut crooked direction, or the soles of the feet slip tripped by the stone, etc. In short, it is inexplicably did not hit Lin Dong, so that Lin Dong escaped. With the Yingling stone in his possession, Lin Dong's confidence to walk in the land of the lost was a little stronger. The room manifested for a limited time, and after the Yingling disappeared, the room slowly merged into the void as if it had never existed. When the smoke billowing from the incense burner cleared, he and Sarahong reappeared in the Temple of Prayer and Blessing. Seeing Lin Dong appear, Su Runin and the others instantly relaxed their brows and cheered one after another. Lin Dong, what happened just now? Why did you and this monkey suddenly disappear, making everyone look for you for half a day? Yes, big brother, just now it made us all anxious. We thought you had met with an untimely death. It's really great that you can come back. Brother Lin Dong, no matter what you encounter in the future, you have to bring us we are a team, to live and die together. Don't worry, we are not cowards. These guys were talking endlessly, making Lin Dong's heart warm. Sure enough, he hadn't been wrong about these people, they were all worth making friends with. Now that all of them had been plucked up to level 47, which was equivalent to saving a dozen days of hard training, the role of this prayer temple was just too great. Next, Lin Dong began a new arrangement. Since the quest for the Jingdo battlefield is now complete, it's also time to look for beacons and see where the next hidden copy to open is. However, Shuai looked thievishly at the other two incense burners in front of the stone statue of the goddess, and had other ideas inside his head. Big brother, you just said that you knocked over the incense burners to enter the middle of a tomb, right? Then why don't we knock over these remaining two incense burners as well to see if there are any hidden copies inside? When Song Tianqiu heard Shuai Hong's words, his eyes just lit up at that time. Both of these two guys belonged to the kind of masters who watched and watched, so they hit it off right away. Right, big brother, why don't we knock over these two incense burners as well and take a look? Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. After all, you can't go deep into the treasure mountain and return empty-handed. With these two people making such a fuss, Lin Dong was also somewhat moved. Yeah, how could he have forgotten about that? Aren't there two more incense burners here? Lin Dong nudged towards Ape Hong, signaling him to move these two incense burners to take a look. These two incense burners, about the same size as the tripod, weighed 40,000 to 50,000 pounds, and the average person really couldn't move them, and only a terrifying force like Ape Hong would be able to move them. At this time, Ape Hong had already taken the blood restoration potion given by Lin Dong, and the entire monkey had already reached its peak state. Hearing Lin Dong's command, it beat its chest and went forward again. This time it chose the incense burner in the center. Up! Ape Hong's hairy arms directly grabbed the thick legs of the incense burner and shook it again. There was a rush of smoke and breath, and the scene in front of the crowd shook again, as if they had entered a hidden space. In the midst of this space, a manicured goddess with a staff in hand, her flamboyant attire merely covering her vitals, was seated high above her throne, playing with fine trinkets in her hands as she scrutinized the group of unwelcome guests who had intruded. Around her throne, several monsters with animal heads and bodies were kneeling with dinner plates in their hands, waiting to be picked up by the goddess. The goddess's eyes, which were like the bright moon, gently lifted up, and after scanning around the crowd, she dropped her gaze onto Lin Dong's body. Looking at Lin Dong, who was in the lead, he smiled faintly. Actually possessing the eye of Moloch, interesting. Could it be a backhanded trick laid out by Moloch? After a pause, the goddess' vermilion lips lightly opened and blew a breath at Lin Dong, carrying an indescribable temptation that a man would find it difficult to hold on to. However, Lin Dong's gaze was clear and never showed any evil thoughts. The goddess nodded her head in satisfaction, which was considered a commendation to Lin Dong. Well, you're not bad, you little guy. But then again, right now you're not qualified to talk to me, so come back to me one day when you've acquired the Eye of Gatus and formed a pair with the Eye of Moro. My remaining power is limited, I can't overexert myself, so I'll send you guys out first. Remember my name is Daughter of the Moon Spirit. We will meet again in the future. With that, the goddess lightly waved her hand and sent Lin Dong and the others out of that side of space. When they returned to the temple of prayer, they found that the incense burner in the center of the main hall had disappeared, as if this goddess had prevented them from re-entering to prevent trouble. All of this happened too suddenly, causing everyone, including Lin Dong, to feel a bit puzzled. Shui Hong scratched the back of his head and came closer to Lin Dong, muttering under his breath. Big brother, that goddess is the goddess who gave us a blessing after we entered the temple, right? And what exactly is the Eye of Moro and the Eye of Gaddis that she just said? Also, she seems to be particularly interested in you. It can't be an old flame from your previous life, right? Lin Dong actually didn't know exactly what the Lady of the Moon Spirit meant by what she said, but through all the signs now, he felt that he seemed to have fallen into the calculations of some otherworldly ancient gods. But this kind of nebulous thing, no one has no way to know how things are going to go, can only take a step and see, to the end of the time, naturally the water will come out. Anyway, he, Lin Dong, would never be used as a pawn. Putting these worries behind him, Lin Dong shifted his gaze to the last incense burner. I've tried the first two, so I can't say no to this one. So he pointed with his finger, signaling Sarahan to come up and shake it. Sarahan nodded and stepped forward again. However, this time, after the incense burner shook, no smoke and breath appeared, but instead, a portal with a shimmering light appeared right in front of the incense burner. Huh, there's actually something else, go in and take a look. Without waiting for Lin Dong's command, Shui Hong dove headfirst into it, fearing that some treasure would be taken by someone else first. Song Tianshu wasn't willing to show weakness either, and chased after him with a healthy step. Old Shui, there is something good you cannot eat alone, we have a share of those who see it. Ouch, I go, what is this monster? Help. Hearing that the sound was not right, Lin Dong immediately changed his expression. It seemed that behind this portal, there was an unfathomable menace. He immediately beckoned and commanded the crowd. No good, there's danger. It's important to save people. With that, the crowd all rushed into the teleportation portal in a hurry. As soon as he entered the portal, information about this world was immediately transmitted into Lin Dong's brain. Current copy, Holy Gladiator. Minimum level of magical beasts in the copy is 50, no restriction on entry. Replica characteristics, each person who enters will be forced to arrange a duel, randomly matching magical beasts, and will receive a temple teleportation stone as well as a large amount of experience after winning. Replica description, 32 duels in the Holy Colosseum, all winners can challenge the ultimate boss sky-level beast Red Blood Magic Dragon. If you defeat the dragon, you can get the second Blessing Temple Coordinate Scroll. The information flashed through his mind. Lin Dong instantly realized. No wonder the map given to him by Marshal Xiao only had a location for the Praying God Temple. It turned out that Marshal Xiao hadn't entered the second prayer temple either, so there was no way to label it. Now it seemed that the location of the second prayer temple could only be obtained by clearing this hidden copy of the Holy Gladiator. However, this copy seemed to segregate all the members, and after entering, Lin Dong could no longer find anyone else's location. At this time, Lin Dong entered a gladiatorial arena. This gladiatorial arena had the general architectural style of ancient Rome. He was at one end of the gladiatorial arena, while at the other end, a huge bull demon that kept stomping its hooves was breathing heavily through its nostrils and looking at him with bloodshot eyes. Battle information: Battle of the Bull Devils. Level: 50. Life: 12 million. Attack: 13,000. Defense: 7,000. Battle Roar: when Battle Sky Bull Demon's blood level is lower than 30%, there is a 10% probability of triggering the Battle Roar skill, which will instantly bring the blood level back to full and increase the attack by 15%. Wraiths with natural skills. Now without Su Runan's life-snatching scissor kick, there was no possibility of killing a magical beast in seconds. Lin Dong could only rely on his own hard power to slowly grind this bull demon to death. His entire body entered a fighting stance, ready to spar with the bull demon. While Lin Dong was fighting in the Holy Gladiator Arena, the teleportation array of the Jingo battlefield once again flashed with a burst of light. Invincible Choi and Hyuna Choi, among others, led the teams from the three academies into the middle of the Jingo battlefield. Humph, we've risen to level 31 in the past few days and our strength has increased greatly. This time, we finally have the possibility of crushing Lin Dong and the others. At that time, when we see Lin Dong, all of us together, we must beat Lin Dong up violently before we can do anything. 107, where's the monster? Why are there no more monsters? He had been holding this bad breath for a long time. What was even more infuriating was that when he was collecting the golden sacred grass in the Golden Valley, Lin Dong even used a harvester to take away the golden sacred grass that he had worked so hard to collect. It was simply lawless. He was the most honorable young master of the young generation of the Chui family, a figure that resounded throughout China. Being bullied by Lin Dong like this, the resentment in his heart could be imagined. This Lin Dong, although he entered the Jingo battlefield ahead of the others, but now that we are outnumbered, we can definitely bury him completely here if we beat him up in a group. His younger sister, Chui Hyuna, however, was preoccupied because she had truly seen how powerful Lin Dong was, and one urged him not to make an enemy of Lin Dong. Brother, I advise you not to make an enemy of Lin Dong. He has a lot of strange and weird equipment that makes people unable to defend themselves. I've personally seen him directly kill a sky level 6-tailed demon fox. Even Yuhi, the mentor of the Hunters and Killers Guild, the god of war, didn't dare to make a move against him. Her words, however, made the crowd snort. A student who had just broken through to silver was just a student. How could he possibly do such earth-shattering things? Choi Invincible patted Choi Hyuna's shoulder with infinite compassion, and an anger grew in his heart. You see, Hyuna has been persecuted by Lin Dong into what kind of this has simply got Lin Dong phobia. She's starting to talk nonsense. Thinking of this, Choi Wuxia's tone became even more unkind. Sister, now that you've been persecuted by Lin Dong to the point of insanity, why have you started talking nonsense? Don't worry, all the suffering you've endured, brother will pay you back. Someone come, call Lin Yang up here for me. I'm going to properly humiliate him and take it out on my sister. Lin Yang was the punching bag for this group of people. Whoever was in a bad mood would take it out on Lin Yang. Chui Wuxia's order had just been given down when a member of their Hualong Academy responded with some trepidation. Captain, didn't you snatch the golden sacred grass from that Lin Yang kid? He can't enter the Jingo battlefield without it. Oh? Rather forgot about this. Well, outside the hidden copy, there are actually quite a few powerful magical beasts, so let Lin Yang fend for himself. Chui Wuxia didn't care at all about Lin Yang's death or life, so after hearing his teammates say that, he directly put Lin Yang behind him and began to discuss the strategy of upgrading in the Jingo battlefield with the crowd. Brother Wenlong, Brother Sky Eagle, let's three academies merge their forces into one place and carry out a small unit annihilation of these magical beasts in the Jingo battlefield, and we'll all gain an increase in our team experience at that time. Xiao Wenlong, the captain of the Black Dragon Academy, and Hua Tianying of the Divine Dragon Academy, both nodded. Not bad, more people are stronger, this Jingo battlefield is very dangerous, all are high-level magical beasts, let's get together, it's also convenient to have a care. Then why don't we start with this direction of the southeast? I've heard my elders say that the southeast direction produces metallic spirit stones. If this thing is taken out, it's worth a lot of money. A few of the men hit the ground running and marched southeast toward the Jingo battlefield. However, to their surprise, in the middle of this Jingo battlefield, not only did they not find a single metallic spirit stone, they didn't even see the shadow of a single magical beast. Choi Hyuna followed along and became more and more surprised the more she saw. Big brother, the monsters in this Jingo battlefield wouldn't have been brushed out by Lin Dong and the others, right? Why can't we see a single one? Chui Wuxie's nose crooked a little, he didn't believe that Lin Dong and the others would have such a skill. Sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you getting weirder and weirder? Lin Dong and the others also came in at level 30, how could they possibly be able to kill all the magical beasts in these 3 days? That's just pie in the sky. Xiao Wenlong also nodded, he was a practical person and would not let these crazy words of Choi Hyun-ah influence his judgment. I guess it's because of some kind of change or natural disaster in this Jingo battlefield that caused the magical beasts to go extinct, but this is good, it's convenient for us to collect metallic spirit stones. But all the way here, we didn't see any metallic spirit stones either, they must have been scavenged by Lin Dong and the others. Chui Hyuna retorted somewhat unconvincingly, and there was a vague uneasiness in her heart that Lin Dong might have grown to a level that they simply could not afford to mess with. Xiao Wenlong laughed, thinking of showing off in front of Choi Hyuna. After all, Choi Hyuna is also a beautiful woman, and where maturity is due, that's all very okay. Especially the long purple hair that could evoke deep-seated desires. Xiao Wenlong had long had his eye on Choi Hyuna, or else he wouldn't have gone all the way to collaborate with Choi Woohoo. He lightly shook his folding fan and deliberately showed off. Sister Hyuna, you don't know, this Jinko battlefield is very desolate, even the vegetation is pitifully small, and this spirit stone is golden, it must be all growing in the veins, which can be seen casually on the ground, so we have to carefully survey it. Hua Tianying nodded at the right time, echoing Xiao Wenlong's statement. Brother Wenlong is right, as I see it, that mountain peak in front of us has a very strong metallic aura, so it might have a small metallic spirit stone vein, we can go and explore it. Seeing that she couldn't say anything to the crowd, Choi Hyuna lowered her head and let them go. In her heart, however, there was an indescribable sense of loss. If she didn't leave the War God Academy, perhaps she could also be with Lin Dong, that kind of lying flat life seemed not bad. But in a moment she banished the thought from her mind. What's wrong with me? I'm supposed to hate Lin Dong why do I keep talking towards him now and think of him from time to time? I do hate Lin Dong, immensely. Their team, a group of people, had been wandering around in the Jingo battlefield for a long half-day, and they still hadn't gained anything. The magical beasts in the Jingo battlefield were as if they were extinct, not even a single hair could be found. Metallic spirit stones, they could only find some stones that were very small in size, completely left over from Lin Dong's picks that they didn't want, but even so, they regarded them as treasures. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Yang, the one they had abandoned, had also entered the Jingo battlefield at that moment. Lin Yang's face at that moment, with a mysterious smile, was walking quickly in the direction of the prayer temple. He was just now level 15, so it was reasonably dangerous to be out in the Jingo battlefield. But at this time, there were no more magical beasts in the Jingo battlefield, and he had hit the jackpot. As he walked, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, his body looking tired. Chui Wuhui, this fool, must not have imagined that I picked up a storage ring left behind by a senior, and within this storage ring, not only are there tens of thousands of golden sacred grasses, but there's even a map of the entire land of the Forsaken. Being separated from them is just beneficial for me to act alone. After I come out of the prayer temple, I'll have the ability to defend myself, and by then, following the map's guidance, I can definitely grow faster than them. Lin Yang gritted his teeth and said these words, clearly hating Chui Wuxie to the bone. The pain that Chui Wuxie had inflicted on him these days was not something he had forgotten at all, and this trip to the land of the remnant was the path to his rise, and he vowed to trample all of these people who had bullied him under his feet. Right, there's also this bastard Lin Dong, relying on himself to be a bit capable, he actually saw death and saved him. When the time comes, I'll give him some color too, so that he'll know who's the real divine favorite. Lin Yang limped to the location of the prayer temple and looked at the stone statue of the NPC flying general, his mouth looking incredibly fastidious. Right away, I'll be able to obtain the goddess blessing, which will be a qualitative leap in my strength. Lin Yang couldn't wait to pay the tens of thousands of golden holy herbs and entered the prayer temple through the portal. Right at the moment Lin Yang stepped in, a pleasant and soulful voice rang in his ears, making him feel like a spring breeze. Lin Yang, meeting the conditions of God's blessing, obtaining a volume of epic level sword Emperor Sword Technique Masterstroke. Leveling up to 10. With the sound of this voice, a 7-colored light appeared on the goddess stone statue's staff, instantly wrapping around Lin Yang's entire body. Yes. After Lin Yang was wrapped in the 7-colored light, the injuries on his body healed quickly, and his understanding of the Tao of the sword also increased by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the level, also used the original level 15, directly rose to level 25, and the level gap between Chui Wuxie and the others further narrowed. Lin Yang looked at the changes around him with satisfaction, and a kind of fierceness and arrogance that was hidden within his heart slowly revealed itself. The heavens have no limits, no one can stop my Li Yang's rise. This ring is the best gift the heavens have given me. From his storage ring, Lin Yang rummaged around for half a day and found a set of silver equipment that the previous owner of the ring had used and wore it on himself. Although this silver equipment was ordinary, it was still a qualitative leap for Lin Yang. He had already gotten the blessing from the prayer temple, so the next step was to hurry up and find a safe zone for leveling. The corners of Lin Yang's mouth rose slightly, victorious over the future. It was because the former owner of this ring, a very meticulous fellow, had left behind in his storage ring his sights and insights in the Forsaken Lands. Although that former master had unfortunately died, the experience he had left behind was invaluable to Lin Yang. For example, in his experience, a copy of a low-level upgrade was recorded. In that copy, the magical beasts were only level 10-20, and were not even comparable to the monsters in these high-level hidden copies. But this kind of copy, for Lin Yang, would be very useful. He was, right now, in desperate need of a copy with a low monster level to brush up on monsters in a hurry. The Land of the Forsaken, but there was a triple experience bonus. Lin Yang, as long as he brushed the monsters day and night, he believed that he would soon be able to catch up with Cui Wuxi and the others in terms of experience. After Lin Yang made up his mind, he directly exited the Jingo battlefield and went to that low-level copy to brush up on monsters. However, Cui Wuxi and the others were not so lucky. They had run through the entire Dingo battlefield and found nothing, which made many of their team members feel incredibly frustrated and had even complained. "We're going to waste all our time if we keep spinning around like headless flies like this, and by then we'll be a long way behind the other teams in terms of experience and leveling. Yeah, why don't we quit the Jingo battlefield and look for another copy? This is a complete barren land. Captain Invincible Cui, we are now very skeptical of your commanding abilities. If you can't lead everyone to upgrade quickly, then why don't the three of us academies just go our separate ways?" Cui Wuxia's face couldn't help but darken in the face of the many questions. 108. The Holy Gladiators Arena, kill the Bull Devil of Battle Heaven. You guys are questioning my decision? Brother Wenlong, Brother Tianing, do you feel the same way? Cui Wuxia's brows furrowed as he began to put pressure on the captains of the other two academies. Xiao Wenlong and Hua Tianying originally thought of picking up some bargains after Cui Wuxi. But along the way, they had gotten nothing, wasted 4 or 5 days of good time for nothing. It must be a lie to say that there was no anger in their hearts. But Xiao Wenlong trying to woo Cui Hyana, talking a bit vague. It's normal for us to be inexperienced since we've just entered the Land of the Lost, so maybe some adjustments to our strategy would be good. However, Hua Tianying didn't give Cui Wufei any face at all, and he planned to break away from this team that had no future, taking their Divine Dragon Academy with him and defecting to another team. Xiao Wenlong, what are you thinking? Don't think I don't know, I'm just too lazy to break you down. Our 3 academies have been together for so long, it can be said that we have gained nothing. This is entirely caused by Cui Wuxi's command errors. People like him, he doesn't have the slightest sense of the big picture, he only thinks about revenge all day long, he doesn't deserve to be the captain at all. If you 2 academies are willing to act together, then act together. We, Divine Dragon Academy, will not be accompanying you. After saying that, Hua Tianying left with their Divine Dragon Academy team. On the way out, a member of the Divine Dragon Academy asked Hua Tianying with a nervous expression. "Captain, we've separated from the big team and are much thinner. Where are we going to upgrade our experience now?" Hua Tianying smiled mysteriously and pulled out a crumpled map. He spread it out and placed it on the ground to make it easy for the Divine Dragon Academy's team members to observe it, and then he pointed to a specially labeled area in one corner and said, "This is the Night Demon Forest, which is rich in healing mana, a necessity for survival in this Forsaken Land. Our first stop, we're going to this place to collect as much healing mana as we can, and with the low attack power of the tree demons there, it's also suitable for us to upgrade." After hearing Hua Tianying's words, the apprehensive hearts of these team members finally stabilized and began to head towards the Night Demon Forest. As for Cui Wuhui and Xiao Wenlong, they continued to explore the Jingo battlefield with their 2 teams. Lin Dong knew nothing about these things. Of course, even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. At this moment, he was in the middle of the Holy Gladiator Arena, battling against the Battle Heavenly Bull Demon. Since everyone was assigned into the dueling space after entering the Holy Gladiator Arena, Lin Dong didn't know the whereabouts of the others at the moment, and could only solve the obstacles in front of him before searching for the others. However, it had already been 2 hours since he entered the Sacred Gladiator Arena, yet Lin Dong had not even broken through the first level, which caused him to be a little impatient. Why is this Battle Heavenly Bull Demon so hard to fight? It directly battle roars back to blood before it gets to the critical moment, it's simply excessive. Lin Dong's heart was agitated. He had already used all his tricks to deal with this Battle Heavenly Bull Demon, but he was never able to successfully kill it. This made him not miss the time when Su Runan was around. With Su Runan around, as long as the Wraith's blood level was below 30%, it could be directly decimated. But for now, he could only grind the blood a little bit. In fact, this battle Heavenly Bull Demon wasn't very strong and had a moderate amount of blood, so it could reasonably be resolved quickly. However, because this battle Heavenly Bull Demon had the skill of Battle Roar, it often instantly returned to full blood when Lin Dong was about to be decapitated, and even its combat power was increased by a cut. When the fight came to an end, Lin Dong even struggled a bit. Finding a gap, Lin Dong re-observed the attributes of the battle Heavenly Bull Demon and could not help but be astonished. Battle information: Battle of the Bull Devils. Level: 50. Life: 12 million. Attack: 32,500. Defense: 7,000. Battle Roar: when Battle Sky Bull Demon's blood level is lower than 30%, there is a 10% probability of triggering the Battle Roar skill, which will instantly bring the blood level back to full, and increase the attack by 15%. This battle Heavenly Bull Demon's attack had actually risen from the original 13,000 points to the current 32,500 points. According to the ratio of 15% attack boost per Battle Roar, this battle Heavenly Bull Demon had triggered the Battle Roar at least 10 times from the start of the battle until now, or else the attack couldn't have been boosted so quickly. After seeing the attribute panel of the battle Heavenly Bull Demon, Lin Dong cried and laughed a little. This battle Heavenly Bull Demon, purely card bugga, as long as you cannot kill in one hit, can be unlimited full blood upgrade attack if it has been going on like this, and so on battle Heavenly Bull Demon attack rose to a certain degree, he even had the possibility of being battle Heavenly Bull Demon anti-kill. Suddenly, an aura appeared in Lin Dong's mind, as if he had grasped some key point. But where skills are concerned, they definitely have a duration, and Battle Skybull Demon's Battle Roar skill is no exception. As long as I don't attack to consume him and just kite him, it won't take long for him to return to his original attributes as soon as his Battle Roar time is up. Yeah, why didn't I think of that just now? I'm so stupid. After figuring out this joint, Lin Dong gave up his violent output and instead began to engage in a tangle of fights, utilizing the speed advantage of his lightspeed flowing cloud boots to sneak the battle Heavenly Bull Demon all over the gladiatorial arena. As expected, it didn't take long before the attack attributes of the battle Heavenly Bull Demon dropped to its initial level, and it couldn't even break through Lin Dong's defense anymore. But this wasn't a solution, and it wouldn't be possible to successfully pass this level if one never attacked the battle Heavenly Bull Demon. Lin Dong switched his orientation while searching for a way to break the situation. As it is, I have to find a way to build another blood slaughter equipment, otherwise, I'm afraid this first level will trap me here. The equipment of the bloodshed is also extremely rare. Even if Lin Dong had the system forging book arcade, he could not find a few usable pieces. These blood chopping equipment either had too low a trigger probability or too low a percentage of blood chopping, and had absolutely no effect like the life-snatching scissor kick. However, Su Runan's equipment was provided by the system, and there was only one copy of the forging book, so Lin Dong did not have the possibility of forging it again. After searching for half a day, Lin Dong was able to find a flying dagger blood gourd that chopped blood by 3% each time in the golden forging book. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Dong planned to just build this flying dagger blood gourd. This blood gourd, which can fire flying daggers inside, can deal 3% blood damage to the target each time it fires a flying dagger. Although it was still impossible to directly decapitate the battle Heavenly Bull Demon, as long as the blood bar of the battle Heavenly Bull Demon was broken within the limited number of attacks, the battle Heavenly Bull Demon would not inspire a battle cry, and there was a possibility of killing the battle Heavenly Bull Demon. Based on Lin Dong's previous observation, every time he attacked between 3,100 times, the battle Heavenly Bull Demon would trigger the Battle Roar skill once. As long as you can break the battle Sky Bull Demon's blood bar within 30 attacks, you basically won't trigger the battle cry. After purchasing the forging book for the flying dagger blood gourd, Lin Dong directly threw the materials into the system forging furnace and continued to kite with the battle Heavenly Bull Demon. Fortunately, the system forging furnace could forge on its own, otherwise the battle Heavenly Bull Demon would not have given Lin Dong the time to forge equipment. After about 3 minutes, the flying dagger blood gourd was successfully forged. Lin Dong couldn't wait to take out the flying dagger blood gourd and held it in his hands to watch. Equipment: Flying dagger blood gourd. Attack: 12,800. Armor breaking: 8,000. Flying dagger: 3% of target's blood per kill, cooldown 5 seconds. Piercing heart: when the flying dagger attacks, there is a 3% probability of triggering the piercing heart effect, generating additional damage of 10% of the chopped blood. TSK: an unexpected blessing. It also comes with a word skill that pierces the heart. This time, decapitating the battle Heavenly Bull Demon is a sure thing. Lin Dong's heart was overjoyed, and he directly stopped flying the kite. And the battle heavenly bull demon held a huge axe and directly hacked down towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong faintly smiled as the evil gaze effect of the Eye of Punishment was activated. Instantly, under Lin Dong's gaze, all of the battle heavenly bull demon's attributes were reduced by 50%, and the blood bar was directly left with half a tube. Okay, this is the moment. Flying dagger blood gourd, fire. Shoo! A blood-red flying dagger with an incomparably bright color flew out directly from the gourd mouth of the flying dagger blood gourd. Put! The flying dagger directly cut through Battle Sky Bull Demon's shoulder, bringing up a spray of blood. Energize the flying dagger effect. This time, 3% of the blood will be cut. And then the flying dagger made a pirouette in the air and returned directly to the flying dagger blood gourd. Lin Dong watched the flying dagger's performance with satisfaction, and when he observed the battle heavenly bull demon's blood bar again, he found that it had already come to 47%. Nodding, Lin Dong began to wait for the cooldown time of the flying dagger blood gourd. He had to avoid using push attacks because once he exceeded the number of attacks, he might inspire battle heavenly bull demon's battle roar skill, in which case it would be a lost cause. If you wanted to kill the battle heavenly bull demon, you could only rely on the rapid blood chopping of the flying dagger blood gourd. Lin Dong did not fight the battle heavenly bull demon hard, but the battle heavenly bull demon was aroused by Lin Dong's ferocity, and one after another, he ran wildly towards Lin Dong to attack. Lin Dong was not afraid of him, and when his light-speed flowing cloud boots moved, not even the corner of his clothes could be touched by the battle heavenly bull demon. Just like this, while releasing pigeons and using the flying dagger blood gourd, the battle heavenly bull demon was quickly ground down to a sliver of blood left. Looking at the battle heavenly bull demon's less than 8% blood bar, Lin Dong's heart was in his throat. He was really afraid that the battle heavenly bull demon would suddenly inspire the battle roar to fill up with blood again. However, fear of what would come, just as Lin Dong was worried, the battle heavenly bull demon suddenly stopped its attack, and then spat out two white gases towards the sky through its nostrils. Moo! The battle cry skill, once again, was activated. Chow! Lin Dongguiji was all pissed off and said, this battle heavenly bull demon was also too unreasonable. However, Lin Dong did not give up, and while the battle heavenly bull demon had not been able to finish releasing the battle roar skill, he raised the flying dagger blood gourd and fired it directly at the battle heavenly bull demon once again. Big baby can you trigger the piercing effect once never let the back to full blood again It seemed that Lin Dong's prayers had been answered as the flying dagger struck the battle heavenly bull demon's heart with a single blow. Energize the flying dagger effect. This time, 3% of the blood will be cut. Stimulate the heart-piercing effect. This time, 10% of the blood will be cut off. 109 Ruler of the Night Demon Bat. Stimulate the heart-piercing effect. This time, 10% of the blood will be cut off. As the heart-piercing effect was stimulated, the battle roar of the battle heavenly bull demon directly came to an abrupt end, and with a rumbling sound, it collapsed on the ground, with its two bullseyes staring wide open, as if it was dying in peace. Think about it, obviously one more second at night, it can directly battle roar success again full of blood, but by this knife directly chopped empty blood alive, surely is dead in peace. Lin Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead. For the first time, he felt so overwhelmed by fighting monsters. Even the last time he killed the sky-level magic beast six-tailed skyfox in seconds, it didn't take that much effort. It seems that the power of this magical beast can't only depend on the level, the talent skill is also a very important evaluation factor. Before Lin Dong could take a break, the settlement information of the Holy Gladiator Arena had already been automatically sent to his mind. Lin Dong, winner of the first duel in the Holy Gladiator Arena, rewarded with 1 million experience, rewarded with 1 prayer temple teleportation scroll. Current challenge progress 132. Current ranking of challengers entering the Holy Arena, 10th. We are about to move on to the next duel, so please get ready. If you give up the challenge, you can use the prayer temple teleportation scroll to teleport back to the prayer temple at any time. Lin Dong looked at the settlement information, and a trace of doubt flashed through his heart. Even counting that monkey ape Hong, they had only entered 9 people, so why would he get 10th place? Who was that extra person? Could it be that someone from the other teams, too, had entered the Temple of Prayer? However, it was too late to think about it. Lin Dong was directly pulled into the next arena by the Holy Gladiator Arena again. This gladiatorial arena, similar to the last one, was built in the style of ancient Rome. The only difference is that on the opposite side of the gladiatorial arena, the numbers change a bit. The previous gladiator arena belonged to a level 1 dueling arena, while this one belonged to a level 2 gladiator arena. The object of this sparring match was a night demon bat. Battle information: Night Demon Bat. Level: 51. Life: 13,500,000. Attack: 13,500. Defense: 3,000. Breeding: the Night Demon Bat has a powerful breeding ability. 3% probability during battle, it will breed 5-10 Night Demon Bats with 30% of the mother's attack power and 10% of the mother's defense power. Darkness descends: when the Night Demon Bat is in a rage, it can briefly summon the darkness of the night, in which all attributes rise by 100%, and the speed of blood returning plus 1000%. It was actually a dual-skilled wraith. Lin Dong frowned. If he read the information alone, it seemed to be even more difficult to deal with than that battle Heavenly Bull Demon. This also caused a trace of worry to rise in Lin Dong's heart. If this holy gladiator arena is full of such powerful magical beasts, then how should the others deal with it? There wouldn't be anyone who would fall in the middle of this holy gladiator arena. However, Lin Dong was clearly overly concerned. The magical beast Su Runan and the others encountered basically did not have any skills present, they were just ordinary magical beasts. The most powerful magical beasts at each level of the gladiatorial arena were basically all encountered by Lin Dong. This Night Demon Bat was the most powerful magical beast in the level 2 gladiator arena, bar none. While Lin Dong was worrying about the others, the Night Demon Bat had already moved. This nightmare bat doesn't talk about voodoo and just throws a big move as soon as it comes up. Darkness falls. As the Night Demon Bat lifted its wings, the entire holy gladiator arena suddenly went dark, without a single ray of light reaching out. Before Lin Dong could react, the crimson armor on his body suffered a fierce attack. The claws of the Night Demon Bat skimmed over the crimson armor viciously, but then flew away in terror. That hit just now happened to inspire the red armor's anti-armor phrase, causing the Night Demon Bat to suffer a backlash. But this amount of rebound damage was nothing to the Night Demon Bat. Because in the darkness of the night, its blood quantity directly soared to 27 million points, and its attack and defense doubled, this attribute was simply a few points stronger than the average sky-level magical beast. It was important to know that the basic blood volume of a sky-level magical beast was usually between 10 million and 50 million. This Dark Knight Bat, only a level 51 diamond-level magical beast, its basic attributes had already crushed some low-level sky-level magical beasts. If this was put in the outside world, it would definitely be a lord-level existence. But in Holy Gladiator, it's just a normal-level boss. One could imagine the bosses in the back, just how terrifying they were. After the Night Demon Bat lost a blow, it immediately followed with another attack, not giving Lin Dong the slightest chance to catch his breath. It seemed to be trying to use its advantage in the darkness of the night to quickly resolve Lin Dong. So immediately after, it kept changing its orientation to attack Lin Dong. The angle of the attack was extremely tricky. If not for Lin Dong having the crimson armor to protect his body, I am afraid that his life would not be saved. Lin Dong was also incomparably passive at this time. In the darkness of the night he was unable to see, he simply did not know the trajectory of the Night Demon Bat's movements, he could only be passively beaten. Within a short period of 2 minutes, Lin Dong's blood quantity had dropped by 1/5. We can't be this passive anymore. Lin Dong's heart fluttered. Knowing that if he continued like this, he would surely lose. So from his storage ring, he pulled out a box of matches and rubbed them violently, attempting to break the darkness. But the glow of the matches, which didn't extend very far at all, and went out in moments, made it impossible to see the movements of the Night Demon Bats. But just that glimpse just now once again caused Lin Dong's heart to jump. This was because he saw that the Night Demon Bat had actually triggered the breeding skill, and 10 smaller Night Demon Bats instantly appeared. These small Night Devil Bats had appeared, just like bloodthirsty devils, looking at Lin Dong and opening their ruby-like eyes. They violently flew towards Lin Dong, seemingly wanting to suck Lin Dong's blood dry. Not good. These small bats, but inherited 70% of the attack of the Night Demon Bat this round down, but not directly Lin Dong defense burst It's important to save my life first. As long as I last through the black night created by the Night Demon Bat, I'll be able to defeat it easily. Thinking of this, Lin Dong directly propped up all of his defense skills, and magic pills were sent desperately into his mouth. Taiji 2-year formation, activate. Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu, activate. Step on Thunder, activate. Invincible, activate. In just an instant, the buff Sun Lin Ju stacked up. The invincibility phrase, which gave him 1 minute of invincibility from any attack damage, also held up a golden curtain of light on his body surface. The Taiji 2-year formation phrase caused Night Demon Bats close to him to be suppressed, dropping 3,000 points of blood per second. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu phrase allowed him to increase his defense by 10,000 points for every 10,000 points of blood reduction, making the chances of the Night Demon Bat breaking his defense greatly reduced. And what was most unexpected to Lin Dong was the word skill, step-by-step thunder. This is because Step Thunder can create hundreds of thunderbolts with 5,000 points of attack or more in a range of hundreds of meters around it. Although these lightning attacks didn't do much damage to the Night Demon Bat, they could break this dark night and brighten the entire gladiatorial arena for a moment. This was something that made Lin Dong overjoyed. This brain of mine, how could I forget about the thunderbolt at every step? This time, it's kind of crooked. Since he was able to see the attack route of the Night Demon Bat, then Lin Dong no longer stayed his hand. He directly activated the Evil Gaze skill of the Eye of Discipline, causing the overall attributes of all Night Demon Bats swept by the Eye of Discipline to drop by 50%. With this glance, the equivalent of the Night Demon Bat's Black Knight attribute bonus special effect was completely ineffective, and was directly knocked back to its original form. Lin Dong, on the other hand, was not idle as he directly activated the explosive flash effect of the Silver Blast gloves and conducted a frantic output on those newborn little bats. Lin Dong's current ordinary was as high as 50,000 points, and with the addition of various skills, each output could even exceed over 100,000 points or more. Coupled with the attack speed bonus of the Silver Blast gloves, he could even swing more than 10 punches per second. That means nearly 1,000,000 points of damage per second. A small Night Demon Bat was unable to dodge and was directly entangled by Lin Dong, and in less than 7 seconds, it was directly burst by Lin Dong. As the Night Demon Bat watched its child being killed by Lin Dong, it let out a shrill cry, wanting to break Lin Dong into pieces. However, Lin Dong simply ignored this large Night Demon Bat and directly output on the other small bats. Persimmons find the soft ones to pinch first. This truth, Lin Dong still knew. Moreover, if he didn't destroy these little guys first and directly went to attack the great Night Demon Bat, the stacked attacks of these little guys would be enough for Lin Dong to drink a pot of water. Therefore, Lin Dong followed the same pattern and directly took out the 10 small Night Demon Bats, all of them. All that was left at the end was the big Night Demon Bat. And at that moment, the time of the Night Demon Bat's darkness descent skill was up, and the gladiatorial arena returned to a clear state, which caused the darkness bat's advantage to be lost once again. Lin Dong's heart was overjoyed as he directly swung his fist and arrived in front of the Night Demon Bat with an explosive flash. Oh, God help me! Time stasis, activate. Brush. The Eye of Punishment directly shot out a beam of light that was so evil that it shone on the body of the Night Demon Bat. Lin Dong held the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace in his left hand and the Flying Dagger Blood Gourd in his right hand, and there was a burst of frantic output towards the Dark Night Bat. By the time the 10 seconds of time stasis's duration of effect was over, the Dark Bat shattered right into the ground like chapped porcelain. Lin Dong let out a long breath of relief. Finally he had solved this fellow. It was a lot smoother than when he had solved the Battle Heavenly Bull Demon. Moreover, this kind of actual battle had also allowed him to gain tremendous progress in terms of his combat experience. Sure enough, battle prowess was honed in the midst of actual battles. Before he could catch his breath for a moment, the settlement information was once again transmitted to his mind. Lin Dong, winner of the second duel in the Holy Gladiator Arena, rewarded with 1.5 million experience, rewarded with 1 Prayer Temple teleportation scroll. Current challenge progress 232. Current ranking of challengers entering the Holy Arena, 10th. In the next gladiatorial match, the beast that best matches your battle strength will be matched against you. You've been matched with level 3, 1039, against the Sawtooth Pincer Worm. 110, 10 victories in 10 battles. Promoted to Battle King. Lin Dong's ranking was still 10th. Seeing this result, Lin Dong's heart was slightly relieved. The fact that he was in last place at least meant that the rest of the team, who were ranked higher than him in the gladiatorial arena, were all safe for now. Because as long as you passed the first level, you could obtain the Prayer Temple's teleportation scroll, and when you encountered danger, you could teleport back at any time, which was equivalent to a life-saving charm. Settling his mind, Lin Dong rechecked the information about the matchups in the new gladiatorial arena. Battle information, Sawtooth Pincers. Level, 52. Life, 14 million. Attack, 14,000. Defense, 12,000. Drill, the Sawtooth Pincer Worm possesses the ability to instantly drill the ground, allowing it to emerge from the ground at any time to deliver an additional damage 10,000 earthbreaking attack, with no cooldown. Pincer Strike Stun, when a jagged pincer swings its twin pincers to attack, there is a 5% chance that it will cause the target to be stunned for 3 seconds. This Sawtooth Pincer actually came with a control skill and no cooldown for attacking after drilling. If it's on the ground, you might get stunned straight to death by a sawtooth clipper. But well. Lin Dong stroked his chin and gave a bad smile. He's the one with the wind and thunder wings. It's perfectly possible to do it without your feet touching the ground. And with the experience of the first 2 gladiator fights, he also knew the importance of a first strike. So without waiting for the sawtooth pincer insect to make a move, Lin Dong directly displayed his wind and thunder wings and flew into mid-air. However, the gladiatorial arena had a mana boundary present, and Lin Dong did not have the means to fly away from the confines of the arena. But just being in mid-air was enough to at least avoid the drilling damage of the sawtooth pincers. When the sawtooth pincer bug saw Lin Dong flying into mid-air, it immediately waved its 2 large pincers and flared its teeth and claws towards Lin Dong, as if it was saying, "Come down." Lin Dong just smiled. This round, he wanted to seize the initiative, and with the wind and thunder twin wings in his hand, the advantage was mine. His eye of direct discipline opened, and the 3 skills of time stasis, evil gaze, and costume beam were activated at the same time. Reduces the sawtooth pincer's attributes by 50% while being immobilized for 10 seconds. Lin Dong seized the opportunity and directly used the silver blizzard gloves to arrive at the sawtooth pincer bug's heels in a burst of flash. With his left hand on the underworld beast soul furnace and his right hand on the flying dagger blood gourd, he began his violent output. 10 seconds was enough for him to hit 10 million points of attack, and the sawtooth pincer would surely die. After 10 seconds had passed, with the end of the time stasis framing effect, the sawtooth pincer bug shattered directly onto the ground like broken porcelain. Finish. There was not a single moment of procrastination. This time, it made Lin Dong have a new assessment of his own strength. Against different magical beasts, the need for different battle strategies, although attack means not much difference, but at all times to grasp the initiative, is the key to crack the critical situation to win. Combat experience learned in actual combat was truly the best way for a person to grow. The gladiatorial settlement information, too, appeared quickly. Lin Dong, winner of the 3rd duel in the Holy Gladiator Arena, rewarded with 2 million experience, rewarded with 1 prayer temple teleportation scroll. Current challenge progress 332. Current ranking of challengers entering the Holy Arena, 10th. In the next gladiatorial match, the beast that best matches your battle strength will be matched against you. You've been matched with level 4, 832, against the High Crested Serpent. Soon Lin Dong entered the level 4 gladiatorial arena. On the opposite side was a large black snake with blood-red wings. Lin Dong didn't even look at the information about the matchup and directly rushed over with a single strike of his wind and thunder wings, casting the Eye of Punishment. Time Stasis, activate. Evil Gaze, activate. Corrosive Lightspeed, activate. Step on Thunder, activate. Burst Flash, activate. After Lin Dong appeared in front of the High Crown Tang snake, he immediately followed up with a dislike face output. Before the high-crested Tengus had a chance to move a bit, it shattered into crumbs all over the ground as the effective time standing still ended. As Lin Dong looked at his masterpiece, he couldn't help but have a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, offense is the best defense, and first strike is the key to victory. In the next few matches, Lin Dong relied on his forehand to accomplish a crushing victory. It wasn't until the 10th level that he was greeted by a difficult opponent. Lin Dong, winner of the 9th duel in the Holy Gladiator Arena, rewarded with 4.5 million experience, rewarded with 1 prayer temple teleportation scroll. Current challenge progress 932. Current ranking of challengers entering the Holy Arena, number 3. You have been matched with the 10th level 168th gladiator against the Boiling Blood Armadillo. Once Lin Dong entered the gladiatorial arena, he still struck out with a set of consecutive moves. But to his surprise, this time, that Boiling Blood Armadillo rolled into a ball, and when Lin Dong finished his attack, he actually re-stretched his body unharmed, smiled scornfully at Lin Dong, and immediately after that, his long tail, draped in scale armor, swept over towards Lin Dong. Sensing that it was not good, Lin Dong immediately lifted his wings and rushed up to the sky. It wasn't until then that he seriously checked the Boiling Blood Armadillo's matchup information. Battle information, Boiling Armadillo aka Anteater. Level, 60. Life, 20 million. Attack, 8,000. Defense, 30,000. Armor spell, the Boiling Blood Armadillo's body scale armor contains an attenuation attack spell. When attacking the Boiling Blood Armadillo, the spell will attenuate 80% of the damage, immune to the true damage of any percentage of the blood reduction skill. Ant Wave, the Boiling Blood Armadillo will train the ant magical beasts it once devoured into an army of ants, and when it summons the Ant Wave, each ant can deal 100 points of fixed damage. After browsing through the information about the matchup, Lin Dong finally realized why his attack on the Boiling Blood Armadillo just now was almost ineffective. Leaving aside the fact that the Boiling Blood Armadillo's defense was as high as 30,000 points, that one armor spell skill basically made Lin Dong's attacks equal to giving the Boiling Blood Armadillo a tussle. Coupled with the fact that the armor mantra was immune to the true damage of any percentage blood reduction skills, Lin Dong's Evil Gaze and Flying Dagger Bloodgourd's blood chopping basically did not have any effect on the Boiling Blood Armadillo. It looks like it's going to be another time-wasting fight. Just as Lin Dong was thinking about his sparring strategy, the gladiatorial arena once again sent information into his mind. Kill the Boiling Blood Armadillo and you will be awarded the title of 10 victories in 10 battles and gain 1 billion experience. A title that gives 1 billion experience straight away? That's a reward that looks good. Lin Dong was now level 47, and 1 billion experience was enough for him to directly rise to level 51. Such a great temptation caused Lin Dong to immediately come into the spirit. He couldn't even help but want to take out the Golden Wind formation flag and directly suppress the ruined armadillo to death. But once he thought of the terrifying consumption of the Golden Wind Grand Formation, he eventually gave up. AI, the Golden Wind Grand Formation is a group attack weapon. It's too wasteful to use it against just one magical beast. It's better to save it for when you're fighting a group. Since the current means didn't do much for the Boiling Blood Armadillo, it was time to tailor a piece of equipment for it. He, Lin Dong, was a divine-level forger, and what he was best at was forging equipment. After rummaging through the systematic forging bookstore, Lin Dong set his eyes on the purification handkerchief with a purification effect. The purification handkerchief was still the first piece of equipment that Lin Dong had forged. It was just that what he couldn't imagine was that this piece of equipment would be useful in a battle at this level. The purification handkerchief could not only get rid of negative effects, but also positive ones, depending on what kind of auxiliary materials were added when forging it. And the Boiling Armadillo's armor spell can be completely purified by the purifying handkerchief. Throwing the materials into the forging furnace, it took less than a minute for Lin Dong to forge the purification handkerchief. He took a purifying handkerchief and looked idly at a green-eyed, boiling-blooded armadillo with the corners of his mouth pressed together. "Brother Armadillo, your scales are dirty, let me help you purify yourself." With that, Lin Dong arrived beside the Boiling Blood Armadillo with a burst of flash. The Boiling Blood Armadillo sensed which disturbing scent on the purifying handkerchief and became violently rebellious. It directly pointed its mouth and uncountable legions of ants spat out from its mouth. These ants come in all kinds of varieties, some large, some small, some with wings, some fast climbers, and even more colorful. The scariest thing is that each ant has 100 points of fixed damage, ignoring defense. This wave of raging ants startled Lin Dong. He hurriedly propped up his invincibility to avoid having his blood bar directly exploded by the ants. The invincibility was on, so Lin Dong naturally had to take advantage of this 1 minute to remove all the armor spells on the Boiling Blood Armadillo. Only his figure could be seen, flying up and down on the Boiling Blood Armadillo's body, busy as ever. Rubbing, like the devil's pace. I'm a happy whitewasher. With the quick wiping of the purifying handkerchief on the Boiling Blood Armadillo's body, the Boiling Blood Armadillo's armor spell faded away as quickly as ice and snow meeting the blazing sun. The Boiling Blood Armadillo that felt threatened immediately began to frantically dance its body, wanting to struggle, but Lin Dong was just like a piece of dogskin plaster, sticking to its body and not coming down. Half a minute later, Lin Dong wiped the armor spell on the Boiling Blood Armadillo clean. After rubbing it in, there was a satisfied pat on the back. "Not bad, it looks much better after it's cleaned. Brother Armadillo, this scale armor of yours is good, I can just use it to forge equipment after cleaning it, do you mind?" The Boiling Blood Armadillo stared at his green bean eyes, fire spewing out of his eyes. Lin Dong and it glanced at each other and asked themselves a question. "By the look on your face, I don't think you mind, so fine, I'll come over and pick it up now." With that, Lin Dong once again cast time stasis. An explosive flash came to the Boiling Blood Armadillo's heels. "Ha, without the effect of the armor spell, there's no way for you to be immune to my percentage blood reduction attacks, is there? Look at my evil stare. Flying Dagger Bloodgourd. Energize the Flying Dagger effect. This time, 3% of the blood will be cut. Energize the Flying Dagger effect. This time, 3% of the blood will be cut. Stimulate the heart-piercing effect. This time, 10% of the blood will be cut off. Puff. The Boiling Armadillo fell straight to the ground. Killed by a direct hit from the heart-piercing word. Lin Dong slapped his hands and put away the corpse of the boiling blood armadillo. It was a good material for forging equipment and could not be wasted. This time, the gladiatorial arena did not immediately match Lin Dong with the next level of the battlefield. Instead, it first distributed the rewards. Congratulations to Lin Dong for killing the boiling blood armadillo, winning 10 out of 10 battles, rewarded with 1 billion experience. With the arrival of the Holy Gladiatorial Arena rewards, Lin Dong's level once again rocketed like a rocket, directly crossing levels. Level 48. Grade 49. Level 50. Level 51. Who's in first place? As the gladiatorial settlement arrived, Lin Dong's experience bar skyrocketed until he was halfway through his level 51 experience bar before stopping. Checked out the experience, Heart Lin moving head of fire. Name, Lin Dong. Current level, 51. Storage experience, 159,220 million. King of War. Directly promoted to Battle King. This rank, finally, can have a place in China. Although 220 million experience was needed to advance to the next level, it wasn't very far away from level 52. And having upgraded to level 51, it was also possible to go to those high-level hidden copies recorded in Marshal Zhao's map and explore them. Settling his mind, Lin Dong was even more excited about the next duel. A 10th level gladiator had a reward of 1 billion experience, so wouldn't the experience rewards be even more generous for the 20th and 30th level gladiators? With this intention, Lin Dong couldn't wait to prepare to match the next level of the gladiatorial arena. This time, however, it took a long time to wait for the matchmaking information for the gladiator arena, before it appeared again. Current challenge progress 1032. Current ranking of challengers entering the Holy Arena, number 2. In the next gladiatorial match, the beast that best matches your battle strength will be matched against you. You've been matched with the 11th level of the 88th Colosseum against the Demon Realm 8-armed Ghost Demon. After the matching was completed, a flash of light flashed before Lin Dong's eyes and he directly entered the level 11 gladiatorial arena. Across the street stood a behemoth. Lin Dong took his eyes and swept them gently, glancing at the information about the matchup. Battle information, Magic Domain 8-armed Ghost Demon. Level, 61. Life, 21 million. Attack, 22,000. Defense, 35,000. Heavenly Collapse, the Demon Domain 8-armed Ghost Elf enters a state of fury, and will use its 8 arms to slap the ground, creating an apocalyptic scene in the space within a range of 50 meters, with heavenly collapses and spatial turbulence shooting out, sustaining 10,000 points of damage per second. Seal, there is a 10% chance that the Demon Realm Octopus Demon will suddenly speak human language and ask the opponent, do I look like a human or a demon to you? The Demon Domain Octopus Demon will randomly go crazy based on the answer, and its battle power will increase by 10% 500%. With this glance, it made Lin Dong's eyes go straight. He was afraid that he had misread it and looked at it again to make sure it was right. Hiss. This heavenly avalanche is a bit more acceptable, but this skill of discussing sealing is a bit too perverted, isn't it? Randomly going crazy, battle power soaring by 10% 500%, writing a novel wouldn't dare to write it like this. This percentage is too unbelievable, right? Imagine if the battle power really soared by 500%, wouldn't the attack of the Demon Domain 8-armed Ghost Demon directly break through 100,000? That was 100,000 points of attack. Lin Dong's total blood bar had only just broken through 100,000, even if Lin Dong's defense could offset some of the damage, it was still enough to knock out half of Lin Dong's tube of blood. It's too much, it's just too much. Just as Lin Dong spat, the Demon Domain 8-armed Ghost Demon had already rushed up with its bloody mouth open. Its 8 arms swung together, directly clenching into fists and slapping the ground. Instantly, the ground stirred up a large amount of any time, and the airflow of the entire space became disorganized. Grip it, you're zooming in right off the bat, no martial arts. Lin Dong shook his wind and thunder wings and flew away from the original place, not daring to stay inside that piece of broken space. After all, dropping 10,000 blood a second, no one could stand it. However, the Devil's Domain 8-armed Ghost Demon was shaped like a ghost, and its speed was on par with Lin Dong's, and it directly chased after Lin Dong's side. Do I look like a human or a demon to you? Devil's Domain the 8-armed Ghost Elf's eyes were like bronze bells, staring tightly at Lin Dong, waiting for his answer. Lin Dong looked at the black and white face of the Devil's Domain 8-armed Ghost Demon and felt like he had bumped into a ghost. It was just too scary. So Lin Dong pinched his nose and replied in a good-natured manner, you look like a piece of to me. Just as Lin Dong's words fell, the information about the matchup flickered and was directly updated. Demon Domain 8 Armed Ghost Demon randomly goes crazy, battle power soars by 125%. Holy, that works? Lin Dong looked at the ferocious Demon Domain 8 Armed Ghost Demon and directly retreated, his lightspeed flowing cloud boots running on fumes. After pulling away a certain distance, Lin Dong violently turned around, and his crimson armor squirmed, revealing the eye of punishment in the center of his brow. Now, it's my turn to fight back. Evil gaze. Time stands still. Corrosive beam. Thunder at every step. After releasing a set of silky smooth mini-sequences, Lin Dong raised his silver blast gloves and arrived in front of the Demon Domain 8 Armed Ghost Demon's body with a burst of lightning. Congratulations, Your Excellency, on learning about this young man's invincible little motor. Immediately after that, Lin Dong's left hand was the underworld beast soul furnace, and his right hand was the flying dagger blood gourd, giving the Demon Realm 8 Armed Ghost Demon a intense and fast musical feast. After the time stasis's fixing effect ended, the Demon Domain 8 Armed Ghost Elf only had less than 1 million blood left. It looked unbelievably at Lin Dong in front of it, as if it did not quite believe that Lin Dong was actually able to inflict so much damage on him in an instant. Only to see it open its mouth, as if it wanted to unleash its big move to curry the seal again. Do I look like a human or do I look like? Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Dong smashed another dozen or so punches onto his body. Then he gently withdrew his fist and blew on it, which was a little warm from the rapid friction. Hey, you look like a corpse to me. After saying that, Fenglei's wings revved up and flew high into the air, gently tapping the forehead of the Demon Domain Octopus Armed Ghost Demon with his finger. The tall body of the Demon Domain 8 Armed Ghost Demon directly collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a large amount of dust, completely becoming a corpse. At the same time, the settlement information of the gladiatorial arena was directly transmitted into Lin Dong's mind. Lin Dong, winner of the 11th duel in the Holy Gladiator Arena, rewarded with 5.5 million experience, rewarded with 1 prayer temple teleportation scroll. Current challenge progress 1132. Current ranking of challengers entering the Holy Arena, number 2. You've been matched with level 12, 68, against the Spirit Realm Swallowing Toad. With a flash of light, Lin Dong once again entered a new gladiatorial arena. At the same time, a hint of doubt rose in his mind. Although he had wasted a lot of time in the first level against the Battle Heavenly Bull Demon. But these magical beasts in the back were almost all killed in seconds without wasting much time. With that kind of speed, it's still in second place, so who's in first place? Could it be Su Runin? After all, other than Su Runin, who possessed a second killing skill like life-snatching scissor kick, no one else could clear the level so quickly. With doubts in mind, Lin Dong opened another round of second killing campaign. But the further down the level he went, the heavier his doubts became. Because until he advanced to the 20th level of the gladiatorial arena, his ranking was still second. One must know that Lin Dong's passes along the way were almost all seconds off. Their War God Academy team, everyone's details were known to him, it was impossible to mix in a character stronger than him. Lin Dong was puzzled and couldn't wait to get through to see who this person was. Could it be Bai Ji, or Cui Bingbing, the 2 new additions to the team? That shouldn't be the case. If they really had this strength, they wouldn't have been captured by Ape Hong at that time. Or maybe it's someone else outside of our Warlord Academy? The moment he thought of this possibility, Lin Dong was instantly on guard. If the other academies also had such a powerful figure, it might be a formidable enemy for him. But how many levels has the other side broken through now? It couldn't be close to the last level already. In order to get the coordinates of the second prayer temple, Lin Dong would not allow anyone to behead the ultimate boss Red Blood Demon Dragon before him. Thinking about this, Lin Dong's desire to quickly pass the barrier became even more urgent. All the way through, killing people. Gladiator level 20 wraiths are also handsomely rewarded. Lin Dong had just entered it when the reminder message of the gladiatorial arena was delivered. Kill the 3-legged golden crow, receive the title of invincible, rewarded with 1 billion experience. That's another $1 billion of experience. Lin Dong's heart was once again agitated, sharpening his sword with battle intent. After briefly glancing at the information about the matchups in the level 20 gladiator arena, Lin Dong once again turned on the second kill battle method. Battle information, Magic Domain 3-legged golden crow. Level, 63. Life, 25 million. Attack, 26,000. Defense, 32,000. 9 suns over the sky. There is a 5% chance that the 3-legged golden crow will create 9 great day stars, each star dealing 8,000 points of sustained burning damage per second for 5 seconds. Cool down 1 minute. Extreme weakness. Using high temperatures, the three-legged golden crow can cause a series of negative reactions such as dehydration, heatstroke, dizziness, vomiting, etc. to the target, reducing all of the target's attributes by 30%. Regardless of what skills the opponent had, Lin Dong's principle was that he must go first, so that the opponent could not release his skills at all. So before the three-legged golden crow could see Lin Dong finished releasing a set of control moves and directly opened a big face. Shadowless Fist. Avalanche Fist. Bully Fist. Dragon Fist. Underworld Beast Soul Furnace. Flying Dagger Blood Gourd. However, the time stood still was only 10 seconds, and Lin Dong had only managed to deal 10 million points of damage with his best efforts. Together with the 50% of blood directly deducted by Evil Gaze, the three-legged golden crow had less than 3 million blood left. Having suffered such a great loss, the three-footed golden crow immediately became furious, and with a spread of its wings, it flew high into the sky, its body suddenly becoming incomparably bright, like an unseeable sun. Gold rings, 1 divided into 3, 3 becoming 9. The hot beams of light made Lin Dong unable to open his eyes at that time, and the crimson armor was all irradiated like an oven, causing Lin Dong to sweat profusely all over his body. What was even more frightening was that Lin Dong felt as if he was suffering from heatstroke, nausea and vomiting, and even some dehydration vertigo. Not good. This flat hair is a bit strong. Lin Dong struggled to keep himself from losing consciousness and quickly propped up invincible. And then the wind and thunder twin wings carried the flames produced by the blazing sun and rose up into the air. Chop. 112, Spellcaster Zhuge Yufeng. The 9 suns over the sky of the three-footed golden crow is a full-range, indiscriminate attack, and although it has a short duration of effect, with 9 suns and a total of 72,000 points of damage per second, if Lin Dong didn't hold up its invincibility, 5 seconds would be enough to kill Lin Dong twice. But in this world, there are no ifs. The last thing Lin Dong lacked was equipment. Although he was still covered in silver equipment, the terrifying effects of words were not something that could be limited by equipment level. So the moment Lin Dong's invincibility was propped up, the fate of the three-legged golden crow had already been decided. As the flying dagger blood gourd splattered a mist of blood on the body of the three-footed golden crow, the three-footed golden crow was instantly robbed of its lifeblood by the heart-piercing words, turning into a corpse that fell from the air. Lin Dong good not to dislike the three-legged golden crow's corpse packaged and put away. This is also a good material for forging equipment, can be encountered but cannot be sought off. A legendary level 3-legged golden crow could be sold for at least tens of billions of huaxia coins on the trading market. After all, this kind of rare magical beast was not something you could just bump into. The gladiatorial settlement information, at this point, had also been updated out. Congratulations to Lin Dong for killing the three-legged golden crow without fail, rewarded with 1 billion experience. Immediately afterward, Lin Dong's experience bar jumped wildly again. Lin Dong opened his personal panel and scanned his level again. A sense of grandeur arose. Name, Lin Dong. Current level, 55. Storage experience, 219,260 million. At this rate of progress, at the end of the trial in the gladiator arena, he could even rush to level 60 and become a true god of war. In huaxia, the god of war was the true mainstay, and below the god of war, they were all cannon fodder. In other words, becoming a war god was the true starting point, the qualification for ascending to a higher level. And now Lin Dong was only 1 step away from being a war god. It was certain that as long as he defeated the boss in the level 30 gladiator arena, he would be able to gain 1 billion experience again. For the sake of this 1 billion experience, Lin Dong once again hoofed it all the way to kill. However, the further back he went, the more Lin Dong was alarmed. Because of his challenge ranking, he always stayed firmly in second place, and that unknown opponent seemed to be close to passing to the end of the gladiatorial arena. Half an hour later, Lin Dong finally broke through to the level 30 gladiatorial arena as expected. As the light flashed, Lin Dong did not directly enter the gladiatorial arena this time, but was instead teleported into a small lounge-like room. Just as Lin Dong was feeling strange, the gladiatorial alert message was once again delivered. This time, though, the gladiatorial arena sent incoming messages that suddenly became somewhat intriguing. Level 30 arena has been opened. The current level of the arena has not yet been passed. The level of the arena beasts is too high. It is recommended to give up directly. Suggest just giving up? Since when has this holy gladiator been so kind? But he remembered that as soon as he entered the gladiatorial arena, he was assigned a ridiculously strong battle heavenly bull demon to come. Lin Dong stroked his chin and was pondering what the purpose of the gladiatorial arena was. Unexpectedly at that moment, a man's voice suddenly appeared in the room. I can't believe that besides me, there is someone else who can break through to this level. Lin Dong followed the sound and a flash of amazement flashed across his eyes. The person who spoke was a man with a very bookish appearance, wearing a long robe and looking even fairer and better looking than a woman. Fortunately, Lin Dong is not good at male style, otherwise he must be bent. This man looked at Lin Dong with a bland expression, seemingly very interested in Lin Dong as well. Lin Dong similarly looked the man up and down, raising a hint of vigilance in his heart. There was something about this man's strength that he couldn't see through. But just by looking at his age, the other man was slightly older than him by 2 or 3 years. Eventually, it was the uncharacteristically beautiful man who spoke first. I'm sure you've received the message from the gladiatorial arena. I advise you not to go to the 30th level gladiatorial arena. This level can't be passed without some means of preserving your life. Besides, your level is only 55, the gap is too obvious. You have to know that after reaching level 60, the strength of the magical beasts is worlds apart for every level up, and the town boss inside level 30 has reached level 70 or above, which is not at all something you can cope with. The man seemed to be exhorting Lin Dong, releasing a hint of goodwill towards him. However, Lin Dong gently shook his head, completely unable to listen to what the man was saying. However, he still arched his hand towards the man as a response to the other party's kindness. Thank you for your kind words, but I, for one, like to make the impossible possible, and this is a hurdle I have to go through. This beautifully unlikable man sighed softly. He knew that Lin Dong was young and impetuous, and his exhortations would not work. However, he still exhorted Lin Dong once more, hoping that the other party would not be so stubborn. Logically speaking, I don't have to care about your death or life, but you're so young and you've broken in here, you're also considered a pride of heaven, a pillar of China. I advise you to stop, not just for your sake, but for the sake of China not losing a genius. In case you didn't know, you have to get the gladiatorial arena after level 30, which restricts teleportation, and the teleportation scrolls you got in the previous levels are completely ineffective in there. There are only 2 ways to get out. One way is to decapitate the sky-level magical beasts inside, and the other. Speaking here, this beautifully unlikable man paused and looked at Lin Dong, squeezing out a few words from inside his teeth in a single word. The other way, that's death. The man's words are simple. There were only 2 results of entering a level 30 gladiator arena, to die, or to let the other party die. Otherwise it was impossible to walk out of the level 30 arena. After the man finished speaking, his gaze became deep as he stared into Lin Dong's eyes and asked again. Now, do you still decide to go in? Even if you don't think for yourself, don't you think for the future of China? Lin Dong heard the other party mention Huaxia and immediately stood in awe. I can't imagine that this person is still a patriot. This kind of person, of course, deserves to be honored. At the same time, however, he had a doubt that this man, was he the one who had been ranked ahead of him? If so, what was his purpose in saying these words to Lin Dong? What's more, the other party obviously knew the level 30 gladiator arena very well, and if he followed the 2 ways of walking out as he said, the other party must have defeated the sky-level magical beasts inside. But that would conflict with the message that Gladiator had sent him, which conflicted. The gladiatorial arena clearly said that no one had yet cleared the current level, so how did this uncharacteristically beautiful man know what was going on inside? Lin Dong was now in a daze. This beautifully unlikable man became more and more mysterious the more he looked at him, and he didn't even know if he was an enemy or a friend. The man couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at Lin Dong with a wary expression. He spread out his hands, signaling that he had no weapons in his hands, and released his goodwill to Lin Dong. The only reason I'm talking to you so much is because I think you're a talented person, useful to China, and I don't want you to give your life in vain. Lin Dong frowned. The other party's words had more or less the feeling of an elder lecturing his back. But the other party was clearly only 2 or 3 years his senior, and this tone of voice made people uncomfortable. After thinking for a moment, Lin Dong could not help but raise his question. You claimed that the level 30 gladiator arena is dangerous. The information sent from the gladiator arena, but it suggests that no one has ever cleared it, which means that no one has ever defeated the magical beasts in it. However, you also said that there are only 2 ways to get out of the level 30 arena, either by defeating or dying, but now that you have neither defeated nor died, and you're still saying these alarmist words to me, how do you expect me to believe it? Upon hearing Lin Dong's question, the beautifully unlikable man smiled faintly again and secretly sighed in admiration at Lin Dong's meticulous mind. You're very good, you thought of the problem at once. After a pause, he turned back around and said with his back to Lin Dong. The reason why I know the secret of the level 30 gladiator arena is because I have broken through the level 30 gladiator arena countless times. As for why I'm still alive, it's all due to the fact that I have a special ability, and that's the blood drop rebirth. As long as I still have a drop of blood in me, I can be automatically revived. This is the reason why I'm still alive after dying countless times in a level 30 gladiatorial arena. If you don't believe me, you can try attacking me from behind right now, and even if I'm in pieces right now, I'll be reborn in the next second. After saying that, this uncharacteristically beautiful man let go of his entire body's defense, as if waiting for Lin Dong to make a move on him. Lin Dong's eyes blinked, he really wanted to try this strange ability. Then I'm sorry, I'd love to try the truth of what you're saying. So he directly rushed close with a burst of flash, and it was a set of crazy output. The beautiful man was directly blown up by Lin Dong's fierce attack, and blood and limbs crumbled everywhere. The scene was a bit bloody. And then Lin Dong fiercely retreated and began to observe the situation. To Lin Dong's surprise, those bloodstains actually like magic, all disappeared in the air, do not know where to go, a trace of the trace cannot be queried. This feeling of disappearing from under his eyes caused Lin Dong's heart to shake. As he was suspiciously glancing around, the voice of that uncharacteristically beautiful man rang out from behind Lin Dong. Now, it's time for you to believe what I'm saying. This movement that appeared without warning caused Lin Dong's heart to jump wildly as he leapt forward a step to turn back violently to look at the beautiful man who was unharmed. God! It's really possible to be reborn by dripping blood. This beautiful man just stood in front of him alive, without a red face, and even a few points more beautiful than just now. The pretty man saw the surprised expression on Lin Dong's face and knew that this hand just now had completely convinced Lin Dong. He broke his long, white fingers and opened his mouth again, seeming very eager to confide. Now, believe me when I say that, in order to make you lose your way, I have to will some of my former past with you. I've been here for 3 years already. You may have heard of my name is Zhuge Yifeng. And so on. Zhuge Zhanfeng? Lin Dong seemed to have remembered something. The genius who accidentally disappeared 3 years ago, the 1v108 expert of the same level with a verifiable battle record, the #1 forbidden spellcaster in China, Zhuge Shifeng? 113, I'm here now. I still want to try. Zhuge Zhanfeng's name, Lin Dong had really heard of it, and even called it like a thunderclap. Although he was only 3 years older than Lin Dong had grown up greatly listening to the legend of Zhuge Shifeng. Because Zhuge Multiplier was fundamentally different from ordinary people. Ordinary people were awakening their professions later in life, even with the help of profession awakening cards. But Zhuge Shifeng was innately awakened, meaning that he could already cultivate an upgrade from the moment he was born. This kind of innate awakening can only appear in one person out of hundreds of millions of people, and it is said that the Law Emperor of the Holy City of the West is because of the innate awakening of the great magician, so that he can go all the way to become a law saint in an even manner. The advantage of innate awakening was too great. It was equivalent to having 18 more years of practicing than others. This Zhuge Shifeng, at the age of 18, was already a god of war level character. He suppressed all the pride of his generation, and even created a mythical 1v108 battle record. Moreover, Zhuge Multiplier's awakened profession was still an extremely rare forbidden spellcaster profession, with unpredictable attacks that were simply the nemesis of other professions. But just such a character who was expected to become a Chinese battle saint disappeared strangely in the land of the Forsaken 3 years ago, and the outside world speculated that he might have encountered a powerful magical beast and fallen in the land of oblivion. But unexpectedly, he had actually stayed in the Holy Gladiator Arena for the past 3 years in an attempt to charge up. However, thinking of this, Lin Dong could not help but mutter once again, and could not help but ask Zhuge Zhanfeng once again. Won't everyone be forcibly teleported out after the opening time of the Land of the Remnant is up? How did Zhuge Zhanfeng stay in the Land of the Forsaken for 3 years? Zhuge Shifeng smiled faintly, his tone filled with pride. All the rules in the world have loopholes. The rules of the Land of the Forsaken are no exception. Those who are forcibly teleported out can only be alive, but what if I happen to die when the Land of the Lost closes? Happen to be dead? Lin Dong couldn't help but have a brainstorm when he heard Zhuge Shifeng's words. This guy, he's really able to utilize his own blood-dripping rebirth talent card bug. In other words, Zhuge Zhanfeng had used this method to dodge 3 forced teleportations from the Forsaken Lands. Seeing Lin Dong's astonished face, Zhuge Zhanfeng began to show off again, seemingly happy to discover bugs. Actually, there's more than just this one bug in this leftover land. Oh? When he said that, Lin Dong instantly became interested. Perhaps these bugs that Zhuge Shifeng said next would be helpful to him. Zhuge Zhanfeng seemed to have not spoken to anyone for a long time and was very excited to talk, and did not mind revealing these secrets to Lin Dong. Or in his opinion, it didn't matter if these secrets were told to Lin Dong. The fact that Lin Dong was able to break into this place was enough to show that the talent was amazing, and even if he didn't tell Lin Dong, it wouldn't take long for Lin Dong to discover these secrets on his own. Instead of doing so, it would be better to sell Lin Dong a favor in advance and gain Lin Dong's goodwill, which could also be considered a small contribution he made to China. Only Zhuge Shifeng narrated the story without haste. The Land of the Forsaken has the rule that any hidden copy can only be entered once in a lifetime by each person, as is the case with the Jingo Battlefield, the Night Demon Forest, the Red Water Abyss, the Flame Kingdom, the Underground Ruins, and all of these. But secondary copies such as the Holy Gladiator Arena can be entered unlimitedly, which is a big loophole in the rules, because the Holy Gladiator is a secondary copy of a hidden copy such as the Jingo Battlefield, and if you can't enter the Jingo Battlefield, you can't, by definition, enter the Holy Gladiator. But if you have the Praying Temple's return scroll, you can return to the Praying Temple from any corner of the Forsaken Lands, and in the middle of the Praying Temple, enter the Holy Gladiator Arena. It is by this method that I am in the midst of the Holy Gladiator Arena, constantly brushing my experience, especially the 1 billion experience rewards of the level 10 and 20 dueling arenas, which I have brushed 36 times over the years, and I am now infinitely close to level 80 in terms of experience, and am about to become a legendary level powerhouse. Zhuge Zhanfeng spoke later, smugly. Obviously, his purpose of staying here was to infinitely brush the experience of the Holy Gladiator Arena. After all, the experience was just too fragrant. Conservatively estimating, Zhuge Zhanfeng had brushed at least a few tens of billions of experience in the Holy Gladiator Arena over these 3 years, equivalent to decades of hard training in the outside world. Lin Dong also finally understood why Zhuge Zhanfeng was unwilling to leave the Land of the Forsaken, because this bug was something that even he could not refuse. At this moment, Lin Dong wanted to return to the prayer temple and refresh the Holy Gladiator Arena. Seeing Lin Dong's excited expression, Zhuge Shifeng poured a pot of cold water on Lin Dong again. Don't get blindly excited. After the Holy Gladiator Arena opens, there is a 1-month cooldown. Even if you return to the prayer temple now, you'll still return to the small room when you come in, your rankings won't change, and you'll only be able to enter it again after waiting for a month. Lin Dong's face instantly became a bitter melon color. He did not have such a rogue skill as blood reanimation. He definitely could not stay in the Land of the Lost for a long period of time. By the time it was time, he would be forcibly teleported out. It seemed that repeatedly brushing the Holy Gladiator Arena was out of the question. Zhuge Zhanfeng could not help but speak out to comfort Lin Dong when he saw that he was a bit demoralized. Well, don't lose heart either. At your age, to be able to have such an achievement is already very good. Next, keep your feet on the ground, don't be overly ambitious, protect yourself, and go out and contribute more to China. This level 30 Gladiator Arena, you shouldn't break into it, so as not to fall in it and cause a great regret for Huaxia. Those of us who are still here, we still need to shine for Huaxia. I'm staying here because I have the means to save my life, and when I've upgraded to a certain level, I'll leave here and go out to support the great cause of China as well. Zhuge Zhanfeng spoke these words in an impassioned manner, and it was clear that he had never forgotten his identity as a member of Huaxia. These words were also words of encouragement from a senior encouraging his back, filled with expectations for Lin Dong. Lin Dong looked at Zhuge Shifeng's encouraging eyes and could not help but nod. Zhuge Shifeng smiled sparingly and raised his hand. Go back, go out and make a good contribution to Huaxia. Lin Dong also smiled back and turned around to walk towards the teleportation array of the level 30 Gladiator Arena. Seeing that Lin Dong had taken a wrong turn, Zhuge Zhanfeng hurriedly spoke out to stop him, fearing that Lin Dong had wasted his life. Hey, wrong place, the teleportation array for the prayer temple is over there. Which knew that Lin Dong did not even look back and dropped a sentence. Thank you brother Zhuge for your kindness, but since I've come all the way here, I still want to give it a try, just in case I get through. After saying that, Lin Dong took a step into the teleportation array and his figure disappeared. Zhuge Shifeng immediately raised his eyebrows, realizing that Lin Dong was not so obedient to persuasion as he appeared to be. His mouth dropped open and he finally shook his head. AI, headstrong, even if I go in, I won't be assigned to a gladiatorial ring with him, and I still won't be able to save him. Huaxia, it looks like another young genius is about to fall. It's a pity, it's a pity. To be honest, Zhuge Zhanfeng really wanted to save Lin Dong, but Lin Dong didn't listen to advice, so he had no choice but to stop. He hadn't adjusted to his best state yet, and was definitely not going to rush into a level 30 Gladiator Arena, so he was going to condition himself before making a break for it. As for Lin Dong, at this moment, he was already standing in the midst of the level 30 Gladiator Arena, which had already sent dueling information to his mind. Kill the Sky Lord Centaurus warrior, obtain the title of Invincible with me, rewarded with 1 billion experience. Sure enough, another $1 billion of experience. Lin Dong took his eyes and swept the information about the matchup, and his eyelids couldn't help but jump a little. This centaur woman warrior is actually as terrifying as this. Battle information: Sky Lord Centauri Women Warriors. Level 75. Life 50 million. Attack 32,000. Defense 52,000. Lightning Raid: the Centaur warrior has a powerful surprise attack ability that will instantly transform into lightning and suddenly crash into the target, dealing 50,000 points of true damage. No cooldown. Fog of War: when a Centaur warrior attacks, a fog will fall in a radius of 1 kilometer, visibility is 0, slowing down the target's career, lowering all of the target's attributes by 30%, and boosting their own attributes by 100% for 60 seconds, cooldown time 600 seconds. Psychedelic Hallucination: the centaur will release an aphrodisiacal toxin into the air, causing the target to fall into a psychedelic environment from which they cannot extricate themselves, and those who are not resolute will be drained of their essence and blood and die. Duration 60 seconds, cooldown 600 seconds. 3 Skill Wraith. As expected, it was a sky-level demon beast lord, and every skill was incredibly powerful. The Lightning Raid skill, with its explosive damage, had 50,000 points of real damage per damage, and the scariest thing was that there was no cooldown, which meant that it could be unleashed all the time. Mist of War may not seem like a big increase in attributes, but the centaurs themselves have high basic attributes. If you raise it by 100%, the life will reach 100 million points, attack 64,000, defense 104,000, not to mention the attack. This defense alone, Lin Dong cannot break the defense. As for that mesmerizing hallucination, Lin Dong could not help but snap his nostrils. This kind of death is also rare. Just as Lin Dong was pondering, a centaur beauty wrapped in a short garment walked over from the other end of the gladiatorial arena with lotus steps. Above her flat and smooth lower abdomen, the 2 invincible rounds that fell, the fabric was almost bursting, shaking, and making Lin Dong unable to resist blushing. This is also too beautiful. It's a bit hard to lay your hands on it. While Lin Dong was stumbling, the Skylord Centaur female warrior raised the stone axe in her hand and slashed down towards Lin Dong. Buzz off! The tremendous force of the stone axe caused the air to ripple, and the space was squeezed and distorted somewhat. Lin Dong raised his silver blast gloves and retreated hundreds of meters in a burst of flash. But before he could stand still, the Skylord Centaur female warrior had already transformed into a bolt of lightning and ruthlessly slammed into Lin Dong's chest. Natural Skill Lightning Raid. 114 Tough Win. Stunned Zhuge Zhenfeng. Lin Dong was hit with gold stars in front of his eyes. With a sweetness in his throat, a mouthful of blood gushed out in his mouth. Even with the red armor's defense in place, he still instantly dropped a third of his blood bar. But without waiting for Lin Dong to react, the Skylord Centaur female warrior once again launched a lightning raid. Lin Dong's face was directly wrapped by 2 soft masses, but the tremendous force coming from them caused him to directly fly up into the sky like a spinning ball. Fortunately, this time, the crimson armor inspired an anti-armor effect, and Lin Dong was not injured. But 50,000 points of real damage, for the Skylord Centaurus warrior with 50 million blood strips, it was just a drizzle, and there was no need to care about it. Lin Dong urgently stretched out his wind and thunder wings and barely managed to stabilize his body in the air, breathing heavily and looking at the Skylord Centaurus warrior with a changed look in his eyes. No wonder Zhuge Zhenfeng advised him not to come here. This level 30 gladiatorial arena's guard boss was just too perverse. Compared to this guy, the previous bosses are, well, just over the top. Although the Skylord Centaur female warrior was born beautiful and good-looking, Lin Dong could not care about appreciating it at this time. He wanted to activate the spike means and launch a powerful counterattack against this centaur. With the opening of the Eye of Punishment, Evil Gaze, Time Stasis, and Corrosive Beam are all set for the Skylord Centaurus warrior. The blood bar of the Skylord Centaurus warrior was instantly reduced by half to 25 million points. Lin Dong took advantage of the 10-second control time of Time Stasis to instantly activate Explosive Flash and arrived in front of it. The Underworld Beast Soul Furnace's step-by-step thunder skill was instantly propped up, and the Flying Dagger Blood Gourd was also directly engaged in chopping blood. In his hands, he even attacked without stopping, attempting to beat the Skylord Centaurus warrior into a sandbag. However, by the time the time stasis boundary shattered, the Skylord Centaurus warrior still had a blood bar of over 10 million. Looking at the centaur female warrior's cold and angry eyes, Lin Dong's expression flinched as he directly retreated explosively and flew up into the sky with a display of his wind and thunder wings. As expected, just as Lin Dong had left, the female centaur warrior transformed into a bolt of lightning and crashed into the location where he had just stood, causing that piece of space to tremble like ripples. After the unsuccessful strike, the female centaur warrior raised her head and looked at Lin Dong in mid-air, and 2 arcane runes suddenly appeared in her pupils. With the flash of the rune, the entire gladiatorial arena are suddenly under a fog, visibility instantly for 0, everywhere is gray, just like watching TV suddenly appeared snowflakes general, nothing can be seen. With the appearance of the fog, Lin Dong found that his own attributes began to fall crazily: blood bar, battle strength, defense, magic defense, movement speed. All of the attributes dropped by around 30%. It was unthinkable that this centaur's Mist of War had a similar ability to Lin Dong's Eye of Discipline. It was indeed not to be underestimated. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Dong had the Wind and Thunder twin wings and occupied the air advantage, I'm afraid that he would have been ravaged to death by the centaurs. Just as Lin Dong was thinking about it, before his eyes, the image suddenly changed and a peerless beauty stepped out. This absolute beauty was clearly that centaur female warrior, and at this moment, the lower half of her body, which had already become long, white and blowing long legs, carried an indescribably powerful temptation, and came in front of Lin Dong. Hee, you guy, why were you so mean to me just now? I was just joking with you, really boring. Lin Dong looked at the centaur female warrior in front of him suspiciously, not knowing why the other party was saying these flirty and flirtatious words to him. Seeing Lin Dong's indifference, the centaur female warrior simply used her slender hand to point at Lin Dong's sturdy chest. People hit you just came in, on the lookout for you stinky brother, wanna do some shy things with sister sister will hurt you As the words fell, the centaur warrior woman's body wrapped right around her. At the same time, the essence on Lin Ju was weakening rapidly, and the blood bar couldn't stop falling. Obviously, the centaur female warrior had used the skill of mesmerizing and hallucinating on Lin Dong. Although the female centaur warrior was unable to fly into the air, her skills, however, could work in a 1-kilometer radius. As soon as the ecstasy-causing illusion was released, it was immediately eating away at Lin Dong's essence blood, wanting to suck Lin Dong dry and die. And sucking on Lin Dong's essence blood would make the female centaur warrior even stronger. Lin Dong had also sensed something bad long ago, and he shook his head, trying his best to expel the undesirable thoughts from his mind. There's something not quite right about this situation. Isn't visibility 0 in the fog of war? Why can he still see the centaur female warrior, and the other party is still wearing a messy dress that can't be said in more than a half-hearted bandwagon? This must be a hallucination. He struggled desperately to bring his brain back to clarity. With all his strength, he opened his eyes. Humph. The trick of mesmerizing hallucinogenic distance is useless to me, Lin Dong. Luckily, I don't get close to women on a regular basis, or else I would really fall into your trap. Lin Dong hissed with all his might, and finally came to his senses from the effects of the mesmerizing hallucinogenic skill. Slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air in his chest and abdomen, Lin Dong directly propped up invincible. The centaur warrior woman's fog of war is 1 minute long, as is his crimson armor's invulnerability. As long as he lasted through his opponent's fog of war and misty illusion time, he was going to take advantage of his opponent's skill cooldowns to make a complete counterattack. Lin Dong's wind and thunder wings unfolded and flew to the top of the gladiatorial arena. The golden light of the invincible brace wrapped around his entire body as he quietly waited for the fog of war to disappear. After more than half a minute, the fog of war finally dissipated. When Lin Dong rushed to the centaur female warrior's body with an explosive flash, he happened to be hit by the centaur female warrior with a lightning surprise attack, and directly knocked several hundred meters away. Before Lin Dong could move, the centaur female warrior made another lightning surprise attack, and once again knocked Lin Dong into midair, followed by a rapid fall, while the centaur female warrior had already used the lightning surprise attack once again, and came to the front of Lin Dong's body. Wind and Thunder Twin Wings. Activate. In the nick of time when Lin Dong landed, he braced his wind and thunder wings and flew into midair, narrowly avoiding the centaur female warrior's strike. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood, trembling as he took out a blood-restoring pill with his hand, and coupled with the powerful blood-restoring effect of the crimson armor, he returned his blood back to full strength in front of him. Just now, if he had been attacked by the centaur female warrior lightning raid once more, Lin Dong was afraid that he would have directly hung up here. This female centaur warrior, who had actually predicted Lin Dong's prediction, was truly terrifying. It was just that right now, Lin Dong's time stasis was still on cooldown, and he was unable to effectively control the female centaur warrior, which made it a bit tricky for Lin Dong. It seems that we can only wait for the time stasis skill to finish cooling down. Lin Dong dodged high up, not daring to land at all, because the centaur female warrior's lightning raid was simply too terrifying. This kind of monster with no skill cooldowns basically had no way to fight without control skills. After a break of 10 seconds or so, the cooldown of time stasis was finally over. Lin Dong finally had the backbone to attack, and once again used time stasis, bursting into flashes and rushing towards the female centaur warrior. At this moment, the female centaur warrior probably had around 15 million blood strips. If he could utilize the 10 seconds of time standing still, Lin Dong could completely knock out more than half of its blood strips again. Then, before time stasis ends, get the hell out of the ground and wait for time stasis to cool down again so you can decimate the Centauri warrior woman. After formulating this battle plan, Lin Dong obscenely utilized the time stasis skill to hit and run, leaving the Centauri female warrior without the slightest chance of output. After 2 minutes, the female centaur warrior finally collapsed in a pool of blood. Lin Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead and felt his legs and stomach go weak. This battle was the one where he was most on the verge of death, and it had also taught him a big lesson that sky-level magical beast lords were simply too powerful. The mutated six-tailed sky fox that he had killed last time was clearly the existence of the bottom of the sky-level magical beasts, and this centaur female warrior, it was simply a day and a half difference. However, being able to kill a sky-level demonic beast alone still caused Lin Dong to be incomparably excited. The settlement information of the gladiatorial arena was once again transmitted into Lin Dong's mind. Congratulations on successfully killing the Sky Lord Centaurus warrior, obtaining the title of Invincible with me, rewarded with 1 billion experience. Level 31 arena has been opened. The current level of the arena has not yet been passed. The level of the arena beasts is too high. It is recommended to give up directly. As the gladiatorial settlement information appeared, Lin Dong was also once again summoned back to the small room that was like a lounge, and saw Zhuge Zhanfeng, who had a stunned look on his face. You? How did you come back so quickly? Could it be that you, like me, possess a natural skill like blood drop rebirth? Lin Dong ignored Zhuge Zhanfeng, who asked questions, but first checked his own harvest. His experience bar gained another surge, and his level was stuck directly on the edge of level 60, almost breaking through to level 61. Name, Lin Dong. Current level, 60. Storage experience, 279,300,000,000. Warlord now. Finally breaking through to War God. However, Lin Dong also knew that after the War God level, it was the real beginning, and the experience required began to increase geometrically. From level 60 to level 70, about 20 billion of experience was needed, because level 69 to level 70 alone required 10 billion of experience, and this was the fundamental reason why many war gods were unable to become warzoons. The gap in experience was just too great. But he didn't say anything. Zhuge Zhanfeng could be curious. I'm talking to you, don't you hear me? How in the world did you get back into this room? Could it be that you have the ability to be reborn by dripping blood, just like me? Huh, that's not right. You were clearly level 55 just now. Why are you level 60 now? Impossible. How is it possible for you to kill a sky-level demon beast lord in such a short period of time? Even I, a person who is infinitely close to being a battle saint, couldn't do it. So how did you manage to do it before, a person at the level of a battle king? In Zhuge Zhanfeng's unstoppable questioning voice, Lin Dong slowly opened his eyes. 115 Recruiting Zhuge Zhanfeng, Lin Dong's special intentions. Zhuge Zhanfeng had lost his previous lightness and steadiness, and his eyes were filled with intense curiosity. He couldn't wait to find the answer here in Lin Dong, as he had spent almost 3 years without ever breaking through the level 30 gladiator arena. But Lin Dong only spent less than 10 minutes to defeat the sky-level demonic beast inside and return victoriously, which was too unbelievable in his opinion. It was no wonder Zhuge Zhanfeng was so out of sorts, as he had been the strongest of his generation all the way through, claiming to be a supreme heavenly pride. But now that his self-respect and pride had been completely crushed by Lin Dong, even if he was humble in heart, he could not do anything to remain calm. That was why he acted so unsteady in front of Lin Dong. Lin Dong was overwhelmed by his pursuing questions, so he could only retreat from the joy of the harvest and look towards Zhuge Zhanfeng, who had lost some of his mind. Brother Zhuge, sit down first, don't be so agitated, let's talk slowly. Zhuge Zhanfeng also noticed his outburst and snapped, finding a seat to sit down, but his eyes were still firmly fixed on Lin Dong, hoping that he would hurry up and give him an answer. Lin Dong smiled faintly and was friendly. From his previous interactions, he had basically seen Zhuge Zhanfeng's character. This person is a bit arrogant, but not overbearing. On the contrary, there are some ancient ways. It is a friend worth making. So Lin Dong didn't sell himself short, so he directly removed the concealment necklace on his body, revealing the original attributes of the equipment on his body. He pointed to the equipment on his body, and even turned around to give a full display for Zhuge Zhanfeng to see. Brother Zhuge, I'm treating you as a friend worth socializing with, that's why I'm exposing my bottom card for you to see, don't talk about it everywhere. The moment Zhuge Changfeng saw Lin Dong's equipment, his entire eyes went straight. An envious look could not be held back on his beautiful face, and the corners of his mouth were even dripping with saliva. Not. I said. This is silver equipment for you? It's actually all double or even triple worded equipment? This is too luxurious. Compared to the legendary suit I'm wearing, it's just like rags, there's no comparison at all. Which great family are you a genius from, to actually have such a magnificent handiwork? I'm afraid that the first commander of China, Marshal Shao, wouldn't be able to take out such equipment. This time, Zhuge Shifeng was completely stunned. He couldn't imagine that there would actually be such a rich person in the world who could gather so many silver equipment with perverted word attributes. Every piece of equipment in here was equipment that could be treated as if it was the heirloom of a large family. Even a battle exalt would be incomparably moved by looking at it. Mumbling and swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he somewhat excitedly stretched out his hand, wanting to touch this once-in-a-lifetime equipment, as if he was afraid that Lin Dong would be disgusted. He trembled and withdrew it again. After brewing for a while, he opened his mouth in a somewhat arduous manner, looking as if he wanted to get close to Lin Dong. Dude, you haven't said what your name is? Lin Dong. Brother Lin, when I met you for the first time, I felt that the two of us were especially compatible. Pleased to meet you. I'm a few years older than you, so I'm presuming to call myself an elder brother, for elder brother has a question I want to ask you. If you find it difficult, you can also not answer it, Lin Dong looked at Zhuge Shifeng's appearance of wanting to speak, and felt a little amused in his heart. He was also interested in befriending Zhuge Zhanfeng. After all, such a powerful combatant, if he were to walk out of the land of the remnant, it would have a significant impact on the war situation of the whole of China. Therefore, he also deliberately threw out an olive branch to Zhuge Shifeng, wanting to recruit this genius. Just feel free to ask Brother Zhuge. I know Brother Zhuge as well as I do at first sight, and I'm sure I'll know all there is to know. Zhuge Shifeng rubbed his hands together, his face showing some flushing from excitement. Hearing that Lin Dong did not refuse, he immediately opened his mouth to inquire. Brother Lin, can I ask, where exactly did you obtain these word equipment? If you don't begrudge me telling you, I'll definitely be grateful. With equipment like this, I'd like to go get a set too. Look at these legendary equipment on brother, it's just too shabby. It's no wonder I can't get past the level 30 gladiator arena, the equipment is just too poor. Although he was older than Lin Dong, he acted somewhat innocently. However, general geniuses were more or less withdrawn and didn't like to deal with people, and it was reasonable to say that their character was a bit simpler. This kind of straightforward character, Lin Dong, however, also liked it, eliminating a lot of the process of hooking up. Looking at Zhuge Shifeng, who was full of piebald face, the smile on Lin Dong's face became even brighter. He had already found a way to recruit Zhuge Shifeng, and it was even effortless. Brother Zhuge, truth be told, these equipments were forged by myself, brother. You probably didn't pay attention to my occupation just now. I'm actually a divine forge master, not a warrior. Forge master? Only then did Zhuge Zhanfeng resurvey Lin Dong's overall information, and his entire expression, once again, became wonderful. Name, Lin Dong. Occupation, forger. Rank, 60. Life, 156,000. Attack, 45,000. Defense, 35,000. Magic defense, 35,000. Magic resistance, 21,000. Attack speed, 1,000%. Moving speed, 300. Dodge, 200. Evil gaze, eye of punishment, the target of the gaze is plunged into fear and all attributes are reduced by 50%. Corrosive beam, eye of punishment, active skill, when illuminated by the light of the eye, the body rots, inflicting 3,000 points of damage for a duration of 15 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. Time stasis, eye of punishment, active skill, puts the target in a state of time stasis for 10 seconds, during which time the damage suffered is calculated cumulatively, and at the end of the effect, the target directly suffers all the cumulative damage within 10 seconds, with a cooldown time of 60 seconds. Anti-armor, crimson armor, 30% chance of rebounding all types of damage. Invincibility, crimson armor, active skill, invincible for 60 seconds after activation, immune to any damage. Rejuvenation, crimson armor, when blood level is below 30%, there is a 50% chance of raising blood level to full at once. Double experience, crimson armor, when brushing monsters, you can gain twice the normal experience value. 1,000-mile sprinting steps, light speed streaming cloud boots, active skill, movement speed plus 1000, lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. Sonic boom, light speed streaming cloud boots, 10% chance to inflict sonic boom damage, causing the opponent to become delirious and unable to lock onto the target of the attack for 3 seconds. Taiji 2 Embers formation, Taiji Yin Yang robe, produces a suppression effect on the attacking target, causing the target to sustain a blood reduction of 3000 points per second. Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu Dragon Elephant Prajna belt, for every 10,000 points reduction in one's blood, add 10,000 to one's defense. Shadowless Fist Silver Blast Gloves, every 60 seconds, unleash 100 fist shadows with plus 500 attack. Explosive Flash Silver Blast Gloves, every 3 seconds, can rip through space in front of the movement for a 300-meter instant jump. Step-by-step Thunder Level 3 Underworld Beast Soul Furnace, within a radius of 100 meters, unleash 30 consecutive Earth-centered thunderbolts that deal 1,500 points of damage to the target. Soul Regeneration Underworld Beast Soul Furnace, for every corpse of a magical beast collected, attack increases by 1 point, with a cap of 10,000 points. Wind and Thunder Rush Wind and Thunder Twin Wings, instantaneous speed up to 300%, when flying, accompanied by the Wind and Thunder dual system sustained damage, reducing the target's blood volume by 300 per second. Flying Dagger Blood Gourd, 3% of the target's blood each time, cooldown 5 seconds. Penetrating Heart Flying Dagger Blood Gourd, 3% chance of triggering the Penetrating Heart effect, resulting in 10% additional damage to the blood. Turning Risks into Danger Stone of the Spirit, boosts the wearer's luck value by 100, counteracts potential calamities, increases the explosive rate of monsters, and influences things in the direction favorable to the wearer. Even after watching it countless times over and over again, Juga Multiplier still felt that Lin Dong's overall word attributes were stunning beyond words. With this set of word skills, I'm afraid that all the sky-level lords were directly beaten into half-blood. If you're fighting against someone, a single first strike can blow them away. Luckily, he never had any other thoughts about Lin Dong, otherwise, even if he could be reborn with a drop of blood, he would still be greatly injured by Lin Dong. After all, after he used the ability to regenerate with a drop of blood, it was necessary to recuperate for a long time before he could return to his peak state. If the ability to regenerate by dripping blood was used consistently for a short period of time, at most 10 times, he would fall into a long period of dormancy, and it would take several years or even decades before he could be regenerated over again. He shook his head to dispel the shock in his heart and looked up at Lin Dong once again. I can't believe that Brother Lin is actually a divine forge master. Today has really opened my eyes. I've never thought that a life profession like Forge Master actually possesses more explosive power than a combat profession. It's just that Brother Lin, I have an unkind request. Can I ask Brother Lin to help me forge a few pieces of equipment? I can afford to pay whatever kind of compensation. I can use the reputation of our Juga family as a guarantee, as long as Brother Lin can forge me a few pieces of word equipment. Juga Shifeng said this with great sincerity. He really didn't want to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could ask Lin Dong to forge a few pieces of equipment for him, he might be able to break through the level 30 gladiatorial arena, gain 1 billion experience, and get one step closer to being a battle saint. At that time, it would be possible to break into the deeper depths of the land of the Forsaken and obtain more unimaginable benefits. As for Lin Dong, seeing that the fish had taken the bait, he finally revealed a smile. Being a certified fishing guy, he plans to take the long way around. So he directly went inside his storage ring and took out 2 bronze-level acceleration gloves. Juga brother, so you would be out of place, our brother cast, forging and equipment only, what money is not money, that is not important, come, I have a few replacement garbage equipment, you first take it to use. 116 what? You call this garbage? Junk equipment? What? You call this garbage? Juga Multiplier's eyes went straight when he saw the acceleration gloves in Lin's hands. This acceleration glove is only bronze level, but it's not even remotely close to the word trash. Equipment, acceleration gloves. Attack, plus 120. Defense, plus 60. Attack speed plus 100%. Avalanche Fist, when fighting at a distance of less than 1 meter from the target, add 100 to the attack speed and 500 to the attack. Equipment, acceleration gloves. Attack, plus 80. Defense, plus 30. Attack speed plus 100%. Split Tendon and Bone Hand, causes damage to the target's meridians, reducing attack by 1% and defense by 1% for each hit. The attack and defense ones are certainly not worth looking at. Just based on the attribute Oftwo Acceleration Gloves attack speed plus 100, it is already a person's dream equipment. For normal people, the attack rate is 1 attack per second. All those attack plus 1% plus 2% equipment are capable of driving people crazy. Each 100% increase in attack speed equates to 2 attacks a second. And with these 2 acceleration gloves, which were equivalent to making one's attack speed increase by 2 times, the output invariably became much more insane. Coupled with the word attribute of these 2 accelerating gloves, it is even more able to enhance the advantage even more when facing the enemy. Only these 2 word attributes were naturally a big boost for the warrior profession. But for a forbidden spellcaster like Zhuge Zhanfeng, the effect was less obvious, so after a brief moment of surprise, a trace of gloom flashed through Zhuge Zhanfeng's eyes. After all, it wasn't a matching professional equipment, and it wasn't really useful for him to hold it. So he sighed, and for fear of Lin Dong's misunderstanding, he even made a point of explaining. Brother Lin, as good as these 2 acceleration gloves are, they're not too useful to a forbidden spellcaster like me, but I appreciate your kindness. You're a person that's worth handing over. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, you can go directly to Xanadu City to find our Zhuge family, and my Zhuge family will certainly do everything in their power to help you. Zhuge Zhanfeng's words were spoken with sincerity, and he was obviously impressed by Lin Dong's bravado. But Lin Dong scratched his head, his eyes blinking and blinking uncontrollably. You mean, you're a forbidden spellcaster, right? To give someone a gift, of course you have to give them the most suitable thing. Brother Zhuge, you wait a moment, I'll tailor a few pieces of equipment for you. Don't worry, I guarantee that this time, you'll be able to go straight to a level 30 gladiator. With that, Lin Dong took out his system forging furnace and picked up a suitable forging book inside the system forging bookstore. But this scene once again stunned Zhuge Zhanfeng. Lin Dong is going to forge equipment on the spot? Legend has it that this forging equipment are not to be prepared for a long time, but also must prepare countless copies of the material to prevent the forging failure, and even to ask someone to protect the law to be able to do it, Lin Dong so rashly began? In the end, can it work? Although he thought so in his heart, Zhuge Zhanfeng still stared wide-eyed, wanting to see what was going on. After all, the word equipment on Lin Dong would not lie, indicating that Lin Dong really had this ability. So he took the initiative to take up the duty of a protector, and even if there was no danger in this lounge, he was still looking around vigilantly. Lin Dong glanced at him and couldn't help but laugh. Brother Zhuge, there's no need to be so nervous, it's just a matter of casually forging a few pieces of equipment, so that you can brush through the dueling arena first. When I have time later, I'll tailor a few sets of top-notch equipment specifically for you, guaranteeing that your battle power will take off and you'll be able to single-handedly take on epic-level magical beasts. While Lin Dong spoke casually, Zhuge Zhanfeng became even more appalled. If Lin Dong could really do it, wouldn't that mean that Lin Dong's forging level had already surpassed any of the Blue Star's forging masters? But Lin Dong, did he really have such a skill? He couldn't help but be a little skeptical. However, before 3 minutes had passed, Lin Dong had already thrown him a piece of equipment and even said carelessly, "Transition first, make do, the attributes are a bit garbage." Attribute junk? Zhuge Zhanfeng held the equipment in his hand, but his heart was flooded with shock waves. The equipment in front of him was simply the most powerful equipment he had ever seen. Equipment, Book of Saints Gold level. Life, plus 12,000. Attack, plus 1900. Mana strength, plus 35,000. Magic value, plus 18,000. Words follow spells, increase the power of spells against spellcasters by 100%. Deadly Threat, randomly combines 2 forbidden spells of the Forbidden Spellmaster to form a new forbidden spell, with a power equal to the sum of the previous 2 weeks' forbidden spells, with 10,000,30,000 points of overflow damage. Although it was a gold-level weapon, it directly increased the power of Zhuge Multiplier's forbidden spell by more than 1x. And the biggest drawback of the forbidden spellcaster is that he has less blood and less magic value. This piece of equipment, the increase in both blood and magic value, was obvious. This piece of equipment alone led Zhuge Zhanfeng's combat power up several steps. Say not excited, that is false. But for this kind of perverted equipment, Lin Dong actually said that it was a transitional equipment. If Lin Dong was serious about forging, just what kind of supreme weapon would be forged? Zhuge Zhanfeng held back the shock in his heart as an unstoppable thought rose in his mind. If he could follow Lin Dong's side for a long time, with Lin Dong providing equipment, wouldn't his battle power be doubled several times? Defeating the demonic beasts and supporting China would almost be the nail in the coffin. If Lin Dong really has this kind of ability, it is simply called the first treasure of China. I, Zhuge Zhanfeng, compared to Lin Dong, am simply a mole cricket competing with the white moon. In this world, there are new celestial pride coming out every now and then. No one can lead the way. No, I can't just indulge in practicing and upgrading. it's time for me to get out of the land of the leftovers and rejoin the land of Huaxia. This Lin Dong may be the opportunity for my breakthrough, a guide from the heavens. This opportunity, I must grasp it before I can do so. Just as Zhuge Multiplier was brainstorming, another piece of equipment forged by Lin Dong had been thrown over. Zhuge Shifeng, who received the equipment, felt like he was suffocating with happiness. Mama ya, isn't this the armor of my dreams? Equipment, wise man's armor. Life, plus 35,000. Defense, plus 21,000. Magic defense, plus 21,000. Magic resistance, plus 16,000. Mana strength, plus 14,000. Magic value, plus 11,000. Energy shield, active skill. After opening, form an energy shield on the body surface that can resist 500,000 damage value, without being broken, can last for 60 seconds, cooldown time 600 seconds. Forbidden spell gain, forbidden spell masters forbidden spell power, increase by 30%, blood recovery speed plus 200%, magic recovery speed plus 200%. The base attributes, which were already horrifying beyond words. Even if Zhuge Zhanfeng's current legendary sets were added together, their attributes wouldn't be able to catch up to this piece of wise man's armor. Most of all, it's those two phrases on the armor. The energy shield, it's like a super insurance policy for people. A damage value of 500,000 points, even if it was a sky-level magical beast, it would take a certain amount of time to hit it. This was simply a supreme means to save one's life in a moment of life and death. Forbidden spell gain, both increases the future of the forbidden spell, once again allowing the forbidden spell to be raised to a higher level, and also increases the speed of blood in blue return, which is a godsend for professions such as forbidden spellcasters who have less blood and cost more blue. Zhuge Zhanfeng's eyes changed once again when he looked at Lin Dong. He changed from an attitude of being an equal to Lin Dong to one of admiration in the face of a strong man, and his speech became invariably respectful. Lin Dong, I really don't know how to thank you. This set of precious armor is just too precious to me. Hey, you're welcome. Casually forged a trinket, first make do with it, not suitable back to me to forge you a better one. Lin Dong waved his hand with indifference and focused all his energy on forging. Zhuge Zhanfeng was once again shocked by Lin Dong's handiwork. He was from a great family. He was not the type of person who had never seen the world. He was too aware of the value of these two pieces of equipment forged by Lin Dong. With these two pieces of equipment alone, it wouldn't take 10 years to create another family as powerful as their Zhuge family. Their Zhuge family, but there is an old war father sitting in the town. Even Marshal Xiao, back in the day, have received guidance from the Zhuge family's old war father. The Zhuge family's strength was also among the top handful in China. But the equipment that Lin Dong had casually created could allow a person of average talent to bring a family to such a flourishing level as their Zhuge family. This is not an exaggeration, let alone an alarmist statement, it is an underlying fact. Only an insightful person like Zhuge Shifeng could realize the great value contained behind it. Thinking of this, he already vaguely knew that the era that belonged to him had long since passed, and that the future of China was the era that belonged to Lin Dong. Perhaps the reason why he, Zhuge Zhanfeng, appeared here was that fate had arranged for him to wait for Lin Dong here. If he gave up this opportunity to befriend Lin Dong, perhaps it wouldn't be long before he would be obliterated with the rise of Lin Dong and his faction. The opportunity, which only comes once, is up to him to take it. Seeing Lin Dong's focused appearance, Zhuge Zhanfeng's eyes flashed with inexplicable colors. He must be the son of our Huaxia's Qi. I wonder if he would look at me if I wanted to follow him. After all, such great people are all a bit discerning. 117 laying it on the line directly? The benefits of being a manifest destiny theorist. Unconsciously, Zhuge Zhanfeng's attitude towards Lin Dong had undergone a huge shift. From the beginning of looking down, to later intersecting as equals, to now looking up, Zhuge Multiplied Wind, in less than half an hour, completed a magnificent transformation in his mentality. But to him it was not sudden, but taken for granted. What he saw was not just two pieces of word equipment with powerful attributes, what he saw was the transcendent changes that Lin Dong was about to bring to the entire world, for the entire world. Friendly, focused, powerful, and brash, I see the purest goodness of mankind in him. This must be the most marvelous figure in the future of our Huaxia, and could even lead it to a new era. From this moment onwards, Zhuge Zhanfeng, a heavenly pride close to the battle saint, completely became Lin Dong's little fanboy, intending to follow Lin Dong around and become Lin Dong's right-hand man. Because, it was only by the side of someone like Lin Dong that he could have higher achievements. As for any evaluations such as Heaven's Pride, after he met Lin Dong, he realized that he was not worthy at all. If one had to say that he was a genius, then Lin Dong was a genius among geniuses. Zhuge Jianfeng looked at Lin Dong forging equipment with satisfaction and admiration, consciously putting down his stature and standing at the position of Lin Dong's lower head, even somewhat respectfully. Lin Dong glanced at Zhuge Shifeng, knowing that this genius forbidden spellcaster had been completely struck by his confidence, or had been completely convinced. Lin Dong casually took out a piece of equipment inside the forging furnace, and threw it to Zhuge Jianfeng. That feeling, it was really too casual, as if it was inside the gold mountain and silver mountain, casually pulling out a piece of bad color, and threw it out. But even such a thing, in Zhuge Multiplier's eyes, it was a superb equipment that made people crazy to the extreme. Zhuge Shifeng cupped it in his hand and couldn't help but feel ripples on his face once again. What a pair of boots, again, tailored to his sharpness. Equipment, boots of plunder. Life, plus 2000. Defense, plus 100. Magic defense, plus 100. Move speed, plus 200%. Magic value, plus 8000. Magic looting, active skill, apply a magic looting spell to the target, make the target lose 1000 points of magic value per second, at the same time increase its own magic value by 800 points per second, duration 8 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Depletion ban, active skill, when the target's magic value is depleted, apply this skill to the target, which can inflict 20,000 points of real damage per second. If the target is a magical beast, the damage value is increased by 5 times. Duration 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Boots of plunder. True to their name. It could both plunder the opponent's magic value and increase his own magic value at the same time, and to the forbidden spellcaster, it was simply an additional storehouse to draw on magic at any time, which was even better than a blue pill return. If one was fighting someone and the opponent's magic value was depleted, then the exhaustion banning spell could be used, and with one banning spell, 200,000 points of damage could be dealt, which was simply a devastating move. If the target was a magical beast, an exhaustion forbidden spell could even deal 1,000,000 points of damage, the kind of damage that would be a great drain on the magical beast as well. At this moment, Zhuge Jianfeng's heart was warm and fuzzy. Lin Dong really gave him his heart. The forbidden spellcaster profession was rare, and even the forge masters wouldn't build this kind of equipment at a loss. As a forbidden spellcaster, a profession like this one in a billion, his supporting equipment was really pitifully scarce, or else he wouldn't be empty of a peak battle exalted strength and still be wearing a level 60 legendary set. Because the higher the level, the less suitable equipment there was. Each battle exalt, in fact, had difficulty putting together a set of sky level equipment, and Zhuge Shifeng, who was a forbidden spellcaster, had an even harder time. Now Lin Dong had generously forged a few pieces of word equipment for him, and even though they were only gold level, they had already completely crushed the legendary set that he was wearing. To say that he wasn't moved would definitely be a lie. So he made up his mind and planned to follow Lin Dong's left and right. Master Lin Dong, we forbidden spell masters, we are all heavenly destiny theorists, we believe in fate very much, otherwise we wouldn't be able to use forbidden spells at all. Your appearance made me realize that the point of my cultivation in the land of the Forsaken was actually to wait for your appearance. I, Zhuge Jianfeng, am willing to follow your left and right, and I hope you won't begrudge me. Ouch. Lin Dong's hand that was controlling the forging furnace could not help but tremble. Wasn't this something he'd dreamed of? He was just pondering how to persuade Zhuge Jianfeng to go with him, but it turned out that Zhuge Jianfeng himself crashed into the door, which was really an unexpected pleasure. If Zhuge Jianfeng were to follow him around, it would be equivalent to having one more quasi-battle saint by his side. This explosive strength, in the whole blue star, can walk horizontally. Alright. With brother Zhuge joining us, our team will be even stronger. The beauty in Lin Dong's heart was indescribable, and the expression on his face became lewd and lascivious. Zhuge Jianfeng's back chilled when he saw Lin Dong's strange expression and a sinister smile on his face. In his opinion, Lin Dong's sudden expression became so strange, perhaps it was because the forging had consumed too much of his mind, coupled with the distraction of what he had just said, which had led to going off the deep end. Master Lin Dong, you're not going off the deep end, are you? Such a mind-consuming task as forging equipment must be done in a gradual manner, and must not be rushed. I know you're doing this for my own good, but you can't be so unappreciative of your body. Zhuge Shifeng's words made Lin Dong couldn't help but want to laugh. This dude was really too associative, actually making up such a magical reason for him. However, Lin Dong also happened to take advantage of the situation. After all, he had almost exposed his true thoughts just now, and it would be bad if Zhuge Shifeng knew about it, so he immediately straightened his expression and looked righteous. Brother Zhuge, don't call me a master or not, let's just call ourselves brothers. Today's forging is a bit much, it did consume a lot of my mind. After I finish forging this equipment for you, I do need to take a rest. And you're just in time to go to the level 30 gladiator arena to experiment with the new equipment and what it's really like. With that, Lin Dong once again took out an equipment from the forging furnace and placed it in front of Zhuge Zhanfeng. Then, putting on a tired face, he sat down by the teepee in the lounge and closed his eyes. Seeing Lin Dong's labored appearance, Zhuge Zhanfeng was touched beyond words, strengthening his determination to follow Lin Dong. He hadn't been babbling just now. They, the forbidden spellcasters, were indeed all theorists of heavenly destiny, very much believing in the arrangement of fate. Because forbidden spells are a type of divine destiny, and if you don't believe in divine destiny, you can't use forbidden spells at all either. And once the concept of providence is implanted, it becomes deeply ingrained in the mind. Zhuge Zhanfeng had now taken Lin Dong as the nobleman of his destiny, as the one he had waited for during his 3 years of training in the Forsaken Land, and as the only one who could help Huaxia to break the demonic beast's predicament. Therefore, the current Zhuge Zhanfeng had been completely convinced by Lin Dong. He respectfully received Lin Dong's newly forged equipment and directly put it on his finger. Equipment: Strong Strike Ring Gold Grade. Magic Value, plus 3000. Mana Strength, plus 5000. Casting Speed Enhancement, Active Skill. After opening, Forbidden Spell casting speed increases by 300%, Forbidden Spell cooldown time decreases by 50%, duration 60 seconds, cooldown time 600 seconds. Casting Distance Enhancement, Active Skill. For every 100-meter increase in spell casting distance, the damage of the spell increases by 100%, the farthest attack distance does not exceed 1000 meters, duration 30 seconds, cooldown time 300 seconds. To Zhuge Multiplier, this was another artifact. With this strong strike rings, the speed of his forbidden spellcasting thoroughly increased, and its power was incomparable to before. It could be said that with these pieces of word equipment, he could become Blue Star's #1 forbidden spellcaster without a doubt. With all the new equipment on his body, Zhuge Multiplier felt like he was already stronger than ever. And these equipments were still nothing more than garbage in Lin Dong's mouth. He moved his body around, intending to enter the level 30 gladiatorial arena and try his strength again. He was confident that this time, he could definitely defeat the sky-level magical beasts in the level 30 gladiator arena. Master Lin Dong, wait for my good news, I will definitely be able to clear the level 30 gladiator arena this time. Zhuge Zhanfeng said goodbye to Lin Dong and majestically entered the level 30 gladiatorial arena's teleportation array. As for Lin Dong, he also climbed up with a bony body, no longer seeing the slightest trace of fatigue on his face. He looked idly at the direction Zhuge Multiplier had left, his abacus beads crumbling everywhere. Made a big profit, made a big profit. To actually collect such a big bull, it's really an unexpected blessing. Lin Dong could see that Zhuge Zhanfeng, this heaven's destiny theorist, was even more loyal to him than by Xingxue Song Tianxu and the others. It was even completely said to have reached that level of a dead soldier. Lin Dong were a bit incredulous, they had only known each other for how long Zhuge Zhanfeng had made such a change. It seems that this heavenly destiny theorist, there are some benefits, at least what they determine, others simply cannot change, and even they themselves cannot change. Exhilaratedly clapping his hands, Lin Dong was also ready to enter the next level of the gladiatorial arena. There were just 2 gladiatorial tiers left, and if he passed them successfully, he would be able to challenge the red-blooded demon dragon and get the coordinates for the second prayer temple. These prayer temples were related to his system's hidden quest. As long as you get the 10 prayer temples soul stones, the system rewards forging proficiency plus 10,000 and enchanting value plus 10,000. These 2 rewards, he was bound to get them, because only when the proficiency level was raised up, he would be able to forge equipment above the gold level, and currently he was stuck at the gold forger level, which was completely unable to satisfy his rapidly growing level. He had actually thought about forging a gold level transition outfit for himself, but in the end, he gave up. Because he was fighting now, he was mainly relying on word skills, and as for the attributes of his equipment, they weren't really of much use. Unless he was able to forge legendary level equipment and get a God of War suit, otherwise, his current silver equipment was completely sufficient. Stretching his back, he was ready to go to the level 31 gladiator arena. When he stepped into the teleportation array, there was a flash of light, and information about the gladiatorial arena was directly transmitted into his mind. Current challenge progress 3132. Current ranking of challengers entering the holy arena, number 1. You are being matched with the appropriate gladiator based on your strength. You've been matched with the 31st level, number 6, to fight the Sky Lord, the Unicorn. 118 Kill the Unicorn Holy Beast and forge the Golden Sky-Shattering Shuttle. Lin Dong had already been through 100 battles, and as soon as he entered the gladiatorial arena, he opened his fighting stance. He wanted to be absolutely first, and never give the opposite side a chance to react. So he directly unfolded his wind and thunder wings and hovered directly above the gladiatorial arena, his crimson armor squirming for a moment, revealing the eye of punishment. Evil gaze. Time stands still. Costume beam. A silky little combo, straight out of the gate. However, when Lin Dong looked at the information of the opposite side of the demonic beasts fighting against each other, he could not help but frown. Battle information, Skylord Unicorn. Level, 76. Life, 60 million. Attack, 36,000. Defense, 55,000. Divine Purification, purifies all negative effects on the body. Legal output is ineffective against the unicorn's sacred beast. Holy Light Impact, the unicorn's unicorn horn has mysterious and unpredictable power. When angry, it will inspire a destructive beam of light, being irradiated at the speed of light, continuously reducing blood by 20,000 points per second. The beam of light has a controlling effect on the target, with no cooldown time. Angel's Wings, the unicorn's natural aptitude. When casting Angel's Wings, it has an absolute air superiority, which can make the target's defense decrease by 50% and attack decrease by 50%, and its own attack increase by 50% and defense increase by 50%. After seeing the information about the matchup, Lin Dong's eyelids could not help but twitch. This divine purification skill directly made his Eye of Punishment's set of combos completely ineffective. That's why the Skylord Unicorn Sacred Beast, just now, hadn't been affected in any way at all. Just in the moment Lin Dong hesitated, the Skylord Unicorn Sacred Beast had already unfolded its white angelic wings and flew directly into mid-air. To be honest, the Skylord Unicorn Sacred Beast was very cute, living as a small white horse that could fly, with big eyes flickering, indescribably cute. But the temper of the Skylord Unicorn Sacred Beast didn't seem to be too good, as he hissed with a sigh and slammed directly towards Lin Dong. I'm dropping, Mom. The air is his main battlefield. Its attributes are enhanced, my attributes are weakened. How can this be played? Looks like it's more reliable to return to the ground. Lin Dong put away his wind and thunder wings and with a whoosh, landed on the ground. He had caught the skill bug of the Skylord Unicorn Sacred Beast. Didn't the opponent have an absolute advantage in the air, then return to the ground and make the opponent lose that advantage? Sure enough, after the Skylord Unicorn Sacred Beast landed on the ground, the attack and defense attributes both returned to normal. Lin Dong smiled smugly. On the ground, he was actually not a vegetarian. Holding the flying dagger blood gourd in his hand, Lin Dong was quickly formulating a targeted battle plan. He had lightspeed flowing cloud boots and silver blast gloves, and he could release both the 1,000-mile dash step and explosive flash skills at any time, kiting and slicing, and could change flexibly at any time. And lightspeed flow cloud boots can also trigger the sonic boom effect, so that the opponent loses 3 seconds to attack the target, is also a small control, is the probability is a little low, when the spirit of the time does not work. After all, this Skylord Unicorn Holy Beast's divine purification and Angel's Wings made him lose his 2 big cards, and next, he could only use the Flying Dagger Blood Gourd for a slow blood chopping operation. In fact, Flying Dagger Blood Gourd chopping blood is not slow, every 5 seconds to release, at least can chop off the opponent's 3% of the blood bar. If you inspire the effect of piercing the heart, directly is 10% of the blood bar. Anyway, the Skylord Unicorn Sacred Beast didn't have the kind of battle Heavenly Bull Demon's battle roar that directly returned to full blood, so as long as you could slowly wear down its blood bar, you could just win. With a movement of his mind, the Flying Dagger Blood Gourd immediately launched a flying dagger. However, a phenomenon that surprised Lin Dong suddenly occurred. Only to see a dazzling white light violently emitting from above the unicorn horn of the Skylord Unicorn Sacred Beast, directly irradiating above the flying dagger. The flying daggers stopped directly in mid-air as if they had been struck by a fixation spell. This. Lin Dong felt his brain go a little down. What about the Skylord Unicorn Holy Beast's Holy Light Impact, which could still control his flying daggers? Well, that's a bit of a tough one. Right now, his only means of output was the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace and normal attacks, only these two were obviously not as good as the Flying Dagger Blood Gourd. Lin Dong hardened his head and took out the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace in an attempt to use step-by-step to strike at the Skylord Unicorn Sacred Beast. The lightning generated by step-by-step had a weak paralyzing effect, but it wasn't very useful, especially to a sky-level magical beast like the Skylord Unicorn Sacred Beast with a blood bar as high as 60 million, it was almost like scratching an itch. When it comes down to it, you can only make a punt. Lin Dong raised his silver blizzard gloves, and with a burst of flash, he arrived in front of the Skylord Unicorn Sacred Beast, and was ready to violently output. But as soon as the Sky Lord Unicorn Sacred Beast lowered its head, the white beam of light above its unicorn horn instantly shone on Lin Dong's body. Instantly, Lin Dong's blood bar began to swish down, and his defense was directly broken. Invincible. Lin Dong was really going out on a limb. He directly turned on invincibility, wanting to utilize this 60 seconds of invincibility time to split the difference with the Sky Lord Unicorn Sacred Beast. The Unicorn Sacred Beast also detected Lin Dong's attempt and directly unfolded its angelic wings and flew into mid-air. However, Lin Dong had already turned on invincibility at this time, and its angel wings could not lower Lin Dong's attack and defense attributes, but could only increase its own attack and defense attributes. That was why after Lin Dong had thrown a flurry of kingly punches towards the Sky Lord Unicorn Holy Beast in 60 seconds, the Sky Lord Unicorn Holy Beast had only dropped around 30 million blood. For the sake of this 30,000 blood, Lin Dong directly lost a life-saving card, which caused Lin Dong to be even more passive. Oh no, the cooldown of invincibility is 10 minutes, how am I going to face this guy in those 10 minutes? Lin Dong couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle as he looked at the Sky Lord Unicorn Sacred Beast that still had half of its blood level. The magical beasts on the last few levels of this gladiatorial arena were truly more difficult to deal with than one another. However, right at this moment, out of the corner of Lin Dong's eye, he caught a glimpse of the soul stone that had been emitting a faint fluorescent light. When he saw the soul stone, Lin Dong wrinkled his nose. Didn't it say that this stone can increase the lucky value by 100 to make people safe? How come he didn't feel that this thing worked so far? This epic level stone is so unreliable. Lin Dong's hand could not help but squeeze the soul stone, as if expressing his dissatisfaction. But the next moment, his body, all of a sudden, was wrapped in a divine light that pulsed around his body surface. This actually needs to be held in your hand to take effect, it's an active skill. Until this moment, Lin Dong did not know that turning risks into danger was actually an active skill phrase, and there was no description on this phrase, so it was really cutting corners. Lin Dong spat out some words, but the circumstances of the battle that ensued caused him to be shocked. Because the holy light impact of the Sky Lord Unicorn Holy Beast actually lost its aim directly under the effect of the word dangerous to dangerous and shone into a corner of the gladiatorial arena. Lin Dong's heart rejoiced, knowing that it was the turnaround that had taken effect, so he once again took out his flying dagger blood gourd and began to send out an attack on the Sky Lord Unicorn Sacred Beast. Shoo! This time the flying dagger directly hit the Sky Lord Unicorn Sacred Beast, bringing out a spray of blood in the air. Sure enough, even the hitboxes had gotten higher, and the point was that the Sky Lord Unicorn Sacred Beast couldn't dodge it yet. If he had known that this soul stone was so good, Lin Dong would have used it long ago. But it's not too late to find out, and it will allow him to win the battle in a painful way. The next battle was hardly suspenseful. This short-tempered little Pegasus was directly punched into a meat cake by Lin Dong, but that unicorn horn, however, remained intact. Ding, rare material Heavenly Horse's horn is found. The system releases a temporary task, asking the host to forge gold-level equipment. Shattered air shuttle, the system forging book has been released. Successful forging rewards experience plus 100,000, proficiency plus 100, enchantment value plus 100. The shuttle? Just listening to the name, it feels good. Lin Dong neatly picked up the Heavenly Horse's horn, and did not even let go of the Sky Lord Unicorn Sacred Beast's corpse. All of them were thrown inside the ring. With the end of the battle, the settlement information of the gladiatorial arena had also been distributed, and Lin Dong was teleported back to that small room in the lounge. The level 31 jousting arena also has a bonus of 1 billion experience. Only this experience barely allowed Lin Dong to rise to level 63. Scanning the level information, Lin Dong sked, the experience of upgrading at the back of this was getting more and more terrifying. Name, Lin Dong. Current level, 63. Storage experience, 479 million 1 billion. Having just gone through a big battle, Lin Dong was also a bit physically exhausted, so he planned to take a rest and recuperate for a swing before entering the level 32 gladiatorial arena. For now, it's better to forge the hollow shattering shuttle first. After all, it was a quest from the system, and it might be extremely helpful to Lin Dong's battle power. Throwing the materials into the system forging furnace, Lin Dong laid down on top of the rocking chair and crossed his legs. 5 minutes later, the equipment forging was completed. Lin Dong lazily took it out and placed it on top of the table, but the next second, he sat up straight, his eyes on fire. Equipment, hollow shattering shuttle gold level. Attack speed, plus 500%. Attack, plus 120,000. Gold system damage increase, plus 35,000 restrains with system, doubles damage to its system. Divine appearance, active skill, shattered air shuttle can freely travel through space, appearing at designated locations within a 500-meter radius, no cooldown. Breaking hidden strike, after using divine exodus, when you flash out of space, it carries a breaking hidden strike, which is 3 times the value of a general attack. Destroying corpse, the shuttle can take the target's corpse into the void turbulence, erasing all traces of the target's aura and avoiding the use of karmic rituals by powerful people to spy on the traces. 119 battle power soars. Do you dare to take my attack? 120,000 attack power? Seeing this data, Lin Dong felt his mouth go a little dry. This is an attribute that gold-level equipment can have? It seems like the Sun Destruction Inferno Dragon Lance that he had upgraded to legendary quality with the enchantment value for Martial Shao only had an attack power of 98,000, right? This air-shattering shuttle, with its gold-level quality, was so blatantly gorgeous that it surpassed a legend-level weapon? Lin Dong stroked his chin, feeling a little crazy. He hadn't encountered anything this outrageous in all the time he had been forging equipment. Because the equipment he forged, the base attributes were already 3-5 times higher than normal equipment. For example, the attack of a normal golden weapon was usually between 3,000,8000, and he forged a golden weapon that casually had an attack of 10,000,30,000, and this was actually quite outrageous. After all, a normal war god level equipment would have this kind of attack power. Gold equipment being comparable to warlord equipment is an exaggeration in itself. But now, the attributes of the Shattered Sky Shuttle, which directly crushed the attributes of the legendary grade equipment, plucked up 5 levels, was a bit crazy. Moreover, this is not counting the gold system damage increase. Counting the gold system damage increase, the broken air shuttle can hit 155,000 damage in one hit. It can be said that a shuttle down directly can dry over a 100,000 blood war god. Coupled with the 500% attack speed boosted by the shattered air shuttle, Lin Dong could now strike 15 attacks in a second. To know that he who was holding the air-shattering shuttle was now doing nearly 200,000 damage in one hit. A second could deal 3 million points of damage, a minute would be 180 million damage. It could be said that with the hollow shattering shuttle in his hand, if he were to encounter the Skylord Unicorn Sacred Beast again, as long as the invincibility was held open, he could finish off the opponent within 20 seconds. This kind of enhancement made Lin Dong feel that even if it was a legendary ranked magical beast with hundreds of millions of bloodstains, he would be able to battle with one of them. He couldn't suppress that hidden excitement in his heart at all. Although he was incomparably tired after the great battle just now, Lin Dong felt that he simply couldn't wait any longer now. He wanted to go to the level 32 gladiatorial arena and try out the effect of the shattering sky shuttle. Whoosh! Lin Dong directly flashed into the teleportation array of the gladiatorial arena. The gladiator ring once again assigns him opponents. Current challenge progress 32-32. Current ranking of challengers entering the holy arena, number 1. You are being matched with the appropriate gladiator based on your strength. You have been matched with the 32nd level, number 1 arena, against the Skylord Necro Butterfly. This arena is the final arena, and winning will qualify you to challenge the arena's ultimate boss, the red-blooded Devil Dragon. This time, Lin Dong did not make the first move. At this moment, he unfolded his wind and thunder wings, stepped on the air-breaking shuttle, held the flying dagger Bloodgourd and the underworld beast Soul Furnace, and looked across the gladiatorial arena, with a hint of an unintentional smile at the corner of his mouth. His opponent, the necromantic butterfly, had a cute lowly face and a pair of damn long legs, stomping on her clean white jacquard stockings, waving her wings and flashing her big eyes at Lin Dong. Gee, what should be developed is developed, and it's pretty pink. Lin Dong secretly commented, this kind of little lowly, if it didn't appear in the gladiatorial arena, he would have wanted to take it back to be a beast pet. Only the gladiatorial arena has rules that both divide life and death and determine the superior. The intention of accepting it as a beast's pet is definitely not feasible. AI, I can only send you on your way. I hope that on the way to the Yellow Springs you will remember that it was brother Lin Dong who sent you there. Now he was bursting with powerful confidence, and this was the huge change brought about by the equipment. Lin Dong glanced at the deadly butterfly sparring information and shook his head disdainfully. Battle information, Skylord's Necro Butterfly. Level, 77. Life, 70 million. Attack, 48,000. Attack speed, 500%. Movement speed, 300%. Defense, 28,000. Butterfly effect, when the necrotic butterfly vibrates its wings, it will turn the ordinary breeze into a powerful hurricane, generating 50,000 points of real damage with each attack, with no cooldown. Dancing, the necrotic butterfly is able to distort space and change its position in the nick of time, making it impossible for attacks it receives to do damage to it. Powder, when necro butterfly is attacked, it will release pollen with strong corrosive ability. The pollen will make the target fall into unconsciousness and suffer 20,000 points of poison damage per second for 5 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. In terms of strength and skills, this Sky Lord necrotic butterfly was definitely the most powerful opponent that Lin Dong had encountered amongst the gladiatorial arena. But Lin Dong, who had his feet on the sky-shattering shuttle, did not put it in his eyes at all. This Sky Lord necro butterfly, it's a bit trashy. Definitely not fun to fight. When the Sky Lord necrotic butterfly heard Lin Dong's words, he immediately became furious. The little pink face was filled with viciousness, and the little tiger teeth were bared. She was the strongest existence in the 32nd floor gladiatorial arena. Now to be called garbage by a human is beyond the pale. Human, dare to provoke the majesty of this queen, you seek death. With that, it swung its wings, and a dozen hurricanes rolled up in place. The damage value of each strand of hurricane was at least 50,000 points. If he was struck by these hurricanes, Lin Dong's would turn into dregs on the spot. However, Lin Dong did not slow down and directly propped up invincible. Yes, this time, he didn't utilize the Eye of Punishment, but directly turned on invincibility. With a minute of invincibility, it was more than enough time to blow up the Sky Lord necro butterfly, and there was plenty of time to do so. Out of God's hands. Only to see Lin Dong use the shattered sky shuttle to directly conceal himself into the void, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived behind the Sky Lord Death Spirit butterfly. Little butterfly, let brother Lin Dong give you a whack on the back. With that, Lin Dong was a blistering punch. The Sky Lord necrotic butterfly suffered heavy damage, dropping tens of millions of bloodstains in an instant. It hurriedly activated the fluttering skill and dodged one of Lin Dong's damages before pulling away and turning to look at Lin Dong angrily. This queen, but honorable you know. If you disrespect this queen will definitely break you into pieces. As the Sky Lord necromantic butterfly's words fell, a massive amount of pollen that covered the sky was violently shot out from its body, causing the entire gladiatorial arena to be filled with an enchanting floral fragrance. However, Lin Dong knew that these pollens, all of them possessed a high level of poison, but fortunately, he had already braced himself for invincibility and was not afraid of the effects of the pollens at all. So he once again used a divine move and came behind the Sky Lord necrotic butterfly. Oh, even if you're a you-know-what from an island country, you can't escape my Chinese justice. Lin's hands were moving non-stop, literally treating the Sky Lord necrotic butterfly like a sandbag. Even though the Sky Lord Death Spirit butterfly kept using the fluttering skill to dodge damage, it was only immune to the damage of one attack, and could not play a decisive role in Lin Dong's furious attacks. Half a minute later, the Sky Lord necrotic butterfly had been destroyed to the point where only a petite body remained, and collapsed dead on the ground of the gladiator arena. Lin Dong slowly collected the corpse of the Sky Lord Dead Spirit butterfly and placed it into his storage ring. The corpses of Sky Level Lord magical beasts were all precious forging materials that he couldn't afford to waste. After taking out a Sky Level Lord demonic beast so simply, Lin Dong's confidence skyrocketed once again. There's no time to lose, let's go and meet that red-blooded demon dragon now. The settlement information of the gladiatorial arena, Lin Dong did not even have the time to take a closer look at it, and after being teleported into the lounge, he entered the teleportation array again in a flurry of wind. It was just that this time, the teleportation scene was not quite what he had imagined. He originally thought that the red blood demon dragon was also in the middle of the gladiatorial arena, but after entering, he realized that this was actually a small island suspended in the air. The island was filled with birds and flowers, and looked incredibly harmonious and quiet, filled with the goodness of nature. Lin Dong entered the island, wandering casually on the path, and his originally relaxed expression became more and more grave. After entering the island, he realized that the hares playing on the ground, the frogs croaking inside the pond, the buffaloes plowing the fields, and the butterflies fluttering among the flowers were actually all extremely powerful magical beasts. There were a lot of magical beasts with levels that reached 70 and above. When these magical beasts saw Lin Dong enter this place, they all looked at him intently, showing great hostility towards this uninvited guest. In Lin Dong's heart, a trace of apprehension could not help but rise. The party thought this was a pure land, but now it seems to be a dragon's den. Just as Lin Dong hesitated, in the castle at the very center of the hanging island, a woman as plain as a jasmine flower walked out. She held up her long skirt and lotus steps, and those butterflies and small beasts, all surrounding her, seemed to enjoy the mysterious aura of her body very much. The woman slowly walked to Lin Dong's side, a soft smile filling her eyes. It's been hundreds of years, and you're still the first human to walk here. 120. The origin of the lost lands. The strength of the woman, Lin Dong, could not see the depth. The other party seemed to have a magic treasure to conceal their breath, making it impossible to see. But Lin Dong was able to guess that this woman's identity was definitely not ordinary. It was because those powerful sky-level magical beasts were just peacefully surrounding her like servants. You know, those butterflies, rabbits, frogs and the like are all sky-level magical beasts. With so many sky-level magical beasts together, if they went out, they could all bring an extermination-type disaster to Huaxia. But this woman, she was able to make these sky-level magical beasts bow down and stand at her feet, so the strength of this woman could be imagined. Lin Dong scrutinized the woman in detail, never opening his mouth to speak, completely ignoring the woman's question. The woman's black and white clear eyes looked at Lin Dong with interest, seemingly not angry at all. You're a dull but so funny person. You came here to find me to get the coordinates of the second prayer temple, right? Hearing the woman's question, Lin Dong, even if he was stupid, could guess that the other party was the ultimate boss Red Blood Demon Dragon. It was just that he didn't expect that with such a domineering name, the other party was actually a woman who looked gentle and unusual. Moreover, on this woman's body, Lin Dong couldn't even feel the breath of any magical beasts. No matter how he looked at the appearance and breath, he looked like a human. You're the red-blooded demon dragon? The woman nodded, but then shook her head. Red Blood Demon Dragon is not a good name at all. You can call me by my real name, Xingli, or you can call me Little Dragoness. The voice was ebullient and nice, with a hint of girlish playfulness in it. Although this little dragoness did not show the slightest bit of hostility, Lin Dong still maintained a safe distance from her. He was even prepared to fly into the sky and release his word skill at the drop of a hat. Because according to Lin Dong's observation, this little dragon lady Changli, the level could possibly reach level 80, a full legendary grade magical beast. Even if he were to wield the sky-shattering shuttle, he wouldn't necessarily be able to easily defeat her. The little dragoness Chingli looked at Lin Dong with a pillowy look, and immediately covered her mouth with her sleeve and laughed with a giggle. Hey, why do you always look so fierce? Do you want to kill them? This isn't a fighting arena, let's just sit down and have a chat and a cup of tea. Why are we fighting and killing each other? Saying that, the little dragon girl Changli didn't know where to change out a bamboo basket, and even took out a small antique table, set up the tea utensils, and boiled kung fu tea on her own. Lin Dong stifled a big red face. People were so polite and still so courteous. It was not right for him to fight now. It was not right for him not to fight. He really did not know how to do it appropriately. After hesitating for a moment, he still said with a straight face, Red-blooded demon dragon, don't play any gentle tricks with me. I won't fall for it. Fight me painfully and let me get the coordinates of the second prayer temple, and I might consider letting you go. Little dragon girl looked at Lin Dong's righteous appearance and once again covered her mouth and ate and laughed. Lin Dong's appearance seemed dull to her, not at all humane. She then casually threw out a piece of jade and threw it in front of Lin Dong. No, these are the coordinates of the second prayer temple. Now that you have it in your hands, you can sit down and have some tea. Little dragon lady poured herself a cup of hot tea and gently took a sip, smiling as she looked at Lin Dong. The more she looked at Lin Dong, the more interesting he became. Lin Dong scratched his head in a bit of disbelief. The coordinates of the second temple of prayer came to hand so easily? What he had expected to be a vicious battle did not happen. Instead, people invited him to sit down and drink tea. He glanced suspiciously at the jade on the ground, picking it up and holding it in his hands to examine it. You red-blooded demonic dragon, how could you be so generous? The coordinates of this second prayer temple, it can't be a fake, can it? Hearing Lin Dong's words, little dragon girl was once again amused. Aya, why are you so suspicious? If I wanted to disadvantage you, I wouldn't even need to make a move. Just the sky-level magical beasts on this hanging island of mine would be enough to tear you to shreds. What's the point of spending so much little thought? Lin Dong smiled sarcastically. He knew that what little dragon girl said was the truth. The sky-level magical beasts on this hanging island were feared to be as many as hundreds of heads, and this was still what he could see with his naked eyes, that where he couldn't see, he still didn't know how many were hidden. With so many sky-level magical beasts, even if he had the sky-shattering shuttle, there was no way he could survive. In that case, there was really no need for people to lie to him. Thinking of this, Lin Dong fell to sit on the ground and began to sip tea together with little dragon girl. Little dragon girl smiled lightly, revealing 2 dimples, looking playful and cute. That's right, a big man, just now so motherly, not at all painful. Lin Dong grinned and smiled somewhat awkwardly. That vigilant look just now was really embarrassing in front of this little dragon lady. Little dragon girl was still smiling as she looked at Lin Dong and made him a cup of tea. I know you have a lot of questions, ask them directly. There are still 2 hours left in the hanging island, it's going to be closed. You won't be able to get out if you're late, so hurry up. Oh? This hanging island actually had a closing time, which Lin Dong really did not know. However, the little dragoness clearly had no malicious intent, so Lin Dong also let go. He was unbelievably honest and asked his question directly to the little girl. Qingli, I don't feel the aura of a magical beast on you at all, instead I feel that you are a human, what's going on? The little dragon girl Qingli smiled faintly and glanced at Lin Dong with some pout. Because they're human, what? Can't you tell? You're a human? Aren't you a red-blooded demon dragon? Lin Dong's eyes widened, and it was obvious that this information was difficult for him to digest for a while. The little dragon girl Qingli pursed her lips and ate a smile as she explained to Lin Dong. Because my father was a human and my mother was a red-blooded demon dragon, I am both a human and a red-blooded demon dragon. Her words caused Lin Dong's mind to literally ring with thunderbolts from a clear sky. This human, he can still bond with a magical beast and have children? Aren't humans and magical beasts enemies? They're the kind of rivals that don't stop fighting each other. Seemingly seeing Lin Dong's doubt, Qingli sighed quietly. The reason I became the ultimate boss of this gladiator arena is because I was punished for having suffered here. Because my father and mother committed the great mistake of combining humans and magical beasts, they were both executed, and I, as the crystallization of their love, was sent here to become a guard boss. So, in my heart, I am close to both magical beasts and humans. I don't want to see another war, and I'm also thinking of re-establishing the relationship between humans and magical beasts, but I'm too weak to do any of that. Qingli's words made Lin Dong vaguely realize that he seemed to have touched a corner of the secrets of another world. This Forsaken Land, as a mysterious place in the World of Warcraft Fusion Blue Star, still retains a lot of the original atmosphere of the World of Warcraft. If one could know more secrets of the Forsaken Lands, or even the World of Warcraft, it might be the key to repelling the Warcraft army. Thinking of this, Lin Dong could not help but ask again. In that world of yours, what exactly is the relationship between magical beasts and humans, and how did the magical beasts invade our blue planet? Can you help me answer that? Qingli poured herself a cup of tea without any hurry and slowly reminisced while sipping it, telling Lin Dong some secrets hidden in history. It turned out that in the world where Qingli was from, humans and magical beasts had lived in peace at first. Humans have great power, with countless powerful warriors, and are the masters of that world. And some powerful magical beasts, too, aspired to human society. They took human form and studied with humans, and also formed deep friendships. But it all changed 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years ago, a great monarch appeared in mankind, named the Lord of Lulan, who was the only character in that world, who became an eternal war emperor. The warlords under him were also incredibly powerful, such as Demon Luo, Rakshasa, Moon Spirit, Heavenly Kuei, Supreme God, Blood Demon, and the like, all of which were myth and warfather level existences. These people, led by the Lord of Lulan, conquered all the tribes and races of that world and established a thriving pantheon. And the magical beasts, from being on equal footing with humans, became their slaves. Even the Lord of Lulan issued a law that strictly prohibited magical beasts from committing crimes against their superiors and forbade humans and magical beasts from intermarrying, but the root of the trouble began to be planted from that time. After the death of the Lord of Lulan, the human world was plunged into strife, and those mythological and supreme-level warlords, who defied no one, had a war that lasted for hundreds of years. Then, the Wraiths took this opportunity to rise, and under the leadership of the most powerful Lord of the Wraiths, the Lord of the Abyss, they turned against the humans and carried out a tragic and great revenge, completely obliterating the civilization of the humans in that world. That world, from then on, was called World of Warcraft. Humans were being hunted by magical beasts and hiding everywhere, building shelter after shelter. And the Land of the Forsaken, one of the sanctuaries established by the first humans, crashed into the Blue Planet world as the World of Warcraft and the Blue Planet merged. It was just that the current spatial rift didn't have the means to accommodate powerful mythic level or higher lords to enter, which was why some of the demonic beasts' vanguard had come, intending to completely take over Blue Star. After speaking about this, the little dragon girl Qingli looked at Lin Dong with some aggression. And I, as a child of both humans and magical beasts, was unpopular on both sides, suffered the cold shoulder, and was punished by the daughter of the Moon Spirit for keeping guard here. She told me to wait here for a kindred spirit, and when the kindred spirit shows up, I'll be able to get out of this damn hellhole. So I waited and waited and waited for 300 years for you to show up. 121, Administrator assisted cheating, all men speeding through the arena. After hearing Qingli's expression, Lin Dong suddenly felt that things were not that simple. He even felt that that Lord of Lulan was a blue star traveler, because the name resembled a character that had once appeared in Chinese history. This Lord of Lulan, couldn't he also be a Chinese who experienced the cruelty of the demonic beast invasion and traveled over to try to exterminate the demonic beasts, or else why would he suddenly come out and do something to destroy the demonic beasts? It's just a pity, that he didn't wipe out the magical beasts completely, and still allowed them to grow strong and become the root cause of the cholera of everything. Of course, this was just a guess by Lin Dong, and he himself didn't feel that it was true. The two of them were almost done chatting, and the little dragon girl Qingli had already stood up and was ready to send off the guests. Lin Dong, the mission that the daughter of the moon spirit explained to me has been completed. It's time for me to go and get back the freedom that belongs to me. You should also hurry up and leave this place. The hanging island will be closed soon. Lin Dong arched his hand towards Qingli and prepared to leave. The green hills are always there, the green water is always flowing. When we meet in other years, I hope we will still be friends. Qingli smiled as she watched Lin Dong leave. In her opinion, humans and magical beasts were all friends. It was just that in some people's minds, there were some deep-rooted concepts that could not be broken. In fact, imagine in another position, humans and magical beasts, if they possessed the same intelligence, what difference would there be except for a difference in appearance? Trying to change those perceptions with her power was still too far away. She looked at Lin Dong's departing direction and was slightly mesmerized. But Lin Dong had just taken a few steps when he turned back around with a helpless face. Qingli looked at Lin Dong's appearance of being hesitant to speak, and could not help but ask in a voice. Why, Lin Dong, is there anything else you want to ask? Lin Dong rubbed his hands together, somewhat apprehensive. Qingli, can I ask you a favor? What favor? Qingli asked curiously. Lin Dong organized his words, hemmed and hawed, and hit Qingli. Qingli, this gladiatorial arena, you are in charge of managing it, right? The magical beasts guarding the pass must have been dispatched by you as well. Qingli frowned, not knowing what Lin Dong was suddenly asking these for. The gladiator arena is a rule set by the moon spirit's daughter. I'm just a guard boss with limited authority. Why are you asking me this? Lin Dong hit the snake and continued rubbing his hands together with the greedy look of a city peddler. It's like this, I came in together with a few friends. They are in the middle of the gladiatorial arena. I care very much about their safety. I'm afraid that some accidents will happen to them. Can you help me to find their whereabouts, or help them to pass through the gladiatorial arena directly, and let them leave without any problems? Oh? Qingli blinked. It turned out that Lin Dong was playing such a calculating game that the calculating beads crashed onto his face. But the fact that someone had entered the gladiatorial arena was something she knew about, except that she was never up to speed on such things. Anyway, the gladiatorial arena would automatically match opponents, and the many magical beasts on this hanging island would also be automatically transported into the arena, and she never intervened much. Because of the rules set by the daughter of the moon spirit, she was not willing to break them until she had to. It was just that there were exceptions to everything, and she had successfully handed over the coordinates of the second prayer temple to Lin Dong today, which was considered to have completed the task of the daughter of the moon spirit, and she would be considered a free agent in the future. It didn't seem like a big deal to help Lin Dong as much as he could before he left. Because anyone who could be chosen by the moon spirit's daughter should be carrying a great deal of luck, and was certainly not a minor character. Such a person, she befriended and might even be able to make a good relationship. Thinking of this, Qingli blinked her eyes, revealing a girlish, wry smile. You're trying to get me to cheat for you, aren't you? Lin Dong was not embarrassed when he was exposed, he just heatedly laughed. If you can cheat, why don't you cheat? And rightly so. Qingli tilted her head and thought about it, thinking that what Lin Dong said didn't seem to be wrong. Why waste energy by puffing and puffing when there are shortcuts to be taken? Well, this is a favor that I can do for you. Actually, I don't want my cute little magical beasts to suffer from your killing. With that, Qingli lifted her skirt and led Lin Dong to the castle on the hanging island. Inside the castle, there was a huge gear machinery, and they controlled the matching mechanism and teleportation array of the entire gladiatorial arena. There were thousands of these gladiatorial arenas, and the scenes in them were all placed above the large screen inside the castle. Qingli, on the other hand, carefully searched the screen to determine the location of Lin Dong and his team members. This little dying girl, is she a friend of yours? Qingli asked, pointing at a strong person on the big screen. His tone carried no emotion, as if he was indifferent to life and death seeing. Lin Dong fixed his eyes and realized that that person was none other than Bai Ji. At this moment, Bai Ji was leaning on the ground with the moon rainbow sword with one hand, and it was obvious that she was already out of it, while across from her, an octopus with 8 claws was dancing with its tentacles, launching a frantic attack towards Bai Ji. Lin Dong hurriedly nodded and pleaded towards Qingli. Yes, this is my friend, please, Miss Qingli, take a shot at saving her, any later and I'm afraid she won't be able to hold out. Qingli blankly glanced at Lin Dong, since she had made a move, could she not save it? It was really a lot of words. Only to see Qingli toggle the button in her hand, and without knowing how it was operated, a silhouette of her was formed directly in the sky above that gladiatorial arena. Level A1256 Gladiatorial Demon Domain Swinging Sea Octopus, follow my orders and return to Hanging Island from the teleportation array quickly. I will use the scapegoat puppet to treat you to death. Your mission is accomplished. The octopus was clearly on the verge of victory, but after hearing the voice of the little dragoness Qingli, he was instantly frightened and trembled. In the Hanging Island of the gladiatorial arena, all of the magical beasts are at the behest of the red blood demon dragon. It's such a legendary level magical beast, only just reached level 60, completely the most inconspicuous kind of existence in the Hanging Island. Today, the red-blooded demon dragon, Miss Qingli, actually appeared specifically to talk to it, which really made it both love and fear. So after Qingli finished speaking, it immediately flashed and entered the teleportation array, and then Qingli threw a replacement puppet out, which was considered to be a division of victory and defeat, and the settlement information was also transmitted into Bai Ji's mind at this time. Bai Ji was confused at this time. She was obviously about to die. How did she turn around and suddenly win, and also gained a reward? The next course of events, though, had left her a little confused as to whether it was reality or make-believe. She was like a roller coaster, directly through to the level 32 gladiator arena. Along the way there were no encounters with any magical beasts at all directly victorious advancement, but also gained a huge amount of experience. She was still in a state of confusion until she appeared within the castle of the Hanging Island. What in the world is happening? Could this be a dream I had before I died? This is too unrealistic. Bai Ji checked her level 64 and felt completely clueless. However, Lin Dong walked over at that moment and extended his hand towards her. Don't just stand there, hurry up and get up and thank Miss Qingli. If it wasn't for her, you would have been dead just now. Ah! When she saw Lin Dong, Bai Ji only woke up as if in a dream, so it was Lin Dong Geijai who helped her cheat and pass the test smoothly. Bai Ji stood up and looked around, realizing that currently, there were only her, Lin Dong and Qingli. What does this mean? It showed that Lin Dong had prioritized saving her. After thanking Qingli, Bai Ji's heart couldn't help but flutter, and her entire body became small and red from exuberance. Wow, she is actually still Lin Dong Geijai, the first object to help. It seems that her position in Lin Dong's heart, or more forward. However, Lin Dong was completely unaware of what she was thinking. She was with Qingli, rescuing the next person. The second person who was rescued by Qingli was Cui Bingbing. There was no way around it. Within the remaining people, she was the weakest, so Lin Dong and Qingli prioritized helping her out of danger. By the time she arrived at the Hanging Island castle like a roller coaster, her expression, like Bai Ji's, was in a state of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What's happening to me? Before she could even wait to react, Bai Ji took her small hand. Stinky Bing Bing, it's so good to see you. I thought I would never see you again. It was brother Lin Dong and sister Qingli who saved us, otherwise, we were afraid that we would all die inside the gladiatorial arena. Cui Bingbing realized that they had entered the arena in a confused manner, and after one fight after another, they had already been exhausted, and if Lin Dong and Qingli had not activated the mechanism to save them, the probability was that they were going to die in it. Immediately after that, with the help of Lin Dong and Qingli's cheating, Su Runan, Yao Qingyan, Bai Xingxue, Song Tianshu, Shui Hong, and Ape Hong were all rescued one by one and gained a large amount of experience, all of them becoming battle spirit level existences. Those of them who had escaped from death were surprised and happy. Only the battle maniacs Bai Xingxue and Song Tianshu were not yet finished, feeling that not being able to carry the great battle just now to the end was a lack. And Qingli paid special attention to Ape Hong when she saw it coming out of the gladiatorial arena. This little monkey has good potential, it might be able to become a great main force for you, Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled faintly. He certainly knew that Ape Hong had good potential, knowing that this guy had passed to the level 20 gladiator arena by his own strength, and was the most powerful within his team. But Qingli also kindly reminded Lin Dong of it. Ape Hong is a magical beast after all. I'm afraid his identity won't be easily accepted by your human society. You still need to be somewhat psychologically prepared, so as to save yourself from some big trouble in the future. Qingli's words made Lin Dong's heart flinch, and he also knew that the relationship between humans and magical beasts was like water and fire, and he was afraid that it would not be easy to get people to accept Ape Hong. However, Ape Hong had become his beast pet, and he wouldn't easily let Ape Hong get hurt. Finally, Qingli pointed at the large screen again and looked at Lin Dong. Inside the gladiator arena, there's also this guy. This guy has secretly swiped the gladiator arena dozens of times over the past 3 years. It's bugging the hell out of me. Do you want to take him with you? Lin Dong curiously looked at the large screen and discovered that inside the level 32 gladiatorial arena, there was a man who was too pretty to be true, battling a porcupine sky lord in a very fierce battle. This person was none other than Zhuge Shifeng. 122 Cui Wu, who was my friend, make it harder for him. When he saw Zhuge Shifeng, Lin Dong scratched his chin. He was very confident in Zhuge Shifeng's strength, and knew that he didn't need to pull the plug. However, the hanging island was about to close now, so if he missed the opportunity, he didn't know how long it would take Zhuge Multiplier to defeat this porcupine. Because the two sides that were engaged in the battle were described as evenly matched, it was impossible to tell the winner from the loser for a while. Seeing that Lin Dong was a bit embarrassed, Xing Li smiled faintly. This man, is he a friend of yours? Yes. Lin Dong nodded. But he's good. I'm not sure if he needs cheating help. It's better to ask him first. Hearing Lin Dong's words, Xing Li gently shook her head. Her and Lin Dong's opinions were somewhat different. Your friend's strength is good, but it's delusional if he wants to defeat the 7 Dragon Pig. The 7 Dragon Pig is also one of my servants. It is considered to be loyal. If it dies or gets injured, I will also feel sorry. If it hurts your friend, you must also feel sad. Since this is the case, why don't we just let your friend pass the level? With a wave of her Luo Shang, Xing Li directly activated the formation, and her silhouette appeared in the middle of the gladiatorial arena. Zhuge Shifeng, who was in the middle of the battle, saw the sudden appearance of a shadow in the sky and quickly backed away, thinking that another powerful enemy had appeared. And that Skylord 7 Dragon Pig also looked towards Xing Li's silhouette with a pious expression, appearing to be very respectful. 7 Dragon Pigs, go back to Hanging Island from the teleportation array, and I'll use the scapegoat puppet to help you guys end this bout. After the 7 Dragon Pigs respectfully kneeled down and worshipped Xing Li's shadow, they were directly teleported back to the Hanging Island, while a scapegoat puppet was left in its place. Before Zhuge Zhanfeng could understand what was going on, the settlement information of the victory in the gladiatorial arena was sent to him, and even his person was taken in by a mysterious force, into the Hanging Island castle. With a flash of light, Zhuge Zhanfeng appeared in front of Lin Dong's crowd. When he saw Lin Dong, he vaguely guessed that all this should be related to Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled faintly towards Zhuge Zhanfeng and arched his hand. Brother Zhuge, it's an emergency. Miss Xing Li has gained her freedom and is going to close the Hanging Island, so that's why I helped you make a small cheat to pass the gladiatorial arena quickly. You won't mind, right? Hearing Lin Dong's words, Zhuge Shifeng came to a sudden realization. No wonder the battle just now was aborted, so that's what happened. A smile appeared on his face and he respectfully saluted towards Lin Dong. Master Lin Dong, how could I mind? Why would I mind? I fought the gladiator arena just for the experience rewards, and now that the rewards are in my hands and I've saved a lot of effort, how could I possibly mind such a good thing? Zhuge Shifeng himself likes to delve into all sorts of bugs, and he definitely won't take the trouble if he can save the trouble, and this matter is really right up his alley. However, Lin Dong saw that Zhuge Zhanfeng was a bit formal in front of him, so he persuaded him a few times. Brother Zhuge, in the future, you and I can just call each other brothers. There's no need to call me master. Calling me that makes me a bit uncomfortable. Zhuge Zhanfeng had long been convinced by Lin Dong's temperament, and now that Lin Dong was willing to lower himself to call him a brother, how could he not be willing to do so? Brother Lin Dong, I'm really honored when you say so, eh? Is this your team? It looks like it's the special training camp of the War God Academy. It just so happens that I also wanted to join the War God Academy 3 years ago. What do you say coincidentally, why don't I travel with you guys in the future? When we get out of the land of the Forsaken, I'll join the War God Academy as well. Zhuge Zhanfeng said this. It was a complete pretext. He just wanted to follow Lin Dong. Because 3 years ago, he was already a war god. By the time he reached the major academies, he was already qualified to be a mentor. If he said that he wanted to join any academy would have to beat the gong and welcome him. After all, such a genius, as long as he grew up, becoming a battle exalted would be the nail in the coffin. However, when he thought of this, Lin Dong's expression became a little odd again. You were already a war god 3 years ago, how did you enter the Forsaken Lands? Isn't the land of the Forsaken only accessible below level 30? Zhuge Shifeng smiled lewdly, a touch of pride appearing on his pretty face. Brother Lin Dong, have you forgotten what my natural skill is? All I need is to send a drop of blood into the land of the Forsaken before I'm level 30, and then if I die in the outside world, I can be resurrected in the land of the Forsaken. Hearing his strange maneuver, Lin Dong also gave him a thumbs up. This guy, for bugs, is practically a master of them. Next, Lin Dong introduced Zhuge Zhanfeng to the people of the War God Academy. When the crowd heard that he was Zhuge Zhanfeng, they all revealed expressions of surprise, and they were all thunderstruck about this absolute pride of the heavens. More importantly, they became even more incredulous when they learned that Zhuge Zhanfeng would soon be promoted to Battle Saint. Oh my god, he actually brushed the monsters for 3 years in the 3x experience Forsaken Land. How did he do that? I thought he fell here back then. I didn't realize that people just didn't want to go out. It's true that geniuses can do a lot of things that ordinary people like us can't do. Ha ha ha, we have a quasi-battle saint with us, we're still walking horizontally in the middle of this Forsaken Land. I'll see which team still dares to be arrogant with us. The crowd was talking about it all. But Qingli, who was the master of Hanging Island, couldn't help but frown because in her senses, it seemed that someone else had entered the praying god temple. Strange, how come there's a huge harvest of golden sacred grass this year? So many people were able to enter the prayer temple? Qingli flicked his hand, and above the large screen, an image appeared. It was only to see an instrumental youth, who was at that moment receiving the blessings of the goddess. The entire person was none other than the captain of the Hualong Academy, Chui Wuyu. He and Xiao Wenlong, the captain of the Black Dragon Academy, had been wandering around in the middle of the Jingo battlefield for several days without any luck. Eventually, the crowd arrived at the door of the prayer temple. However, to enter the temple of prayer, you need to pay 10,000 golden sacred herbs. In order to obtain the prayer blessing, Chui Wuxia had negotiated for a long time with Xiao Wenlong and the rest of the team, and had not hesitated to promise huge favors in exchange for the golden sacred herb from the others. In order to pursue Chui Wufei's younger sister, Chui Huna, Xiao Wenlong made an effort to curry favor with this great uncle, and he also gave up the opportunity to enter the prayer temple to persuade the Black Dragon Academy's team members to hand over the remaining golden sacred grass to Chui Wufei. In the end, Invincible Chui managed to enter the Temple of Prayer as expected. As soon as he entered the Temple of Prayer, he was shocked by the magnificent sound of the goddess bestowing blessings, and was wrapped in a ball of 7-colored light all over his body. Chui Invincible meets the conditions for bestowal of blessings, rewarded with a set of Sacred Battle Emperor's feats. Leveling up to 10. Feeling the rapidly increasing level, Invincible Chui instantly became cocky. Ha, the prayer temple really lives up to its name, leveling up 10 levels so easily simply saved me a few years of hard training. Lindong, this youngster is already level 41, the next time I let this youngster see you, I will definitely beat you up. After receiving the goddess's blessing, Chui Wufei was surprised to find that in front of an incense burner in the main hall, there was actually a teleportation array. What is this teleportation array for? Could it be that there are some treasures hidden inside? Ha ha, I told you that I, Chui Wuxia, am the one who has great luck deepening, whatever good things are caught up with me. The heavens will always leave opportunities to those who are prepared, wahahaha, here I come. With excitement and thrill, Chui Wuxi directly rushed into the teleportation array. But the next second, the smile on his face disappeared without a trace. Holy Gladiator? What the hell is this, who's sending messages inside my head, get the hell out. What? Minimum magical beast level 50? I'm only level 41, asking me to fight a level 50 magical beast, isn't that a joke? Chui Wuxi felt that the world had simply gone mad. This holy arena of yours, doesn't it have an entry-level limit? You put level 50 or above magical beasts inside, level 41 can enter, this is not a joke not at all ethical Just as he was spitting, the holy gladiator sent him a message once again that it was already at the stage of gladiatorial matchmaking. At this moment, Qingli pointed at the large screen and once again asked Lindong. This person who just entered the gladiatorial arena, is he your friend? Do you want me to help him cheat? The Hanging Island will be closing soon, we don't have much time. Lindong looked at the large screen and fixed his eyes on it, and the expression on his face could not help but become odd. This guy, isn't he Chui Wuxia? Why did he come to the Holy Gladiator's arena? Stroking his chin, Lindong felt that it was better to let this fellow suffer a little. Qingli, this guy is also my friend, but he likes to challenge the strong. I'm afraid that ordinary magical beasts can't satisfy his needs. Can you see if you can arrange for him to have a magical beast that is reliable enough and strong enough to give him the upper strength? Oh? Qingli suspiciously glanced at Lindong. She had always felt that Lindong was quite decent and principled, but she did not expect that there would actually be times when he was this kind of diabolical. However, when Lindong said so, she also understood that this Chui Wuxia must not have offended Lindong much in the past. Matching what kind of magical beasts was nothing more than a show of hands to Qingli, so the moment Lindong's words fell, she arranged for a level 60 magical realm giant horned antelope to go and clean up Chui Wufei. In the middle of the gladiatorial arena, there was an instant wail from Chui Wuxi. God damn it, how can there be such a sick copy, Mom? I want to go home, I'm not playing here anymore, ah. As for what happened to Chui Wuxia, the crowd no longer cared. Lin Dong and Xingli said their goodbyes and teleported back to the prayer temple, ready to follow the beacon to the next hidden copy. The direction in which the beacon appeared was the Flame Kingdom hidden copy. According to Marshal Zhao's records, the Flame Kingdom was rich in flame crystals, a magical crystal that could directly increase experience. Moreover, in the Flame Kingdom, there was also a high-level copy that contained a large amount of burning sky-flowing flame, which was an extremely precious forging material. At this time in the copy of the Flame Kingdom, Wang Rulong, the captain of the Hunters Guild, was looking at a group of fire-breathing beasts in front of him with a grave expression, and his hands were trembling a little. How could this happen? How could this be? Could it be that the records are all wrong? How could there be so many mutated fire-breathing beasts in this copy? Could it be that we, the Hunters and Slayers Guild, are going to be wiped out in this? 123. This is the best way to brush up on your enchantment value. On his way to the Flame Kingdom copy, Lin Dong helped all the people from the War God Academy to upgrade the quality of their weapons. After all, their current levels, all of them had reached around level 64, and then using gold level equipment, more or less pulled down the battle power. Although Lin Dong could only forge gold level equipment, there was a probability that his enchantment value would enhance the quality of the equipment. Basically, 3-5 times of enchanting, you will be able to successfully raise the quality once, and with luck, you will be able to do it in one go. Gold level equipment consumes 3 enchantment points each time, platinum level equipment consumes 4 enchantment points each time, diamond level equipment consumes 5 enchantment points each time, and legendary level consumes 6 enchantment points each time. Lin Dong had now accumulated nearly 500 points of enchanting value, and upgrading the quality of the people's weapons could be said to be more than enough. As for other equipment such as armor, it was a bit out of reach. After all, the best defense was attack, and only when the attack power went up could they beat their opponents, so Lin Dong prioritized upgrading the quality of their weapons for them. This one was a good hand, much better than the last time I upgraded my gold quality. Several times in a row, it was all one shot, and the enchantment was successful straight away. In particular, Bai Xingxue's Heavenly Abyss sword had actually reached top-tier legendary quality, causing Lin Dong to be somewhat surprised. Bai Xingxue was holding the Tian Yuan sword and could no longer maintain a steady image. Equipment, Tian Yuan sword legendary. Attack, plus 69,000. Life, plus 30,000. Defense, plus 10,000. Spatial stagnation, the space around the attack target's body becomes sticky, and the attack speed is reduced by 30%. Shocking Slash, a top-level sword drawing technique that, when released, explodes into a slash that triples one's own attack. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. The basic attack, an increase of nearly 70,000 points, allowed Bai Xingxue's general attack to peak at the threshold of 100,000 points. As a Jedi swordsman, the sword in his hand is the lifeblood. With such a divine weapon like the Heavenly Abyss sword, Bai Xingxue was completely capable of challenging sky-level magical beasts across the ranks. As for Song Tian's missing Weeping Blood treasure sword, the attack didn't have that much of an increase, but it was still considered a very good legendary level weapon. Equipment, Bloodshed sword legendary. Life, plus 19,000. Attack, plus 46,000. Defense, plus 8,000. Bloodlust absorbs the target's blood, stacks its own attack power by 200 points, and can stack damage up to 100 times. Wheel of Burning Blood, the power of chi and blood collected by the blood-sobbing sword will form a blood-colored wheel behind the wielder, which can withstand 200,000 points of damage for the wielder. Next, Lin Dong raised Chui Hong's Vanguard Shield, Yao Qing Nim's Elven Staff, Bai Zhi's Moon Rainbow Sword, Cui Bingbing's Raging Thunder Staff, and Zhuge Zhenfeng's Sage's Book all to legendary level. The damage of these weapons' pummel attacks were all between 40,000-60,000, causing the crowd's pummel damage to jump by almost 3 times or more. Even the power of the word skills went up quite a bit with it. But with so many weapons, the consumption of enchantment value was staggering. Lin Dong had not even upgraded the quality of his Underworld Beast Soul Furnace and Flying Dagger Blood Gourd, and the enchantment value had bottomed out with less than 30 points left. Luckily, Lin Dong still had a Shattered Sky Shuttle, otherwise, he wouldn't even be as high as the output of these little brothers of his. As for Su Runan, Lin Dong was not in a hurry to upgrade his equipment quality. Because she was the object of Lin Dong's brush attachment value, the system had long since arranged for Su Runan to be rewarded with a new set. For every grade of equipment set that he created for Su Runin, Lin Dong could gain 100 points of enchanting value and 100 points of forging proficiency. So along the way, Lin Dong started with gold-level equipment and forged equipment for Su Runin one level at a time, and by the time he arrived at the Flame Kingdom copy, he had already accumulated 400 points of enchanting value once again. Su Runin, on the other hand, also possessed a magnificent legendary equipment, which could almost be called the strongest battle force under Lin Dong. This scene could make Xue Hong and the others envious, and they couldn't stop lamenting along the way. Sure enough, Big Brother is still the best for Sister Runin. On this set of equipment arrangement, I feel like it's more than all of us combined. Song Tianzhou skimmed his lips and kicked Xue Hong's ass. Sister-in-law's jealousy you also dare to eat, have the ability to you now do a surgery to become a female. I feel that Big Brother to the girls are quite good, there is a kind of special care. Xue Hong patted the footprints on top of his buttocks and hemmed and hawed with disinterest. I look big and thick, even if I turn into a woman, Big Brother may not like it, but it's you, old Song, who looks like a man of honor, you can chop up that bogeyman and try Big Brother's reaction. Old Xue, you beg for a beating, let's see if I don't beat you into a pig's head. Song Tianqiu went after Xue Hong, the two people playful, and poor mouth tight, see by Xingxue and Zhuge Zhanfeng straight shook his head. Of course Lin Dong would not tell them the truth that forging equipment for Su Runin was to brush up on the enchantment value, after all, being a Big Brother, one still had to maintain some mystery. Looking at the enchantment value that had once again recovered to 400, Lin Dong directly upgraded the quality of his underworld beast soul furnace and flying dagger blood gourd, as well. However, his hand seemed to be a bit poor, and after consuming almost 200 points of enchanting value, he was only able to barely upgrade the two pieces of equipment, to legendary quality. Equipment, flying dagger blood gourd legendary grade. Life, plus 25,000. Attack, plus 60,800. Armor break, plus 16,000. Flying dagger, 3% of target's blood per kill, cooldown 2 seconds. Penetrating heart, 3% chance of triggering the penetrating heart effect, resulting in 10% additional damage to the blood. Equipment, Hades Beast Soul Furnace Legendary. Life, plus 30,000. Attack, plus 49,000. Step-by-step Thunder Level 3, within a 100-meter radius, unleash 30 lines of geodesic lightning damage that deals 1,500 points of damage to the target. Soul Regeneration, for every corpse of a magical beast collected, attack increases by 1 point, with a cap of 30,000 points. The word skills, too, have been improved considerably. For example, the cooldown of the Flying Dagger phrase of the Flying Dagger Blood Gourd had been raised from the previous 5 seconds to the current 2 seconds. The Underworld Beast Soul Furnace's Soul Regeneration had also changed from the previous cap of 10,000 points to the current 30,000 points. The boost from these two pieces of equipment allowed Lin Dong's blood quantity to break through to 200,000 points, and his normal attack to break through to 200,000 points. Gear up brings joy, but also troubles. Lin Dong's enchantment value was now only 115 points left. If he didn't find a way to activate the temporary quest and brush up on his attachment value, he would soon not have enough of it. At this moment, Lin Dong could not help but miss Wang Rulong. This fellow was also a talent that could activate his system's temporary mission. TSK, I don't know which copy Wang Rulong is in right now, it would be great if I could meet her in the middle of a temporary quest. Even if I don't activate the temporary quest, it would be good to use Happy Bigby Doodle to brush 10 points of enchantment value on him. Lin Dong took out the Happy Dobby pocket and gently stroked it, thinking of the happy times when he used it to take Wang Rulong to brush his attachment value at the top of Kunlun. Hey, into the land of the loster several days, these days also did not find Wang Rulong brush attachment value, every day to waste 10 points, these days a full waste of 50 points simply too shameful, waste is equal to shameful. While Lin Dong was secretly complaining, he had already led his team into the Flame Kingdom, where he was preparing to collect the flame crystals. After all, this thing, the flame crystals, could directly increase experience, and if he then used an experience potion, his experience could directly swish up. At that time, in the gladiatorial arena, the experience potion was suppressed by the rules and there was no way for it to work, but it made Lin Dong really regret it. Otherwise, as far as the experience rewarded in the gladiatorial arena had been increased by the experience potion, he would have probably risen to more than 70 levels. Just as Lin Dong was feeling a lot of emotions, a group of fire-breathing beasts suddenly launched an attack towards them. These level 30 plus fire-breathing beasts were too eyeless to actually launch an attack towards a group of their warlords. Lin Dong had not yet waited to make a move. Bai Xingxue chopped out with a sword and cut down a piece. Song Tianxiu's weeping blood treasure blade swept out, and another piece, just like playing a game of peeling fruits, incomparably easy to write. Not to be outdone, Shui Hong threw out the shield of the vanguard and smashed dozens more fire-breathing beasts to death. Seeing that Lin Dong and the others were not to be messed with, these fire-breathing beasts immediately made birds and beasts scatter and fled. After the fire-breathing beasts dispersed, Lin Dong realized that there was a team not far in front of him that was actually surrounded by fire-breathing beasts, and it was obvious that the people inside were already at the end of their strengths, and were about to die. Su Runan's eyes were sharp, and she saw the identity of the other party at a glance. Lin Dong, look, it's Wang Rulong from the Hunters and Killers Guild. It looks like they must have gone through a vicious battle and now they can't hold on anymore. Who? Wang Rulong? Lin Dong looked in the direction of Su Runan's finger and found Wang Rulong's figure. Yoo-hoo, I was just chanting about her, I didn't think it would be such a coincidence that I actually met her here. He couldn't help but shake the happy dobby pocket in his hand, intending to go up and have a friendly exchange with Wang Rulong. However, right at this moment, a level 40+ fire-breathing beast violently rushed towards Wang Rulong, opened its bloody mouth, and a powerful flame was spat out. If he was hit by this mouthful of spray, I'm afraid that Wang Rulong wouldn't be able to hold out completely. Good for you, dare to take a shot at my attachment value swipe artifact, looking for death. When Lin Dong saw that this fire-breathing beast actually tried to kill Wang Rulong, he was immediately enraged. If Wang Rulong died, wouldn't his plan to brush up on his attachment value be in vain? Therefore, with a swing of the shattered sky shuttle under his feet, he abruptly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Wang Rulong. The flames of the fire-breathing beast were completely blocked by Lin Dong's figure, while Lin Dong only lightly waved his hand, and the fire-breathing beast was instantly split into pieces. Wang Rulong looked at Lin Dong, who was like a heavenly god descending from the sky, and his entire body could no longer hold on any longer, and he softly fell to the ground and passed out. Lin Dong kindly patted her cheek gently with his happy bigby pocket and asked tentatively. Hey, wake up, wake up. Ding, the absolute first strike phrase is in effect, hit the target. Ding, the enchantment bonus word is in effect, awarding 1 point of enchantment value. Ding, the word awesome comes into effect, and the target yells awesome. Ding, the absolute first strike phrase is in effect, hit the target. Ding, the enchantment bonus word is in effect, awarding 1 point of enchantment value. Ding, the word awesome comes into effect, and the target yells awesome. Ding, today's enchantment value has increased by 10 points, reaching the upper limit. Lin Dong somewhat uninterestedly put away the happy bigby pocket and looked at Wang Rulong, who was still loudly screaming for pleasure in his unconsciousness. A hint of a smile crossed the corner of his mouth. Seeing as you've been so cooperative, I'll just have to grudgingly give you another CPR exercise. 124 humiliated like this? Wang Rulong's mind explodes. Lin Dong danced his claws in the air, missing the feel of his hands from the last time he helped Wang Rulong with CPR. I can't imagine meeting again, the familiar feeling, again. Ding, the system released a temporary task. During the task all the host's blood recovery drugs have been locked by the system cannot be used. Please host immediately use artificial respiration and CPR to help Wang Rulong recover to full blood. For every artificial respiration, recover 1000 points of the other party's blood. For every CPR, 500 points of blood will be restored. Ding, please ask the host to choose whether or not to abandon this mission. Option 1, abandon temporary mission, reward 100 enchantment points. Option 2, accept the temporary mission, reward 100 points of enchantment value. Yoo-hoo! Lin Dong's eyes lit up. This temporary assignment couldn't have come at a better time. Last time he refused the system's artificial respiration task, but regretted for a long time. This time, he decided to obey the system's arrangement. That artificial respiration is a much faster recovery than CPR. Lin Dong inhaled a breath, looked at Wang Rulong's cherry-like red lips, and secretly punched the air. I'm doing this to save you, I'm definitely not taking advantage of you, I hope you'll cooperate. With that, Lin Dong lowered his head. This scene was watched by Su Runan, Yao Qingyan, Bai Ji, and Cui Bingbing, all of whom had a strange glint in their eyes. Bad, Lin Dong wouldn't have moved towards this wild woman. Wouldn't she say that a magical beast doesn't get close to women if it's not peaceful for a day? Brother Lin Dong's way of saving people is so handsome. I wish the one lying on the ground was me. Why don't I try pretending to faint too? Doll, Lin Dong Geijai cheer, I knew you were the most caring person la. Save people are used in such a gentle way, then back to the blood medicine and so on have temperature more. Brother Lin Dong is so great, this feeling of saving a beauty from fire in the midst of thousands of demonic beasts is simply handsome, just as handsome as the last time when he saved me and little Whitey from the hands of the Vajra demon ape. Hearing Cui Bingbing's words, Saro Hong couldn't help but touch his nose at the back, feeling offended. It is now considered a member of the War God Academy. Doesn't this Chui Bing Bing know how to give some face? However, these actions of Lin Dong's fell in the eyes of those members of the Hunters and Killers Guild, and the meaning was different. Because of Lin Dong's arrival, all those fire-breathing beasts were scared by Lin Dong's powerful aura and fled in all directions, allowing the members of the Hunters and Killers Guild to have a moment's respite to catch their breath. But when they quieted down, they discovered that Lin Dong was once again doing something indescribable to Wang Rulong. These members of the Hunters and Killers Guild coincidentally recalled that scene on the top of Kunlun. They all thought that Wang Rulong had already been killed by the fire-breathing beast, because it was impossible for anyone to block that level 40 fire-breathing beast just now. Maru Spice, the captain is being whipped by Lin Dong again. I can't imagine that the captain has been whipped twice by Lin Dong. What do you guys say this time? Will the captain be revived from the dead from anger like last time? This Lin Dong is really too deceitful. I think it's really possible, you guys, the captain's body is really starting to move. And Wang Rulong, who was lying on the ground, felt the heaviness on his body and couldn't help but open his eyes. She realized that this time, not only did Lin Dong give her CPR, he also gave her artificial respiration. That was her first kiss. She could not imagine that it was taken away by this bastard Lin Dong just like that. She was so angry that she burst into a rage. Lin Dong, get off my body right now, or I'll be rude to you. Looking at Wang Rulong's ferocious expression, Lin Dong shook his head helplessly. What a dog-biting Lu Dongbin, I saved you with good intentions and you're actually bad-mouthing me. Oh, don't talk in a grandiose manner, can't you save me with a blood-returning medicine? Do you have to use your hands and mouth? Wang Rulong's questioning made Lin Dong a little hard to answer. He couldn't say that it was that old Biden of the system that didn't let him use it. Therefore, Lin Dong smiled sarcastically and stood up from Wang Rulong's body, intending to leave. Anyway, the enchantment value had been swiped and Wang Rulong was out of danger, so there was nothing for him to do next. Seeing that Lin Dong was about to leave, Wang Rulong immediately got up from the ground and kicked out towards Lin Dong. What, do you want to walk away after being poked and prodded by me, Lin Dong? This girl is not something you can just bully, look at the feet. But before Wang Rulong's foot could reach Lin Dong's body, the happy Big B pocket in Lin Dong's hand was directly swung out. Ding, the absolute first strike phrase is in effect, hit the target. Ding, today's enchantment value has increased by 10 points, reaching the upper limit. Ding, the word awesome comes into effect, and the target yells awesome. Ah, cool. Like a cannonball, Wang Rulong flew straight out 50 meters away. It fell to the ground with a plop. Fortunately, Wang Rulong did not use too high an attack power just now, or else if she was rebounded by Happy Dobby Dobby Doodle, she would have to be injured quite a bit. She climbed up from the ground, gritting her teeth as she looked at Lin Dong's figure, fire spewing out from within her eyes. Lin Dong, sooner or later, I'll take revenge and make you taste 100 times more shame than you did to me. Although she said so on her lips, Wang Rulong didn't dare to attack Lin Dong again because she already had a mental shadow. Fighting and cannot beat, rushed over to be beaten but also shouted a sound of pleasure. She is not so cheap, it is better to hide in the distance to put a vicious word to the real. However, Wang Rulong did not notice that Lin Dong was looking at her at that moment with an odd expression on his face. Because the system has released another temporary mission. Ding, detecting that Wang Rulong's strength is too low to survive in the hidden copy, the system releases a temporary task, asking the host to forge a handy weapon, the Shadow Dagger, for Wang Rulong, and the forging book has been released to the system space. Forging reward, experience, plus 10,000, proficiency, plus 10, enchanting value, plus 100. Sure enough, it's a magic weapon for brushing attachment value, such a great treasure, you must protect it well, you can't let the slightest accident happen to her. Lin Dong looked at Wang Rulong and blinked, his appraisal of her rising another level. The efficiency of this brush attachment value is also too high, only a moment's effort, activated 2 system temporary tasks, proper welfare GA. Forging equipment for this kind of person isn't a bad idea at all. With this in mind, Lin Dong took the relevant forging materials and directly threw them into the system forging furnace. Wang Rulong, on the other hand, looked at Lin Dong, who had an odd expression, and did not know how to respond for a while. This guy, what was he doing with so many materials just now? It's not like he's forging some weird equipment again and wants to come against me. If he dares to make me yell out my pleasure again, I'd rather cut out my own tongue than be cooperating with him. Wang Rulong stood up and slowly backed away, wanting to get away from this calamity that was Lin Dong. Because ever since she had met Lin Dong, she had never had a single thing go her way, and in her opinion, it must have been caused by the bad luck brought to her by Lin Dong, the calamity. However, she was now weak and did not dare to move too far away from Lin Dong. If she was surrounded by the fire-breathing beasts again, she would definitely not be able to escape again. So she's also very torn right now as to what exactly she should do next. But right at this moment, Lin Dong took out a piece of equipment from inside the forging furnace and threw it towards her. Wang Rulong's eyes narrowed with a wary look. Sure enough, Lin Dong forged his equipment just to come and deal with me. Should I yell out cool in advance to save myself the embarrassment of being moved later? Just as Wang Rulong was skeptical, Lin Dong spoke. You stupid woman, don't mess around with hidden copies if you don't have the strength. Today I see that you're poor and kindly send you a weapon, whether you want it or not is up to you. After saying that, Lin Dong turned around and left with the team from the War God Academy without the slightest bit of procrastination. Wang Rulong looked at the equipment Lin Dong threw over, his eyes filled with doubt. This guy would be so kind as to forge equipment for me? It can't be to humiliate me. However, when she looked at the attributes of the equipment on the ground, the expression on her face immediately became wonderful. Equipment, Shadow Dagger Gold Grade. Life, plus 10,000. Attack, plus 32,000. Defense, plus 8,000. Attack speed, plus 200%. Stash, holding the Shadow Dagger, when not launching an attack, it will enter a state of invisibility, and at the moment of the attack, it will release the invisibility, dealing 2 times the damage of breaking the invisibility. Seal Throat, when using the Shadow Dagger to attack the target's throat, there is a 15% chance that it will cause a throat sealing effect, dealing 50,000 points of real damage to the target. This Darkness Dagger was simply an offensive and defensive weapon, with both a life-saving means of stealth and a powerful output. It was simply a divine weapon for their assassins. But for such a powerful weapon, Lin Dong actually casually threw it to her? This Lin Dong, it couldn't be that he had something else in mind for her, right? Wang Rulong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and excitedly took this Shadow Dagger in his hands and began to bind it. Her gaze, however, drifted towards the direction Lin Dong had left. Actually, this type of humiliation. There's room for a few more. Lin Dong, you're too smart for your own good. When I get a few more pieces of equipment from you, I'll kill you with the equipment you forged. Wang Rulong's eyes flashed with strange colors, and he made a throat-cutting motion toward the fiery clouds in the sky. 125 Damn Lin Dong, why did he appear again? The members of the Hunters and Killers Guild, looking at Wang Rulong having a seizure alone there, all thought that the captain had gone insane after being met by Lin Dong. Hey, the captain is also too miserable. The same thing happened twice to her. It's normal that she can't accept it in her heart. Her life is really too bitter. Who says it isn't? This Lin Dong is also too much of a no-gooder, forcibly possessing our captain and actually being irresponsible. What a complete scum. Captain, it's all come to this now. What do you think we should do next? This Flame Kingdom's fire-breathing beasts are so ferocious. Should we quit first and think about it in the long run? The group was muttering in whispers when the last member of the team to speak suddenly had his ears lifted. Agu, who's sneaking up on me? The player ate the pain and the twisted expression on his face was visible through his mask. But his vitals had been restrained and he was unable to resist. As for the other members of the team, they were all silenced at this time, as they all saw who the sneak attacker was. However, due to the other party's lewdness, they didn't dare to resist at all. The person who stepped in was none other than their captain, Wang Rulong. But at the same time they had a question. Just now the captain was obviously still hundreds of meters away. How come she came close in the blink of an eye? No one even saw how she appeared. It wasn't their fault because Wang Rulong had used the Shadow Dagger's stash word skill, and there was no way for them to detect it. As for Wang Rulong, he was very satisfied with the powerful abilities of this Shadow Dagger. But now, she was pretending to look angry. Her face was frosty and her eyes could kill. If you guys keep chewing the cud, I'll cut out all your tongues and make you all mute. Also, in the future, don't mention Lin Dong's name in front of me. If I hear his name again, I'll expel him from the team to fend for himself. Wang Rulong's words, spoken through gritted teeth, caused the members of the Hunters Guild to not dare to utter a single breath. At this time, no one dared to touch her brow, because they all knew that Wang Rulong always did what she said and never showed any mercy. Wang Rulong watched these team members stand at attention to be trained one by one and behave cautiously, and only then eased a little. Alright, let's search for a new team of fire-breathing beasts and continue to brush up on our experience. Who knew that when Wang Rulong made this statement, these members of her team were all panicked at once. Ha? Still brushing? Captain, these fire-breathing beasts are too powerful, we're no match for them. Yes, Captain, we've run out of supplies, and now we're too short of blood and blue restoring pills. If we force a copy, I'm afraid we'll all die here. "Captain, this really isn't the time to be brave, let's just quit the Flame Kingdom and go brush up on some low-level monsters, they all have triple experience bonuses anyway." Wang Rulong looked at these fearful-faced team members, his eyebrows once again twisted into a ball, anger crawling on his showy face. She really hated it. These cowards, after just one losing battle, their spines are not straight, and they even yell that they want to quit the copy. How can such people become powerful assassins? Wang Rulong's gaze roamed around, her stern eyes passing over every member of the team, and many people lowered their heads after seeing her eyes, not daring to meet her gaze. After scrutinizing the circle, Wang Rulong hummed heavily. "You guys, if any one of you says these demoralizing words again, I'll be the first to kill him. We hunters can only die on the battlefield, we can never take half a step back." After saying that, Wang Rulong directly walked towards the distant group of fire-breathing beasts without looking back, leaving these team members with a stubborn back. These players looked at me and I looked at you, and eventually they all followed Wang Rulong's lead. The rules of their Hunters Guild were immense, and the captain had the right to execute everyone if they didn't follow the captain's orders. For the captain to do this is tantamount to sending her to her death, we can only follow her one way. That being said, it doesn't make any sense at all to die like this, it would be better to die on the main battlefield of China's fight against the magical beasts, AI. Let's listen to God's fate, who let us spread such a stubborn and unchanging captain, just know how to show off the hero, not at all look at the actual situation, this fire-breathing beast which is so good to deal with. What? What? The captain single-handedly killed a level 40 fire-breathing beast? The scene in front of them caused these members of the Hunters Guild to be completely stunned. That was a level 40 fire-breathing beast, with millions of blood and a powerful attack. Even if they were a team together, it would be difficult for them to cope. But now, he was actually killed by Wang Rulong himself? The whole process, I'm afraid it didn't even take a minute. This can't be an illusion, how could the captain single-handedly kill the fire-breathing beast? It's not an illusion, the team experience is all distributed to the account, a full 200,000 experience value. A real single kill? How did the captain suddenly become so fierce? They pulled their necks out in a bit of disbelief at the facts in front of them. It was such a moment that all the team members, looking at Wang Rulong's eyes, changed. At this moment, Wang Rulong, who was holding the head of the fire-breathing beast single-handedly, into the devil and into the gods, looked incomparably dazzling under the great sun of the Flame Kingdom. As for Wang Rulong, he danced a sword flower in the air, and his entire confidence increased. She had already tried it just now, this shadow dagger, it was simply a hunting artifact. By relying on her ability to stash her tracks, she was able to sneak close to the fire-breathing beast without being detected, and even dodge the opponent's attacks. And then constantly attack the neck of the fire-breathing beast, utilizing the shadow dagger's ultra-high attack speed to repeatedly inspire the sealed throat word skill, and in a minute's time, it was enough to hit an output of nearly 2 million. Relying on this maneuver, he easily decimated a previously unbeatable level 40 fire-breathing beast. Although these fire-breathing beasts had powerful attacks, they had one fatal weakness, and that was that they had much less blood than other magical beasts of the same level. And Wang Rulong, who possessed the shadow dagger, was simply their nemesis. Wang Rulong walked out from the joy of decapitating the fire-breathing beast just now, looked towards the surprised team members whose mouths could fit eggs, and coldly dropped a sentence. "What's the point of freezing? Hurry up and put away the corpse of this fire-breathing beast, its fur and sinews and bones, they're all good things that can be sold for a good price when you go out. Take a short break and continue to follow me, hunting down the fallen fire-breathing beasts." After seeing how powerful Wang Rulong was, these team members all behaved respectfully and no longer dared to speak out of turn. After all, with such a strong captain leading the way, their experience behind them was solid. So within the next day's time, Wang Rulong led the members of the Hunters Guild and successfully hunted and killed hundreds of fire-breathing beasts, capturing tens of millions of experience. Smiles of joy began to swirl on each of their faces. If it could keep going this smoothly, in less than half a month's time, they might be able to all rise to level 40. The accident, though, came at noon the next day. They killed through the territory of the fire-breathing beasts and came to the territory of the magma golem. These magma puppets were all thick-skinned, with blood quantities even as high as tens of millions, and most importantly, the fireballs that crumbled off of them would quickly generate new small magma puppets when they landed, making them especially hard to kill. They had originally hunted a lone magma golem, but with such a terrifying derivation ability of the magma golem, it ended up turning into an army of magma golems besieging them, and the situation became precarious. The equipment they were wearing now was all tattered and torn by the magma golem's burns, and they had almost no defense at all. These players pinned all their hopes on Wang Rulong, hoping that she could turn the tide against all odds. Captain, this magma golem is just too evil, hurry up and do something to break them all. Yes, Captain, within all of us, you're the only one who's capable of dealing with them, you mustn't keep your hands off. Captain, please hurry up and make your move, any later and we'll be swarmed to death by the magma puppets. Hearing the wailing of the players, Wang Rulong was helpless. She also wanted to kill these magma puppets, but as long as these magma puppets could not be killed in one go, falling down the magma rocks would quickly spawn new small magma puppets to come out, and the more they were killed, and it was simply impossible to kill them all. Moreover, magma golems did not have necks and had extremely high defenses, and her throat-sealing phrase was basically ineffective in front of these magma golems, which led to her output being greatly reduced. Just as Wang Rulong was torn between the two, the voice of that devil-like man suddenly rang beside her ears again. You who, isn't this little dragon? How come you're in danger again? After seeing the equipment given to you yesterday, you don't know how to use it at all. This voice was none other than Lin Dong's voice. Wang Rulong raised his head and looked angrily at Lin Dong, his heart beginning to break. This damned Lin Dong, why did he appear again when I made a fool of myself? Aha, pissed off, the most embarrassing images of me were seen by this asshole. I'm so angry. At this moment, Lin Dong was flapping his wind and thunder wings, looking at Wang Rulong and the others somewhat playfully. He was originally searching around for flame crystal veins, but he didn't expect to meet Wang Rulong, who had encountered danger again. Ding, detected Wang Rulong encountering danger, the system releases a temporary mission, asking the host to help Wang Rulong solve the trouble. Mission reward, experience value, plus 100,000, enchanting value, plus 100. Upon hearing the system's beep, Lin Dong's eyes instantly brightened. Aya, this Wang Rulong is really a welfare girl. As long as you meet her, you will basically activate the system's temporary quests, and it's simply perfect for brushing the enchantment value. Lin Dong's underworld beast soul furnace was then thrown, directly releasing the step-by-step and soul regeneration word skills. A few moments later, the entire battlefield was filled with charred black rocks, and those small magma puppets, all shattered by the step-by-step thunderbolts. After doing this, Lin Dong casually clapped his palms. Doing these things was simply killing a chicken with a bull's knife for the current him. He now encountered these 30 or 40 level small monsters, are too lazy to brush, it is simply a waste of time, it is better to directly search for the flame crystal vein to the real. However, this operation of his, in the eyes of the Hunters Guild, was like a god descending from the heavens, and the golden light shone brightly and could not be forced to look at. 126 Wang Rulong's nonsense? Lin Dongfu furiously brushes the attachment value. Damned Lin Dong, who told you to step in and kill these magma puppets, destroying my plan to train my teamwork skills, what exactly are your intentions? Wang Rulong pinched his waist and looked at Lin Dong angrily, as if what Lin Dong had just done was really 10 evils. Lin Dong blinked, truly thunderstruck by Wang Rulong's operation of inverting the Big Dipper. He saved this, and instead of being grateful, this actually backtracked and really showed off. However, for the sake of the system reward attachment value, Lin Dong did not intend to bother with her. With a display of his wind and thunder wings, he was ready to leave. But Wang Rulong, however, did not intend to let Lin Dong leave easily. She had not yet wool-gathered from Lin Dong, and now that she had found an excuse, she said that she would have to get a few pieces of equipment from Lin Dong here before saying anything, otherwise it would be a waste of resources. Hey, Lin Dong, you ruined our training and you just want to walk away like this? It's really too unethical. So what else do you want? Lin Dong was all amused by Wang Rulong's strange maneuver. He really couldn't think of what kind of brain circuit Wang Rulong had to actually want to theorize with him. Because just now, if he didn't make a move, these people from the Hunters and Killers Guild would have been wiped out. He landed on the ground and stood in front of Wang Rulong, wanting to see what Wang Rulong was trying to do. As for Wang Rulong, when he saw that the nonsense seemed to be useful, he immediately pointed at Lin Dong's nose in a godly manner and cursed. I want you to apologize to us, and I want you to compensate us. Lin Dong pulled out his earwax, not listening to a single word of Wang Rulong's words. Captain Wang, you're being a bit unreasonable, aren't you? I, Lin Dong, saved you all with good intentions, and this is how you treat me? I don't care, anyway, you have to apologize for what you did wrong and compensate us. Wang Rulong tilted her pink neck, high and proud like a little swan. This was her intention to blackmail Lin Dong. Lin Dong frowned as he lazily ignored Wang Rulong. Anyway, the system rewards had already arrived, so there was no point in staying any longer, so he once again unfolded his wind and thunder wings and prepared to leave. Seeing Lin Dong about to leave, Wang Rulong was a bit anxious. This damned Lin Dong, if he leaves, won't my plan of wool gathering on him go down the drain? Absolutely can't let him go. With this thought in his mind, Wang Rulong subconsciously extended his hand towards Lin Dong, wanting to grab Lin Dong to prevent him from leaving. But the next second, Wang Rulong was like a cannonball, whooshing straight out. Ah, so good. Instead, Lin Dong waved his happy Bigby pocket, his eyes filled with light inside. I almost forgot, the 10 points a day of enchantment value hasn't been swiped yet. Therefore, with a display of his wind and thunder wings, Lin Dong caught up with Wang Rulong, who had shot out, and staged a domination in the air. Snap. Pop. Pop. Happy Bigby pocket rattles on and on. Ding, the absolute first strike phrase is in effect, hit the target. Ding, the enchantment bonus word is in effect, awarding 1 point of enchantment value. Ding, the word awesome comes into effect, and the target yells awesome. Ding, the absolute first strike phrase is in effect, hit the target. Ding, the enchantment bonus word is in effect, awarding 1 point of enchantment value. Ding, the word awesome comes into effect, and the target yells awesome. Ding, today's enchantment value has increased by 10 points, reaching the upper limit. It was only after the enchanting value had increased by 10 points that Lin Dong stopped his hands and paused in the air. Wang Rulong, on the other hand, had already been ridden by him for 700 or 800 meters, and kept shouting out loud that it was cool. This scene stunned those members of the Hunters Guild. This Lin Dong, it's simply getting more and more outrageous. The first 2 times he was still doing it secretly, this time he actually flew directly up into the sky and wasn't afraid of people seeing him. He simply has an exposure fetish. We must stay away from this kind of person to be able to do so. AI, poor captain, being abused like this, but still keep shouting out loud that it's pleasurable. I want to inquire, is this really pleasurable? Look at the captain's red face that is dripping with water, maybe it's really cool too. The captain is the holy maiden of our Hunters and Killers Guild. If she loses her innocence like this, isn't Lin Dong afraid of being retaliated against by our Hunters and Killers Guild? And after Wang Rulong crashed to the ground, his entire body was furious. Such a disgrace, Lin Dong had already brought her 3 times. She was still a yellow-bloomed girl, and for Lin Dong to humiliate her in public like this, how would she meet people in the future? Even in front of the members of the Hunters Guild, she was going to be unable to raise her head. Lin Dong, I'm not done with you. If you don't compensate me for a piece of equipment today, I will. So what do you do? Lin Dong looked down at Wang Rulong, and the words in his mouth were tit for tat, not polite at all. Wang Rulong was momentarily speechless at Lin Dong's question. She couldn't beat Lin Dong at all. What could she do with Lin Dong? But with a twinkle in her eye, she immediately thought of a new idea. I will put you rape me things publicized out. Everyone will say you Lin move on my heart unruly hands and feet. You Lin move also start an end to give up on me no matter what, full of scum, the scum of the earth. Let all the women in Huaxia, all the denouncement of you. Ah. This. If you can't beat them, do you use rumors? Lin Dong was really convinced. He was truly unable to imagine that a woman would actually use such a way if she wanted to destroy a man. Seeing that Lin Dong did not speak, Wang Rulong thought that he had caught Lin Dong's soft underbelly. Men, all love fame and cherish their feathers, especially Lin Dong is still the disciple of Marshal Xiao. If some bad gossip is spread, it will have an impact on Marshal Xiao. So she thought she had thought of a good way to threaten Lin Dong into submission. How about it, Lin Dong? Scared, right? If you're scared, then hurry up and compensate this girl for a piece of word equipment, and if this girl is satisfied, perhaps she will no longer pursue this matter. Lin Dong laughed. He wasn't afraid of these threats. The body is not afraid of the shadow crooked. Even if Wang Rulong really spread the rumor, he will not be afraid. Little dragon, don't dream, I won't forge equipment for you unless. Lin Dong originally wanted to say that unless the system released a temporary forging quest, otherwise he would not waste his time on Wang Rulong. But before the words were finished, the system's beep sounded. Ding, the system has released a temporary task, asking the host to forge a gold-level armor for Wang Rulong, the armor of locked blood. The forging book has been released to the system space. Forging reward, experience value, plus 1 million, proficiency, plus 10, enchanting value, plus 100. The expression on Lin Dong's face instantly became brilliant. Just a moment ago there was a look of sworn insubordination, and in an instant there was a great change of face into a joyful and smiling look. This is enchantment value. To get 100 points of enchantment value so easily, you can forge dozens of equipment words. While Wang Rulong was still there looking at Lin Dong with a puff of air, his heart thumped when he saw Lin Dong's expression that changed his face in a second. This Lin Dong, it couldn't be that he was trying to lust after her. At the thought of this possibility, Wang Rulong couldn't help but take a step back in fear. But she couldn't beat Lindong, and if Lindong wanted to use force, she had no room to resist. I'm telling you, Lindong, don't even think about hitting this auntie's idea, this girl will never let you touch it again. In fact, just now I said those are teasing you, you don't really sit on those bad reputation. The equipment thing actually we can slow down and then discuss, you must not do those things to me. Lindong looked at Wang Rulong, who was scared like a white rabbit, and pursed his lips and smiled. Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything to you, I don't have any interest in you. I was just looking at your poor self, not a single piece of decent armor, your clothes are burnt, and you're a bit naked where you shouldn't be, so I was going to forge you an armor. Remember, don't bother me with anything in the future, and next time I promise I won't be so kind. Lindong, in order to maintain his persona, urged Wang Rulong a few more times. There was no way, he couldn't send this guy equipment for no reason. Without a temporary mission from the system, Lindong would not take it lightly. And after Wang Rulong heard Lindong's words, he felt that his ears were hallucinating. What kind of situation is this? How did Lindong suddenly agree to forge equipment for me? His face has become too fast. Lindong, this person is so vicious, it can't be that he's trying to tamper with his equipment and deliberately dig a hole for me. She looked at Lindong suspiciously, wanting to dig into Lindong's true thoughts. But Lindong simply ignored her, and instead took out the systematic forging furnace and concentrated on forging the blood-locking armor. 3 minutes later, the equipment forging was completed. Lindong didn't even look at it and threw it to Wang Rulong like a piece of trash, and then unfolded his wind and thunder wings and flew away without the slightest bit of attachment. Anyway, for Lindong, the system temporary quest had already been completed, and the attachment value was in his hands, so if he stayed any longer, he could only be annoyed by Wang Rulong's incessant words, and instead of doing so, it would be better to leave before it was too late. But Wang Rulong thought otherwise. She suspiciously looked at the new equipment Lindong had given her, and after looking at it for half a day, she didn't see anything wrong with it. Equipment, bloodstained armor. Life, plus 22,000. Defense, plus 15,000. Magic defense, plus 15,000. Bloodlock, when the user's blood level falls below 20%, the armor of Bloodlock will enter the Bloodlock state, and any attack suffered will no longer produce damage, duration 30 seconds, cooldown 600 seconds. Faith drawing, active skill, user only needs to shout the name of the worshipper 3 times, 30% of the worshipper's attributes will come to the user, duration 30 seconds, cooldown 600 seconds. Wang Rulong held the armor of Bloodlock for a long time, but he could not see what Lindong had done. Count on this damned guy having some conscience, if he moves, this girl will definitely not spare him. Lindong. 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 Sooner or later, this girl will trample you under her feet. Wang Rulong was originally just venting her anger, but as her words fell, the attributes on her body suddenly skyrocketed madly. And Lindong, who was originally flying to search for the mineral vein, violently sank. 127. I've realized it. That's how this equipment works. Wang Rulong looked at his skyrocketing attributes suspiciously, and the whole thing was a bit incomprehensible. Oh my god, how did my blood bar reach 80,000 and my attack reached over 90,000? What the hell is going on? She even swung her shadow dagger and realized that her attack speed was all several times faster than before, and at this attack speed, she could even attack more than 8 times a second. This huge boost made her a bit uncomfortable for a while. It wasn't until half a minute later that the attributes dropped completely and returned to normal. Wang Rulong glanced at the word skill of Bloodlocked armor and fell into deep thought. Lindong, who was 100 miles away, encountered a different situation. Lindong was all confused at this moment. He felt that his attributes had suddenly dropped by a large margin, even his flying speed was much slower than before. Strange, could it be that there's some strange forbidden system inside this Flame Kingdom copy? Lindong suspiciously stopped his body and landed in the area that had suddenly lost its attributes, examining it in detail. Name, Lindong. Occupation, Forger. Rank, 64. Life, 151,200 216,000. Attack, 161,230,000. Defense, 66,595,000. Magic defense, 66,595,000. Magic resistance, 22,535,000. Attack speed, 1,050% 1,500%. Movement speed, 350-500. Dodge, 140-200. Almost all of the attributes were reduced by about 30%. It was the first time he had encountered something so strange. What the hell is going on here? For no reason at all, how could the attributes suddenly decrease so much? Is there some kind of attribute lowering spell formation in this area? Lin Dong carefully explored the surrounding area, but after searching for half a day he found nothing. Just as he was puzzled, his attributes suddenly returned to full again. Rub? The hell? Lin Dong once again carefully checked the attributes on his body and found that there was nothing abnormal. He assumed that it was the area that caused the lowering of his attributes, and after flying back and forth around the area countless times, his attributes didn't change again. This unexpected situation caused Lin Dong to be somewhat baffled, and in the end, he even felt that it was a hallucination caused by his recent overwork. For the next few days, this did not occur again, so Lin Dong also put this matter behind him. He led these people from the War God Academy to dig up veins of flame crystals everywhere, almost turning over all the copies of the Flame Kingdom, and they swept away any veins they could find. A vein of flame crystals could produce at least tens of millions of flame crystals. This flame crystals can directly increase one's experience, and there are no side effects. The only drawback is that each person can use up to 1,000 pieces per day. There is also a big difference in the amount of experience increased by different qualities of flame crystals. Inferior flame crystals could increase experience value by around 10,000 per piece. Medium flame crystals can increase experience value by around 20,000 per piece. Top quality flame crystals could increase experience value by around 50,000 per piece. Extremely high quality flame crystals could increase experience value by around 100,000 per piece. Using this thing to increase experience could be much faster than brushing monsters, and this was the reason why Lin Dong and the others were working tirelessly to find the flame crystal vein. If one found an extreme flame crystal vein, one could increase their experience value by at least 100 million per day. Coupled with the increasing effect of the experience potion, that would be a billion or so experience bonus per day. This was too important for Lin Dong and the others who were madly lacking in experience value. In the past few days, Lin Dong and his team had found 3 large extremely fine mining veins, and a conservative estimate was that there were more than 1 billion extremely fine flame crystals that he had put into his storage ring. Their team only consumed 10,000 extreme flame crystals in a day, and these extreme flame crystals were conservatively estimated to be enough for them to use for thousands of years. A human's lifespan was only about 100 years, and with these extra flame crystals, they could turn around and take them to enhance the strength of the Chinese army. This was another reason why Lin Dong had collected the veins of fiery flame crystals. Of course, Lin Dong and the others didn't just collect the very best flame crystals, and they didn't let go of any of those upper-class, medium and lower-class veins. This made Wang Rulong and the others, who also wanted to search for the flame crystals, feel incredibly strange. Wang Rulong held the map of the Flame Kingdom in his hand and looked up and down a huge pit on the ground suspiciously. It doesn't make sense. The map clearly states that there are flame crystal veins here. Why is there only a pit here now? A member of the Hunters Guild, who seemed to have discovered something, dug on the ground for a while and found an inferior flame crystalline edge, which he excitedly held up. "Captain, look, there's a piece of inferior flame crystal dross here, indicating that a flame crystal vein did exist here originally. Our map standard is not wrong." Wang Rulong looked at the team member holding the flame crystallized scum and really hated it. "Idiot, what's the point of having a map standard that's not wrong? Now the vein is gone. Who on earth possesses such a great ability to move an ore vein?" Countless of their predecessors in the Hunters Guild had come in and just brought out thousands of flame crystals to help them grow and upgrade, indicating that flame crystals were extremely difficult to mine. Trying to dig away a vein of ore, this kind of ability, was just too heaven-defying. Who, exactly, did this? And how? What she didn't know was that Lin Dong had specially forged several giant mining machines in order to collect the veins conveniently, otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to dig so cleanly. Just as she was wondering, a flock of fiery crows suddenly appeared at the edge of the pit. This vein of mines was the habitat of their flame crow colony. But for all the effort they put into going out and looking for food, their homes have been stolen, so this flock of flaming crows, incredibly angry, are going around looking for the people who destroyed their homes. As for Wang Rulong and the others, they were recognized as the culprits by this group of flaming crows. The leader of this group of fiery crows was a crow king that had undergone a secondary mutation, with a level as high as 51. At this moment, it led this group of flaming crows and angrily surrounded Wang Rulong and the others. "Damned humans, stealing our flame crystal veins, hurry up and hand them over to us, or else I'll suck your blood dry. Meat to eat. Bones will be hung in the mine pit and exposed to the sun." Wang Rulong was pleasantly unafraid after seeing the Flame Crow King. She wanted to try out how effective Lin Dong's newly forged equipment was. So she stepped in front of the group and turned to the Flaming Raven King, gesturing the shadow dagger in her hand. "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. We didn't steal your vein. but if you want to find an excuse to start a war with us, I will definitely make you head and shoulders. Humans, truly rampant, I will destroy you on behalf of the sun. The Flame Crow King was furious. It felt insulted by being provoked by a human's majesty. It then unfolded both of its holdings and raised a small sun in its body, blazing brightly. After being irradiated by this beam of light, Wang Rulong felt that his blood bar was dropping rapidly, almost 0.5% every second. Awesome, it's actually a percentage blood deduction skill. Wang Rulong's heart flinched, intending to fight a quick battle. This kind of high-grade mutated magical beast, if it was a protracted battle, she would definitely not be a match. That was why Wang Rulong planned to use the belief-drawing word of the armor of bloodlocking to boost the attributes of his circumference. The other day, even when I called out Lin Dong's name, it boosted so much. If I called out our mentor Yuhi's name, wouldn't my attributes grow even more? Wang Rulong calculated in his mind, so he shouted out the name of his mentor Yuhi 3 times. A moment later, the attributes on her body changed strongly. But after the various attributes stopped growing, Wang Rulong frowned. In addition to the blood and attack up a little more, attack speed, dodge, defense and other attributes, simply miserable. Wang Rulong was incredulous at the surprise. It shouldn't be. How come the attribute growth is a full 2 times lower than that day? Could it be that my war god level mentor Yuhi's attributes aren't as high as Lin Dong's? This made Wang Rulong thoroughly confused. She didn't know that the rank of Lin Dong she saw was after being hidden. Lin Dong and these people from the War God Academy, each of them carried a concealment necklace that could shield them from the prying eyes of others, and the battle power they displayed to the outside world was only that of an ordinary gold level. This was also the reason why Wang Rulong had always dared to call Lin Dong's bluff. If she had known that Lin Dong's level was already as high as level 65, she definitely wouldn't have galloped wildly all the way to the edge of death. However, the strong contrast between these two uses of the conviction-drawing attribute still caused Wang Rulong to have some doubts about Lin Dong's true battle power. She decided to wait for the one-swing cooldown time to arrive and then try calling out Lin Dong's name. After all, now that the attributes hadn't grown much, it was more or less a struggle against the Flame Crow King. So she utilized the Shadow Dagger's concealment word and stayed invisible to tangle with the Flame Raven King. The Flame Crow King had no way to break Wang Rulong's stealth, so one person and one crow fought a stalemate for a long time. 10 minutes later, after the cooldown of the faith-drawing phrase had arrived, Wang Rulong took a deep breath, intending to try that damn name. Lin Dong. Lin Dong. Lin Dong. As these 3 cries ended, Wang Rulong suddenly felt his body undergo a huge change, and all of his attribute bars began to surge violently. The blood bar grew to 100,000 plus, the attack grew to 90,000 plus, and the attack speed, dodge, and defense all reached an incomparably exaggerated level. This kind of growth made Wang Rulong feel that at this time, her battle power even surpassed that of an average battle god. I've realized, this equipment turns out to play like this. Her eyes flashed as she slashed a dagger towards the neck of the Flame Raven King. It's now, end the fight. 128. This strange disease is appearing more and more often these days. Wang Rulong's strength instantly increased, and his confidence exploded. Right now, she could output 7 or 8 hits per second, and even if she didn't trigger the throat seal phrase, she could still put out nearly 700,000 output. Within 30 seconds, her total output had been as high as 20 million points, directly hammering the Flaming Raven King in front of her. At this moment, Wang Rulong was like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, full of wildness. The members of the Hunters and Killers Union were once again shocked as they looked at Wang Rulong, who displayed an invincible stance. The captain couldn't really have acted so weak in the past in order to train us in combat, right? Why do you think that lately the captain often kills high-level magical beasts by surprise? I'm afraid that the captain's original strength only is unfathomable. I feel that even the mentor Yuhi doesn't seem to be more powerful than the captain. I don't think so. From what I've observed, the captain is probably possessed. Every time she calls out Lin Dong's name, her battle power explodes. This Lin Dong might have become the captain's heart demon. These team members were talking and analyzing the reason why Wang Rulong suddenly became stronger. Only Wang Rulong himself knew what was going on. Her battle power was borrowed from Lin Zhua. But was it already that ridiculously strong after only borrowing 30% of his attributes from Lin Dong? Then how exaggerated was Lin Dong's true attributes? Wang Rulong brought up the corpse of the Flame Crow King and was a bit confused for a moment. She had always treated Lin Dong as an enemy, but now she suddenly realized that this enemy seemed to be dozens of times more powerful than her, so how could she go after him? A moment later, though, her eyes became clear once more. I can borrow Lin Dong's attributes to kill him. His battle power can become a part of me, and I'll use it to kill monsters in an effort to grow. and with this and that, I may not be unable to surpass him. The corners of Wang Rulong's mouth showed a hint of a smile, and she felt that she was just too smart. Lin Dong was playing the forge to understand, but she was playing Lin Dong to understand. Her intelligence was simply unrivaled. On the other hand, Lin Dong, who was 300 miles away, directing Xue Hong and the others to dig for minerals, was not so happy. He had, just now, experienced another drop in attributes, a feeling that came inexplicably, as if he had been hollowed out. But after half a minute, it was back to normal. In fact, just as depressed as Lin Dong, there was also Yuhi, the mentor of the Hunters and Killers Guild. He was originally exchanging martial arts with a female war god from another academy inside his tent, but he didn't expect a sudden drastic drop in his attributes, making him almost think that the other party was trying to harm him, and he ended up being sketchy. But that state only lasted for 30 seconds before his attributes returned to normal, and he didn't understand what was going on, and after thinking for half a day, he couldn't find a reasonable explanation, and thought that it was a drop in attributes caused by a sudden heart attack. Yui's side was a little better, as he had experienced this anomaly in his life. But Lin Dong was not so comfortable. Within the next 2 or 3 days, he experienced several more sudden drops in his attributes, which made him a little uneasy in his heart. Although his current attributes were already much higher than Xiao Deshuai's, but when fighting, if his attributes suddenly dropped, it would be an extremely affecting thing to fight, and he had to figure out what had happened in his body. When Su Runan saw that Lin Dong was worried and had been thinking hard, she couldn't help but stop digging and came over to check. Lin Dong, lately I've often seen you look bad. Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Are you sick? Lin Dong shook his head and told Su Runan the original story about the drop in attributes. Su Runan cocked her head, also feeling a bit odd. You mean this strange disease, which only started a few days ago and is becoming more frequent? Lin Dong nodded. He couldn't figure it out even if he cracked his head over this matter. Su Runan thoughtfully rested her chin, and after a long time suddenly asked. Lin Dong, remember carefully, before you experienced a drop in your attributes, did you do anything different from usual? Perhaps this is the key to unlocking the problem. Something different than usual? Lin Dong instantly fell into reminiscence, recollecting every single thing he had done after entering the flame battlefield. Suddenly, he froze on the spot as if he had been hit by something. Could it be that there was something odd about the piece of equipment he had forged for Wang Rulong? It seemed like right from the time he forged that piece of equipment for Wang Rulong, his attributes often appeared abnormal. No, I'm going over there to see what Rulan Wang is doing. After Lin Dong figured out this trick, he immediately wanted to figure out if that was the case, and he immediately spread his wind and thunder wings and started to go searching for Wang Rulong's traces. Su Runan looked at Lin Dong, who flew away violently and stomped her foot with a beep. Stinky Lin Dong, why don't you bring someone else along? Lin Dong quickly found Wang Rulong's trail, and the other party was battling a desert fire scorpion king. Oh, touch it and see. He hadn't even waited to land when his attributes suddenly took another dip. This is the 4th time, in one day, that it has appeared. On the other hand, Wang Rulong, who was on the ground, put on a great display of power, dryly decapitating a second mutated desert fire scorpion king. Lin Dong simply did not believe that Wang Rulong had this kind of battle power. Not to mention that Wang Rulong was only level 39 right now. Even if he was level 49, it would be impossible for him to behead a level 55 secondary mutant desert fire scorpion king so easily. Looking at the outrageous attributes on Wang Rulong's body again, Lin Dong already had a rough judgment in his heart. There is only one truth. That was that there was something wrong with the blood-locked armor he had forged that day. In order to verify the truth of the matter, Lin Dong moved closer and began to observe the attributes of the armor of Bloodlock. Equipment, bloodstained armor. Life, plus 22,000. Defense, plus 15,000. Magic defense, plus 15,000. Bloodlock, when the user's blood level falls below 20%, the armor of Bloodlock will enter the Bloodlock state, and any attack suffered will no longer produce damage, duration 30 seconds, cooldown 600 seconds. Faith Drawing, active skill, user only needs to shout the name of the worshipper 3 times, 30% of the worshipper's attributes will come to the user, duration 30 seconds, cooldown 600 seconds. At this glance, Lin Dong's nose was almost askew. This? There are still beliefs drawn from words so unreasonable? But doesn't it say above this word explanation that it only works if you shout the name of the person you worship? When did I become Wang Rulong's worshipper? No matter what, I have to take this equipment back before I can do so, otherwise it's just too unfavorable for me. Using 30% of my attributes is just too much. And at this time, Wang Rulong also saw Lin Dong. She was a thief and looked in another direction, pretending that she could not see Lin Dong. After all, right now she was not a match for Lin Dong. If Lin Dong forcefully retracted the armor of Bloodlock, her loss would be too great, and she would never allow such a thing to happen. But what she feared came to pass, as Lin Dong had already arrived in front of her with great strides, calling out her name. Wang Rulong. However, Lin Dong only shouted out her name, and before his words could continue, the system beep appeared once again. Ding, detecting Wang Rulong using the host's attributes 11 times, the host receives a feedback reward for attributes being used, enchanting value plus 550 points. Attention, attributes being used feedback rewards, need the host to come within 50 meters of Wang Rulong before being detected and issued. What? Just a 550 point increase in enchantment value for no reason? In that case, letting Wang Rulong use the attributes for a bit doesn't seem to be a bad thing. At least if she used it once, Lin Dong would be able to increase his enchantment value by 50 points. The only drawback is that it can only come within 50 meters of Wang Rulong before it detects and feeds back the reward. Now Lin Dong had the feeling that the system was doing it on purpose. But he couldn't be angry. After all, this enchantment value was a real aroma. With these enchantment values, he could have upgraded all his equipment to legendary quality. So Lin Dong once again performed a 1-second face change, turning from angry to amiable. Lin's hand was pointing at Wang Rulong's nose, then carefully retracted it. Wang Rulong had just been startled by Lin Dong, and thought that Lin Dong had come to raise an offense. She shielded her hands in front of her chest, protecting the blood-locking armor to death, and took a few steps back to pull away from Lin Dong. Lin Dong, what are you doing here? Do you want to affect our team training again? Lin Dong smiled sarcastically. The words he had originally prepared could no longer be uttered now, so he could only use a smile to cover up his embarrassment. That? Ha, I happened to be passing by and came to catch up with you. Ghosts like to catch up with you. Hurry up and go back from wherever you came from. You are not welcome in our Hunters Guild. Wang Rulong directly issued an eviction order. She was now shocked and scared to see Lin Dong, always worrying that Lin Dong was here to rob her of her armor of locked blood. However, she did not expect that Lin Dong was now very happy to let her use this armor. After all, Lin Dong's attributes were exaggerated enough that even a 30% drop would be enough to crush all monsters below the legendary rank level 80. But Wang Rulong didn't know about these things. She even reached out her hand, ready to shove Lin Dong a little harder, telling Lin Dong to hurry up and leave. But the moment she reached out, an ominous feeling spread through her body again, and it was too late for her to take her hand back. This was because the happy Bigby pocket inside Lin Dong's ring had automatically popped out. As Wang Rulong turned to run, his body was violently struck and flew out like a cannonball. Lin Dong, I'm not done with you. Cool. Lin Dong blinked as he stared blankly at the happy big BB doodle. Why did this guy come out on his own? Ding, the absolute first strike phrase is in effect. Hit the target. Ding, the enchantment bonus word is in effect, awarding 1 point of enchantment value. Ding, the word awesome comes into effect, and the target yells awesome. As the system beep sounded, Lin Dong came to a sudden realization. A mosquito's leg is also meat. Even though 10 points of enchantment value isn't much, it can't be wasted. Wang Rulong, Wang Rulong, let's call this interest for you using my attributes. After saying that, Lin Dong made a vertical leap, lifted the happy Bigby doodle, and flew towards Wang Rulong. 129 grievance life detention effect? Wang Rulong against all odds. Lin Dong chased after Wang Rulong to brush up on his attachment value, a scene that would not look so good to others. The members of the Hunters and Killers Guild couldn't help but cover their eyes with their hands, leaving just a finger gap to watch. AI, the captain has been violently refreshed by Lin Dong again. This pleasure bang after bang is too poignant. Why do I feel that our captain is really having an affair with Lin Dong? Lin Dong flies out every time he rides the captain. Shoo, keep your voices down. The captain said that she would kick anyone out of the team who booed her and Lin Dong on the dark side. These team members, remembering Wang Rulong's order, were instantly silenced and shut their mouths, but their eyes still followed Lin Dong and Wang Rulong's silhouettes. After Lin Dong swiped 10 points of enchantment value, he contentedly put away his happy Bigby pocket and stood up from Wang Rulong. Not bad, not bad, another 10 points of enchantment value in hand. Recently this enchantment value has already exceeded 1000 points, I have to thank Wang Rulong for that. Seeing that Lin Dong gave her a slap and tried to leave easily, Wang Rulong instantly sat up from the ground with a face full of shame and anger and glared at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, every time you humiliate me like this, what exactly are your intentions? If you don't make amends to me today, I, Wang Linglong, will die with you no matter what I say. Wang Linglong? Aren't you called Wang Rulong? Lin Dong curiously swept a glance at Wang Rulong. To be honest, he felt that Wang Linglong was the only name that looked like a girl's name. Wang Rulong, well, it really wasn't suitable for a girl to use. Wang Rulong, on the other hand, suddenly covered his mouth, having just accidentally blurted out his real name in anger. But the anger on her face didn't dissipate by half. Lin Dong always humiliated her like this with the happy big BB tout. She was really pissed off. How could anyone keep humiliating others like this? Don't other girls want to lose face? Lin Dong, today you must make suitable compensation, or else I will fight to the death and not let you leave here. Listening to Wang Rulong's vicious words, Lin Dong suddenly felt a familiar formula, a familiar flavor. It seems that a few days ago, there was a scene like this. Is it hard to be blackmailed by this guy? Isn't this becoming Wang Rulong's long-term meal ticket? Lin Dong touched his nose, feeling that he had already gotten on board, so he patiently asked. How do you want me to compensate you? Do you want me to give you CPR again? Bah, beautiful thought, you must at least forge another equipment for this girl, otherwise, don't think this girl will forgive you. Wang Rulong set out his purpose, a pair of eyes dripping around looking at Lin Dong. Where could he still see anger? It was clearly full of anticipation. She was now incomparably recognizing Lin Dong's forging ability. After all, it was an equipment that possessed a word skill. The increase in battle power was too obvious. Of course, more of this stuff was better. And Lin Dong had long been clear about Wang Rulong's calculations. He had just been waiting for the system to release a temporary mission. But he waited for half a day and the system didn't fart, so he stopped looking forward to this unreliable system and planned to walk away. Seeing that Lin Dong was about to leave, Wang Rulong became anxious at that moment. Lin Dong, are you leaving without giving a reasonable compensation? Do you really think that I, Wang Rulong, am so easy to bully? Don't forget that I can now use 30% of your attributes, and in a real fight to the death, I am also able to inflict great damage on you. In the face of Wang Rulong's threat, Lin Dong still had a paralyzed expression and did not want to say a word. The system didn't have a temporary mission, and he didn't want to stay a second longer. If you can catch up with my wind and thunder twin wings, then talk to me about conditions. With that, Lin Dong wanted to directly unfold his wind and thunder twin wings and fly away. However, Lin Dong even opened his wind and thunder twin wings and carefully put them away again. Because of the system's temporary mission, it's here again. Ding, the system has released a temporary task, asking the host to utilize the corpse of the Flame Crow King for Wang Rulong to forge the flame wings for Wang Rulong. The forging book has been released to the system space. Forging reward, experience, plus 100,000, proficiency, plus 10, enchanting value, plus 100. This time, Lin Dong really couldn't hold back a bit, and he questioned the system in his mind. System, you're doing this on purpose, right? Several times now, you've stuck me in the rhythm. Are you having some thoughts about Wang Rulong? The system's cold, mechanical voice resounded through Lin Dong's mind. This system has detected that between the host and Wang Rulong, there exists a grievous life bond effect, which will trigger a temporary mission under specific conditions. Grievance life detention effect? Lin Dong's heart stirred. No wonder Wang Rulong would keep triggering the system's temporary tasks, so the reason was here. He had just casually said that Wang Rulong couldn't catch up with his wind and thunder twin wings, and the system left to activate a temporary quest, allowing him to forge a pair of flaming twin wings for Wang Rulong. Because of the existence of the injustice life binding effect, this sentence became the key to triggering the system's temporary quest. Before he and Lin Dong, there existed a twin birth bond, and I'm afraid that it was also considered a kind of bond effect. It seems that this effect, too, has its good and bad points, and one must meet the right person for it to work. And who are the others with whom I possess a bonding effect? Currently, the only ones who have activated the bonding effect with the host are Wang Rulong and Su Runan, and the system will send a prompt to the host when they encounter the bonded object again. Okay. Lin Dong secretly shook his head. It seemed that there was sort of a tug-of-war between Wang Rulong and him. But at least it wasn't a loss to reap the enchantment value from Wang Rulong. And Wang Rulong could get equipment from him. It was a win-win thing. Lin Dong then took out the system forging furnace again and prepared to forge equipment for Wang Rulong. He glanced at Wang Rulong and said indifferently, "Where's the corpse of the Flame Crow King you just put away? Take it and give it to me to use to help you forge a wing." Wang Rulong originally thought that Lin Dong was all set to leave, but he didn't expect that this guy actually stayed back and prepared to forge equipment for him. She'd never seen such a strange person, who swore to do nothing when he was asked to do something, and then turned around when he was about to give up. "Didn't you say I couldn't catch up with your wind and thunder twin wings? Why aren't you leaving now?" Lin Dong stifled a big red face. He couldn't say that it was to earn the system's attachment value. So he thought about it for half a day and made up a lame excuse. I suddenly remembered that you don't have wings, and it's not quite fair for me to use my wind and thunder twin wings for you to chase after, so to be fair, I'll forge you a wing as well, so that you can't catch up with me, and only then will you show how powerful I am. Ha! Wang Rulong was also stunned. It was the first time in her life that she had seen such an odd reason. In order to defeat her, so you want to forge equipment for her? Lin Dong's brain circuits were a bit clear. Even if you're tall and handsome, Lin Dong, you can't speak in such a way that you look down on people. Although he spat in his heart, Wang Rulong didn't really make a sound. After all, Lin Dong wanted to forge equipment for her, and this was something she couldn't wait to do, so she honestly took out the Flame Crow King's corpse and handed it over to Lin Dong for him to forge. While Lin Dong was forging, she was even longing for the way she would soar into the blue sky with her wings. When the flame wings arrive, this girl will also be the one who owns the main battlefield in the sky. To fight the ground demonic beasts, she will have one more means to save her life. Thinking of the happy part, Wang Rulong even snickered out with a cheeky smile. There was no way around it, the feeling of blackmailing Lin Dong was just too good. She was even looking forward to what equipment she would ask Lin Dong to forge the next time she blackmailed him again. Images were coming out inside her mind. The next time I meet Lin Dong, I'll come up and make Lin Dong slap me 10 times. Then I can blackmail Lin Dong into forging equipment again. Compared to a piece of word equipment, 10 slaps is just 10 slaps, not a loss at all. Now I'm even a little bit obsessed with the feeling of being slapped by him, so mighty and domineering to do what he says, not dragging his feet at all. But what if he doesn't slap me next time? Should I take the initiative and let him slap me? I'm so torn. Will I look like I have too little face if I take the initiative? How could Lin Dong know that Wang Rulong had so many chaotic thoughts in his head? He was waiting for the forging time in boredom. This system normally forged equipment with extremely expensive materials in order to forge equipment with high attributes and good words. But when it came to Wang Rulong, even if he threw some trash in, extremely exaggerated attributes and phrases could appear. In response, Lin Dong was already powerless to spit. He could only marvel at the power of the binding effect of this ingrate's life. 3 minutes later, the equipment was successfully forged. This time, Lin Dong cupped the freshly baked flame twin wings in his hands and looked at them for a long time, fearing that there would be any more unfavorable attributes for him. Only after making sure there were no problems did he hand it over to Wang Rulong with full caution. Put your wings on, now don't count me as bullying you, and don't blame me if you can't catch up with my wind and thunder twin wings again. After saying that, Lin Dong unfolded his wind and thunder wings and flew away. Wang Rulong, on the other hand, looked at Lin Dong's back and skimmed his lips, tilting his chin. Oomph, cutie. I'm not going to chase you, there's nothing to be gained by doing so. When she finished speaking, she took the flame twin wings in her hand, and her eyes were sparkling. Great stuff, wow. Simply awesome. Equipment, flaming wings. Life, plus 13,000. Attack, plus 8,000. Defense, plus 11,000. Magic defense, plus 11,000. Move speed, plus 100%. Blazing Sun Flare, active skill, upon release, within a radius of 100 meters, the target enemy continuously reduces blood by 300 points per second for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Split Shadow Stab, active skill, creates an illusionary doppelganger that is in a stealthy state when not attacking, replicates 100% of the main body's attack, 30% of its defense, and all word skills for 10 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. 130, a professional corpse picker, Lin Yang feels he's done it again. Wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth, Wang Rulong had already conjured up a scene of her making a big kill. This split shadow stabbing phrase was like a god's skill to her. If one ambushes such a doppelganger on the path of the target enemy's advance, and suddenly gives the opponent such a blow when the fight is hard to break up, it will definitely have a surprise effect. Moreover, when encountering danger, one could also use the doppelganger to attract the attention of the target enemy, and the application scenarios were simply endless. With this equipment, this girl's battle power, it's a step up. If I use the faith drawing phrase after using the split shadow stab, will the split body also have Lin Dong's 30% increase in attributes? So excited, I can't help but want to try it out. Wang Rulong rubbed her hands together and began her experiment. On the other hand, Lin Dong, who was rushing back to the extreme flame crystal vein, cursed in mid-air. Because his attributes, once again, had been borrowed by 30%, slowing down his flight speed by quite a bit. Even from a distance, Lin Dong's roar could be heard. Wang Rulong. Just use it, I have to find you in a few days to collect a wave of interest. What Lin Dong didn't notice was that on the ground that he had swept past so rapidly, there was a figure that was wiping away sweat. This person was none other than Lin Yang, who had swiped from a low-level copy to level 30. He had also found the beacon for the opening of the hidden copy and was prepared to come to the Flame Kingdom to try his luck. However, this Flame Kingdom was very hot, and the surface temperature was upwards of 70 degrees, which was not at all something that he, who was covered in silver equipment, could withstand. After he finished the last bottle of water in his storage ring, he lay down on the ground wearing a large mouthful of rough air. It's hot. This Flame Kingdom is simply not a place for people to stay. The magical beasts have been swept away, and the flame crystals have been dug up, and after coming in for the most part of the day, it's simply nothing. The area he was currently walking through was precisely the territory of the Desert Fire Scorpion. At the moment, the Desert Fire Scorpions had already been cleared out by the Hunters Guild, so Lin Yang hadn't encountered any danger. He stood up and was about to continue to take his chances when he realized that there was a corpse on the ground, and he didn't know which unlucky person had left it behind. I guess it's some genius who entered the land of the remnant in the past, dying in this place. What a loser. Humph, you still want to get in my way when you're dead. Let's see if I don't kick you out of the way. With that said, Lin Yang raised his foot in disgust, ready to kick this corpse out. But I don't know what happened to this corpse. After he kicked out, the corpse was shaken and its joints actually moved, stretching out a big handful of bones, coincidentally grabbing Lin Yang's ankle. Mama yeah, swindler, scared the hell out of daddy. Lin Yang flung the skeleton as hard as he could, but he didn't notice that the desert ground around him was taking the shape of a funnel, slowly circling down towards where he was standing. It was only as the sand flowed faster and faster that Lin Yang felt something was wrong. Bad, I'm not going to get sucked in by the hourglass. It's all because of this damn skeleton, this unlucky bastard. He had to pit me against me even after he died. I was really killed by him. With the rapid flow of this vortex, both Lin Yang and this skeleton were sucked into an underground cavern. And the surface of the desert was gradually filled with sand, not a trace of it could be seen. Inside the cave, it was incredibly dark, and you could even hear the chirping of strange bugs and the sound of gurgling water. Lin Yang was incomparably scared and took out his flashlight, trying to see what this place was. It's a living cave with a meandering stream and a four-way cave entrance. But the skeleton still had a death grip on his ankle and wouldn't let go, causing him to angrily kick it again a few times, only to have his ankle hurt from something hard. There's equipment on this skeleton? Lin Yang squatted down to take a closer look and found that the white bony hand that was gripping him actually had a large storage ring. His eyes lit up. This young man's luck is that good. This is already the third storage ring I've picked up in the land of the Forsaken again. This picking up corpses is also a good thing, letting this young man become rich and grow rapidly. I just don't know what good things are inside this ring. He roughly chopped off the skeleton's arm, took the ring off the other's finger bone, broke the prohibition on it, and carefully examined the treasure inside the other's ring. Wow, Harry, A dozen sets of gold-grade spare equipment, a large amount of blood-restoring pills and blue-restoring pills, and a large amount of magical beast pelts and materials. What's this? Extreme flame crystals? Superior flame crystals? Medium flame crystals? Lower grade flame crystals? This good thing that could directly increase his experience made Lin Yang's breath catch. After his inventory, there were 5,000 pieces of extreme flame crystals, 10,000 pieces of superior flame crystals, 50,000 pieces of medium flame crystals, and a full 100,000 pieces of inferior flame crystals. It was also unknown how much effort the original owner of this ring had wasted in collecting these flame crystals. But now all these goodies were cheaper for him, Lin Yang. If he ate all these flame crystals, he would gain at least 3 billion experience, enough for him to level up to 50 without any obstacles. Only the flame crystals could only be used for 1,000 pieces per day, and with these flame crystals, he would have to eat for more than half a year before he could consume them. But even that was already overpowering. Sure enough, I'm the one chosen by the heavens to be burdened with great fortune, casually encountering some obstacles and gaining great opportunities, After I take these flame crystals, I'm bound to become the strongest existence in the land of the Forsaken. Thinking about this, Lin Yang's eyes became eerie and dangerous. At that time, Chui Wuxia, Lin Dong, you two dog-like things, I'll have to make you kneel on the ground and sing conquests. As he said that, he devoured the extreme flame crystals in one big gulp, and as 1,000 flame crystals were absorbed by him, 100 million experience value instantly caused his experience bar to skyrocket. From level 30.5, it went straight to level 35. Although he had only passed the level 35 experience bar by a little bit, it had already made Lin Yang feel stronger than ever. Lin Yang, who had gained such a great promotion, had also set a grand goal for himself. Others brush the monsters and I pick up the corpses, let them fight the danger, I'll just follow them and pick up the corpses, inside the rings inside these corpses, there are quite a lot of good things. Wow. If I keep picking up like this, by the end of the Left Behind copy, I might be able to become a great warrior covered in luxurious equipment. Thinking about the great achievements in the future, Lin Yang couldn't help but even laugh out loud. Let me take a look below, there are no corpses present in this cavern, I need to take a good look before I can do so. Lin Yang walked along the winding cavern and kept walking towards the underground. It was strange to say that this flame kingdom was filled with lava and flames everywhere, except for this cave, which was filled with the sound of water and even filled with a refreshing breath. Along the way, Lin Yang kept paying attention to the various corpses, thinking if he could find some items left behind by others. But to his disappointment, he found nothing of value until he reached the end of the cave. Just as Lin Yang wanted to leave, some rustling movements suddenly appeared, giving him some chills. He couldn't help but turn around and grab his flashlight, shining it toward the source of the sound. This illumination immediately scared him into taking a few steps back. Only a thick and incomparable biplane devilfish was looking at him powerlessly with cloudy eyes. This is a level 70 sky-level Lord magical beast, its body is still filled with all kinds of huge wounds, I don't know how long it has been trapped here, it is already dying. Even so, the aura emanating from this two-winged devilfish was palpitating. This cave, which was transformed by the two-winged devilfish. In order to maintain the cavern against the heat of the Flame Kingdom, the twin-winged demon fish had given all of his strength, and now the blood bar only had a pitiful few hundred points left. With this amount of blood, even if Lin Yang jumped up and slapped it, it could kill him directly. However, Lin Yang didn't dare to do it easily because he knew that the remaining power of this twin-winged demon fish could still crush him to death. This was a risk he did not feel like attempting. The twin-winged demon fish was also lingering on, its power was used to maintain the existence of the cave, and it couldn't spare a hand to deal with Lin Yang. So one person and one fish were just spending time with their eyes wide open, and no one dared to make a move. It was just a pity that the cavern was too consuming the power of the twin-winged demon fish, and the high temperatures of the Flame Kingdom outside had been invading the cavern in an attempt to destroy the area that was affecting the copy laws. So the blood of the twin-winged demon fish was draining away bit by bit. At this rate, even if Lin Yang didn't make a move, it wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 2 hours. And naturally, Lin Yang also discovered this problem. He had plenty of patience, so he found a place and sat down to patiently wait for the twin-winged demon fish to die. After all, sky-level magical beasts are full of treasures. I, Lin Yang, am truly the chosen one. Such a great opportunity has been encountered by me. Just ask me, who can have a complete corpse of a sky-level magical beast when they're in their 30s? I, Lin Yang, will be able to have it soon. As time passed, the twin-winged demon fish eventually closed its dim eyes and was completely killed by the heat of the Flame Kingdom. With its death, the temperature of the cave was rising rapidly, and it looked like it was about to be assimilated by the Flame Kingdom. Lin Yang just ran over busily, intending to pick up the corpse of the twin-winged demon fish and sell it for a good price when he went out. But as he gathered up the corpse, a piece of equipment that emitted a golden light fell violently to the ground. It actually exploded equipment? Holy crap. It's still word equipment. I told you that I, Lin Yang, am the one who was favored by the heavens, now no one can mess with me, I'm going to be invincible. Lin Yang reached out and picked up the equipment, his voice even trembling a little with excitement. Lyric gear, the rarest thing this time of year. With this equipment, what Lin Dong, what Chui Wufei, were only worthy of licking his shoes. 131 It shouldn't be, just after leaving the mountain, I was educated by Lin Dong. It's an armband called the Pisces armband. Equipment, 2 fish armband gold level. Life, plus 1,200. Attack, plus 3,000. Defense, plus 3,600. The more waves the stronger. Active skills, after the release of the release, to create waves of big waves around themselves, so that their own attributes increased by 1%, waves a total of 10 waves, a wave of waves then a wave of big, each time you can increase their own 10% of the overall attributes, up to 100% enhancement, the duration of 5 seconds, the cooldown time of 24 hours. The effect of this increase in the attack of the first 10,000 points when the effect is effective, higher than 10,000 points, the effect of the weakening of the attributes of the most increase by 20%. Lin Yang, who had gotten this equipment, was simply ecstatic. The more waves, the stronger it gets. Increasing your own attributes by 100% when attacking below 10,000 points, this kind of phrase is just too unbelievable. Lin Yang's current total attack was only 6,300 points, and even with this double fish armband, it was only 9,300 points. But after releasing the more waves, more strength phrase, the attack could be directly raised to 18,000 points. It was simply a direct ascension. This was the level of an ordinary war god's attack. Although the casting time is only 5 seconds, the attack that is like a god of war can definitely be invincible in the same generation and kill everything in seconds. Even if it's a 5-second true man, it should be enough to deal with Lin Dong and the others. No, I can't bear it anymore now. I'm going to immediately find Lin Dong and Cui Wuxia and the others, and properly educate them on what it means to be a human being. Lin Yang had never seen such powerful equipment before, and he was already bloated and didn't know what he belonged to. So he left the cave in a hurry, searching for the whereabouts of Lin Dong and the others. As soon as he stepped out of the cavern, he encountered a fallen fire-breathing beast. This fire-breathing beast was a small karami that had escaped from the Hunters Guild's encirclement. At this time, it was seriously injured, its blood level was already less than 200,000 points, and it was fleeing in a hurry. Lin Yang had gotten new equipment and was looking to show off his skills. He went up to stop the fire-breathing beast as a vicious battle. Although his body was hung with colors, being able to personally kill a magical beast of the same rank also gave him a sense of pride in defying the world's herd. These people of theirs, they all gather the strength of a team to hunt down fallen magical beasts. Whereas I am able to single-handedly challenge a same-ranked magical beast by myself. At this moment, I'm already the strongest of my generation, so powerful that even I feel scared. Slaying a level 35 fire-breathing beast had once again inflated Lin Yang's confidence to the extreme. He was now already fantasizing about the thrill of stepping on Lin Dong with his feet and punching Cui Wuxi. When he was at the top of Kunlun, Lin Dong actually disregarded years of family emotions and stepped in to give him a big BB, which was something he could not accept. Although he had been a little naughty to Lin Dong before, but Lin Dong was the one who was the older brother. How could he be angry with him, his younger brother? Moreover, the things that he had gotten from Lin Dong were all things that he himself had snatched from Lin Dong with his strength, so how could Lin Dong hold a grudge? Such a narrow-minded brother who doesn't care about his family's feelings is really a failure. He, Lin Yang, would educate Lin Dong, this rebellious son, properly on behalf of his father, Lin Songshan. After all, he, Lin Yang, now had this strength, so he had to make Lin Dong completely realize his mistake before he could do so. When Lin Yang thought about this, a sense of responsibility to act for his father and take the heat for himself grew stronger. Just as he was getting ambitious, he suddenly saw the figures of Su Runan and the others. These people, they had already dug a huge vein of extreme flame crystals down to nothing but rocks. TSK, I can't believe that I can meet Nan Nan here. This time I become so powerful that if I appear in front of him, he won't reject my advances. When he was in the first middle school in Jiangcheng, Lin Yang had always been secretly in love with Su Runan, but Su Runan had ignored her and instead favored Lin Dong, which was one of the reasons why Lin Yang had always targeted Lin Dong. Now in meeting his sweetheart, Lin Yang's swollen heart immediately made him do whatever he wanted without any scruples. He arrived in front of Su Runan in large strides, blocking her path. Nan Nan, I'm now the strongest being in the land of the lost, and can provide you with the safest protection, so don't stay with these trash and move with me. Lin Yang's words were incomparably arrogant, and he even looked provocatively at Bai Xingxue Song Tianqiu and the others around Su Runan. As for Bai Xingxue and the others, they were also startled by Lin Dong's words and looked Lin Yang up and down, wanting to see what this strongest existence in the land of the Forsaken was capable of. It turned out to be a big shocker when I took a look at it. A mere level 35 and you dare to be so arrogant? Song Tian lacked a grassroot in his mouth, a bit unable to describe the absurdity. Now facing people and magical beasts below level 60, it simply didn't allow him to raise half of his interest. Bai Xingxue was the same, he was afraid of dirtying his heavenly abyss sword when he fought such a retard. Shui Hong, Bai Ji, and Cui Bingbing, who also had the same expression, were too lazy to teach this outspoken Lin Yang a lesson. And when Lin Yang saw that all these people were standing still, although they looked at him with bad eyes, they didn't dare to make a move against him, his confidence swelled once again. Nan Nan, did you see that? I even called them trash and they didn't dare to make a move against me, so you can imagine how powerful I am now. Come with me so that I can provide you with the strongest protection. But before that, let's go and teach Lin Dong a lesson, so that he knows that he, a trash forger, is nothing in front of true strength. With that, Lin Yang came over to pull Su Runan's hand, wanting to lead her to break into the Flame Kingdom. But Su Runan flicked away in disgust, her eyes filled with loathing. Lin Yang, do you want to listen to what you've said yourself? You called them trash, aren't you afraid that they'll beat you up violently? And also, the word Nan Nan is not something you can call. I hope you'll pay attention to your wording. In Su Runen's heart, Lin Yang was, after all, Lin Dong's younger brother, and although they had severed their relationship, Su Runen still left him a trace of face. If any other boy had dared to call her Nan, she would have beaten the other to a pulp long ago. To put it bluntly, Su Runen was taking care of Lin Dong's face before showing mercy to Lin Yang. But Lin Yang didn't think so. She thought that Su Runen was being reserved and was afraid that people would say that she was greedy and clinging to a strong man. But he, Lin Yang, didn't care about that. If those people dared to say such things, they were jealous of his Lin Yang strength. Nan, I know you're afraid of people chewing on you and saying that you're clinging to the strong, but I, Lin Yang, am so strong just for you to cling to. You don't have to be afraid. Whoever dares to talk nonsense, I'll make sure to let them taste the power of the stronger. The more waves, the stronger the words. Saying that, Lin Yang put the double fish armband, lit it up in front of the crowd, and wore it on his shoulder in a dignified manner. Once this equipment was taken out, Lin Yang became even more godly, as if the world was not in his eyes. Nan, see, this equipment, it's a rare word equipment that was popped out by me after I killed a sky-level magic beast. This kind of powerful equipment, I can guarantee that I'm the only one who has it in the entire land of the Forsaken. That's why following me is the safest. Lyric gear? Su Runen curiously glanced at the two fish armband. Although they had heard of magical beasts popping out word equipment, they had killed monsters for so long and hadn't come across any, they couldn't imagine that Lin Yang would be so lucky as to pop out something like this. As for what Lin Yang said about killing sky-level magical beasts, Su Runen didn't care. Sky-level magical beasts are so vegetable, isn't it random to kill them? They are a bunch of people in the War God Academy, which all have the record of hunting and killing dozens of sky-level magical beasts. But Su Runen just took one look at the double fish armband and lost interest. This equipment, it's too trashy. 10,000 points of attack a bit, increase 100%, 10,000 points of attack above, only increase 20%, and can only do 5 seconds of real men. The cooldown time is actually as high as 24 hours. Garbage, too much garbage. The silver equipment that Lin Dong casually threw away was many times stronger than this. So she said to Lin Yang nonchalantly, "This kind of trash equipment, don't bring it out to embarrass people." But when she said that, she was again misunderstood by Lin Yang. Su Runen must have said this because she's afraid that I'll be missed if I expose my strength. This is a sign of concern for me. It's just that I'm so powerful now, so what's the harm in being targeted? Any plots and tricks, I can break them with my strength. This is a sign of being powerful. That was why his gaze toward Su Runen became a few more points softer. This girl, how nice, though outwardly cold, was actually saying that to protect him. He, Lin Yang, must treat Su Runen well and marry her home before he can do so. Just as Lin Yang was frantically brainstorming, Lin Dong rushed back from afar, collected his wind and thunder wings, and landed on the ground. He naturally saw Lin Yang as well, but he simply ignored it. And then he made arrangements for the crowd. The veins of the Flame Kingdom have all been collected by us, so next, we're going to enter the level 2 hidden copy to collect the burning sky flowing flame. Su Runen and the others nodded their heads. Marching into the tier 2 copies to collect the burning sky flux flame was the ultimate goal of their trip. However, after Lin Yang saw Lin Dong, his entire body exuded a bratty aura. Before Lin Dong could leave with his people, Lin Yang stepped out and heavily stomped on the ground, and his tone became extremely arrogant. "Lin Dong, who are you to order Nan to go with you? She should be with me, the most powerful person in the Forsaken Land. Also, you repeatedly disregarded the family's feelings, insulted your father, and struck out at me. I've long since grown intolerant of you, and I'm bound to teach you a lesson today before I can do anything about it." Lin Dong raised his eyes in surprise and glanced at Lin Yang with an incomparably odd expression. This kid isn't crazy, is he? He wants to challenge him? What's wrong with him? But Lin Yang was already acting like a madman at this point, pointing one finger to the sky and the other to the ground in a domineering gesture. The more waves, the stronger. With Lin Yang's loud shout, trace amounts of seawater surged out of the hot ground, forming a wave that was visible to the naked eye. And Lin Yang was still storing up his strength, waiting for the 10 waves to converge out and execute his heaven-destroying strike. The moment of 5 seconds of true manhood has arrived. Lin Dong, suffer death. The moment the 10 waves ended, Lin Yang had jumped in the air and attacked towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong looked at him with some boredom, as if he was watching a child play house. "Well, I have things to do. I don't have time to play this farce with you here, so go wherever you like." Lin Dong did not even make a move. He simply waved his wind and thunder wings, and Lin Yang was swept out hundreds of meters by a huge wind wave, turning into an unreadable little black dot. And then Lin Dong waved his hand, Chyanara. "Alright, let's go to the second level copy. I've already found the entrance." 132 Breaking into the land of the starfall, forging the cooling artifact Xian Ice. Lin Dong and the others were extremely fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Yang endured the pain in his body and came out from inside the hot gravel with fear, his eyes full of disbelief. How is that possible? I haven't even made a wave yet, how come I've been blown away by a demonic wind? Lin Yang could never figure out why he had become so wretched just now when he was obviously so strong. After thinking for half a day, he came to the conclusion that he had been suppressed by the rules of this copy by casting the more waves the stronger he was in the midst of the fiery kingdom, so it caused a backlash, otherwise it wouldn't make sense at all to explain why he would suddenly be lifted out by a gust of wind. I was careless and forgot about the effects of the copy's rules. Even the sky-level magical beast, the twin-winged demon fish, is suppressed to death by the rules, let alone the fact that I'm only at level 35 now, so of course I can't challenge the rules of this copy. This time, count that brat Lin Dong is lucky. When we get out of this copy, without the suppression of the rules, I'm bound to be able to teach Lin Dong a hard lesson. Since the rules can affect my words, wouldn't I still be able to increase the power of the stronger with waves words if I go to the Red Water Abyss copy? When he thought of this, Lin Yang immediately laughed as if he was enlightened. He decided to go to the Red Water Abyss in advance and wait for the first moment of the copy opening to enter it. In the Red Water Abyss, his words would inevitably be able to be cast at will, and at that time, he would let everyone witness his invincibility. Lin Dong and the others had already collected enough flame crystals, and with the assistance of experience potions, each of them could gain at least 1 billion or so experience per day, so upgrading was not their main task right now. Their priority right now was to quickly gather the various resources in the Forsaken Lands. After all, you can only come in this once in a lifetime, and if you don't bring out as much of the treasure inside as possible, you won't have this opportunity in the future. In the Flame Kingdom, there exists a level 2 copy called Starfall Land, which must be leveled higher than level 50 to be able to enter. This condition is not too easy for all of them at level 66. It was only that the further this level went, the more experience was needed, and the difficulty of upgrading skyrocketed. For example, if they were now level 66 to level 67, they would only need 1 billion experience. The experience up to here, and the experience needed up front, all of which increases a little bit, is kind of reasonable. However, the experience gained after level 67 suddenly increased dramatically. Because level 67 to level 68 requires 2 billion experience. Level 68 to level 69 requires 5 billion experience. Level 69 to level 70 requires 10 billion experience. Just this 3 levels of experience was more than double the total experience of the previous 67 levels, combined. Such an exaggerated span, leaving many heavenly pride, before level 70, difficult to cross. The reason why War God and Warzone could be a watershed for all warriors was because the experience of level 69 to level 70 was a gaping chasm for ordinary people. This also proved, side by side, how great the gold content of a battle exalt was. Even if Lin Dong and the others had the extreme flame crystals in their hands and the assistance of experience potions, which could reach around 1.3 billion experience per day, it would take more than half a month to rise to level 70. Of course, to go a little faster, they could go and brush up on the monsters. But for now, they're going to focus on gathering resources. After all, the monsters do not necessarily have to be brushed inside the Lost Land, but the resources must be collected inside the Lost Land, who is the size of the king they still carry clear. Now that they had entered the Starfall Land, it was for another important strategic material, the Burning Skyflux Flame. The Burning Sky Flowing Flame, like the metallic spirit stones, can increase a weapon's special attributes. For example, a metallic spirit stone could increase the gold damage increase of a weapon, while a burning stream of flames could increase the fire damage increase of a weapon. Many magical beasts, too, had elemental attributes, and weapons with elemental attributes could restrain magical beasts with corresponding elemental attributes. Fire-attributed weapons that can restrain metallic magical beasts. Earth-attribute weapons that can restrain water-attribute magical beasts. A metal weapon that can restrain wood-attribute magical beasts. Wood-attribute weapons that can restrain earth-attribute magical beasts. Water-attribute weapons that can restrain fire-attribute magical beasts. A weapon that also possessed the elemental damage of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth would be able to restrain all types of elemental magical beasts, and would be know how many times more powerful than a simple normal attack. The 5 primary copies of the Forsaken Lands happen to have 5 elemental spirit stones. Jingo Battlefield produces the metallic spirit stone Dark Blood Gold Crystal. Nightmare Forest produces the wood attribute spirit stone Burial Earth Sediment. Red Water Abyss produces the water attribute spirit stone Aquamarine Ice Marrow. The Kingdom of Flames, which produces the fire attribute Spirit Stone Burning Sky Flowing Flame. An underground relic that produces the earth attribute Spirit Stone Force Yellow Mud. Lin Dong's purpose was to take all the 5 elemental spirit stones accumulated in the copies over the years as much as possible, and use these spirit stones to create powerful equipment to arm the troops of Huaxia. Of course, there weren't just these spirit stones in these copies, there were also some other treasures, such as the Sacred Spring of Life, 10,000 years of night pearls, and so on, which he was also going to take away together. After entering the Starfall Land, Lin Dong and the others realized that the temperature of a level 1 copy of the Flame Kingdom was child's play compared to this place. The hottest place for a level 1 copy is 70 or 80 degrees. But in here, it was casually over 200 degrees. The extreme heat caused the air to distort, and one couldn't help but feel like they were being vaporized. Luckily, they were all over level 60 now, and their tolerance for the environment had greatly increased, otherwise, they might have come in and had to hang up. The area of the Starfall Land wasn't that big, just the size of 200 kilometers in a circle. Soon, they found several small burning skyflux flame veins and quickly mined them. Lin Dong's idea was simple: carpet search, advancing kilometer by kilometer, taking away not a single piece of burning sky-flowing flame from the entire Starfall Land. The output of this Starfall Land that had been accumulated for thousands of years was thus mercilessly harvested by Lin Dong. As for the magical beasts guarding the mineral deposits, they had long since been exterminated with their hands. Level 60 magical beasts were simply not enough for them to stuff their teeth. After they advanced 50 kilometers, they finally encountered a large burning skyflux flame vein, conservatively estimated to have billions of burning skyflux flame crystals, and the area of this one mine accounted for 1/10 of the area of the entire Starfall Land. Just as they were happy, they suddenly heard a loud roar. With the appearance of this roar, the temperature around them immediately rose several times, and the temperature instantly reached a terrifying 800 degrees. Even if they were all war gods, they couldn't carry them at all. Baishi, who had a weaker physique, was the first to show symptoms of discomfort. The whole person was sweating profusely, the sweat soaked her clothes, and the clothes stuck to her body, outlining all of her exquisite curves. Within a few moments, she was directly paralyzed, unable to take a single step. This temperature is just too high, I feel like I'm going to die from the fire. This was just the beginning. As Baishi sat paralyzed on the ground, Su Runan also began to lose her stamina, and in the end, she simply lay on Lin Dong's back, unable to walk at all. In fact, the others weren't doing so well either, their blood bars were all dropping rapidly under the heat. Shuehong couldn't help but complain, "What kind of bird is this that's chirping? It's like putting a person on a fire. Fat master, my fat oils are all roasted out." Song Tianjiu skimmed his mouth, his eyes squinted at Shuehong, and his tongue couldn't help but dangle. "Old Shui, you still have fat oil on your body to resist the next. Master Song, my 8-pack abs are almost given to baked out." Bai Xingxue and Zhuge Shifeng were relatively silent and did not speak. Sarahan was scratching his ears there, obviously not feeling well either. Other than Lin Dong, there were only 2 people who were the most calm, and that was Yao Qingnian and Cui Bingbing. Yao Qingnian was a darkness priest and came with recovery abilities, so in this environment, her advantage came to the fore. As for Cui Bingbing, who was a fire mage, the temperature here made her feel incomparably soothed, almost as if she had arrived in paradise, and if it wasn't for the consideration of other people's feelings, she would have moaned out in comfort. Lin Dong knew that going on like this was not a solution, so he immediately asked the crowd to stop and find a way to deal with it. "Qinghu, hurry up and use the blessing technique to restore everyone's status, and I'll find a way to forge a few pieces of equipment to help everyone withstand this terrifying heat." Seeing this, Yao Qingnian nodded and hurriedly cast the blessing technique to help everyone recover their status. Lin Dong, on the other hand, quickly checked the system's forging bookstore, looking for suitable equipment to withstand high temperatures. Cold iron clothes? It can only withstand 500 degrees of heat, no way. Ice plains armor, also no good, it can only withstand up to 700 degrees. Xianbing Jian, it can withstand 2000 degrees of heat? That's it. Xianbing Jian, an accessory worn on the body so that it doesn't conflict with other equipment either, and is more resistant to heat. After Lin Dong bought 10 forging books, he quickly opened the forge. But even if he was fast, a piece of Xianbing Jian, it would still take about 2 minutes. If it wasn't for Yao Qingnian who had been using the blessing technique, I'm afraid that these people wouldn't have been able to carry on. However, their actions seemed to have angered the being that had just issued the roar. In the depths of the burning skyflux flame mining vein, another roar resounded even louder than earlier. And in the depths of the vein, another mass of lava was rapidly trembling, as if there was an overwhelmingly ferocious beast in it that was about to break out of the ground. Along with the appearance of this change, the surrounding temperature once again soared, reaching an appalling 1,300 degrees, a temperature that even Yao Qingyan had begun to be unable to carry. Brother Lin Dong, have you found a way to crack it yet? I'm exhausted and won't be able to carry it anytime soon. Hold on, first outfit, in a minute. When Lin Dong saw this scene, his heart immediately flinched. The ferocious beasts in here hadn't even seen a shadow, and they were on the verge of drying out all of them. It was just too scary. And what Lin Dong was worried about still came. The lava at the bottom of that vein violently splashed, two huge golden yellow wings, from the lava to meet the air, bringing a more violent heat wave. Looking at the figure of this ferocious beast, Lin Dong could not help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. This is Ancient Flood Bloodline's top magical beast, the Dark Golden Divine Phoenix. 133 Brother Lin Dong, can you give me a chance? Race, Dark Golden Divine Phoenix Flood Level. Life, 150 million. Attack, 35,000. Defense, 29,000. Magic Defense, 29,000. Dodge, 100%. Deadly Heat, wherever the Dark Golden God Phoenix goes, the temperature will rise above 1,800 degrees, inflicting a scorching heat on the target enemy and slashing the opponent's defense by 100%. Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens, the Dark Golden Divine Phoenix will create a roiling illusion, dealing 50,000 points of sustained damage to the target enemy for 120 seconds, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Sacred Beast Blood Sacrifice, when the Dark Golden Divine Phoenix encounters a crisis, it will burn its essence blood to perform a blood sacrifice, increasing its attributes by 100% and immune to the negative effects of attribute reduction for 60 seconds with a cooldown time of 600 seconds. Endless Nirvana, after the Dark Golden Phoenix suffers a fatal attack, it will turn into a blazing sun and enter a state of false death. The blazing sun can resist 1 billion points of damage. After 5 minutes the blazing sun will revive and the Dark Golden Phoenix can be resurrected in full state, no cooldown time. It's actually a Dark Gold Divine Phoenix. Reading the message made Lin Dong suck in a mouthful of hot air. Why did you inhale a hot breath? Because the air was now a full 1,500 degrees, and the cold didn't even exist, only the heat. This mouthful of scalding hot air, inhaled into the lungs, all made Lin Dong parched and uncomfortable. The reason why the appearance of the Dark Gold Divine Phoenix had shocked Lin Dong was because of its extraordinary origin. The strength of magical beasts, besides being distinguished by their rank, there was another important distinguishing factor, and that was their bloodline. Generally speaking, the strength of a legendary class magical beast of the same rank could be divided according to several levels of ordinary bloodline, medium bloodline, advanced bloodline, ancient bloodline, flood bloodline, and chaos bloodline. Ordinary, medium, and high bloodline. In fact, the strength distinction was not big, but the strength distinction between the ancient, remote, and flood bloodline could be too big. Without any hesitation, a sky rank level 70-80 magical beast with an ancient bloodline was far more powerful than a legendary rank level 80-90 magical beast with a higher bloodline, possessing the ability to fight over the ranks. The ancient bloodline and flood bloodline were even higher. As for the chaos bloodline, because it was too powerful, it was instead rarely heard of appearing. Unfortunately, this Dark Gold Divine Phoenix that Lin Dong and the others had encountered now was a most honorable flood bloodline demonic beast. At this moment, Lin Dong fiercely remembered the little dragon girl Qingli. Qingli shouldn't be a flood bloodline as well, right? At that time, she hid her aura, so it wasn't obvious. When Lin moved to gaze and observe, the Dark Gold Divine Phoenix had already come from far and near, and in a place 500 meters away from them, it violently protruded a ferocious and dazzling fiery flame, and the terrifying heat wave immediately swooped towards Lin Dong and the others, and the temperature around them once again rose sharply. Not good, the flood bloodline is just too strong. Everyone hurry up and spread out. If you really can't hold on, exit the Starfall land copy immediately. Lin Dong's Xin Bingjian had only forged one out, and there was no way for everyone to use it, so he planned to go up top alone to fight hard. As things stood, they could only stall the Dark Golden Divine Phoenix first, buying time for the team to evacuate. Right at this moment, a hot figure suddenly blocked in front of Lin Dong, with a kind of leaping excitement in her words. Brother Lin Dong, can you give people a chance? I want to spar with this Dark Gold Divine Phoenix. Lin Dong fixed his eyes to see, and found that it was Cui Bingbing who had always acted as his little fangirl, and he didn't know what she was jumping out to do at this critical moment. Bingbing, this is the Dark Gold Divine Phoenix of the Flood bloodline, its strength is incomparably powerful, don't fool around. Brother Lin Dong, I'm not fooling around, I'm serious. Her gaze was filled with determination, her long eyelashes fluttering as she looked at Lin Dong. Brother Lin Dong, please believe me, I won't be in danger. To tell you the truth, after entering the Starfall land, I felt a mysterious power reviving in my body, as if something vital to me was about to appear here. It wasn't until after seeing the Dark Gold Divine Phoenix that I realized that this might be a great opportunity for me. Brother Lin Dong, you forge the Xian Bing Jian at ease, and leave the rest to me. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Dong to stop her, Cui Bingbing waved the raging fire thunder staff in her hand, and with her feet off the ground, she rose up into the sky, facing the huge pillar of fire blatantly. The ferocious pillar of fiery flames instantly completely engulfed Cui Bingbing's petite body, and not a trace of it could be seen. Lin Dong's pupils contracted violently, and he was about to unfurl his wind and thunder wings to save the people. But the next moment, a please ja came out violently in the midst of the blazing flames. Burning Sky Flame. Burning Flames, a word skill of the Raging Fire Timber Staff, creates a flaming battlefield with a diameter of 100. Within the battlefield, the target's defense is weakened by 50% and their own attack is increased by 50%. The raging pillar of fire, under a light shriek, actually turned a corner and rotated around Cui Bingbing, deathly resembling a fire dragon. This scene deeply shook Lin Dong to his core. Cui Bingbing, worthy of being a fire mage, actually had such a strong ability to control fire. Not bad for a woman who plays with fire and really has a couple of tricks up her sleeve. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong's hanging heart finally relaxed. And Cui Bingbing could do more than that, as she maneuvered the fire dragon and performed her family's fire control technique. Cui's flame true technique first stance raise fire to the sky. As Cui Bingbing's words fell, the flames around her, as if they had spirituality, all converged into her hands, forming a huge fireball. The corner of Cui Bingbing's mouth unconsciously crossed a smug smile. Our Cui family, who had received a mysterious inheritance and refined the flames for many years before creating the Flame True technique, which has a great suppressive effect on all fire-controlling magical beasts, even if you're a dark golden divine phoenix of the Flood bloodline. Below, let you appreciate the power of my Flame True technique. Cui Bingbing slightly closed her eyes and mouthed the words before raising the fireball in her hand above her head. Only to see that the fireball, under her control, was like a blooming flower bud, extending out huge flame petals in all directions, looking just like a huge lotus flower. With the appearance of this giant flame lotus, the terrifyingly high temperature just now was completely isolated on that side, causing Lin Dong to feel a trace of coolness appear. Taking this opportunity, Cui Bingbing immediately threw a wink at Lin Dong. Brother Lin Dong, I told you that it would be possible, you forged the Xian Bing Jian at ease, and leave this dark gold divine phoenix to me. Lin Dong nodded. With Cui Bingbing, a fire mage, his pressure was reduced by a lot. To be honest, although his attack output exploded, he didn't have a clue in his heart when facing the dark gold divine phoenix of the Flood bloodline. So it seems that everyone can't really be underestimated, and it may be that a certain professional talent, at a critical moment, will make a huge difference. For example, right now, Cui Bingbing's fire talent had saved the crowd's lives. Lin Dong gave the Xian Bing Jian in his hand, a priority to Bai Ji, who was in the most serious condition, and then continued to take out materials to forge the next Xian Bing Jian. With the protection of the Xian Bing Jian, Bai Ji's face instantly recovered quite a bit, and with the help of Yao Qing Nympho, she gradually breathed evenly. The dark golden divine phoenix over there, seeing that someone had actually blocked its attack, immediately became incomparably violent. As its two dark golden giant wings flashed, two flame hurricanes violently rushed towards Cui Bingbing's flame lotus, seemingly to break this isolation barrier created by Cui Bingbing. And Cui Bingbing didn't panic in the slightest. In the bottom of her eyes, there was only excitement. Good timing. My lady has never been so excited. Cui's Flame True technique second style heaven and earth oven. It had to be said that Cui Bingbing's control over the flames had a feeling of being like an arm's length. Those two groups of flame hurricane, in her hands under the peculiar gesture, actually well behaved as a child, turned the direction of collision and tangled together. Even that kind of violent and rampant breath, there is a kind of feeling of being refined. Lin Dong observed Cui Bingbing from time to time, and finally let go of his heart when he realized that her fire control technique and the dark gold divine phoenix fought back and forth without losing any ground. Cui Bingbing's flame true skill is truly marvelous. She casually couldn't create a flame skill as large as the dark golden divine phoenix's, but she could control the flames to fight back against the dark golden divine phoenix, almost completely restraining the dark golden divine phoenix's advantage. This is truly something I didn't expect before. The dark gold divine phoenix also didn't expect this woman with breasts as big as buckets in front of it to actually play with flames in such a six. This caused its anger to rise even higher, so it shook its wings and erupted flames twice as powerful as it was just a moment ago, in an attempt to burn these intruders to the ground. But what it didn't expect was that Cui Bingbing's skinny body was actually dancing in the fire, and its affinity for the flames wasn't any weaker than it. One person and one phoenix, just like this stalemate for more than half an hour. The dark gold divine phoenix's anger had reached the extreme point and couldn't help but release its skills. Phoenix dance to the 9 heavens. With a loud and clear long chant from the dark golden divine phoenix, the dark golden divine phoenix silhouette steeply appeared in the sky, and the countless flying phoenix plumes made people's eyes glaze over. These shadows traveled everywhere, causing Cui Bingbing, who was in the shadows, to instantly have her blood bar wildly reduced. The phoenix dance of the 9 heavens could deal 50,000 points of damage per second. And Cui Bingbing's blood bar was only just 100,000, so even with nearly 30,000 points of defense, she wouldn't be able to support it for 5 seconds. Her blood bar was decreasing by a fifth almost every second. The situation, it became precarious. Lindong had originally finished forging the Xin Bingjian and was getting high and watching the show, but he didn't expect the situation to change suddenly, so he immediately unfolded his wind and thunder wings and rushed up to the sky. Invincible. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly turned on invincibility, and the dark golden light instantly wrapped Cui Bingbing inside, shielding her from damage. As for Cui Bingbing, when she was held in Lindong's arms, her face instantly turned red with shyness, and her head even deliberately squeezed towards Lindong's chest, wrapping around Lindong's body like an octopus. Please remove your 36E from my arm, it's affecting my output. Lindong frowned. He only thought that Cui Bingbing was scared and didn't think otherwise. The time of invincibility was only 1 minute, so Lindong didn't dare to be careless and directly rushed towards the dark gold divine phoenix. Shattering shuttle. Bully fist. Shadowless fist. 134 Seal the dark golden phoenix and forged the Nirvana heart necklace. Since having the shattered air shuttle, Lindong's push attack had reached 216,000, with a minimum output of 15 strokes per second, which was equivalent to an output of over 3 million a second, and he could even deal over 180 million damage in a minute. During the protection time of the Crimson Armor invincibility phrase, it was completely possible to kill the dark gold divine phoenix in seconds. Theoretically, it's perfectly fine, but in practice. Just after Lindong had frantically output for more than 10 seconds, his attributes suddenly dropped violently, and a third of his attributes were siphoned off. Damn, at such a critical moment, Wang Rulong a little this is not adding to the chaos. Apparently, Wang Rulong had borrowed his attributes to fight monsters again. Now Lindong's general attack had dropped down to about 150,000, and could only do less than 100 million damage within the next 40 seconds or so. Coupled with the more than 30 million blood strips that had just seconded the dark gold divine phoenix in the invincible state, Lindong could only output around 130 million damage. But the dark gold divine phoenix's blood bar was as high as 150 million and there was also a defense of about 30,000, which made Lindong's damage after breaking the defense greatly reduced. Conservatively estimating that after the invincibility time ended, the dark gold divine phoenix would still have over 40 million blood left. But by that time, the dark golden divine phoenix's phoenix dance of 9 heavens skill hadn't ended, and the continuous blood drop of 50,000 points per second would kill all of them in the remaining 1 minute of time. Calculating the damage quickly in his mind, Lindong's palms could not help but break out into a fine layer of cold sweat. We absolutely cannot give the dark golden divine phoenix a chance to output again, we must completely kill it within the invincibility time. Lindong secretly clenched his teeth as his mind turned electrically. Relying only on push attack is definitely not a good idea anymore. We have to use the Flying Dagger Bloodgourd's blood-cutting ability, and hopefully we can trigger the heart-piercing phrase a few more times. In between outputs, Lindong began to manipulate the Flying Dagger Bloodgourd to perform percentage blood chopping on the Dark Gold Divine Phoenix. The Flying Dagger Bloodgourd had now been upgraded to the legendary level, launching a Flying Dagger once in 2 seconds, cutting 3% of the blood each time. With more than 40 seconds left, it would be enough to kill the Dark Gold Divine Phoenix if there were no accidents. However, unsurprisingly, accidents happen. The Dark Golden Divine Phoenix, who felt its blood bar explode and decrease, let out a mournful and angry roar. It couldn't believe that the human in front of it, who was only level 65, was actually able to hit a violent output that could not even be hit by more than 80 levels. From this moment onwards, the Dark Gold Divine Phoenix completely treated Lindong as an opponent to be treated as an equal and began to utilize its innate skills. Holy Beast Blood Sacrifice. With a loud and clear long chant, the Dark Gold Divine Phoenix's entire body became blood red, and a strand of essence blood with the power of the Flood bloodline was burning crazily. Under the effect of the Holy Beast Blood Sacrifice, the Dark Golden Divine Phoenix's blood bar suddenly skyrocketed by a factor of 2, and the damage it had just suffered seemed to have all been completely repaired, and in an instant, its blood level was raised to 300 million. Not only that, the defense power, the attack power, all of them became twice as much as before. The most terrifying thing was that the holy beast blood sacrifice was also immune to the negative effect of attribute reduction, making it difficult for Lin Dong's evil gaze to be effective. And then, the dark gold divine phoenix raised its head proudly, vibrated its wings, and pulled away from Lin Dong, wanting to fight a guerrilla war with Lin Dong, waiting for Lin Dong's invincibility to end before launching an attack on Lin Dong. And as Lin Dong looked at the dark golden divine phoenix in its full state, his expression became incomparably serious. Even if he had the percentage beheading blood's flying dagger blood gourd in his hand, there was now no guarantee that he would kill the dark gold divine phoenix within the next few moments. Just as he was planning to fight to the death, an elegant figure suddenly appeared beside him. Brother Lin, don't always think of fighting alone. I, Zhuge Shifeng, also have the power to fight. Lin Dong looked sideways, only to see a hint of a smile on Zhuge Shifeng's beautifully uncharacteristic face. He flipped the book of the Holy One in his hand and began to chant under his breath. Forbidden spell, wind binding. Forbidden spell, thunder blade. Forbidden spell, Aegis ocean. Each forbidden spell came with a powerful law-strength attack. Unceremoniously speaking, Zhuge Zhenfeng was the existence of the entire team, whose output was second only to Lin Dong. His addition to the team instantly improved the battle dramatically. Immediately afterward, a figure that began to meet the air. Boss, we're a team, you shouldn't always think of standing in the way alone. Yeah, boss, let's match our outputs, this dark golden god phoenix is nothing but a sandbag. Brother Lin Dong, you've already protected us too well, now let us fight alongside you. One by one, Song Tianzhou, by Xingxue, Shuaihan, by Ji, Surunen, Ape Hong, and Yao Qingyan rushed up into the sky, sending out their strongest strikes towards the dark gold divine phoenix. They were all at the level of war god nowadays, and although they couldn't manage to fly freely in the sky, a short period of time of lagging in the air was no problem at all. Moreover, their output, with the enhancement of Lin Dong's forged equipment, was incomparably explosive. Ordinary sky-level magical beasts would almost be killed by them one-on-one. The power of these people's joint attack was enough to deal around 20 million damage per second. So as they joined the battlefield, the dark blood divine phoenix's blood stripe was exploded by half in a matter of seconds. Just as the dark gold divine phoenix tried to escape, the corners of Lin Dong's mouth sketched a smile. It's too late to leave. Time stands still. The figure of the dark golden divine phoenix was instantly pinned in place. In an instant, Lin Dong's second round of their attacks had descended upon it. Boom! That's 20 million total damage a second. 10 seconds later, as the time stasis barrier shattered, the dark gold divine phoenix let out a mournful wail and fell straight down from the air. But the dark gold divine phoenix's vitality was extremely strong, and as it crashed down onto the burning sky-flowing flame vein, its form had already contracted into a round of scorching sun, emitting incomparable blazing heat. After the dark gold divine phoenix died, the endless nirvana talent skill was automatically enabled. Moreover, this round of fiery sun, in 5 minutes can withstand 1 billion points of damage. If not take advantage of these 5 minutes to break, the dark gold divine phoenix will once again be resurrected in full condition. It had to be said that this skill was incomparably perverse, equivalent to having an immortal body. But unfortunately, it was facing something Lin Dong's entire team. Inside this team, the weakest by Ji, all had 80,000 points of general attack output, and her battle power was directly after the battle saint. Let alone outputting 1 billion points of damage in 5 minutes, even if it outputted 5 billion points, it wouldn't matter. Just as the crowd was about to join forces once again and shatter the blazing sun that the dark golden divine phoenix had transformed into. However, Lin Dong suddenly raised his hand and stopped the crowd. Wait, this dark gold divine phoenix is useful to me. The crowd all stopped what they were doing and looked at Lin Dong with some confusion. However, everyone knew that Lin Dong definitely had his reasons for doing so. Lin Dong shrugged and took out the system forge. Because the system released a new temporary mission. Ding, Flood Life Nirvana form detected, the system releases a temporary task, asking the host to utilize the Dark Gold Divine Phoenix Nirvana form to forge the Nirvana Heart Necklace. The forging book has been released to the system space. Forging reward, experience value, plus 100,000, proficiency, plus 20, enchanting value, plus 50. Equipment for which the system provided a forging book was generally a bit more powerful than equipment for which Lin Dong had taken the initiative to purchase a forging book in a store. Not only that, it requires very little material, which is very cost-effective. Lin Dong lifted up the blazing sun and threw it, along with the forging book and materials, into the systematic forging furnace, expecting a miracle to happen. As for Song Tianqiu and Shui Hong, when they saw that Lin Dong wanted to forge equipment, they all had bloodshot eyes one by one, and inside their hearts, they began to make new calculations. Boss, are you seeing that the equipment on my body is not too complete, and are you planning to help me in building some handy equipment? Ah, boss, you are really too good to me. I can only introduce myself to serve you, boss. Shui Hong shyly approached Lin Dong's side with a big face full of smiles. However, he didn't expect Song Tianqiu to kick him in the ass from behind, causing him to take a direct. Song Tianqiu pointed at Shui Hong's nose and cursed. Old Shui, you have to point face line. You say this time you only contributed a little more force, and daring big brother to ask for benefits, really do what not, rob things first place. After cursing Shui Hong, Song Tianqiu immediately looked at Lin Dong with a flattering expression that was exaggerated to the extreme. Wow, boss, are you tired? I'll rub your shoulders, don't worry, I'm definitely not coveting the equipment inside your forge, I'm just thinking of being able to experience the power of the new equipment first, boss, just leave this kind of rough work to me. Lin Dong slanted his eyes and glanced at Song Tianqiu, realizing that this fellow's face skin was really getting thicker and thicker. The lock armor that was lent to him for the experience last time has not been returned yet, this kid will never get it back as long as the thing is in his hands. Therefore, Lin Dong did not give him a good face at all, but raised his eyes and looked at Cui Bingbing. The best person to use this equipment for our team is only Cui Bingbing. Although Lin Dong's words were not loud, they were stone-cold shocking to the ears of the crowd. Grass, Cui Bingbing can't be going to the top, right, fighting hand in hand with Big Brother, making Big Brother spring into action? Big Brother specially forged the equipment, I think the attributes must be ridiculously strong, I'm really envious. This is a sky-level magical beast with a flood bloodline, it's hard to measure how strong the forged equipment is. These little thoughts crossed the hearts of the crowd, and each of them looked at Cui Bingbing with envy. Even Cui Bingbing herself became a bit squirmy. Brother Lin Dong, I really don't have any merit, is this not your way? Lin Dong waved his hand, causing Cui Bingbing to stop talking. And then he looked around and cleared his throat. This battle today has given me many new insights. First of all, some unique professional talents can be a huge advantage when dealing with magical beasts. Secondly, a team as a whole, how strong a single soldier is far less powerful than a team. In the future, I will give each of you forged exclusive equipment, but this Nirvana heart necklace forged this time, the most suitable person is only Cui Bingbing. 135, I'm back, I'm invincible. Lin Dong's gaze once again landed on Cui Bingbing's body, his eyes filled with encouragement. You who possess the fire attribute technique will be able to better utilize the Nirvana heart necklace. He opened the system forge and put the Nirvana heart necklace personally on top of Cui Bingbing's neck. Cui Bingbing was so flattered that her entire face became hot, a feeling so sizzling, a feeling she hadn't even had in the hot flames. And this scene caused Su Runan and Yao Qingnian's eyes to instantly go on alert. Su Runan, Lin Dong must have done this for the greater good. Yao Chang Nympho, another hard-chested competitor. The two men had different minds, but all of them saw Cui Bingbing as a threat. And Cui Bingbing was, at this point, already melting in happiness. This Nirvana heart necklace, which almost perfectly replicated the skills of the Dark Gold Divine Phoenix, gave her output an explosive boost. Equipment, Nirvana heart necklace unranked. Life, plus 65,000. Deadly high temperature, active skill, releasing flame high temperature airflow, within 300 meters around, the temperature will rise to over 1,800 degrees, causing high temperature sizzling to the target enemy, reducing blood by 50 points per second, cutting 100% of the opponent's defense within the flame range, duration 60 seconds, cooldown 600 seconds. Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens, active skill, creates a dark gold divine phoenix illusion that roams the sky, inflicting 50,000 points of sustained damage on the target enemy for 120 seconds with a cooldown time of 600 seconds. Endless Nirvana, after the wearer encounters a fatal attack, the wearer will be transformed into a blazing sun to enter a state of false death. The blazing sun can resist 1 billion points of damage, and the blazing sun will be revived after 5 minutes in a full state of resurrection, with no cooldown time. Unranked equipment that can be worn by anyone. Although there were no other basic attributes, just one life attribute was already incomparably unbelievable. That was a direct addition of 65,000 bloodstains. The average ordinary war god didn't have this amount of blood. With this equipment, Cui Bingbing's blood quantity was even on par with Lin Dong's. Although the words of the Nirvana heart necklace had one less holy beast blood sacrifice ability than the skills of the Dark Gold Divine Phoenix, the fact that these three words could be replicated over perfectly already made this equipment powerful. This equipment, however, made Shui Hong and Song Tianqiu salivating from their mouths. Shui Hong, with a big, shy face, came back to Lin Dong's side. Boss, I'm Earth Attribute, main defense, why don't you see if you want to decimate an Earth Attribute Flood Demon Beast as well, and forge me a Heart of What's Love equipment out of it as well. Song Tianqiu also shook his head and stayed close to Shuai Hong with a fawning smile on his face. Big brother, I'm the output inside the team. I see this Ape Hong thief eyebrow, at a glance is not a good beast. The most important thing is that he is still a metallic magic beast, or not big brother, you will also refine him a baby, to brother up the war power it. Ape Hong originally stood inside the corner with a low brow, but when he heard this, his ears instantly stood on end. This Song Tianqiu, his idea actually hit him. In fact, this way, Song Tianqiu not less hit at the idea of the sea god needle. Fortunately it is vigilant, otherwise it must be cheated by this guy. The current Song Tianqiu is already at level 65, his strength has risen countless times, and the Dinghai Divine Needle is now a heavy weight to hold. If the Dinghai Divine Needle comes into his hands, it will definitely have no return. The key now, this guy now does not hit the idea of the sea pin, but instead hit the idea of it. Ape Hong cannot help but shudder. Ape Hong glared angrily at Song Tianqiu, fire nearly spewing out of his eyes. Humph, if it wasn't for Master Lin Dong here, he would have to make this hairless monkey eat its stick. Song Tianqiu looked at Saro Hong as if he wanted to slaughter him, and immediately glared at him with ringed eyes. What's the matter? Stinking monkey, you dare to call out to your Master Song? If you have the ability to come out for a single practice with your Master Song, let's see if Master Song doesn't slaughter you and let Big Brother refine you into equipment. One-on-one is one-on-one, do you think this king is afraid of you? Ape Hong was also a violent temper, and the Dinghai Divine Needle in his hand turned in a circle, about to engage Song Tianqiu in a firefight. Shuai Hong watched the fun and immediately took a matza out from inside the ring and ate melon seeds while high on melon seeds, his eyes wide open, itching for these two guys to fight right away. Spitting a mouthful of melon out, he couldn't help but start yelling and coaxing. Old Song, don't fudge him, just raise your sword and do it. Let this monkey put himself in his place. Old Yuan, don't give in to him, I've long since seen Old Song as a bird, you must beat him down today. This scene made the people around them watch with jaws agape. Zhuge Shifeng coughed gently and looked at Bai Xingxue by his side. He and Bai Xingxue, in fact, were also considered old acquaintances. The relationship between the Bai family and the Zhuge family had always been good, and before he had entered the land of the Forsaken, he had even instructed Bai Xingxue in her homework. Bai, are all the people in your team so tigerish? Bai Xingxue's face showed embarrassment, not knowing how to explain to this brother. Brother Zhanfeng, Old Shui and Old Song, they've always been not quite right in the head, so just don't get into it with them. Zhuge Shifeng nodded and stopped talking, but silently watched the play. Those few girls, seeing this scene, unconsciously all gathered around Lin Dong's body, chattering with great excitement. Bai Xi was waving a colorful flag that she had gotten from somewhere on the side and had already cheered Song Tianqiu and Ape Hong up. Good lord, I thought I had nothing to do after killing the Dark Gold Divine Phoenix, this is lively again. Yao Qing Nympho was even more exaggerated, directly pulling out a set of drums, tinkling and banging very rhythmically. Ice Cray is even better, twirling a little sparkler a little while later, and it's more ambient than festive. Only Su Runan's big eyes flickered as she watched Lin Dong's gradually wonderful expression and covered her mouth to snicker. Lin Dong, I realized that our War God Academy are all militants, and when they heard that they were going to fight, none of them actually stopped, and they were actually all incredibly excited. Lin Dong held his forehead once, feeling very helpless. He still underestimated the ability of this group of guys to cause trouble, especially this Song Tianqiu, recently two warped pigtails, need to find an opportunity to knock him a little before. Lin Dong then turned his head to look at Ape Hong with a serious tone. Ape Hong, don't show any mercy later, beat him hard, if you lose, I'll have to refine you into equipment. Ape Hong had been impatient for a long time, and when he heard Lin Dong's words, he immediately used both of his feet to apply his strength and violently jumped into the air, lifting up the sea-defining needle and smashing it down towards Song Tianqiu. Song Dagger, eat my old ape stick. Song Tianqiu really didn't take Ape Hong seriously, he was picking his teeth with a toothpick. It wasn't that he was being generous, because his Weeping Blood Treasure Sword was now a legendary level weapon, while Ape Hong's sea-fixing needle was still at the gold level, and the gap between the two had already been wiped out by the level, and even Song Tianqiu's Weeping Blood Treasure Sword was still a step ahead. Seeing Ape Hong slamming down with a stick, Song Tianqiu instantly threw away his toothpick, his face filled with excitement. Good timing. You, Master Song, I've wanted to eat monkey brain soup for a long time. Next, a man and a monkey, clanking and clanking in battle. Ape Hong's high level of power and also possessed the ground walking technique, which could be considered a god. Song Tianxiu's 13 styles of heavenly blade were wide open and dominating, protecting himself tightly, and his blade was ferocious, causing a pawn to be stretched to the limit. It was a tough fight for a while, and an hour had passed without a winner. The enthusiasm of the crowd that was originally watching the event plummeted, and they all ran off to dig in the burning sky-flowing flame vein. After all, mining was the point of the trip. Lin Dong looked at the endless number of burning sky-flowing flames and couldn't help but forge a few more large space storage rings. Hey, it's a bumper crop, there aren't enough rings to go around. However, a few families were happy and a few families were sad. Lin Dong was so excited, but the other teams did not have such luck. The teams from the Transforming Dragon Academy and the Black Dragon Academy retreated from the Jingo battlefield resentfully, their faces drooping, looking extremely unhappy. Some members of the Black Dragon Academy couldn't help but complain. Captain, you've been mesmerized by this vixen called Choi Hyun-ah. We've been in here for more than a week now and we've gained nothing. Our level has even only risen by 2. We must have been completely left behind by the other academies. Yes, Captain, if you are persistent, we, the people, will have to re-elect the captain out. Right, Captain, which Chui Wao Xia has entered the Praying God Temple for several days now without any news. I'm afraid that he might have died inside. Let's not waste time waiting for him here. The captain of Black Dragon Academy, Xiao Wenlong, saw that his team members were agitated and knew that if he didn't pacify these people cleanly, something would definitely happen. So he gave the nervous Choi Hyuna a calm look that seemed to mean trust me, I can set them straight. Choi Hyuna was indeed very nervous because if her brother, Choi Wuhui, did have an accident, then she, an outsider, was afraid that she would be discarded by the Hualong Academy and the Black Dragon Academy in the middle of the Jingo battlefield. Inside this forsaken land where danger was everywhere, for her to act alone was tantamount to seeking death. Luckily, there was this lickspittle, Xiao Wenlong, or else she really didn't know how to stay. Only to see Xiao Wenlong angrily scolding those members of his team, appearing to be full of vigor. You guys with no eyesight, what did you just say? To actually want to abandon brother Chui Wufei and leave, you simply have eyes without eyesight and don't know what's good for you. Chui Wawu is the most outstanding genius of the young generation of the Chui family. Does the capital Chui family know about this? It's a battle honor family. 1 generation of battle honors. You can't measure the depth of the family. Believe me, brother Chui must have gained a great chance in the prayer temple, and when the time comes out, it won't matter if he comes out and leads us to a quick upgrade and a big kill. Just as Xiao Wenlong was making his impassioned speech, the sound of cheerful laughter came out from the temple of prayer for blessings. Ah, brother Wenlong said it well, Chui Wao Xia, didn't make you a friend for nothing. I, Chui Wufei, have returned. If Grandpa hadn't left me a disposable weapon that can exterminate legendary class magical beasts, there's a real possibility that I would have been left inside. 136 words against the world? Bastard! With the appearance of Chui Wuxia's voice, a powerful aura caused all the people present to feel a bit suffocated. Immediately after a gust of wind blew by, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. Who was it if it wasn't Chui Wuxia? Only to see that the current Chui Wao Xia was tattered and torn, and his blood and clothes had been stained and knotted together, making him look very wretched. But the aura on his body, which had reached the level of a great warrior, was intimidating. When Choi Hyuna saw her brother return, she was overjoyed and rushed towards Choi Wuhu with cheers, not minding that he was dirty at all. After all, without the days of Chui Wuxia, she, a person from the War God Academy, could be said to be surviving in the cracks amongst this team. Now that Chui Wuxia had finally returned, her excitement was genuine, and her head of purple hair was thrown up into the air. Brother, you're back. I was scared to death without you. With a big grin, Choi Wunderkind took Choi Hyuna in his arms and patted her on the back. Sister, don't worry, with brother here, no one can bully you. Xiao Wenlong's eyes were the most poisonous. He could tell at a glance that Chui Wuxi's level had come to level 42, and he was also wearing powerful equipment. Luckily, he had just said a bunch of good things about Chui Wuxi, or else he would really be in trouble. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he consciously lowered his status a bit and came to Chui Wuxia's side in a short position to congratulate him. Brother Chui, congratulations on your promotion to Great Warrior. With you around, from now on, we can be said to be invincible in the land of the Forsaken Ah. This flurry of horse farts patting Chui Wuxi is incomparably comfortable. Gu Pan Shangwei looked around, a kingly style, simply divine. Brother Wenlong, based on what you said just now, I knew you were a person I could make friends with. You and my sister's matter, it's wrapped up in me. Brother! Choi Hyuna pouted angrily, as if she resented Choi Wunderkind for making a big deal out of it. A licking dog like Xiao Wenlong was not something she could even look at. In her heart, it was not even comparable to that bastard Lin Dong. When she thought of Lin Dong, Chui Hyuna's face involuntarily blushed. Darn it, how can I think of this asshole at a time like this? Xiao Wenlong looked at Chui Hyuna with a look of emotion, and his eyes were suddenly infatuated. So beautiful, this kind of beauty if put on the bed. In an instant, Xiao Wenlong's mind was the same as going through a movie, with many images of flurrying red dust appearing in his mind. When Chui Hyuna raised her head and saw Xiao Wenlong's piggish look, she was so disgusted that she directly stomped her foot and turned back her head. Brother, look at him, he's got bad intentions written all over his face. Chui Wuxia laughed and didn't care. He was now much stronger and it was the right time to enlist people, so he deliberately raised his voice. Since ancient times, a hero matches a beauty. Sister, you are so beautiful and brother Wenlong is such a hero, it's a match made in heaven. How could Chui Hyuna listen to this and angrily twisted her body and ran to the back of the line. Hey Hyuna, we can actually take our time, I can afford to wait. When Xiao Wenlong saw Chui Hyuna running away, he was a little apprehensive, afraid that Chui Wufei's words would make Chui Hyuna unhappy. Chui Wuxia looked at his sister and then at Xiao Wenlong and laughed. Brother Wenlong, you don't have to care, girls are thin-skinned, don't worry, I'm her brother, since she was a child, she has always listened to me in everything. This matter, if I say it will work, it will work. Xiao Wenlong was overjoyed to hear Chui Wuhu so assured, and his ass-kissing became even more forceful, showing his loyalty in the process. He turned back to the group of frightened Black Dragon Academy members and snorted coldly. You short-sighted things, why don't you hurry over here and apologize to Brother Chui, who is generous and won't bother with you. But next time, if you guys keep your mouths shut, you'll face the divine might of the great warrior head-on. These members of the Black Dragon Academy immediately came to Chui Wuxi with trepidation, congratulating him on his promotion to great warrior and apologizing one after another. Chui Wuxi, in order to build his own class, also deliberately showed extreme generosity, the atmosphere for a time incomparably cheerful, talking and laughing very harmonious. When he was asked what all he had experienced at the prayer temple, Chui Wuxia burst into a divine blow. Guess what, after I entered the temple of prayer, I instantly gained prayer, and had epic feats not to mention a helicopter level 10. Chui Wuxia's words immediately made these team members' eyes red with envy. No wonder Chui Wuxi wanted to buy all of their golden sacred herbs over and enter the prayer temple as well, so the prayer temple was so good. Some have even been strangling and regretting in their hearts. It's a pity that this Jingo battlefield can only be entered once per person. If I had waited a few more days to collect some golden sacred grass at that time, I should have been able to helicopter to level 10 as well. Chui Wuxia didn't care about the expressions of the crowd, he was now crushing the crowd with his strength and didn't need to care about anyone else's feelings when he said anything. Only to hear him open up there and brag wildly about what happened to him. He was no longer the one who had his ass kicked in the middle of the gladiatorial arena, but the invincible great warrior who had bravely fought the level 60 magical beasts. You guys are not aware of this, as soon as I entered that gladiatorial arena, a level 60 legendary demon domain giant horned antelope appeared all of a sudden. This demonic beast is simply powerful and terrifying. Luckily, our Chui family has the ancestral blistering wind steps, otherwise, I would have been dismantled by this giant horned antelope on the spot. This is a magical beast that is difficult to defeat even for the god of war. I was hardened as a great warrior and fled in its hands for more than half an hour, and it didn't even manage to kill me. Invincible Chui spoke spitefully, rendering the scene incredibly tense. And these people from the Huanlong Academy and the Black Dragon Academy also listened with dazzled ears, feeling incomparably shocked. That was a level 60 legendary magical beast. If it was them, I'm afraid they would have directly pissed their pants. Chui Wuxi was actually able to escape from this extremely ferocious magical beast for half an hour without being killed. It was simply too strong. In their opinion, escaping at the hands of a level 60 legendary demonic beast was not a matter of shame, but an amazing miracle. Xiao Wenlong was also mesmerized by what he was hearing, and when he saw Chui Wuxia stop drinking water, he couldn't help but ask after him. Brother Chui, this is simply a certain death, so how did you escape in the end? Chui Wuxia was just waiting for someone to ask this. He looked at Xiao Wenlong approvingly and felt that the more he looked at this brother-in-law, the more he was on the right track. This is to say that my grandfather, Chui Taixing, had foresight. Back then, he asked our only legendary forger in China, Ancestor Mei, to forge a pair of gloves, one for my sister and me. This pair of gloves is not simple, it can store attack damage. With thousands of my grandfather's strongest strikes stacked inside, the damage has long since surpassed 20 million points. I was in danger, so I had to take the pain and pull out this glove. With this glove in place, killing a level 60 legendary fierce beast in seconds is simply not too easy. Chui Wuxi, undoubtedly, was showing off his grandfather's status as a battle exalted. Without his grandfather, that glove wouldn't have been so powerful. This once again made the other team members envious and couldn't help but want to lean towards Chui Wuxi. There's no way around it, no matter what time of year it is, a strong family is superior. The weak can only cling to the strong. Families like theirs that didn't have a battle exalted in their family had to find a powerful backer before they could do so. Chui Wuxia looked at the pleasing eyes of the crowd and became smug, knowing that these people had been shocked by him. But he hadn't had enough and planned to have another go. So from his arms, he took out a short sword and showed it off in front of the crowd in a stinky manner. See, this 10-point sword is the word equipment that burst out when I killed a level 60 magical beast. This move once again earned a lot of eyeballs, and the crowd all stared at the very sword with wide eyes. Equipment, 10-point sword platinum grade. Attack, plus 4,500. Defense, plus 150. Magic defense, plus 150. Attack speed, plus 15%. Bastard, when attacking a target, you are able to increase your weapon's normal attack by a percentage by collecting values. For example, yelling "I'm a" in combat increases your value by 10 points, and consuming that 10 points increases your weapon attack by 10%. The value is capped at 100, and can increase up to 100% of the weapon's pummeling. Increase time lasts 5 seconds, cooldown 24 hours. Although the way this sword was used was a bit odd for a bit, the flaw was still too powerful in their hearts. 100% increase in weapon pummeling. Even if it was only for 5 seconds, it was already able to deal a considerable amount of damage to the target. It was important to realize that warriors had a special obsession with increasing their normal attacks, and even an increase of just 1 point of attack would be a joy to behold. And this invincible word is a 100% increase. It's horrible. It was worthy of the fact that it was a word equipment that could only be popped out by killing billions of magical beasts. It was just awesome. I just didn't expect that Chui Wuxi would actually be so lucky as to obtain this kind of treasure. So the crowd lamented and patted their asses in the process. Captain Chui is truly a pride of heaven, and his luck is way better than ours. Even the heavens have favored him. This isn't luck, this is chi. Captain Chui is definitely a son of luck chosen by the heavens. Yes, Captain Chui's luck is in the air. We're following Captain Chui, now we'll have meat to eat, haha. Chui Wuxia enjoyed the crowd's boasting, and his heart had already begun to drift. Alright, this trip to the Jingo battlefield has come to a successful end for us. Let's head to the Night Demon Forest, collect some more healing medicines in there, and hurry to upgrade. The crowd nodded in agreement and followed Chui Wuxia as he rushed to the Night Demon Forest. However, at the entrance to the Night Demon Forest copy, they bumped into Lin Yang, who was waiting for the copy's opening time. At that moment, Chui Wuxia's pair of thick eyebrows came upside down. I can't believe that you, kid, didn't die and mixed up to level 35? As enemies met, Lin Yang also raised his sword brows. Chui Wufei, I'm no longer a Wuxia Mang, I was just about to avenge the shame of that day, but I didn't expect you to actually send yourself to my door, which saves me a lot of effort. 137 Bitch vs Battle of the Waves. In Lin Yang's heart, he had long since sentenced Chui Wu enemy to death, with a level of hostility second only to Lin Dong. Coupled with the fact that he had gained a miraculous encounter at this time, his entire body swelled up to the point where he could no longer recognize himself. Therefore, after seeing Chui Wuxia, he immediately shed a wild and arrogant color, itching to go forward and directly tear Chui Wuxia into pieces. Fine, since you sent yourself to the door, I must make you regret coming to this world today. Ha, who gave you the courage? Dare to talk to me like that? As if he had heard some heavenly joke, Chui Wuxia dug his earwax before bouncing off in the air. He showed a sneer on his face as he turned his head and introduced himself towards the Black Dragon Academy's team members. Did you guys see this lost dog? It was expelled from the team of Hualong Academy by me. Ha, you guys don't believe me when I say it. You're still that bull forging master Lin Dong's own younger brother. You guys don't know at that time in the special training camp of Hualong Academy, he was trained by me to be more obedient than a dog, letting him wash his underpants and then washing his underpants, and letting him lick shoes and then licking his shoes. When Chui Wuxia said this, the members of the Black Dragon Academy and the Huanlong Academy all laughed out loud. For this kind of small family's children, they had always disregarded them and could trample on each other's dignity with abandon. Moreover, this Lin Yang was still Lin Dong's younger brother. Lin Dong had offended Chui Wuxia to death, and for this Lin Yang to suffer from all this was purely deserved. Xiao Wenlong thought about showing up in front of this future great uncle, so he volunteered. Brother Chui, just leave this waste to me. This kind of dog that dares to bare its teeth with its master needs to be taught a good lesson. Chui Wuxia nodded. He understood Xiao Wenlong's strength, an absolute expert. Although his level was 3 levels lower than Lin Yang, he had no problem at all in teaching Lin Yang a lesson. He also made a point of instructing Xiao Wenlong with a cocky tone. Careful, don't kill this dog, I'm going to have to play with it a little later. Don't worry, I'll save him a breath. Xiao Wenlong's eyes were gloomy. He smiled coldly at Lin Yang and put on his special steel wrist, intending to storm Lin Yang for a beating. Lin Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized Xiao Wenlong. Name, Xiao Wenlong. Life, 16,000. Attack, 3,450. Defense, 300. Magic defense, 300. Dodge, 3%. Movement speed, 115%. Attack speed, 106%. This set of attributes, in terms of gold-level warriors, was definitely the best, especially the 16,000 blood volume, which was simply a big highlight. But Lin Yang gave a disdainful smile. With this attribute, it wouldn't last more than 3 hits under his attack. After all, with the twin fish armband, his general attacks were all around 9,300 points, and if he turned on the more waves the stronger he got, he could even directly display tens of thousands of attacks, and to use a common saying, that was as terrifying as it was. Therefore, he, whose attack was nearly twice as high as Xiao Wenlong's, didn't put Xiao Wenlong in his eyes at all. When Xiao Wenlong came close, Lin Yang just casually waved his hand and directly hit Xiao Wenlong, spitting blood from his mouth. Xiao Wenlong looked at Lin Yang with disbelief and hurriedly took a large amount of blood recovery pills. Lin Yang, you actually dare to shade me? Lin Yang looked at Xiao Wenlong's incredulous eyes and immediately snorted. It's just a little minion, do I need to shade you? For a chosen one like me, honorable means are enough to defeat me. You're no match for me at all. Tell Chui Wuxia to come up and receive his death. Xiao Wenlong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and tried to go forward, but his shoulders were grabbed. Wenlong, stand down, you're no match for him. Chui Wuxia stepped out from behind him, his eyes staring at Lin Yang with a ferocious gaze. I can't imagine that you, this dog, have actually gotten some strange encounters, and your equipment and battle power have actually increased to a level that's on par with mine. Oh, especially that double fish armband of yours, I like it, kill you, and the take is mine. Lin Yang coldly looked at Chui Wuxia, an unruly smile flowing from the corner of his mouth. Want it? Come and get it if you want it. Exactly. With a swing of the very sword in his hand, Chui Wuxia danced out a sword flower. Immediately afterward, he heard Chui Wuxia start chanting. I'm so cheap, I'm so cheap, I'm so cheap. Chui Wuxia's strange maneuver caused Lin Yang to be stunned. This guy has a brain disease? He actually cursed himself and even said what Lin Yang wanted to say? Just as Lin Yang was puzzled, Chui Wuxia laughed maniacally. Value is already 30, the attributes are going up too fast. I'm lowly and shameless. I'm cheap as hell. I'm the cheapest thing on earth. Bastards are invincible. With Chui Wuxia's rapid self-mockery, his value quickly grew to 100. And then he will not hesitate to convert the value into a 100% attribute increase, and instantly, his attack power came to around 15,000. Lin Yang's life value was only 21,000, and invincible Chui was confident that he could finish Lin Yang off with 2 swords. And Lin Yang realized the danger as he looked at Chui Wuxia, whose attributes had increased greatly. He took a step on the ground with a straight grip on the double fish armband. The more waves, the stronger. As Lin Yang's words fell, a salty sea breeze sent violently blew over. Immediately afterward, a wave of shadows quickly formed and rolled towards all the people on Chui Wuxia's side. And in the wake of this wave after wave was rapidly taking shape, one wave rushing towards them. Chui Huna nervously looked at the warring Chui Wuhui and Lin Yang, her heart in her throat. Why do I feel that both brothers, Lin Dong and Lin Yang, are freaks? Lin Yang was clearly only in the teens a few days ago, but after a few days of not seeing him, he's already level 35, and he also possesses such a strong battle power. I'm really afraid that my brother will suffer. Xiao Wenlong came next to Chui Huna with a fawning face, stretching out his arm to hug but not daring to do so. Huna, don't worry, not to mention the fact that Brother Invincible is already a great warrior and his level crushes Lin Yang, just based on the word weapon, the 10% sword, he's already invincible in his generation. But I still have a bad feeling about this. They might lose both. Chui Huna rubbed her fluffy purple hair, a little distracted. As for Chui Wuxia in the arena, he also sensed Lin Yang's rapidly rising aura and instantly planned to strike first. 5 seconds, I only have 5 seconds of battle power increase, I must take advantage of this opportunity to quickly finish him off before it's too late. Lin Yang also held the same thought. The more waves he had, the stronger he got, and he was only able to be a real man for 5 seconds a day. One had to take advantage of the 5 seconds to quickly finish off the other party before it was too late. Both then let out a beastly roar and quickly rushed towards each other. Boom! As the two of them exchanged blows, a puff of dust and smoke filled the air, and the field erupted with a violent roar. Everyone was stunned by this terrifying exchange of blows. Eyes widened in disbelief. Heavens, is Lin Yang really only gold level? How can he fight with the great warrior level Captain Chui without losing? Did you guys see that? Captain Chui and Lin Yang both spat out blood, so you can imagine how terrifying that hit was just now. If it was me, with only 11,000 blood, I'm afraid that hit just now would have directly killed me. What a dragon fight! This is definitely the most exciting sparring match I've seen in my lifetime. This group of people, for the first time in their lives, saw such an intense battle. One by one, they clenched their fists tightly, even holding their breaths, and were secretly exerting their strength. What they didn't know was that hundreds of meters up in the air from them, Lin Dong and the others were high on melons watching all of this, secretly shaking their heads. Xiahong skimmed and even yawned. This kind of fight is so unwatchable, it's not interesting at all. Song Tianzhou nibbled a bite of melon and wiped the juice from the corner of his mouth. Who says it's not? It's just like a child playing house, so childish. Zhuge Shifeng also blinked. Recently they had been digging. It was rare that they had such free time. Watching others fight was quite interesting. You don't say. One of them is invincible as A, and the other is stronger the more waves they get. The names are quite a match. Speaking of this, the crowd from the War God Academy all laughed out loud. Only Lin Dong raised his head and looked at a shooting star that crossed the sky. Let's go, the beacon appeared, the Night Demon Forest copy has opened. Let's quickly go and collect the Wood Attribute Spirit Stone Burial Earth Incense. The Land of the Forsaken has already opened for 10 days, we must hurry to clear all the low-level hidden copies before we can do so. The crowd said yes in unison and turned into several meteors, quickly rushing into the entrance of the Night Demon Forest. Their movements were extremely fast, and the others on the ground didn't even see them, still immersed in the wonderful fight between Chui Wuxia and Lin Yang. Captain Chui is already coughing up blood for the second time. It doesn't look good for him. Humph, that Lin Yang isn't much better, but being able to take 2 hard hits from our Captain Chui, this Lin Yang is enough to be proud of himself. This kind of kid is the legendary villain, right? As long as he is not killed, he will get stronger and stronger and become a stumbling block to the true believers like our brother Chui. Why don't we swarm and finish him off for our Captain Chui? Good idea, this might be our chance to perform in front of Captain Chui. It's a rare opportunity, brothers go. These players from Hualong Academy and Black Dragon Academy, watching Chui Wuxia and Lin Yang being evenly matched, both taking large gulps of blood recovery pills, suddenly had a plan to surround Lin Yang. As for Chui Wuxia, who was being shocked at Lin Yang's strength in his heart and didn't know how to deal with Lin Yang, these people swarmed up to him, which instantly emboldened Chui Wuxia. Hee, Lin Yang, I admit that you have that much strength, but fighting isn't a solo battle. What's needed is the strength of a team. Well, you suffer death. 138 Lin Dong kills Platinum with one finger? Huna Choi regrets it. Seeing the swarm of enemies, Lin Yang's face instantly changed. At this point, the effect of his more waves, more strength 5 seconds true man was coming to an end, but even Chui Wuxi couldn't take it down completely. If they were surrounded by this pack of wolves, I'm afraid it would be fatal. In the midst of his mind's electric thoughts, Lin Yang's eyes looked thievishly towards the entrance of the Night Demon Forest. By now the beacons had appeared and the portal to the Nightmare Forest was wide open. So he made a false move and forced back Chui Wuxi. And then without any love for the battle, he scurried into the Night Demon Forest. In the Night Demon Forest, all the sky-high trees that could not be seen at a glance, there was not a trace of light on the ground, and it was as dark as the night. Lin Yang's figure disappeared immediately after entering it. After Chui Wuxia and the others chased into the Night Demon Forest, they still couldn't find any traces of Lin Yang. Looking at the ghostly and outstretched Night Demon Forest, Chui Wuxia couldn't help but spit a mouthful of phlegm on the ground. Damn it, letting this Lin Yang kid get away. Next time we meet him, we must directly get him killed. Xiu Wenlong stood at his side and also laughed coldly. This Night Demon Forest is full of unpredictable dangers. If he's alone in there, I'm afraid that he won't need us to make a move, and he'll soon be eaten by the poisonous insects and magical beasts here. Chui Wuxia nodded in deep agreement. After all, without a complete map in hand, entering the Night Demon Forest was basically a death. On my command, all take out your flashlights and searchlights, work in groups of 2, go back to back, and call for help in case of danger. This time, our goal is to gather the 2 treasures of healing mana and burial earth sinking incense with all our might. Choi Wuxi arranged it properly, and these members of the team quickly followed his instructions. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but in the end, only Choi Hyun-ah and Vengeance Wenlong were left without a team. Xiao Wenlong's gaze floated and he came to Choi Hyun-ah's side with a cynical smile. Sister Hyuna, there's only 2 of us left, it looks like it's just the 2 of us teaming up, put it down, I'll protect you. Choi Hyun-ah frowned, and to tell you the truth, she really didn't want to team up with Xiao Wenlong. This guy, when he looked at her, his gaze was always colorful, and he often glanced towards her peaks, so it looked like he had ulterior motives. I don't know what's going on with my brother, how he set me up with him. Tutang her mouth, Choi Hyun-ah helplessly resigned herself to her fate. After all, this night demon forest was incredibly dangerous, and if there was no one to protect her back, she could easily suffer a surprise attack from the demons. Although she accepted this fact, when Wenlong leaned over with a look of triumph on his face, Choi Hyun-ah couldn't help but twist her body, pulling away from him at a certain distance to avoid direct body contact. Xiao Wenlong was not in a hurry, but there was just a hint of imperceptible mischief hidden in the bottom of his eyes. He tightened his storage ring, in which there was a white powder that could briefly make a person lose consciousness and follow his dictates. He calculated that after going deeper into the night demon forest in a while, he would find an opportunity to break away from the group, and then use this drug to have a game of Heavenly King covering the earth and Pagoda subduing River Demon with Choi Hyun-ah. With this in mind, Xiao Wenlong walked slower and slower, and soon pulled away from the large group in front. Choi Hyun-ah muttered towards him in dissatisfaction. Why are you dawdling so much, we're so far behind, be careful of getting separated from the main group. Xiao Wenlong deliberately made up a reason to respond to Choi Hyun-ah's inquiry. Don't be in a hurry, Sister Hyuna, this night demon forest is full of good things, it's easy to miss them if you're in too much of a hurry. With that, he walked over to a weird plant, took a flashlight, pointed to the dewdrops on the stamen, and explained it to Choi Hyun-ah. See, what's condensed on the stamens of this plant is the healing mana we're looking for. It can produce flesh from the dead and possesses the effect of instantly restoring blood and chi. It's better than any blood restoration pills we carry around. And then Xiao Wenlong took out a container and carefully collected those healing nectar, dilly-dallying and wasting a lot of time. He peeked out to watch the group in front of him and realized that he could barely see the light anymore, and he couldn't help but cross the corners of his mouth with a smile. Sister Hyuna, I'll show you the strange effects of this healing nectar below to open your eyes. With that, Xiao Wenlong used a small knife and cut his arm, and a large amount of blood oozed out. But Xiao Wenlong was pleasantly unafraid, but instead smiled and spread a drop of healing mana on the wound, still putting together a fart and explaining it to Choi Hyun-ah. Sister Hyuna, see, this healing mana is repairing my skin fast. As he spoke, he approached Choi Hyun-ah, the white powder tightly squeezed in his hand ready to strike. But what puzzled him was Choi Hyun-ah's expression, which suddenly became horrified and her face was filled with anxiety. What's wrong? Sister Hyuna? He couldn't help but ask. Run. Behind you. Before Choi Hyun-ah could finish her sentence, she turned around and fled in fear, like a frightened deer. And Vengeance Wenlong twisted his head in confusion and looked behind him. What's wrong? It's nothing, it's nothing. Ha, let's see, Hyuna wouldn't be trying to have a hide and seek with me, that's pretty romantic. Just when Xiao Wenlong was full of thoughts that nothing was wrong, above his head in the darkness, a huge snake head suddenly stretched out, bending its body irregularly and slowly winding towards Xiao Wenlong's body. It was a platinum magical beast jade boon python that was dozens of feet long, and on top of the tree trunk it was perched on, there were clearly a dozen or so eerie white bones. It could be seen that this jade constrictor python had already mutilated quite a few of the celestial pride that had entered the night demon forest. As it approached Xiao Wenlong, the scarlet letter couldn't help but twitch rapidly, and a drop of saliva couldn't help but fall down. This drop of saliva dripped right on top of Xiao Wenlong's head. Feeling the wetness above his head, Xiao Wenlong looked up curiously, only to see a bloody mouth, violently devouring towards him. The fishy breath and huge fangs caused Xiao Wenlong to let out a cry of surprise, but before he could resist, he was swallowed by the jade constrictor python in one gulp. And then the jade python's eyes flashed dangerously as it swam and chased after Choi Hyun-ah in the direction she had stolen. Choi Hyun-ah ran furiously all the way, her small leather boots ran off, and if it wasn't for the soft armor on her body protecting her, she would have been stabbed by the sharp shrubs along the way. But even so, a number of tiny cuts were made on her delicate face. But her alertness as an archer let her know that the danger hadn't been going away, but instead was getting closer. Just then, she suddenly realized that in front of the forest, there was a dancing firelight, and she could even faintly hear the sound of someone talking and laughing. Could it be brother and the others? A flash of joy flashed through Choi Hyuna's gaze as she quickly rushed towards the direction of the fire. However, the jade python behind her apparently noticed the situation as well and rustled faster, wanting to swallow Choi Hyuna before she reached the firelight. In her panic, Choi Hyuna shot a few arrows towards the jade constrictor python, but her arrows, unable to even break through the jade constrictor python's defenses, slid directly to the ground. When Choi Hyuna saw that blocking the way was fruitless and the jade boa was getting closer, she cried out for help. Help me, brother, help me. She cried out for help as she ran with all her might towards the fire. Just as she ran close to the fire, she suddenly tripped over a sharp rock and stumbled and flung herself at a man in front of her. Mounted in the middle of the man's chest, a thick aura instantly wrapped toward her, making her feel a sense of security she had never felt before. Brother! Brother! Is that you? Choi Hyuna raised her head, her eyes gradually shifting from surprise to horror. Because the one she was hugging right now was no one else but the one who made her hate Lin Dong to the bone. Lin Dong looked down at her with an expressionless face, seemingly disgusted. Please don't call me brother, I don't have a sister like you. Besides, I don't like the feeling of being pressed hard against my chest by a 36D, so you'd better remove yourself. Choi Hyuna let go of Lin Dong in shame, not knowing what to do. This damned Lin Dong, he really didn't give the girls any face at all. However, the danger was not lifted. The jade constrictor python that crashed behind her had already rushed nearby at this time, and towards Choi Hyuna and Lin Dong, it opened its bloody mouth and bit down. Choi Hyuna looked back in horror, already scared and bloodless. Her life, she knew, might have to be accounted for here. It was just that she would actually die with this bastard Lin Dong, making her unable to help but feel a little unwilling. Just as she was about to close her eyes and accept her fate, a hand gently reached out behind her. Only the hand, slowly closed, with only one finger remaining. This finger, as if it had some sort of magical power, struck hundreds of phantoms in a matter of moments, and in the end, all of them overlapped on top of the forehead of the jade constrictor python. Without even understanding what was happening, Jade Boa fell straight to the ground, his eyes not even closing. Choi Hyuna couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water as she looked at the terrifying demonic beast that had fallen in front of her. What kind of strength was it to be able to exterminate a platinum-level magical beast with just one finger? That was a platinum magic beast with tens of millions of bloodstains. It would take a group of people surrounding it a few hours to kill it. But now, it was actually destroyed by a finger in a flash? Is that so magical? Just as Choi Hyuna's worldview collapsed, she once again heard Lin Dong's damned voice coming from behind. The voice still had the same lazy, careless look, but it sounded thinly veiled. Only to hear Lin Dong say, "The snake skin of this jade sung python is good, it's just right to use it to make a belt." What? Such a precious platinum material, Lin Dong was only using it to make a belt with no combat significance? Crazy. This is so defeatist. In the next instant, though, it was as if she realized something incredible. The one who had just killed the jade python was actually Lin Dong. I'm afraid that her grandfather couldn't even do it if he killed the jade constrictor python with a single finger. Then to what extent had the current Lin Dong been terrorized? Choi Hyuna turned back and looked at Lin Dong in shock, and in her heart, she could not help but feel some regret. If she hadn't looked down on Lin Dong so much back then, perhaps it would be a different light now. At the very least, she would mix it up with the likes of Su Run and Yao Qingyan and the others with a full body of word equipment. Only now, is there a chance to remedy the situation? 139 Lin Dong, don't go too far. It was the damn Lin Dong who saved me, why is he so powerful now? Choi Hyuna looked at Lin Dong a bit out of her mind, and could not say the thank you that was already on her lips. Growing up, she was spoiled by her family, never having to look good for anyone, and she felt taken for granted by what others did for her. It's hard as hell to get her to bow down and admit she's wrong or open her mouth and thank someone. So Choi Hyuna held her face red there, puffing out her cheeks and looking at Lin Dong with a twinkle in her eyes. Lin Dong, Lin Dong. Lin Dong glanced at Choi Hyuna, whose face was suffocating into a reddish-purple color, and waved the snakeskin that he had just plucked off in his hand without a care in the world. Oh, don't flatter yourself, I killed this jade python purely for the skin of the snake, it's still good for a belt. Lin Dong's words caused the trace of goodwill that had just risen in Choi Hyuna to dissipate. She stomped her foot angrily and tilted her face up, stubbornly glaring angrily at Lin Dong. Perhaps it was pride or the fact that she was out of danger, she was back to her missy temper. Oomph, Lin Dong, I knew you weren't that kind. Who let you make the first move to kill the jade python? I managed to lure it here to prepare for a counter kill, to be intercepted by you. Give it to me, this snake skin should be mine. Lin Dong glanced at her faintly and smiled gently, blissfully unconcerned. Oh, I'm sorry, I was the one who killed the jade constrictor python first, so this snake skin is naturally mine. If you want it, you can go kill another one yourself. Just kill, what's the big deal? Choi Hyuna said gamely. But she didn't dare to move her feet at all. Behind him was the dark night demon forest, in which all sorts of dangers could be encountered at all times. As for Lin Dong and the others in front of him, they had already created a huge safety zone with torches, although they did not know what exactly these people were doing, but staying here was better than going to the night demon forest alone to die. So she racked her brain, intent on coming up with a reason to stay here. But the dignity of a young lady made her too embarrassed to open her mouth, and she could only stand there dumbfounded and look at Lin Dong. Lin Dong raised the snakeskin in his hand and smoothly threw it into the system's forging furnace, and in less than a minute, a golden shining belt was taken out. Equipment, Dragon Belt no rank. Toughness, plus 100. Endurance, plus 100. Innate Essence, nourishes the essence and strengthens the yang, nourishes the innate kidney chi, and practices chi to transform the essence. Unyielding, active skill, boosts user's stamina. Choi Hyuna turned red after seeing the belt's attributes. Bah, dead pervert, what kind of damn attribute is this that actually replenishes kidney energy? Inside this Lin Dong's brain, he really didn't think of anything good. Hearing Choi Hyuna spit out her words, Lin Dong faintly raised his eyelids and looked at the open-mouthed Choi Hyuna. Hee, why aren't you leaving yet? Didn't you say you were going to go kill another jade constrictor python? Choi Hyuna was embarrassed by Lin Dong's question and instantly held her red face in shame once again. This damned Lin Dong, what a pot calling the kettle black. If she could kill the jade constrictor python, would she still be hiding here? However, Lin Dong clearly did not intend to keep Choi Hyuna here, and instead kindly advised her to leave. Alright, Miss Choi, don't let us influence you to decapitate the jade constrictor python, hurry up and go about your business, we need to start working too. After saying that, Lin Dong swaggered back to the center of the safety zone created by the flames under the watchful eyes of Choi Hyuna, and with Shui Hong and the others, secretly did not know what they were doing. Choi Hyuna was a little fired up by Lin Dong's provocation, and her strong dignity made her unwilling to stay here for another second. Just leave, Lin Dong, what are you so godly about? Couldn't this big miss survive by leaving this place? You think this young miss is willing to stay here? With an angry flick of her sleeve, she turned her head and headed off into the darkness of the nightmare forest. But after just a dozen steps, her heart thumped hard. Because in front of her, countless pairs of ghostly blue eyes appeared, staring at her for an instant, just waiting for her to pass. OMG, it's the bloodthirsty forest wolves, such a big group, so scary. This bloodthirsty forest wolf is a group of magical beasts. The strength of the poor also have silver level, gold level mostly, that lead the head wolf, is platinum level. Not to mention her, Choi Hyuna, even if her brother Choi Invincible arrived here, he would be directly eaten under a group attack. Before Choi Hyuna could make a move, the leader of the bloodthirsty forest wolves suddenly wailed and led the wolves, charging at her. Choi Hyuna at this time, which still has the temper of a young lady, the so-called dignity has long been thrown to the clouds. Frightened, he turned around and ran, fearing that if he ran too slowly, he would be poisoned by the bloodthirsty forest wolves. It's all because of damned Lin Dong. If he hadn't raised such a huge fire, how could these bloodthirsty forest wolves be attracted here? It's all because of her. Although her heart thought so, her mouth was honest because she knew that the only one who could save her now was Lin Dong. Lin Dong, help! There are so many wolves, it's scary. Lin Dong, who heard the commotion, frowned and looked toward the outside of the safe zone. Directly Choi Hyuna's skirt ran away, her small face held red, and her feet pounded out phantoms. Behind her were dozens of bloodthirsty forest wolves that didn't know how to die and were chasing after Choi Hyuna with their bloody mouths wide open, one after the other. To be honest, Lin Dong didn't want to care at all. What did Choi Hyuna's death or life have to do with him? Besides, he was currently studying with his team members on how to mine the earth attribute spirit stone burial earth sediment here, so he didn't have the time to pay attention to Choi Hyuna. However, in the next second, Choi Hyuna, who was confused by the bloodthirsty forest wolves chasing her, directly opened her arms and jumped onto Lin Dong's body, hugging him hard and even burying her head into Lin Dong's arms. Lin Dong, save me, there are so many bloodthirsty forest wolves. Lin Dong was almost out of breath from the neck of Choi Hyuna, and he intended to remove Choi Hyuna from his body, but when he reached out and touched Choi Hyuna's thighs, he felt a wave of delicate smoothness. He jerked his hand at once, looking embarrassed. Choi Hyuna, get off of me quickly. Or else I won't be polite. I don't, not until you kill those timberwolves. But you're naked. Ah, Lin Dong, you dead pervert, Where did you just touch me? Nasty and shameless. The extremely girls on the side, Su Runan, Yao Qingnian, Bai Ji, and Chui Bingbing, all frowned and put down their hands, looking at Chui Huna with a faint hostility. In the end, it was Yao Qing Nympho who was kind enough to go over and give Chui Hyuna a piece of clothing. After all, Chui Hyuna was also a member of the War God Academy, not to mention that she was also a close teammate before, so Yao Qingnian more or less sympathized with her. Hyuna, come down first, there won't be any danger in the safe zone, those bloodthirsty forest wolves won't dare to come over. Only when Chui Hyuna saw Yao Qing Nympho's gaze filled with kindness did she release her hand from Lin Dong's neck with some fondness and was pulled aside by Yao Qing Nympho. Lin Dong, on the other hand, placed his hand on top of the fire and roasted it to make it dry. Eh? The wind of this night demon forest, how come there is some sea breeze salty air? Those bloodthirsty forest wolves, wailing, prowled around the periphery of the flame safety zone, not daring to break in for a moment. It seemed to them that the prey, just now, had escaped into the interior of the fire, but there was something in the fire that gave them a sense of danger, and that stopped them in their tracks. The head wolf hesitated, fighting back and forth a few times, but in the end, he couldn't restrain his bloodlust. Ow! The head wolf growled at the sky, before leading the pack and barreling into the flaming safety zone. The frightened Chui Hyuna raised her head alertly and looked at the wolves in horror. Crap, that pack of bloodthirsty forest wolves is charging in. Chui Hyuna sat down beside her and handed her a packet of cookies, smiling unconcernedly. Don't worry about it, some little shrimps are just things that can be solved with your hands. Feeling the confidence in Yao Qing Nympho's mouth, Chui Hyuna couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart. There was a time when Yao Qingnian was just a support in the team, but now she was actually speaking with such arrogance. That's one of the most feared hunters in the Nightmare Forest. Even diamond magical beasts would retreat when they encountered packs of bloodthirsty forest wolves. But Yao Qing Nympho said it so breezily, as if she didn't care at all. Just then, a scene that made it even more difficult for Chui Hyuna to understand appeared. Because she realized that everyone in this group didn't seem to take the bloodthirsty forest wolf seriously. For example, Song Tianxiu, who was studying the oars with a hoe on the side, even took out a large pot with gusto and yelled loudly. Yoo-hoo, the wild game delivered to the door, this dinner is ready. Saying that, Song Tianxiu dropped his hoe and jumped up with his bare hands, looking excited. Then again, the previous Shui Hong, who could only serve as a meat shield, also wiggled his fat ass and ran his ass up to the front. Old Song, slow down, save me a few, I want sweet and sour Wolf King ribs. However, these two people were not bragging, they were truly brave and incomparable, and in less than a minute, they had taken care of the entire wolf pack. This kind of terrifying battle power made people shudder. Chui Hyuna carefully observed everyone in the team, feeling that she herself was weak and indistinguishable from an ant. How long has it been? Only 10 days? Have these people become so scary? Her gaze swiveled around and eventually met with Lin Dong's. Lin Dong was still in that exasperated look, and he had a deadpan face with her. Chui Hyuna, the bloodthirsty forest wolves have been taken care of, so this time, it's time for you to go. Lin Dong, this was an expulsion order. Yao Qingnian, Song Tianxiu, Shui Hong, and Bai Xingxue couldn't help but glance at each other, all seeing the helplessness in their eyes. To be honest, this Chui Hyuna was originally considered a member of their team, so it was a bit intolerable to just let her go off and fend for herself. But at this moment, the boss had already given his word, and they couldn't retain it. As for Chui Hyuna, when she was so provoked by Lin Dong, her missy temper suddenly surged up once again. Lin Dong, I'm telling you, don't go too far, do you really think that this young lady can't live without you? Just go. 140 dead Lin Dong, are you pitying me? Chui Hyuna huffed and puffed and threw off her steps to leave. The former teammates, on the other hand, looked at her with regret, but no one spoke for her. Chui Hyuna felt her nose turn sour and tears of aggravation snapped down her face. Even if she was wrong before, do these people have to be so heartless? Could it be that years of friendship were so unbearable under Lin Dong's obscene power? She cried as she walked, and when she came to, she even howled. She was really aggrieved, she felt that no one understood her, she felt that these people were so cold and desperate. You guys, I'm so disappointed in you. What did I do wrong for you to do this to me? Can't there be a little tolerance, a little love? Even if what I did before was wrong, now that I've been punished, why are you all still so unforgiving? She really didn't want to leave here, one was afraid of dying and the other was a little regretful. Seeing that her former teammates had become so powerful, her pride and self-esteem were all shattered, and she felt like a discarded pawn now, a joke in the eyes of all. Zhuge Zhanfeng, who was originally silent, seemed to be somewhat unable to look on, and could not help but look at Lin Dong. Brother Lim, why don't you give Hyuna Choi a chance to reform? I even saw her when she was little, she was just spoiled by her family. Although she's a bit stubborn, her nature isn't bad. The Zhuge family and the Choi family are considered family friends. Moreover, when Choi Hyuna was small, she often ran behind Zhuge Shifeng's ass, and was considered to have some friendship. Otherwise, Zhuge Shifeng wouldn't have risked making Lin Dong angry by saying these words to him. Lin Dong actually originally did not want to do anything to Choi Hyuna, he just disliked her Missy's temper and wanted to give her some punishment. Only thing is, he always felt that Choi Hyuna was a black sheep and was still a bit hesitant to keep her around. Therefore, Lin Dong did not say anything, but instead pondered. Seeing that Lin Dong did not reply, Choi Hyuna gratefully glanced at Zhuge Shifeng and bit her lip. Thank you, Brother Ridewind, you don't have to beg Lin Dong, this is a stone-hearted person, you won't be able to sensitize him, I'd better go. Despite what she said, Choi Hyuna stopped in place and didn't move a muscle, as if waiting for someone to plead for her. She may have a stinking stubborn temper, but she's not stupid. Staying in the ranks of the War God Academy was obviously safer and more guaranteed, and most importantly, in case Lin Dong forgave her, she could become just as powerful as the others. She then turned her gaze to Choi Bingbing of the Choi family branch, her eyes surging with piebaldness. Of course, Choi Bingbing knew what Choi Hyuna was thinking, but her relationship with Choi Hyuna was really average. Moreover, when she was little, Choi Hyuna had bullied her a lot, so begging her for help now would be a no-brainer. That's why Choi Bingbing stood up her big chest, pretended to look up at the sky, and didn't pay any attention to this. Humph, I'm not going to make Brother Lin Dong angry because of you, if I had known, why did I bother? When Choi Hyuna saw that Choi Bingbing was ignoring her, a flash of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Why? Why was Choi Bingbing, a person from another academy, allowed to stay here, but she, the elite of the War God Academy, was forced to leave? Are these people going to be so heartless just because she joined his brother, Choi Wuxi's team at the time? Why? Choi Hyuna hissed internally as she could never figure out what she was doing wrong. Even if she made the wrong choice then, she really wants to come back now. Just when she was a bit desperate, Su Runan sighed and stood out, walking to Lin Dong's side and pulling on the corner of his coat. Lin Dong, just give Choi Hyuna a chance, the Night Demon Forest is so dangerous, if you let her go out alone, she'll die. Among these people, I'm afraid that the only one who could influence Lin Dong's decision was Su Runan. When Choi Hyuna heard Su Runan plead for her, she raised her head in surprise, a renewed light in her eyes. And Yao Qing Nympho duly reminded Choi Hyuna to be more sensible. Hyuna, hurry up and admit your mistake to Brother Lin Dong, don't put up any stinking airs about being a big miss, Brother Lin Dong is easygoing and magnanimous, he will definitely forgive you. Zhuge Zhanfeng also nodded, thinking that Yao Qingnian had a point. Yes, Hyuna, when people do something wrong, they have to be brave enough to admit their mistakes, have a gesture of admitting their mistakes, and don't ever make small talk again. Choi Hyuna opened her mouth, she also wanted to say a Lin Dong sorry, but she was never able to say it, like a fishbone stuck inside her throat. Lin Dong looked at Choi Hyuna's haughty demeanor and didn't bother with it. Forget it, I don't have the fortune to be able to accept Miss Choi's apology. I don't care if you guys want to keep her. But let me state in advance, if she does anything that affects the overall interests of the team again, I am the first to kick her out of the team. After saying that, Lin Dong unfolded his wind and thunder wings and flew into the sky above the Night Demon Forest. This place is a bit barren, it's considered an inferior vein, so the few of you can collect it here first. I'll go somewhere else and scout for any burial sediment quality veins. After saying that, Lin Dong left without looking back. Everyone looked at each other in place, wondering if Lin Dong was angry over this matter. However, it was good that Lin Dong did not force Choi Hyuna to leave, indicating that there was still a chance for things to turn around. However, Choi Hyuna looked at Lin Dong's departing direction with some exasperation, her eyes filled with stubbornness. Damn Lin Dong, are you pitying me? When did this young lady ever want you to pity her? It's all your fault. Dead Lin Dong. If it wasn't for you, how would I have become like this today? Her aggravated tears were swirling inside her eyes, and her purple hair was indescribably poignant as it fluttered in the firelight. This kind of appearance gave everyone who saw it a feeling of pity for me. Shui Hong was the first to break the silence, shaking his big head and ending his voice. Choi Hyuna, you have to cherish this opportunity, we all know the boss's temper, cold on the outside and hot on the inside, as long as you know the rules, he won't drive you away again. Bai Xingxue nodded gently from the side, he had always been silent, and this was an unprecedented way to say more. There is no greater good than to learn from one's mistakes. Approaching, Song Tianjiu, Su Runan, and Yao Qingnian were all exhorting her, causing Choi Hyuna's head to buzz. Choi Hyuna lowered her head, ostensibly like a child who had made a mistake. But in the back of her mind, she had been secretly rebellious. Why are you all like this? Why are you making me and Lin Dong admit our faults? He's such a petty person, can the faults all be mine alone? After a short exchange, the crowd all continued to start collecting the veins feverishly. Choi Hyuna was a bit overwhelmed as she followed the crowd, not knowing what to do. Choi Hyuna also knew something about this earth attribute spirit stone burial earth sinker. But it was the first time she had seen such a large mine. Seeing that the crowd was busy, it was not good for her to stand on the side and watch, so she furtively went up to help with the collection. But when she lifted a brick-sized piece of burial soil sedum, the immense gravity took her by surprise. She didn't stand still and fell straight to the ground, making a dog's ass of herself, her purple hair and fair face all stained black by the burial earth and incense. She struggled to sit up on the ground and angrily kicked burial sinker, which resulted in a swollen toe and a howl of pain that tore through her. Aya, this broken stone, why is it so hard? I really don't know what you guys are doing collecting these broken rocks. Woo woo. In fact, it wasn't Choi Hyuna's fault because the burial earth sinker was just too heavy. The size of a brick was 5,000 or 6,000 pounds, and it was hard for her to move it with her level 32 strength. The crowd shook their heads as they looked at the crying and screaming Choi Hyuna. This Missy's temperament is so hard to serve. Su Runan looked at the distressed Choi Hyuna, stopped collecting or came to her side, and extended a hand. Seeing the white palm reaching out, Choi Hyuna's expression visibly froze for a moment. If she remembered correctly, Su Runan had been mocked by her then as well, but this was the second time Su Runan had helped her. She bit her lip in some embarrassment. Su Runan, thanks. Su Runan smiled faintly and took Choi Hyuna's hand, pulling her out from inside the pile of ore. Choi Hyuna lowered her head, her eyes slightly red. Although she had refused to admit her faults, she wasn't incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong, it was just a matter of pride. Now that she saw Su Runan taking the initiative to release her kindness, her heart melted a little for a moment. Su Runan, I'm sorry for what happened before. Su Runan guffawed and squeezed Choi Hyuna's dirty palm. You haven't apologized to me, the one you should say sorry to is Lin Dong. Alright, you're too low level to do many things now, level up your experience first. As Su Runan said this, she took out the experience potion and the extreme flame crystals from inside her storage ring and put them into Choi Hyuna's hands, and told her how to use them. Choi Hyuna was instantly stunned by the experience potions and the extreme flame crystals. Holding up an extreme flame crystal, she couldn't help but repeat Su Runan's words. One piece can increase your experience by 100,000, and if you can take 1,000 pieces a day, that's 100 million experience. And then she pinched up the experience potions, the 9 Ding Deer Antler Cream and the 10 Perfection Dan, and watched them one by one. 6 Flavored Emperor Pill, triple experience bonus, lasts for 2 hours, can be stacked with other potions. Joding Deer Antler Cream, quadruple experience bonus, lasts for 2 hours, can be stacked with other potions. 10 Perfect Pills, 5 times experience bonus, lasts for 2 hours, can be stacked with other potions. Heavens! Combined with the triple experience bonus of the Forsaken Lands themselves, when you do the math like this, you can actually boost your experience by a terrifying 15 times in a day. When used in conjunction with the flame crystals. An unbelievably horrifying discovery made Choi Hyuna instantly freeze on the spot. 15 times the experience. 1.5 billion experience a day. 141 The second temple of prayer for God's blessing manifestation. Choi Hyuna felt like the world had gone crazy. You can get 1.5 billion experience a day? Did she not learn math well in elementary school? How could she calculate such an exaggerated number? But to her surprise, even as she wiggled her fingers and did the math several more times, she realized it was still the same number. So with trembling fingers, she picked up these experience potions once again. This time, the mood was already very different from the calmness of a moment ago. She looked at Su Runan with some disbelief and pointed at her nose again. You mean these are for me? Su Runan nodded her head as if she had done something rare and ordinary. Well, those are a week's worth of doses, any more and you can go buy some with the others, that's all I can give you. Hurry up and take it, catch up your level so that you can play a role in the team, otherwise, Lin Dong would never bring a procrastinator like you around. Choi Hyuna nodded her head in fear at this point like an uninformed bumpkin. Because she was genuinely shocked by what she had just heard. At the same time, she also became curious as to how many levels Su Runan and the others had reached by now. Level 50? Level 60? Or is it level 70? It was 1.5 billion experience a day, and she could helicopter to level 44 after eating it at level 32. And Su Runin and the others, they didn't know how long they had been taking it, how horrible the experience should be. So she looked at Su Runin with some trepidation, and asked somewhat cautiously, "Runin, have you guys been taking experience potions? Then how many levels have you reached now?" There was no way that Su Runin was wearing a breath concealment necklace, and there was no way for Cui Hyuna to see her opponent's true rank. Su Runin, who usually had a kind face, had a frosty and cold look on her face at this time, and she didn't give Cui Hyuna a smile at all, but just took off her breath-concealing necklace. Seeing Su Runin's rank, Cui Hyuna was so scared that she jumped up directly on the ground. Level 69? Oh my god, you've actually reached the level of a quasi-battle exalt. This is too terrifying. At the same time, Cui Hyuna's heart was filled with a wave of fear. Hoping that in this half-day, she had been spilling her guts with a group of quasi-battle exalted level characters? One must know that the strength of Su Runin and the others was now no weaker than her grandfather, Cui Taixing. The things she was proud of were nothing short of rare in front of Su Runin and the others. Su Runin looked at Cui Hyuna, whose surprised mouth could be stuffed with eggs, and gently stroked her hair. It's still relatively easy to level up before level 65, so don't be discouraged, your experience will catch up soon after taking these potions. Cui Hyuna looked at the experience potion in her hand, and the extreme flame crystals, and without hesitation, she directly started taking them. Her rank, like a rocket, began to rapidly pull up. Level 33. Level 34. Level 40. Level 44. The experience bar didn't stop until it was about 90% of the way up to level 44. In less than 10 minutes, she had completed the transformation from a golden warrior to a great warrior. Her battle power, meanwhile, had risen by a large margin. "Thank you, Su Runin, you're so good to me." With that, she barfed on Su Runin's cheeks. "I actually hate you, it's just that someone entrusted me to plead with Lin Dong and I didn't do it, so I have a guilty conscience." Su Runin wiped the saliva left on Cui Hyuna's face, unsmiling and even a little disgusted. Who entrusted you with a favor?" Cui Hyuna's eyes widened as if she was amazed that someone in this group was actually speaking for her. Su Runin glanced at Zhuge Zhanfeng in the distance and did not reply before pointing at the burial sinker or on the ground. "Now try again." Cui Hyuna made a fool of herself and nodded, before stretching out her hands and grasping hard at the brick-sized piece of burial earth sinker. However, this time, due to her overexertion, she fell straight onto her back as she hugged the burial sinker. This wretched image really made her image of a great lady disappear. But instead of getting angry, Cui Hyuna laughed happily. "Ha ha, I'm moving up. Su Runin nodded in approval. Level 44, the base strength can reach about 10,000 pounds, and it's still not a problem to run a burial sinker or two. Alright, you should also hurry up and collect some burial earth incense. These 5 elemental attribute ores will all be of great use in the future. In this night demon forest, I am afraid that only Lin Dong dared to fly recklessly. The magical beasts in here, even the second mutation magical beasts, were only over 50 levels, and when they felt Lin Dong flying over them, they were all trembling in fear, not daring to move at all. Therefore, Lin Dong traveled extremely fast all the way and did not suffer any obstacles at all. However, this night demon forest was extremely large, and the cause was obstructed, so Lin Dong also took quite a few wrong turns. Lin Dong had originally planned to look for an extreme burial earth sediment vein, but right at this moment, the prayer temple coordinate jade in his arms suddenly jumped. Prayer temple coordinates jade reacts. Is there something weird going on here? This prayer temple coordinate jade stone was the reward he received for clearing the Holy Gladiator when he was in the Holy Gladiator arena, and he could use it to find the second prayer temple. According to the little dragoness Qing Li's description, this coordinate jade, which was equivalent to a key, would automatically activate when he reached the vicinity of the second praying god temple, causing the praying god temple to manifest itself. However, the coordinates of the second prayer temple recorded in the jade had always been in an inactive state, so Lin Dong had never been able to go there either. But now, this piece of jade had actually moved. Could it be that the second praying god temple was going to appear here? Lin Dong brought his speed down and flew in the direction that caused the prayer temple coordinate jade to change. From afar, Lin Dong noticed a vague light ahead, and even heard the sound of gurgling water. About 20 kilometers further into the flight, there was a sudden sense of peaks and valleys. Lin Dong only felt that the darkness had suddenly disappeared, and there was a clear light in front of him. In the distance, hundreds of kilometers from him, a looming, massive crater volcano presented itself. In the presence of this volcano, mankind seemed so small. And at the top of the ring volcano, there seemed to be an incomparably huge spring that was constantly flowing outwards, forming a huge river that snaked its way to all parts of the Night Demon Forest. Could this be the Holy Spring of Life? According to the records on the map given by Marshal Xiao, this should be the entrance to the level 2 copy of the Night Demon Forest, the Sacred Spring of Life. This Sacred Spring of Life was a sacred medicine for healing that was even purer than the healing mana, and with this spring, one almost had a second life. In the virtual trading market of Huaxia, it could almost be sold at a sky-high price. But who would have thought that such a precious holy spring of life would actually be like a rushing river here, all over the place? It's so shocking. This kind of scene felt extravagant beyond words even for Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong did not rush to collect the holy spring of life, but continued to head towards the location guided by the prayer temple coordinates Jade. By the time he reached the top of the ring crater, an open island in a spring caught his attention. It seems that the manifestation location of the prayer temple is right there. As he descended on top of that island, the prayer temple coordinate Jade in his arms had become a rolling hot, as if it was about to melt at any moment. Lin Dong gently took out the prayer temple coordinate Jade and placed it between this heaven and earth. At once, the prayer temple coordinate Jade melted into a mist, holding up a transparent area in the misty vapor ahead. As the mist wriggled, a portal with mottled traces of age gradually appeared in Lin Dong's field of vision. At the entrance to the portal still stood the stone statue of the flying general. It was only that he was still leaning on his sword with both hands, gazing into the depths of the void with a complex expression of perseverance and despondency on his face. Underneath the stone statue, a line of text was carved that was automatically reflected in the spirit. Hidden copy, Second Temple of Blessing. Entry requirements, 100,000 extreme burial earthsinker spirit stones are required. Entry level, 50. Copy profile. Prayer shrine, those who meet the conditions will receive the blessing of the goddess, including a large amount of experience, props. Tomb of the Heroic Spirit, penetrate the Heroic Spirit to obtain the Stone of the Heroic Spirit. The Witch King's Game of Death, the Great Witch King, who pioneered the powerful witch spirit spells, passed the Game of Death levels he set up to test to obtain the coordinates of the Third Temple of Blessing. Lin Dong stood in front of the stone statue of the flying general and looked at it for a long time before he spread his wings and flew away from this place. 100,000 of extreme burial earthsinker spirit stones, he simply didn't have any, and he could only go digging before he could do so. Fortunately, however, there were several huge veins of extreme burial sediment around the crater where the sacred spring of life was located. And almost all of the burial sediments from the rest of the nightmare forest flowed out here down the river. No wonder the burial soil incense mines seen in the periphery are so barren, so the very best ones are here. Thinking of this, Lin Dong directly released the mining machine and excavator that he had forged earlier and went on a mining spree here. However, he was too busy to do it alone after all, so he was prepared to go back and bring all the people from the War God Academy here. After Lin Dong returned to the camp, he found that Cui Hyana was diligently digging up the ore, and the whole person was panting with exhaustion. As for her body, her clothes and equipment were already torn in multiple places, and her face and hair were black. But she didn't call it hard or tired, and insisted playfully, a far cry from her usual messy appearance. Taking a look, Lin Dong skimmed his lips. Being level 44 and still wearing shabby ordinary gold equipment was just too shabby. So Lin Dong casually threw over 2 bronze acceleration gloves and said indifferently, "Use these, work faster." Originally, when she saw Lin Dong throw over 2 bronze level equipment, Cui Hyana was not too happy. But when she read the attributes and words on it, she grunted and gulped. This is bronze level equipment? How come it looks 100 times better than her gold level equipment? She was so busy putting it on her hand that she was never going to take it off again. Thanks. Stop. I'm just afraid that you'll affect the progress of the work and drag everyone down. I hope you don't misunderstand. Damn Lin Dong. Can't you stop being so petty? I've already said thank you, what more do you want? 142 promoted to warlord, met the moon spirit's daughter again. When Cui Hyana raised her head with a curse, she realized that Lin Dong had already walked away. It seemed that there had never been any place for her in Lin Dong's heart. For some reason, in Cui Hyana's heart, she suddenly felt a sense of loss. Are people really that annoying? Why are you always unwilling to look at people in the eye? Only this loss was quickly replaced by the huge boost from the acceleration gloves. With the acceleration gloves, her efficiency had increased by a full 3 times, and when she was about to stack her storage ring full, Lin Dong's voice drifted in from afar. Hurry up and pack up and get ready to assemble. What's with the bullishness? Give orders to anyone you want, don't you see that the burial ground incense is not yet collected here? Chui Huna raised her head and couldn't help but hatefully swing 2 punches at Lin Dong's back. She was now collecting burial earth incense with vigor, so she didn't immediately follow Lin Dong's instructions to carry out the gathering, but greedily kept carrying and collecting the burial earth incense spirit stones. But for some reason, the surroundings suddenly became incredibly quiet, and there wasn't even a single voice speaking. Chui Hyana looked around suspiciously and realized that Lin Dong was looking at her with a frown on his face. Behind Lin Dong was Su Runan and the others who were fully loaded and ready to go. Everyone's assembled, what are you doing here? Lin Dong's unflinching questioning caused Chui Hyana to resist, reddening her face. She couldn't help but crane her neck in defiance. I'm collecting burial sinker spirit stones, isn't that the task you arranged? What, is it wrong for me to work hard? Lin Dong skimmed his lips and gave Chui Hyana 3 hard knocks on her head. It's simply stupid. I've said that I've gathered it, I must have found a better spirit stone mine than this place, and this kind of trashy goods of burial earth sinker is simply a waste of grids to gather. Can't you even understand such a simple thing? Chui Hyana's head hurt from Lin Dong's knock, and she responded stubbornly with tears in her eyes. How can you blame someone for not understanding when you didn't make it clear? It's always you who's in the wrong, so why are you mad at me? Looking at Chui Hyana's defiant look, Lin Dong had already lost interest. I was planning to bring you along, but since you're unrepentant, stay here and pick these trash spirit stones by yourself, let's go. After saying that, Lin Dong unfolded his wind and thunder wings, and he was already several dozen meters away. The others all shook their heads towards helplessness and got up to chase after Lin Dong's direction. Only Zhuge Shifeng stretched out his hand towards Chui Hyana, a hint of egg pain faintly surfacing on his pretty face. Sister Hyuna, brother has to tell you the truth, never question Lin Dong's decisions. Why shouldn't I question him? Why should I listen to him when he's so headstrong, so transitive, and so petty? Chui Hyuna wiped a handful of tears from her eyes and looked at the direction Lin Dong and the others had left, stomping her foot vigorously, apparently having nowhere to vent her anger. Looking at this messy act, Zhuge Shifeng sighed. Hyuna, do you realize what a great opportunity you missed because of your temper? In this life, to be able to meet a character like Lin Dong is a heavenly blessing for all of us. Even if you don't know the blessings when you are in the midst of the blessings, you actually push this blessing outwards, it's really. Hey! If it wasn't for the fact that the Chui family and the Zhuge family were family friends, Zhuge multiplied the wins and really didn't bother with Chui Hyana, this child, she really didn't know how to advance or retreat. But Zhuge Shifeng's words made Chui Hyana unable to stop her eyes from widening. What? Brother Right Wind, did I hear you right, even you think that meeting Lin Dong is a blessing? You're a level 79 peak battle zone, almost at the level of a battle Saint Ah. In our China, second only to Marshal Xiao. How can you bow down to Lin Dong? In Chui Hyana's heart, Zhuge Shifeng was the leader of the young generation, and could be said to be the top handful of people in Huaxia. This kind of character, actually willingly being Lin Dong's vassal, she could not figure it out even if she thought about it. Zhuge Shifeng only smiled faintly in the face of her doubts. My achievements, in front of Lin Dong, are simply worthless, just like a mole cricket competing with the white moon. In the future, you will understand what I said. Well, hurry up and follow me, if you're late you won't be able to keep up with the group. And then Zhuge Shifeng took Chui Hyuna's hand and directly led her through the air on the wind. However, Zhuge Shifeng was obviously being modest, and it didn't take much time for them to catch up with Lin Dong and the others' group. He was a genuine battle exalted, one that could truly travel in the air, and was many times stronger than a quasi-battle exalted like Su Runan and the others who could only stay in the air for a short period of time. Lin Dong led the team, and after spending about more than half a day, he finally arrived at the location of the Sacred Spring of Life. This open and magnificent sight of the Sacred Spring of Life drew a crowd of people who were all in awe. Song Tianqiu directly transformed into a poet and couldn't help but bite the words. Mountains end with the flat fields, rivers flow into the great wilderness. The royal sister with black stockings, the eunuch in the greenhouse. When Xuehong heard that he recited the wrong verse, he laughed and sneered. Old song, you were taught by a gym teacher, right? Can you even recite this wrong? The last 2 lines are clearly under the moon-flying sky mirror, on the river make people sad. In the future, learn more from me, don't be a disgrace. Song Tianqiu touched his nose with his finger, feeling what was right and what was wrong. The crowd behind them could only shake their heads in response. This Song Tianqiu and Xuehong were considered a pair of crouching dragon and phoenix chicks. It was only when they reached the nearness of the ringed mountain range that they realized that those rivers just now were simply not worth mentioning. In the middle of the cratered mountain pass, there was as much water as an ocean, and a huge spring that towered between heaven and earth was bubbling with spring water. This was no ordinary water, but the water of the holy fountain of life, which could instantly restore a large number of bloodstains and had no side effects. I didn't realize that here, this kind of precious thing was as common as the cabbage that doesn't cost anything. It was everywhere. Shui Hong couldn't help but bow a handful of water, sprinkle it between his throat, and gulp it down. The refreshing crispness of the air instantly mesmerized him. All of you hurry up and taste it, this holy spring of life water is also too good. However, when he looked back, he realized that Su Runan, Yao Qingyan, and a few of their females had long since changed into bikinis and gone swimming inside. Holy crap, life holy spring water as a swimming pool, this is too extravagant. When he turned his head to look at Lin Dong, he found that Lin Dong did not know when he had forged a storage wine gourd, and he was sucking on the holy spring of life for a while, causing the water level to drop by several centimeters visible to the naked eye. These few centimeters were nothing to the 10,000 feet deep sacred spring of life, but the capacity had been exaggerated. Without any hesitation, if this wine gourd was released to the outside world, it could definitely form an artificial lake with a huge area. And Lin Dong didn't have the intention to stop there. After filling up a wine gourd, he took out another wine gourd, itching to fill up all of the sacred spring of life. In the end, Lin Dong looked at the bottom of the valley that had dried up at the crater before he closed his hand with a sense of satisfaction. That the holy spring of life's spring have shrunk tens of thousands of times. It saw Lin Dong walked in, or shivering and dare not spray. It has really never seen such a ruthless person. Really ing can pretend. Lin Dong squatted down to look at the trembling spring, and after hesitating for half a day, he still gave up his intention to take it away. Forget it, this is also considered a natural spirit. If I take it away, people later on will not have any life spring water to collect. Leave it here and let it slowly recover. Next, with the cooperation of the excavation machinery, Lin Dong and the others dug 1,000 holes in the Ring Mountain in 3 days, and a dozen or so huge veins of extreme burial earth sediment were pocketed by them. In theory, this trip to the Night Demon Forest was considered a successful harvest. Cui Hianao also finally understood why Lin Dong said that those ores outside were trash. Those funeral incense outside, compared to the ones here, is simply marginal, said marginal are raised. Seeing that it was about time, Lin Dong led the crowd, paid the full amount of extreme burial earth sinking incense spirit stones, and entered the second prayer god temple. Just like last time, as soon as the crowd entered it, a grand sound rang out, followed by a beam of 7-colored light that flew out from the goddess of moon spirit's statue and enveloped the crowd. Juga multiplied wind, meets the conditions of God's blessing and obtains a volume of epic level forbidden spellcaster's technique. Gained 1 billion experience. Lin Dong, meeting the conditions of God's blessing, obtaining a volume of the Epic Forge Master's Manual. Gained 1 billion experience. Su Runan, meeting the conditions of God's blessing, obtaining a volume of the Epic Holy War Emperor's Heart Technique. Gained 1 billion experience. Bai Xingxue, meeting the conditions of God's blessing, obtaining a volume of Epic Sword Emperor's Sword Dao Sense. Gained 1 billion experience. Song Tianxiu, meeting the conditions of God's blessing, obtaining a volume of the Epic Blade Emperor's Absolute Blade Technique. Gained 1 billion experience. Yao Qing Nympho, meeting the conditions of God's blessing, obtaining a volume of Epic Dark Priest Technique. Gained 1 billion experience. Chui Bingbing, meeting the conditions of God's blessing, obtaining an Epic Phoenix True Spirit Fire Seed. Gained 1 billion experience. Bai Shi, meeting the conditions of God's blessing, obtaining a volume of the Epic Sword Emperor's Sword Dao Technique. Gained 1 billion experience. Shui Hong, meeting the conditions of God's blessing, obtaining a volume of Epic Shield Warrior Emperor Technique. Gained 1 billion experience. Ape Hong, meets the conditions of God's blessing and obtains a volume of Epic Level Demon Ape Kung Fu. Gained 1 billion experience. Huna Choi, meeting the conditions of God's blessing, obtaining a volume of Epic Archer's Feats. Gained 1 billion experience. These people from the War God Academy, although they were also level 69, experience-wise, they were a long way behind Lin Dong. Among these people, Lin Dong was the closest to a battle exalted, and after the goddess blessed him with 1 billion experience, Lin Dong's body flashed with a burst of light, finally breaking through the shackles and smoothly advancing to the battle exalted level. Every promotion of a battle exalt would cause a huge reaction in the heavens and earth. However, the reaction that Lin Dong had caused was a bit outrageous. In just a split second, the entire Night Demon Forest was covered by black pressurized thunderclouds, and many places even flashed with lightning and thunder, just like the end of the world. The entire Night Demon Forest, all under the chopping of the thunder and lightning, was ablaze, causing this huge copy to begin to falter, as if it was about to disintegrate at any moment. Lin Yangchui, Wao Xie and the others, when they saw this sight, they thought that there was some kind of powerful demonic creature coming out of the world, and they were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe. And only the people in the praying god temple understood that Lin Dong had broken through to the battle-exalted realm. However, the momentum created by Lin Dong was not ordinary, and it was feared to be many times greater than the sight of Xinjiangnan and the others being promoted to battle-exalted at the beginning. Even the goddess statue of Moon Spirit sensed something, and in the statue's eyes, a curtain of light shot out, reflecting a virtual world. In that image, a goddess dressed in a noble queen's costume was looking at Lin Dong with interest. Her servant gently lifted a peeled grape in her hand and placed it in her mouth for her to enjoy. Sheep, on the other hand, was crossing her legs, her snow-white delicate calves swaying in a very cozy manner. Her gaze, however, was always sizing up Lin Dong's body. "Little fellow, I can't imagine that you've grown so fast. It's only been a few days' worth of work since I've seen you, and you've actually reached the sky rank. And the movement of this promotion is actually so big. There is only one person that I have seen that can cause such a commotion, and that is the great lord of Lulan. So, who exactly did you arrange the backstabbing?" 143 The Lich King's Game of Death, The Bloodstained Mirror. The Moon Spirit's daughter curiously surveyed Lin Dong, as if she wanted to discover something from his body. But no matter how she observed, there was nothing too surprising about Lin Dong, and he wasn't even considered a combat profession, he was just a supporting type of forger. Interesting. Things are getting interesting. The daughter of the Moon Spirit muttered to herself and dropped another grape into her mouth. Her white throat shrugged, every movement seductive. Lin Dong gazed at the Moon Spirit's daughter thoughtfully, and a question slowly emerged from his heart. This was the second time that the Moon Spirit's daughter had said something similar. Could it be that someone was really manipulating him in the dark? Was everything he experienced arranged by someone else? He then arched his hand towards the daughter of the Moon Spirit, showing a great deal of respect. "Goddess Moon Spirit, what do you mean by your words? Can you clear up my confusion?" The Moon Spirit's daughter gave a frivolous smile, seemingly amused that Lin Dong dared to ask her questions. However, she did not answer Lin Dong's question, but left behind a piece of advice. You're still too weak. Come back to me someday when you have the qualifications to talk to me." As the words fell, the virtual world where the Moon Spirit's daughter was located also gradually dissipated. Before she left, she gently waved her hand, and the thundercloud that made the night demon forest about to collapse also completely dispersed, and along with it, there was also that incense burner in the center of the prayer god's temple. Lin Dong looked at the direction in which the Moon Spirit's daughter had disappeared and stood in silence for a long time pondering. He knew that as he grew, he seemed to fall into someone else's calculations. It was a feeling that upset him. But now there was no way to uncover the person behind the scenes. It was a long time before he sighed tersely. The only thing that is hard is strength. If you want to not be controlled, the only way to break the mold is to grow up early. And then, Lin Dong called for Ape Hong and nudged towards one of the incense burners. Ape Hong understood and immediately exerted his divine power and began to move the incense burner. According to the last experience, this incense burner on the left is the tomb of the Spirit of Valor, which allows you to obtain the Stone of Valor. Therefore, Lin Dong and Ape Hong lightly entered it and arrived in the gloomy tomb. In the Tomb of the Spirits, a bronze ancient coffin was similarly placed, as well as two tomb-suppressing beasts. Ape Hong hacked and sliced his way through defeating the tomb-suppressing beast and opened the bronze ancient coffin as Lin Dong had instructed. The moment the Yingling Phantom inside appeared, Lin Dong immediately went forward and talked to the Yingling Phantom. As he recounted the precarious situation of the human race, he took out the Yingling stone obtained from the first prayer temple and talked this Yingling into a daze. In the end, the Ying spirit was conquered and moved by Lin Dong's words, and was also transformed into a Ying spirit stone. It was an unbelievably smooth trip with no fights. After coming out of the Tomb of the Spirits, Lin Dong realized that everyone else from the War God Academy had disappeared. He blinked in confusion, only to realize that the incense burner to his right had been moved, and the teleportation array was all but visible. Looks like these guys can't wait to get right into that Witch King copy. After all, they had all gained huge benefits in the Holy Gladiator Arena last time, and now that their strength had increased so much, it was only natural that they wanted to go back to reap some more benefits. These guys, they actually didn't wait for me. Hey! Lin Dong laughed and cursed, leading Ape Hong into the teleportation array, also wanting to see what was so peculiar about this copy of the Witch Demon King. Just as soon as he entered it, the copy information was passed into his mind. Current copy, The Witch King's Game of Death Bloodstained Mirror. Copy rules. Upon entering the copy, each challenger's equipment including storage rings and occupation will be sealed, and they will all be at level 1. The challenger's blood drops into the bloodstained mirror to gain a special ability that can be used to save themselves or others. Each challenger has, and only has, one chance to use an ability. Challengers killed by special abilities will not be able to be resurrected and become sacrifices to the Witch King. All challengers must use the ability given by the bloodstained mirror, and challengers who do not use the ability will not be able to pass the level. 6. Those who kill their own kind will suffer the curse of the Witch King, luck 100. One of the above rules is false. Replica reward, third prayer temple coordinates jade. These are rules that look quaint. Before Lin Dong could even think about it in detail, he had already entered the copy with Ape Hong. After landing, he realized that this copy was just a large hall similar to the prayer temple, except that this hall didn't have an idol, only a huge mirror. The mirror had bizarre runes carved into it, constantly flickering with a disturbing aura. Lin Dong was attracted to the mirror as soon as he landed. But Ape Hong, who was on the side, acted as if his sweaty hairs were exploding and his face was full of panic. Master, look, they've all become 2 people. What do you mean? Lin Dong did not understand Ape Hong's words for a moment, but when he looked in the direction of Ape Hong's finger, he could not help but have his pupils contract sharply. Because in his field of vision, there were actually 2 Su Runin, 2 Bai Xingxue, and 2 Song Tianshu. All of them, as if they had a twin, looked and moved in the same way. And they had fought 2 by 2 to prove they were real. Only the place was sealed with abilities and items, and they could only fight in the most primitive way, which looked very funny. Lin Dong's mind moved and tried his various equipment phrases to see if they were useful. But he was surprised to find that none of these words, there was no way to inspire them here, they seemed to be really sealed. So Lin Dong cleared his throat and yelled towards these people. Can someone please tell me what's going on and how you all got an identical twin? It doesn't say anything about it in the rules for this copy. As soon as these people saw that it was Lin Dong, they stopped fighting and turned on their spitting mode. Su Runin was the first to speak. Lin Dong, I'm real, she's fake. The other Su Runin instantly retorted. Nonsense, you're the fake one, Lin Dong, don't believe her, I'm the real one. Immediately afterward, these people, all of them arguing, looked extremely angry. Only the 2 Zhuge multiplied winds, silently looking face to face, did not speak. Lin Dong was so noisy by them that his head was so big that he was completely unable to tell who was real. So he pointed his finger at the talkative Shui Hong and called him to heel. Shui Hong, come here and tell me what's going on. Both Xerxes ran in a neat, synchronized motion, opening their mouths and speaking at almost the same time. Big brother, when you went to fetch the soul stone just now, we were planning to come in first to explore, but we didn't know that after we came in, when we were dripping blood in the mirror of stained blood to obtain a special ability in accordance with the rules of the replica, an identical imitator suddenly appeared. Then we fought in order to prove that we were real. Big brother, do me a favor and kill this fake one. These 2 Xiehongs blamed each other and even said almost the same thing. If Lin Dong wasn't here, it was estimated that he would have to do it again right away. Lin Dong looked curiously at the 2 Shuihongs in front of him, and even pinched the 2 Shuihongs' plump faces with his hands, and the feel was the same, so he could not distinguish the real ones from the fake ones at all. Ha! This time Lin moved more strange, 2 Shuihong exactly the same. This is not to give him a whole out of the real and fake Monkey King well. But how can you tell who is real and who is not? Lin Dong stroked his chin and pondered for a while before he opened his mouth again and asked. Are you saying that after you used the bloodstained mirror to gain your special ability, an imitator suddenly appeared? Both Xiehongs nodded at the same time, in perfect agreement on this point. Lin Dong's heart stirred. It seemed that this imitator was a side effect that appeared after using the bloodstained mirror. However, the rules of the replica are again described. If you do not use the mirror of bloodstaining, you cannot pass the level, then the mirror of bloodstaining is a must. In other words, the purpose of this level was to use the special ability given by the mirror of bloodstained blood to distinguish between the real body and the imitators, and only then could the level be cleared successfully. After figuring out this trick, Lin Dong became confident. With interest, he then asked, Shui Hong, what kind of special ability did you obtain in the bloodstained mirror? The 2 Shuihongs scratched their heads at the same time, looking very naive. I gained the ability to. The 2 Shuihongs exchanged a glance, both looking at each other warily. Lin Dong instantly understood the other party's concern, so he called them both to his ear separately and let them speak individually. The first Shuihong squeezed his eyebrows and came forward, whispering in an urgent voice beside Lin Dong's ear, "Big brother, I'm real, I'm the one who's real, you must believe me." Lin Dong smiled faintly and was non-committal. "Tell me about the abilities you've gained first." "Big brother, the ability I gained is useless as." "Tell me when I tell you to tell me, where's the bull, what's the ability anyway?" Well. I gained the ability. Can drink beer through my nose." Hearing this odd ability, Lin Dong could not help but raise his eyebrows. This was a waste ability without a doubt. He waved his hand and told this Shui Hong to go down, then called the other Shui Hong over. "Tell me, what are your powers?" This Shui Hong also carefully whispered in Lin Dong's ear, "Big brother, don't believe what that imitator said just now, we both have the same ability. My ability is that I am bound to have an external bow when I walk." Lin Dong hung back and didn't laugh out loud. This trash ability, and drinking through the nose, it's simply not a big difference. But Lin Dong also extracted a key piece of information from it. That is, the special skills of the impersonator and the real one are not the same. 144. A smorgasbord of strange abilities. The Witch King is a tease. Lin Dong's sword brows stood up slightly as he began to analyze all the information he had obtained. Through whispering with the two Sehongs, it could be proven that the imitators and the real body did not have mind synchronization, which meant that the imitators could only have information from before they were created by the bloodstained mirror. Once these imitators have been created, the words spoken and the thoughts generated by the being are imperceptible to them. So the imitator is only able to follow the manner of speech and behavior of the previous principle. If one wanted to distinguish between their authenticity, one could only make a judgment through Lin Dong's knowledge of their past days. At this moment in the Great Hall, everyone else had the presence of an imitator, and only Lin Dong and Ape Hong did not have an imitator. At least Lin Dong still had the existence of a beast pet that he could completely trust, and this might be a key to solving the problem. At this moment, Shui Hong, who was beside him, licked his big face and chattered with Lin Dong in a small voice. "Big brother, I'm the one that's real, you're so discerning that you must have already seen the real thing. Big brother, don't hesitate, hurry up and kill that fake one. Big brother, why don't you say something, it's really urgent." Lin Dong couldn't stand being annoyed by him and waved his hand to hurriedly tell him to go down. His gaze, however, landed on this Shui Hong's feet. Sure enough, this Shui Hong, when he walked, his feet took on the shape of an external octagon. Lin Dong used his hand to stroke his chin, recalling the way Shui Hong used to walk, comparing the movements between the two. He realized that other than walking with an outside stance, this Shui Hong was no different from the previous Shui Hong. So with this special ability alone, it was impossible to tell who was really Shui Hong. As for the other Shui Hong's ability to drink from his nostrils, Lin Dong didn't bother to verify it, as both abilities were useless. Lin Dong then looked at the others again, and this time he chose Su Runin. Su Runin was one of the people closest to him and knew the most. He wanted to see if he could find a breakthrough in Su Runin's body. After the first Su Runin came to Lin Dong's side, she immediately stared at him with a tight gaze. "Lin Dong, you must have a way to tell if we're real or fake, right? When we were in high school, we brushed experience copies together, we sold equipment together, we got into the War God Academy together, and you used experience potions to help my father advance to Warzen, you know all of these things. Before Su Runin could finish her words, Lin Dong made a stopping gesture towards her. "Well, let's not talk about that, let's start with the abilities you've gained." In Lin Dong's opinion, the imitator was created from its own blood droplets, and with this information, the imitator must have known about it as well, and there was no value in saying this. After all, the rules of the replica were that it was passed with the help of the abilities of all the challengers, and there was no other way to pass the level, so he now had to know exactly what the abilities that each person had gained were. Su Runin suddenly became a bit squirmy after hearing Lin Dong's inquiry. "Lin Dong. This ability, it's really a bit odd, I can't tell you a bit." "It's okay, get in my ear and whisper so no one else can hear." Lin Dong softly comforted Su Runin while glaring with his eyes at the two Song Tianqiu and the two Shui Hong who were sneakily planning to eavesdrop. It is also clear from this performance that for past habits, the imitator can be consistent with the real thing. Su Runin's voice was thin and mosquito fly, gently blowing in Lin Dong's ear. "My ability to make a random person come on their period." Pust. Lin Dong almost burst out laughing when he heard this. He couldn't help but whisper the question. "Randomize a man to come on his period, men too?" Su Runin's neck was red, and her face was even hotter. She really didn't want to say such an embarrassing thing. But since Lin Dong asked, she had to answer again. "Yes, men can too." "Oh. This ability is a bit of an oddity, and while I don't know what it does right now, it is after all an active skill, much better than Shui Hong's ability. Lin Dong nodded and let this Su Runin go down first, while calling the other Su Runin up as well. This Su Runin, with the same look as the one just now, was also looking at Lin Dong with affection, and as soon as she came up, she began to talk about the time they had known each other and the things that had happened. Lin Dong similarly stopped her and simply asked her to talk about the abilities she had obtained. This Su Runin, too, squirmed for a moment before lying down next to Lin Dong's ear. My ability to make the shadow of any person tell the truth. Hearing this ability, Lin Dong raised his head violently. It was by far the most useful ability he'd ever heard of. For as long as the shadow speaks the truth, it is possible to conclude whether one of them is true or false, and to determine who is the imitator. But unfortunately, this great hall was lit on all sides, and they could not see the shadows when they were in it. This Su Runin followed up by whispering in Lin Dong's ear, Lin Dong, as long as you can find a way to create that fake Su Runin shadow, I'll be able to make her shadow speak, and you'll know that what I'm saying is true. Originally, Lin Dong really wanted to try this skill of making shadows tell the truth, but after hearing this Su Runin being so eager, he instead calmed down a bit. There's a devil in everything. Because this Su Runin, what she says may not always be the truth. Neither man's word can be easily trusted until the words of who is the imitator are distinguished. In case this Su Runin's real ability is the opposite, such as being the one that makes any person's shadow tell a lie, then won't I be misled into making the wrong choice? Therefore, Lin Dong did not move and glanced at this Su Runin, causing her to return to her original position as well. Immediately after that, Lin Dong waved towards Bai Xingxue again. Both Bai Xingxue took a step forward with a solemn expression, not giving way to each other, both wanting to touch Lin Dong first. Lin Dong smiled slightly. Bai Xingshue's cold and tugging personality was like a sharp sword at all times. He waved first towards Bai Xingxue on his left. You first. Bai Xingxue, who was on the left side, immediately stepped like a shooting star and arrived close to Lin Dong. Lin Dong looked him up and down and realized that Bai Xingxue was not in a hurry to speak, so he could only speak first. Tell us what powers you've gained. My power is that when all men go to sleep, I shall surely awake. Oh? Lin Dong blinked. This ability could be of great use. They were now all forcibly lowered to level 1, no different from normal people, and were the ones who had to rest, and couldn't stay awake for days and nights like before. So waking up while everyone is asleep can do a lot, even kill everyone. After waving his hand and letting Bai Xingxue go down, Lin Dong called another Bai Xingxue up. Tell me about the abilities you've gained. This Bai Xingxue also had a cool expression, but was very respectful to Lin Dong. Boss, my ability is to create a designated food. Create a designated food? Lin Dong made a mental note of it, and he felt that between everyone's abilities, they might be able to make use of each other. Song Tianjiu, the one on the left, come here first. As soon as Song Tianjiu heard him being called out, he wowed with excitement. Boss, I thought we were so close that you would be the first to call out to me, but I didn't realize that I actually came in fourth. I'm so heartbroken, lol. Lin Dong glared his eyes at Song Tianjiu's playful appearance. Don't waste time, hurry up and tell us about the abilities you've gained. Song Tianjiu didn't hide his abilities like the others did, but directly publicized them, incidentally issuing a provocation to the other Song Tianjiu. Boss, my ability is that I can unblock the occupation of a designated person, and that guy impersonating me has the ability to fart the first words out of his mouth. When he said that, the other Song Tianjiu directly rushed up to retort. Fart. If it wasn't for that Chui Bingbing using her open crisp ability on Raoul, could Raoul have said fart in his first sentence? Boss, don't believe him, this farting mantra was inflicted on me by Chui Bingbing. The ability I gained isn't that at all, my ability is to be surely killed when someone lies. Hearing this Song Tianjiu say this, Lin Dong was then heartstruck. If what he's saying is true, then the first killing ability in the room appears. According to the rules, if the person before him had lied, he must have already been killed by him. In other words, what everyone said before about their abilities was true. And with his powers in place, everyone behind him is bound to be telling the truth as well. This gave a very favorable help to Lin Dong in analyzing and judging. There was also that ability to unseal professions, which was also very useful. If it could help Lin Dong unseal the Forge Master profession, he could forge some auxiliary items out of it, which might be helpful in finding out the imitators. As for Chui Bingbing, who had already used her skills, Lin Dong beckoned for the two of them to come over. Is he telling the truth? One of them, Chui Bingbing, nodded, looking a bit helpless. Brother Lin Dong, at that time, I obtained the skill feeling curious and used it once out of curiosity, but I didn't think that it would give Song Tianjiu an extra verbalization. Now there is no way to use this ability anymore. Lin Dong laughed and let her come close, violently grabbing her wrist, causing this Chui Bingbing's eyes to be startled, but then it was suppressed by Lin Dong's warm smile. It's okay, if you've used it, all people have curiosity. Besides, you've used the skill well. Lin Dong held this Chui Bingbing's hand and gently patted it for comfort, but his eyes looked towards the other Chui Bingbing. And then the look on his face suddenly changed, as cold as a cold winter moon. Sarahan, kill her. 145 anthropomorphic soul beasts, spies among humans. When Ape Hong received his master's command, he immediately shook his body, his robust chest muscles stretching and the hairs on his body exploding. Roar! Ape Hong charged towards Chui Bingbing, who had not yet arrived in front of Lin Mo, with extremely appalling speed. Due to the limitations of the copy rules, all of them were now at level 1, and Ape Hong's advantage as a magical beast was fully realized. It belongs to the Vajra clan, its strength is immense and incomparable, even if it doesn't cultivate, it has the ability to move mountains and fill in the sea when it reaches adulthood. At this moment, against Chui Bingbing, who was only level 1, it was just like a fierce tiger tackling a sheep, it was no effort at all. And that Chui Bingbing had a bad eye, and immediately pleaded loudly to Lin Dong. Brother Lin Dong, you didn't even ask people what abilities they had obtained, why are you so cruel to kill them, at the expense of them worshipping you so much? However, Lin Dong caught Chui Bingbing's hand beside him and looked at the talking Chui Bingbing with a bland face. Because there's no need to even ask. You can conclude that you are an imitator. You hadn't appeared yet when Chui Bingbing used the acquired ability in the first place, so all I had to do was determine which one used the ability first, and the other one was definitely the imitator. Do you have to use your brain to think about something so simple? Ape Hong, don't hold back, just kill her. Hearing Lin Dong's explanation, that imitation Chui Bingbing took 2 steps backward, she did not expect such an obvious break to be overlooked. But now, it was already too late to say anything, because Ape Hong had already killed close by. Ape Hong let out a low roar at the imitation Chui Bingbing, revealing huge fangs that were navy blue in color, and biting her shoulder in one gulp. Zira! The arm that imitated Chui Bingbing was directly torn off by Ape Hong. The imitation Chui Bingbing ate the pain and let out a heartbreaking cry. Dead monkey. As a fellow magical beast, you actually help humans. Simply a traitor to our magical beasts. It's a disgrace to our magical beasts. This imitation of Chui Bingbing, as she spoke, her body twisted and turned into a monstrous magical beast with a thin and incomparably dry body. Its face was like that of a ghost, with barely discernible eyes and nose, but the lower half of its body, like that of a clean-shaven cat, brought a strong sense of discomfort. The moment he saw the appearance of this magical beast, Lin Dong was instantly alerted in his heart. This magical beast, he had seen it in his previous life. It was a spy of the magical beast army and anthropomorphic soul beast. This kind of magical beast has a special ability to draw on the essence blood of a human, extract the memory information in it, and completely transform into that human's appearance. Whether it's the appearance of the voice, or the habits of work and rest, it can be imitated in such a way that even loved ones will have difficulty distinguishing the real from the fake. Although they themselves did not have any strong combat power, they could blend into the humans and provide intelligence for the demonic beast army, becoming spies that the demonic beasts had planted in the humans. In the previous life, many important human figures were replaced by anthropomorphic soul beasts, which was what caused humanity to be completely crushed by the magical beasts. However, anthropomorphic soul beasts were particularly cunning, and it was difficult for the average person to detect them, so legends of them had been circulating, but not many people had ever seen them in the flesh. In his last life, Lin Dong was only able to meet him by chance when he attended a confidential meeting, because in that meeting, during the execution of a human traitor, the traitor suddenly transformed and fled, which was why it left a deep impression on Lin Dong. I can't believe the same thing happened again today. Therefore, Lin Dong did not even think about it and directly gave orders. Ape Hong, don't let it escape, kill it. When Ape Hong received the order, he immediately rushed up and grabbed the anthropomorphic soul beast that was about to flee, violently tearing off another thigh and putting it into his mouth to chew on it, blood gurgling down its fangs. That anthropomorphic soul beast didn't expect Ape Hong to be so ferocious, and immediately began to beg on its knees. Don't kill me, don't kill me, I pretended to be Chui Bingbing, this is all the arrangement of the Witch Demon King. You guys have already dismantled me now, you've already accomplished your mission, there's no point in killing me. Only its words ended abruptly before it finished. Because its entire torso was mercilessly torn apart by Ape Hong. Blood splattered everywhere inside the Great Hall, and the scene was incomparably bloody. This scene made many of the people present shudder and looked at Ape Hong, who was crunching and chewing on the remnants of his body, and couldn't help but take a few steps backward. Lin Dong looked around, taking in everyone's performance, and sneered coldly in his heart. This shocking scene was deliberately arranged by Lin Dong, and his purpose was to see everyone's reaction. Now that he saw the demeanor of each person, he had some idea of who was real and who was fake. However, he didn't reveal it right away, but with a wave of his hand, he called the terrified-eyed Bai Ji closer. Bai Ji, come here. Ah? Lin Dong Gi, are you calling me? That Bai Ji looked at Lin Dong with some fear, as if it was afraid that Lin Dong would eat it. The other one, Bai Ji, also looked nervous and took a step backwards in some shock. Obviously, these two Bai Ji, both of them were scared out of their wits by the scene of Ape Hong eating the blood of a magical beast alive. After all, now that they were all suppressed to level 1, their lives were not guaranteed against a powerful magical beast like Ape Hong. Lin Dong smiled faintly and said in a soft manner, "Yes, it's shouting at you." That Bai Ji moved forward 2 steps somewhat timidly, but still maintained a certain distance from Lin Dong. Lin Dong Geijai, I'm really Bai Ji, please you must distinguish clearly, don't kill me. Lin Dong looked at the frightened Bai Ji, let go of Cui Bingbing's hand, and extended his hand towards her in a friendly manner. Of course I know you're real, or I wouldn't have called you over. Seeing that Lin Dong had spoken truthfully, this Bai Ji hesitantly was about to step forward, while the other Bai Ji hissed in horror. Lin Dong Geijai, I'm the real one, you got it wrong, I don't want to die. Whoa. Hearing that Bai Ji cry out, this Bai Ji immediately stopped in her steps and looked at Lin Dong's eyes in shock. And Lin Dong's eyes became incomparably cold in that moment. Oops. This Bai Ji was shocked in her heart, she knew that Lin Dong had already moved to kill her. That was a close one. This Bai Ji jumped back a step and looked at Lin Dong with some disbelief. How did you tell I was a knockoff when I've done nothing in the entire field up to this point? Lin Dong laughed and put his hands behind his back as he paced towards her, his eyes full of ridicule. Originally I wasn't sure, but now I am. I just wanted to trick you, but I didn't think you'd fall for it. This Bai Ji was instantly chagrined when she heard Lin Dong say this. If she had known this, she might as well forcefully pretend to the end. Now it's good that she sold herself out. After the others heard Lin Dong's words, a few of them also had their eyes rolled, knowing that they had just fallen for Lin Dong's words, and were almost fooled by this guy who appeared to be human and harmless on the surface. Those anthropomorphic soul beasts turned imitators had secret plans. Therefore, Lin Dong's means of deceiving people could only be used this once, and if he used it again, no one would fall for it. However, Lin Dong could identify 2 anthropomorphic soul beasts in a matter of moments and was very satisfied. This had greatly reduced the risk, at least there were 2 more teammates that could be trusted. But Bai Ji, who had been recognized by Lin Dong, did not think so. I never imagined that you humans, you are actually so cunning and don't have any morals at all. As expected, a treacherous race like you should be exterminated. This Bai Ji's figure changed, transforming into an anthropomorphic soul beast, and she was ready to flee towards the inside of the bloodstained mirror. But Lin Dong waved his big hand and directly ordered. Ape Hong, what are you waiting for, do it! Roar! Ape Hong landed on all fours, and with a single jump stepped directly on the anthropomorphic soul beast's back. Click! The sound of bones breaking came immediately, followed by the cackling sound of teeth chewing on bones and broken meat, which was creepy to hear. After resolving all of this, Lin Dong swept his gaze back to the 2 Yao Qing Nai who were furiously staring at each other, the 2 Cui Hyana who were full of tangled faces, and the 2 Zhuge Zhanfeng who had been standing silently at the back. When he saw Zhuge Zhanfeng, Lin Dong could not help but frown. He always felt that Zhuge Zhanfeng looked a bit strange. How to say, it is 2 Zhuge multiplied wind, are looking straight at each other, talk about not hostile, also cannot talk about friendly, as if in some kind of ceremony. Lin Dong finally turned his gaze to Cui Hyuna. To this big lady, Lin Dong was really a bit unable to look at her. In the spirit of solidarity with his teammates, he pinched his nose and shouted toward the 2 Cui Hyuna AHS, "Hey, it's your turn, come over here and get off." But the 2 Cui Hyuna AHS crossed their arms almost simultaneously and scoffed at Lin Dong's words. I'll go over if you tell me to, on what grounds? This big miss can handle her own affairs, she doesn't need you at all. The voices and movements of the 2 men were almost identical, and it was completely impossible to tell the real from the fake. You can see how much the anthropomorphic soul beasts, learning from their true bodies, resemble each other. But their words did not cause a single ripple to rise on Lin Dong's face. I only heard Lin Dong faintly say, in that case, Ape Hong, just kill one of them randomly between the 2 of them, whichever one you leave behind will be the same for me anyway. As for their abilities, I'm already too lazy to ask. Sarah Hong nodded his head, and with a fury, he strutted towards the 2 Choi Hyun AHS. Both of them couldn't help but take a step back with a nervous face when they saw Ape Hong walking towards them, seeing that they were very afraid of death. Ape Hong had recovered its several feet of body by now, looking like a small mountain. It licked its bloodied lips with its tongue and stretched out its big hairy fingers. Point and eat whoever you point at. Sarah Hong fussed around with his finger, scaring the two Choi Hyun AHS out of their wits. I knew that Lin Dongyu Chaos didn't have good intentions. This is a deliberate attempt to kill someone with a borrowed knife, isn't it? This lady is not going to play with you anymore. With that, the two Choi Hyun AHS ran in two separate directions. But as fast as they were, they couldn't be faster than Ape Hong, only to see it stretch out its two big hands and violently grab these two Choi Hyun AHS. 146 I'm a man on my period. It's a bit hard to say. With one hand, Shui Hong directly grabbed the two Choi Hyun AHS in its hands, while it then sniffed the odor on the two with its nose, as if it wanted to distinguish between them. When its big nose came up to the two Choi Hyun AHS, they both showed extremely disgusted expressions. Obviously they couldn't stand Ape Hong, a guy with bad breath, for the both of them. Ape Hong shook his head and asked Lin Dong for instructions. Master, it's impossible to tell which is the anthropomorphic soul beast by its scent. What's next? Lin Dong waved his hand in a blissfully unconcerned manner. Didn't I tell you to just pick one and eat it? Hurry up. Ape Hong swallowed a mouthful of saliva, always feeling that this was a giveaway question, so it tried again. But what if you eat it for real? Lin Dong skimmed his lips and looked up at these two Choi Hyun AHS, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as he planned to make them suffer a bit first. Anyway, this Choi Hyun there's not a single thing about her that people like let her suffer a little bit, maybe she'll even be more honest. So Lin Dong, still full of concern, urged Ape Hong to move faster. It doesn't matter. You just eat it. Ape Hong is a bit hesitant. If it really hurt the friendlies by mistake, it is really afraid that it can't afford to take the blame. After all, the spell on his head is still with him. Taking advantage of this gap in time, Choi Hyun and Ape Hong's left hand screamed at Lin Dong, scared, abashed and stubborn. Lin Dong, you personal vendetta guy, hurry up and let Ape Hong let go of me. I'll never curse you again, okay? Meanwhile, Choi Hyun who was inside Ape Hong's right hand, looked both arrogant and timid. Lin Dong, I was wrong. You let this guy let go of me first and I promise not to trouble you in the future. Obviously, this intimidation did not make the anthropomorphic soul beast, the imitator, fall for it, and the other party was completely in a posture of carrying on to the end, ready to die with the real body. Seeing that Lin Dong was truly indifferent, Ape Hong finally made up his mind and opened his bloody mouth, biting down towards Choi Hyun in his left hand. Choi Hyun, who was left-handed, was so nervous that her lips turned purple. Suddenly, in her haste, she began to use the ability she had gained in the bloodstained mirror. Use ability. Unconditionally silence the opponent. Click. Ape Hong's bloody mouth closed instantly, almost biting his own tongue. But Sarahan couldn't get his mouth open, no matter how hard he tried. Back from the dead. Choi Hyun was panting heavily, her body was drenched in sweat, she was so close to losing her life just now. Apparently, Choi Hyun saved her own life with this ability. Lin Dong curiously glanced this way, never imagining that special abilities had this kind of wonderful use. He glanced again at Choi Hyun, who was clutched in Siehong's right hand, and asked with interest, her ability is to unconditionally make the other person shut up, so what's your ability? It can't be to unconditionally make someone open their mouth. The one on her right hand, Choi Hyun, raised her chin in a godly manner when she saw Lin Dong ask this question. My lady will not tell you unless you let my lady down first. Lin Dong's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the two of them for a long time, but he no longer allowed Ape Hong to make a move. These two Choi Hyun AHS are basically unlike each other in terms of their temperament, including their manner of speaking. Rather, it made Lin Dong a little difficult, he was really a little confused as to who was real. Do you have to use the special ability gained from the bloodstained mirror to be able to distinguish everyone's real body from their fake one? But these special abilities are so strange and completely illogical. How can I see that the Witch King who set up this rule is also a comedian? For example, one of the skills that Song Tian lacks is that someone is bound to die when they lie. There's actually something fishy about this ability, in which it just says that people will die if they lie, but anthropomorphic soul beasts are beasts, not people, so lying doesn't kill them. In the beginning, Lin Dong had wanted to utilize this ability, but now it seemed that this ability was actually more beneficial to anthropomorphic soul beasts. Whether the anthropomorphic soul beast speaks truth or falsehood, it is not penalized, but it restricts a person to speaking only the truth. Ding, detecting the host's current condition, the system releases a temporary task, asking the host to forge fiery eyes for Ape Hong to distinguish between real and fake teammates, and the system forging book has been issued. Forging reward, experience value, plus 10,000, proficiency, plus 10. Hearing the system's beep, Lin Dong vaguely felt that things were becoming a bit wrong. If you use a system-forged item to distinguish between real and fake, wouldn't that violate the rule that a copy must be cleared using an acquired ability? But since the system was able to give such a hint, it meant that the system must not be wrong. In that case, then, there is only one truth. That's the rule, or maybe it's a fake. Boom! A flash of clarity suddenly surged in Lin Dong's mind. It seemed that he had been led astray by the copy rules from the beginning of his study of the crowd's abilities. Because the copy rules might be fake, and what these anthropomorphic soul beasts said might not be true, it had been clouding his judgment. These abilities, perhaps, are not the key to getting through the copy. Thinking of this, Lin Dong could not help but revisit the copy rules. After entering the replica, each challenger's equipment including storage rings and occupation will be sealed, and they will all be at level 1. The challenger's blood drops into the bloodstained mirror to gain a special ability that can be used to save themselves or others. Each challenger has, and only has, one chance to use an ability. Challengers killed by special abilities will not be able to be resurrected and become sacrifices to the Witch King. All challengers must use the ability given by the bloodstained mirror, and challengers who do not use the ability will not be able to pass the level. 6. Those who kill their own kind will suffer the curse of the Witch King, luck 100. One of the above rules is false. The first 3 have been verified and are definitely true. But the last 4, not so much. The 7th rule, in particular, corroborates that one of the 3 rules, and must be false. Lin Dong scrutinized the 5th rule, and his frown grew tighter. A bold guess had surfaced from his mind. If this one is false, it makes sense. All of these rules seem to be limiting the abilities of the challenger entering the copy, thus creating room for the anthropomorphic soul beasts to maneuver. That means the key to passing this copy is not using abilities, but killing all the anthropomorphic soul beasts. The purpose of the bloodstained mirror's use of everyone's essence and blood to create anthropomorphic soul beasts was to make it more difficult to pass the level. Once you accidentally kill your teammates, this pass mission will end in failure. So this level, in fact, tests the ability to work together as a team, or familiarity with teammates. This also gave Lin Dong a wake-up call that he simply did not have a complete understanding of the members of his team, or else it would not have been so difficult to differentiate today. Not only is he like that, but so is everyone else. It's good that such a team doesn't encounter internal resistance, but once it does, it's bound to be a scattered mess. This Witch Demon King's game of death had actually given Lin Dong a vivid lesson that if one wanted to control the whole situation, one had to be able to do so with a clear understanding of all the people under his hand. At this moment, Lin Dong's heart suddenly had a moment of clarity. For him, knowing what everyone was capable of was not a major concern now, because he was sure that the 5th was a false rule. The real purpose of this copy is to increase the mutual understanding of teammates and to decimate anthropomorphic soul beasts. In that case, Lin Dong turned his gaze towards the one with the unlocked career ability, Song Tianxiu. You, help me unblock my career first. Lin Dong's gaze, like a sword, landed on his body. Lin Dong was not afraid of what this Song Tianxiu would do. Anyway, as long as it doesn't help him unblock his career, then it must be an anthropomorphic soul beast pretending to be one. However, this Song Tianxiu was especially cooperative, and when he heard Lin Dong's command, he immediately ran to Lin Dong with a fawning face. Big brother, is this ability of mine useful? It works, hurry up. Okay, big brother, your palms face up and give me a high five. Lin Dong followed this Song Tianxiu's instructions and high-fived him. Sure enough, the next second, his occupation was unblocked. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Dong directly took out the forging book of the Fire Eyes. At this moment, Lin Dong's brain was a bit short-circuited. Fire Eyes and Golden Eyes forging material, Ant's Blood plus Dragon Fruit plus Fire Eyes and Golden Eyes forging book plus 1 enchanting point. This is the introduction of the system forging book so strange? However, in the next moment, Lin Dong understood that the system was asking him to take materials from the local area. Since the storage ring was in a sealed state after entering the copy, there was no way to take out the materials, so the system was drawing on everyone's ability to get materials on the spot. So Lin Dong instructed towards Bai Xingxue, who had the ability to create food, and Su Runin, who randomly made people come to their great aunts. Old Bai, create a fire dragon fruit out of it for me, and Runin, use your ability to make people come to their great aunts. Both of them, knowing that Lin Dong would definitely be useful, began to use their abilities without hesitation. Bai Xingxue could create designated food, and it wasn't difficult to change a fire dragon fruit out. But after Su Runin used her ability, the scene became a bit weird. Everyone was nervously looking at their lower half of their body, fearing that they would suddenly run out of blood. Even Lin Dong was no exception. Just as everyone was tense and nervous, suddenly, Wan Shuihong, who was originally watching the show with great interest, covered his belly and wowed. "Sister-in-law, how could you? Is it really appropriate for me, a grown man, to be on my period?" 147 Forging fire eyes, killing anthropomorphic soul beasts. Shuihong covered his belly and wailed. The top of his pants was wet. Obviously this feeling of having a period was very sour. Lin Dong stifled his laughter and winked at Su Runin. "Wakanami, you're sure that your power, it only works on people, right?" Su Runin nodded, curious as to why Lin Dong asked this. "I think so, that's how it's presented when you get the skill." Lin Dong smiled faintly with a meaningful smile. Now, even if he didn't need to use his fiery eyes, he could determine who was the imitation Shuihong. He could even point out which one was the imitation Bai Xingxue, which one was the imitation Su Runin, and the imitation Song Tianxiu. The way to tell the difference is actually quite simple, and it can be judged from the abilities acquired. Because some abilities are beneficial to anthropomorphic soul beasts, but to them, the challengers, they are a sort of demoris hanging over their heads. For example, the shadow of any person can be made to tell the truth. Another example, when everyone goes to sleep, I am bound to wake up. Another example, when someone lies they must be killed. These skills, which were clearly abilities set up for humans, were ineffective against anthropomorphic soul beasts. Such an ability in favor of anthropomorphic soul beasts was absolutely impossible without a bit of foul play. However, to be on the safe side, Lin Dong still planned to forge his fire eyes to avoid mistakes. So he nudged toward Ape Hong and ordered, "Go, fetch some ant's blood from Shuihong's body and bring it here. I'll forge you a good one later." As soon as Ape Hong heard that it was going to be given goodies again, he was in high spirits and walked towards Shuihong with his chest puffed out. Shuihong felt bad. He covered his stomach and took a few steps back, his eyes full of egg pain. "Stinking monkey, I'm warning you not to mess around, Nima." Gently. Before Shuihong could finish his words, he was lifted up by Ape Hong upside down by his legs. And then Ape Hong pinched his nose with one hand and carried a blood-stained pair of underwear in the other, throwing it in front of Lin Dong. Shuihong cried and wailed at the back, like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law. "It's over, I'm unclean. How can I face this black history in the future after I achieve invincible power?" But to Shuihong's surprise, everyone was covering their mouths and laughing. Song Tianxiu even burst out laughing there. He glared angrily with green eyes and showed his teeth towards the crowd. "You guys, do you have any sympathy? I'm like this and you're still laughing. It really pisses me off." But the more Shuihong struggled so much, the more excited the others became. Song Tianxiu even made a fuss and borrowed an anti-napkin from Cui Bingbing, intending to comfort Shuihong, but the result was that Shuihong was completely hilarious, and the two of them immediately fought in one place. Lin Dong shook his head. He was truly convinced about this pair of living treasures. Throwing the materials into the system's forging furnace, in about a minute's time, the fire eye was forged. After taking it out, Lin Dong called Ape Hong closer. "Come on, promise you something good." Ape Hong fixed his eyes and was overjoyed. Equipment, golden eyes of fire no level, non-equipment, can be directly integrated into both eyes, not limited by rules. Eyes of fire, ignoring changes, discerning truth from falsehood, and insight into the source. The introduction is simple, but it's really useful in this context. As long as he could see through the true bodies of these anthropomorphic soul beasts, Ape Hong could kill everyone present in seconds. After all, now that they were all level 1 and Ape Hong was a power-based main output gold-type magical beast, they had the advantage of the right time and place. Therefore, the moment after Lin Dong put on Ape Hong's fiery eyes, it began to completely explode. Roar! Ape Hong long giant teeth and fangs let out a long whistle. A foul-smelling fishy wind sprayed out from inside its mouth, shaking everyone's heart hair chills. The two Choi Han ahs it was pinching in its hands were scared white with terror. Saro Hong just looked at it and just dropped the left hand Choi Hyana and threw the right hand Choi Hyana right into his mouth. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of teeth chewing on bones sends chills down your back. This Ape Hong, too, is too brutal. From then on, all these guys from the War God Academy had a psychological shadow over Ape Hong. But this was just the beginning. Immediately after, Ape Hong's flexible limbs landed on the ground, and with a vertical leap, he directly pounced on the closest imitator, Shui Hong, who was directly swallowed into his mouth before he could even make a sound. The few other imitators sensed that it was not good and knew that the momentum was gone and they could not continue to steal the sky, so they prepared to flee into the bloodstained mirror. Originally, their purpose was to use human essence blood to change into a human appearance, mix among these humans, and later leave this copy to redescend to Earth. I didn't expect that this Lin Dong could actually forge such a magical thing as fiery eyes, instantly making their disguises vanish. So now, there was no need for them to disguise themselves at all, fleeing back to the bloodstained mirror and waiting for a new challenger to enter before making plans. It's just that they move fast, and Ape Hong moves even faster. Only to see Ape Hong swift as lightning, with the same as catching chicks. Every time he reaches out, he will grab an anthropomorphic soul beast, and after that, it is the sound of crunching and chewing, and the food is not to mention how fragrant. Much to say that this what you eat can make up for what you eat, this anthropomorphic soul beast has an extremely high IQ. After eating a few of them, Ape Hong felt that he was going to grow his brain again. Good stuff, chicken flavor, crunchy, and brain growth, it's wonderful. It even directly blocked the front of the bloodstained mirror, grabbing all the anthropomorphic soul beasts that wanted to enter before sending them into its mouth. After gorging himself, he looked somewhat uninterestedly towards the anthropomorphic soul beast next to Zhuge Shifeng, and couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his blood-stained lips. There's one more. Eat them all and you're done. With that, Ape Hong took a big step towards the anthropomorphic soul beast. But Zhuge Shifeng raised his eyes and looked at Ape Hong, stopping it from killing this anthropomorphic soul beast. Leave this anthropomorphic soul beast behind, he has been refined into a split body by me and his consciousness has been erased by me. Hearing Zhuge Shifeng's words, everyone looked at him curiously. Everyone else's professions and abilities were banned. How did Zhuge Shifeng manage to still have professional abilities? Seeing everyone's doubts, Zhuge Shifeng smiled faintly. You guys might have forgotten that I actually didn't awaken my profession at all. I'm a natural forbidden spellcaster, and many of my abilities are natural aptitudes, so the rules can only restrict profession abilities, but not my talent. I have the innate aptitude of being reborn by dripping blood, so I have the ability to manipulate every drop of my blood. This anthropomorphic soul beast devoured my essence blood and wants to become like me. It's simply ridiculous. So I'm just going to trick it into a doppelganger with the ability to change, so it might come in handy later on. After hearing this explanation, everyone couldn't help but be envious. There's really no way to compare someone like Zhuge Shifeng, who was a cut above everyone else inside his mother's womb, and could exploit loopholes everywhere. In fact, only Lin Dong knew that Zhuge Zhanfeng was cool with drilling bugs, and as long as a bug existed, he had to try it. I didn't expect to be allowed to play Bu 1 again in this copy of the Lich King's Game of Death. But now, a new problem was placed in front of Lin Dong. Since all the anthropomorphic soul beasts have now been taken care of, being what is the hint that there is no pass yet? Could it be because he and Sarahan hadn't used the bloodstained mirror yet? But in case an Ape Hong was created out of the bloodstained mirror, with Ape Hong's combat power, wouldn't it cause everyone present to die or be injured? After understanding Lin Dong's concern, Zhuge Shifeng laughed out loud. Brother Lin Dong, the anthropomorphic soul beast has the ability to copy information from its own body, we all already know that. So we can use it as a trick. Oh? What do you mean by that? Lin Dong did not understand Zhuge Shifeng's meaning for a moment and humbly asked for guidance. Only to see Zhuge Shifeng wave his hand and call his anthropomorphic soul beast doppelganger to him. Before the Ape Hong drips its blood into the mirror of bloodstaining, it can feed this doppelganger of mine with a drop of its essence blood, in which case my doppelganger will also possess the ability to change into an Ape Hong. At that time, even if the mirror of bloodstained blood creates another Ape Hong out of it, it won't be a match for us under 2 against 1. As Lin Dong heard this, he suddenly came to a realization. This solution. Wonderful. Brother Zhuge, you're worthy of being the king of bugs, you can think of any bug, brilliant. Lin Dong was just now pondering what use this doppelganger would be, but he didn't expect it to come in handy right away, causing Lin Dong to want to get a doppelganger out as well. Unfortunately, he didn't have that kind of ability to be reborn by dripping blood, so he could only look on. Next, after Zhuge Shifeng's tawdry maneuvers, his doppelganger smoothly transformed into Ape Hong's appearance and also possessed Ape Hong's combat power. And then the 2 Ape Hongs stood guard in front of the bloodstained mirror, ready to deliver a blow to the head of the imitator it had created. Right after Ape Hong followed the method of dripping blood into the bloodstained mirror, the bloodstained mirror suddenly changed, and in the mirror, a fantastic Ape Hong quickly took shape, stretching his arms and twisting his head in the bloodstained mirror, just ready to walk out. But before it could figure out what was going on, it had already been nibbled on by two Ape Hongs, one on the left and one on the right, directly holding its arms. It could be said that this anthropomorphic soul beast had become a meal before it even had a chance to play. Ape Hong's real body burped, very satisfied, and this time, it had really eaten well. In the end, only Lin Dong was left. Lin Dong was also at level 1 now, and his equipment word abilities were sealed, so even if he was imitated by an anthropomorphic soul beast, he was not too much of a threat. Moreover, he had Ape Hong guard his side, and as soon as the anthropomorphic soul beast appeared, he would directly launch a fatal strike on it. So after Lin Dong dripped his blood into the mirror of blood dying, that poor anthropomorphic soul beast was already gripped out and stuffed into his stomach by Ape Hong before it could fully transform. Great job! The copy settlement information had been sent into everyone's mind. Current copy, The Witch King's Game of Death Bloodstained Mirror. Copies have been cleared, 1 billion experience points for each challenger, team rewarded with the Witch Spirit Codex, and team rewarded with the Third Prayer Temple Coordinates Jade. Copy seen in teleportation, about to leave current copy. Teleportation interruption. Timed copy activity interruption encountered. Data refresh in progress. Teleportation coordinates have been updated and are being transmitted to the Lich King's Death Game, the Trade Fair of the Nations. 148 The Trade Fair of the 10,000 Races, Bloodthirsty Witch Demon King. Lin Dong and the others were shocked. This is even a temporary teleport to a new copy? This Witch King is, more or less, a tease. But the teleportation had already begun, and there was no way for them to interrupt it at all, so they could only enter the new copy with their heads held high. As the scene shifts, the crowd is dropped into a new copy. This time, the information on the copy was extremely informative, causing everyone to be unable to stop their hearts from shaking. Global Time Copy, The Lich King's Game of Death, the Trade Fair of the Nations. Copy Profile. The Trade Fair of the 10,000 Races, a Star Trek replica created by the Witch King, opens every 300 years, and only human challengers who are in the Shardate ruins of the Gulam continent are able to participate. In the Trade Fair, the Witch King will display a variety of beautiful artifacts and powerful equipment for the challengers to choose from. After the challengers have selected the items, they must pay the trade materials randomly requested by the Witch King before they can take away the desired equipment, and if they cannot get the trade materials requested by the Witch King will directly kill the challengers. The copy is a mandatory invitation system, any challenger has no right to withdraw, and those who provoke the Witch Demon King's rules will be directly made into a specimen by the Witch Demon King with powerful spells and exhibited in front of the 10,000 Clans Trade Fair. At the end of the trade fair, the challengers who successfully held the traded items would be able to be successfully teleported back to the original copy, and the challengers who did not have the traded items in their hands would also be made into specimens by the Witch King. The 10,000 Clans Trade Fair lasts for 3 days, fighting is not prohibited during the fair, and as long as the items are successfully traded with the Witch Demon King, all challengers can redistribute ownership by force. Copy Reward. The challenger who successfully leaves the 10,000 Clans Trade Fair will be rewarded with a copy of the Witch Demon King's Mystery Gift Box, which rewards 1 billion experience value. The crowd was transported directly into the middle of a large venue, and underneath their asses were seats that had already been reserved. And the fact that it's so dark around you that you can barely see anything adds a certain mystery to this copy. This nigga, there's a mandatory invitation system for copies? If you don't agree, you'll be wiped out directly? Shui Han's eyes were glazed over at that time. This was too unreasonable, simply treating them people like piglets. Song Tianqiu also barred his mouth, looking unconvinced. This is not enough, this copy is also mandatory transaction. Not only is it mandatory to trade, but you must also trade successfully. If you fail to trade, you have to die, and if you trade successfully, it's not even insured, because the person who didn't trade successfully can rob your trading items. Damn, how do I feel like there's thunder everywhere? It was no wonder that the two of them spat. Even Lin Dong felt that the copy rules set by this Witch Demon King were just too strange. It seemed that this Witch King was a powerful figure who took pleasure in killing. After all, being able to forcibly teleport all the challengers from their copies to this 10,000 Races trading ground was enough to show that the Witch Demon King had heavenly magical powers. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to do this at all. A strong person who could have such an ability had to be at least an epic level powerhouse, or a little more advanced, reaching the mythic level? Lin Dong was secretly guessing, and could not help but be a little curious about this mysterious Witch Demon King. At this moment in the 10,000 Clans Trade Fair, it was still dark, but all kinds of shouts and curses began to rise and fall. Apparently, more and more challengers were teleported into this 10,000 races trade fair. These people cursed harder than one another, laughing so hard that Lin Dong's stomach hurt. So they, the men, took out their melons and got high on them while they listened to the others screaming and cursing. Song Tianshu pulled on Shui Hong's sleeve and he. Old Shui, listen over there, there's a male nymph actually crying and yelling that the baby's heart is bitter and wants to go home right away. Che, what's that? Listen over there, there's actually a little fox demon with a magical beast bloodline that's been teleported in as well. It's being whisked away by a couple of brown guys from the Three Kingdoms. Lin Dong, who was originally in the mindset of watching the show, heard Shui Hong's words and violently felt that something was wrong. How can this Azteca get in here, too? Do they have a copy of something like the Lost Lands of China? According to the information in the introduction of the copy of the 10,000 Clans Trade Fair, the Land of the Forsaken should be a fragmented relic belonging to the ancient Ram continent, which meant that there should be a lot of continental fragments like the Land of the Forsaken. It seems unsurprising then that there is a secret realm similar to the Land of the Remnant in Arcania. Lin Dong stroked his chin, incomparably shocked at this new discovery. According to this speculation, then weren't those powers in the West, where battle-exalted powerhouses had spurt some years ago, also caused by the presence of the remains of the ancient Ram continent fragments? If that's the case, then it all explains itself. Sure enough, Shui Hong's next words confirmed his suspicions. Shui Hong, this guy, incomparable gossip, as long as there is gossip, his ears are more than a dog's nose. Only Shui Hong could be heard laughing there, as if he had discovered something new again. Old song, it's even more interesting over there. A few paladins from the Western Temple were directly eaten alive by savages from the Centauri galaxy. Ha ha, what a relief. There were really people from the Western Sanctuary who entered here, and there were even people from the Centauri galaxy, the Fairy galaxy, and so on from other galaxies. Without exception, all of these galaxies, it seems, have been invaded by World of Warcraft. And the war is very fierce. Just as Lin Dong kept collecting information about the other challengers, the 10,000 races trading ground finally saw a new commotion. Only an eerie voice could be heard, ringing out from the foremost showroom, causing goosebumps to rise. The bosses have arrived, so let's begin your long-awaited 10,000 Clans Trade Fair. As the words fell, the exhibition hall of the 10,000 Clans Trade Fair was suddenly flooded with lights, and a table covered with a red cloth appeared at the very front. Behind the table stood an old man with a withered description, looking like a skeleton. Before this old man could speak again, someone had already stood up and pointed at him, cursing him. You old undead thing, I was just about to kill a diamond-level magical beast single-handedly, but you teleported me to this hellish place. What is your intention? Hurry up and compensate me for the materials and teleport me back again. This was a young powerhouse from the M18 galaxy, and he was extremely proud as he said this. Because now after entering the ruins of the Goram continent for only half a month, he had grown to level 50, and even with the help of his equipment, he was able to kill diamond-level magical beasts, and looking at the entire trade fair, he was also a very remarkable existence. That's why after he finished speaking, a gasp of surprise rang out in the center of the arena. Heavens, this fellow, who looks a little smaller than me, is actually already strong enough to decimate a diamond demon beast? That's a diamond-level magical beast. A team of us can't even take it down for 3 days and 3 nights. He was actually able to kill it single-handedly. It's too scary. We must put him on the list of characters not to be messed with later. This 10,000 races trade fair is really full of experts. It seems that we in the Kylon galaxy need to keep a low profile before we offend others and leave this hellish place. This youth naturally also heard these murmurs, and he proudly puffed out his chest, very flattered by these words. And then he proceeded to point at the old man on the showroom and give orders in a commanding manner. Do you hear me, you damned old man? Send me back at once, or you will offend the mighty Mo family of our M18 galaxy, and I don't want to repeat my words a second time. That old man, with a face like a skeleton, swept up a creepy smile. Yeah, very good. Is there anyone else who wants to go back to their planet as much as he does? Let me introduce myself. I am the creator of this copy, the Witch King Sardarius. The 2 eyes of the Witch Demon King, which were like black holes, looked around at the tens of thousands of people in the 10,000 races trading hall with a warning tone. No sooner had his words fallen than another man stood up. This person, dressed very nobly, the clothes on her body were all made of sky-level magical beast furs, covered in beads. At a glance, she was a proud daughter of the sky from a big family of a big galaxy. I, Melon Beryl, daughter of the Frost Emperor of the Luanqing galaxy, order you to teleport me back to the Flame Battlefield replica at once. I'm in the process of digging up the leftover treasures of the legendary class powerhouses, and do you realize that you're delaying my chance? Lin Dong followed the sound and found that this melon barrel was incomparably beautiful, her eyes as dazzling as stars with a golden luster. And the level actually reached level 65. Apparently, more resources for growth could be obtained among the copies of that galaxy of theirs. The witch demon king Sardarius, seeing this newly emerged provocateur, continued to Jia coldly laughed. Is there anyone else of you, besides her, who wants to provoke the rules I've set up? His words were no longer just a warning, but carried an icy meaning, and these challengers, in his words, heard a cold killing intent. Those challengers who originally wanted to go back and continue collecting treasures as well, seeing that the witch demon king had already become angry, they all suppressed their minds, wanting to see what he would do next. The entire trade fair, then, became silent. Knowing that the witch demon king was at least an epic level powerhouse, provoking his majesty could have serious consequences. Only the sons of the great families of this M18 galaxy and the Lewinchian galaxy would dare to disregard the majesty of the witch demon king, right? The Witch King became very satisfied when he saw the quieted venue. He casually probed the void, and that youth from the M18 galaxy was instantly grabbed by him in the air. Zip! The Witch King drained the youth's blood in one gulp, turning him into a leathery, dried-up specimen as well, before dropping him at the entrance to the trade fair. This is what happens when you provoke my rules. This scene immediately frightened Melon Barrel of the Luncheon Galaxy, and she exploded her parents with some trepidation. Witch Demon King, if you dare to touch me, you'll wait for destruction. My father, the Wind Frost Emperor, is also an epic level powerhouse. But before Melon Barrel could finish her words, her beautiful body was grabbed in the air by the Witch Demon King and sucked into a dry specimen with a zippy bite. And then with a snap of the Witch Demon King's fingers, it was also hung at the entrance of the 10,000 Races Trade Fair. The clean tactics silenced all the challengers. This is too cruel. It's a pity for such a beauty. Who says it's not? It's good for this kind of heavenly girl to stay as a maid. It's a waste. Shoo, keep your voice down and stop messing with this old pervert. The Witch King ignored these whispered discussions and instead opened his mouth in an eerie smile, revealing a mouth full of pitch-black teeth. Now, there's no one to provoke the rules I've set, right? A mere epic level shrimp wants to move out to scare this king? It's really ridiculous. 149 The Eye of Gatus has appeared. The Eye of Punishment is moving. Hey, every time there's a trade fair there's going to be a few who don't know how to die being made into specimens, why bother? The words of the Witch King contained great terror within them. All the challengers present were silenced. Even Lin Dong had shortened his body, hiding himself in a low profile. Although he was now a battle exalted, he still didn't have the slightest chance of winning against a pervert who had surpassed the epic level. The Witch King, on the other hand, nodded in satisfaction when he saw that no one dared to defy his rules anymore. Since all the bosses have no other opinions, let's start today's trade fair. I found quite a few new things in these 300 years. The Witch Demon King's words immediately caused these challengers who were forced to come here to bellyache. Any comments? Who dares to have an opinion? Those who did were killed. But there was also an important message revealed in the Witch King's words. That means he should all be at least 300 years old. One must know that a legendary level battle saint would not even live beyond 200 years. To reach the age of 300, one would need to be at least an epic level war emperor. The Witch Demon King, on the other hand, obviously wasn't the first time he had held a trade fair. The trade fair was once every 300 years. Even if only 2 trade fairs were held, then the Witch Demon King would be at least 600 years old. This showed that the Witch Demon King, at the very least, had the strength of a mythic level Great War Emperor. A living Great War Emperor. It's incredibly scary to think about. This kind of strength, when put into various galaxies, I'm afraid it's an existence that can directly destroy all the living beings of a planet. The crowd thought carefully, and the gazes they looked at the Witch Demon King became even more fearful. The Witch King, on the other hand, had found a bag full of patches somewhere, and started swinging things outward from it, one by one. The first thing he took out was a purple clay pot of inferior color and quality, which looked as if it had been made of yellow clay and had not yet dried in the sun. This item, which the Witch King held in his hands, looked like he was in love with it. Bosses, allow me to introduce this first exhibit, the Extreme 9 Suns Zisha Pot. Attributes, please look at the big screen. As the big screen flashed up with light, the crowd's originally disdainful eyes became fiery. Equipment, Extreme 9 Suns Purple Sand Pot. Description of equipment origin, 3,000 years ago, the peak of the ancient Ram continent, the Great War Emperor Vansair's special teapot for making tea, once rinsed with the supreme treasure of enlightenment tea leaves, containing a special rules of the atmosphere. Life, plus 25,000. Attack, plus 1,100. Defense, plus 300. Gnosis, plus 30. Half the effort with half the effort. If you carry this teapot, any settlement rewards you receive will increase your earnings by plus 100%. Although it was a living item that didn't have many attribute bonuses other than life, this phrase, nonetheless, made the hearts of all those present stir. The originally quiet trade fair once again became noisy with sound. This is a phrase equipment. It's really too rare, especially this phrase that doubles the effort. It's simply a godly weapon for swiping. That goes without saying, as long as you wear this teapot, the experience, materials, and props from brushing copies will be double settled. It's simply joyful. Holy, I just discovered a huge vein of extreme aquamarine ice chalcedony before I came here. Wouldn't I be able to directly double it if I had this teapot? Other than Lin Dong and these people from the War God Academy, all the challengers could not help but be moved. After all, word equipment cannot be found, today encountered, say anything to take it to do. So someone got brave and started asking the Witch King. Honorable Witch Demon King, I would like to know what we need to pay if we want to trade this extreme 9 Suns alabaster pot with you? The Witch Demon King did not get angry, but instead took this extreme 9 Suns purple sand pot and visited it on top of the shelf. To trade this alabaster pot, you only need 1 million extreme flame crystals. The specific materials to be traded, I'll place them directly on top of the shelves, remember, one price. Whoever wants to trade, just wait for me to finish displaying all the items and bring enough materials to me to trade. With that, the Witch King pulled out another trinket that looked like 2 fingers. The message, once again, appeared on the big screen. Equipment, invincible brain-buster sky-level accessory, can carry other weapons at the same time. Description of equipment origin, the work of Master Gung, the epic forger of the Gorum continent 3,000 years ago, with extremely strong attack power and control effects, it is the supreme weapon coveted by the warrior profession. Attack, plus 11,000. Attack speed, plus 50%. Armor break, plus 300. Reversing Qianquan, when hitting the target's head, there is a 1% probability of causing the opponent to produce a 3-second stun, and when hitting the target's head and the target's blood is less than 15%, there is a 1% probability of a fatal blow. The equipment was likewise placed on top of the shelf after being displayed by the Witch King. The item needed for the trade is a glove with plus 150% plus attack speed. After seeing this piece of equipment, many of the children of the big families present once again became foolish. Another word equipment, or the scarcest offensive accessory of the warrior profession. Where did this Witch Demon King scavenge so many goodies? Oh, lonely and uninformed, the ancient Ram continent has a splendid civilization, although it is now being overrun by magical beasts whose homes have fallen, but at the time, it created a lot of good things, and these equipments are proof of that. Ha, this equipment is good, I'll take it from the Dragon Clan of the Centauri Galaxy. It just so happens that I'm about to break through to Battle Exalted, and this Skystrike level invincible brain bash is perfect as a gift for my promotion to Battle Exalted. Didn't you take a good look at the trade item the Witch Demon King wanted? That's a glove with 150% attack speed. Gloves like this, there are fewer with more than 50% attack speed. I'm afraid you can't get it even if you want it. These challengers were chatting away as you spoke. Obviously, this invincible brain crash had thoroughly aroused their interest, and they were all thinking of taking it for themselves. Some of the brightest minds are already acquiring gloves. Those who have attack speed plus 150% gloves, hurry up and make an offer now. You guys can't hold on to them even if you get equipment like the invincible brain avalanche, and in the end it might as well be snatched by us, so might as well take advantage of the fact that we're still making a good profit by striking out now. Not bad, good equipment has the virtue of the person who has it, so don't lose out on small things and send your little life away because of greed for equipment. Same collection of attack speed plus 150 gloves, with an opening bid of 100,000 extreme force yellow clay. The group of guys from the God of War Academy, each one of them looked at each other in disbelief, completely unaware of what the other challengers were excited about. Aren't they a bit sick in the head? To offer such a high price for such trashy equipment, I really can't figure it out. Shui Hong grinned his big mouth and heatedly scoffed. Anyone could hear the smugness in his voice. After all, they had Lin Dong, a divine forge master, and the equipment on their bodies was of the heaven-defying kind, with the probability of triggering all the words basically not being lower than 20%. To be honest, these equipments that the Witch King took out were no different from trash in their eyes. Only Lin Dong, listening to these discussions, had a hint of a smile sketched at the corner of his mouth. Because a way to make a living suddenly crossed his mind and took a rough shape. According to the Witch Demon King's trading needs, he, Lin Dong, could exchange a large amount of information with these challengers by casually forging a piece of junk out of the simplest of materials. In this way, the materials inside his ring might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to gain thousands of times the profit. If it could be manipulated, then this 10,000 clans trade fair was simply a place for Lin Dong to make his fortune. So Lin Dong silently threw some low-level equipment for forging bronze acceleration gloves into the system forging furnace, preparing to forge a glove with plus 150% attack speed out. So for every item the Witch Demon King displayed, Lin Dong quietly forged an equipment. In less than 4 hours, Lin Dong had already forged over 300 pieces of equipment. Just waiting for the Witch King to announce free trade and start making a killing. Just as Lin Dong was dreaming of getting rich, an equipment appeared, causing Lin Dong to squint his eyes and look at it a few more times. It was a blood-colored eye reddened by crimson blood. The white of the eye was stained with countless filaments of blood above it, and in the center of the eye, there was a moment of blood droplets as if it were amber, which looked hideous and unimaginable. Equipment, Eye of Gatis Gold Level. Equipment origin, 3,000 years ago, the ancient Ram continent, the Supreme War Emperor Moloch's early years of fame, his first wife Gatis left eye forged, is the Moloch supreme memory of his deceased wife's beloved things, due to the ominous blood of the beasts infested with, has lost some of the spirituality. Attack, plus 8,500. Defense, plus 300. Magic defense, plus 300. Karmic gaze, after being gazed upon by the eyes, all of the target's attributes will gain 50% for 60 seconds with a cooldown of 1 hour. This phrase has been invalidated due to the equipment being tainted by ominous blood. Order, this equipment has a hidden attribute, and needs to be activated by obtaining the Eye of Moro. The moment this outfit was brought out, it made countless people choke on it. From the beginning of the Witch Demon King's display of equipment, this Eye of Gatis is definitely the most striking of the words, that is a 50% gain in all attributes. Unfortunately, the phrase was no longer valid, and as for the so-called hidden attributes, where could one find another Eye of Moro? So this equipment can only be treated as a gold equipment without words. But even so, there were still a lot of golden warrior level challengers that were a bit different. After all, even if it was just a gold equipment, its attack attribute was considered quite high. However, the trading material for this equipment was prohibitive, and it actually required the complete corpse of a sky-level centaur demonic beast. Seeing this trade material immediately caused many challengers who wanted the Eye of Gatis to wail. "Your Majesty the Witch King, you're being a bit too forceful. Isn't it a bit too much for a gold equipment with a broken and unusable word to be exchanged for a sky-level centaur corpse?" "Yeah, I think any legendary level is enough. Even diamond level is more than enough." "Yes, Lord Witch King, make a reasonable price." Who would have thought that after the Witch King heard these people haggling, a hint of displeasure suddenly appeared on his face that was thin to a skeleton. "Noisy, this king has said it long ago, one price. Only one price. If you violate my rules again, you'll all be hung at the door as specimens." If this Gatis Eye had not been damaged by the words and unable to find a way to repair it, do you think the king would have taken it out in exchange for materials? The fact that the Witch Demon King could not find the repair method did not mean that Lin Dong could not find it. Lin Dong's heart was now in his throat. This Eye of Gatis was something he was determined to obtain. At the same time, the Eye of Punishment on his forehead automatically began to pulsate, as if it had sensed the aura of the Eye of Gatis. Lin Dong's heart was suddenly stirred. According to what the daughter of the moon spirit said at that time, my Eye of Punishment is the so-called Eye of Moro. Could it be? "Boss, let's go downstairs and settle down." Ding, the appearance of equipment that has a tethering effect with the host's equipment has been detected, and the system has issued a temporary mission to repair the broken Eye of Gatis. The book for repairing the Eye of Gatis has been released to the system space. Mission reward, experience value, plus 10,000, quantity degree, plus 10, enchantment value, plus 100. Lin Dong's heart contracted viciously. The system temporary quests were coming, then he was even more sure of his suspicions. What the daughter of the moon spirit said is true, the Eye of Punishment, also known as the Eye of Moro, and it's necessary to activate the hidden attribute of the Eye of Gatis. It seems that I'm bound and determined to get this Eye of Gatis. It just so happens that I have the complete corpse of the sky-class centaur I killed in the Holy Gladiator Arena. It's almost as if it was arranged. Once Lin Dong obtained this Eye of Gatis, it would definitely possess a powerful combination effect if it was combined with the Eye of Moro. His Eye of Moro was forged by Lin Dong using the forging books that were rewarded daily by the system's forging bookstore. This system, whether it was a rewarded forging book or a forging book given by a temporary quest, usually only had one copy. Unlike those forging books in the forging bookstore, which could be purchased over and over again. So as long as the system gives the equipment of the forging book, Lin Dong is generally unable to forge a second piece, still saying that they are all orphaned. This was the fundamental reason why this Eye of Moro had such powerful words. Now that another Eye of Gatus, which had a bonding effect with the Eye of Moro, had come out, it would be false for Lin Dong to say that he was not excited. Broken words and phrases could be easily repaired by Lin Zi as a divine forge master with a system. As long as he got his hands on the Eye of Gatus, Lin Dong believed that his battle power could be raised by a large margin once again. As for the ominous blood on Gatus's eye, Lin Dong could completely purify it with a purification handkerchief, simple as that. Just as Lin Dong was concentrating on the Eye of Gatus on the shelf of the booth, a figure suddenly obscured Lin Dong's vision. Lin Dong could not help but tilt his head to continue looking at the booth, but the figure seemed to have done so on purpose, once again blocking Lin Dong's face. Deliberately looking for a fight? Lin Dong raised his head and looked at the figure, only to find that it was Wang Rulong, whom he had not seen for a long time. Wang Rulong had changed into a daughter's dress at this time, and his cold face had more or less a hint of bright vigor. Because this copy of the 10,000 Races Trade Fair was a mandatory invitation for the entire game, Wang Rulong and their Hunters Guild members were all teleported over as well. Not only him, but Chui Peerless, Lin Yang and the others were actually spread out in various corners of the trade fair, and were concentrating on the items being traded. After coming here, Wang Rulong unconsciously searched everywhere for Lin Dong, wanting to see if Lin Dong had come, and she didn't expect to really find it. When she was brushing the monsters before she came here today, when she used the belief drawing word of the armor of Bloodlock, she actually couldn't borrow any of Lin Dong's attributes, which led to her almost being killed by a legendary level magical beast, and if she hadn't been smart enough to become stealthy in a hurry, she wouldn't have necessarily been able to escape from the situation. Therefore, she thought that this was a deliberate trick by Lin Dong and wanted to ask for an explanation with Lin Dong. Only she didn't know that Lin Dong was in the bloodstained mirror copy at that time, and his attributes were suppressed to 0 by the rules, which was why she couldn't borrow the attributes. At this moment, she stared at Lin Dong with rounded eyes in anger, obviously holding a great deal of dissatisfaction towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong, why can't I borrow your attributes today? You have to apologize to me. Apologize? Apologize for what? This woman is unbelievable. You can borrow properties whenever you want. That's just it. Lin Dong was inwardly spitting, but who would have thought that the system beep would suddenly ring out? Ding, Wang Rulong was detected to have used faith drawing 59 times recently, and the host is within 50 meters of him, returning the host's enchantment value of 2,950 points. Ahem. A hint of a smile suddenly surfaced on Lin Dong's originally impatient face. This Wang Rulong was simply the god of wealth, this was sending him the enchantment value. These 2,950 points of enchantment value really put him in a good mood. It's a good day for harvesting again. So he deliberately squeezed his eyebrows and flirted with Wang Rulong, thinking to tease her a little. Apologizing is out of the question. How dare you trouble me? Do you want to eat Dabby-Doo again? Originally, Lin Dong thought that Wang Rulong would definitely storm out after hearing this, but he just didn't expect Wang Rulong's face to turn red in a flash. There was even a small feeling of surprise. Think. Huh? Lin Dong was really shocked. What was this situation? Taking the initiative to send it up for him to brush his attachment value. Although Happy Dabby-Doo can only increase the attachment value by 10 points per day, but Lin Dong is used to being frugal, 10 points is not too little for him. Therefore, Lin Dong unconsciously took the Happy Dabby-Doodle in his hands, ready to give Wang Rulong a cool experience. However, Wang Rulong hurriedly covered his face, pleading up towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong, can you find a place where there are no people, before you give me a big BB? There are many people in the trade fair, can you take care of people's girl family's face? Lin Dong always felt that there was something so wrong with Wang Rulong today. He suspiciously tried, Wang Rulong, you're so cooperative, you don't have any other agenda, do you? Wang Rulong was recognized by Lin Dong, but he did not squirm, but responded greatly. After you beat me up this time, can you forge me another piece of equipment? Killing legendary level magical beasts has been a bit of a struggle lately, and it's close to controlling the means. Lin Dong skimmed his mouth. Really think he is a philanthropist, letting people cool off and then forging equipment? Not interested, you might as well see how you can trade a piece of equipment in the hands of the Lich King, you can't get out of here anyway if you don't trade with him. Wang Rulong clasped his shoulders and snorted coldly, obviously not too satisfied with Lin Dong's perfunctory behavior. With those trash equipment, do you think I can look into it? The words are just too bad, and they're far worse than the ones you forged. This Wang Rulong finally said something that Lin Dong could hear, causing Lin Dong to raise his eyelids and secretly calculate in his heart. Yoo-hoo, can't see it, this Wang Rulong looks like the brain is not too bright, but this taste is really good, but also know what equipment is good and what equipment is not good. It is just a pity that the system does not release temporary tasks. Lin Dong really does not have the motivation to forge equipment for Wang Rulong. Ding, detecting that the host desperately wants to forge equipment for Wang Rulong, the system releases a temporary task, asking the host to forge a soft hedgehog shoulder badge for Wang Rulong, and the soft hedgehog badge forging book has been released to the system space. Forging reward, experience, plus 100,000, proficiency, plus 10, enchanting value, plus 100. Well, for the system's tawdry operations, Lin Dong was also convinced. When did he desperately want to forge equipment for Wang Rulong? This is not open-eye talking nonsense. But for the sake of the 100 points of attachment value, Lin Dong still decided to endure. In fact, in his heart, there was a bit of dark joy. It's not bad to have a faux bonding effect, after all, you can brush the enchantment value anytime, anywhere. Of course, before that, let's brush up on 10 points of attachment value with Happy Dobby Doodle. Lin Dong then pulled Wang Rulong and arrived outside the gate of the trade fair, which was a desolate square with no human population or buildings in sight. Wang Rulong knew that she would not be able to avoid this calamity, and she looked at Lin Dong with a flushed face. Lin Dong, I'm ready, can you go easy on me? I'm afraid of the pain. Cool. Cool. Awesome. After a dozen sounds of pleasure, Wang Rulong's face turned even redder, and her big watery eyes once again looked at Lin Dong. The equipment you promised me can be forged now. Aha! Lin Dong softly hummed and pulled out the soft hedgehog brief's forging book and threw it into the system's forging furnace along with the materials and started forging equipment for Wang Rulong. Wang Rulong, on the other hand, waited with a face full of piebald, knowing that after today, her battle power would once again rise a notch. 5 minutes later, Lin Dong threw her an equipment and whistled as he went back to the trade fair. Instead, Wang Rulong held the pair of hedgehog briefs and was ecstatic. Equipment, soft hedgehog shoulder patch gold level, current attributes are the combined values of the two. Life, plus 16,000. Attack, plus 19,200. Defense, plus 1,500. Magic defense, plus 1,500. Counter paralysis, when attacked, there is a 5% chance that the target will be paralyzed for 5 seconds. Nightmare entanglement, active skill, puts the target into a deep sleep and unable to wake up, inflicts additional damage of 3,000 points for 5 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. It was no wonder that Wang Rulong was so out of sorts, because this equipment of Lin Dong's just made up for her shortcomings. Just 5 minutes ago, she was still praying that this equipment forged by Lin Dong had better have a control phrase. She didn't expect that after it was forged, there were actually 2 control phrases, one active and one passive, which simply complemented each other. Because of the appearance of this equipment, Wang Rulong had even changed his opinion of Lin Dong. Suddenly I feel that Lin Dong this guy is not so annoying. Even when he slaps people's ears, his movements are quite gentle. As soon as Lin Dong returned to the trade fair, he realized that it was already hot and excessive inside. It turned out that the Witch King had already displayed all the items for this round, and was ready to open the trade. He was already surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside. For the Eye of Gatus, Lin Dong was determined to obtain it. In order to avoid not being shortchanged, he had to display the powerful aura of his battle exalted before squeezing his way to the Witch Demon King's close proximity. At this moment, a lanky youth in the fairy galaxy was trading a diamond-level hero vestment with the Witch King. The youth was seen holding a pair of toughness plus 30 jade pendants in his hands, begging the Witch Demon King bitterly. Honorable Witch Demon King, the diamond-grade jade pendant with toughness plus 50 that you mentioned is just impossible to find. Please just exchange the heroic vestments for me, and I'll give you a pair of diamond jade grade pendants with toughness plus 30, can I? The Witch King shook his head faintly and tapped a side sign with the pipe in his hand. 1 price. No point in talking too much. And your jade pendant doesn't quite open the door, go down and sink your teeth into it, little boss. But? What but? Do you want to die? The Witch King's eyes suddenly glazed over and he took a nuisance breath at the youth. The youth was instantly sucked into a dry body and thrown to the doorway by the Witch King and hung. You're so young and talk so long-winded, if you want to be a specimen, just say so. 151 I'll sell what you need, and I'll supply what you need. This hand of the Witch King immediately silenced those who wanted to bargain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Dong took out the corpse of a sky-level centaur at a fiery speed and traded the Eye of Gatus with the Witch Demon King. The Witch Demon King scrutinized the complete corpse of this sky-level centaur beauty, nodded in satisfaction, and fetched the Eye of Gatus over to Lin Dong. "Kid, this corpse is well preserved and meets my requirements, I can trade with you." At the end, the Witch King did not forget to instruct. "Kid, do you know that you've made a big fortune? This Gatus Eye, if it can be repaired, will surely be able to boost your powerful battle power." With a respectful smile, Lin Dong received the Eye of Gatus and detached himself from the crowd's line of sight. Those other challengers all secretly shook their heads when they saw that Lin Dong had actually taken the corpse of a sky-level magical beast and exchanged it for a broken word equipment. AI, this person, what a cutie. Ah, the complete corpse of a sky-level magical beast can be refined into a golem, even if it's enough for exchanging legendary-level word equipment. Hehe, I can't imagine that there really is an ingrate. At that time when this Eye of Gatus was taken out, I was wondering which unlucky person would choose this thing. I didn't expect it to be him. But this guy is also quite smart, exchanging a trashy equipment like this, there is no one to grab it with him, so maybe he can leave the 10,000 clans trade fair in one piece. When you say it like that, I'd like to go and grab it. I can't get together the materials for the trade anyway, so I might as well go and grab it for a good deal. Ridiculous, don't you look at his level? That's a level 70 battle exalted, you wouldn't be stupid enough to rob him, would you? Isn't it too long to live? These challengers talk and discuss, but few deals are successful. Because the Witch King wanted something so harsh, they basically couldn't trade for these desired items. How could one succeed in trading with the Witch Demon King like Lin Dong? This is a question that haunts the mind of every challenger. Suddenly, a voice came out from a corner of the trade fair. Selling a legendary grade jade pendant with toughness plus 50 for 100,000 extreme flame crystals. This shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. And the person who had set up a stall to sell his goods was none other than Lin Dong. Behind Lin Dong, Zhuge Zhenfeng and the others, all exuded a powerful aura, ringing the left and right. Obviously, if one wanted to obtain the items in Lin's hand through hard robbery, it would definitely not work. Lin Dong's force could almost be called the strongest of all the challengers. Moreover, Lin Dong's selling price was not too high, it was in a reasonable range yet, which caused many people to have small thoughts. Spirit stones like extreme flame crystals, which could increase experience, could be considered hard currency in all galaxies. The major shard ruins on the continent of Gulam are rich in output, and these challengers are, well, holding a lot of this stuff. And what Lin Dong was aiming at was the flame crystals in their hands. How much of this stuff could be used up? He had to hoard more of it. As Lin Dong shouted, many challengers who wanted to pick up a bargain came to Lin Dong's stall. But they weren't in a hurry to buy, instead they kept haggling with Lin Dong. At this moment, Lin Dong finally understood why the Witch Demon King had set up a no-haggle rule. The feeling that all these people were planning to pick up the slack was overwhelming. So Lin Dong followed suit and also set up a no-haggle sign there. The commotion over here naturally caught the attention of the Witch Demon King, and his deep-set eye sockets narrowed slightly before he didn't bother with Lin Dong anymore. Daring to start a business on my turf, should I say he's got a good head on his shoulders? Or bold? Oh. Interesting. The Witch King continued to close his eyes and wait for the trader to show up. And he here cold and quiet, see more people by less people. After all, the Witch Demon King want things are very tricky and rare, the general public simply cannot get out. Compared to the Witch Demon King, Lin Dong's side was already hot and surrounded. Some people took the opportunity to put pressure on Lin Dong, trying to get him to lower his price. Brother, this jade pendant of yours is not bad, it's just too expensive, we are all challengers here, aren't you afraid of public anger if you ask for such a dark price? Yes, brother, let's make it cheaper, this way, you'll also make a profit, and you can also reap the friendship of our many great clans, why not? Yes, as long as you're willing to sell me 20,000 flame crystals, our Gamma Galaxy's Martial Soul Clan will inevitably become your ally. In response, Lin Dong did not move, not even bothering to respond. I'm here to make money. Don't you dare ask me to lower the price. As for what friendship and other bull, children cannot believe leave this 10,000 races auction, where to go to find these guys, completely is fooling people's bull. Lin Dong had already made up his mind long ago, this was a one-shot deal, and he absolutely could not be soft. To be honest, there were really some people who wanted to force their way out and seize this diamond-grade jade pendant with toughness plus 50, but before they could make a move, Zhuge Zhenfeng let out a cold snort, and his quasi-battle saint level of aura instantly rippled out, causing the pupils of all of the onlookers to constrict. A level 79, quasi-battle saint? Heavens, is this really the young generation participating in the secret realm? How can it be this powerful? Their group is too terrifying. The worst of them is a level 69 quasi-battlezone, and there's a level 70 Vajra Demon Ape battle pet. What kind of freaks are they from which galaxy? Looking at their costumes, they should be from the galaxy. Just how did a few of them manage to be so powerful when the other galaxy challengers I've seen are at most 40-something levels and a complete barren land? Right at this moment, a blonde teenager with a high nose and blue eyes licked his face and squeezed in front of Lin Dong's stall. Brother, do you also come from the Milky Way? I'm also from the Milky Way. Let me introduce myself. I'm Night Chef from the Western Templar of Aquamarine Planet. I don't know which planet of the Milky Way you're from, brother. Oh. Lin Dong opened his eyes and looked at this blonde-haired youth. He actually had level 46, obviously he had some strange encounters in the secret realm as well. It was unthinkable that someone from the Western Sacred Temple had really come here, which confirmed that speculation of his. Sure enough, it wasn't just China that had a copy like the Land of the Remnant. Many countries and powers of the Aquamarine Planet had such hidden copies. Lin Dong nodded towards Chef in a simple response. Oh, half a hometown. Seeing that Lin Dong had responded, the Chef instantly smiled with joy. Bro, since we are old folks, we. No haggling. No bargaining. With a single sentence, Lin Dong choked Chef back without giving the slightest bit of face. But Schefter wasn't angry, and still had a smiling look on his face. Brother, you've got it wrong. What I mean is that since we're all from the galaxy, can you prioritize the sale of your goods to us? We're willing to buy them at normal prices. You were the first one to successfully trade with the Witch Demon King, and now you're actually able to take out other trading materials. Through this, I know, brother, that you should have some other treasures that are able to trade items with the Witch Demon King. Brother, what I'm trying to say is that as long as you're willing to prioritize the sale of other supplies that can be traded with the Witch Demon King at the same price to our Knights of the Western Templars, I don't mind helping you, brother. Get a head start. Chef, this was placing a bet on Lin Dong. He was betting that Lin Dong had other trading materials. If the bet was right, then he could take his team members, all of them, out of the trade fair successfully. After all, according to the rules of the Witch King, those who didn't have the trade supplies couldn't leave the place. Even if the gamble was wrong, it didn't matter. After all, he still got a piece of material that he could trade with the Witch King. Chef's words did make Lin Dong a little moved. He formally sized up Chef with his eyes, thinking that this guy was a talent to keep an eye on once he got back to Aquamarine. But right now, he does need to have a good start to get a good luck. So Lin Dong nodded, and considered himself to have agreed with Chef's statement. Chef was instantly delighted and took out a storage ring, placing it on top of Lin Dong's table. This is 100,000 extreme flame crystals, brother, check the quantity. Then this toughness plus 50 jade pendant, it's mine now, haha. Lin Dong took the storage ring and scanned the information inside, checking that it was correct before completing the transaction with Chef. Seeing that this diamond-grade jade pendant was traded, the other challengers were ready to leave, and some of them even hit on Chef's body, wanting to forcefully grab it out. This was because none of them thought that Lin Dong, who had already taken out 2 pieces of trading materials that could be traded with the Sorcerer Demon King, would be able to take out any other trading materials. But in the next second, a clear, booming shout shattered their perceptions. Selling bronze-grade acceleration gloves with plus 150% attack speed for 100,000 flame crystals. What? I can't believe there's more? At this moment, all the challengers could not help but turn back once again and regrouped in front of Lin Dong's stall. At the same time, the way they looked at Lin Dong changed. Why did this guy have so many good things? It couldn't be a trust arranged by the Witch Demon King, could it? Lin Dong bared his teeth and smiled broadly, playing with the attack speed plus 150% acceleration gloves in his hands as he leisurely tapped the tabletop rhythmically. What you lack, I have, the main one on demand. Bosses, don't look. All items are only one item, hands fast and hands slow. The opportunity does not wait for anyone. Honestly, the plus 150% attack speed acceleration gloves are something you can trade with the Lich King for an invincible brain crash. Moreover, on top of this acceleration glove, there was also a Shadowless Fist phrase, which was also a rare artifact. 100,000 extreme flame crystals in exchange was definitely a big profit. After a moment's hesitation, the many challengers all began to frantically open their bids. I'll take it, I'll take this acceleration glove. This acceleration glove must be sold to me. I'll offer 2 times the price, 200,000 extreme flame crystals. 300,000. 300,000 extreme flame crystals, no one should grab them from my Luanqin Galaxy's half-slope family, or else you're an enemy of us. 152 business is booming. The Witch King is jealous. The appearance of the accelerated gloves has pushed the enthusiasm of many challengers to buy them, right up to a small climax. Although the grade of the acceleration gloves was only bronze, it was a powerful word equipment that even a war god would not be able to walk in pace when he saw it. Even if he didn't end up taking it and exchanging it with the Witch Demon King, he definitely wouldn't lose out. Sheft, who originally wanted to accelerate the gloves as well, could only helplessly give up his intention to snatch them up after seeing such a fiery scene of price increases. After all, he only had the right of first refusal if he came up with the same price, and now that the price had doubled several times, he had already given up his intention of snapping it up. In the end, the half-slope family scion from the Luncheon Galaxy exchanged the acceleration glove as he wished. This half-slope family's son, when he got the acceleration glove, he was simply like a treasure, turning it over and over to look at it, loving it so much that he didn't even intend to go to the Witch Demon King to exchange for the invincible brain crash. But then, with some regret, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. These acceleration gloves, it would be nice to have a pair. It's worth it even if it costs another 300,000 flame crystals. Shaking his head, he was about to leave, but Lin Dong opened his mouth and called out to him. "Hey, brother, don't be in a hurry to leave. There is a saying that a treasure waits for a bright master and is given to a person with yuan. Brother, you so have UNZ, I have to make an exception and take out another acceleration glove. This one didn't have an attack speed of plus 150%, so I didn't take it out at the time, intending to keep it for myself, but since my brother wants it, I'll just have to bear the pain." Saying that, Lin Dong took out another acceleration glove from within his ring and displayed it in front of this half-slope child. This half-slope son of the Luncheon Galaxy only took one look and his eyes went straight. "There really is another acceleration glove. Brother, you're not waiting for me here on purpose, are you?" He carefully surveyed the attributes of this acceleration glove, and a look of surprise slowly appeared on his face. Equipment: acceleration glove silver grade. Attack plus 120. Attack speed plus 120%. Defense plus 100. Move speed plus 20. Suppression of blood return, suppresses any form of blood return for targets with less than 30% blood. It's actually a word attribute that suppresses the target's ability to return blood, which is a divine skill. Those magical beasts with blood returning skills are very difficult to deal with, and it often takes a long time to kill them. If there is this accelerating glove, it can increase the efficiency of killing monsters. Even if they encountered a human opponent and took out this acceleration glove, the opponent would have to flee. "Brother, I'll take this one too, 300,000, I'll offer another 300,000 extreme flame crystals." Ah, it's really heaven's help. With a pair of acceleration gloves like this, what more do I need for a brain crash? This half-slope son of a, he was really profligate. He didn't care how many flame crystals he spent, as long as he could get his hands on this acceleration glove. Lin Dong, like such a big customer, decided to have no conscience of fierce grip. The opportunity is not every year, have the opportunity to seize. The two sides then happily completed the transaction again, and this time, the half-slope child was ready to leave with a satisfied mind, but Lin Dong called out to him once again. "Brother, I'm very cast yuan with you. As long as you are willing to pay out another 300,000 flame crystals, I'm willing to sell you a gold-level blast gloves, attack speed over 150%, only there is no word attribute, but it can go to allow you to find the Witch King to trade for the invincible brain bust." "Oh? There's actually more?" This half-slope child once again twisted his body and looked at Linden's hand as he took out the coming blast glove. Equipment: wind gloves gold level. Attack, plus 1,500. Attack speed, plus 180%. Resistance, plus 10. There are no words, but that attack speed alone makes it a very rare treasure. With this acceleration glove, he kept the two-word acceleration gloves in his hand, and he could also trade for the Witch King's invincible brain crash, a very cost-effective thing. So without hesitation, this half-slope child directly waved his hand, and a ring containing 300,000 extreme flame crystals was directly placed on Lin Dong's table. "Take your money and get out of my blistering gloves." "Okay, boss, take care." Lin Dong's face was full of smiles as he bid farewell to this brash half-slope son, his heart bursting with joy. This flame crystals earned, it was too painful. It was so much faster than those of them who were whimpering and digging. That half-slope son of a, who took the blast gloves and went to trade them with the Witch King for an invincible brain crash. The Witch King looked at the equipment he had brought, a peculiar glint in his eyes, and did not speak for a long time. The half-slope child asked with some concern, "Your Majesty the Witch King, is it that this blast glove doesn't meet your requirements?" The Witch King shook his head in thought. It meets the requirements. The invincible brain crash can be exchanged to you. I just want to know, this blast glove of yours, where did you obtain it from? It's obviously a newly forged piece of equipment. There's still residual heat on it. Seeing the Witch Demon King ask a question, the half-slope son of it immediately warily told the origin of this blast glove. Even if he was a level 60 war god, he didn't dare to make a move in front of the Witch Demon King. This glove, I paid 300,000 extreme flame crystals to buy it from that stall guy over there. Oh? The Witch Demon King glanced at Lin Dong's stall and could not help but become a little curious. It's actually this little guy again, kind of interesting. He waved his hand, sending the half-slope children away, and couldn't help but split his spirit above Lin Dong's stall. The half-slope child was relieved, and ran away with the invincible brain crash on his ass. On Lin Dong's side, he was showing the challengers a piece of equipment, a wind stabilizing bead that had a blocking effect. Equipments, wind stabilizing beads gold level. Attack, plus 2,700. Defense, plus 150. Magic defense, plus 150. Block, when attacking, there is a 5% chance that the target will be immobilized for 3 seconds, with 1,500 points of additional damage per second. Lin Dong let Ape Hong stand in front of him and demonstrated the effects of this wind stabilizing bead. Sure enough, every 20 or so attacks would trigger a blocking effect, a control effect that was simply overwhelming. Such equipment with a control phrase instantly made the eyes of many challengers warm up again. Lin Dong, on the other hand, took a sip of tea in a leisurely manner and opened the price unhurriedly. This wind stabilizing bead can be exchanged with the Witch Demon King for the legendary level word equipment Thundercloud Boots. As long as 300,000 extreme flame crystals, you can take it away. The heart is not as good as the action. Bosses, hurry up and make a move. These challengers, their hearts were on fire, itching to take this wind stabilizing bead for themselves. This was because the value of this wind stabilizing bead was not at all inferior to the Thundercloud battle boots. This was still the result of Lin Dong deliberately forging the attributes low. If it was forged high, I'm afraid that no one would be willing to take this wind stabilizing bead to exchange for the Witch Demon King's equipment. Why do I feel that the equipment this guy took out is better than even the Witch Demon King's? If it wasn't for the poor base attributes, I'd suspect that he's here to smash the Witch Demon King's signature. I really don't know where he got so many good things. It couldn't be that he dug up the graves of dozens of epic level powerhouses, right? Why else would he take out a single item that is a fine product? Brothers, the price of 300,000 is really not expensive. Hurry up and get your hands on it. I'm really afraid that that idiot will raise the price to buy it again, and then there won't be any chance for us to make a move. These challengers from all the major galaxies made bids, and the scene was extremely hot. Even the Witch Demon King, who had been observing the place, couldn't help but have a little something for this wind stabilizing bead. After all, who would have too much of a control type of equipment? However, in the midst of the crowd, there was a pair of grudging eyes that were looking indignantly towards Lin Dong's side. It was no one else but Lin Dong's younger brother, Lin Yang. He had also been forcibly invited into this trade fair and had been working on trading items in a low-key manner, but suffered from a lack of extra materials, so he was unable to trade these powerful equipment. He even thought about selling the wind stabilizing bead on his body in exchange for a certain amount of trading materials. Originally he had all but negotiated a price with a guy from the M18 galaxy and was about to make a deal. But before he could start, Lin Dong's side had already started hawking, drawing everyone over. However, what he never expected was that Lin Dong actually had a wind stabilizing bead in his hand as well, and its attributes were so much better than his. That trader glanced at Lin Dong's wind stabilizing bead and then at Lin Yang's, and immediately laughed coldly. Brother, this piece of trash of yours, it's better to throw it inside the grass pit. Don't disgrace yourself here. Compared to the wind stabilizing bead in that person's hand, you are simply the trash of trash. After saying that, this trader turned his head and walked towards Lin Dong's side, directly raising the price in a bid to purchase the wind stabilizing bead. 350,000, I bid 350,000 extreme flame crystals. Lin Yang's teeth were about to be clenched. He really didn't expect that Lin Dong could actually cut him off like this. Damn Lin Dong, why are you everywhere? Lin Yang stared at Lin Dong with indignation and almost crushed the wind stabilizing bead in his hand. Equipment, wind stabilizing beads bronze level. Attack, plus 15. Defense, plus 1. Stasis, 1% probability, inflicts a 3-second, 100 damage value stasis effect on the target. Although 1% and 5% look similar, in actual combat, the effect is many times worse. Without Lin Dong's wind stabilizing bead in comparison, this wind stabilizing bead of his was considered a treasure, but now, it appeared to be as trashy as it could be. Moreover, if Lin Dong's wind stabilizing bead was bought and traded items with the Witch Demon King, the value of this wind stabilizing bead of his would still slide. That's why Lin Yang wanted to get a head start and approach the Witch Demon King in advance to make a deal. He came close to the Witch Demon King, took out his wind stabilizing bead, and carefully said, "Your Majesty the Witch Demon King, I would like to use this wind stabilizing bead to exchange Thundercloud battle boots with you." The Witch Demon King retracted his gaze from Lin Dong's side and looked at the wind stabilizing bead, skimming his lips. "You better get out of my sight before I get angry. I for one am sick of seeing garbage." 153 Pick up a corpse and get rich. Lin Yang has come to smash the scene. Lin Yang saw that the Witch Demon King's face slowly sank, so he immediately packed up his things and turned around. "Can't you see that the first few who yelled with the Witch King have been hanging in front of the trade fair as dry body specimens? That's why it's important not to be a hero at this point in time. I'm not happy about it, but I can't do anything about it. Damn Lin Dong, if he hadn't shown the wind-fixing pearl with stronger attributes there, maybe I would have had a chance to succeed in my deal with the Witch Demon King, but now..." The more Lin Yang thought about it, the more angry he became, feeling that it was all because of Lin Dong that he had ended up in this situation. He originally that was a life that could be won lying down. If not for Lin Dong cutting off the dual life bond with him, why would he fall to the point where he had to do everything himself? It could be said that the higher Lin Dong's achievements were, the angrier he became, because originally, he could have relied on the twin life ties to obtain double the achievements, but now he had nothing. The Witch Demon King, however, looked at Lin Yang's departing back and narrowed his eyes slightly. This little fellow, narrow-minded and quite vindictive. I sense an extremely strong resentment in his body, and even though it's not directed at old me, in order to avoid karmic involvement, should I make a move to cut off the roots? Hesitating for a moment, the Witch King ultimately didn't go through with it. Lin Yang himself didn't even know that he had just walked through the ghost gate and was still thinking about how to deal with Lin Dong. He was so lost in his walk that he accidentally bumped into one of the dried specimens hanging in the doorway, and his dry face appeared in front of him, startling him. What a nasty piece of bad luck, yuck. Just as he was about to leave in a different direction, he unexpectedly slipped down a storage ring on the arm of the dried corpse specimen. Ding dong! It landed on the ground with a crisp sound, but it seemed so small because of the crowd around it. When Lin Yang saw the storage ring, he was overjoyed and busily picked it up from the ground. Only after checking around to see that no one was paying attention to him did he examine the items in the storage ring in detail. At first glance, he nearly screamed out and covered his mouth at once. Damn, that's rich. So bold. He trembled as he brought the ring to his hand, unable to hide the ecstasy on his face. This dried-up specimen was no other than Melon Beryl, the daughter of the Wind and Frost Emperor of the Luanxin Galaxy, her father, an epic-level powerhouse. The storage ring of a child of an epic-level powerhouse could be imagined in terms of the amount of treasures inside. Just the extreme flame crystals that could boost experience alone had a full 3 million pieces placed inside. There were also various other attribute spirit stones, magical beast materials, as well as supply medicines and replacement equipment. It was simply a small mobile treasure trove. But now, all these things, they were his Lin Yang's. Lin Yang grinned incomparably. No wonder the stupid dared to call the shots with the Witch Demon King at that time. What's in here is the backbone of her arrogance. But now, well, these things, on the contrary, will become the capital for my Lin Yang's rise. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Lin Yang cast his eyes on the other specimens. There were dozens of specimens in the doorway, of both sexes, some so weathered that they looked hundreds of years old. And on top of these specimens, there were basically storage rings remaining. This discovery made Lin Yang truly overjoyed. As for why no one had taken the storage rings of these dried corpse specimens, the reasoning was actually quite simple. People with powerful family backgrounds don't bother to take it, and those with weak strengths are intimidated by the lustful authority of the Witch Demon King and don't dare to take it. That's why these specimens have been hanging around for hundreds of years and have never been touched. But now, having met the audacious Lin Yang, he nonchalantly took the storage rings above these dozens of specimens and pocketed them all. After checking the harvest, the whole thing started to swell. After all, the specimens that could be hung here by the Witch Demon King were not generalized, with strong family backgrounds and rich storage rings. Lin Yang, who had become rich in an instant, was once again godly and decided to go find Lin Dong's bad luck. He swaggered into the crowd surrounding Lin Dong's stall with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. And the piece of equipment that Lin Dong was currently displaying was a gold-level phase boots. Don't look at the low grade of these phase boots, but the movement speed is real fast, and it's exactly the kind of trade item that the Witch King needs. Equipment, phase boots gold level. Attack, plus 1700. Defense, plus 150. Magic defense, plus 150. Move speed, plus 500%. This piece of equipment doesn't even have a phrase. Call it crap, it is indeed crap. But the movement speed is 500%, just right for the Witch King. However, for such a piece of equipment, Lin Dong offered a price of 200,000 extreme flame crystals, causing all the challengers to sip their teeth there. A gold-level piece of equipment is not worth the price, even if the shift speed is high. After all, when it comes to real combat, movement speed does not determine victory or defeat, but only provides a certain advantage. That's why these challengers were watching and didn't bid easily. But this did not matter at all to Lin Dong. He was sure that it wouldn't take much longer for someone to buy it. This phasing boot is not great, but it can be exchanged for the word equipment spectral snuffer in the hands of the Witch King. This underworld snuff bottle had the effect of saving stubborn illnesses and prolonging life, and could increase the lifespan of people below the level of Battle Saint by at least 10 years, which was an incomparably great temptation for many people who were on the verge of dying and were still unable to break through to Battle Saint. Therefore, Lin Dong was not worried at all that his phase boots would not sell. What he's trying to do is make the biggest spread for the lowest cost. Although this phase boots he yet dared to sell 200,000 extreme flame crystals, but he had a low cost. For example, these phase boots were made by him from the most trashy golden wraith fur, with a total cost of no more than 1 extreme flame crystal. After all, it's only when your conscience is gone that you can make more money. He had no friendship with these challengers from other galaxies, it was all a one-shot deal, and it was unreasonable not to take advantage of the opportunity to make a profit. The Western Templar, Shaft, stared at this phase boot with a glaring gaze, ready to take it after making sure that there were no other challengers to bid on it. With this phase boot, you can trade it for the Phantom Snuff Bottle. That's a Phantom Snuff Bottle that can increase your lifespan by 10 years. They, the Western Temple, had always relied on the Fa Huang, a Battle Saint powerhouse, to hold them up, but the Fa Huang was already close to 195 years old, and wouldn't be able to live for more than 5 years at most. Once the Dharma Emperor fell, it would mean that they, the Western Holy Temple, were left without a top-notch fighting force and might immediately fall apart. If he got the underworld snuff bottle and offered it to the Holy Temple's venerable emperor when he returned, the venerable emperor would surely be greatly delighted. Maybe he'll be rewarded by the French emperor and become the head of a knightly order straight away. After reconfirming that no one had bid against him, Shaft finally intended to make a bid for the phase boot. He arched his hand towards Lin Dong and fished out a storage ring in his bosom with a smile on his face. "Dude, if no one else bids then I'll take this phase boot." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yang, who was behind him, directly squeezed into the front, rampaging around with no one in sight. "Lin Dong, I like this phase boot very much, hurry up and give it to me." Lin Dong glanced at Lin Yang with his afterglow, and the corners of his mouth gently twitched as disgust immediately hung on his face. "Oh, who am I to give it to you?" Lin Yang, however, pointed at Lin Dong with the point of his hand, his tone commanding. "Lin Dong, I'm giving you a chance, don't be ungrateful. As long as you give me all the good things you obtained like before, I will still treat you as a member of the Lin family. Whether or not you can grasp this opportunity all depends on whether or not you know what you're doing. You probably don't know that I, Lin Yang, am now a high-flying phoenix, and I'm rich in every pore. If I reward you with just a little bit in the future, I'll be able to make you live a good life." Lin Yang's words immediately attracted the gazes of these challengers around him. Some people glanced at Lin Yang's body unkindly, and when they saw that his 10 fingers were full of high-grade storage rings, they all laughed meaningfully. "This fool, how dare he openly show his wealth on such an occasion, he really doesn't know how to write the word death. Later on, find a place where no one is around, and make sure to fill him in on his homework before he does so. Let him know that the world is a dangerous place. It's impossible for a warrior who's not even level 40 to harness such wealth. It's better to let this young man work more and get more." Obviously, Lin Yang was a proper fat sheep in their eyes. However, Lin Yang was oblivious to this, and was still looking at Lin Dong with complacency. In order to confirm his financial power, he was in his storage ring, and directly took out 200,000 extreme flame crystals, and threw them on the ground. The flaming crystals, which were like small mountains, caused the surrounding challengers to hold their breath. Just listening to the numbers, one might not have much of a concept of 200,000 flame crystals, but once it was placed in front of one's eyes and visualized the number, it would move countless people. As for Lin Yang, what he wanted was this effect. He was showing off his financial power to Lin Dong at this moment, just to raise his eyebrows to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, don't you just want money? I have plenty of flame crystals, why don't you hurry up and roll over and lie on the ground for me to continue being a dog? If I'm in a good mood, casually revealing a little bit inside my fingers will be enough for you to struggle for the rest of your life. Originally, Lin Yang thought that by taking out these flame crystals, Lin Dong would turn into a hobgoblin in a second. However, to his disappointment, that expression of impatience on Lin Dong's face became even more obvious instead. Lin Dong did not even speak to him, but instead turned his head to the Western Templar Knight chef at the side. According to our previous agreement, for the same price, you have the right of first refusal, so I've decided to sell you this phase boot. Chef had originally seen the halfway point and was worried that there was no way to buy this phase boot, but now that he had Lin Dong's promise, he was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Lin. I, Chef, will treat you as my truest friend from now on, and in the future, if you're free to visit our aquamarine planet as a guest, be sure to look me up at our Western Sanctuary, so that I can do my duty as a landlord. Lin Dong smiled faintly and considered it a polite response to Chef's invitation. But this scene caused Lin Yang to directly storm out. Good you, Lin Dong. As a Chinese, actually colluding with the Western Holy Temple is simply treasonous and collaborating with the enemy. I'll definitely report this matter to the top levels of China after I go back. The whole room was shocked at these words. 154 unprovoked accusations, Lin Yang's despicable tactics. Lin Yang raised the video recording device in his hand, indicating that he had recorded everything just now with a winning look. After all, Huaxia and the Western Sanctuary had a delicate relationship, and had been in a state of hostility for more than half of the thousands of years. If Lin Yang handed over this video in his hand, even if Lin Dong was a disciple of Marshal Xiao, he would have to go to a military court to explain himself before he could do so. Chef and the rest of them, the Western Templars, were also incomparably shocked, never imagining that the person they were trading with was actually from Aquamarine as well, and was also a Chinese. In the middle of China, there's such a young battle exalted? Moreover, behind Lin Dong, there was also a group of young war god existences. If this were to be said, I'm afraid that it would completely shock the Western Sacred Temple. It seems that the strength of Huaxia is not as simple as it seems on the surface at all. I must report to the French Emperor when I go back, so that his old man will not open the end of the war so easily. We must thoroughly find out the hidden strength of Huaxia before we do so. Darkly making up his mind, a fine bead of sweat began to appear on both of Chef's palms. Because the Western Templars have been plotting a war against Huaxia for decades, and in order to better divide Huaxia, they have even reached some kind of agreement with the leader of the world of Warcraft. Between the shrugs of his eyes, Chef memorized Lin Dong's appearance and listed Lin Dong as assassination target number 1. Because such a young battle exalt, if he grew up in the future, he would definitely be the biggest threat to the Western Sacred Temple. And right at this moment, Lin Yang started provoking Lin Dong once again. Lin Dong, why don't you say anything? You can't hide the matter of you colluding with this Western Templar anymore. But if you kneel down and kowtow to me now to apologize for your mistake and offer me the equipment in your hand, I will be lenient to you and not present this matter to the public, considering that you are a member of the Lin family. If not, there's no guarantee that the video in my hands will appear in anyone's hands, huh? Lin Dong's brows furrowed, and he could no longer resist striking out to teach this annoying fly, Lin Yang, a lesson. In his opinion, Lin Yang was purely here to cause trouble. He was doing business here in exchange for precious experience or flame crystals, all for the sake of the Huaxia warriors being able to upgrade quickly. But Lin Yang actually hit him back and tried to slander him for treason and collaborating with the enemy, which was simply outrageous. Moreover, Lin Dong was not afraid of this kind of threat at all. He used garbage equipment to pit the Templars with a large amount of supplies. This was completely a straw boat to borrow arrows. It was to get the enemy's supplies in order to strengthen himself. I believe that Marshal Xiao would wake up laughing when he heard about all of these things. Lin Yang could think this way because he had no idea of Lin Dong's position in Marshal Xiao's heart, nor did he know how much Lin Dong had already done for Huaxia. Based on the single matter of Lin Dong dedicating the experience potion to Huaxia, he had cultivated a large number of battle exalted for Huaxia. This merit was not at all something that could be offset by a small matter. Therefore, Lin Dong did not take Lin Yang's threat to heart at all, but waved his hand impatiently. You can give the video to whoever you like, but I'm going to be rude if you interrupt my business again. After saying that, Lin moved to signal Chef with his eyes and opened his mouth to ask. If the deal is made, please be quick and don't let this guy interfere with our deal. Schefter hesitated for a moment, squelching the stupid thoughts in his mind and continuing to put on a friendly demeanor. He's going to do a borrowed one. If he and Lin Dong acted extremely close, it might make true the claim that Lin Dong had colluded with their Western Sacred Temple. At that time, Lin Dong might be strangled by the top echelons of Huaxia, directly. This kind of trick to make the opposing camp harbor a rebellion was what they, the Western Sanctuary, were best at. So he enthusiastically went forward to shake Lin Dong's hand and even took out 2 storage rings. I can't believe that Brother Lin is also from the aquamarine planet, and now that he's also in a foreign land, we can be considered a family. Our Western sanctuary has always emphasized etiquette, and since we're both from the aquamarine planet, I, Chef, am also willing to make a friend in you, Brother Lin. So, I've decided that I'll spend 400,000 extreme flame crystals on this piece of phase boots as a bit of sincerity from my brother. How could Lin Dong not see through this fellow's true thoughts? But in the face of true strength, all plots and tricks are vanity. Therefore, Lin Dong was not afraid at all, acting as if he did not hear the deeper meaning in the other party's words. Instead, he took the 2 storage rings with a smile and joyfully placed the phase boots into Chef's hands. Brother Chef is really generous, this kind of sincerity in taking the initiative to raise the price, I've already felt it. This preferential purchase condition of yours, I'll keep it up for you. Seeing that Lin Dong was not the least bit flustered, and was even talking and laughing with Chef to make a deal, Lin Yang laughed coldly in his heart. Moreover, Lin Yang realized that amongst the crowd, there were many familiar faces that were also frowning as they observed all this. These people were none other than the members of the other academies who had entered the land of the lost together, including Cui Wuhui, Hua Tianying, Wang Rulong, Yin Jiajian, and the others. Obviously, they didn't quite understand about Lin Dong making a deal with Chef either. In their opinion, Lin Dong should have taken the overall situation of China into consideration, and directly severed all relations with Chef, which was what a Chinese should do. But Lin Dong, how could he throw away these things and make a deal with Chef with a smile? Could it be that Lin Dong was really a traitor to his country as Lin Yang had said? Even Cui Wuhu, who had always disliked Lin Yang, could not help but stand on Lin Yang's side at this time, and looked at Lin Dong with contempt. This Lin Dong is simply the scum of our Huaxia. It's so shameful. Has he forgotten the shame of our Huaxia being trampled and ravaged by the Western powers hundreds of years ago? Wang Rulong's eyes were also filled with disappointment. It was unthinkable that she had just had a little good impression of Lin Dong, and that image had collapsed so quickly. Indeed, knowing people is not enough. In the future I must use faith draw to playfully borrow his attributes before I can do so. Against this kind of scum, I must not be soft. The captain of the 9 States Academy, Yin Jianyan, on the other hand, had his eyes half open and half closed, looking like an old monk in meditation. But in his heart, he also had a falling opinion of Lin Dong. Perhaps, Lin Dong has other purposes, but no matter what the purpose is, colluding with the Western sacred temple is just wrong. The performance of these people were all caught in Lin Yang's eyes. His chance to take off, he knew, had come. Taking advantage of this opportunity, if he lambasted Lin Dong and set up a wave of persona, it would definitely cause everyone to praise him. In his heart, he was already happy. Lin Dong, should I say you're smart, or should I say you're stupid? Sure enough, you used to just rely on a little bit of cleverness to camp out, and in the end, you're still just an ordinary person who sees money in the eyes of the beholder. Unlike me, who has a big pattern and big ambitions. But this is good. Today it's just right to utilize Lin Dong's stupidity to completely establish a patriotic persona for me, Lin Dong. Maybe after leaving this trade fair, my reputation will skyrocket. Therefore, Lin Dong directly stepped forward and his words were loud and clear, as if he was the embodiment of justice. He pointed his finger at Lin Dong's nose and started cursing. This righteousness is completely on the moral high ground. At this point in time, Lin Dong actually dares to forcefully pretend to be calm and unrepentant. He really doesn't know how to die. You, including everything in your possession, are Chinese, and by doing so, you are committing treason and collaborating with the enemy. In order to keep our Chinese treasures from falling into the hands of the Western Templars, I, Lin Yang, must be righteous today. With that, Lin Yang was about to strike out at Lin Dong. Lin Dong lifted his eyelids and couldn't help but reveal a flash of killing intent as he looked at the repeatedly unruly Lin Yang. This stern look immediately caused Lin Yang to take a few steps back. It was only at this time that he woke up to the fact that the Lin Dong on the opposite side was already a battle zone, an existence that completely crushed him. In between, there was a gap of 3 great realms, and this bit of his strength was like an ant in Lin Dong's eyes. So he was in a cold sweat and it was too late to run. Only at this moment did he feel some regret for his recklessness. But the arrow had to be fired, even if it was dangerous, he had to finish this pretense. What he was betting on was that Lin Dong did not dare to make a move against him in full view of everyone. Lin Dong, I am your own brother, are you trying to make a move against me? Do people like you who have no family or friends in sight still want to live in our Chinese state of etiquette? I admit that I can't beat you, but if you kill me, it will only add another charge of being brutal and bloodthirsty and inhumane, so think it over. Also, Lin Dong, don't you just want money? Money, I have. Whatever this Templar wants to buy today, I, Lin Yang, will offer double the price. in order to keep our Chinese treasures from falling into the hands of our enemies and becoming weapons against our Chinese. Saying that, Lin Yang he continued to pull out 3 small mountains of extreme flame crystals from his storage ring. 800,000 extreme flame crystals, the phase boots are mine. It had to be said that Lin Yang had played this hand very beautifully and shockingly. The moment these extreme flame crystals, which were emitting a fantastical luster, were placed in front of everyone's eyes, it made everyone feel suffocated. This Lin Yang, he was really too rich, casually striking out with such a large amount of money. But the focus of everyone's attention wasn't just these extreme flame crystals, but Lin Yang's spirit of fearless sacrifice. Not to mention that the eyes of Cui Wuhui, Wang Rulong, and the others changed when they looked at Lin Yang. Even the challengers from the other galaxies, there was no shortage of people who supported Lin Yang existed. In our M18 galaxy, any traitor who betrays his country is to be hanged by the middle. People like Lin Dong are simply too dead to be spared. What a man who emphasizes love and family and country. People like Lin Yang are the ones who distinguish between right and wrong and have a big picture view. Thinking about it in comparison, this Lin Dong is a scum who sells his country for glory. I actually bought an equipment from him just now I feel ashamed. Making a deal with this kind of person has become a stain on my life. Brother Lin Yang, today we are all on your side. If brother has the need, we will attack him as a group. Even if he is a battle zune, he won't be a match for us. As for those goodies in his ring, let's split them equally. Listening to the growing voices of support, Lin Yang had become smug. Dare to fight him? Could Lin Dong be a match? So he clasped his shoulders, wanting to see what else Lin Dong could do to save himself. 155 pouring oil on the fire, Lin Dong is getting more and more passive. There was a lot of talk around, and Lin Dong naturally could not turn a blind eye to it. This scene of déjà vu in front of him caused Lin Dong's anger value to rub up. I remembered that in his last life, Lin Yang hadn't used such tactics to make the people around him isolate him and ostracize him. I can't imagine that in this life, a similar scene had once again appeared, which was really unexpected to Lin Dong. Originally, he thought that after severing the twin life bond, Lin Yang would become a worthless salted fish who could no longer persecute him, so he didn't intend to deal with Lin Yang. Unexpectedly, Lin Yang, this salted fish, actually had some more strange encounters, and actually grew up slowly as well, and even at a time like this, once again staged a big play for him to turn black and white upside down. Lin Dong really didn't want to play along with him anymore. He had a thought right now. He wanted to step in and crush this damn guy. As for Lin Yang, sensing that it was not good, he immediately took a skidding step and retreated several meters, pulling away from Lin Dong, while at the same time blurting out words under his breath. Lin Dong, are you trying to make a move against me? If you really want to risk universal condemnation, I'm sure that the benevolent people present will tear you to pieces. If you want to save your dog's life, obediently hand over all the precious equipment you're holding to me, and at that time I might even be able to plead for you and beg Marshal Xiao to be lenient for you. Hearing Lin Yang's inverted Big Dipper's words, Lin Dong was almost angry and laughed. This crap property of phasing boots is considered a gem? He, Lin Yang, had access to Marshal Xiao? It's really true that people have the guts to say anything. But just because Lin Dong didn't believe it, it didn't mean that other people didn't believe it. Cui Wuxie also directly rode out and stood beside Lin Yang. Lin Yang, although I have always looked down on you, but you did the right thing in this matter. If Lin Dong dares to move a single hair on your head today, he must step over my body. If you don't die, after I go back, I will definitely tell my grandfather what Lin Dong has done, so that his old man will personally meet with Marshal Xiao and punish Lin Dong, this scum. Hua Tianying, the captain of the Divine Dragon Academy, also squeezed out from the crowd and stood on Lin Yang's side, protecting him with Cui Wui on his left and right. As soon as Hua Tianying appeared, he cursed at Lin Dong. When I was at the top of Kunlun, I had a bad look at you, this moralistic hypocrite, and today I have indeed revealed my fox's tail. I, Hua Tianying, will get rid of the evils of China today. Even if I can't beat you, I'll still make a move to kill you. If you dare to resist, you'll be a sinner of China. Hua Tianying's words were said with great righteousness, and even directly stood on the high ground of national righteousness to pull Lin Dong. That meant that it was fine for him to kill Lin Dong, and if Lin Dong fought back, he would be a sinner of Huaxia. This powerful logic actually made all the challengers present think deeply. Some of the challengers followed suit and the scene became very noisy. Did you all hear that? These brothers are good, true patriots. We should all learn from them. Everyone who loves their country deserves to be honored. I suggest that we all just go ahead and kill Lin Dong, and when the time comes, we'll split his belongings equally, so there might be a good harvest. Yes, even if we don't kill him, we can't buy from him. We must never make a deal for such scum, and we're afraid of dirtying our hands when we buy from him. Hua Tianying unknowingly swelled up after being inspired by these challengers. picking up the long sword in his hand and charging at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, suffer death. Only death can clear your name. But before Hua Tianying could rush to Lin Dong's proximity, a loud slap shocked the entire audience. It doesn't do much damage, but it's extremely insulting. Pop. Ah, cool. This familiar voice made Wang Rulong couldn't help but cover his mouth and peek in. Only to see that Hua Tianying, who was still raging just a moment ago, had already rushed into the ranks of Cui Wuxi and the others like a cannonball, crashing into a piece. Damn it, Lin Dong, you actually dared to fight back. Hua Tianying climbed up on the ground, covering the left side of his face, looking at Lin Dong incredulously, but he didn't dare to go forward again, because he knew that once Lin Dong got angry, he would really die without a body. After all, that was a battle zone. Lin Dong's actions also caused the scene to become enraged once again, causing the other academy teams that were still spectating to make a choice. The teams from the 6 families of Tenglong Academy, Huanlong Academy, Aolong Academy, Feilong Academy, Black Dragon Academy, and Shenlong Academy had all gathered behind Lin Yang. Looking at that stance, it seemed that he was about to start a battle of survival with Lin Dong that was about honor and disgrace. Moreover, their gazes, they also looked at Yin Jiejie, the captain of the Kyushu Academy, and Wang Rulong, the captain of the Hunters Guild, who had never made a choice. The captain of the Kyushu Academy, Yin Jiejie, sighed and also moved his body to come behind Lin Yang. Lin Dong, I had no intention of making an enemy of you, but you really did the wrong thing today, and I can only choose the right side. Yin Jiejie made a choice, and all the pressure was given to Wang Rulong's side. Wang Rulong was practically like a man on his back, looking at Lin Dong for a moment and Lin Yang for a moment, constantly weighing in his heart. At the same time, Lin Yang and Lin Dong's gazes were also cast on her, wanting to see exactly how she would choose. Those members of the Hunters and Killers Guild were in a hurry. They were afraid that Wang Rulong would make the wrong choice and would drag them down with him. Captain, choose Lin Yang. It's right to choose Lin Yang. You must stand on the side of national righteousness. Right, Captain, don't hesitate. Although Lin Dong has given us help, it was definitely a sugar-coated bomb to corrupt us. We can't fall for it. Captain, do great things without being petty. This is not the time to be a mother-in-law. Can't you see that so many galactic challengers are enraged? Lin Dong can't be saved even if the god of heaven comes now. Wang Rulong listened to the words of his team members, took a deep breath, and finally made a choice. I choose. With her gaze, she first looked at Lin Dong, then at Lin Yang, and finally closed her eyes, as if she was waiting for the judgment of fate. I choose neutrality. Unknown full picture, no comment. Whether Lin Dong is treasonous and collaborating with the enemy or not, there is no conclusion yet, so we cannot speculate. Moreover, we, the Hunters and Killers Guild, do not participate in the affairs of your 8 academies. We remain neutral in this matter. After finishing those words, Wang Rulong, as if relieved, led the members of the Hunters Guild and retreated to the side. Before she left, she looked deeply at Lin Dong. This was the greatest support she could give Lin Dong. Although she was immensely disappointed with Lin Dong's behavior, she had never believed that Lin Dong was such a person, so this was the reason why she chose to be neutral. And when Lin Yang saw that all 7 academies were supporting him, he already felt victorious and thought that this time, he was going to win. Lin Dong, didn't you disobey my orders? How about now? Regretting it. It's a pity that there is no medicine for regret in this world. You Lin Dong is always a stepping stone for me, Lin Yang was and still is. Now, it wasn't even necessary for Lin Yang to speak. Cui Wuxia and the others had already taken over his role. He, on the other hand, became the object that the 7 academies endeavored to protect, preventing Lin Dong from rising up and injuring others. Only to hear Cui Wuxia and Hua Tianying screaming non-stop at Lin Dong, literally word for word. Lin Dong, now that it's come to this, won't you explain? Lin Dong. I advise you not to make the same mistake again and again. Hurry up and tie your hands and perhaps we will even let us have a lenient sentence. War God Academy's Chinese sons and daughters, do you want to accompany Lin Dong in his mistakes? Haven't you seen Lin Dong's face yet? Huna, hurry back, come back to your brother. I know you must have been blackmailed by Lin Dong. Don't be afraid, brother will protect you. Bai Ji, Cui Bingbing, you 2 scums of the Divine Dragon Academy, do you also want to remain obsessed? There is still a chance to redeem your sins. Hurry up and kill Lin Dong. We cannot pursue your responsibility. These words were simply murderous. Not only did they want to deal with Lin Dong, but they even wanted to make their War God Academy harbor a rebellion. But Cui Wuxia and the others had underestimated Lin Dong's position in the hearts of these people from the War God Academy. These people were all tightly united behind Lin Dong, twisting into a rope with a rather appalling aura. Shui Hong couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, it's really urgent, the boss has been wrongly accused like this, but actually we are not allowed to resist. What kind of reasoning is this? Are we just going to stand by and watch them defame us? Song Tianzhou blared his eyes out and knocked Shui Han's head. Old Shui, are you stupid? The decisions that Big Brother makes are never wrong. We just need to listen to Big Brother's arrangements. Zhuge Shifeng smiled faintly and solved the confusion for the two of them. As the saying goes, if you want to commit a crime, there's no excuse. At such a time, even if we argue, it won't help. What we have to do now is to wait and see what happens, and after we return to Huaxia, with the contribution that Brother Lin has made to Huaxia, the truth of what's going on will be known at a glance by those top brass in Huaxia. But just as they were conferring in whispers, the situation in the field changed once again. The Western Templar Knight Sheft, in this fight between Lin Yang and Lin Dong, smelled an unusual meaning, allowing him to discover a new opportunity. These fools in Huaxia, actually pushing such a powerful combatant as Lin Dong outward, they really are stupid. If at such a time, our Western sacred temple extends a helping hand, wouldn't Lin Dong still be grateful and genuinely subservient? At that time then, Lin Dong, as well as these peak war gods behind Lin Dong, will all be owned by our Western holy temple. Another great achievement for me, Sheft. Even if we can't recruit Lin Dong, it will still cause Huaxia to lose trust in Lin Dong. It's simply not a loss either way. Thinking of this, Sheft gathered their Western Holy Temples team that had participated in the training, and then blocked in front of Lin Dong, confronting Lin Yang and the others with the same momentum as water in fire. Brother Lin, don't be afraid, the Chinese people don't know how precious you are. Our Western Templars have always valued talent. We definitely won't let them, these Chinese people, harm you. My knights and I swear to protect your safety. This fire from Sheft directly made Lin Dong's charge of colluding with the Western Holy Temple true. Lin Yang hemmed and hawed and sneered at this, thinking that the heavens had really helped me. Lin Dong, what else do you have to say? 156 Lin Dong's invincible stance, deterring numerous challengers. Lin Yang had simply taken the topic to the extreme. He saw Sheft and the others come forward and threw up his arms. All challengers, did you see that? If this Lin Dong wasn't colluding with Sheft and the others, how could Sheft and the others protect him? Please block Sheft and the others for us, so that we can clean up this traitor Lin Dong. I, Lin Yang, promise you that once Lin Dong is liquidated, all those treasures on his body that can be traded for supplies with the Witch Demon King will be divided equally among all of you. The emphasis, of course, is on the last sentence. Lin Yang's words caused the many challengers to rise up with greed. Lin Dong relied on selling supplies that could be traded with the Witch Demon King to make a fortune here, and they had long since grown tired of seeing it. If he hadn't been unable to defeat Lin Dong, he would have gone up and grabbed it. And now that an opportunity had arisen to unite against Lin Dong, they were no longer hiding their inner purpose. Brother Lin Yang, you can just deal with Lin Dong, these guys from Sheft, leave them to us. If they dare to protect Lin Dong, we, the challengers, are bound to tear them to pieces. A bunch of level 40 losers are just a bunch of losers. A random war god from our several major galaxies can beat them to death. These challengers hadn't made a move for a while, but these intimidating words alone had made Sheft flinch. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he looked at the gawking challengers. All challengers, this is all a misunderstanding. It was me who was reckless just now. This Huaxia dealing with traitors is their own business. We shouldn't interfere. We'll step aside here and not intervene anymore. After saying that, Sheft swallowed a mouthful of saliva and led them, the Templars, to withdraw into a corner in a grayish manner anyway. His purpose had been achieved, and there was nothing left for him to do down there. Although it looked incredibly humiliating, but they Westerners had never been shameless, and at this point he couldn't keep the corners of his mouth down. I'm such a genius, Sheft, it'll be great to watch the Chinese kill each other down there. Seeing that he had managed to make the people from the Western Holy Temple retreat, Lin Yang's confidence swelled once again. He was now the embodiment of justice, and now anyone who dared to question him to offend him would be tied to the pillar of shame. These challengers from other galaxies were no exception. So he struck the iron while it was hot and continued to force accusations at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, do you know if you are wrong? Now that it's come to this, don't be obstinate, hurry up and tie your hands, lest you be torn to pieces by the army of challengers with a single swing. Lin Yang lifted his chin high, like a victorious rooster, with the look of a big brother who turns his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain. It had to be said that Lin Yang's mind was expanding very quickly, and now this high and mighty stance was incomparably imposing, as if he was the man of the word of these 7 academies in general. Although Cui Waoxia, Yin Jieshi, and the others were all unhappy with Lin Yang's gesture, they still had the good sense not to say anything when it came to the big picture. Lin Yang also began to take the opportunity to knock Cui Waoxia, intending to use this to establish his authority. Chui Wufei, how did your sister, Chui Huna, and cousin, Chui Bingbing, run inside Lin Dong's team? Could it be that your Chui family, too, is related to Lin Dong, this traitorous and collaborator fellow? Chui Wuxia was enraged when he saw that this guy, who had previously been stepped on by himself, actually dared to boss him around. But in the next second, he calmed down again. He knew that to confront Lin Yang now was to seek his own death. There was no chance that he would not have a place to stand in Huaxia in the future. So he can only break his teeth and swallow it inside his stomach, holding his tongue and listening to Lin Yang's lecture. My sister must have been blackmailed by Lin Dong and was forced to do this. I'll call her back. Chui Wuxia had no feelings for Chui Bingbing. But Chui Hiana is his own sister, so he should save him if he can. So he once again shouted at Chui Hiana. Huna, blink if you're forced to. I know you're in danger, but please, you must trust your brother, he'll get you out. In a moment, my brother will attack him, so grab your chance and run away. But Chui Hiana shook her head and firmly stood behind Lin Dong. Brother, I wasn't threatened, I voluntarily stayed at the War God Academy. Humph, you've really been threatened. Brother is coming to save you. Chui Wuxia hardened his head and rushed towards Lin Dong, shouting loudly as he went. I'm cheap as hell. I'm the cheapest in the world. I'm invincible as I'm lowly and shameless. I'm as hell. This scene left all the onlookers dumbfounded. What is wrong with Chui Wuxi, actually cursing himself, and strangely enough, he actually cursed more and more happily, and also cursed himself to laugh. It really is a big world. Right at this moment, Chui Wuxia suddenly flashed his 10-point sword. This weapon with words had appeared, instantly making all of them, light up. Good lord, the word of thee is invincible. Just by collecting values, you can have the attributes briefly increased by 100%, what a treasure. Seeing this very sword, many of the challengers didn't feel that Chui Wuxi was cheap anymore. With this kind of treasure, there was no harm in being cheap. However, before Chui Wuxia could reach Lin Dong's proximity, what greeted him was another slap. Pop. Ah, cool. Whoosh. Like a cannonball, Chui Wuxia flew straight backward and smashed inside the Hualong Academy's team, splashing up a cloud of dust and smoke. Damn it, Lin Dong, if you're capable of not holding that happy dobby doodle, dare to fight me for real. Are you sure? Lin Dong kindly glanced at Chui Wuxia. Just because he used Happy Bigby Pocket and totally didn't want to kill the Chinese doesn't mean he won't. If he took out his weapons, no matter if it was the air-shattering shuttle, the flying dagger blood gourd, or the underworld beast soul furnace, a random strike could send Chui Wuxi to glory in the ultimate bliss and ride a crane to the west. Even in such an environment, Lin Dong did not put them in his eyes. He decided to deter the arrogance of these people. If he didn't show his hand and deter the curmudgeons, he didn't know how they would really fold. A bunch of rabble. And I'm not just talking about you, but also these challengers from other galaxies. Anyway, after being messed up like this by Lin Yan, business could not be done. Lin Dong simply put away all the equipment and supplies. Of course, it also included the 800,000 extreme flame crystals that Lin Yan took out. After all, don't want it for nothing. And then Lin Dong directly withdrew the breath concealment necklace on his body and revealed a powerful equipment. At that moment, the radiant light caused all the challengers to suck in a breath of cold air. Immediately afterward, a kind of fear surfaced in their hearts. Damn, I was actually planning to vocalize Lin Dong just now. I'm afraid this Lin Dong's battle power has almost surpassed that of a battle saint. The attack of this piece of equipment is also too exaggerated. I feel that if he just moves his fingers, all of us will die in one piece. Luckily I didn't say anything just now. Now I'd better stay a little further away. He's arguably the strongest person in the trade fair besides the Witch Demon King, right? It was no wonder that these guys were shocked. Lin Dong's attributes could be completely described as explosive. Name, Lin Dong. Occupation, forger. Rank, 70. Life, 299,999. Attack, 270,000. Gold system wounding, 56,000. Earth damage increase, 48,000. Fire damage increase, 32,000. Defense, 135,000. Magic defense, 135,000. Magic resistance, 65,000. Attack speed, 2,000%. Moving speed, 800. Dodge, 500. Blood return, 3,000%. Evil gaze eye of punishment, the target of the gaze is plunged into fear and all attributes are reduced by 50%. Corrosive beam eye of discipline, active skill, when illuminated by the light of the eye, the body rots, inflicting 3000 points of damage for a duration of 15 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. Time stasis eye of punishment, active skill, puts the target in a state of time stasis for 10 seconds, during which time the damage suffered is calculated cumulatively, and at the end of the effect, the target directly suffers all the cumulative damage within 10 seconds, with a cooldown time of 60 seconds. Anti-armor Crimson Armor, 30% chance of rebounding all types of damage. Invincibility Crimson Armor, active skill, invincible for 60 seconds after activation, immune to any damage. Rejuvenation Crimson Armor, when blood level is below 30%, there is a 50% chance of raising blood level to full at once. Double Experience Crimson Armor, when brushing monsters, you can gain twice the normal experience value. 1000-mile sprinting steps light speed streaming cloud boots, active skill, movement speed plus 1000, lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. Sonic Boom lightspeed streaming cloud boots, 10% chance to inflict sonic boom damage, causing the opponent to become delirious and unable to lock onto the target of the attack for 3 seconds. Taiji 2 Embers Formation Taiji Yin Yang Robe, produces a suppression effect on the attacking target, causing the target to sustain a blood reduction of 3000 points per second. Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu Dragon Elephant Prajna Belt, for every 10,000 points reduction in one's blood, add 10,000 to one's defense. Shadowless Fist Silver Blast Gloves, every 60 seconds, unleash 100 fist shadows with plus 500 attack. Explosive Flash Silver Blast Gloves, every 3 seconds, can rip through space in front of the movement for a 300-meter instant jump. Step-by-Step Thunder Level 3 Underworld Beast Soul Furnace, within a radius of 100 meters, unleash 30 consecutive Earth-centered thunderbolts that deal 1,500 points of damage to the target. Soul Regeneration Underworld Beast Soul Furnace, for every corpse of a magical beast collected, attack increases by 1 point, with a cap of 30,000 points. Wind and Thunder Rush Wind and Thunder Twin Wings, instantaneous speed up to 300%, when flying, accompanied by the Wind and Thunder dual system sustained damage, reducing the target's blood volume by 3000 per second. Flying Dagger Blood Gourd, 3% of the target's blood each time, cooldown 2 seconds. Penetrating Heart Flying Dagger Blood Gourd, 3% chance of triggering the Penetrating Heart effect, resulting in 10% additional damage to the blood. Turning Risks into Danger Stone of the Spirit, boosts the wearer's luck value by 100, counteracts potential calamities, increases the explosive rate of monsters, and influences things in the direction favorable to the wearer. Other than that, just the nearly 300,000 bloodstains, and the 270,000 attacks alone, were already chilling to the heart. A normal battle zone with 5100,000 blood and 2040,000 attack would be good. Even a battle saint wouldn't have more than 200,000 blood strips and an attack of 100,000 or so at most. But Lin Dong's attributes of a battle zone had already comprehensively crushed a battle saint, it was just too crazy. Coupled with Lin Dong's row of word skills with unbelievable attributes, even if the Witch Demon King wanted to deal with Lin Dong, I was afraid that he wouldn't be able to kill him in a single blow. And Lin Dong's actions attracted the Witch Demon King's gaze. Ha! Interesting. This little guy, he seems to resemble that little guy 300 years ago. That little guy was also a forger. What was his name? Well, it seems to be called Mei Changsheng. 157 dare to make trouble on my turf? Think too much? That Mei Changsheng that the Witch Demon King mentioned in his mouth was a renowned existence in China. Mei Changsheng, the most outstanding forger ever to emerge out of nowhere in China 300 years ago. Affectionately called Ancestor Mei by later generations of forgers. At one point, he led Huaxia, successfully repelling the magical beasts, and even making Huaxia the pinnacle nation of the aquamarine planet. It could be said that the weapons of the only remaining battle saints and battle princes in China now were all forged by Mei Changsheng. And with one less than one, it's incredibly valuable. It wasn't until more than 100 years ago, when Mei Changsheng passed away, that the profession of forging masters in Huaxia declined with it, and there was the sight of no one left to follow. Because the existing forges in China, the highest leveled ones such as Mo Shizi, were only over level 60 and could only forge legendary equipment. Of course, after Lin Dong appeared, it was a different scene. The challengers of the entire trade fair were now basically attracted by the two brothers Lin Dong and Lin Yang. The Witch King had nothing else to do and also took a wraith rib where he flossed his teeth while watching a play to relieve his boredom. TSK, after hundreds of years of boredom, there's finally some fun to be had. But this little fellow called Lin Dong seems to be a bit more outstanding than that little fellow called Mei Changsheng. After all, Mei Changsheng cannot forge such an exaggerated word equipment. Look at the old man, I am moved. Want to go up to hit a boring stick. Hey, in the end, whether to go or not. The Witch King spun his skull-like, dry head, resting his cheeks in thought. The eye on Lin Dong's forehead that emitted an evil aura immediately caught the attention of the Witch Demon King. He finally understood why Lin Dong wanted to trade the damaged eye of Gatus with him. It turned out that in Lin Dong's hands, there was the eye of Maro that complemented it. On top of that, in Lin Dong's hands, there were also the shattered air shuttle and the flying dagger blood gourd that made the Witch Demon King feel red in the eyes, such powerful attacking weapons that he, the Witch Demon King, didn't even have. He looked down at his own skeleton scepter with his deep-set eye sockets, all a bit disgusted and wanting to throw it away. Look at the weapon in this kid's hand, that's called a weapon. What kind of garbage am I holding in my hand? A mythical level weapon, actually no words. Even more annoying is the attribute is only a little higher than this kid's weapon. Hey, heartache. After a sigh, the Witch King shook his head. But a few moments later, he raised his head violently, his deep-set eye sockets shooting out two streams of brilliant light. Because just a moment ago, an extremely absurd idea was born in the Witch Demon King's mind. If I asked this little guy to forge an equipment for me, what would happen? Yes, as a mythic level big brother, he actually had the urge to ask Lin Dong to forge equipment. Attributes and stuff are pretty much fine, the key is to get 2 or 3 phrases that are as racy as Lin Dong's and you're good to go. Once the idea arose, it grew stronger and even became uncontrollable. The Witch Demon King fiercely stood up and took a big step towards Lin Dong's direction. At this moment, what 10,000 races auction, what rules of the game, were all thrown out of his mind. He makes the rules for these games anyway, so the big deal is to add a clause after the rules later. The Witch King can change the above rules at will. And at this moment, Lin Dong, hard by virtue of one's force, intimidated all the challengers present. After these people saw Lin Dong's attributes, they were so frightened that they did not dare to breathe. Even if their family's old ancestor came over, he might not be able to over Lin Dong, let alone these little shrimps like them. At this moment, everyone listed Lin Dong as an object not to be messed with. The so-called ants biting an elephant, that would definitely also be an old elephant in its windy years, not an energetic elephant like Lin Dong. And Lin Yang, who was on the opposite side, wet his pants. He had thought that Lin Dong might be strong, but he hadn't thought that Lin Dong would actually be this strong. This was completely a bit unreasonable. On the attributes of this equipment, I'm afraid that one person can destroy a country. He suddenly regretted a little bit that he had offended Lin Dong so much just now. If Lin Dong were to kill him right now, I'm afraid that no one would speak out to help anymore. He shrugged his throat, feeling so parched he could barely even get a sentence out. Right at this moment, a soul-crushingly creepy voice, Jia Jia Jia, rang out. Making trouble in my territory, that's quite bold. You will all be punished for breaking the rules of my 10,000 clans trade fair. As the words fell, the Witch Demon King in a black cloak, wearing a brilliant crown, walked into the center of the crowd. His skeleton scepter, every time it struck the ground, would make everyone's heart follow along and beat hard, as if it was about to burst. The immense pressure caused everyone to feel the fear of facing death directly. Those who blocked the Witch Demon King's proximity were all lifted out by the powerful aura airwaves, flying around like floating weeds. Many of the challengers retreated in fear and automatically gave way to a spacious continent for the Witch Demon King. As for Lin Yang and Cui Wuxia, they also took the opportunity to hide into the crowd, not daring to show their heads. Lin Dong of course also realized that the situation was not good, not to mention that he had just been majestic, but at this moment, he also hurriedly collected his breath to avoid being discovered by the Witch Demon King. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as the Witch Demon King looked at Lin Dong, who turned around and tried to run. Kid, it's you. Don't run, come here with me for a minute. Otherwise I'll kill everyone you're related to. Including those challengers you saved by selling trade goods. When this statement was made, the sky really collapsed for those challengers who had traded supplies with Lin Dong. This originally thought that he had bought a life-saving artifact. Where did he think it was a hot potato? Therefore, they were all staring at Lin Dong closely, fearing that Lin Dong would run away. Mr. Lin, please be kind, one death for you, happiness for millions of families, don't harm everyone. Yes, Battle Exalt Lin, all of these things are because of you, you really can't just walk away, otherwise we have no way to explain to His Majesty the Witch Demon King. Lin Dong, do you really want to get all the challengers present killed? No wonder you Chinese people are targeting you, so you really are a shameless person. These people, who never look for problems in themselves, only look for problems in others. And they'll also take the moral high ground and accuse you, attempting to tell you you're wrong by sheer force of numbers. This unique human charm was something that really made Lin Dong appreciate. But Lin Dong had now been targeted by the Witch Demon King, and it was too late to run. Therefore, Lin Dong had no choice but to harden his head and turn back around, meek as a little sheep. He, Your Majesty the Witch King, you have a lot of work to do in the day, how could you care about such trivial matters? As he said that, Lin Dong put those extreme flame crystals that he had just harvested in his storage ring and offered them with both hands. The kid saw that the Witch Demon King you had such a hard time opening the trade fair, so he helped you to relieve your worries and prepared some supplies, originally thinking to wait for the completion of the trade fair to offer it to Your Majesty, but I didn't expect that Your Majesty, the Witch Demon King, you actually came over in person, so it's really flattering to the kid. Lin Dong said this on his lips, but his heart was dripping blood. These extreme flame crystals were the ones he had just earned with hard work. But now the situation is stronger than the people. In case he makes this Witch Demon King unhappy, he might still be able to put up a fight, but I'm afraid that these people behind him really can't resist awe. Just how perverse a mythic level powerhouse was, Lin Dong did not really want to try. As the Witch Demon King looked at Lin Dong's respectful demeanor, a hint of mockery surfaced in his deep-set eye sockets. Really? Then I really thank you for doing business in this king's territory, leaving this king with no business to do, right? People are running to you, this king is still really free. Although the words of the Witch Demon King sounded harsh, there was not the slightest intention to kill, but instead it was like an elder teaching a naughty junior. Lin Dong couldn't figure out what the Witch Demon King meant for a moment, but he could hear that the other party meant that it was possible to talk. What is the point of not accepting his bounty when you can talk about it? Just as Lin Dong's heart was in doubt, not knowing how to respond next, the Witch Demon King finally spoke. Don't think that this king can't see that you want to save some of the challengers here by selling your equipment. But do you realize that you are challenging the rules set by this king? Since you like to build equipment, this king will give you a chance, as long as you forge the equipment this king wants. This king doesn't mind being lenient and letting you live. If you can't forge it, huh? The Witch King didn't say the latter words, but what exactly they meant was already self-evident. But this delighted Lin Yang, who was watching the changes from the sidelines. He skimmed his lips and sneered, thinking that Lin Dong was dead this time. Some people, they know how to show off, they don't know how to keep a low profile at all. Now it's good, they have finally offended an existence that they can't afford to mess with. I'll see how you're going to end up this time, Lin Dong. Lin Yang was really looking forward to Lin Dong making a fool of himself, and then being gated by the Witch Demon King with a knife. There were actually many others who had this kind of mindset. After all, they had just offended Lin Dong, and if Lin Dong escaped from the sky, it might be unfavorable to them. Therefore, many people hoped that Lin Dong would fail in his forging and become a sacrifice to the Witch Demon King. Even Zhuge Shifag and the others who were familiar with Lin Dong's abilities could not help but pinch a cold sweat for Lin Dong. Lin Dong could forge gold-level equipment and could even enhance the quality of the equipment through the ability of enchantment, all of which they were aware of. But right now, Lin Dong's limit was to raise his equipment to the legendary level. Further up, whether Lin Dong could succeed or not, was still an unknown. After all, there was no such precedent in front of him. And the equipment required by the Lich King is, odds are, mythic level. That's a myth. There hadn't been a super existence in the entire history of Aquamarine. Lin Dong, can it really work? Even Lin Dong himself was somewhat unsure. However, the arrow had to be fired, so Lin Dong could only ask with a hard head. Kid, do your best. I wonder what kind of equipment you want to forge, Your Majesty the Witch King. Seeing Lin Dong finally take the bait, the Witch Demon King grinned a mouthful of yellowed teeth and laughed out loud. It's simple. 158 mythical exclusives, holy seals and domains. The Witch King did his best to squeeze a smile on his face, trying to appear kind. But this smile appeared above his skeleton-like face, looking even more eerie. Clearing his throat, the Witch King accidentally coughed up a baby's finger bone inside his throat. This scene scared many challengers to the point that their legs and stomachs turned. Even if they were all a party of heavenly pride in their respective galaxies, they could not withstand this chilling psychological pressure. Many people even began to hold their heads and sob in small voices, regretting participating in some secret trial, and now they couldn't even go back if they wanted to. Of course, the Witch Demon King would not care about these people's feelings at all. Right now, the Witch Demon King only had Lin Dong alone in his eyes. It's simple. Kid, if you can forge a mythic word weapon suitable for use by my witchmage, I'll spare you and your friends. These words immediately caused all the challengers present to pronounce a death sentence on Lin Dong. They simply did not believe that Lin Dong, who was a battlezone, could forge a mythic level weapon. Because in every world, there was the profession of Forge Master, the vast majority of which belonged to the life support type of profession. Moreover, the level of the Forge Master basically corresponds to the real experience level. For example, level 30-40 is Gold Forger, which can forge gold equipment. Levels 40-50 are Platinum Forge Masters, who can forge platinum equipment. Level 50-60 is Diamond Forger, which can forge diamond equipment. Level 60-70 is a Legendary Forger, which can forge legendary equipment. For example, Mo Shizi, Pang Huarong, and Li Shijun were all at the level of Legendary Forger. And further up, at level 70-80, was the Sky Forger level, which could forge sky-level equipment. Level 80-90, a Legendary Forger, can forge legendary level equipment. For example, Ancestor Mei Changsheng Mei, who had been sealed as a god in Huaxia, was at this level. Further up, there were Epic Forge Masters and Mythic Forge Masters. However, the average Forge Master was at his limit when he reached the legendary level. After all, there were very few living professions that could break through to level 90 or above. The amount of experience needed to raise to level 90 or above was simply massive, and even the warrior profession would have trouble crossing over, not to mention the life profession. That's why epic level forges and above only existed in legends. And now, the Witch Demon King actually wanted Lin Dong to forge a mythic level equipment. Wasn't this hilarious? Not to mention that he was now a battle exalted. Even if Lin Dong was also a myth, I was afraid that it would be difficult to forge it. Because the higher the grade of the equipment, the harsher the materials needed and the lower the probability of success. This was a consensus known to all. Therefore, in the eyes of these challengers, the Witch Demon King, this was purely for the sake of taking Lin Dong's life, but had not yet said so directly, and had to go around a corner. AI, this Lin Dong, if we only talk about talent, he is definitely a marvelous character, but it's a pity that he was born at the wrong time. Who says it isn't? If we let him grow up, maybe one day, there's a real possibility of breaking through to an unimaginable level, but in this world, there are no ifs. Scum like Lin Dong is better off dead. The higher the talent, the more bad things he will do later on. The Sorcerer Demon King has done a great thing here. The challengers murmured. None of them favored Lin Dong, as no one thought that Lin Dong could break the norm. However, amongst these challengers, there was one person whose beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange color. She felt that Lin Dong might actually be able to create a miracle. This person was none other than the captain of the Hunters Guild, Wang Rulong. She had experienced those unfathomable tactics of Lin Dong, so while her team members all thought that Lin Dong was facing death, she softly chided. All of you who don't know how to speak, shut up. Lin Dong, maybe he can really create a miracle. After saying that, she twisted her head and looked at Lin Dong, but unexpectedly collided with a gaze behind Lin Dong. This gaze was Su Runan's. Her gaze was firm and rich in conviction, full of trust in Lin Dong, without a trace of panic. As soon as the two men's eyes met, they ignited a period of sparks in the air. Both saw a certain hostility in the other's eyes. Su Runan's agaric nose wrinkled and she withdrew her gaze, unable to help but pout. Lin Dong, Lin Dong, you womanizer, how come so many girls secretly like you? I don't know how long you can hold on to your kindness to me. Where did Lin Dong know that Su Runan was still thinking about these strange and bizarre things at this time? He was also sweating now, and was a little uncertain about whether or not to say yes to the Witch King. After all, he hadn't even forged much in the way of legendary level equipment, let alone mythic level equipment. Mythic level equipment, the amount of enchantment value needed, must be terrifying. Just thinking about it gave him a headache, and he didn't know if the 3,000 or so enchantment values he had just accumulated would be enough. Looking at Lin Dong with some hesitation, the Witch Demon King snorted angrily, and immediately black magic began to envelop the entire trade fair, as if it was going to destroy these challengers at any time. What? You want to refuse my king's request? Very well, then you, along with these challengers, will become the king's sacrifice. The Witch Demon King cast his death sorcery. At once, when all the challengers present had a feeling that their souls were being drained away, many people with low levels even fainted on the ground. Even if they fainted, their faces were full of shock. In just an instant, half of these tens of thousands of challengers fell. The power of the Witch King is simply evident. Those challengers who hadn't fallen yet, on the other hand, vented all their anger on Lin Dong. Damn it, everything we've endured is because of you, Lin Dong. If it wasn't for you, how could we possibly endure the wrath of His Majesty, the Witch Demon King? Lin Dong, even if I become a ghost, I will haunt you for eternity. No, I don't want to die, please, Lin Dong, agree to the Witch Demon King's request. In that case, it's enough for only one of you to die. Lin Dong naturally wouldn't care about the words of these death-hungry people, but he knew how eccentric the Witch Demon King's temper was. If he didn't follow the Witch King's wishes, the other side could really make an unimaginable tragedy. Feeling the pressure from the Witch King, he could only nod his head stiffly. Since Your Majesty, the Witch King, looks up to the kid will have the guts to give it a try. I also ask your majesty to lend me your scepter to watch. It will be convenient for me to forge a weapon for you later. The Witch King's intention, that is. Just now, a simple little operation had compromised Lin Dong. And it didn't cost a dime, it was simply a big profit. Moreover, even if he gave the weapon to Lin Dong would not be able to use it because of his level, so he was not at all worried about Lin Dong pulling any tricks. So he graciously handed over the skeleton scepter in his hand to Lin Dong. Here, take it. I'd like to see how good you are. But don't you dare try to do anything to the old man's skeleton scepter, it's just a loan for you to look at, you'll have to return it to me later and rebuild me a mythic equipment before you can pass. Mythical level weapons were precious, and the Witch Demon King could not afford to let Lin Dong fool around, so he gave a very solemn instruction. Lin Dong received the skeleton scepter, and his heart was also drumming. Still, it was the first time he had seen a mythic level weapon, yet he felt a vague excitement. Equipment, Skeleton Scepter Mythic. Binding status, Bound. Holder, Sardarius the Lich King. Life, plus 114,200. Attack, plus 115,000. Mana, plus 296,000. Magic value, plus 98,000. Defense, plus 15,000. Magic defense, plus 15,000. Attack speed, plus 100%. Exorcism, plus 11,000. Sacred Seal, plus 30%. Sacred Seal is a level suppression percentage, representing the attribute suppression effect that the previous level possesses on the next level in the field, and is only possessed by weapons of the Battle Saint level or higher. Field range, plus 10,000 m. Lin Dong observed the skeleton scepter carefully, pondering. Unlike the equipment he had seen, mythic rank weapons possessed the two basic attributes of Holy Seal and Domain Range. Moreover, the Holy Seal, which could only be used to exert the effect of rank suppression within the domain, had given him a lot of insight. However, he was still shocked when he activated the system and watched the enchantment value required to raise the quality. I chow lo, a mythic level weapon enchantment actually requires 30 points of enchantment value each time? How ruthless! Lin Dong kept calculating in his heart just how much enchantment value was needed to be able to raise an equipment to the mythic level. After all, Lin Dong's own situation was special. Although his level was already 70, his forger's proficiency, however, was still stuck at the gold level, although he was about to break through to platinum, but it was not going to matter. So if he were to forge a mythic equipment, he would have to forge a gold equipment first, and then keep using the enchantment value to raise the quality up. Just as Lin Dong was thinking hard, the Witch Demon King asked impatiently. Kid, are you done watching? If you don't forge it, I'm going to kill someone. Lin Dong nodded, indicating that he had looked after it, before fondly handing the skeleton scepter back to the Witch Demon King. He then took out his forge and set it on top of the empty space in front of him. In the system's forging bookstore, a gold-level weapon suitable for the Witch Mage profession, the Witch Spirit Magic Umbrella, was selected. Forging this kind of equipment did not require too many materials, so it only took Lin Dong 4 minutes to forge it. Just when the crowd thought that Lin Dong had forged a mythological weapon, Lin Dong gently took out the Witch Spirit Demon Umbrella, which immediately caused these challengers to boo. I thought he was pretending to be a god and really forged a mythological weapon, but it turned out that he forged a golden weapon, huh, laugh me to death. Sure enough, I guessed it right, this Lin Dong is a paper tiger, these word equipments on his body, I don't know where he stole them from. Look at this Witch Spirit Demon Umbrella he forged by himself, it actually doesn't even have a word. Yes, this Witch Spirit Magic Umbrella, there is no word for it. This was the first time that Lin Dong's enchantment value failed when he was forging equipment. As for the Witch Demon King Sardarius, after seeing this Witch Spirit Demon Umbrella, his gaze became unkind with it. Kid, are you teasing me? Do you know that not many people in this world can withstand the wrath of my Witch Demon King? 159 Is it sure? Lin Dong, you're too showy. It was no wonder the Witch King was so angry, because the weapon in Linden's hand was also too pulled. Other than the attributes being passable, it's literally nothing. Lin Dong, however, was in no hurry, he just raised this Sorcerer Spirit Demon Umbrella high in the air in full view of everyone. Bang! The Witch Spirit Magic Umbrella was held open by him with force. Equipment, Witch Spirit Magic Umbrella Gold Level. Life, plus 8,000. Attack, plus 6,900. Mana Strength, plus 17,000. Magic value, plus 18,500. Defense, plus 7,500. Magic defense, plus 7,500. This attribute, like he was afraid that others wouldn't see it, he even displayed it in front of the crowd. Just as the Witch Demon King wanted to get angry, the attributes of the Witch Spirit Magic Umbrella suddenly and magnificently began to transform. It immediately shocked all those present. Equipment, Fa Wuluo Umbrella Platinum Level. Life, plus 11,000. Attack, plus 8,700. Mana Strength, plus 22,000. Magic Value, plus 19,500. Defense, plus 8,500. Magic Defense, plus 8,500. Undead Drawing, any living being killed by the Fa Wuluo Parasol will have a portion of its life force drawn from it. For every living being killed, the mana strength will increase by 1 point, and the drawing limit will be 10,000. No one could see exactly how Lin Dong took a gold level equipment and turned it into a platinum level, and most crucially, a powerful word skill appeared. This show-off-like maneuver, at once when all the challengers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Impossible, just now it was clearly still gold level equipment, how did it become platinum level in the blink of an eye? He's not doing magic, is he? Change your mom's magic, can't you see that His Majesty the Witch Demon King didn't even question it, which means that Lin Dong might have some sort of magical means that we don't know about. But this is too unbelievable, isn't it? How on earth was he able to raise the quality of his equipment without the help of materials? It had to be said that Lin Dong's maneuver had dry burned their cups, they had never seen anything so amazing before. Even the Witch Demon King, who was originally going to be furious, blinked his eyes in amazement, stunned by Lin Dong's miraculous maneuver. So he remained silent, wanting to see what exactly Lin Dong wanted to do. Lin Dong was fully concentrated and did not pay attention to everything around him. Right now, in his mind, there was only one thought, and that was that he had to make a mythic level equipment out of it. It's not only a way to save yourself, but perhaps gain the friendship of the Witch King, the big man. Therefore, Lin Dong's enchantment value was as good as no money, playing around with the quality of his equipment. Ding, enchantment failed, 5 points of enchantment value consumed. Ding, enchantment failed, 5 points of enchantment value consumed. Ding, enchantment failed, 5 points of enchantment value consumed. Ding, the enchantment is successful, the Sorcerer's Umbrella has been successfully upgraded to become the Diamond Equipment Great Sorcerer's Drapes. This efficiency in the consumption of enchantment value simply made Lin Dong's heart bleed. Advancing from platinum to diamond level alone consumed nearly 45 points of enchantment value, which was too extravagant. But all of this was just too much for the onlookers. In just a few seconds, a platinum equipment turned into a diamond equipment again. This was too much. Equipment, Wizard's Curtain Diamond. Life, plus 16,000. Attack, plus 10,500. Mana Strength, plus 29,000. Magic Value, plus 23,500. Defense, plus 10,500. Magic Defense, plus 10,500. Undead Drawing, all living beings killed by the Curtain of the Great Witch will have a portion of their life force drawn from them. For every living being killed, mana strength increases by 1 point, and the drawing limit is 20,000. God! This Lin Dong is truly divine. Could it be that he can create things out of thin air? How can he change the attributes of a piece of equipment at will? I have seen many unexplainable things, but those things are nothing compared to what I witnessed today. This Lin Dong is simply a demon without compromise. You guys, he wouldn't really be able to forge a mythic equipment, right? If he can really do it, I'm afraid he'll be treated as a guest of honor no matter which galaxy he goes to. Compared to the horror of these challengers, the group from the War God Academy was not surprised. Shui Hong magically tilted his chin as if it was not Lin Dong that these people were praising, but him. Che, lesser seen, I thought people from other galaxies were something great, but today, it's nothing more than a frog in the bottom of a well. Song Tianqiu wouldn't let go of this opportunity to show his face. He also wiggled his head in a condescending manner, agreeing greatly with Shui Hong's words. Old Shui, although I always like to refute you, but what you said today really leaves me with no way to refute it. It's really too damn right. I say you two have a bit of self-awareness. Okay, if it wasn't for Brother Lin Dong to provide you with such a heaven-blowing platform, where would you be able to pretend to be a pussy? Yao Qing Nympho skimmed her mouth and scoffed at the words of these two living treasures. This is a fox and tiger, the tiger did not say, the fox first on the spirit. In response, the others chuckled, and the atmosphere became somewhat more lively, not as dull as it had been earlier. However, in the next second, those challengers who hadn't seen the world, once again exclaimed. Oh my god! Unbelievable! It's actually risen in quality again, reaching the legendary level. Holy, there's another phrase, it's actually a double phrase equipment, it's really heavenly. Song Tianxiu and the others followed the sound and realized that the equipment in Lin's hand had once again changed its appearance, with a powerful aura that made Song Tianxiu's heart itch once again. If it wasn't for the fact that this equipment was customized by the Witch Demon King, I would have taken it over with Big Brother and played with it for a while, no matter what I said. However, before his words fell, the equipment in Lin's hand once again changed, directly turning into sky-level equipment. Equipment, Witch's Mantle Sky Grade. Life, plus 25,000. Attack, plus 21,000. Mana Strength, plus 89,000. Magic Value, plus 65,000. Defense, plus 19,500. Magic Defense, plus 19,500. Undead Drawing, any living being killed by the mantle of witchcraft will have a portion of their life force drawn from them. For every living being killed, the mana increases by 1 point, and the drawing limit is 40,000. Soul Elegy, create a psionic field within a range of 500 meters. Anyone killed by the witch's mantle will receive a death call and become a skeleton warrior with 30% of the attributes of his or her life, disappearing when he or she dies again. Upper limit of the summoning is 500, the dead of the sky level or higher will not be summoned. Once the equipment reached the sky level, even the Witch Demon King couldn't ignore it. This attribute, although not as good as his skeleton staff, with the addition of these two phrases, it was already not inferior to his skeleton staff at all. The Soul Elegy phrase in particular is just sick. Summoning a dead being as a skeleton warrior and having 30% of the attributes of the living, then he can summon an army of skeletons anytime, anywhere. Moreover, the Witch Demon King also wanted to see if the greeting level of this Soul Elegy would also rise if Lin Dong raised the attributes of his equipment again. This time, however, it had taken Lin Dong a long time to raise his equipment from sky level to legendary level. It wasn't that Lin Dong didn't want to quickly upgrade it, it was because he had just consumed a full 300 points of enchanting value to upgrade the quality of this equipment. Today, Lin Dong's hand was not good, the enchantment value clanked down. Looking at the enchantment value that only had less than 2,500 points left, Lin Dong could not help but feel a bit flustered. At this rate, I'm afraid that the difficulty of the epic and mythic levels will increase once again. Lin Dong was frowning here, but the onlookers were already shocked beyond words. Because legendary level equipment, the attributes were too explosive. Equipment, Sage's Tent Legendary. Life, plus 60,000. Attack, plus 59,000. Mana Strength, plus 179,000. Magic Value, plus 85,000. Defense, plus 35,000. Magic Defense, plus 35,000. Holy Seal, plus 1. Field Range, plus 5,000. Undead Drawing, all living beings killed by the tent of the Holy One will have a portion of their life force drawn from them. For every living being killed, mana increases by 1 point, drawing limit 60,000. Soul Elegy, create a summoning field within a range of 1,000 meters. Anyone killed by the witch's mantle will receive the summoning of death and become a skeleton centurion with 35% of the attributes of his or her life, disappearing upon death again. Summoning limit 1,000, the dead above the legendary level will not be summoned. Seeing that this weapon had been upgraded to this extent, even the Witch Demon King couldn't remain calm. He kept moving his gaze back and forth, comparing the skeleton scepter in his hand to the Tent of Saints, as if he was already a bit unable to look at the weapon in his hand. But this was only a legendary level boost, so when it came to epic or mythic levels, how terrifying should the attributes be? The Witch King felt his throat go dry, having become somewhat unable to guess further. To be able to make even a mythic level powerhouse's heart flutter, Lin Dong was enough to be proud of himself. This was still the Witch Demon King. As for those challengers, they had long been unable to contain the shock in their hearts. I'm crying, I'm afraid this is the best weapon I've ever been able to see in my entire life. What a trip! Not to mention this life, I'm afraid I won't be able to see such a powerful weapon in my next life. It's simply a treasure that will be passed down through the ages. Perhaps from today onwards, the name Lin Dong will spread throughout all the galaxies, and all the strongest people will be proud to have Lin Dong forge a piece of equipment. However, Lin Dong turned a deaf ear to all of this. Right now, he was going all out to use the enchantment value and playfully enhance the quality of this equipment. But it was as if reality was working against him. The more anxious he was, the more often he failed. Ding, enchantment failed, 11 points of enchantment value consumed. Ding, enchantment failed, 11 points of enchantment value consumed. Ding, enchantment failed, 11 points of enchantment value consumed. Phew! After hundreds of failures in a row, Lin Dong gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Looking at the attachment value of only 1,500 points, Lin Dong forced his mind to smooth out. No, if my mind is unstable, all my efficiency becomes lower with it. I have to stabilize my mind before I can do that. Lin Dong was adjusting his breathing here, and those onlookers were all scratching their ears anxiously, one after another. Why is it so slow this time? Could it be that the legendary grade is the limit of this equipment? Or is it the limit of Lin Dong's forging? Shoo, keep your voice down, don't affect Master Lin Dong's forging of equipment. If the equipment fails because of your loud talking, all of us challengers will kill you. Look, it's done, huh, Master Lin Dong has done it. Epic level equipment, oh my god, it's really epic level equipment. With the appearance of epic level equipment, even though this heaven and earth had the suppression of the Witch Demon King's rules, it couldn't help but vibrate. Outside of the trade fair, a thundercloud quickly formed, emitting a roaring fury. But the Witch Demon King blew gently, dispersing all these thunderclouds. It was so easy to write, as if he had casually done something without thinking. And his attention was all over this equipment. It's really epic already. It's already out of my expectation. 160 limit upgrade, mythical weapon 10,000 soul streamer out. Epic gear. Lin Dong had spent nearly 2,000 enchantment values to enhance the quality and become the pinnacle of his work. Yes, this was definitely the most satisfying work Lin Dong had ever completed. Equipment, Great Way Warp Epic. Life, plus 80,000. Attack, plus 99,000. Mana strength, plus 320,000. Magic value, plus 125,000. Defense, plus 60,000. Magic defense, plus 60,000. Attack speed, plus 200%. Holy Seal, plus 2. Field range, plus 15,000. Undead drawing, all living beings killed by the Great Tao Warp will have a portion of their life force drawn from them. For every living being killed, the mana strength will increase by 1 point, and the drawing limit will be 80,000. Soul Elegy, create a summoning field within a range of 5,000 meters. Anyone killed by the Great Tao Warp will receive the summoning of death and become a skeleton thousand husbandman with 40% of the attributes of his life, disappearing upon death again. Summoning limit of 3,000, the dead above epic level will not be summoned. By this moment, Lin Dong was no longer just forging equipment, he also wanted to try and see where his limits were. I don't know if the remaining 1,500 enchantment values are enough. I'm afraid I can only test it 50 times with 30 times of enchantment value consumption at a time. But as a god-level forger, it would also be a great regret if you haven't forged a mythic equipment. And with this experience, in the future, there will be better control over weapons of this level. This time, even if I use up all my enchantment value, it's necessary to verify that conjecture in my heart. Anyway, with the enchantment value gone, I can still find Wang Rulong Su Runin to brush up on it, and complete the collection quest for the Soul Stone, which can also be obtained. After slightly pondering for a moment, Lin Dong still decided to continue upgrading the quality of the Great Tao Warp. Ding, enchantment failed, 30 points of enchantment value consumed. Ding, enchantment failed, 30 points of enchantment value consumed. Ding, enchantment failed, 30 points of enchantment value consumed. Each failed beep caused Lin Dong's heart to drip blood, but he remained righteous. Because he was, right now, defending his honor as a divine forge master, and also to verify a horrifying suspicion in his heart. This conjecture was discovered by Lin Dong when he was stroking the Witch Demon King's skeleton scepter. Because at that moment, Lin Dong felt that within the skeleton scepter, there seemed to be a soul that was sleeping, very faintly, but it could be felt. This feeling was very peculiar, that is, Lin Dong felt that the skeleton scepter was alive, it was just that the breath of life was very weak. Since then, Lin Dong had already begun to suspect. He suspected that equipment upgraded to a certain level would give birth to life. It was also known as the legendary so-called artifact spirit. Although this conjecture was incomparably absurd, Lin Dong, nonetheless, decided to test it out. Because once it worked, it would give him a new perspective on the whole forging process. If that happened, the equipment he forged would not just be equipment, but life that could be infused with a soul. Such a conjecture that subverted common sense was something that only Lin Dong dared to try. After all, he had such capital. Seeing Lin Dong's full concentration on upgrading the quality of his equipment, the opposite Witch Demon King, for the first time, appeared to have a moved expression. This was because the Great Tao scripture streamer that Lin Han's was now pinching in his hand had already comprehensively crushed the skeleton scepter in his hand, whether it was in terms of attributes or words. Even an epic level weapon had already given him immense satisfaction. The original miserly character of the Witch Demon King had decided to reward Lin Dong with a treasure after he completed the forging and would no longer pursue the matter of Lin Dong causing trouble here. However, he still wanted to see if Lin Dong could create a miracle again. I'm afraid that only Lin Dong could do it if he could make a mythic-level powerhouse hold his breath and watch with rapt attention. However, Lin Dong was also under a lot of pressure at this time. As the number of failures increased, the enchantment value was rapidly depleting, and in the end, only 65 points of enchantment value remained. In other words, Lin Dong still had 2 more chances to test. As for whether or not it would succeed, Lin Dong did not dare to guarantee it. Seeing Lin Dong stop, the Witch Demon King softly asked, "What? Are you tired? I have 1,000 years worth of enlightenment tea leaves here, do you want to drink a cup before continuing?" These challengers present, hearing the Witch Demon King's conciliatory words, all immediately cast envious gazes at Lin Dong. From the time they came to the 10,000 Races Trade Fair, it was the first time that the Witch Demon King had shown a friendly gesture to a person, and even thoughtfully asked Lin Dong if he was tired. Obviously, Lin Dong had completely conquered the Witch Demon King with his outstanding talent. Even if Lin Dong did not raise his equipment to the mythic level now, the Witch Demon King no longer pursued the matter. One must know that the Witch Demon King was a mythological level powerhouse. Even during the time of the Lord of Lulan, where there were many powerful people, he was still a dominant party. To be able to harvest the friendship of such a strong person, one could think about how hard Lin Dong's back would have to be in the future. However, Lin Dong, who was warmly invited by the Witch Demon King, smiled faintly and simply shook his head. He decided that he would make one last push. Seeing Lin Dong's stubbornness, the Witch Demon King gave a rare word of relief. "It doesn't matter if you feel overwhelmed and can't forge to mythic level, I'm already satisfied with this epic level equipment, you don't have to worry about anyone else getting killed by me, I make the rules here anyway, I can change them anytime I want." The Witch King's words really threw these challengers for a loop. Although they didn't have to go to their deaths this time, they still opened up a frenzy of spitting inside. "No, brother, you're a mythic level powerhouse, do you do things so casually? You can change the rules just like that?" Sure enough, Lin Dong's excellence has completely conquered the Witch Demon King, even going so far as to make him modify the rules. "If only I were as good as Lin Dong, I guess Suihua wouldn't have abandoned me." The Witch Demon King has lowered his own standards for Lin Dong, apparently realizing Lin Dong's potential and even wanting to cultivate him. Lin Dong doesn't know if he can grasp this opportunity. The gazes of these challengers, who were now looking at Lin Dong, were no longer hostile, but full of awe. It even carried a kind of fawning and flattering. Lin Dong, who could sit on an equal footing with a mythic-level powerhouse, possessed such qualifications. Right now, they all hated to be Lin Dong, standing opposite the Witch Demon King and enjoying his courtesy. But Lin Dong was always Lin Dong, and he once again refused the Witch Demon King's good intentions. "Your Majesty the Witch King, I want to try again. Although I may still end up failing, I don't want to give up my last chance." Seeing how determined Lin Dong was, the Witch Demon King nodded and stopped talking. However, he had already treated Lin Dong as a friend that he could socialize with, and showed due respect to Lin Dong. This is the kind of forger who is all proud. The quality of persistence and perseverance is admirable. Lin Dong was not aimless, but had thought of a new approach. In the ancient Chinese legends, if you want to forge a supreme divine weapon, you will often use the method of blood sacrifice in order to achieve it. For example, the famous Dryad Moxie on the list of divine weapons is made of human blood. However, Lin Dong would not be foolish enough to use his own blood to try this. Anyway, inside his ring were the corpses of high-level magical beasts, so he could just use them directly. Lin Dong's choice this time was that the corpse was a sky-level magical beast, hardened poison scorpion. As Lin Dong guided his hands, the corpse of the quenching poison scorpion was instantly absorbed by the great Tao warp, turning it into a material for forging. Lin Dong seized the time and used the enchanting value to perform another quality upgrade. But the system's ice-cold beep still poured a pot of cold water on him. Ding, enchantment failed, 30 points of enchantment value consumed. Phew! Lin Dong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, he only had one chance left. The challengers, including the Witch King, had their hearts in their throats, and by the looks on their faces, it seemed to be harder than if they had failed themselves. "Hey, how did it fail again? It's really too bad, it's really killing me." Although I don't know exactly what method Lin Dong used, I know that he must have paid a great price, and it's the kind that we can't imagine. From the complete corpse of that sky-level magical beast that he joined just now, you can tell a thing or two, and to keep on failing like this, it's really heartbreaking for him. Lin Dong is now my idol, I can't see my idol fail, let's give Lin Dong a boost. Go Lin Dong! As this cheer rang out, the emotions in the entire trade fair were instantly ignited. Aside from Lin Yang and Shui Wuxia, everyone began to raise their arms in cheers, even the Witch Demon King was no exception. "Lin Dong, go for it! Lin Dong, go for it!" Feeling this encouragement, Lin Dong put his heart on the line. Success or failure, it's all in this fight. However, this time Lin Dong pinched 2 soul stones, intending to raise his luck value. Let's see if the enchantment can be successful. 1 soul stone will boost your luck by 100%, and 2 will boost it by 200%. I just don't know if it will work on enchantments. Lin Dong activated the soul stone, and then he closed his eyes and directly began to attach the demon. Ding, enchantment successful. The Great Dao Warp has been successfully upgraded to become the Mythic Equipment 10,000 Soul Streamer. Ding, first time forging Mythic level equipment, reward experience, plus 100 million, proficiency, plus 500, enchantment value, plus 1000. With that beep, the scene had erupted into an unbelievable wave of sound, and it was stronger than ever. Too powerful. Lin Dong, you're just too powerful, a mythical Great Forge Master, a living mythical Great Forge Master. Lin Dong, I love you. I'm Princess Yun Shallow of the Lorenz Empire in the Gamma Galaxy. If you don't mind, we can have monkeys now. Master Lin Dong, we, the Celestial Star Sacred Clan of the Fairy Galaxy, sincerely invite you to be our guest in our galaxy, and we hope that you will give us a favor. We will offer benefits that you cannot refuse. There was no way that Lin Dong's forging of a mythical equipment was too shocking. There was no room for these people not to go crazy. Even the Witch Demon King couldn't help his voice trembling with excitement. Lin Dong, you are the most gifted forger I have ever seen, bar none. From today onwards, you are my Witch Demon King's most honored friend, and whoever tries to touch a single hair on your head, I will travel thousands of miles across layers of worlds to hunt him down. Amidst the clamor, Lin Dong slowly opened his eyes and looked at the equipment in his hands.